He was once the most outstanding young police officer in the precinct. Yet during an operation, he captured the notorious thug of the harbor. He was beaten, had his limbs broken, and was imprisoned in a basement for 5 years. In the end, he was thrown into the sea, dying with grievances. His sister was abused and sold by her master. His entire family was brutally murdered in the streets. Even his brothers were implicated, and a family of 3 died suddenly. Perhaps it was the anger and resentment that filled his heart. So strong that I was reborn. In this life, I will never let Zhao Jia have his way again. What I lost in the previous life must be repaid to him tenfold. At this moment, in the interrogation room, Zhao Jia was laughing triumphantly. His father is the underground emperor of the harbor, controlling a vast criminal empire. He has connections everywhere, untouchable and all-powerful. Under Zhao Fucheng's protection, Zhao Jia has committed nearly every crime imaginable. Yet he has never faced legal consequences. Either the victims are too afraid to report him, or there is simply not enough evidence. Those who once tried to investigate and bring Zhao Jia to justice have all faced brutal retaliation without exception. At best, they lose their jobs. At worst, their families are destroyed. If you let me go now and kneel to beg me properly, maybe I can lessen your suffering later. I smiled faintly and turned to close the heavy door. I pulled a chair to block the door and then walked towards Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia sneered. What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to hit me? Before Zhao Jia could finish speaking, a slap landed heavily on his face. Zhao Jia covered his face, looking at me in disbelief. You've lost your mind. Do you even know who I am? I warn you, I am Zhao Jia, and my father is Zhao Fucheng. Before Zhao Jia could finish, I slapped him again. I coldly replied, not only do I dare to hit you, I dare to kill you. Zhao Jia was stunned. This police officer actually disregarded his powerful father. The intense humiliation left Zhao Jia momentarily speechless. He finally opened his mouth to curse, but before he could, I slapped him again, the crisp sound echoing into the office area outside. A few detectives, busy working overtime, exchanged puzzled glances and rushed to the detention room door, quickly realizing what was happening inside. They murmured about my impulsiveness. They worried for my future, but no one dared to speak up or advise me. Only Du Yu, whom I had specifically sent away earlier, rushed over in a panic. He knocked frantically on the door. Yan Go, what are you doing? Calm down. There's no need to risk everything for this bastard. Open the door. Du had been my partner since joining the police force. I had covered for him, and he had taken the blame for me. We were not only close partners but also life and death brothers. Just teach this idiot a lesson. Don't worry about it. The sound of slaps continued, echoing with memories from my past life, and a few minutes later, the Xiao family arrived, led by the stout and wealthy Su Fang, dressed in gold and jewels, exuding an air of arrogance. She is Zhao Jia's mother, the wife of Zhao Fucheng. Beside Su Fang was Hao Tianshi, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, followed by the Xiao family's lawyer, a suave-looking scoundrel in a suit, and several burly bodyguards in black suits. Wu Taifeng, the captain of the criminal police team, walked heavily at the back, his face filled with frustration and helplessness. I had just brought Zhao Jia in, and Wu Taifeng knew this was serious. He immediately reported the case to his superiors, requesting support, but Hao Tianshi berated him and arranged for another precinct to take over the case. Now, evidence was either missing, or it had been overturned. Hao Tianshi insisted on accompanying Su Fang to release Zhao Jia. Su Fang scanned the room, glaring at the detention officers, and demanded, "Where is my son? Release him immediately. Who dares to touch him? One finger from me, and I won't let this go." No one spoke up, and a slap echoed through the city. Then came Zhao Jia's muffled cries and pleas. "Brother Wu, please stop hitting me. I won't resist anymore. Don't hit him anymore, Brother Wu. Please stop." Su Fang's face turned pale, and she commanded her bodyguards to slam the door open. The heavy door burst open, and a crowd rushed in, all stunned. Zhao Jia's cheeks were swollen and red, a clear sign of the beating he had taken. Blood and saliva dripped from his mouth, and his face was smeared with snot and tears as he knelt before Huiyan like a defeated dog, stripped of all arrogance. Yet I acted as if I saw and heard nothing. I slapped Zhao Jia again, and Su Fang snapped back to reality, lunging at Huiyan. "How dare you hit my son? I'll kill you." Su Fang is a notorious figure in the wealthy circles, known for wielding 2 machetes and chasing down those who crossed Zhao Fucheng. Just as she was about to pounce on me, I simply sidestepped, evading her. I swiftly tripped her, causing Su Fang to tumble into Hao Tianshi's arms, leaving scratches on his face. The bodyguards, seeing their boss in trouble, rushed towards Huiyan. Seeing this, Du clenched his fists, ready to step in and help me, but he noticed Su Fang and the bodyguards frozen in place, too afraid to move. I raised a gun, pointing it at Su Fang's forehead, ready to fire. Hao Tianshi couldn't believe his eyes. wondering what Huiyan intended to do. Do you know what you're doing? Do you still want to keep your job? Yet I remained unmoving, the gun steady on Su Fong as my finger slowly pressed the trigger. A foul smell suddenly filled the air. Su Fong's light blue pants turned dark blue as liquid dripped down her legs. I pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Su Fong, terrified, collapsed in her own urine, only to realize no bullet had been fired. I mocked her with a smirk, shaking a magazine from my pocket. Su Fong's face turned red with fury as she struggled to get up, only to smear her hands in her own urine. The bodyguards and the lawyer rushed over to help her up. Su Fong wiped her hands on the lawyer, momentarily too intimidated to confront Huiyan directly. Instead, she turned to Hao Tianchi, yelling, "How can you manage your subordinates like this? Can he even be called a police officer? He's nothing but a thug. Why aren't you skinning him alive?" Before Hao Tianchi could respond, I interjected, "Secretary Hao, the paperwork is quite troublesome. Why don't we just skip it? I'm done, effective immediately. I'm no longer a cop." I turned and threw my gun and magazine on the table, took off my uniform and placed it on the nearby table, then looked at Su Fong and said, "Take care. Listen carefully, all of this is my personal action and has nothing to do with anyone else in the department. If you want to come after someone, come at me." Su Fong angrily shouted, "Do you think resigning will get you off the hook? You beat my son like this and still dared to threaten me with a gun. You better handle this, Hao Tianchi, and arrest him right now." I shrugged and extended my hands toward Hao Tianchi, saying, "Secretary Hao, please." Hao Tianchi turned to persuade Su Fong. "Ms. Su, I suggest you take young Master Xiao home and discuss how to handle this with Mr. Xiao. If you insist on pursuing criminal charges against Huiyan, our police will naturally follow the law, but perhaps Mr. Xiao would prefer to settle this privately." Though Su Fong was arrogant and domineering, she wasn't foolish and immediately understood the implications of Hao Tianchi's words. If this matter were handled through normal procedures, Huiyan would certainly end up in jail, but it would definitely cause a huge uproar. If resolved privately, the Xiao family would have many methods at their disposal. Su Fong said nothing more. She shot me a fierce glare, turned, and signaled her bodyguards to help Xiao leave. Hao Tianchi quickly said a few polite words, instructed that today's events should not be leaked, and then stormed out. I stood by, clearly seeing the thoughts of Hao Tianchi and Su Fong, but so far, everything seemed to be going according to my plan. Lu Yu punched Huiyan hard, confused and angry. "What's going on? Why did it come to this? Didn't we agree to be cops together for life? You just leave me here?" "It was just a moment of impulse. I'm sorry." Wu Taifeng grunted, looking worried. "Don't act like you're such an impulsive person. What were you thinking? Do you really think the Xiao family will let you off the hook?" I chuckled. From the moment the decision was made to arrest Xiao Jie, it was a fight to the death between us. I deeply bowed to Wu Taifeng and said, "Take care, master. By the way, Grandma might have some issues with her blood vessels. Make sure to take her for a checkup soon. Doer won't have my protection anymore, so you need to be more careful. You're going to be a dad soon. Don't let everything consume you. Spend more time with Xiao Shi." Wu Taifeng and you were taken aback. Wu Tiefeng's mother had been fainting recently and had just been diagnosed with narrowed blood vessels. Diyu's wife, Shen Xiaoshi, had also just found out she was pregnant a couple of days ago. They hadn't even had a chance to tell Huiyan, yet she seemed to know everything. I knew these two would be filled with doubts. Without lingering for a moment, I turned and left. Once outside the office building, I stopped and faced the police badge. In my past life, I was toyed with by villains like prey. This time, I would be the hunter. "Xiao Jie, you're finished." In front of a luxurious villa in the northwest suburbs of Kai Port City, a luxury car came to a stop, and the driver, Liang, opened the back door. Zhao Fucheng stepped out, looking very displeased. He had been hosting guests from the provincial capital. Planning in advance into the provincial capital, he learned that his son Xiao Jie had been arrested and instructed Su Fong to pick him up. Unexpectedly, Su Fong kept urging him to go home, and Zhao Fucheng entered the living room with a grim expression. Upon seeing the living room in disarray, he found Su Fong raising a valuable blue and white porcelain piece she had just bought for hundreds of thousands a few days ago and smashing it on the floor, filled with rage. The two bodyguards usually with Xiao Jie were kneeling amidst the shards, bloodied and battered, clearly beaten by Su Fong's high heels. When Xiao Jie saw his father return, he hurried over to complain. "I told him your name and said I was your son, but he still hit me, slapping me hundreds of times." "Was he trying to scare me with a gun? When he hit me, it was like hitting you. When he pointed a gun at me and cursed, it was like cursing at you." Zhao Fucheng suddenly raised his hand to strike, and Xiao Jie flinched. "What are you waiting for? Hit him back. How did I teach you? Whoever hits you, hit them back. And you, Su Fong, have you been so bold for so long that you can't even hold a knife anymore? You're just scaring everyone and only dare to vent your anger at home." Zhao Jie and Su Fang exchanged looks, feeling embarrassed, angry, but also a bit fearful of that little cop. "He's not right in the head, he's a madman. He doesn't care about his life," Zhao Jie whispered in despair. Su Fang added, "His eyes when he pointed a gun at me are just like yours back then. He really dares to kill." Zhao Fuqing sneered, the scar on his forehead twitching, clearly filled with murderous intent. He looked at a Liang standing in the corner and said, "Find a few capable hands for Jie." Then he grabbed Zhao Jie by the collar and pulled him close, saying, "I can arrange things for you. You need to handle it yourself. Take care of your own enemies. If you can't do it, then don't say later that I'm Zhao Fuqing's son." Zhao Jie nodded vigorously, saying, "I want not only his life but to make him wish he were dead. I want him to see everything he cares about being destroyed. Everything he cares about will be destroyed by me." Zhao Jie roared fiercely, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Compared to Zhao Fuqing's wealth, their home felt like a rundown shack. "My parents spent all their savings to buy this home. I lit 3 incense sticks and bowed deeply to my parents. My father, Huo Sen, was a detective and also Wu Tiefeng's partner. 12 years ago, while capturing a fugitive, he fell into a trap due to faulty intelligence and was attacked by multiple assailants, ultimately succumbing to a knife wound to the heart. I was just over 14 at the time. At my father's funeral, I secretly vowed to join the police academy and become a detective when I grew up. I achieved this, but the outcome was far from wonderful. 4 years later, my mother passed away from illness, leaving me and my sister Hua Miao to depend on each other. Hua Yin took on both parental roles, studying while caring for her sister, and Hua Miao did not let her brother down. She scored high enough to enter Haidang University and is now a senior, usually living in the school dorms. The first thing I need to do now is to ensure she's safe before Zhao Jie can go after her. First, I need to settle my sister Hua Miao. In my past life, she felt guilty about my suspension because I discovered Zhao Jie's wrongdoing while on my way to celebrate her birthday. It was the arrest of Zhao Jie that led to those subsequent events, and he didn't let Hua Miao off either, sending people to attack me while also capturing her. I would not allow Hua Miao to suffer such a fate again. As classes ended, she walked out of the classroom with the crowd. She spotted me waving and running towards her. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you weren't celebrating my birthday yesterday? Here's a 5-day trip to Sanya. I've already booked your flights and hotel, and I've taken care of your leave. We need to leave now. Hurry and pack your bags. I'll take you to the airport." Hua Miao grabbed me and asked, "What happened, brother?" I replied, "Nothing, just a friend. He gave me some travel vouchers that will expire if I don't use them." "Isn't that perfect?" Hua Miao said firmly. "If you don't explain everything, I won't go." I held my sister's hand. I looked into her eyes and asked, "Do you trust me? If you trust me, then come with me now." Hua Miao stared into my eyes for a long time. Finally, she spoke. "You promise that when I come back, you'll tell me everything?" I nodded solemnly, and Hua Miao said nothing more. She turned and walked away. He recognized that look. He was about 6 years old when one day their father, Huo Sen, rushed home and told him and his brother to pack their homework immediately. They were to stay at their aunt's house for a few days. At that time, their father had that same look, and later he learned that a violent criminal his father had previously arrested was released from prison and threatened to harm them. That was why their father took such drastic measures. Watching Hua Miao walk through the airport security, it was already dusk. I immediately called Xia Xiaomei to arrange a meeting. I called Xia Xiaomei to meet. She was officially my girlfriend. We met through a blind date a year ago, arranged by my aunt who took care of us after our parents passed away. My aunt had been very caring towards my sister and me. I was just going through the motions, but I didn't expect Xia Xiaomei to actually be quite satisfied with me and act like my girlfriend. I was busy with work, so I just let it happen. We arranged to meet at Hai Ge's barbecue near my home. I usually had most of my late-night snacks there and was quite familiar with the owner, Haigo, whom I had helped out of a few troubles. However, this time when I walked into the shop, Haigo didn't greet me warmly. He just grunted. In the corner, a group of thugs led by Hu Demaizi didn't seem afraid of me. They probably heard I had taken off my uniform. I waited half an hour before the staff finally brought out the food. Another half hour passed before Xia Xiaomei finally arrived. She didn't sit down or bother with pleasantries and directly said, "We need to break up." It seemed she knew I was no longer a cop. I didn't ask anything. In my past life, when I was locked in a dog cage, Zhao Jie had shown me a video of Xia Xiaomei pleasing him. I kept my expression neutral. I simply nodded and said, "Okay." Xia Xiaomei looked a bit disappointed, stood up to leave, but I called her back. "Please pay me back the money." Xia Xiaomei paused in surprise. She looked embarrassed and asked, "What do you mean? If we're settling old scores, then you need to clarify. That was all money you willingly spent during our relationship, and besides, I've taken you out for meals too. I remained indifferent and replied, sorry, but I'm not as calculating as you. I want you to pay me back. It's not about those daily expenses you mentioned, but the money you deceived me out of. Xiao panicked, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Last September, you said your mother needed surgery. You borrowed 30,000 from me, claiming your mother was ill, but she wasn't sick at all, right? Earlier this year, you said you wanted to invest in a milk tea shop with friends and borrowed another 70,000. There was never any milk tea shop. You were just trying to cover your online loans. I'm not wrong, right? And there were other miscellaneous things. I won't count those, but you owe me this 100,000. Xiaomei's face turned pale, unable to speak. The group at Hu Demaizi's table erupted in laughter. They began to jeer, saying, looks like this beauty has poor taste. How did she end up with this broke guy? I shouted back, Hu Demaizi, shut your filthy mouth. Get lost. Hu Demaizi slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Damn it, they've already skinned you alive, and you're still acting tough? I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Fueled by alcohol, Hu Demaizi approached me. I casually picked up a beer and began to drink, waiting for him to reach me. I rolled the beer bottle along the ground, and it conveniently rolled to Hu Demaizi's feet. He stumbled over it, hitting his head against the edge of the wooden table and bleeding. He struggled to get up, but a teammate knocked over a nearby trash can, causing a sharp skewer to stand upright and pierce Hu Demaizi's neck, blood gushing out. The younger brothers were all dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to deal with Huayan? How come before they even got close, Ma Go had already collapsed? Huayan had his eyes slightly closed, seemingly enjoying this wonderful symphony. Once everything quieted down, Huayan clapped his hands, stood up, and shrugged. This has nothing to do with me. He fell like this on his own. Huayan pointed to the surveillance camera in the store. There's video evidence. The younger brothers hurriedly turned Hu Demaizi over, and the glaring iron skewer on his neck was shocking. Demaizi, how could you be so careless? You need to watch where you're walking in the future. Huayan chuckled mockingly. You. Hu Demaizi covered his neck, pointing at Huayan, unable to speak. Huayan squatted down to check Hu Demaizi's injury. You're lucky, you didn't hit the carotid artery, and the bleeding isn't too severe. You won't die right away. Huayan paused, but if this drags on, then it might not be so good. Go! Hu Demaizi mumbled with difficulty. The younger brothers hurriedly lifted Hu Demaizi and fled in a panic, rushing out of the store. The store fell silent. The onlookers hadn't expected that just a minute ago, Huayan, who seemed about to be attacked, had so easily turned the entire situation around. Huayan turned to look at the stunned Xiaomei and coldly said, pay me back. I will. Xiaomei nodded repeatedly. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never known the Huayan in front of her. This man was a bit frightening. But I don't have that much money right now. How about I write you an IOU first? Xiaomei stammered. Borrow. Aren't you familiar with online loans? Huayan didn't let up, helping himself to a skewer of meat, ignoring Xiaomei. Xiaomei gritted her teeth and operated her phone. Moments later, Huayan's phone chimed with a notification. The transfer had arrived. Huayan waved his hand. You can go now. Xiaomei didn't stay a second longer, fleeing like she was avoiding a plague. Haigo came over to clean up the mess Hu Demaizi had made on the floor, complaining to Huayan. Look at the trouble you've caused me. If Ma Gu comes looking for me later, don't think you can hide. Huayan said nothing, slowly finishing the last bite of meat. Also, you'd better not come here again. I can't afford to serve you. Haigo continued to nag. Don't worry, I definitely won't come again. Huayan wiped his mouth, took out 100 yuan, and placed it on the table, smiling at Haigo. Because your shop is about to close soon. What do you mean? Are you trying to scare me? Who do you think you are? Haigo got angry. Do you believe I'll call the police right now? 2 years ago, you offended the thug Chen Er. He came to smash your shop and forced you to kneel and apologize. Huayan said quietly, I personally caught him, and he was sentenced to 2 years. Do you remember? At that time, you were a police officer, protecting vendors and fighting criminals. Wasn't that your job? Haigo said without a hint of shame, sounding righteous. Yes, that was indeed my job, and I did more than just that. Haigo looked at Huayan in confusion. Chen Er got out last month. He was originally going to come find trouble with you, but I warned him not to mess with you. Haigo was taken aback. But now I've changed my mind. Since I'm no longer a police officer, why should I meddle in other people's business? Huayan's tone turned cold, especially towards those ungrateful and heartless people. Don't you agree? Hi? Hua Gu, I. Haigo realized the situation was bad and stammered, trying to apologize. Huayan ignored him, took out his phone, and directly dialed Chen Er's number. Chen Er, I'm not dealing with Hai Ji's barbecue anymore. Do as you please. Hua good, don't do this. Haigo quickly grabbed Huayan, pleading desperately. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You have a lot of grace, so don't hold it against me. Please forgive me, and next time you come, I'll treat you to a meal. Huayan pushed aside Hai Ji's hand and turned to leave. Such people no longer stirred even a shred of sympathy in him. If you are unkind, then I can only be unjust. Deserved. Haigo watched Huayan's retreating figure and sat down on the ground with a wail. It's over, all over. After leaving Haigo barbecue, Huayan immediately spotted a gloomy man by the roadside, wearing a hat, smoking quietly, and glancing at him. A little further down the road, a 7-seater Jinbei van with a Hualala logo was parked, and a pair of muscular twin brothers in the driver's seat were also stealing glances at him. They had come, the Xiao family had arrived. In his previous life, it was these three who sneaked into Huayan's home in the middle of the night, taking advantage of his deep sleep to cover his mouth and nose with a towel soaked in a powerful anesthetic, rendering him unconscious and stuffing him into the Jinbei van. His sister, Hua Miao, was also taken away. It seemed that Huayan's earlier actions of violently beating Zhao Yingjie at the police station and scaring Su Fang with a gun had indeed thoroughly enraged the Xiao family. Of course, it also altered the previous timeline. They were eager to act. Very well, then let the battle begin. Huayan remained calm as he walked into a nearby supermarket, buying a yellow raincoat, a large bundle of oilcloth, a pack of rags, 2 large rolls of tape, and several pieces of women's clothing. When he came out, the 3 men were still watching him from the street. Huayan carried the oilcloth and held the shopping bag as he walked past them, deliberately glancing at the 3. They turned their faces away, pretending to be nonchalant. Back at home, Huayan first took out his phone, connected it to the Bluetooth speaker, and pressed play. Beyond's classic song, I Am Anger, immediately filled the air. Woo! Can I catch my breath? I am a nightmare. I can disturb you every day. Meeting you on the road. Don't retreat. I am anger. I can burn you to death in a minute. Accompanied by Beyond's passionate song, Huayan carefully took down his parents' portraits, stored them away properly in the cabinet. Then, he moved all the tables and chairs to the corner, stacking them neatly. The room suddenly revealed a large empty space, and Huayan shook out the oilcloth, spreading it out. After finishing these tasks, Huayan walked to the window, lifted the curtain, and glanced down. Under the dim streetlight, the Jinbei van was indeed parked downstairs. Huayan turned back, put on the raincoat, donned plastic gloves, turned off the lights, and sat quietly on the sofa, waiting. The hunting ground was set, just waiting for the prey to arrive. Beyond's song continued to echo in the room. Just want to swallow tons of anger, not thinking about losing my voice. I'll never die. I'll never cry. You'll see. Woo. Can I catch my breath? As soon as the lights in Huayan's room went out, the twin brothers in the Jinbei van could no longer sit still. Binge, let's make our move, the older brother Chung Damao urged impatiently. The younger brother Chung Erbio chimed in. We need all 3 of us to deal with a little cop? Zhao Gongzi is really something. The sooner we do it, the sooner it's over. The front row, with eyes lightly closed, Han Bing, resembling a monk in meditation, had an expressionless face, squeezing out a single word between his teeth. Wait! Damo and Erbio immediately fell silent, mimicking Han Bing's demeanor, waiting quietly. Han Bing certainly did not pity Huayan, wanting him to live a little longer. Nor was he worried that something might go wrong with the operation. As Erbio said, it was just a little cop. He was simply enjoying the tranquil and prolonged thrill before hunting his prey. He had always been very patient, especially when it came to killing. At the age of 16, he had a minor altercation with a group of delinquents from another class. After harboring thoughts of murder, he spent 3 whole months secretly watching them, observing their every move. He waited until they were all drunk and staggering at a gathering before he struck. 1 knife for each, a total of 5. That night, he embarked on a path of escape, eventually making his way to a harbor where he worked as a bricklayer at Zhao Fucheng's construction site. The foreman bullied him for being young and withheld his wages. He didn't complain or resist. Instead, he greeted him with a smile and flattery. 6 months later, the foreman had completely let his guard down and even invited him to his home for dinner. He made his move, killing the foreman and his family of 3, stabbing the foreman over 30 times and stealing all the money in the house. However, this time he wasn't so lucky. A detective named Huasin discovered the clues, found evidence, and set his sights on him. He was forced to flee again but ran into Zhao Fucheng's car. Zhao Fucheng asked no questions, hid him in the trunk, and evaded the pursuing police. Once the heat died down, he bought him a complete set of documents and gave him a new identity. From then on, he was Han Bing, the most loyal and fearsome assassin under Zhao Fucheng. Whenever someone threatened Zhao Fucheng's interests, refused to cooperate with the Fucheng Group's demolition projects, or attempted to investigate Zhao Fucheng, it was time for Han Bing to act. After each kill, he felt a strong sense of emptiness, like a man in a post-coital slump. For him, the real enjoyment lay in the foreplay and build-up. As Zhao Fucheng's business grew larger and his status rose higher, fewer dared to oppose the Xiao family, and the opportunities to use Han Bing dwindled. He hadn't acted in months, and the bloodthirsty beast within him was restless. An hour later, just past midnight, Han Bing suddenly opened his cold, lifeless eyes and sat up straight. "Let's go!" Demang and Erbiao were already impatient, excitedly getting out of the car and following Han Bing into the building. As they approached the entrance, Han Bing pressed the button on the imported signal jammer. Although it was questionable whether the cameras in this old neighborhood were still operational, he felt it unnecessary. But Liang had instructed that this time it must be done cleanly, leaving no traces. Huayan's home was on the 4th floor, and the three of them climbed the stairs. "This old building doesn't even have an elevator," Demang muttered. Erbiao added quietly, "How much can a small cop earn? Having a place to live is good enough. Then you carry the person down later. Last time it was me." Han Bing shot them a glare and made a shushing gesture, then pressed his ear against Huayan's door, listening for a moment. The room was silent. Han Bing skillfully twisted the peephole on the door, took out a long piece of thin wire coiled into a circle, and slipped it through the hollow space. After a few slight movements, he hooked the doorknob and pulled up. With a soft click, the lock opened. The three of them entered quietly, closed the door, and turned on their flashlights. Seeing the large open space in the room and the oilcloth spread on the floor, Han Bing felt a twinge of surprise. Before he could think much more, Huayan's voice came from the corner. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Han Bing, Demang, and Erbiao froze, turning towards the voice. Huayan sat on the sofa like a ghost, smiling at the three of them. "Welcome to your death." A sudden sense of foreboding surged in Han Bing's heart. How did he know we were coming? Since he knew we were coming, how could he dare to sit there waiting for us? Isn't he afraid? Questions and worries vanished in an instant as Demang and Erbiao charged straight at Huayan. Demang wielded a pickaxe, while Erbiao held a trowel. They were tools commonly seen on construction sites, and they were also the favorite murder weapons of the two brothers. These brothers were from the northern desert, and in their early years, they followed their father to a coal mine in Heshi, making a fortune by exploiting lonely and naive migrant workers. They would deceive these workers into thinking they were relatives and bring them to the mine to work together. Then, they would find opportunities to create mining accidents, killing the workers and extorting hefty compensation from the mine owner. The brothers specialized in hammering people. Once, they were caught off guard and exposed. The mine owner, a ruthless character, summoned a dozen subordinates to beat them. Their father was killed on the spot, but the brothers, true to their names, fought their way out of the encirclement. After that, they fled to the harbor and picked up the long-lost criminal skill of street mugging. In no time, the harbor was in an uproar. One of their victims was the financial manager of Zhao Fuqing's company, who was directly turned into a vegetable. Zhao Fuqing was furious and ordered Han Bing to take action. Before the police could solve the case, Han Bing had already found the two brothers, cornering them in a dilapidated rental house in the urban village. A fierce battle ensued, and three of Han Bing's men were down before he finally subdued the brothers. Han Bing tortured them for several hours, inflicting over a dozen bloody cuts on their bodies. Yet, the brothers only cursed silently, never uttering a word of submission, urging Han Bing to just kill them quickly. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Fuqing stopped Han Bing, offering to overlook the past as long as they were willing to work for him. From then on, the brothers worked for Han Bing. In a flash, Demang and Erbiao had closed in on Huayan, and Han Bing seemed to foresee Huayan's skull shattering, blood spilling everywhere. However, Huayan appeared completely oblivious to the danger, sitting leisurely as he picked up a rag and crumpled it into a ball. No! Han Bing remembered that before they set out, Zhao Yingjie had emphasized that he wanted him alive, to bring back a living Huayan for him to torture. Before Han Bing could remind them, Demang's sledgehammer swung violently toward Huayan's head. The force was tremendous, swift and fierce, heavy and fast. It was too late. This little cop would be lucky to survive with half a life. However, in the next second, Han Bing was stunned. Demang swung the sledgehammer down with all his might, certain of his success. Yet, Huayan merely tilted his body slightly, and in a flash, the sledgehammer missed Huayan, sending Demang's body forward. Before Demang could launch a second attack, Huayan kicked up, landing a heavy blow to Demang's groin. Demang immediately bent over in pain, unable to suppress a scream. Huayan was prepared. He quickly shoved the rag into Demang's mouth, silencing the scream and turning it into a muffled groan. At the same time, Huayan kneed upward, crashing his knee into Demang's face. Demang's nasal bone shattered, his lips turned inside out, his teeth broken, and his face became a bloody mess. This series of rapid and powerful attacks forced Demang to retreat repeatedly, but Huayan had no intention of stopping. He then grasped Demang's head and twisted it forcefully. With a crisp crack, Demang's neck broke, and he collapsed onto the oilcloth, lifeless. All of this took no more than 3 seconds. Neither Han Bing nor Cheng Erbiao had time to react. the notoriously fierce Cheng Demang was taken down. Huayan was still unarmed. Every attack he made was ruthless and precise, direct and clean, aimed at taking his opponent's life. Was this really just a little cop? Impossible. What kind of killing god was this? They had no idea that after his father's death in the line of duty and his vow to become a police officer, Huayan had been training his body and practicing combat, having won first place in combat class during police academy. It was only after he officially joined the criminal police team and put on the uniform that he was forced to reign in his brilliance. They had no idea that the reborn Huayan had a thorough understanding of their every move and possessed the superpower of foresight. They were even more unaware that at this moment, a raging fire of revenge burned fiercely in Huayan's heart. Huayan quietly watched Cheng Erbio, who was staring blankly. "Hey, wake up, it's your turn." Cheng Eryong came to his senses, looking at the corpse of Cheng Damon on the ground, his eyes blood-red, and like a mad tiger, he lunged at Huayan, swinging a trowel towards him, the blade glinting coldly. But he fell faster than his brother. Huayan dodged the trowel, reached out, and accurately grabbed Erbio's wrist, pulling back and sending him forward. The trowel turned around and went straight for Erbio's throat, slicing through his carotid artery. Blood sprayed out with a whoosh, splattering onto Huayan's yellow raincoat. Huayan supported the incredulous, increasingly weak Erbio, slowly laying him down on the oilcloth without making a sound. Blood dripped down from Huayan's body in a winding stream. Huayan turned to look at Han Bing, grinning at him. A cold chill rose from his heart, quickly enveloping his entire body. Han Bing understood, the terrifying man before him was the hunter, and they were the prey waiting to be slaughtered. He was right, welcome to your death. For the first time in his life, Han Bing felt fear, the fear of death, the fear of impending doom. To hell with the mission, to hell with the Xiao family. Han Bing turned and fled towards the door, wishing he could sprout wings and fly away from this terrifying hunting ground. At the same time, Huayan also strode after him. Just as Han Bing's hand grasped the doorknob, Huayan arrived, his icy hand gripping Han Bing's throat. Han Bing hurried to reach for his knife, the blade he never left behind, but found nothing. Huayan had already drawn it first. Han Bing wanted to scream for help, but a rag was stuffed into his mouth. Huayan pinned Han Bing against the iron door, swinging the knife down repeatedly, 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. In his previous life, aside from Zhaolingjie, Han Bing was the one who tormented Huayan the most. In the second before losing consciousness, Han Bing saw many people. His high school classmates whom he had stabbed to death, the family of the foreman he had exterminated, all those he had helped Zhao Fuqing kill, their terrified eyes and twisted faces. So this is how terrifying death is. Huayan laid the gasping Han Bing down on the oilcloth, aligning him with Cheng Damon and Cheng Erbio. Then, he calmly cut open the oilcloth, wrapping the 3 killers one by one, and tightly binding them with tape. An hour later, Huayan sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away from the community in a golden van. Inside the vehicle were neatly arranged bodies of Han Bing, Cheng Damon, and Cheng Erbio, all wrapped in oilcloth. The community was quiet and serene at midnight, with only the occasional chirping of insects from the grass, and a stray cat gracefully darting by. No one knew that just moments ago, a massacre had taken place in room 402 of Building 3. A person who was supposed to die had survived, while 3 who should have long been dead met their end. Huayan slammed on the gas, the car speeding down the empty street under the night sky. Next, it was Zhaolingjie's turn. In Haigang City, at the West Australia dock, Hongyun Shipping Company, Zhaolingjie was also waiting for Huayan, filled with drunkenness and hatred, excitement and anticipation. This was a little-known property under Zhao Fuqing's command, usually managed by Zhaolingjie. It was called a shipping company but did not operate publicly. Ostensibly, it served to dock and maintain several luxury yachts belonging to the Xiao family, but in reality, it was used for unspeakable secret activities like interrogation, imprisonment, murder, and body disposal. Accompanied by the frenzied music of Eminem's famous song Kill You, Zhaolingjie took another large gulp of scalding whiskey, twisting his body leisurely in the empty hall. The moment Liang brought Han Bing, Cheng Damon, and Cheng Erbio before him, he was 100% sure that Huayan was finished. These 3 were the most capable and ruthless subordinates of Zhao Fuqing, and they would effortlessly capture Huayan and bring him to him. The only thing he needed to consider was how to thoroughly torment Huayan later. On the table beside him lay an array of tools: sewing needles, scalpels, whips, electric drills, hacksaws, stun guns, and cleavers, all sizes and shapes. He planned to use them all on Huayan. It was slightly regrettable that the person sent to capture Huayan's sister, Hua Miao, had just called to report that she had hurriedly left school in the afternoon to fly to Sanya for a vacation. No matter, she would eventually return. Zhaolingjie had plenty of time, and no one related to Huayan would escape. Zhaolingjie glanced at the time again. Why hadn't Han Bing and the others returned yet? Just then, the electric gate slowly opened, and a golden van steadily drove in. They've arrived. Zhao Jie laughed heartily, put down his glass, tossed away his cigarette but turned off the music, and strode forward. As the van approached, he found it strange that there was only one person inside, and they didn't look like Han Bing, Cheng Damon, or Chung Erbio. Dressed in a yellow raincoat, they resembled. Just as Zhao Jie was puzzled, the van stopped in front of him. The driver got out, walked up to him, lifted the raincoat hood, and looked up, smiling at him. It was none other than Huiyan. Zhao Jie gaped, dumbfounded, staring at Huiyan. You. He was so shocked that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Why wasn't I knocked out? Why wasn't I tied up? Why am I still standing here in front of you? Huiyan helped Zhao Jie with the questions and answered them himself. It's simple, because the 3 people you sent were useless. They're all dead, so I had to come find you myself. Impossible. Zhao Jie blurted out, instinctively shaking his head in denial. Huiyan directly opened the van door and dragged out the 3 corpses, tossing them down in front of Zhao Jie like dead pigs. Through the transparent oilcloth, it was still clear to see that Han Bing, Cheng Damon, and Cheng Erbio were all gruesomely dead. Zhao Jie shivered in horror, retreating in fear. How could this be? They were all formidable characters under my father's command. They had dealt with countless tough opponents, disobedient individuals, and upright police officers, and had never failed. How could they all be dead just like that? And Huiyan looked completely unharmed. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Huiyan approached expressionlessly. With a bang, Zhao Jie's back hit the table, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. Don't come any closer. What do you want? Whatever you want to do to me, I'll do to you. Huiyan glanced at the various torture tools laid out on the table. Needles in your fingers? Whips on your back? Scalpel for skinning? Electric drill for your eyeballs? Sawing off your arms? Cleaver for your thighs? Which one do you want to start with? With each item Huiyan mentioned, Zhao Jie couldn't help but shudder. Why you can't do this to me? Oh, why not? Because my dad is Zhao Fuqing. Can you come up with something new? Huiyan dug at his ear. My ears are getting calluses from hearing that. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Zhao Jie was left speechless. Huiyan casually picked up the cleaver, swung it in the air, and brought it down onto the table. How about we start with this? Drip, drip, a stream of urine trickled down Zhao Jie's pants. Huiyan waved his hand in disgust, trying to drive away the smell of urine. Do all of you Xiao family members love to wet your pants this much? Zhao Jie's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down. Realizing that Huiyan really might take his life, Zhao Jie instantly lost all his previous arrogance, looking pitiful like a mangy dog, wagging his tail in plea, trembling as he begged. Big brother, I was wrong. I know I messed with the wrong person. Please let me go. I won't dare to provoke you again. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. I can give you money, yes, I can give you a lot of money. My family is wealthy. I can give it to you right now, all of it. Zhao Jie fumbled to take out his phone, wanting to transfer money to Huiyan. Huiyan watched him enter the unlocked password, noted down those numbers, then snatched the phone away and stuffed it into his own pocket, coldly asking, Do you have cash? Yes, there's a safe over there. Zhao Jie scrambled to the wall where the safe was, inputting the password to open it. Inside were stacks of cash bundled in tens, roughly estimating at least over $1 million. Zhao Jie proactively found a large bag nearby and stuffed all the cash into it, respectfully handing it to Huiyan. Huiyan took the bag and slung it over his shoulder. A small spark of hope ignited in Zhao Jie's heart. As long as he was willing to take the money, there was still room for negotiation. Yes, who wouldn't love money? However, Huiyan's next words stunned Zhao Jie again. Now it's time to take me to your secret paradise, Huiyan said coldly. Ha, how did you know? Hurry up, Huiyan barked. Zhao Jie didn't dare to say another word and quickly walked to a row of filing cabinets, reaching out to press a hidden mechanism. The filing cabinet slid open, revealing a hidden door on the ground. Open it, Huiyan commanded. Zhao Jie pulled open the hidden door, and Huiyan kicked it hard, causing Zhao Jie to tumble down a set of steps. Huiyan took a deep breath, put on a mask, flipped up the hood of his raincoat, hiding his entire face, and then slowly walked inside step by step. Below was a secret room as large as a basketball court, with no doors or windows, completely sealed. Bright white lights illuminated the space, and several large iron cages, half the height of a person, were scattered across the floor. Most were empty, but 6 contained people, living, breathing people. 6 young and beautiful girls were locked in the cages like dogs, their bodies barely covered, dazed and terrified. This was Zhao Jie's secret paradise, which Huiyan preferred to call hell on earth. In his previous life, he had been locked up here after having his hands and feet broken, alongside these girls. They were all forcibly taken by Zhao Jie from various places, kept here for him to slowly abuse and torment. Some were tortured to death, others were sold off after being played with, each met a tragic end. Whenever one went missing, it wouldn't be long before Zhao would bring in new stock. Over those 5 years, Huo Yan had seen many such girls imprisoned and harmed by Zhao, and one could only imagine how many parents' hearts were shattered, how many families were torn apart because of this. But Zhao had never faced punishment. At this moment, the girls in the cages had awakened, looking at Zhao, who was groaning and screaming on the ground, and Huo Yan, whose entire body was shrouded in a blood-stained yellow raincoat, not knowing what had happened, trembling in fear. Huo Yan dragged over a hammer from the corner and smashed the locks on each cage one by one. "You're free!" The girls were stunned, some couldn't believe it, some gasped in surprise, some cried tears of joy, and some wailed loudly. After a moment, the girls snapped back to reality, crawling out of the cages and rushing towards the exit, eager to escape this hell as quickly as possible. As they passed by Zhao, a girl with short, neat hair suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran over, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao's groin. Zhao let out a terrible scream, his body twisted and curled up. "Bastard! Dog bastard! Beast! Scum!" The short-haired girl cried, using the most vicious words she could think of, angrily cursing Zhao and swinging her fists with all her might. Huo Yan remembered her name was Bao Yuding. In her previous life, she was also the fiercest girl, never willing to submit, biting off half of Zhao ear. In the end, she was kicked in the chest and had her neck twisted by Zhao. The other girls also stopped, and without a word, they rushed forward, kicking and hitting Zhao with fury, venting their anger. Zhao had never thought that one day he would be beaten by women. He had just wanted to resist, but when he caught a glimpse of Huo Yan's cold gaze, he had no choice but to obediently cover his head and let the girls kick him. Before long, Zhao was already bruised and bloodied, screaming in agony. Only then did Huo Yan walk over. "That's enough, leave him half alive." The girls stopped at the sound, still spitting angrily at Zhao. Huo Yan took down a large bag of cash from her shoulder and placed it in front of the girls. "You can divide it among yourselves." The girls were astonished and dared not step forward. "No need to be polite." Huo Yan pointed at Zhao. "It's all his money, and it's the compensation you deserve, though it's still far from enough, but it's something." The girls no longer hesitated. Bao Yuding took the lead, and each of them took a stack of 100 yuan bills into their arms. "Thank you," the girls said in unison. Huo Yan waved her hand. "There's a Jinbei car parked outside with some clean clothes inside. There's a bathroom on the left side of the yard where you can wash up. After you go out, just walk straight for about 10 minutes, and you'll reach the main road. In about an hour, it will be dawn." "Who are you?" Bao Yuding asked cautiously. "Why are you helping us?" "You don't need to know who I am. I'm just someone who has also been harmed by him, like you," Huo Yan said heavily. "Let's go, leave this place, and don't look back. Just treat it as a nightmare, as if you were bitten by a vicious dog, and live well." Bao Yuding led the other girls, deeply bowing to Huo Yan before quickly leaving. They waited until they had all exited the secret room, and even the sound of their footsteps had faded away. Huo Yan took off her mask, removed her hat, drew the sharp knife she had taken from Han Bing, and walked towards Zhao. Zhao realized that Huo Yan did not intend to let him go. He struggled to get up and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. If you think the money is too little, I can give you more. I can ask my dad for it. He will give me whatever I ask for, but I just want you to die." Huo Yan approached expressionlessly. "You can't. You're a police officer. You can't kill." Zhao stammered. "Sorry, I'm not one anymore, thanks to you. Have you forgotten? But you're a good person. Yes, you let those girls go and gave them money. You're a good person." Zhao shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. "Good people don't kill. You can't kill me." "Who said good people can't kill? Who said good people can only be bullied by scoundrels like you? Who said good people can only swallow their anger?" Huo Yan stepped on Zhao, grabbed his hair, and raised the knife. "Damn!" Zhao knew he was at death's door and cursed loudly. The blade had already fallen, slicing open his throat. Blood sprayed out with a hissing sound. Huo Yan remembered a movie she had seen before, Ashes of Time, where a blind swordsman once said, "If the knife is fast enough, when the blood sprays from the wound, it sounds like the wind, very pleasant." A few seconds later, Zhao breathed his last, ending his short yet wicked life. He could never do evil again, never bully or insult girls, never harm the innocent again. Huo Yan quietly looked at her hands. Once, these hands had caught many criminals, putting handcuffs on them and sending them to prison. Now, these hands are stained with blood, having ruthlessly taken the lives of 4 people on this night of life and death. But these hands also saved 6 innocent young girls, along with many potential victims. In Huo Yan's heart, there is not a shred of guilt, only a sense of satisfaction, only a feeling of vengeance. Yes, these hands will continue to kill, taking the lives of more scoundrels who either escape justice or think themselves above the law. No forgiveness, no mercy, no letting go. Huo Yan threw down the knife, removed his gloves, took out Zhao phone, entered the password to unlock it, accessed WeChat, clicked into the wallet, and wow, there were over 3 million just in pocket money. Without a moment's hesitation, he transferred it all into his own account. Then, Ho Yan raised Zhao Yingjia's phone and took a photo of Zhao Yingjia's lifeless body. Zhao family villa. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and Zhao Fuqing was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. He always woke up very early, no matter how late he had been out the night before. He would rise promptly at dawn, and after breakfast, he would start dealing with various matters. This habit had been maintained for over 20 years. The dishes were simple yet expensive: French bread filled with air-freighted British cheese and Spanish ham, accompanied by Australian milk and Japanese eggs, probably worth a month's worth of food expenses for an ordinary working-class family. Zhao Fuqing ate slowly. He didn't particularly enjoy these foods, but he felt he deserved to indulge in the finest ingredients. A man who built a vast empire with his own hands deserved to enjoy this world. It was rare for Su Fong to wake up early today, her expression betraying an uncontainable excitement. Zhao Fuqing looked over inquiringly. Yingjie took people to deal with that little cop last night, Su Fong explained. Tell him to come find me after he's done. Zhao Fuqing didn't pay much attention, wiped his mouth, and was about to leave the dining room. Ding dong, Su Fong's phone rang, and she picked it up to check. Yingjie sent a message. It should be. Her voice suddenly cut off, and Su Fong turned pale as if she had seen a ghost, letting out a piercing scream, dropping her phone, and falling backward, knocking over her chair. Zhao Fuqing shot her an annoyed glare, picked up the phone, and was immediately stunned, the scar on his forehead throbbing wildly. On the screen was a photo of Zhao Yingjie's corpse. Half an hour later, Zhao Fuqing arrived at Hongyun Shipping Company and saw Zhao Yingjie's body lying in a pool of blood, pale and horrifying. Son, Yingjie, Su Fong dared not approach, collapsing to the ground and wailing, "That bastard did this? I want to slice him into 1,000 pieces. I want to kill his whole family." A Liang silently lifted Zhao Yingjie's clothing, revealing a pattern carved into his chest with a sharp blade, a leaping flame symbol. Flame? Ho Yan, that little cop? Su Fong grabbed Zhao Fuqing. Honey, it was that little cop. It must be him. I want him dead. I want him dead right now. Zhao Fuqing remained expressionless throughout, ignoring Su Fong, only instructing a Liang. I want all the information on Ho Yan. Zhao Fuqing paused, a flicker of regret suddenly flashing in his eyes. I think I may have underestimated a terrifying opponent. The regret vanished in an instant, and Zhao Fuqing regained his composure, issuing another command. Clean this place up, dispose of the body. Today's events must not get out. But that's Yingjie, our son, Su Fong protested. You can't just throw him into the sea. Zhao Fuqing turned to Su Fong, his gaze icy. Don't mention him again. If anyone asks, just say you sent him abroad to study. Su Fong was stunned as Zhao Fuqing pushed her hand away and turned to leave without even giving Zhao Yingjie a final glance. In the distance, on the rooftop of a tall building, Hui Yan stood at the edge, gazing at Hongyuan Shipping Company. He didn't bother to clean up the scene or attempt to destroy evidence. Instead, he proactively sent photos to Su Fong and left a flame mark. There was no need. Even if Zhao Fuqing thought about it with his toes, he would suspect him. Hui Yan was certain that Zhao Fuqing would never call the police. If that happened, he would have too much to explain. Moreover, that was definitely not his style. He would seek revenge personally. He might even want to kill Hui Yan himself. Sure enough, Hui Yan saw Zhao Fuqing come and go, and no police arrived. Hui Yan also saw oil barrels being pushed onto a yacht, which then sailed into the open sea. That was the Xiao family's usual method of handling bodies. However, there were 4 oil barrels in total. This meant that Zhao Yingjie's body was among them. Hui Yan thought about how Zhao Fuqing would handle the body, how he would suppress and hide the fact that Zhao Yingjie had been killed because it was too embarrassing, too disgraceful. But Hui Yan didn't expect Zhao Fuqing to be so resolute as to sink his own son into the sea. What a cold and ruthless person he was. How merciless and cruel would he be in attacking Hui Yan? If Zhao Yingjie was merely a spoiled child, a cowardly bully, a brash and arrogant fool, and a cowardly thug with high aspirations but low abilities, then the real battle would be with Zhao Fuqing. 2 days passed in calm. Zhao Fuqing was clearly more patient than expected. Hui Yan was not in a hurry. Aside from a few conversations with his sister Hua Miao to confirm she was safe out of town, he was studying Zhao Yingjie's phone, checking contacts, browsing albums, and analyzing social media accounts. He discovered many interesting things. For example, the girl named Lu Xian, whom he had rescued from Zhao Yingjie's clutches, was still a student at the Port Normal University, and it was no coincidence that she had caught Zhao Yingjie's eye. At the entrance of Port Normal University in the evening, the crowd was bustling, with energetic students coming in and out, radiating youthful joy. Lu Xian, dressed in a white dress, stood outside the school gate waiting for someone, her beauty and graceful figure attracting the attention of many boys. However, there was a hint of unease in her expression, as if she were a frightened deer, anxious and worried. Lu Xian felt as if someone was staring at her and quickly turned her head to look. A few steps away, Huiyan was walking towards her. Lu Xian was instantly stunned. That day, when Zhao Jie had drugged her, her body had been weak and numb, but her mind was not completely muddled. She still remembered being dragged into the hotel by Zhao Jie, pinned to the bed, and his hands all over her. In that helpless and humiliating moment, when heaven did not respond to her cries, it was Huiyan who broke in, pulled Zhao Jie away, and covered her with his coat. But later, she had changed her testimony, claiming she had not been violated by Zhao Jie and that it was all voluntary. "I'm sorry. Lu Xian's face turned red, stammering as she wanted to apologize but didn't know how to say it. Huiyan quietly looked at Lu Xian, saying nothing. In his previous life, he had hated her for not standing up to accuse the bad guy who harmed her. After experiencing the cruel methods of the Xiao family and the subsequent torments, he understood a bit more. Not everyone has the courage to fight back, especially against the Xiao family, which had its hands in everything. "Don't be afraid, I'm just here to give you a reminder." Huiyan hadn't finished speaking when a tall, muscular boy came out of the school gate and immediately pulled Lu Xian behind him. "Who are you?" The boy scrutinized Huiyan, his tone unfriendly. "Ah Hua, he's the officer Hua who saved me before," Lu Xian explained. The boy was somewhat surprised but still maintained a stern face, continuing to question him. "That matter is already in the past. Why are you still looking for Xinshin? Is he your boyfriend Han Yaohua?" Huiyan ignored him and asked Lu Xinshin. Lu Xinshin nodded, puzzled. "How do you know his name?" "Break up with him," Huiyan said abruptly. Lu Xinshin was taken aback. Han Yaohua was furious. "What are you talking about?" Huiyan continued to Lu Xinshin. "He's a gambling addict, the kind that never repents. He was misguided before, but he has promised me to quit and never gamble again," Lu Xinshin explained awkwardly. "He's lying to you. He's still gambling, never stopped, playing all kinds of online gambling. His debts now are at least 500,000. "You're talking nonsense." Han Yaohua was anxious and angry. Huiyan still ignored him, coldly saying, "The largest debt is borrowed from Zhao Jie." Lu Xinshin was shocked, looking at Han Yaohua, whose expression had changed drastically. "You know that bastard?" Han Yaohua quickly shook his head. "Xinshin, don't listen to his nonsense. He's a special recruit on your school's basketball team, right? To make extra money, he played in corporate leagues for Fuchin Group. He must have met Zhao Jie then." Huiyan didn't give Han Yaohua a chance to interrupt, continuing to speak to Lu Xinshin. "The only sport Zhao Jie likes is basketball. He often goes to play basketball with Zhao Jie, and they built a relationship over time. Not long ago, Zhao Jie asked him to pay back the money, but he couldn't, and Zhao Jie threatened to ruin him. He got scared and voluntarily offered to give you to Zhao Jie." Lu Xinshin was stunned, looking at Han Yaohua in disbelief. "I didn't," Han Yaohua hurriedly defended. "What the hell are you talking about? That day he invited you to Deep Blue Bar, right? But he didn't show up, and Zhao Jie came to hit on you. You're from the Northeast, usually good with alcohol, but that day you only drank half a glass and got dizzy. Because Zhao Jie has invested in that bar, the bartender is one of his people, and they drugged your drink." "You're talking nonsense. I didn't. It has nothing to do with me." Han Yaohua was still denying it. "Do you want me to reveal your chat records with Zhao Jie?" Huiyan asked. "Impossible. How could you have?" Han Yaohua started to say, realizing he had slipped up. Lu Xinshin's tears fell, disappointment and anger filled her, and she raised her hand to slap Han Yaohua hard, covering her face as she turned and ran towards the school. "Xinshin!" Han Yaohua was about to chase after her when Huiyan stretched out his foot, causing Han Yaohua to fall flat on his face. "Don't harass young ladies anymore." Han Yaohua glared at Huiyan, already furious, cursing angrily. "Go to hell, are you sick? Why meddle in other people's business? Don't think I won't hit you just because you think you're a cop. I'm not anymore. If you want to hit me, go ahead." Han Yaohua clenched his fists. "The best orthopedic hospital in the harbor is at the 3rd Municipal Hospital," Huiyan said calmly. "You better get there as fast as you can, or you might not be able to play basketball anymore." "What the hell are you talking about?" Han Yaohua looked confused. "Because in a moment, I'm going to break your right arm," Huiyan said with a smile. "Fuck!" Han Yaohua scoffed. "What are you bragging about? Who do you think you are?" Han Yaohua swung his right hand, throwing a punch. As a basketball special recruit playing the center position, Han Yaohua was tall and strong, and this punch was powerful. However, Huiyan simply raised his hand, firmly grasping Han Yaohua's fist, pressing down, and then swung his own fist down. Before Han Yaohua even understood what was happening, he heard a crisp crack, followed by a wave of intense pain. Just as Huiyan had predicted, his right arm had broken into 2 pieces, hanging limply down. Han Yaohua's eyes widened as he looked at Huiyan, shocked to the point of forgetting the pain. "Get lost." Huo Yan coldly shouted, "Don't let me see you again." Han Yaohua dared not look at Huo Yan any longer. Enduring the pain, he rushed to the roadside, waving the hand that could still move, desperately trying to stop a car. By the time Huo Yan returned to his neighborhood, the sky had already darkened. He appeared nonchalant, strolling casually, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, but he did not spot any unfamiliar, suspicious faces. A ding-dong sound came from his phone. There was a new friend request on WeChat, reading, "Hello, I am Lu Xian. I want to say thank you." Huo Yan smiled and directly clicked reject. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind, lunging for Huo Yan's neck. As soon as those hands touched his shoulder, Huo Yan's muscles tensed up, and he quickly took a step back, pressing his back against the person's chest, sinking down, grabbing the person's left arm, and executing a shoulder throw. The person was lifted off the ground and fell heavily, crying out in pain, "Ouch!" Huo Yan's palm strike aimed at the person's neck abruptly halted in midair. It turned out to be his former partner and colleague from the criminal police team, Du Yu. Huo Yan hurriedly helped Du Yu up. "What are you doing here?" "No kidding. I had to come see how you were doing," Du Yu said while rubbing his backside, grimacing in complaint. "Brother Yan, you were too rough this time, right? If I weren't so tough, you would have broken me with that throw." "Sorry about that." Huo Yan brushed the dust off Du Yu. "It's fine. You should be more alert." Du Yu waved his hand. "Come on, let's go have some skewers. I was planning to treat you, but now you have to treat me." "Alright, I'll treat. Then let's go to Haigu Barbecue." Do you knew Huo Yan was a regular at Haigu Barbecue? They should be closed by now. "Ha, no way." Moments later, Du Yu stood in front of Haigu Barbecue, staring at the closed door and the notice saying store for transfer, astonished and puzzled. Haven't they always been doing well? How can they just close? The owner is a piece of work. Huo Yan said lightly, deservedly so. They then casually found another barbecue place nearby and sat down in an open spot by the street. The night breeze was gentle and inviting. Du Yu eagerly took a big gulp of cold beer, looking at Huo Yan with an apologetic expression. "I should have come to see you earlier, but when you suddenly left, the team was thrown into chaos, and I was so busy I could barely keep my feet on the ground. I just found time today, sorry about that." "It's good that you could come." Huo Yan raised his glass and clinked it with Du Yu's. "How have you been these days?" "I'm fine." Du Yu glanced around, leaned closer to Huo Yan, and whispered, "Has the Xiao family come to trouble you?" "Not yet." Huo Yan continued to play dumb. Du Yu tilted his head, frowning, feeling something was off. Huo Yan teased, "What? Are you hoping something happens to me?" "Of course not. I'm just worried about you. The Xiao family is notorious for holding grudges. How could they just let it go?" Huo Yan smiled but said nothing. "I heard that Zhao Jie, that bastard, suddenly went abroad to study." "Oh," Huo Yan mumbled, handing over a skewer of meat. "Don't just talk, eat something." Du Yu took it, then put it down, continuing, "Don't you find it strange? With his character, what kind of study is he going to do, and why did he leave so suddenly?" Du Yu looked worried. "I suspect it's a ruse. He probably hasn't left and is secretly planning to come after you." "Don't worry about it. If he comes looking for me, I can't run away, can I? Just wait and see." Huo Yan appeared relaxed. "Come on, let's drink." Du Yu looked at Huo Yan with confusion, dissatisfied with his reaction, and said seriously, "Brother Yan, can you tell me the truth now? Why do you have such a big grudge against Zhao Jie? Why did you suddenly quit your job? Why is it like this? You know, ever since I joined the team, we've been together. After all these years, you suddenly turn out like this, and I really feel quite upset." In an instant, a tremor ran through Huo Yan's heart. At least there was someone who truly cared about him. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Du Yu, but suddenly stopped. Not far away, a business car drove up and slowly stopped by the roadside. The car door opened, and two people got out together. The ghostly Liang habitually walked into the shadow under the tree, merging with the darkness. The other person, resembling someone from Southeast Asia, was dark, short, and stocky, wearing a sleeveless shirt, with muscular arms. He had a headband tied around his head, and his short hair glimmered with the sheen of his scalp. His nose was flat, and his ears were flattened, typical marks left by years of boxing. Huo Yan recognized him, the Muay Thai king, Babin, a young hero, a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Since his debut, he had fought over 30 matches without a single defeat, knocking out all his opponents. Huo Yan had watched many of his matches online and could be considered a fan. He had also witnessed a year ago when Babin lost control of his emotions and directly kneed his opponent to death in the ring, after which he was expelled from the Muay Thai world. At that time, Huo Yan had felt sorry for him, only to find out later that he had run to the harbor and joined the Xiao family. This was a true master, a real formidable opponent. Compared to the pure instinct-driven thugs like Han Bing and the Cheng twins, Babin was a trained killing machine, a beast that would tear people apart. "Do you must not be involved?" Liang and Babin stood quietly, watching Huo Yan. Do you, with his back to them, was unaware and urged Huiyan, hey, say something. Huiyan's expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, because I'm fed up, tired of all you useless people. Each one of you claims to guard justice and protect the people. In reality, you just follow procedures, handle ordinary cases, and catch simple bad guys. Who among you dares to touch real villains, like Zhao Yingjie and Zhao Fucheng? Do you was stunned into silence by the scolding? Actually, others can still make do, but I can't stand you the most. How many times have I taken the blame for you over the years? How many times have I cleaned up your mess? How many times have I saved you? Partnering with a useless person like you, I'll eventually be dragged down. Do you looked at Huiyan in disbelief? Brother Yan, I originally wanted to joke around with you, but you have no sense of the situation, insisting on digging deeper, wanting me to tell the truth. Are you satisfied now? Huiyan's face was cold, merciless, just wanting you to leave safely. From now on, we are just strangers. Pretend we never knew each other, and don't ever come looking for me again. Do you sat there dazed, as if he didn't recognize Huiyan? What are you still doing here? Go! Huiyan shouted sharply. Diu stood up, clearly not having drunk much, but his body swayed, deeply affected. He took 2 steps out, unwilling to give up, turned back, and gritted his teeth, saying, no matter how you see me, no matter what's going on with you, I used to consider you a brother, and I will still consider you a brother in the future. Take care. Huiyan snorted coldly, raised his glass, and drank deeply, not allowing Diu to see his sad, pained expression. Diu turned around, head down, leaving with a sense of sadness and disappointment, disappearing into the night. Soon after, Babin stepped towards Huiyan. Liang remained motionless in the shadows, simply raising his phone, aiming it at Huiyan. Huiyan glanced at the people nearby who were still happily eating, drinking, and making noise. If a fight broke out here, it would surely harm these innocent people. Huiyan finished the last bit of beer in the bottle, tilted his head back to drink, and pointed to the dark, quiet alley beside him. Babin stopped, turned to look at Liang. Liang nodded. Babin turned back and nodded at Huiyan. Huiyan got up and walked towards the alley. Baban followed closely behind him, while Liang trailed behind Baban. None of the 3 spoke, silently entering the alley one after the other. The alley was a dead end, narrow and deep, about 1 meter wide and 6 meters long. It resembled a deformed, cramped octagonal cage or a small boxing ring with no way to retreat. Huiyan reached the middle of the alley, stopped, turned around, and looked at Baban. Baban also stopped, sizing up Huiyan. The dim yellow light from the main road cast their shadows on the wall, resembling 2 fierce beasts about to pounce on each other. Baban clenched one fist and raised the other hand in a gesture of greeting towards Huiyan, then launched his attack. There was no probing, no hesitation. Baban leaped into the air, delivering a fierce double flying kick aimed at Huiyan's chest. Huiyan could clearly see Baban's moves, but they were much faster than those of his previous opponents, leaving him no time to evade. Huiyan raised his arms to take the kick, staggering back from the impact, while Baban was also pushed back a step. The 2 stood firm. Baban glanced at Huiyan in surprise, then charged forward again. A sprinting step followed by a right straight punch, then a sweeping kick, and then a right downward elbow strike into a knee thrust, a right slide step, a turn and side kick, a spinning kick. Muay Thai is known as the science of 8 limbs, where fists, legs, elbows, and knees can all be used as weapons. Baban had been practicing boxing since he was 6, immersed in it for over 20 years, well versed in various techniques, and rich in practical experience. Almost without thinking, his body moved freely, launching a relentless barrage of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees at Huiyan like a surging tide. Huiyan responded with all his might, countering each move, blocking continuously. Although he was at a disadvantage, he remained steady. The 2 fought in silence, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Liang watched intently, his phone firmly in hand. Taking advantage of Baban's missed kick, Huiyan seized the opportunity, closing in with a straight punch that struck Baban's chest hard. If it had been anyone else, taking this hit from Huiyan would have been enough to suffer. However, Baban merely swayed slightly and countered with a right hook that struck Huiyan's face. A sharp, searing pain shot through Huiyan as his brow split open, blood trickling down, blurring his vision. Baban cracked his neck, clenched his fist, the knuckles popping, and then launched another round of attacks. A forward slide step, an elephant trunk sweep, a horizontal elbow strike, a left uppercut, a right downward elbow smash, a side knee strike, a hook kick. Baban was like a mad tiger, seemingly not the least bit fatigued, even more ferocious than the previous wave of attacks. Huiyan fought desperately to defend himself, but his vision was obstructed, and he quickly took a hit from an elbow and a knee. Outside the alley, a drunken man at a barbecue stall hummed, "I drink alone and get drunk," as he staggered over, unzipping his pants to urinate while calling out to Liang, "Hey, what are you looking at? Liang turned to look, his gaze icy as a blade. The drunken man shivered, holding back his urge to urinate, and ran away with his pants in hand. When Liang turned back, Huiyan was already struggling, having taken several more hits from Ba Ban, a mouthful of blood surging to his throat, which he forced down, retreating rapidly. But Ba Ban stopped, quietly watching Huiyan. Huiyan suddenly froze. He realized he had been pushed to the end of the alley by Ba Ban's onslaught, his back against the brick wall, with no way to retreat. A hint of regret flickered across Ba Ban's face, quickly replaced by cold determination as he charged forward, leaping into the air with a flying knee strike aimed at Huiyan. He believed this signature move would completely crush Huiyan and end the fight. However, Huiyan suddenly dropped his fists, relaxed his body, as if he had lost all fighting spirit and given up resistance. A moment of doubt flashed in Ba Ban's eyes. Huiyan was waiting for this opportunity to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Huiyan moved like a ghost, swiftly dodging to the left and narrowly avoiding Baban's deadly strike. Baban's right knee brushed past Huiyan and crashed heavily into the brick wall, sending debris flying and cracks spreading like a spider's web. Seizing the moment while Ba Ban was momentarily exhausted, Huiyan delivered a fierce elbow strike to Baban's chest. Ba Ban fell to the ground but immediately sprang back up. However, Huiyan had already closed in, wrapping his arm around Baban's neck, pinning him down, and using the momentum to leap into the air, driving his left knee sharply into Baban's face. Ba Ban, summoning all his strength, leaned back violently, breaking free from Huiyan's grip and evading the knee strike. But his expression changed instantly. Huiyan's left knee was merely a feint, and his right knee struck solidly against Baban's chest. The violent impact sent Ba Ban flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, the brick wall at the end of the alley collapsed with a thunderous roar. Blood gushed from Baban's chest, his ribs shattered, and the white bone shards pierced through his skin, breaking through his clothing and exposing themselves. Huiyan's relentless assault on Baban's chest finally bore fruit. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought. Ba Ban struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily, yet still managed to raise his arms, adopting an offensive stance. If you keep fighting, you'll die, Huiyan warned coldly. Ba Ban ignored him, trembling as he swung his fists at Huiyan, weak and feeble like a baby. Huiyan allowed Baban's fists to lightly graze him, no longer paying him any mind, and walked straight toward the alley's exit. Ba Ban still stood there, forcing himself to throw weak punches at the air. Huiyan fixed his gaze on Liang, slowly approaching. Blood dripped from his brow, staining his face, but his steps remained steady, his presence still commanding. Liang sidestepped and gestured as if to say please, seemingly just a bystander, unconcerned and unwilling to intervene in the fight. However, Huiyan had no intention of leaving. He stopped in front of Liang and extended his hand. Liang said nothing, handing over the phone he had been holding up. On the screen, Zhao Fucheng was quietly watching Huiyan. It turned out he had been connected the whole time, observing the deadly struggle between Huiyan and Ba Ban. Is it exciting, Boss Zhao? Huiyan asked with a smile. Brilliant, thrilling, Zhao Fucheng smiled back. The real thrill is yet to come, Boss Xiao. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to use them. Huiyan's tone turned cold, or else I fear you might not get the chance. Young man, why the rush? Zhao Fucheng's expression darkened. Every day you live could be your last. Every second could be your final second. Boss Xiao, you can start the countdown too. Let's see who meets the king of hell first. Huiyan threw the phone to the ground and stomped on it, shattering the screen into darkness. Liang remained motionless, expressionless, as if Huiyan hadn't just smashed his phone. Huiyan turned to leave, passing by a barbecue stall, casually grabbing a napkin from the table to wipe the blood from his face, pressing it against the cut on his brow. He stopped by a small shop, grabbed a bottle of the strongest liquor, hurriedly paid, and eagerly twisted off the cap, gulping it down. He had been holding on until now, unwilling to show any weakness in front of Liang, but in truth, he was on the brink of collapse. Ba Ban was indeed very strong. The recent fight in the dark alley had not only exhausted Huiyan but also left him in intense pain from the strikes, his head spinning. He had intended to take down Liang as well, but he was too drained, and besides, he didn't know Liang's capabilities. Fortunately, Liang was intimidated by his aura and, unaware of his true strength, did not act rashly. The alcohol seemed to temporarily dull the pain, and Huiyan steeled himself, walking into the residential complex, entering the building. The 4 flights of stairs felt like a long and arduous journey. Huiyan forced himself to shuffle to the door, trembling as he took out the key, just about to unlock it when everything went dark, and he collapsed with a thud. The street was empty and desolate under the night sky. A business car sped past. Baba leaned back against the chair, his face pale, his chest heaving violently, like an old, worn-out bellows, emitting heavy breaths. Liang looked at Baba, his expression unchanged. You probably won't be able to box anymore. Baba forced a smile, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth, speaking in broken Chinese. So, I'm no use to you anymore. That's right, Liang said without hesitation. Transfer the money you promised me. To my wife, Baba said with difficulty, looking at Liang with pleading eyes. I never owe anyone money, especially dead people's money. Liang replied flatly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Thank you. Baba felt relieved, struggling to pull out a blood-stained old photo from his chest pocket. In the photo, Baba was smiling brightly, carrying a cute little girl about 4 years old on his shoulder, while a gentle and beautiful long-haired woman looked at him tenderly. Liang raised his hand and grasped Baba's throat. Baba did not struggle, allowing Liang's cold, wet, snake-like hands to tighten around him, only gazing at the photo with reluctance. He remembered the day he first met Daya. Daya was washing clothes by the stream outside the village, and he was so mesmerized that he fell off the elephants back into the river, making Daya cover her mouth and giggle. He remembered the day Alalai was born. Holding that rosy little person, he cried tears of joy, unable to contain himself. He named her Alalai, a beautiful flower. He recalled the boxing match a year ago. His opponent tried to disturb his mind, hurling trash talk to insult Daya and Alalai, and enraged, he landed heavy punches, only to realize later that he had crushed his opponent's skull with a knee strike. He remembered the day he set off to the harbor with Liang. Alalai held his hand, tears streaming down her face, calling out Daddy, Daddy. He promised her that he would come back as soon as he made enough money. But now, he could never go back, never return. The hands around his neck tightened more and more, breathing became increasingly difficult, his head felt heavier, and everything before him grew darker. Moments later, Liang released his grip, and Baba immediately fell back, lifeless. Liang took out a handkerchief, leisurely wiped his hands, his face still showing no sign of emotion. In the Xiao family's mansion, on the second floor study, Xiao Fuqing was buried in a large genuine leather chair, quietly watching his phone, replaying the video of Huiyan and Baba's life and death struggle over and over again. What are you waiting for? Su Fang's voice came from the doorway. Su Fang walked over with a stern face, looking haggard, her complexion gaunt, and her eyes bloodshot. She hadn't slept for several days. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Zhao Yingjia's tragic death. Zhao Fuqing ignored Su Fang, continuing to watch his phone. Su Fang rushed over, snatched the phone from him, and slammed it down on the table. Zhao Fuqing, what the hell are you waiting for? You still have the nerve to say I can't handle a knife. I think you're the coward. That bastard killed Yingjia, killed our son, and he was our only son. You're just sitting here like a fool watching your phone? Zhao Fuqing glanced coldly at Su Fang, then picked up his phone. If you're scared, then let me handle it myself. Su Fang gritted her teeth. If you want to die faster, then go ahead. So you really are scared. Su Fang looked at Zhao Fuqing in surprise, suddenly bursting into laughter. You're afraid of that kid named Hua. So Zhao Fuqing can be scared too. Zhao Fuqing's face turned ashen as he grabbed Su Fang by the collar, pulling her close. Huiyan will definitely die, and it will be a very, very miserable death. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Su Fang stared at Zhao Fuqing, coldly saying, Zhao Fuqing, you better not disappoint me. Zhao Fuqing suddenly smiled, a sense of fate's irony washing over him, and then he released Su Fang, throwing a document onto the table in front of her. Do you remember Hua Sen? Su Fang's expression shifted slightly. Huiyan is his son. Su Fang was taken aback. Back then, Hua Sen investigated us, and I set a trap to kill him. I originally intended to eliminate the root of the problem. It was you who said his children were about the same age as Yingjia, that we had too much blood on our hands during that time, and that we should let them go to accumulate some virtue for Yingjia, truly accumulating good virtue. Zhao Fuqing dismissed Su Fang and left directly. Su Fang stood there for a moment, then suddenly began to laugh, followed by sobs, alternating between laughter and tears. Huiyan didn't know how long he had been lying there, in a daze, as if he had returned to his past life. Back to the terrifying past of being harmed and tormented by the Xiao family, he slowly sank into endless darkness. A distant, childish voice suddenly called out to him, Uncle, Uncle. Huiyan jolted awake to see a little girl about 7 years old squatting beside him, shaking him. Uncle, you need to get up. You can't sleep here. The ground is cold. You'll get sick. In the dim light of the hallway, Huiyan recognized her. It must have been half a year ago when her mother moved into apartment 602 upstairs with her. Her mother seemed to call her Yuan Yuan. Huiyan had hardly interacted with the mother and daughter, only once. He had seen her mother scolding her for coming home late from school, and he had intervened. Why are you out here alone? Huiyan struggled to sit up and glanced at the time. It was already midnight. I did something wrong, and my mom won't let me go home, Yuan Yuan said, shame and sadness in her eyes. Huiyan looked at Yuan Yuan and understood the situation. She was a poor little girl being abused by her own mother. Yuan Yuan seemed reluctant to talk about her own situation, obediently picking up the keys that had fallen on the ground and helping Huiyan open the door. Huyen forced himself into the room, and when he turned to close the door, he saw Yuan standing outside, shivering from the cold. Huyen waved his hand, signaling her to come in. "You can stay here tonight, is that okay?" Yuan asked timidly, unable to believe it. "Of course." Huyen pointed to the guest room. "Hurry up and go to sleep." "I'm dirty, I'll just stay on the sofa for a while." Yuan shook her head. "Uncle, you should rest. You don't look well, don't worry about me." Huyen didn't have time to say more to Yuan and hurried into the bathroom, taking off his clothes to reveal bruises all over his body, each touch sending sharp pain through him. When he finally finished applying medicine and came out, Yuan was already asleep on the sofa, her frail body curled up. Huyen took a blanket to cover her, but as soon as he touched her, she jolted awake. "Mom, don't hit me, I promise I'll cook well and wash the clothes, please don't hit me." Yuan cried out in her sleep, pleading. Huyen's throat tightened suddenly, and he squatted down, gently patting Yuan. After a moment, she calmed down and fell back asleep. Huyen silently sat by the sofa, gazing quietly out at the night sky. The dark night was starless, heavy as water. The Xiao family's villa was shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering light of a cigar but in the garden pavilion, faintly revealing Zhao Fuqing's cold face. Liang quietly approached the pavilion, standing with his hands down, respectfully waiting for orders. "Have you found out?" Zhao Fuqing asked. "Huomiao is returning to Haigang the day after tomorrow, taking flight in U-9527, landing at 1540. Huyen will likely go to pick her up himself." "Send them off," Zhao Fuqing ordered coldly. Liang nodded, then asked, "Diao Chong has been making small moves lately, should we deal with it?" "Let it be for now, Diao Chong won't cause any trouble, and it will be easier to handle. Huyen is the real trouble, and he must be dealt with first." Zhao Fuqing's tone was laced with impatience. The cigar tip glowed, and a cloud of smoke wafted out, obscuring his face. Liang said nothing more, bending slightly as he silently withdrew. He had followed Zhao Fuqing for over 10 years and had never seen him so troubled and restless as he was today. The sun is the fairest and the most ruthless. No matter what happens at night, whether people are happy or sad, it will always rise as usual, forcing you to face another day. When the morning sunlight streamed into the room, Yuan woke up. For a moment, she didn't know where she was, only feeling that this sleep was exceptionally sweet, a rare sense of peace she hadn't experienced in a long time. A soft sound came from the dining area, followed by the aroma of food wafting into her nostrils. Yuan turned her head to see Huyen coming out of the kitchen, and she quickly scrambled up, deftly folding the blanket and tidying the sofa. "Good morning, Uncle. I'm sorry, I just wanted to rest for a little while, but I didn't expect to sleep for so long and disturb you. I'll leave now." Yuan felt guilty and nervous, hastily moving to the door. "Come and have breakfast," Huyen called out to her. Yuan froze, hardly believing her ears. Huyen pulled out a chair. "Sit." Only then did Yuan come over and sit down, glancing at the fried eggs, toasted bread, and milk on the table, her throat tightening. She cautiously picked up a slice of bread, slowly putting it in her mouth, chewing slowly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Huyen quietly watched her, offering no words of comfort, just handing her a tissue. Yuan reached out to take it, but Huyen grasped her hand, rolling up his sleeves to reveal shocking bruises on his slender arms. He then rolled up her pant leg, revealing even more scars, including fresh scabs. "Your mother?" Huyen asked in a deep voice. Yuan lowered her head, silent. "Does she often hit you?" "Not often, very rarely," Yuan hurriedly defended herself. "It's always because I've done something wrong and made her angry." "How old are you? What could you possibly do wrong?" "A lot. I'm clumsy. Sometimes I forget to sweep the floor, sometimes I burn the rice, sometimes I don't wash the clothes properly. Last night, Uncle Chung came over, and I forgot to get him his slippers, and that's why my mom punished me." Yuan was still earnestly explaining. "What kind of a mother is this?" Huyen suppressed his anger and spoke to Yuan as gently as he could. "Remember, none of this is your fault, and you shouldn't have to do it. Moreover, no one has the right to hit you, even if she is your mother." Yuan looked confused, accustomed to being abused and beaten, and for a moment, she was a bit lost. Huyen stood up and pushed his breakfast toward Yuan. "You eat this, take your time. Uncle will step out for a bit and we'll be back soon." Once outside, Huyen went straight to the 6th floor and knocked heavily on the door of room 602. After a long while, a lazy female voice came from inside, filled with morning irritation. "Who is it? Why are you knocking so early?" Huyen raised his leg and kicked the door hard. The door finally opened a crack, and Yuan's mother, Wu Xian, peeked out. She was only 30 years old, quite beautiful, but her face was puffy, her skin rough, exuding a sense of weariness, and the smell of smoke mixed with the stench of alcohol wafted out. "What do you want?" Wu Xian asked angrily. Huyen's face was cold as he pressed his shoulder against the door, pushing it open and walking straight inside. Wu Xian panicked. What are you doing? Who let you in? Huiyan surveyed the room, which was relatively clean. The small study desk in the corner was particularly tidy, likely cleaned by Yuan. Empty beer cans and leftover takeout scraps were scattered on the coffee table, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. A used condom hung on the edge of the trash can. So Wu Xian had kicked her daughter out to make room for that man named Chang? You're not worried at all about kicking a 7-year-old girl out for the whole night? Wu Xian suddenly remembered Yuan, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes, but it was gone in an instant as she snorted coldly. That little brat went to complain to you? She's my daughter. I can do whatever I want with her. What's it to you? Don't hit your daughter again. Huiyan said coldly. Are you crazy? Get out. Wu Xian scoffed, trying to pull Huiyan away. Huiyan looked at her with a chilling gaze that pierced to the bone. Wu Xian instinctively withdrew her hand and turned to shout into the bedroom, Open. The bedroom door opened, and a sturdy young man in his 20s stumbled out, still half asleep, wearing only his underwear, with a fierce indigo wolf head tattooed on his arm, cursing. What the hell are you making noise for? Wu Xian pointed at Huiyan. This guy is sick, you need to kick him out. Huiyan glanced at Cheng Peng and casually picked up a pencil from the study desk. Cheng Peng strode over. Who the hell are you? Tired of living, huh? Get lost. Huiyan faced Cheng Peng, and before he could make a move, he grabbed his hair and dragged him to the coffee table. Ouch, it hurts. Cheng Peng screamed in agony. Huiyan pressed Cheng Peng's head down onto the coffee table and raised the pencil, aiming it at his eye. Wu Xian let out a terrified scream. The sharp pencil tip stopped just about a centimeter from Cheng Peng's eyeball. Big brother, please don't, it's not my business. I just came to sleep. Cheng Peng trembled and pleaded. Huiyan ignored him and just looked at Wu Xian. Don't hit your daughter again. Wu Xian opened her mouth, speechless. The pencil tip slowly moved forward, almost piercing Cheng Peng's eye. Don't hit your daughter again. Okay, I won't hit her anymore. Wu Xian cried out in desperation, nodding vigorously. Huiyan put down the pencil and released Cheng Peng. Cheng Peng fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Wu Xian clutched her chest, still shaken. Little people fear power but not virtue. Talking reason and morals with them will never work. They'll just laugh at you for being foolish and call you crazy. They only fear those who are fiercer and more ruthless than themselves. Huiyan extended his hand. Phone. Wu Xian quickly handed over her phone. Huiyan pointed the camera at Wu Xian's face, unlocked it, opened WeChat, and went to the payment page. I don't have any money, Wu Xian said softly. Huiyan ignored her, opened the payment code, took out his own phone to scan it, and transferred 10,000 yuan. Take Yuan to the hospital to check her injuries. Buy her some food to replenish her nutrition. Keep the rest for yourself. Wu Xian stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Huiyan. Do you understand? I understand. Wu Xian hurriedly nodded in agreement. When Huiyan returned, Yuan had already finished her breakfast and cleaned up the dishes, sitting properly on a chair waiting. Hello, uncle. Yuan finally had a smile on her face, but it quickly froze when she saw Wu Xian following Huiyan. Mom. Yuan looked at Wu Xian's outstretched hand and instinctively shrank back. Wu Xian didn't hit her like before but gently rubbed her head. I'm sorry, let's go home with mom. Yuan was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes again. Huiyan nodded at Yuan, watching her follow Wu Xian away. He couldn't guarantee that Wu Xian would truly treat Yuan well from now on. Someone like her would probably find it hard to change her nature and habits. But at least for the time being, she wouldn't dare to treat Yuan as recklessly as before. Huiyan could only do this much for now. He had more urgent matters to attend to. Huiyan took down the large map hanging on the wall, behind which was a big white sheet of paper with some photos of people and crisscrossing lines drawn on it. It resembled a character relationship chart that police might use during an investigation. Among them, Zhao Yingzhe's photo had a large red cross over it. Next to Zhao Fuqing's photo was another man, around 30 years old. He was strong and fierce, laughing maniacally, exuding an aura of wickedness and madness, with a menacing indigo wolf head tattooed on his bare arm. Below the photo was his name, Dao Chong. Haigang City is located along the coast, with a pleasant climate and beautiful scenery. Coupled with its historically developed economy, thriving commerce, dense population, and a mix of people, it attracts many tourists. The area around the South City Gate is particularly bustling, becoming more lively as night falls. That night, the road next to the night market was jammed, but not due to the crowd. Instead, a multi-passenger business vehicle was parked haphazardly at the roadside, blocking most of the lane. Cars passing by formed a long line, cautiously moving forward, with no drivers complaining, not even a honk was heard. This was because a group of 7 or 8 burly men were drinking heavily and making a ruckus at the outdoor barbecue stall next to the business vehicle. Most of them were shirtless, with menacing indigo wolf head tattoos on their arms. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would know they were members of a gang that had emerged in the past 2 years. This gang, marked by the wolf head, was known for their bravery and ruthlessness, seeking trouble, bullying the market, extorting money, and their arrogance was extreme. At that moment, a shiny cleaver was tossed on their table. Thus, not only did the passing cars dare not complain, but the stalls within 10 meters of them were also empty. The stall owner dared not express his anger, serving them cautiously. Passers-by also took detours, keeping their distance. A young couple from out of town, unaware of the situation, was about to cross nearby. With a loud bang, a beer bottle smashed at their feet, shattering into pieces. "Are you looking for death? Can't you watch where you're walking? Don't disturb us while we're drinking," the boy angrily wanted to argue, but the girl tightly pulled him away, dragging him to flee. The group of men laughed triumphantly. The leader, Xu Guangyong, raised his beer mug. "Come on, let's all drink up. When it's time to act, stay sharp." The others raised their cups and drank heartily, their faces flushed. In the corner, one person barely managed to drink half and then vomited. Xu Guangyong frowned in dissatisfaction. "A pang, why are you so down today? What's going on?" The man looked up, revealing that he was Chung Pang, Wu Xian's boyfriend, looking dejected. His companions began to tease him. "Yeah, you haven't said a word. Did your sister Wu Xian drain you dry? Hey, when are you bringing her out for us to have some fun?" "Enough," Cheng Peng said, hanging his head. "I ran into a tough guy today, and he warned me not to look for Wu Xian again." Xu Guangyong and the others were taken aback, intrigued. "Tough guy? How many?" "Just one." "Damn, you can't handle one? Aren't you always bragging about taking on 10? Cheng Peng looked ashamed. "What's his background? Didn't you tell him you're with me?" Xu Guangyong asked angrily. "That guy isn't from the streets, his last name is Hua, and he's really quite ruthless," Cheng Peng said, still shaken. Xu Guangyong snorted coldly, unimpressed. "You're just too cowardly. After we finish with Zhao Fucheng, let's go find him. I want to see what kind of tough guy dares to bully me." "No need to trouble yourselves, I'm right here," a voice came from the side. Xu Guangyong and the others turned to look, and Huiyan was walking over slowly. "Just him?" Xu Guangyong asked, instinctively shrinking back. Cheng Peng nodded. "Get him," Xu Guangyong commanded, and his underlings stood up at the sound. 6 strong men aggressively surrounded Huiyan. The crowd watching from a distance felt a pang of anxiety for Huiyan. Is this guy crazy? How dare he provoke such a large group of thugs? Isn't this looking for death? Xu Guangyong leaned back in his chair, pulled out a cigarette, and planned to watch the fight leisurely. However, the next second, his hand, which was about to press the lighter, froze. Huiyan seemed to know in advance, nimbly dodging the first person's punch, charging straight in, and landing a punch on his nose. The nasal bone shattered, blood gushed out, and a long scream followed. The first one went down. Huiyan twisted his body and kicked, landing a heavy blow to the chest of the second person. The second person was kicked into a nearby car, the door dented, and he slumped down weakly. The third person was stunned by the scene before him. Before he could react, Huiyan swept him down with a kick. Immediately, Huiyan grabbed the fourth person's arm, swung him around, and slammed him down onto the third person, knocking both of them out. The fifth one received a punch to the abdomen from Huiyan and collapsed to the ground, retching violently. The sixth one was kicked in the groin, howling in agony. In less than a minute, all 6 were down. Huiyan cut through the chaos, using only one move on each person. Xu Guangyong stared in shock, his mouth agape, the cigarette he hadn't had time to light slipping from his lips to the ground. Cheng Peng wisely ducked to the side, hands on his head, squatting down obediently. The crowd of onlookers fell silent for a few seconds, then the boy who had just been bullied led the applause for Huiyan, followed by the girls beside him, and soon an old man joined in. In an instant, the applause thundered. Huiyan walked over leisurely and sat down opposite Xu Guangyong. "Take me to see Diao Chong." "What? You think you can just call out Brother Chang's name?" Xu Guangyong still had some bravado, reaching for a knife, but then let out a muffled grunt. A skewer pierced straight through his palm. Huiyan was much faster than him. Huiyan pulled out the skewer and rested it against Xu Guangyong's neck. "If you have the guts, go ahead and stab me." Xu Guangyong didn't dare to move, enduring the pain, but still tried to sound tough. Huiyan remained expressionless, the sharp tip of the skewer slowly moving across Xu Guangyong's neck. The tip stopped at Xu Guangyong's carotid artery, and with a little pressure, it broke the skin, blood seeping out. Huiyan quietly watched Xu Guangyong. The fallen little brothers forgot their pain, staring wide-eyed. The crowd of onlookers also quieted down, watching nervously. Xu Guangyong's facial muscles twitched a few times, finally unable to withstand the fear. Fine, if you want to die, I'll take you there. Hui Yan smiled, lowered the skewer, picked up the cigarette from the ground, and stuffed it back into Chu Guanyang's mouth, coldly saying, settle the bill, compensate the boss for the damaged items, and clean this up. The police car finally arrived slowly, with Director Wang of the local police station pushing through the crowd with several officers. He was having a terrible headache. In fact, he had received the call long ago but had been dragging his feet, not wanting to face Chu Guanyang and his gang directly. It was only after learning that a fight had broken out that he had no choice but to come. However, the scene before him instantly left him dumbfounded. The notoriously fierce and brutish Chu Guanyang was actually sweeping the floor with his little brothers, tidying up tables and chairs. Meanwhile, Hui Yan was leisurely eating their skewers, drinking their beer, and loudly directing them. Wipe the tables clean. Can't you see that big puddle of oil? Director Wang and his officers exchanged glances, all with puzzled expressions. What was going on? Director Wang, you came a bit late, Hui Yan greeted. Director Wang felt embarrassed. Sorry for making you come for nothing. There's nothing going on here, right? Chu Guanyang gritted his teeth and nodded. Nothing. Once you're done cleaning up, you can leave, Hui Yan instructed. Chu Guanyang and the others eagerly put down their brooms and ran to the van, opening the door. Hui Yan got in the car. Isn't that Hui Yan from our district's criminal police team? A young officer asked curiously, looking at Hui Yan's back. Another older police officer nodded and whispered, I heard that Zhao Fuqing was offended some time ago and had his clothes stripped off. How did he get involved with Diao Chang's people again? Who cares who he offended or who he's involved with? The most important thing is not to get us into trouble. Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. The business vehicle stopped in front of the brightly lit and bustling Paradise nightclub. Chu Guanyang opened the car door, and Hui Yan got out. You're dead meat soon, Chu Guanyang said, still unwilling to back down. Hui Yan remained expressionless and coldly commanded, lead the way. The spotlight dazzled, and the music was deafening. The dance floor was packed with energetic young people, twisting their bodies wildly to the rhythm of the music, recklessly squandering their youth. As Hui Yan and Chu Guanyang's group walked in, a sharp-looking young man noticed them, stepped over, glanced at Hui Yan, and shouted at Chu Guanyang, Ayong, what's going on? This person's appearance bore some resemblance to Diao Chong, but he was younger, less manic, and more arrogant. Hui Yan recognized him as Diao Chang's younger brother, Diao Feng. Chu Guanyang looked embarrassed and leaned closer to Diao Feng, whispering a few words. Diao Feng's expression changed, and he re-evaluated Hui Yan, raising his hand to signal. A dozen younger brothers quickly appeared from all directions, surrounding Hui Yan. Hui Yan remained unfazed, calmly looking at Diao Feng. I've heard that Diao Air is quite arrogant, and it seems the rumors are true. Aren't you going to ask who I am and what I'm here for? I don't give a damn who you are. If you dare touch my brother, I'll deal with you, Diao Chong shouted angrily. The younger brothers put on steel knuckles and pulled out machetes, ready to attack Hui Yan. Chu Guanyang sneered with satisfaction, grabbing a machete and preparing to step forward. Suddenly, a shout came from upstairs, Brother Chong wants him to come up. A younger brother stood on the second floor, pointing at Hui Yan and signaling to Diao Feng. Diao Feng hesitated for a moment, reluctantly stepping aside. Hui Yan pushed past Diao Feng and strode toward the second floor. The younger brother led Hui Yan through a long corridor, the music fading as they reached a heavy wooden door, which he pushed open, signaling Hui Yan to enter. The large room was simply furnished, with a whole wall covered in surveillance screens, almost allowing a view of every corner of the nightclub. Diao Chong had his back to Hui Yan, coldly staring at a spoiled rich kid in front of him. Diao Feng led Chu Guanyang and the other younger brothers in, all glaring at Hui Yan. Wait a minute, Diao Chong said without turning around, just beckoning Hui Yan. He then slammed a small packet of powder onto the rich kid's face and shouted, You look like someone who often comes out to play. Don't you know the rules of my place? Who gave you the guts to bring drugs in? The rich kid scoffed, I'm here to spend money and support your business. Why do you care so much? Diao Chong raised his hand and slapped him hard. You dare hit me? The rich kid covered his face, furious and embarrassed. Do you know my dad is in the fire department? I'll have him come check this out tomorrow and shut your place down. Oh, I'm so scared, Diao Chong sneered, then suddenly punched the rich kid in the face. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, and the rich kid's once handsome face instantly collapsed. He was left disfigured for life. Diao Chong, still not satisfied, grabbed his neck and slammed him onto the table a few more times. The rich kid didn't even have time to make a sound before he passed out. What a damn useless piece of trash. Diao Chong released the rich kid, drag him out and throw him at the front door. Let his dad bring 100,000 to carry him away. The younger brothers rushed in, dragging the rich kid away. Diao Chong turned back, grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table, and poured some to wash the blood off his hands. These young people nowadays really have no manners. You can't avoid hitting them. Huayan remained silent, quietly watching. Diao Chong finally looked up at Huayan, his gaze sharp. I recognize you, Officer Huayan from the Hongwan District Criminal Police Team. I have several brothers who were caught by you. You're a good cop. Thank you, Huayan replied. Diao Chong glanced at Chu Guanyang and his group. You took on 8 of them alone? To be precise, it was 7, one didn't dare to move. Chang Peng shivered at the sound, and Diao Chong noticed, waving him over. Sorry, Chonggu. Chang Peng trembled as he stepped forward. I was wrong. Next time, I will fight with all my might. Cut the crap, Diao Chong interrupted, waving his hand. Old rules, 10 minutes. If you can hold on, you live, if not, you die. As soon as Diao Chong finished speaking, 2 of his underlings came over and held Chang Peng down. Diao Feng took a thick, transparent plastic bag and covered Chang Peng's head, tightly securing the opening. Chang Peng breathed rapidly, the plastic bag swelling and shrinking with his breaths. Diao Chong looked back at Huayan. So you really did hit Zhao Jie and pointed a gun at Su Feng? Diao Feng, Chu Guanyang, and the others were startled, their gazes toward Huayan changing. They had heard that a little cop dared to mess with Zhao Fuchen, and it turned out to be Huayan right in front of them. I only slapped him a little over 100 times, and scared Su Feng so much she peed herself, Huayan said nonchalantly. Awesome! Diao Chong gave Huayan a thumbs up and laughed heartily. What a thrill! Let that old bastard Zhao Fucheng show off, thinking everyone in the world is afraid of him. Diao Chong poured a glass of liquor and placed it in front of Huayan. Huayan was not polite, raising it and downing it in one go. Is that how Zhao Fucheng let it go? He didn't come looking for trouble? Diao Chong asked, puzzled. Of course, he won't let me off. He's already sent 2 groups of people. Huayan held up 2 fingers. One of them is a Muay Thai champion named Baban. I guess Zhao Fucheng originally wanted to use him against you. But you can still sit here and drink with me? Diao Chang's expression changed. Huayan shrugged. Interesting. Diao Chong leaned back in his chair, sizing up Huayan. Beside them, Chang Peng's face had turned completely purple, his breathing increasingly rapid, the plastic bag tightly pressed against his face. He struggled desperately, but was firmly held down, unable to move. Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the plastic bag red. Huayan stood up and walked toward Chang Peng. Don't move! Diao Feng blocked Huayan. He's just scared out of his wits. He doesn't deserve to die. Huayan turned to Diao Chong. Chu Guanyang looked at Huayan, then at Diao Chong, anticipating a conflict between the two. Diao Chong was silent for a moment but then waved his hand. Huayan ignored Diao Feng and stepped forward, tearing open the plastic bag on Chang Peng's head. Chang Peng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Diao Chong waved his hand again, and Diao Feng threw a knife in front of Chang Peng. Chang Peng gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a wolf head tattoo, and grabbed the knife, cutting down hard. With a scream, Chang Peng forcibly cut off that piece of tattoo along with skin and flesh. Get lost! Diao Feng scoffed. Don't ever say you were with us again. Chang Peng bowed deeply to Huayan, thanking him for saving his life, then stumbled away, clutching his bloody arm. You all can leave now. Diao Chong waved his hand again. Chu Guanyang was taken aback, glaring at Huayan with resentment, but had to wait for his underlings to leave. Only Diao Feng remained in the room, standing beside Diao Chong, watching Huayan warily. Diao Chong raised his hand, signaling Huayan to sit. So, what do you want to talk about? To discuss a partnership, Huayan said calmly. A partnership? With me? Huayan looked directly at Diao Chong. We have a common enemy, Zhao Fucheng. Diao Chong burst into laughter. I just want to take Zhao Fucheng's business. You could say we're rivals. Seeing him take a hit, of course, makes me happy, but I doubt we can call it enmity. Really? Huayan also smiled. Isn't your third brother, Diao Gang, killed by Zhao Fucheng? Diao Chang's expression froze. How do you? Diao Feng couldn't help but ask urgently. Diao Chong raised his hand to stop Diao Feng, quietly waiting for Huayan to continue. You brothers have always been developing in Shiping County, never stepping foot in Haigang, and have had no conflicts with Zhao Fucheng. 2 years ago, your third brother Diao Gang came to Haigang for fun, and on the way back, he fell off a cliff, the car was wrecked, and he died. You didn't believe it was an accident, so you investigated personally and found out that Diao Gang had a conflict with Zhao Fucheng at a club, even splashing a drink in Zhao Fucheng's face. Moreover, Diao Gang didn't fall off the cliff by himself. He was pushed off by a large truck. The driver of the accident was never found, but you discovered that the truck was connected to Zhao Fucheng. You concluded that Zhao Fucheng had instructed someone to kill Diao Gang, which is why you brought people to Haigang. For the past 2 years, you've been opposing Zhao Fucheng at every turn, repeatedly smashing his venues and causing trouble at his construction sites. Isn't it to avenge your brother? Diao Chong stared at Huayan, his eyes cold and chilling. How do you know all this? You don't need to worry about that, Huayan replied lightly. In his previous life, Zhao Jie had humiliated him, disgusted him, often boasting about the Zhao family's misdeeds to him, including the Diao family's matters. Huayan certainly wouldn't reveal this to Diao Chong. What enmity do you have with Zhao Fucheng? Diao Chong asked. You don't need to know that either. Then why should I trust you? Diao Chang's gaze turned icy. You don't have to trust me, you just need to know that I can take down Zhao Fucheng. I won't just take his life, I'll destroy his empire and make him watch as he loses everything. Huayan paused, and only I can do it. What the hell are you bragging about? Diao Feng sneered. Huayan ignored Diao Feng and continued to speak to Diao Chong. On the surface, it seems like you're giving Zhao Fucheng a headache, but in reality, Zhao Fucheng is in big business. You haven't even touched his real pain points. Whether in the underworld or the legitimate world, Zhao Fucheng's power far exceeds yours, and he is already planning to eliminate you. If it weren't for me temporarily drawing his fire, if I hadn't repelled Babin, you would probably be dead by now. Diao Feng was furious, glaring at Huayan. What the hell are you talking about? Diao Chong raised his hand, signaling Diao Feng not to act rashly. I can give you a gift to meet, Huayan said in a deep voice. You can see the weight of it and then make your judgment. Oh, Diao Chong was intrigued. You've at least planned 5 ambushes against Zhao Fucheng, 2 attacks on Zhao Jie, all of which failed, and you lost quite a few subordinates. Do you know why? And every action Zhao Fucheng has taken against you has been precise. Do you know why? 3 months ago, you were trapped in a secret hideout and almost got killed, all thanks to you 2 brothers being tough enough to fight your way out. You took 3 stabs, and Diao Feng got 1 in his thigh and 1 in his arm, and now it aches whenever it rains. Do you know why? Diao Chong and Diao Feng looked at each other, silent, seriously watching Huayan. You should have suspected it yourself, right? Huayan said coldly, because there are needles buried by Zhao Fucheng around you. Diao Feng asked urgently, do you know who it is? Huayan smiled faintly and nodded. Diao Chang's eyes shifted, like a beast smelling blood. Chu Guangyang was anxiously waiting in the corridor, glancing at the heavy closed door from time to time. The door opened, and Huayan walked out, looking at him. Who was it that said I was doomed? Chu Guangyang remained silent. If you die, I won't die either. Huayan smiled and walked away. Chu Guangyang glared at Huayan's back, then hurried into the room. Shanggu, today I was messed up by that Ho guy. Tomorrow I'll bring people to deal with Zhao Fucheng's place. No need. Diao Chong shook his head. Let the brothers rest early, conserve their energy. There's a big operation tomorrow. Chu Guangyang was taken aback. What operation? I'll explain later. A Feng and I will lead the team ourselves. Diao Chong avoided the question. Chu Guangyang nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll take care of it right away. In the dark of night, a figure hurried along the street, glancing back occasionally to ensure no one was following, before slipping into a dark alley. In the alley, someone was already waiting and complained upon seeing the newcomer. It's late at night, you better have important information. Absolutely important. Spill it. Chonggo has a big operation tomorrow. Be more specific. Not clear yet. Banggu, you'd better inform Boss Xiao to be on guard. This might be related to Huayan. Huayan? Are you sure? The waiting Abang's voice was shocked. Of course I'm sure. Before the newcomer could finish, a strong beam of a flashlight suddenly illuminated his face. It was Chu Guangyang. Chu Guangyang was startled and quickly raised his hand to shield his face. Who? Abang shouted sharply. Bastard, so it's really you. A voice from the alley entrance cursed. Chu Guangyang was taken aback. Wasn't that Diao Feng's voice? He hurriedly covered his eyes and looked in panic. Diao Feng stood at the alley entrance, holding a flashlight. Next to him was Diao Chong, wielding a long knife. Chu Guangyang forcefully pushed Abang in front of the Diao brothers and turned to run towards the other end of the alley. Just as he was about to burst out of the alley, Chu Guangyang suddenly slammed to a stop. A dark mass of Diao Chang's subordinates blocked the alley entrance, coldly staring at him as if he were a dead man. Behind him, Abang had already been knocked to the ground by Diao Feng's punches. Diao Chong grabbed Abang by the hair and brought down his knife, severing his neck in one swift motion. The bloody head dripped with blood as Diao Chong carried it towards Chu Guangyang. Chu Guangyang knew there was no way to escape and stopped struggling. In that moment, he recalled Huayan's curse and smile when he left. It was him. He discovered my identity as an insider. But how could he know? Chu Guangyang would never know that Huayan had seen him in a previous life. Back then, he had acted as an insider, helping Zhao Fucheng set a trap, eliminating the Diao brothers, and officially joining Zhao's forces. As a reward, Zhao Jie had taken him to the secret paradise to see Huayan in a dog cage. Chu Guangyang trembled and pleaded, Chonggu, I'm sorry, kill me as you wish. I only ask that you spare Mingzai. Mingzai was his younger brother, just 20 years old. A year ago, he had developed an infatuation with a girl and forced her into an alley to assault her. The girl resisted, and in a fit of rage, Mingzai choked her to death. When Chu Guangyang learned of this, he rushed to dispose of the girl's body. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Zhao Fucheng's men, who took evidence to blackmail him into informing them. "What oath did you swear when you followed me?" Diao Chong sneered coldly. "If you dare betray me, your whole family will die." "Can the oath you swore not count?" Chu Guangyang laughed bitterly to the sky. Diao Chong raised his knife and addressed his subordinates. "Anyone who betrays their brothers shall be executed." The subordinates rushed forward, surrounding Chu Guangyang and hacking at him with their knives. In the early morning, Zhao Fucheng had breakfast and, as usual, took his half-human Hyakita dog Wankai for a walk in his large garden. However, Wankai, usually obedient, was unusually restless today, persistently trying to head towards the bushes by the garden wall. Zhao Fucheng stopped him several times, but unexpectedly, Wankai broke free with a burst of energy and ran off. "Wankai!" Zhao Fucheng scolded sharply. Wankai, however, ignored him and plunged straight into the bushes. In an instant, a swarm of flies scattered with a loud bang. Zhao Fucheng's face showed doubt as he quickly walked over to check. Wankai emerged from the bushes, clutching a black plastic bag, tearing at it with a huff. Just as Zhao Fucheng was about to shoo Wankai away, he looked down and discovered bloodstains inside the torn plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Fucheng was shocked and took a big step back. The bag contained two gruesome, terrifying human heads. Moments later, a Liang rushed over and bent down to take a look. "One is our man, a bang. The other is our insider we developed on Diao Feng's side, Chu Guanyang. I remember this needle was hidden very deep and was quite useful." Zhao Fucheng's expression turned cold. How could it be suddenly discovered? "It should be related to Huiyan." A Liang lowered his head. "His people just reported that he went to Diao Chang's nightclub last night. Have they joined forces?" Zhao Fucheng's face showed astonishment. "There's a high possibility," A Liang replied honestly. The scar on Zhao Fucheng's forehead throbbed violently, as if it were about to explode. Wang Kai, oblivious to the situation, still wanted to go and tear at the heads. Zhao Fucheng kicked Wang Kai away forcefully and hissed in a low voice, "I want Huiyan dead. I want him dead today." Almost at the same time, Huiyan received a message from Diao Chong. "Xiao, come over, let's have a good chat." Huiyan replied, "I have something to do today, let's talk later." He wasn't intentionally keeping Diao Chong hanging. Today was the day his sister Hua Miao was coming back. In the bustling arrival hall, Huiyan spotted Hua Miao from a distance. A few days in Sanya had tanned her a bit, but she looked quite well overall. Hua Miao also saw her brother, waved her hand, and quickly approached. Huiyan took the suitcase, preparing to leave together. "Stop, stand at attention," Hua Miao ordered with a stern face. Huiyan obediently stood still as Hua Miao took out a talisman and put it around his neck. "This was prayed for at Nanhai Guanin, it's been blessed. You must take good care of it." "Thank you, Miao Miao, I promise not to take it off." Huiyan smiled and raised his hand in assurance. Huiyan drove while Hua Miao sat in the passenger seat. They chatted about travel, behaving like the close siblings they were, as if nothing had happened. Soon, the car exited the airport expressway and drove onto the small road they had to take home. It was a two-way single-lane road, initially smooth, but suddenly became congested after a short while. The mobile map app popped up a message, alerting them of an accident ahead. Vehicles formed a long line, moving slowly. Huiyan and Hua Miao were caught in the midst of it, inching forward. Huiyan remained alert, observing the surroundings. "Brother, you're quite capable." Hua Miao finally couldn't hold back. "Uncle Wu and Brother Du both called me, saying you assaulted a suspect, threatened with a gun, and even voluntarily resigned." Huiyan smiled wryly. "So, what exactly happened?" Hua Miao pressed. Huiyan turned to his sister and simply said 4 words. "I have been reborn." Over the past few days, Huiyan had thought long and hard about how to explain everything to his sister. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Hua Miao had grown up relying on him. She was his only family and the person he cared about the most now. He couldn't keep it hidden forever, especially since he had many dangerous things to do ahead. More importantly, he needed to make his sister understand the current situation to persuade her to stay away from this storm. "You've been reborn?" "I've crossed over," Hua Miao laughed. "Brother, if you want to fool me, at least come up with a more believable story." Huiyan also laughed. His sister's reaction was as he expected. Anyone who suddenly hears someone say they have been reborn would likely react this way. "I can prove it to you right now." "Oh?" Hua Miao became serious, sitting up straight. Huiyan pointed to the oncoming lane. "Do you see that car?" A heavy dump truck seemed to have stalled, parked by the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. The driver sat in the cab, wearing a hat and covering his mouth with a mask, looking this way. Hua Miao was puzzled. "What's wrong with it? It's going to crash into us any moment now." "Ha!" Hua Miao was taken aback. Sure enough, the dump truck suddenly roared to life, its engine growling heavily, black smoke billowing. "Unbuckle your seatbelt, open the door," Huoyan commanded. The dump truck accelerated, sharply turning the wheel, crossing into oncoming traffic, charging straight at them. It had transformed into a huge, ugly steel monster. "Run!" Huoyan jumped out of the car, pulling Huo Miao to the side. At the same time, the dump truck crashed through the guardrail in the middle of the road, barreling toward Huoyan's car. The immense impact caused Huoyan's car to crumple and deform instantly, glass shattering everywhere, sparks flying. Then, the dump truck pushed Huoyan's car, slamming it hard against a concrete barrier by the roadside. The entire vehicle was crushed into a heap of scrap metal between the two forces. That was quite a ruthless move. Zhao Fucheng had already realized Huoyan's formidable combat power. It would be difficult for his subordinates to get close enough to kill Huoyan, so he simply brought out the steel monster to create a car accident. Huoyan had no doubt that the news of his sister's return had leaked, and someone had been watching them all along. The car accident ahead was definitely a deliberate setup by Zhao Fucheng's men. They aimed to trap him and his sister on this narrow road with no way to retreat, then let the dump truck come to crush them. If it weren't for Huoyan having seen Zhao's family use similar tactics to kill his master, Wu Taifeng, in his previous life, and if he hadn't been alert and observant all along, spotting the dump truck in advance and predicting the danger, he and his sister would have already turned into a chaotic mass of flesh and blood, their souls departed. Even so, they barely managed to avoid it. The flying shards of glass and scrap metal still left Huoyan in pain, a screw piercing directly into his back, causing excruciating agony. But Huoyan didn't make a sound, firmly protecting his sister in his arms. Huo Miao stared in shock at the astonishing scene. "Get out of here, wait for me for a moment." Once the dust settled, Huoyan instructed Huo Miao in a low voice, turning and quickly running toward the dump truck. "Be careful, brother," Huo Miao shouted behind him. At that moment, the dump truck driver had also realized he had only hit an empty car, shifted into reverse, and slammed on the gas, trying to crash into Huoyan again. Surrounding drivers gasped in shock, but their cars were all jammed together, unable to move, forced to abandon their vehicles and flee. The dump truck's engine roared wildly, about to reverse out, threatening to cause more harm and greater casualties. Huoyan reached the side of the truck, grabbed the door handle, leaped up with all his might, elbowing the window to shatter the glass, and seized the driver's neck, yanking him out with force. The two of them fell heavily to the ground. Huoyan's back wound was hit again, blood gushing out. The dump truck finally came to a stop. Huoyan yanked off the driver's mask. Huoyan tore off the dump truck driver's mask, revealing a numb, indifferent middle-aged face. The driver reacted quickly, pulling a short knife from his pocket and stabbing fiercely at Huoyan's chest. Huoyan dodged back, the driver missed, and without lingering, he hurled the knife at Huoyan and turned to run. Huoyan caught the knife steadily, but the driver had already vaulted over the roadside guardrail and was sprinting away. Huoyan did not pursue, coldly watching as the driver disappeared into the woods. Half an hour later, the traffic police finally cleared the blockage and arrived, led by a classmate of Huoyan from police academy. Upon seeing the horrific scene, the traffic police gasped, lamenting the good fortune of the Wu siblings and cursing the reckless driver as a madman. Huoyan cooperated in answering the relevant questions, saying nothing more. Not long after, Wu Taifeng and Yu also arrived. This matter clearly fell under criminal offenses. Moreover, photos and videos from the scene had already spread online, causing quite a stir. The two wore serious expressions, and after collecting the physical evidence from the scene, they took the Wu siblings back to the station to take statements. Although it had only been a week since they left, Huoyan felt as if he had been away for a lifetime. Under Wu Tiefeng's urging, preliminary investigation results soon emerged. The offending dump truck belonged to a construction project under the Fucheng Group, but the manager insisted that the vehicle had been stolen from the construction site the night before and that he just hadn't gotten around to reporting it. Based on photos taken by onlookers at the scene and fingerprints found on the short knife, the database matched the driver's information. Wu Bo, 42 years old, a local from the harbor. He had been a race car driver in his early years, but during a race, his vehicle lost control, veering off the track and killing several spectators. After retiring, he drifted through various bus groups and freight companies, making a living as a driver. He had briefly worked as a personal driver for Zhao Fucheng but was soon fired. After that, he was involved in several serious traffic accidents, with police officers, disciplinary officials, and wealthy tycoons dying under his wheels. There had long been rumors that he was Zhao Fucheng's secret assassin, using cars as weapons to eliminate significant threats to Xiao. However, due to a lack of evidence, he was only charged with traffic offenses, receiving a maximum sentence of 5 years, and he frequently received sentence reductions while in prison. A year ago, Wu Bo suddenly disappeared without a trace, until he reappeared today. Looking at this information, Wu Taifeng grew increasingly worried, while Diyu was furious. It was clear that Zhao Fuqing had a hand in this. He not only wanted Huiyan dead but also intended to target the innocent Hua Miao. Huiyan remained calm as usual, as if it had nothing to do with him, allowing Wu Taifeng and Diyu to fret while he simply recounted the events of the incident, not even mentioning Zhao Fuqing once. In the end, it was Hua Miao who helped her brother out of the situation. "Uncle Wu, Brother Du, I was there just now. It happened so suddenly. Why don't you let my brother see a doctor first? If you have any questions later, I will definitely bring him back to you." Wu Taifeng and Diyu had no choice but to relent, reminding the two to be extremely careful and to contact them immediately if anything unusual occurred. Afterward, Hua Miao forcibly took Huiyan to the hospital to treat his wounds. By the time they returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Hua Miao closed the door and looked at Huiyan with deep emotion. "What on earth did you go through in your past life?" Her voice trembled. She could already sense that something terrible had happened to her brother. Huiyan opened the cupboard, took out a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and placed it in front of Hua Miao. Watching Hua Miao swallow the first sip of wine, Huiyan began to slowly recount his story. He started from the beginning, from the moment he was on his way to celebrate Hua Miao's birthday when he discovered Zhao Yingjie was about to attack Lu Xian, so he broke in and captured Zhao Yingjie to bring him to the criminal police team. When Huiyan spoke of being ambushed and captured by Zhao Yingjie, having his hands and feet broken, locked in a dog cage, humiliated, and tortured for 5 years, ultimately sinking into the sea, Hua Miao had already drunk more than half the bottle, sobbing uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. She had tried to steady her mind, preparing to face the challenge. However, this blow was so decisive, so shocking. Huiyan did not offer comfort, did not stop, and continued to speak. When he mentioned that the Xiao family had sent 2 groups of people to kill him, all of whom he had repelled, and that he had killed Zhao Yingjie and rescued the girls who had been imprisoned, Hua Miao downed the last bit of wine in the bottle, hugged her brother, and said fiercely, "Brother, I want to fight with you, to take down those bad guys together." "No!" Huiyan pushed Hua Miao away, shaking his head firmly. "You absolutely cannot get involved, and you need to leave as soon as possible. I know you were considering studying abroad, and the school applications are all set, but you were worried I couldn't afford it, so you gave up. It's different now. I took Zhao Yingjie's money, enough to send you away. I figured it out. After all, it's ill-gotten gains, so why can't we use it?" "No!" Hua Miao shook her head vigorously. "I can't let you face this alone." Huiyan gently rubbed his sister's head and said softly, "Miao Miao, I've already died once. Death is not scary to me, revenge is my mission. But you are different, you still have a whole life to experience, to go through." Hua Miao wanted to say more, but Huiyan firmly stopped her. "You live well, take care of yourself, that's the greatest help to me. Only then can I let go and act." Hua Miao leaned on her brother's shoulder, sobbing softly. "Don't worry, your brother is not so easy to deal with now." Huiyan comforted her with a smile. In the study of the Xiao family's villa, smoke filled the air, pungent and choking. Zhao Fuqing's cigar had not been extinguished all night as he repeatedly watched the footage of Huiyan dodging the dump truck's impact, fighting with Wu Bo, and Wu Bo fleeing in a panic. Compared to his previous agitation and rage, Zhao Fuqing suddenly calmed down. Realizing that Huiyan was a formidable opponent, he seemed to regain the composure and steadiness he had when he fought for power back in the day. "Wu Bo can't be left alive," Zhao Fuqing said abruptly. Liang stood silently by, startled by the remark. "How do you think Wu Bo's skills compare to Ba Ban's?" Zhao Fuqing asked. "Not even close." "What about compared to Han Bing and the Chang brothers?" "Not as good either. Ba Ban, Han Bing, and the Chang brothers all died at Huiyan's hands. Why would Wu Bo be able to escape?" Liang pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, "Perhaps Huiyan was still shaken at that time? Or maybe there were too many people present, and he couldn't act? Or he was worried about his sister's safety and didn't dare to pursue?" Zhao Fuqing snorted coldly and shook his head. "We absolutely cannot underestimate Huiyan anymore. If he wanted to keep Wu Bo alive, then Wu Bo would definitely not escape. Unless he is playing hard to get, wanting to use Wu Bo for something else." Liang listened silently, knowing that Zhao Fuqing wasn't really asking him. Zhao Fuqing seemed to have made a significant decision, stood up, extinguished his cigar, and waved his hand to disperse the smoke in front of him. "Let's call on him." As Zhao Fuqing was planning his next move, Hua Miao finally fell into a deep sleep, her face still marked with dried tears. Huiyan sat alone in the living room. The Bluetooth speaker softly played Huang Zhan's own rendition of Ask Me? "Ask me how many cheers there are, ask me how many cries there are, how can I possibly count them all? Ask me why I am happy ultimately, why must I suffer? I smile and answer just to say I am me." This was their father Hua Sen's favorite song back in the day. Whenever he finished a case and had a rare moment of relaxation, their mother would cook a table full of hearty dishes she seldom made. Hua Sen would hold little Huiyan in his arms, sipping a little wine, playing this song on repeat, humming along to the melody. Those were the warmest moments of family in Huiyan's memory. Once, Huiyan, taking advantage of Huisen's inattention, grabbed a wine glass and took a sip, choking and coughing for quite a while. After that, Huisen quit drinking. At least he never drank in front of Huiyan at home again, but he continued to listen to this song. When he was young, Huiyan thought Huang Zhan's voice was rough and hoarse. Could someone sing like that? After their father's death, he listened to this song many times and gradually understood its true meaning and flavor. Slowly, this song also became one of his favorites. No matter how right I am or how wrong I am, I wholeheartedly bear the consequences, facing everything in the world no matter what may come. Huiyan's phone lay beside him, the screen displaying a location app, the blue triangle symbol indicating his position flashing on the map. That was Wu Bo's current position. Zhao Fucheng guessed correctly this time. Huiyan indeed let Wu Bo go on purpose. The people he wanted to keep would definitely not escape. When he forcibly pulled Wu Bo out of the driver's seat, Huiyan took the opportunity to slip a small, lightweight tracker into his outer coat pocket. That was one of the treasures scavenged from Zhao Yingjia's secret paradise. Wu Bo was involved in several important murder cases related to Zhao Fucheng. Huiyan didn't want his life for now, nor did he want him to fall into the hands of the police. Instead, he aimed to extract as much information from him as possible to use against Zhao Fucheng. Huiyan picked up his phone and sent Wu Bo's location to Diao Chong, instructing him to meet there immediately, then quietly left the house. The night was deep and quiet. The old neighborhood had limited public space, and the roads were narrow and crowded. After dark, cars were parked haphazardly, creating a chaotic scene. Around the corner, an inconspicuous ordinary sedan was hidden in the shadows of a street tree. A young man sat in the driver's seat, intently watching the entrance of Huiyan's building. His name was Jian Xiaoliang, of medium build, fit and sturdy, with a sharp expression that still bore a hint of youthful innocence. He was from another province, struggled with school since childhood, and viewed it as a prison, obsessed with punching, kicking, and training his body. In 5th grade, when confronted by a group of middle schoolers demanding money, he silently swung his fists, taking on 5 opponents and beating their leader until he was bloodied. From then on, he became famous for his bravery, and even older thugs avoided him. After graduating from middle school, uninterested in further education, he took his family's money and went to a martial arts school to learn boxing and practice. Unlike those who couldn't endure hardship and left after a year or so, he stayed at the martial arts school for a solid 3 years. It wasn't until last year that a senior introduced him to Haigang, where he joined a security company under the Fucheng Group. Officially a security guard, he was actually a thug for the Xiao family. Jian Xiaoliang had finally found a place to use his skills, often leading the charge in actions to expel rights-defending homeowners, beat up workers demanding wages, and sweep rival territories. Soon, he gained the captain's favor and became increasingly valued. Now, his monthly earnings matched what his father had worked a lifetime to earn. Sitting next to Jian Xiaoliang was Xiong Chang, broad-shouldered and stout, filling the seat completely. He also came from a martial arts school, having arrived a year earlier than Jian Xiaoliang, and had made a name for himself with his brutal reputation. Whenever he made a move, someone usually ended up with broken arms or legs. Just last month, he had beaten a laborer into a vegetative state. Jian Xiaoliang and Xiong Chang had been ordered to take turns monitoring Huiyan's movements. Xiong Chang had been sitting in the car for a long time, looking impatient, and pulled out a cigarette to light up. "Don't smoke. Be careful not to get discovered," Jian Xiaoliang cautioned. Xiong Chang snorted. "Is it that coincidental? Besides, what can they do if they find out? Brother Chang, let's be a bit more careful. Haven't you heard? Brother Han Bing, and that big guy from the Chang family, and Ermang's disappearance are all related to this Hui guy. It seems even that Muay Thai champion Babon was defeated by him. Listening to their nonsense, is he really that powerful? Why haven't I heard of him before? Humph, if I run into him, I'll just stab him to death." Xiong Chang dismissed it, opened the door, got out, lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and strolled along the roadside to stretch his stiff limbs. Just then, Huiyan walked out of the building. Xiong Chang was taken aback. "Wow, what a coincidence." Jian Xiaoliang immediately shrank down, crouching in the car, nervously peering outside. Huiyan strode directly toward Xiong Chang. Xiong Chang tossed away the cigarette, his eyes gleaming with malice, reaching for the short knife at his waist, ready to strike. The two men exchanged no words and made no unnecessary movements. Xiong Chang swung his knife directly, sharp and fierce. But Huiyan was much faster than Xiong Chang, delivering a kick straight to his knee, the thick heel carrying immense force, driving the kneecap deep into the joint. Bones shattered, ligaments tore, tendons ripped, the joint dislocated and turned outward, bending forward at an angle that a normal knee could never achieve. Xiong Chang's massive body collapsed like a small mountain crumbling down. But before a scream could erupt from his throat, Huiyan stuffed a rag into his mouth. Xiong Chang fell to the ground, rolling around in shock. This shock was not primarily from the pain, which was just beginning to intensify, but from the terrifying realization he was finished. The domineering life he was familiar with had come to an end at this moment, and all that awaited him in the future were crutches, braces, a limp, and pain. Huoyan stood by the roadside, watching Xiong Chang writhe in agony, silently counting. About 10 seconds later, Xiong Chang rolled his eyes back and fainted from the pain. Huoyan grabbed Xiong Chang by the collar and tossed him next to a garbage bin. Inside the car, Jian Xiaoliang had shrunk down beneath the dashboard, not daring to make a sound or move. It is said that when a person is in a dangerous situation and faces immense fear, they can enter a temporary state of paralysis, their body stiffening and their mind crashing, as if frozen, known as catatonic immobility. Many women who have been assaulted experience this state during an attack. Jian Xiaoliang was in this state now. He believed that aside from not being fierce enough, his martial arts skills were not inferior to Xiong Chang's, but he had never imagined that someone could incapacitate Xiong Chang with just a lift of a foot, so effortlessly and decisively. He recalled having doubted whether Huoyan was really that formidable, even fantasizing about having the chance to experience it firsthand. It was utterly ridiculous. This Huoyan was not human at all, he was a god of death. He didn't know how much time had passed, but outside, it was eerily silent. Jian Xiaoliang finally regained the ability to move, slowly propping himself up and looking outside. His body stiffened again, a chill rising within him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Huoyan stood outside the car window, quietly watching him. Huoyan waved his hand, signaling Jian Xiaoliang to get out of the car. Jian Xiaoliang moved his stiff body, trembling as he opened the car door and stepped out. As his feet touched the ground, he felt unsteady and almost fell, barely managing to stand firm. Huoyan coldly scrutinized Jian Xiaoliang. Jian Xiaoliang dared not move, as if waiting for the final judgment from death itself. He had no idea how Huoyan would deal with him next. Perhaps he would kick his legs out from under him, or break his hands, or smash his head. No matter what, his life was in Huoyan's hands. Suddenly, he felt a wave of regret. Regret for not studying hard back then, regret for learning martial arts, regret for coming to the harbor, regret for going to Zhao Fuqing's company, regret for spying on Huoyan. A meow broke the silence, startling Jian Xiaoliang into a shiver. The stray calico cat that often roamed the neighborhood came trotting over, rubbing against Jian Xiaoliang's leg, meowing at him expectantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Huoyan's eyes. "You fed it?" Jian Xiaoliang nodded, pointing to his outer pocket. After seeing Huoyan's approving gaze, he reached in, pulled out a sausage, peeled it, and tossed it to the cat. When he was young, his parents worked away from home for long periods, and his grandfather had to work the fields, so the little cat they raised was his most constant companion. These past few days, he had been lurking in this neighborhood to watch Huoyan and had happened to see this stray calico cat, and since he had leftover sausage on hand, he whimsically fed it a few times. "How old are you?" Huoyan suddenly asked. 10, 19. "How long have you been working for Zhao Fuqing?" "A year." "Have you ever killed anyone?" No. Jian Xiaoliang quickly explained, "I study martial arts at a martial arts school, and I know how to control my strength and be measured in my actions." Huoyan glanced at the stray cat gnawing on a sausage. "If you want to see the sun tomorrow morning, you better leave quickly." You let me go?" Jian Xiaoliang couldn't believe his ears. "Don't go back to Zhao Fuqing, don't take any luggage, don't contact anyone, leave the harbor immediately." Jian Xiaoliang was sure he hadn't misheard. It felt like a pardon, and he took off running. After just a few steps, he stopped again and pointed at the kitten. "Can I take it with me?" Huoyan stepped aside. This kind of person can occasionally be fed sausages, but they can't eat them long term. The salt content is too high, and the starch is excessive, which will burden the cat's stomach. "I suggest you go to a pet store to buy some cat food, cat cans, or leftover rice and vegetables, or boiled chicken breast would be fine too." Jian Xiaoliang nodded vigorously in agreement, picked up the kitten, and deeply bowed to Huoyan, not daring to linger for another second, and fled quickly. Huoyan turned back to the car, turned the key Jian Xiaoliang had left behind, started the engine, and drove away. In the west of Haigang City, there was an old industrial area that had once been the most prosperous part of the city in the last century. With the overall economic transformation of the city and industrial upgrades, the old industrial area gradually fell into decline. Chemical plants, machinery factories, garment factories, one after another either closed down or relocated, and the flow of people also disappeared, leaving behind only some old residential buildings crisscrossed and scattered. Nowadays, most of the residents here are elderly people who cannot leave or various transient populations attracted by the cheap rent. In one ordinary 5-story building, in an ordinary room, Wu Bo was packing his things, shoving some clothes into a bag haphazardly, underneath which lay a stack of red bills. His face was gloomy, filled with regret. Damn it, he really shouldn't have taken on the job to kill Huayan. More than a year ago, following Zhao Fuqing's orders, he drove a large truck and pushed a young man in his car off a cliff. It was only after the fact that he learned the man was from the notorious Diao family in Shiping County, and his two brothers, Diao Chong and Diao Feng, swore to avenge their brother, frantically searching for the perpetrator. Although Zhao Fuqing promised to protect him, he still went to another province to avoid the storm just in case. When he received a call from Liang a few days ago, he initially didn't want to take on this job. Although Zhao Fuqing offered a high price, higher than what he had earned from all the previous jobs he had done, he didn't lack money. The dirty work he had done before had already earned him enough to live several lifetimes. But in the end, he still agreed. Desire stirred within him, and he missed the feeling of controlling a steel monster, crushing cars, and grinding people to pieces. He never expected to fail this time. It seemed Huayan could predict his actions in advance, and his reactions were so swift. This was his first failure, and it would be his last. He had already informed Liang to arrange a boat for him. He was going to flee to Southeast Asia. Yes, he was scared, more scared than ever. Liang would agree. He had to agree. Given the dirty work he had done for Zhao Fuqing before, Liang had no choice but to comply. Wu Bo finally stuffed a worn-out trophy into his bag, the heaviest trophy he had won when he was a race car driver. How many years ago was that? Wu Bo couldn't remember. How had he ended up like this? Wu Bo shook his head, unwilling to think about it. He checked the time. There were 2 hours left before the boat left, so he decided to take a short rest before heading to the dock. The days ahead would likely be filled with chaos and turmoil. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Wu Bo's expression changed. He grabbed the iron hammer from the table, pressed it close to the door, and listened intently. "Big brother, I'm here, open the door," a soft, delicate female voice called out. Wu Bo opened the door just a crack and looked out through the security chain. A woman in her 30s stood outside, her features beautiful, long hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaze enchanting, and her red lips stunning. She wore a tight black leather jacket on top and ultra-short hot pants below, paired with fishnet stockings and high heels, her figure curvaceous and voluptuous. A cigarette was pinched between her fingers, and she exuded a mixed scent of alcohol and perfume that was increasingly enticing. It was obvious she was one of those service workers. "You've got the wrong person," Wu Bo said coldly. "Ah, aren't you the one who ordered me? Isn't this Building 5, Apartment 303 in the electromechanical factory residential area?" The woman looked confused. Wu Bo, expressionless, pointed downstairs. This building had a half-basement, and it was common for unfamiliar people to get the wrong floor. "I'm sorry, big brother, I didn't mean to disturb you," the woman apologized, turning to leave. Her hips swayed enticingly, full of charm. Wu Bo swallowed hard. What a gem! Damn it, such a beautiful woman. Why does she have to do this? They're all just cheap. "Wait a minute," Wu Bo called out. The woman stopped and looked back at him, puzzled. "Let me cut in line. Let me enjoy myself first." "Ah, isn't that inappropriate?" The woman hesitated. "Aren't you here to sell yourself? Whose money isn't money? I'll give you double." Wu Bo removed the security chain and opened the door. "Why say it so harshly?" The woman pouted playfully at Wu Bo. "I'm just here to help you smelly men with your physiological needs, okay?" As soon as she entered the room, Wu Bo couldn't wait to get close, reaching out to grab her. The woman pushed his hand away and leaned in to whisper in his ear with a giggle. "Big brother, don't be so impatient, let's take it slow. Let me serve you well first." The woman squatted down in front of Wu Bo. He slightly closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the service, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. A sudden sting shot through Wu Bo's neck, and alarm bells rang in his mind as he hurriedly stepped back, reaching to touch the painful spot, but there was nothing unusual. However, his head began to spin. "What are you doing?" Wu Bo glared at the woman fiercely. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" The woman feigned innocence, raising her left hand, where a rose-shaped ring adorned her ring finger, with a barely noticeable sharp thorn between the petals. "It's fine, just endure a little longer, and soon you won't feel any pain at all," the woman said with a smile, looking at Wu Bo. Wu Bo's head grew heavier, a tingling sensation spreading from his neck, and his vision began to blur. Who are you?" Wu Bo croaked, questioning her. The woman ignored him, casually hooking her foot over a chair and sitting down leisurely. The softness and allure that had been on her face moments before seemed to be swept away by a strong wind, instantly dissipating. She radiated a completely different aura, cold and sharp. It was then that Wu Bo noticed a vividly red, thorny rose tattooed on her chest. A rose? Another rose. In a daze, Wu Bo suddenly remembered that he had seen this woman before. A few years ago, a powerful tycoon in the provincial capital had tried to intervene in the harbor real estate market, clashing with the local strongman Zhao Fuqing, leading to a deadlock between the two sides. Liang had notified Wu Bo to meet Zhao Fuqing, saying there was work for him. Wu Bo arrived early and happened to see Zhao Fuqing personally escorting a woman out. That was a treatment Wu Bo had never experienced before, and he couldn't help but glance at the woman a few more times. Yes, it was her. Although her demeanor and outfit were vastly different, her features were similar, and she had that same rose tattoo on her chest. What did Zhao Fuqing call her? Right, Amei. Wu Bo originally thought that Zhao Fuqing would have him eliminate that wealthy man from the provincial capital, and he was planning to make a big profit. Unexpectedly, he was only assigned a small task. A few days later, that wealthy man suddenly died of a heart attack. There were rumors that a mysterious woman had entered his room before he died. Wu Bo's heart began to race, and his breathing became labored. The woman in front of him was not a prostitute, she was Amei. Zhao Fuqing had sent her to kill me and silence me. Bastard! I've done so many dirty jobs for him, eliminated so many people, and this is how he treats me. Wu Bo shook his head vigorously, grabbed the heavy racing trophy from his bag, and staggered toward Amei. Amei crossed her legs, leaned back in her chair, lit a thin cigarette, and leisurely blew a smoke ring, quietly watching it drift away. When Huiyen arrived at the location indicated by the tracker, Diao Chong and Diao Feng were already waiting there. The way they looked at Huiyen was clearly different from before. Even the usually arrogant and dismissive Diao Feng regarded him with newfound respect. It wasn't just because Huiyen had helped them remove the needle Zhao Fuqing had planted Chuguanyang, but also because both had witnessed Huiyen successfully escape from under the wheels of a dump truck that afternoon. They both questioned whether they would have survived in such a situation. Their lives would have been in jeopardy. Huiyen indeed had something about him. Xiao, what did you call us here for? Diao Chong asked politely. The person who hit me with the car this afternoon is named Wu Bo. He used to be Zhao Fuqing's driver and has eliminated several people for him in this way. Huiyen paused. I believe your third brother, Diao Gang, was also taken out by him. Diao Chong and Diao Feng's eyes lit up, and they exchanged excited glances. Huiyen pulled out his phone. The blue triangle on the screen representing Wu Bo's location was still flashing rhythmically, overlapping with the position of the three of them. He's in this building right now. Diao Chong surveyed the old 5-story residential building in front of them. Diao Feng had already drawn a long knife from his waist and was stepping toward the building entrance. Diao Chong reached out to stop his brother. There are 10 households on each floor, 50 households in total. How are you going to find him? The tracker Huiyen had obtained from the deceased Zhao was quite powerful, but it could only roughly locate the building, not the specific room. Diao Feng spat angrily. I'll break down every door until I find him. Do you really think the police don't exist? Or do you think everyone else is a fool? Diao Chong shot Diao Feng an annoyed glare and turned to Huiyen. Xiao, do you have any ideas? This should just be a temporary hideout Wu Bo prepared in advance. He won't be living here permanently. As long as we check the electricity usage data for each household in the building, we can basically pinpoint which room he's in. Diao Chong gave Huiyen a thumbs up. Smart. Actually, you don't need to test me anymore. You've already thought of it, right? Huiyen said lightly. The deputy director of the Power Supply Bureau is your buddy, right? Call him. Diao Chang's expression turned awkward. He hadn't expected Huiyen to guess his thoughts so accurately. He said nothing more, stepped aside, and quietly made a phone call. Moments later, he returned. 403. It hasn't had any electricity usage for a whole year. At 7:15 tonight, the meter suddenly started running. Huiyen stepped toward the building, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the door of 403, Diao Feng couldn't wait any longer and threw himself against the iron door. Bang, bang, bang. The door crashed open, and Diao Feng rushed in, only to trip and fall to the ground. Wu Bo lay face down, already lifeless. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were stunned. Huiyen's face flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, pulled on rubber gloves, crouched down, and turned over Wu Bo's body to examine it. Wu Bo's complexion was pale, his pupils dilated, his lips a purplish red, and his hands and feet were tinged with blue, though his body still felt warm. Heart disease? Diao Chong asked. Huiyen examined him carefully, like a police officer investigating a crime scene. After a moment, he pointed to a barely discernible small red dot on Wu Bo's neck and shook his head. Someone injected him. It should be poisoning. There are many poisons that can cause sudden cardiac arrest, such as paralytic shellfish toxin. That old dog Zhao Fuqing killed him to silence him? Diao Feng blurted out. Huiyen nodded firmly, stood up, and surveyed the room like a crime scene investigator, searching meticulously. But he found nothing. The murderer had cleaned up very well. Finally, Huiyen stopped beside Wu Bo, pried open his stiff fingers, and picked up the trophy. After examining it, he grasped the base of the trophy and twisted it hard. The base loosened, and a piece of paper fluttered down. Huayan picked it up, glanced at it, and then handed it to the Diao brothers. The note was handwritten with several lines of information, each line containing a time, place, and name, including Diao Gang. These were likely cases Wu Bo had committed before. He had intentionally written them down as a record, in case Zhao Fuqing turned against him. Holding it in his hand before dying, he probably hoped someone would find it. It's this bastard. Diao Feng kicked Wu Bo's corpse fiercely. Damn it, you got off easy. Call a few brothers to take him away, Diao Chong ordered coldly. I want to crush his bones to ashes and pay tribute to Xiao Gang. Be careful with the noise. There are many elderly people living in this building. Don't disturb their rest, Huayan warned in a deep voice. Brother Hua, Diao Chong changed his address, his expression serious. Thank you. You have one day to deal with it, Huayan said coldly. We need to talk business tomorrow night. Huayan pocketed the note and ignored the Diao brothers, walking straight out. As soon as he stepped outside, he turned on his phone's flashlight and slowly walked along the corridor and stairs, looking for traces. When he reached the corner of the stairs between the second and third floors, Huayan stopped. In the beam of the flashlight, he could see a vague footprint on the windowsill. Someone had climbed out through the window here. It must be the killer who took out Wu Bo. This killer had only arrived a moment earlier. When he left, the Diao brothers had already arrived, so he chose to escape through the window. Huayan felt a twinge of regret. If he hadn't spent some time on Jian Xiaoliang, he might have been able to catch Wu Bo alive, or even confront the killer directly. He quickly pushed that thought aside. There are no perfect plans in this world, unexpected things always happen. Zhao Fuqing was certainly not easy to deal with. This time he had anticipated Huayan's actions and struck first, and he was also quite lucky. This newly emerged killer was intriguing, with a style of operation completely different from those Zhao Fuqing had sent before. Secretive, elegant, efficient, and clean. Huayan had a strong premonition that he would soon encounter this person. In the doorway of the opposite residential building, Amei hid in the shadows, her gaze bright and sharp, watching Huayan in the distance with great interest. When Huayan returned to his own neighborhood, it was already late at night, exceptionally quiet. The unconscious Xiong Chang by the trash can had vanished, and the blood on the ground had been cleaned up. Zhao Fuqing's subordinates were indeed efficient in handling such matters. Huayan quickly returned to his doorstep, checked the hair mark on the door, and found that no one had tampered with it. Then, he gently opened the door, walked to the doorway of the second bedroom, and listened carefully. Inside, he could hear Hua Miao's soft, steady breathing. Huayan felt relieved and sat down on the sofa. What a long day it had been. Finally, he could catch his breath. 10 kilometers north of the harbor city, there was an elevated bridge. Crossing the bridge would lead directly to the nearby Anping city. In the pitch-black night, under the overpass, Jian Xiaolian was anxiously staring towards the city, occasionally checking the time on his phone, his expression filled with worry and unease. He had listened to Huayan's words, not returning to the security team dormitory, not attempting to retrieve his belongings, and had directly left the city. But in the end, he couldn't let go of his girlfriend, so he called her, telling her not to ask anything, not to take anything, and to come meet him immediately so they could leave the harbor together and fly far away. His girlfriend, Hia, worked at a nightclub under the Fu Cheng group. Jian Xiaoliang had met her while on duty there, when a drunken customer, unable to perform, blamed Hia for not being seductive enough and slapped her across the face. Jian Xiaoliang had broken the customer's wrist and thrown him out by the neck. Afterwards, he was severely reprimanded by his captain and fined half a month's salary. The next day, before the club opened, Hia pulled him into an empty private room. She pressed him against the wall, kissed him deeply, unbuckled his belt, and used all her skills to bring him to ecstasy. When she learned it was his first time, Hia giggled and gave him a red envelope. Jian Xiaoliang's face burned red the entire night. Hia smoked, drank, got tattoos, and continued to entertain different customers every night. Jian Xiaoliang didn't mind, he didn't care. It was just a job, and life was not easy. He wasn't exactly clean himself. Hia was his first woman, and he believed she loved him, and that was enough. A soft meow came from his arms, and Jian Xiaoliang reached in to pet the stray kitten hidden in his clothes. Although Hia had said she didn't like cats, he would find a way to convince her. As long as she knew this little cat had saved his life, she would surely agree. He had even thought of a name for the kitten, Lucky. In the distance, a car's headlights pierced the night, coming in this direction. Jian Xiaoliang cautiously shrank back into the bushes, lowering his body as a black sedan approached and stopped outside the grass. The car windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. Moments later, Hia got out from the passenger seat. A burly man got out from the driver's side. It was Gao Hu, the senior who had introduced Jian Xiaoliang to the harbor and helped him join the Fu Cheng group. Jian Xiaoliang felt uneasy. He knew they were acquainted, but why were they together? Had Hia told Gao Hu everything? Gao Hu and Hia looked around and whispered something. Jian Xiaoliang couldn't hear clearly, but he saw Gao Hu suddenly shove Hia, raising his hand as if to hit her, and Hia looked terrified. Jian Xiaoliang sprang up and stepped out of the bushes. "I'm here. If you have something to say, come at me. Don't touch Xiaoya." Jian Xiaoliang reached out to pull Hia behind him for protection, but Hia shook off Jian Xiaoliang's hand, twisting away to hide behind Gao Hu, smiling sweetly. "I told you he's easy to fool." Jian Xiaoliang was taken aback, and then he saw the back door open as Chen Wen, the captain of the security company, got out with 2 other burly men. They spread out, surrounding Jian Xiaoliang. "Xiao Liang, Brother Wen has always looked out for you, right? You leave without even saying a word. That's not very considerate." Chen Wen, dressed in a suit, spoke coldly, but his face was filled with a gentle smile. "Do you think this is a public restroom? You can come and go as you please?" Jian Xiaoliang ignored Chen Wen, staring at Hia, trembling as he asked, "Why? Why what?" Hia scoffed lightly, as if looking at a big fool. "You really thought I would go with you? What are you thinking? I'm doing just fine here. Why would I want to hide and run off to some unknown place to suffer? What we had was just a fling. Why are you taking it so seriously? You know how old-fashioned that is, right?" Jian Xiaoliang gritted his teeth. "If you don't want to come with me, just tell me. I won't force you, so why betray me?" "Sorry, I only recognize money. Brother Wen promised me 200,000. Hia said without any scruples, her originally beautiful face twisted into something ugly and detestable. Jian Xiaoliang felt a sharp pain in his heart, followed by a more intense agony in his abdomen. Chen Wen had stabbed a knife into Jian Xiaoliang's stomach, still smiling. "Alright, I don't have time to listen to your love stories. Since you want to leave, I'll send you on your way." Chen Wen pulled out the knife, ready to stab again. A shadow suddenly sprang out from Jian Xiaoliang's arms. Accompanied by a sharp cat's cry, the shadow lunged at Chen Wen, immediately scratching deep gashes into his face. Chen Wen grabbed the shadow, which was the stray kitten. The kitten's fur stood on end, hissing fiercely, struggling desperately, still trying to claw at Chen Wen. Blood trickled down Chen Wen's cheek. He seemed to feel no pain, nearly extending his tongue to lick the blood, then smiling at the kitten in his hand. "Don't!" Jian Xiaoliang cried hoarsely, trying to rush over to stop it, but was firmly held back by the 2 big men on either side. Chen Wen lifted the kitten and slammed it hard onto the ground, then raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Chen Wen's foot came down hard on the kitten, blood splattering. Hia was so frightened she turned her head away, unable to watch, and even Gao Hu and the other 2 big men couldn't bear to look. "Damn you!" Jian Xiaoliang's eyes turned red. "Chen Wen, I won't let you go even as a ghost." "Good, I'll wait for you," Chen Wen sneered, shouting harshly, "What are you all waiting for? Do it!" Gao Hu stabbed a knife into Jian Xiaoliang's chest, whispering, "Brother, debts have their owners. Once you enter the Xiao family store, it's not so easy to leave. Don't blame your senior brother." After saying that, he pulled out the knife and stabbed again. The other 2 big men followed suit, stabbing their knives in. Jian Xiaoliang's body was instantly riddled with blood holes, and soon his whole body was soaked in blood. The 2 holding him let go, and Jian Xiaoliang fell limply. Chen Wen waved his hand, signaling to leave. Gao Hu and the others hurried towards the car. He didn't even glance at Jian Xiaoliang again and followed them to get in the car. But the car door slammed shut in front of her. Hia was taken aback, reaching for the door, unable to open it, and hurriedly knocked on the window. "I haven't gotten in yet. Brother Wen, Brother Hu, open the door, let me in quickly." The window rolled down halfway, and Chen Wen smiled at Hia. "You chose this path yourself, figure out how to get back on your own." "Ha, in this desolate place, how can I get back?" "Brother Wen, please take me along." Hia pouted and smiled. "I will definitely repay you well." "No, absolutely not," Chen Wen chuckled lightly. "I haven't lived enough yet, and I can't keep a woman who stabs from behind." Hia felt embarrassed but insisted, "At least give me the money first." Chen Wen laughed disdainfully, as if looking at a big fool. "You don't really think I would give you 200,000, do you? What are you thinking?" Hia stood there dumbfounded. The window rolled back up, and the car drove away. "Damn it, those filthy men, liars, all of them liars." Hia cursed fiercely, spitting on the ground. A cold wind blew by, rustling the grass. Hia hugged her arms tightly, fearfully looking around at the dark surroundings. "Xiao ya." Hia shivered and turned to look. Jian Xiaoliang had not yet breathed his last, slightly propping himself up, softly calling out, "Xiao ya, come here." Hia shrank back, not daring to approach. "Xiao ya, I don't blame you. You just made your own choice." Jian Xiaoliang's voice was weak. Hia remained silent. "If they don't give you money, I will. Take this card." Jian Xiaoliang struggled to pull a bank card from his pocket. Hia was surprised, still standing in place, shining her phone's flashlight towards Jian Xiaoliang. His face was as pale as paper, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, already on the brink of death. After a moment of hesitation, Hia finally made up her mind to walk over. I didn't know they wanted to kill you. I thought they just wanted you to go back with them. Liang, hold on a little longer. I'll call an ambulance for you right now. He spoke lightly and naturally, as if nothing had happened before. Jian Xiaoliang shook his head, a grim smile on his face, gazing into the pitch-black night sky. It's too late. I can't see the morning sun anymore. The password for this card is. Jian Xiaoliang's voice weakened, barely audible like a mosquito, his eyelids drooping. Hey, don't die on me yet. He squatted down, shaking Jian Xiaoliang vigorously. What's the password? Hurry up and tell me. Jian Xiaoliang's lips trembled, as if trying to say something, but it was completely inaudible. He leaned in closer, pressing her ear to his lips. Speak up, I can't hear you. I say, let's die together. He finally heard him clearly, and was startled, quickly trying to get up, but a sharp pain shot through her chest. A short knife was plunged into her chest, the hilt gripped in Jian Xiaoliang's trembling hand. You tricked me. You've been tricking me for so long. I'll trick you just this once. Jian Xiaoliang held Hia tightly, using all his strength to push the knife deeper into her chest. Hia, terrified, struggled fiercely, cursing loudly. Bastard, let me go. I'm still so young, with so much of the world to enjoy. Why should I die with a poor wretch like you? Let me go. Jian Xiaoliang's hands tightened like iron bands, holding her tighter and tighter. It hurt so much. Hia felt her life ebbing away little by little. Xiaoliang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let me go, I beg you, let me go, for the sake of how well we've gotten along all this time. Jian Xiaoliang burst into loud laughter, blood frothing with his laughter, splattering all over Hia's face. The knife finally sank completely into Hia's chest, and her body went limp. Their faces pressed tightly together, their bodies stuck like conjoined twins, their blood mingling together. Jian Xiaoliang and Hia slowly fell down together, like lovers who had never been apart, like devoted partners until death. The sun of that day rose precisely at 6:03 a.m., just as the weather forecast had predicted. At the Shiping County Funeral Home, the director personally opened the door to the incineration room No. 1 and silently stepped aside. The younger brothers of the Diao family pushed a body inside. Diao Chong and Diao Feng followed in, casually stuffing a thick envelope into the director's arms. The director didn't need to touch or count it, he knew it was, as usual, a full 100,000 yuan. When Diao Chong first came to him, asking to secretly cremate a body in the funeral home, the director had refused. That same night, his elementary school son was kidnapped. He no longer made any futile resistance, dialing Diao Chang's number, apologizing, and agreeing to cooperate. After the first time, the second time was easy, and then came the third, fourth. Over the years, he had used this dirty money to buy 3 apartments in the provincial capital and sent his son to the best high school there. What would happen next? When would he be discovered? How would the law punish him? Let fate decide. A few minutes later, Wu Bo's body was pushed into the cremation furnace, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng pressed the switch together. Flames erupted violently, engulfing Wu Bo's body. At the same time, old Xiao, who had just retired at the beginning of the year, hurriedly crossed the overpass with a full set of fishing gear. This was a shortcut he had recently discovered, allowing him to quickly reach the nearby Shaoqingha and secure a prime spot that would make other anglers envious. But why is there such a strong smell of blood today? What is that on the ground? 2 people are hugging each other, a man and a woman. Damn it, are they having a wild affair here? What bad luck! No, wait, why is there so much blood under them? These are 2 dead bodies. The fisherman was so scared that he turned around and ran, sprinting for several hundred meters before he remembered he should call the police. Huo Yan was awakened by the sound of police sirens. He instinctively jumped up from the sofa, wanting to quickly change into his police uniform and report to the station. Then he remembered that he was no longer a police officer. Or rather, legally speaking, he was now a criminal. Huo Yan stood by the window, listening to the sirens heading north, growing fainter until they were finally inaudible. The morning sun also rose from the distant mountains at that moment. The long and bloody night had finally come to an end. But in the new day, new killings would unfold, and fresh blood would flow again. Huo Yan quietly stood by the window, watching the rising sun on the horizon, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. The bedroom door opened gently, and Huo Miao stepped out, looking weary from a hangover, and stood beside Huo Yan. The siblings said nothing, gazing together at the tranquil city in the morning, silently enjoying a moment of peace. I can go abroad, Huo Miao said softly after a moment, but I want you to come with me. Huo Yan shook his head with a smile. Meow meow. Brother, I know you want revenge, you want to punish those bad guys. Huo Miao took her brother's hand, her words sincere and heartfelt. But I can't bear to leave you. Rebirth is a chance given to you by heaven to start over. You should live well and not waste your time in life fighting with those scum. Huo Yan listened quietly, saying little, as he took the car keys and called to Huo Miao. Come on, I'll take you to a few places. It was a weekday, during the morning rush hour, and the streets were bustling with cars and people. Busy office workers, students rushing to school, and elderly people going to and from the morning market intermingled, creating a lively scene. At the intersection of Xing'an Road and Yongxing Street, there was a breakfast shop on the side of the street, specializing in baked pancakes, buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, tofu pudding, and wontons. The storefront was small, but the business was booming, with the shop filled to capacity and a row of small tables set up on the roadside, crowded with people. The owners were a couple in their 50s, typical of the working class, busy to the point of not having a moment to spare. A tall, slender girl with a mask and short hair was coming in and out, counting money, serving dishes, and cleaning tables and chairs. Her name is Bao Yuding, and she is 21 years old. Hua Yan said softly to Hua Miao as he looked at the girl from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as one of the girls he had rescued from Zhaoyingjia's underground lair, the bravest one who had led the charge against Zhaoyingjie. Her parents came to Haigang to work over 10 years ago, starting with a breakfast cart, working hard to finally buy this shop. Most of the money they earned was spent on raising their daughter. She was very promising, loving to dance since she was little, practicing hard and diligently. She had already been accepted into the city ballet troupe and was starting to take on lead roles, but Zhao Yingjie had his eyes on her, throwing money at her to sleep with him. She refused, and that very night on her way home, she was kidnapped. She fought back fiercely, trying to escape, but Zhao Yingjie broke her left foot. Although she could still walk normally, she could never dance again. Her efforts and dreams, her parents' sacrifices and hard work, were all ruined. If no one had saved her, 2 months later, Zhao Yingjie would have snapped her neck and beaten her to death. There are many girls who have faced similar fates, not just her, but many, many. Hua Miao quietly looked at Bao Yuding, who was about the same age as her throat choked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. Bao Yuding vaguely felt that someone had been watching her all along. After escaping from Zhaoyingjie, she had been plagued by nightmares for a long time, often feeling this way while walking down the street. Although it was usually just her nerves getting the better of her, today was different. She suddenly turned her head. Across the street, Hua Yan was just turning around, leaving with his sister Hua Miao. Bao Yuding looked at Hua Yan's back, her expression shifting, her heart racing. Is it him? Yes, it is him. When she left Zhaoyingjie's underground lair, she had deliberately looked back, wanting to remember the figure of the man in the blood-stained yellow raincoat, wearing a mask, who had saved her. Bao Yuding set down the stack of bowls and chopsticks in her hands and rushed to chase after him. The cars on the street blocked her path, and by the time there was a gap to cross, Hua Yan's figure had already disappeared. Bao Yuding disregarded the curious and surprised gazes of the people around her, bowed deeply in the direction Hua Yan had gone. Inside the shop, Bao Yuding's parents looked at their daughter with concern. During the time their daughter was missing, their little home felt like it had collapsed, helpless and in pain. After a long period of hopeless torment, they had become desperate, even buying pesticide, wanting to leave this cruel world. But heaven had opened its eyes. Their daughter suddenly returned, ragged and covered in scars. She didn't say what she had gone through, and they didn't ask, just held her tightly, tears streaming down their faces, unable to speak. As long as she was alive, as long as she was back. In the eastern coastal area of Haigang City, vast construction sites stretched as far as the eye could see, with dozens of high-rise buildings under construction. This was a residential project being built under Zhao Fucheng, named Fucheng Home. A young couple in their 20s stood on a nearby pedestrian bridge, gazing at the construction site and the unfinished buildings. The girl had a slight bulge in her belly, pregnant. They all look the same. How can we find our home? It's that one, the boy said, wrapping his arms around the girl and pointing at a building. That one, the 4th building to the left in the 5th row, the 12th floor facing east. That one, see, that one. Wow, you're amazing. The layout is etched in my mind, the boy said happily. We've spent all our money, and we're finally going to have our own home. How could I not remember it? The two embraced, looking at the building under construction, their eyes shining. They imagined what the house would look like when finished, envisioned finally having their own home, imagined their child growing up inside, imagined themselves growing old, imagined all the beautiful futures ahead. Hua Yan and his sister also stood on the bridge, looking at the construction site and the development. In the end, they couldn't move into their own home. Hua Yan glanced at the young couple and said softly, "This development has been abandoned." Hua Miao was taken aback. Zhao Fucheng wanted to enter the provincial capital. Not only did he misappropriate the advance payments, but he also deliberately delayed the progress, using it as leverage to force the bank to lend him more money and blackmail the government into bargaining. The entire development involved over 5,000 households. They had invested all their savings and were paying off bank loans, yet they still couldn't move into their own homes. Some couldn't repay their loans and had their credit ruined, some fought for their rights and were beaten to a pulp by Zhao Fucheng's men, some couples fell apart, some families were shattered, some couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide by jumping off buildings. Hua Miao fell silent, unable to speak. And this is just one or two of the most ordinary evils done by the Xiao family. Hua Yan looked at his sister Hua Miao seriously. Do you understand, Miao Miao? The Xiao family harms not just one or two people, but thousands upon thousands of individuals, thousands upon thousands of families. I want to stay, not just for revenge. The reason bad people are rampant is because good people do nothing. I'm not trying to be a hero, nor am I that noble. I just feel that since heaven has given me a second chance at life and bestowed upon me special abilities, I should do something for those innocent ordinary people. Perhaps, it is destined that I am the nemesis of the Xiao family. Hua Miao fell silent for a moment and nodded heavily. I will go back to school to handle my study abroad procedures right away. I will leave here as quickly as possible, so you can go ahead and do what you need to do. Hua Yan smiled with relief and gently hugged her sister. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. Hua Yan glanced at it, and his expression changed. Hua Yan quickly put away his phone, remaining composed until he dropped his sister off at school, before picking it up again. It was a local news alert. This morning, a fishing enthusiast passing under the elevated bridge in the north of the city stumbled upon the bodies of a man and a woman. The scene was extremely bloody, highly suspected to be a homicide. The police are currently investigating and have not disclosed more related information. Internet celebrities chasing hot topics have already rushed to the scene, capturing some photos and videos from a distance. Although the images were pixelated, Hua Yan recognized the male victim at a glance as Jin Xiaoliang, whom he had let go last night. It seemed he hadn't fully listened to Hua Yan's words and had exposed his whereabouts. The murderer was undoubtedly someone from Zhao Fuqing's side. But what truly made Hua Yan's expression darken with anger was the accidental capture of a small cat's corpse in the corner of the frame. That was the stray cat Jian Xiaoliang had taken from his neighborhood, the same stray cat Hua Yan often fed. If humans have their faults, what wrong did the cat do? Hua Yan started the car, not heading home but directly to the nightclub of the Diao brothers. The top floor of Fucheng building was entirely Zhao Fuqing's private office. Spacious and bright, luxurious and extravagant, it was equipped with all kinds of facilities for work, entertainment, and relaxation. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows were clean and bright, offering an excellent view, allowing Zhao Fuqing to look down upon the entire city like a king. Most people who entered here would involuntarily become anxious and cautious, unsure of where to place their hands and feet, afraid to let their emotions show. But there was one absolute exception. At this moment, Gu Mei was sitting cross-legged on a leather sofa worth hundreds of thousands, completely at ease. Just after one night, her image had completely transformed. Dressed in comfortable casual wear, without a trace of makeup, she appeared pure and charming, showing no hint of seduction. If Wu Bo were still alive, he would surely not dare to recognize her now. Gu Mei casually stepped on the expensive long-haired carpet, pulled over a decorative vase that was clearly a precious antique, and flicked some ash into it. She seemed even more relaxed than in her own home, completely at ease, showing no fear of Zhao Fuqing. Surprisingly, Zhao Fuqing said nothing, silently tolerating her behavior. Liang brought over a suitcase and placed it in front of Gu Mei, politely saying, "This is the final payment for Wu Bo's deal. Please verify it, Miss Gu." The suitcase popped open, revealing 50 stacks of 100 yuan bills neatly arranged inside. Gu Mei began to count, skillfully and carefully, going through each stack, then turned to Zhao Fuqing with a sweet smile. "Thank you, boss. No need to be polite," Zhao Fuqing replied, "this is what you deserve." Gu Mei closed the suitcase and casually placed it beside her, showing no intention of leaving, looking at Zhao Fuqing. "How about I help you with another task, and take care of that Hua Yan for you as well?" A cold glint flashed in Zhao Fuqing's eyes. "You know him? I caught a glimpse of him from a distance last night. He's quite handsome." Zhao Fuqing pressed further. "How did you know I wanted to get rid of him?" "I didn't know at first, but seeing him made it clear. He's a tough nut to crack." Gu Mei leaned back on the sofa, leisurely blowing a smoke ring. "Boss Xiao, let's not beat around the bush." Zhao Fuqing scrutinized Gu Mei. "If you just want to get rid of Wu Bo, many people under you can do it. There's no need to spend money to hire me, right?" Gu Mei chuckled lightly. "Actually, the real target you're looking for is Hua Yan." Zhao Fuqing laughed. "Ame, you really are as sharp as ever. Please don't flatter me. No matter how sharp I am, I can't compare to your shrewdness, Boss Xiao." "Oh, Hua Yan wants Wu Bo. If you send me to kill Wu Bo, he will definitely notice me. Although he doesn't know about me yet, with his capabilities, he will find me sooner or later. At that time, whether I want to or not, I will have to confront him." "Isn't that what you're calculating, Boss Xiao?" Zhao Fuqing's expression was impassive, non-committal. "It doesn't matter, it's already like this." Gu Mei shrugged. "I only like to kill others, not to be chased. Why not turn passive into active? It's a good opportunity to make some money with you. Name your price." Zhao Fuqing said briskly. Gume raised her index finger and shook it. 10 million. Not a dime less. Do you think Hui Yen is worth that much? Zhao Fucheng asked with a half smile. Of course. I'm even giving you a discount for being an old client. Someone who can give you such a headache must be worth at least that much. How confident are you? Gume smiled, her expression calm. In our line of work, we never consider that question. Every job is treated as if it's the last one. However, if even I can't handle it, Boss Xiao, you really need to pray for yourself. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Fucheng's eyes, and the scar on his forehead twitched momentarily before disappearing. Deal. Gume sprang up, sweetly nodding and bowing to Zhao Fucheng. Thank you, boss. She then extended her hand, as usual, cash, half in advance, the other half upon completion. Zhao Fucheng waved to Liang. Liang quickly dragged over a leather suitcase filled with money, much larger than the previous briefcase, indicating they were well prepared. Gume didn't mind the trouble and carefully counted the amount again, then smiled at Liang. Brother Liang, could you please take me home? It's dangerous for a girl to carry so much money out. Liang remained expressionless, looking at Zhao Fucheng. Zhao Fucheng nodded, and Liang then nodded back at Gume. Thank you, Brother Liang, you've worked hard. Gume smiled brightly, ready to leave with Liang in the suitcase. Zhao Fucheng looked at Gume and suddenly asked, I've always been curious. You've already made quite a bit of money from me, and you keep taking jobs from others, regardless of size or nature. You have no relatives, don't plan to get married, and don't want children. What do you need so much money for? I can't help it. I'm just a money addict, easily tempted by cash, and I love making money, Gume replied innocently. In this world, only money is the most honest and obedient, it never deceives, and it always brings happiness. Gume waved goodbye to Zhao Fucheng with a smile and left lightly. Just past noon, the Paradise nightclub hadn't started operating yet, but the hall was already packed with people. Diao Chong and Diao Feng, along with their subordinates, welcomed Hui Yen. An open money box was placed in front of Hui Yen, containing 1 million in cash. Diao Chong gestured for Hui Yen to take a seat. When Xiao Gang was murdered, I swore that whoever finds the murderer, I would reward him 1 million. Please accept it, Brother Hua. Hui Yen didn't even glance at the money, pushing the box aside with his foot. I'm helping you not for the money, but for cooperation. We can cooperate, but there's one more thing I need Brother Hua to help with first, Diao Chong said, waving his hand. Two of his men immediately dragged a man over and threw him in front of Hui Yen. Hui Yen examined the man who had been thrown before him. He was a young man, bruised and battered, his face a bloody mess, with a look of terror in his eyes. He had clearly been beaten badly, and there was a hint of resemblance to Chu Guangyang in his features. Mingzai, Chu Guangyang's younger brother, Diao Chong introduced angrily. It's because this little bastard couldn't control himself and had to force himself on a girl, and damn it, he ended up killing her, which led to Yang being caught by Zhao Fucheng's weakness and betraying us. Hui Yen asked, what do you want me to do? Diao Chong extended his hand, and someone handed over a long knife. He turned the hilt around and offered it to Hui Yen. Brother Hua, I personally trust you, but you used to be a cop, and the brothers still have some reservations. Hui Yen smiled faintly, understanding Diao Chang's thoughts. They wanted him to prove himself. This group had been involved in illegal and bloody work for years, and they naturally had a resistance and suspicion towards someone with a police background. No matter what Hui Yen said, they wouldn't easily trust him. They needed to see him stained with blood to truly accept him. Diao Chong and the others all looked at Hui Yen, waiting to see what choice he would make next. The atmosphere in the hall was silent and tense. Hui Yen showed no hesitation, took the knife, and approached Mingzai. It was an accident. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to have some fun. The damn bitch wouldn't listen, kept resisting, even bit me. Mingzai trembled and pleaded, not daring to deny it but still trying to shift the blame onto the victim. Hui Yen couldn't be bothered to listen to his whining and swung the knife directly. With a flash of cold light, the sharp blade plunged straight into Mingzai's heart, precise and fatal. Mingzai's body went limp, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from his chest. Clang! Hui Yen dropped the knife and looked at the crowd. Is this okay? The expressions of everyone in the hall became serious. They hadn't expected Hui Yen to act so decisively. This lethal blow completely dispelled the last trace of doubt in their hearts. Diao Chong stood up and walked to the front of the crowd, facing Hui Yen, bowing deeply and calling out loudly, Brother Hua! From Officer Hua to Hua, then to Little Hua, and now Brother Hua. Diao Chang's address to Hui Yen had changed repeatedly, and at this moment, he was completely convinced. Brother Hua! Diao Feng and the dozens of men followed Diao Chong, bowing and paying their respects to Hui Yen, all calling out in unison. From now on, we are brothers, we are one of our own. Diao Chong laughed heartily. When brothers are of one mind, their strength can cut through metal. Hui Yen scanned Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the dozens of elite members behind them, but suddenly shook his head. I am not your brother. I wasn't before, and I won't be in the future. Everyone was taken aback, and Diao Chong frowned. But we have a common goal, Huiyan said coldly, to take down Zhao Fucheng, to uproot him, to make sure he has no place to die. The hall fell silent for a moment. Diao Chong was the first to raise his fist in cheer. Take down Zhao Fucheng. Take down Zhao Fucheng. Take down Zhao Fucheng. Dozens of voices shouted in unison, filled with blood and vigor, their voices echoing in the hall, lingering for a long time. At the entrance of the nightclub, 2 younger brothers stood guard to prevent outsiders from entering. Hearing the shouts from inside the hall, they were also filled with excitement, exchanging glances and muttering under their breath. Damn it! Let's kill that old bastard! In the northern suburbs of the harbor, in Qingyuan village, there was a small courtyard with a flat-roofed house. It looked ordinary and unremarkable, just like most houses in the village. However, the courtyard was filled with peonies, chrysanthemums, and various flowers, especially roses. The flowers bloomed profusely, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. Beside the blooming rose bushes, 2 boxes of different sizes lay open, and a pair of beautiful twin sisters in their 20s were counting money. Wow, so much! The younger sister, a Xiao, exclaimed in delight. Mei Jia, what job did you take on this time? The older sister, A Ying, looked at Gu Mei. If they're giving so much money, it must be dangerous, right? Gu Mei, dressed in a simple white dress, looked ethereal as she watered the roses, her beauty complementing the flowers. Don't worry about it, just take the money back early. They're waiting to use it over there. A Ying and a Xiao exchanged worried glances. Mei Jia, have I ever messed up after all these years? Gu Mei smiled lightly. Don't worry, men are easy to deceive. Mei Jia, take care and be safe. A Ying and a Xiao urged, reluctantly leaving with the money boxes. Gu Mei set down the watering can, walked over to a swing set, and opened her laptop, the screen displaying information about Huiyan. The swing swayed gently. She focused intently on the data, resembling a beautiful, quiet girl studying diligently. Who would have thought she was plotting how to take Huiyan's life? A breeze rustled the leaves, and a few rose petals drifted down lazily. In the hall of the Paradise nightclub, Ming Zai's body had already been removed, and the bloodstains on the floor had been washed clean. Various drinks were laid out on the table, and everyone was raising their glasses in wild celebration. Diao Chong filled a glass to the brim and handed it to Huiyan. Brother Hua, what are you planning to do next? Everyone instantly fell silent, looking at Huiyan. First, do what you're best at, smash Zhao Fucheng's venue. Huiyan took a sip from his glass. Let's make our move tonight. Diao Chong was slightly taken aback, not expecting Huiyan's plan to be so simple. Diao Feng couldn't help but ask, didn't you say before that smashing venues is just small-time stuff, it won't hurt Zhao Fucheng? If it's just smashing venues, it indeed won't hurt him at all. Huiyan set down his glass, his eyes cold and fierce. This operation is to tell Zhao Fucheng that we are officially joining forces to go to war with him, and our real target isn't just to cause destruction, but a person. Huiyan pulled out a phone, opened the album, and clicked on a photo. Zhao Yingjie and Chen Wenjiang, both smiling, were raising their glasses in a toast. Smiling Wenjiang, Diao Feng recognized him immediately. Isn't he our old rival? The head of Zhao Fucheng's security company, a tough nut, but he's hurt quite a few of our brothers. I want him alive, Huiyan said solemnly. Diao Chong scrutinized the phone. Brother Hua, you've got quite a detailed grasp on Zhao Fucheng's background. This phone isn't simple, is it? Huiyan smiled. Did you notice? Zhao Yingjie hasn't been around for a while. Yeah, I heard Zhao Fucheng sent him abroad for studies. Diao Chong snorted. That little punk. What's he going to study? He's just going to cause trouble somewhere else. He can't go anywhere. He can't cause trouble anymore. Diao Chong was taken aback, suddenly looking at Huiyan. This is his phone. Huiyan shook the phone, opened the photo of Zhao Yingjie's memorial portrait, and held it out to Diao Chong. Diao Chong stared at the screen, his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe it. Diao Feng and the others were curious and gathered around, instantly stunned. You did this? Diao Chong asked, his voice trembling. Huiyan nodded lightly. Everyone looked at Huiyan as if he were a terrifying and powerful monster, filled with awe. Diao Chong grabbed a bottle of liquor, downing half of it in one go, then stood up abruptly, speaking fiercely. Listen to Brother Hua, let's make our move tonight. From now on, we all listen to Brother Hua. Everyone echoed in unison, cracking their knuckles, excited and thrilled. Wait, Huiyan interrupted them. I have one more request. Diao Chong and the others quieted down, looking at Huiyan, waiting for him to speak. Only those who move against Zhao Fucheng. Huiyan scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, no harm should come to the innocent. For a moment, Diao Chong and the others fell silent, not expecting Huiyan to make such a demand, their expressions troubled. What are you laughing at? Huiyan asked a man behind Diao Chong. The man had a tough face, was tall, with bulging muscles, and an intimidating aura, making him quite conspicuous in the crowd. His name was Lin Zuhui, Diao Chang's childhood friend and close ally, who had fought alongside Diao Chong for many years, making him Diao Chang's right-hand man. Among this group, his combat ability was second only to Diao Chong, even more fierce than Diao Feng. At that moment, he wore a dismissive smile, which froze when Huiyan questioned him. "If you have something to say, just say it," Huiyan said sternly. "Blades and swords are blind, fists and feet are merciless. Once we start fighting, it's a matter of life and death." Lin Zuhui grumbled, "The Xiao family's place is crowded and chaotic. How can the brothers care about the innocent or not?" As soon as Lin Zuhui said this, the other younger brothers nodded in agreement, all questioning Huiyan's demand. Huiyan smiled slightly, not angry, and turned to Diao Chong. "Zhao Fuqing has been gaining power over the years and has made many enemies. De Fei from the south of the city, Wen Jiu from Dongzhuan, Ma Che from Ximen, and Ding Hua from Xingili, their influence is not beneath yours. Do you know why I chose to cooperate with you?" Diao Chong clasped his hands together. "Brother Hua, please enlighten me. You brothers were fishermen in your early years, making a living at sea, struggling to earn a meager income amidst the storms. Later, unable to endure the fishing tyrants monopolizing the market and oppressing you to the point of starvation, you rebelled in anger and turned to the underworld. After that, you went further down this path, but you have always primarily fought against other criminals, avoiding yellow, prostitution, gambling, and drugs, rarely bullying the good or disturbing the common people. Although in the past 2 years, because you wanted to help your brother take revenge and deal with Zhao Fuqing, you have become increasingly violent and ruthless, with less restraint over your subordinates. But among the various crime lords in the harbor, you, Diao Chong, are still considered the one with the most principles." Diao Chong listened silently, his expression complex, his heart filled with mixed emotions as memories from the past suddenly assaulted him. He recalled that dark and stormy night of murder. Familiar fishermen had recommended him to negotiate with the big fishing tyrant, merely hoping to raise the purchase price by 10% to secure a way out. The tyrant turned hostile on the spot, threw him out, and set fire to his fishing boat, leaving his elderly father on board severely injured, while the police claimed there was no evidence. He charged into the tyrant's lair with a fish-slicing knife, thinking, "If you won't let me live, then I can only make you die." Diao Feng and Diao Gang followed him, and Lin Zuhui also came. They fought fiercely against the tyrant's gang of over 10 men, turning the sky dark and the ground bloody. He took over 10 stabs, refusing to retreat, and finally managed to slice open the tyrant's neck. The hot blood sprayed all over his head and face, so red, so hot. They took advantage of the night to throw the bodies into the sea and burn down the house. He remembered the day he left the hospital after recovering from his injuries. The nearby fishermen all came, respectfully calling him Brother Chong. The bosses who had dealings with the tyrant also came, respectfully calling him Brother Chong. Even those who usually wouldn't spare him a glance lowered their heads, respectfully calling him Brother Chong. He understood the true rule of survival in this cruel world of the survival of the fittest. Good people are bullied, ruthless people are revered. If you are strong, they are weak. He recalled the internal gathering 3 months ago. Chu Guangyang's group of young subordinates drank and made merry, completely disregarding others, and at the slightest disagreement, they would flip tables and curse the boss, scolding other guests, acting extremely arrogant. In the past, he would have slapped them a few times and sent them packing immediately. But that day, he said nothing. He needed to fight Zhao Fuqing, needed people, needed someone to risk their lives. These trivial matters, he decided to turn a blind eye and let them be. When he turned his head, he saw the expressions of the crowd, fear mixed with disdain and anger. Suddenly, he felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. That day, he had left early after only a few drinks. As the chaos swirled in Diao Chang's mind, Huiyan stood up. "My only requirement, and the only condition, is to not harm the innocent." Huiyan's face was as cold as water as he scanned Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui among others. "If you can't do that, then our cooperation ends here." After saying this, Huiyan was about to leave. Diao Chong stopped him and turned to Lin Zuhui, speaking in a low voice, "Ahui." Lin Zuhui understood Diao Chang's meaning and silently stepped forward. He pulled out a sharp short knife from his pocket, placed his left hand in front of Huiyan, and swung the knife down towards his pinky finger. But the knife did not fall. Huiyan casually raised his hand, blocking his wrist and gently twisting it. Lin Zuhui felt a surge of strength, causing him to loosen his grip. The short knife fell, and Huiyan caught it steadily, smiling faintly. "Is it really necessary to cut off a finger to apologize for such a small matter?" Huiyan turned the knife around and handed it back to Lin Zuhui. "These hands should be used to deal with Zhao Fuqing, not to harm yourself. This knife should be used to slay enemies, not for self-mutilation." Lin Zuhui was taken aback. "Brother Hua, I'm sorry." Huiyan raised his hand, signaling him not to apologize. "It's normal for you to have concerns. Don't worry, I will find a way to minimize the impact on unrelated people." Huoyan then picked up the box of money that Diao Chong had brought and tossed it to Lin Zuhui. Distribute it among the brothers. Blades have no eyes, everyone take care. Lin Zuhui was stunned again, then moved, his throat tightening as he trembled. Thank you, Brother Hua, I will listen to you from now on. Thank you, Brother Hua, we will all listen to you. The other younger brothers were unexpectedly moved, calling out in unison. Diao Chong looked at Huoyan, his heart racing. He already knew Huoyan was strong, but Huoyan's methods exceeded his expectations once again. With a powerful display of authority, generous goodwill, and a balance of tension and relaxation, he effectively tamed his brothers in an instant. Suddenly, Diao Chong had a strong premonition. Zhao Fucheng had provoked someone he absolutely should not have. Xiao Gang's revenge could be realized, and the brothers who had been injured or killed over the years could finally avenge themselves. The harbor was about to change. As night fell, the city was brightly lit. On Haigang Road in Hongwan District, the most bustling area for nightlife, a street over 10 meters wide and several hundred meters long was filled with nightclubs, bathhouses, bars, eateries, restaurants, billiard halls, KTVs, and various entertainment venues, all dazzling and overwhelming. Zhao Fucheng had made his name on this street. For many years, this street had been his territory, impenetrable and untouchable. The Fucheng nightclub was located at the corner, a standalone building occupying a large area, with a dazzling sign that loomed like a monster of lights and wine, signifying Zhao Fucheng's power and influence. Suddenly, several unlicensed business cars sped in, screeching to a halt at the nightclub entrance, the sound of brakes sharp and piercing. Two young bouncers stood at the entrance, dressed in the uniform of Zhao's security company, smoking and chatting. Upon seeing the cars, they immediately tossed their cigarette butts and strode forward. A person emerged from the lead business car, dressed in sleek black, with a black scarf covering his face, and a cloth with a flame pattern wrapped around his left arm, his gaze fierce. It was Huoyan. Who the hell are you? One of the bouncers cursed. Are you blind? Do you know where this is? The curse abruptly stopped. The several business cars opened simultaneously, and dozens of people dressed like Huoyan emerged, all wielding long knives, creating an imposing scene. Damn, this situation is wrong. The two bouncers were instantly dumbfounded, trembling in fear, and turned to flee back into the nightclub. Huoyan leaned forward, his movements like lightning. The two burly men guarding the entrance hadn't even had time to react before Huoyan had each of them by the throat. With a swing of his arms, their heads collided violently. With a dull thud, both men fell to the ground. Huoyan didn't even glance back, striding past them straight towards the entrance of the nightclub. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui followed closely behind him, rushing forward together. The Fucheng nightclub was indeed Zhao Fucheng's territory, the space much larger than Diao Chang's paradise mouth, and the decor exuded luxury. The first floor hall was dim and noisy, with dazzling spotlights spinning around. The music was loud and deafening, as a sultry DJ in a tight tank top and short shorts was spinning records on the stage, shouting at the top of her lungs. Get wild, my little darlings who were toyed with by fate. The fashionably dressed men and women swayed and twisted their bodies to the rhythm of the music. A few burly men near the entrance were completely unguarded, their backs to the door, swaying gently. Huoyan made a gesture, and Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui understood, quickly approaching their respective targets and striking hard, taking down the men in one swift move. The four then dispersed in unison. Huoyan headed straight for the DJ booth. Lin Zuhui moved through the crowd towards the corner power box, while Diao Chong and Diao Feng blended into the crowd amidst the chaos. This was the plan Huoyan had arranged based on the internal layout of the Fucheng nightclub before they set out. Huoyan climbed onto the stage, directly pushing the sultry DJ aside, and yanked out the sound system's power cord. The pulsating music vanished in an instant, leaving the hall in complete silence. At the same time, Lin Zuhui smashed open the power box, flipping the switch, and the lights in the hall blazed to life, illuminating the space as bright as day. The men and women who had been lost in the music suddenly stopped, shielding their eyes and faces, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. They looked bewildered, still trying to grasp what was happening, while a few who were high on drugs or alcohol began to curse loudly. What the hell is going on? Turn off the lights. Where's the music? Let's keep dancing. Huoyan grabbed the microphone and shouted sternly, anyone unrelated to this matter, get down. Everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the sultry DJ pulled a knife from her waist and lunged at Huoyan's back. In the instant the blade pierced flesh, Huoyan swiftly sidestepped, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and kicked back hard. The DJ flew through the air, crashing into the mixing console, which shattered, leaving her in pain, rolling on the ground. Huoyan didn't even spare her a glance, leaping off the stage and crashing into a burly man rushing over. The hall erupted in gasps. Anyone unrelated to this matter, get down. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others shouted in unison. Instantly, the men and women who had come to enjoy themselves seemed to have been switched off, all squatting down together. The waitstaff followed suit, obediently covering their heads with their hands. Only a dozen or so burly men remained, scattered and isolated. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others grinned savagely, brandishing their long knives, charging forward like tigers descending a mountain. The sounds of screams followed in quick succession. This time, Diao Chong had brought his elite team. They were numerous and high-spirited, quickly overpowering the Xiao family's guards. In the third-floor lounge, Gao Hu was bare-chested, pinning a voluptuous woman down on the sofa, moving vigorously. He was exhilarated and thrilled. Starting tonight, Gao Hu would be the head of the guards at the Fucheng nightclub. This was the reward Chen Wen had given him after killing Jian Xiaoliang. Brother Hu, a panicked voice suddenly called from outside. Not good. Someone is here to cause trouble. Gao Hu immediately felt weak in the knees, angrily climbing off the woman, pulling up his pants, and flinging the door open to unleash a torrent of curses. What the hell are you panicking for? Have you never seen a venue get smashed? Just go and beat them up. No, it's not just any venue smash. The brothers can't hold on any longer. The little brother who came to report from the monitoring room was incoherent, scared out of his wits. Gao Hu impatiently shoved the little brother aside and entered the monitoring room. The moment he saw the surveillance footage, Gao Hu understood why the little brother was so terrified. In the entire hall on the first floor, there were no Zhao family guards still standing. A group of people dressed in black, wearing masks, and with red flame markings on their arms were surrounding his fallen subordinates, beating them mercilessly. Gao Hu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had encountered troublemakers coming to smash venues several times and had even led teams to smash others' venues. Usually, it was just a chaotic brawl with no clear winner, both sides suffering casualties. But today was completely different. The opponents were clearly well prepared and extremely ruthless. Damn, what bad luck. Just got promoted and ran into tough opponents. Gao Hu cursed under his breath, spat on the ground, and quickly called for all the remaining men to grab their weapons and head downstairs to fight. Huoyan stood in front of the elevator leading to the second and third floors, quietly watching the elevator descend. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui had already taken care of all the Zhao family guards on the first floor and were rushing over with their little brothers. You guys take a break, just leave it to me later, Huoyan said. The elevator doors opened, and Gao Hu, along with a dozen big men, filled the entire elevator. Huoyan crouched down and rushed in like a bullet fired from a cannon. Gao Hu quickly drew his knife, but Huoyan had already crashed into the elevator, colliding with Gao Hu, twisting his wrist and driving the knife into his stomach. The guards behind were also knocked around, crammed in the small elevator space, unable to move, their knives stuck. Huoyan held onto Gao Hu's wrist, stabbing him 7 or 8 times before snatching the knife away, leaving the limp Gao Hu behind and slashing at the guards behind him. The elevator doors slowly closed. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui stood outside, only hearing the sound of blades slicing through flesh, the cries of the wounded, the terrified wails, and the loud crashes of the elevator being hit. Diao Chong and the others exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. Thick, sticky blood began to seep out from the elevator door seams, the strong smell of blood overwhelming, suffocating. The sounds from inside the elevator gradually weakened and slowed until there was complete silence. The hall fell into a deathly stillness. Creak, creak, the elevator doors slowly opened again. As the doors opened, Diao Chong and the others widened their eyes in shock. Inside the elevator lay a chaotic pile of over a dozen big men, blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls red, a horrifying sight, like a bloody hell. Only one person was still standing. He slowly turned around, and it was Huoyan. Huoyan was covered in blood, holding a long knife with a gash in it, resembling a god of death coming from hell. Diao Chong and the others were stunned. They knew Huoyan had once taken down 7 men, unarmed, and had witnessed his thunderous methods when he first entered the venue. But they still didn't expect Huoyan to possess such terrifying combat power, to be so ruthless and decisive in killing. It was too frightening. In the hall, a bold customer peeked into the elevator, just a glance, and then immediately bent over and vomited violently, as if trying to expel his very insides. Huoyan stepped out of the elevator and casually wiped his hands. According to plan, continue. 5 minutes later, Diao Chong found the last 2 Xiao family guards hiding in a private room upstairs and hacked them down with a flurry of knives. 8 minutes later, Lin Zuhui smashed the monitoring room, pried open the computer's main unit, and wiped all the surveillance hard drives clean. 10 minutes later, the huge sign of the Fucheng nightclub was cut down by Diao Feng and his men with a chainsaw, crashing down from the rooftop and shattering into pieces on the street. The sign, which had shown for nearly 20 years, was extinguished that night, and the Fucheng nightclub, which had occupied Binhai Road for nearly 2 decades, was smashed to pieces. Countless people raised their phones to capture this scene. Huoyan watched quietly for a moment, then waved his hand, and Diao Chong and the others hurriedly got into their cars. The group sped away, coming and going like the wind. 20 minutes later, police cars wailed as they arrived. Huayan had already led his men to the second target, the Xinglong pawn shop on Puko Road. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary street-side shop located at the end of the street, legally operating a pawn business, with no ties to Zhao Fucheng. At this time, it was already dark and closed, silent and still. However, if someone observed closely for a long time, they would notice many unusual signs. For example, the two shops next to it had been vacant for a long time, allowing it to monopolize the entire street-side building. For instance, it had an illegally renovated back door and an indoor parking lot that could pass through the back street, leading directly to the main road, making entry and exit discreet and convenient. Moreover, every night, some luxury cars would mysteriously come and go. In fact, the entire underground of this street-side shop had been hollowed out and transformed into an underground casino with more than 20 gaming tables. Of course, this belonged to Zhao Fucheng. Under Zhao Fucheng's protection, this was the most secretive, safest, and largest casino in the entire Haigang city, where one had to meet a certain financial status to gain membership and be able to spend lavishly here. Unlike the Fucheng nightclub, which welcomed guests openly, this place was heavily guarded with a high level of security. The security here was managed by Xian Daocheng, a capable subordinate of Chen Wen in his 40s, who at first glance looked like a senior manager in a large company office, cautious, low-key, experienced, meticulous, steady, and calm. He had been in this position for many years without making a single mistake, fortifying the place like an impregnable fortress. Over the past 2 years, Diao Chong had attempted to attack here several times, but all had been in vain, and he had never even managed to enter the casino. As soon as Huayan and his group arrived at the street corner, hidden high-definition cameras captured their figures and transmitted the footage in real time to the monitoring room inside the pawn shop. Xian Daocheng was sitting in the monitoring room, intently watching a whole wall of surveillance footage. This had been his habit for many years, taking matters into his own hands and not missing any signs of danger. He watched as the group, dressed in uniform with fiery insignias on their arms, strode in like wolves and tigers. Xian Daocheng's expression showed no change. He stood up and walked outside. None of his subordinates asked any questions, closely following him. 10 minutes ago, he had already received news of the attack on the Fucheng nightclub and had instructed his men to prepare contingency plans. The casino was brightly lit, extravagantly decorated, comfortable, and luxurious. Dozens of gamblers were either gathered around the tables gambling heavily or chatting over drinks in small groups in the lounge area. Many of them came here not just to indulge in gambling but also for socializing, networking, and exchanging information. Xian Daocheng strode in, cleared his throat, and clasped his fists. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. There is an urgent matter tonight. Please follow our staff and leave immediately." His expression was apologetic, and his words were polite, but his tone was absolutely not to be questioned. The gamblers here were all big bosses, accustomed to the ways of the world. Although surprised, they understood that something was amiss, and no one questioned or protested, rising to their feet. His subordinates, well-trained, orderly led the gamblers, dealers, and waitstaff to quickly evacuate the underground casino. Xian Daocheng led everyone to the back door on the upper floor and raised his hand to press the electric switch. "Bosses, I'm really sorry. Let's have some fun another day." His voice abruptly stopped. The heavy iron gate remained unmoved. Xian Daocheng immediately bent down to pull the iron door, but it still wouldn't budge. A few subordinates hurried over to help, yet it was still futile. Xian Daocheng turned to look at the surveillance footage. The two subordinates who had been guarding the back door were already lying on the ground. Several men in black were welding the iron door shut, sparks flying everywhere. The leader, Diao Feng, seemed to sense the gaze and looked up at the camera. Even with a mask on, it was clear he was laughing triumphantly. Xian Daocheng frowned slightly. The enemy had welded the back door shut from the outside, intending to trap them all inside. His original plan to send off the guests first and then focus on the fight had been seen through and was no longer viable. But how would the people outside get in? The front and back doors here were all personally selected by him, made in Germany, sturdy and thick, impossible to breach easily. Some gamblers began to panic, with the wealthiest among them, Mr. Lai from Tianhua Trading, being the first to ask, "What's going on? Can we still leave or not?" The other bosses followed suit with their questions. "Who are those people outside? What's happening? What do they want? We came here for Boss Xiao. You must ensure our safety." "Don't worry." Xian Daocheng's expression had returned to normal. "Although we can't go out for now, they can't come in either." Just as his words fell, a sudden sound of a power drill erupted from outside the front door, sharp and piercing, causing the iron door to tremble, the lock shaking violently. This was an industrial-grade impact drill. These people were well prepared. Xin Daocheng's calm demeanor finally wavered as he took out his phone to call Chen Wen, succinctly reporting the situation. "Brother Wen, they've come for me." The sound of the drill continued, vibrating everyone's eardrums. When Xin Daocheng made the call, Chen Wen was standing on a spacious playground, facing over 100 strong and robust young men. This place had originally been a kindergarten, forcibly acquired by Zhao Fuqing a few years ago and transformed into the base for Fuqing Security Company. The building was used for dormitories, and the playground was for training. At this moment, all the off-duty brothers under Chen Wen were gathered here. Upon learning that the Fuqing nightclub was under attack, Chen Wen immediately ordered everyone to assemble urgently, preparing for retaliation. However, he hadn't expected the other side to act so quickly, launching an attack on the next target without pause, and choosing the highly challenging underground casino. Chen Wen had always understood Xin Daocheng well and felt reassured. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't handle it himself, he would never have made this call, indicating that the situation was dire. Although the enemy was masked, Chen Wen could deduce that they were from the Diao family, and the leader was definitely not Diao Chong. Diao Chong, while fierce, did not possess such execution capability or strategic mind. It must be Hui Yan. It should be that Hui Yan he had frequently heard about recently but had not yet officially crossed paths with, leading the charge. Chen Wen finally began to understand why his boss Zhao Fuqing had been acting differently lately and why he was so wary of Hui Yan. Tonight was likely destined to be an extremely difficult sleepless night. "Hold on for 20 minutes, Chen Wen said in a deep voice, his face still wearing a smile. "Understood," Xin Daocheng replied promptly on the other end of the line. Chen Wen hung up the phone, scanning the group of subordinates before him, and commanded, "Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, move out to Xinglong Pawn Shop. Team 4, Team 5, Team 6, stand by." Chen Wen clapped his hands, boosting morale. "Brothers, tonight we can unleash our fury, go all out, and the boss will reward you handsomely later." The subordinates became excited, shouting in unison, and quickly began to act. Meanwhile, Xin Daocheng also issued an order. "Everyone, back to the gambling hall." The gamblers were stunned, looking at each other in confusion. The electric drill continued its work, and it seemed about to break through the keyhole, making everyone increasingly anxious. What the hell is going on? One moment we're told to leave, the next we're told to go back? "Mr. Lai impatiently demanded, "You need to explain this to me." Xin Daocheng's expression turned cold, and he slapped Mr. Lai across the face, causing him to stagger. "Shut up, go back immediately. You dare hit me?" Mr. Lai covered his face in disbelief. He was the president of Tianhua Trading, a billionaire tycoon, a newly risen nouveau riche, who wouldn't treat him with some respect? "You dare hit me? Your boss Xiao." A glint of cold steel flashed, and Mr. Lai immediately fell silent as a long, sharp spike pressed against his throat. "If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me," Xin Daocheng said coldly. No one dared to protest anymore. They all turned and ran towards the entrance of the underground gambling hall, each faster than the last, like a group of panicked mice fleeing for their lives. Xin Daocheng stayed behind, the last to enter, and personally closed the door to the gambling hall. Just as the door was about to close, the powerful drill broke through the keyhole, and the front door was finally breached. Hui Yan led the charge, followed by Diao Chong and others, bursting through the door and striding in. The heavy door of the gambling hall slammed shut. Xin Daocheng stood quietly behind the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. Behind him, 20 subordinates stood silently, as straight as javelins. Xin Daocheng glanced at the time. It had only been 3 minutes since he spoke with Chen Wenong, but at this moment, he was confident he could hold out for 20 minutes until reinforcements arrived. The door to the gambling hall was a bank vault-level product, over 10 centimeters thick. Even an industrial-grade drill couldn't penetrate it. The 20 subordinates behind him were carefully selected, having followed him for many years, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. Silence, a deathly silence. Just when Xin Daocheng thought the enemy might have retreated, a violent roar of an engine suddenly erupted. The oppressive force felt even through the iron door. Then came the heavy sound of a massive object moving, followed by a thunderous crash as the wall shook violently. A bulldozer. A bulldozer was crashing in. Madman. This group of lunatics had actually prepared a bulldozer in advance, had actually driven it into the store, and were using it to ram the door. A sense of impending disaster quickly spread through the gambling hall. Another thunderous crash followed as the bulldozer struck again. The door of the gambling hall was indeed sturdy enough. Although it had begun to bulge and deform, it remained unbreakable. But the wall anchoring the iron door could not withstand the tremendous impact, and large cracks spread like spider webs. Xin Daocheng's expression grew serious. He shook his arm, and the spike slipped from his sleeve into his hand. The 20 subordinates behind him also drew their weapons, ready to strike. The third impact came in quick succession, the wall cracked open with a roar, and the iron door collapsed. Amidst the rising dust, Hui Yan stepped over the iron door and entered first. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Lin Zuhui, and others followed closely behind. Xian Daochun waved his hand, and the 20 subordinates surged forward, charging at the enemy. Close combat ensued, and the sounds of battle erupted. The clash of weapons was crisp and sharp, flesh tore and bones cracked, a low, piercing sound, blood splattered like raindrops, muffled groans and screams intertwined, weaving a bloody symphony. Mr. Lai and the other gamblers huddled in a corner, dumbfounded and trembling. They thought they had seen it all, that nothing could scare or surprise them anymore, but the scene before them shocked everyone. Some closed their eyes, some covered their ears, some wet their pants, and some bent over to vomit. Xian Daochun stood quietly in place, not making a move, his gaze fixed intently on Hui Yan. He was not afraid, nor was he sending his subordinates to block the blade and die. He was merely observing, trying to understand Hui Yan's methods and style. This was the experience that had allowed him to survive countless battles and reach today. He would never fight an unprepared battle. But soon, Xian Daochang was disappointed. This experience was ineffective against Hui Yan. Hui Yan simply tilted his body slightly, avoiding a decisive slash from an opponent, and countered with a strike that knocked the attacker down. With another swift step, he skillfully maneuvered between the blades of two opponents, striking with both hands, his palms cutting into their carotid arteries, causing them to collapse immediately. Then, Hui Yan turned back, lifting his blade to deflect a strike aimed at Lin Zuhui's neck. With a twist of the blade, he pulled away the opponent's arm holding the knife. Ruthless, swift, fierce, and precise, he defeated 4 of Xian Daocheng's capable subordinates in mere seconds. One word: fast. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. Xian Daocheng, known for his quick blade, suddenly felt goosebumps all over, a tremendous fear igniting a surge of adrenaline. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a strong opponent. Come on, let's see who is faster. Xian Daocheng suddenly erupted, lunging forward, his spear stabbing towards Hui Yan's chest like a venomous snake. The spear lunged towards Hui Yan's chest with great momentum. Hui Yan swung his blade to block, and with a clang, he deflected the spear. Xian Daocheng's left hand struck towards Hui Yan's abdomen like lightning, and he had somehow also grasped a spear. This was his secret weapon and hidden killing move. He hadn't had the chance to use it for many years, not even his closest confidants had seen it. Hui Yan's blade had been diverted by Xian Daocheng's earlier strike, leaving his chest and abdomen exposed and hard to evade. Dao Chong and the others gasped in shock. Just as the spear was about to pierce Hui Yan's abdomen, he suddenly twisted his body to the limit, inhaling and contracting his stomach. The spear grazed Hui Yan's abdomen, cutting the skin and leaving a trail of blood. Xian Daocheng inwardly lamented the missed opportunity, his hands never pausing, launching a relentless series of thrusts towards Hui Yan. Hui Yan swung his blade to defend. Clang, clang, the long knife and spear clashed repeatedly in a flash. Each time the spear seemed poised to hit Hui Yan, it was deflected at the last moment. Xian Daocheng's strength began to wane, his attacks slowing, and Hui Yan let out a fierce roar. It's my turn! Hui Yan's blade swept towards Xian Daocheng like a white rainbow. In an instant, the situation reversed, and it was Hui Yan's turn to launch a furious assault while Xian Daocheng defended. Faster, faster, faster. Hui Yan swung his blade in a storm-like flurry towards Xian Daocheng, growing increasingly rapid. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Xian Daocheng struggled to block over 100 strikes, his hands growing sore and numb, his movements gradually slowing. Hui Yan, however, grew more courageous with each battle, striking fiercely, knocking away the 2 spears in Xian Daocheng's hands, and delivering a decisive blow down the center. This strike cleaved from Xian Daocheng's left chest to his right waist, opening a long gash, blood spraying out. What a pity, you're still not fast enough. Hui Yan sheathed his blade and stood firm. Xian Daocheng grinned faintly, nodding in resignation, slowly collapsing to the ground, his body trembling a few times before going rigid. Diao Chong and the others were invigorated. The remaining subordinates of Xian Daocheng were already terrified, quickly falling apart and being taken down one after another. Hui Yan walked straight towards the group of gamblers huddled in the corner. Brother, Lai Zong stammered, you have a grudge with Boss Xiao, right? I just came here to play for money, I have nothing to do with him, please let me go. Hands on your head, lie down, Hui Yan said coldly. Big brother, I'm Lai Tianhua, the chairman of Tianhua Trading, you must have heard of me. Do you want money? No problem, I'll give you as much as you want. I can also give. I'll give you a price, go ahead and offer. Other gamblers chimed in, flattering and laughing awkwardly, their true colors laid bare. Then, the group led by Diao Chong erupted in laughter. Look at this, these are all our big tycoons from the harbor, usually so full of themselves, and now they all look like spineless grandsons. Huoyan raised his knife and slapped Mr. Li's face. If you dare to say another word, I'll cut out your tongue. Get down. Mr. Li dared not speak again, covering his head with his hands and obediently lying down. The other gamblers followed suit. Diafeng, Lin Zuhui, and others rushed forward, twisting their hands behind their backs and binding them with rubber restraints one by one. Diao Chong raised his phone, laughing as he took pictures and videos of them for record keeping. Moments later, everything was settled. Brother Hua, should we keep smashing? Diao Chong asked. Is everyone tired? Not tired, everyone replied in unison. Then let's keep going. Tonight, we'll smash the old world to pieces. Huoyan waved his hand. Those who are injured go to the hospital. The rest follow me to Fuqing building. Diao Chong and the others shouted in response, crowding around Huoyan as they hurried away. Just as Huoyan's group left, Xian Daocheng suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a long-suppressed groan of pain. His chest was completely soaked in blood, enduring the excruciating pain and playing dead until now was already quite ruthless and resilient. Xian Daocheng struggled to crawl towards the phone that had fallen nearby, glancing at the time, 10 minutes. It had only been 10 minutes since he spoke with Chen Wenong. He thought the two solid gates, his 20 subordinates who could take on 10 each, and his own strength would be enough to win, but they had all been crushed, utterly defeated. Xian Daocheng trembled as he dialed Chen Wen's number, unable to form coherent words. Wive, Brother 1, F, Fucheng, Building. In the operations room of the Fuqing Security Company headquarters, Chen Wen quietly waited for Xian Daocheng to finish. Dao brother, safe travels. Chen Wen didn't say another word, directly hanging up the phone and picking up the intercom. Teams 1, 2, and 3, turn around immediately, Fuqing Building. Teams 4 and 5, head over to. Team 6, stay on standby. Then, Shenwen picked up his phone again, messaging Liang to report the current situation and his deployment. Liang quickly replied with just 3 words, got it. Shenwen stood up and walked to the window, looking down. Several cars sped out of the gate, rushing away with teams 4 and 5. Shenwen rubbed his temples, his head pounding, excruciatingly painful. He had already sent out his elite forces, but seeing Huoyan's momentum, it seemed he was not going to stop, and he wondered how much blood would be shed tonight. The Fuqing building was a landmark in the harbor, not only the office of Zhao Fuqing but also home to many large enterprises from both domestic and international backgrounds. How dare Huoyan attack there? With such a big commotion, how did he plan to end this? Or was he truly arrogant enough to have lost his mind? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Shenwen suddenly saw 2 business cars speeding towards him, abruptly stopping at the entrance. A group of people in uniform, wearing masks and with flaming insignias on their arms, jumped out of the cars. The leader seemed to sense him standing at the window and looked up, giving him a slight smile. Shenwen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. What Fuqing building? It was just a feint. It was likely that Huoyan had intentionally let Xian Daocheng hear it, to lure the tiger away from its mountain and create a diversion. Huoyan's real target was actually here. It was me, Shenwen. Shenwen suddenly burst into laughter, laughing heartily. What a night full of surprises. The 6th team, left on standby, looked at Shenwen in confusion. Moments later, Shenwen stopped laughing, opened the safe, and pushed all the stacks of cash inside onto the floor. Brothers, the enemy has come to our lair. When disaster strikes, everyone flies. This is a small token from me, Wengu. Thank you all for following me all these years. Now, hurry and leave. Wengu. The subordinates were surprised and confused. Shenwen waved his hand, signaling them to stop talking. Let's go, everyone. Quickly. If fate allows, we will meet again in the martial world. The subordinates hesitated no longer, each picking up a few stacks of cash and scattering away in a hurry. Shenwen returned to the table, sat down silently, loosened his tie, poured himself a glass of wine, smiled, and took a small sip. At the headquarters of the Fuqing Security Company, Diafeng and his men began to break down doors and walls. Perhaps they had never thought that someone would dare to attack this place. The security facilities here were quite simple. Diafeng hardly used any tools and easily broke open the main door. The crowd surged around Huoyan, filled with murderous intent, and rushed in. At the same time, the last group of Chen Wen's subordinates ran out of the building and, upon seeing the situation, scattered in all directions. Diafeng's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he led his younger brothers to chase after them for a kill. Huoyan stopped him. Let them go. Huogo, what if Chen Wen is mixed in with them? Huoyan shook his head. Anyone could escape, but Chen Wen won't. Diafeng was puzzled. Why not? Because he doesn't dare. Huoyan replied calmly, then stepped towards the office building. Diafeng was skeptical but did not ask further. The others, seeing this, also did not pursue Chen Wen's fleeing subordinates, allowing them to scatter as they followed Huiyin into the building. In the control room, Shenwen drank alone, his expression calm. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, he finished his drink before looking up at Huiyin and his group, smiling as if greeting an old friend he had been waiting for a long time. "You're here." Diafeng was surprised. Shenwen really hadn't run away and was leisurely drinking wine, which made him admire his courage a bit. "Smiling one, you really have some guts." Shenwen smiled leisurely, ignoring Diafeng, and just looked at Huiyin. "Huagu, one must have self-awareness. Xin Daochang is the strongest under me, much stronger than I am. If he isn't your match, why should I seek my own humiliation? Stop pretending, you're just scared." Huiyin said coldly, "This is a business Zhao Fuqing entrusted to you. If you dare to flee at the last moment, Zhao Fuqing will never let you go." Shenwen's smile faltered slightly as his inner calculations were exposed. "Damn, I thought you were really reckless," Diafeng mocked. Huiyin took off his mask and slowly walked towards Shenwen. "What makes you think I would let you go?" "Huagu, I'm just a worker trying to make a living. I have no personal grudge against you. There's no need to go to such extremes." Huiyin smiled back. "You're wrong. I actually have a personal grudge against you." Shenwen was taken aback. "You killed the cat, didn't you?" Huiyin asked suddenly. "Cat?" Shenwen was puzzled. Huiyin pointed to the fresh scratches on Shenwen's face. In an instant, Shenwen recalled the stray kitten that had jumped out of Jian Xiaoliang's arms. "So all this commotion tonight, all this noise, you came all the way here just for a little cat?" Shenwen couldn't believe it. Huiyin laughed. "Do you think your life is more precious than that little cat? You're wrong. The kitten is a real life. While scum like you doesn't deserve to live in this world." Shenwen also laughed, looking at Huiyin as if he were a madman. Huiyin grabbed the fresh scab on Shenwen's face and slowly tore it off, blood seeping out again. "Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. Take him away." Diafeng stepped up and kicked Shenwen down hard. Shenwen didn't even grunt, seemingly feeling no pain, still wearing a smile on his face. "Smile. Make sure to laugh while you can. Let's see how long this bastard can keep laughing." Diafeng grabbed Shenwen by the neck and dragged him away. In the night, more than a dozen business cars lined up and sped past. Shenwen's two groups of men had already converged and were speeding towards the Fuchang building. Inside the car, the gang members were armed with knives. Some were nervous, while many were eagerly restless. As security for the Xiao family, just the title alone was enough to intimidate and command respect, and very few dared to defy them easily. As a result, they hadn't engaged in a major fight for a long time, and tonight was a rare bloodthirsty opportunity. When they see someone, they would beat them to death. Just one more intersection, and they would reach what they believed to be the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, a massive dump truck came barreling out, crashing head-on into the lead business vehicle. The car flipped several times in the air before crashing down heavily, creating a thunderous noise and sending sparks flying. The second business vehicle behind it slammed to a stop, but it was too late. It screeched forward into the underside of the dump truck, instantly turning into a twisted heap of scrap metal. Bang 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 bang. A series of loud crashes followed as a whole line of more than 10 business vehicles collided into one another, creating a chaotic mess. The people inside were thrown up and down, their heads bleeding and dazed. The sharp knives they had gripped tightly turned into deadly weapons of mutual harm, stabbing into the bodies of their comrades beside them with the violent impacts. One unfortunate guy had 7 knives embedded in him, turning him into a human porcupine. More than 10 others were flung out, shattering the car windows and landing on the hard concrete pavement, with broken limbs and unconsciousness. The air was filled with agonizing screams, and the strong smell of blood permeated the scene. Before they could recover from this sudden attack, on both sides of the road, Diafeng and Lin Zuhui appeared with their own teams, each holding a homemade Molotov cocktail, which they ignited and threw towards the already horrific business convoy. The Molotov cocktails exploded with a roar, flames shooting up as the convoy was engulfed in fire. The screams turned into wails of despair, the smell of blood overshadowed by the more pungent scent of roasting flesh. Diafeng and Lin Zuhui, watching from a distance, shivered at the scene that resembled a hell on earth. They had always thought they were ruthless enough, accustomed to bloodshed and conflict. But compared to Huiyan's meticulous planning and merciless tactics, they realized they had been mere children playing house. At the Shangshan residence, in the luxurious study, Zhao Fuqing looked at his phone, where the image of the massive sign for the Fuqing nightclub had fallen and shattered. The video captured by passers-by had gone viral online, gaining immense popularity, with comments flooding the entire screen. "What the hell? Who did this? There are really people who don't care about their lives," challenging the Xiao family. "Of course, they smashed the sign. Isn't that a blatant slap in the face? Well done, let those Xiao family members know who's boss. Is our harbor really going to change? Everyone, let's just watch quietly and enjoy the show." Zhao Fuqing's expression was blank, his thoughts drifting. He recalled that day 20 years ago when he finally toppled the then underground overlord of the harbor, Lord Hong, and personally smashed the iconic sign of the Hong family to pieces. History was repeating itself, only this time, he, Zhao Fuqing, was the one being humiliated. Was this the turning of the tides? Was it truly fate's cycle? Was Hua Yan his nemesis? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Fuqing abruptly turned off the video and threw his phone down. Liang had been quietly waiting nearby and then spoke up. Shen Wen's men have been injured, maimed, or fled. They have been completely wiped out. Zhao Fuqing said nothing, merely nodding to indicate he understood. My men are all ready and can strike back at any time, Liang said, handing over a piece of paper listing about 10 of the Diao family's brothers' locations and strongholds. Which one do you want to eliminate first? Or all of them? Liang offered the target list, but Zhao Fuqing did not take it. Instead, he shook his head. Let them disperse, everyone go back to sleep, it's getting late. Liang was taken aback, his usually calm face showing a rich expression for the first time, a bright question mark appearing. Zhao Fuqing then instructed, you just take care of the aftermath, make it tidy before dawn. I will have a good word with Secretary Hao. Boss, if we don't take action and don't retaliate, they might take advantage of us, and others will also be restless. For the first time, Liang questioned Zhao Fuqing's orders. The underground world has cruel survival rules. Under the lure of huge gray interests, there are always ambitious challengers. It's hard to take territory, but even harder to keep it. Like a pack of beasts in a survival of the fittest scenario, the Beast King may seem untouchable from a high position, but once a hint of weakness shows, it could be besieged by rivals. Nightclubs, casinos, and even Shen Wen's security company, though insignificant in Zhao Fuqing's vast territory, witnessed his rise and are the reason he has never fully let go. Now, with signs smashed, venues swept, and people beaten or killed, this is a blatant challenge. If immediate countermeasures and retaliation are not taken, it would be a huge humiliation and stain on the Xiao family's reputation and status in the underworld. Tonight in the harbor, who knows how many people are quietly observing the situation, plotting their moves. The restless forces of Nanshan Dafei, Dongzhuang Wenjiu, Shiman Mashe, and Xinjai Dinghua will never let such an opportunity slip by. Zhao Fuqing's gaze turned cold, piercing Liang. Do you think I don't understand? Or am I getting old and confused? Do you need to teach me how to do things? Liang was startled, raised his hand, and slapped himself hard, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Remember, while force is necessary for deterrence, it's not just about fighting and killing to make the enemy afraid. Liang lowered his head, standing submissively with his hands at his sides. Zhao Fuqing's expression softened slightly as he continued in a deep voice. The only real threat to us is Hua Yan. Once he's dealt with, everything will settle down. Let him may act quickly. Liang nodded in acknowledgement and walked out, then paused, cautiously asking, Owen was taken by Hua Yan. Should we send someone to rescue him? If you can't even keep your own territory, you deserve it. Zhao Fuqing snorted coldly. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to him. Owen knows a lot, what if? Zhao Fuqing smiled indifferently, not taking it to heart. If you want to pry open a Wen's mouth, it won't be that easy. Liang said no more and bowed as he retreated. From the room at the end of the dim corridor, a woman's heart-wrenching cries and curses could be faintly heard. Zhao Fuqing, you turtle old bastard, coward without balls, let me out. You don't dare to take revenge for your son, let me go. Yingjie, my son. It was Su Feng. Ever since Xiao Yingjie died, she had collapsed, her mind consumed with one thought, kill Hua Yan and avenge Xiao Yingjie. The intense hatred had driven her sanity further into chaos. Last week, she mistook her maid, who had served her for over 10 years, for Hua Yan and severely injured her. Zhao Fuqing had no choice but to lock her up. Liang turned a deaf ear, silently passing by, spitting out a mouthful of blood phlegm, his gaze cold. Before dawn, Liang had handled all the matters that needed addressing. The doors of Fuqing nightclub were tightly locked, a suspended operation notice posted, a construction barrier surrounded the outside of Xinglong pawnshop. The Boundmister, Lai and other gamblers in the gambling hall were rescued. The burned cars near Fuqing building were towed away. The injured were sent to the hospital. The dead had vanished without a trace. The bloodstains were washed clean. All videos were inaccessible, and related discussions were prohibited. Liang originally thought that with the situation escalating so much, the police would not let it go easily. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be surprisingly simple and smooth. Because no innocent bystanders were injured in the entire incident, although it was brutal and bloody, it did not affect the lives of ordinary citizens. Hao Tianshi directly classified the matter as a pure gang fight and easily suppressed it. The various police officers who were urgently dispatched were initially filled with righteous indignation, planning to thoroughly investigate the matter and take the opportunity to sweep through the underground world of the harbor. However, they were all called back temporarily to investigate who was spreading videos and making baseless rumors online, in other words, to silence them and minimize the social impact. Wu Taifeng and Du Yu from the Hongwan District Police were among them. They had just arrived at the Diaojia Paradise nightclub and were about to break in when the call came, leaving them filled with anger yet helpless, and they could only retreat. At the bustling Hongxing de Peidang in the south of the city, dozens of strong men were packed tightly together, but no one was eating or drinking. They were all staring at the man in the middle, who was eating meat and drinking wine without a care in the world. He was the boss of this area, Big Brother Fei, with long, greasy, messy hair and a rough, wild eating style. A younger brother hurried over and whispered in his ear. "Speak up, I can't hear you," Big Brother Fei shouted while digging in his ear. The younger brother stood at attention and said loudly, "Report, Big Brother Fei, your good brother, Officer Liu from the City Bureau, called to say that Zhao Fucheng has settled things with the higher-ups and wants to suppress the matter, so you should refrain from taking any rash actions for now." Big Brother Fei yawned widely, stretched lazily, flicked the earwax onto the younger brother, and tossed his long hair. "Damn, this old guy still has tricks up his sleeve. Everyone disperse, go home, and find your own mothers." In the Dongzhuang villa, the gray-haired, spirited old Master One was lying on the sofa scrolling through his phone, with two young girls in revealing clothes and hot figures cuddling beside him, massaging his legs and shoulders. "Hey, can you help this old man take a look? That video of Zhao Fucheng losing face, I was just watching it fine. How did it suddenly disappear?" "Master 9, there's a prompt saying it violated community rules and was deleted." "Everything's gone. Great, no excitement to watch then. Let's find some fun ourselves." Old Master 1, feeling uninterested, tossed his phone aside, smiled ambiguously, and reached out to rub the two girls' voluptuous bodies. At the Shimun slaughterhouse, blood flowed everywhere, and the stench was overwhelming. A large fat pig was fixed on the slaughtering table, squealing and struggling. The notorious butcher in this area was completely naked, wearing only an oilcloth apron, as he plunged the slaughter knife into the pig's neck, blood splattering everywhere. A trusted aide hurried over with a phone, whispering. Manager Chen from the bank called, saying Zhao Fucheng has spoken, and if we dare to act, the bank will withdraw our loans. "Got it." The butcher replied coldly, expressionless, then raised the slaughter knife and chopped down hard, splitting the pig's head in half. In the Zhenjialai boxing gym, the muscular and stern Dinghua was drenched in sweat, practicing sparring with a strong boxer in the ring. A younger brother rushed in and shook his head at Dinghua. Anger and unwillingness flashed in Dinghua's eyes as he swung his fist out fiercely. The sparring partner sensed the danger and quickly raised his fists to defend, but was still sent flying, crashing into the post and fainting. That night, Zhao Fucheng proved in another way that he still had immense power and could still dominate the harbor. In the hall of the Paradise nightclub, the younger brothers of the Diaojia family, who had just experienced an exciting night, were all unable to contain their excitement, but no one dared to make loud noises. They only whispered to each other, boasting about their performances in the fight. Because in the corner, Huiyan was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly and deeply. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were beside him, their astonishment growing even more. They had never seen anyone sleep so soundly and calmly after experiencing such a series of brutal battles, bloody massacres, and heavy blows to the enemy. When the sky brightened, Huiyan woke up leisurely, full of energy. The impatient Diao Feng hurriedly reported the situation. "Zhao Fucheng hasn't retaliated, and the police haven't come looking for us. All the videos online are gone. The southern city de Fei, Dongzhuang Wenzhou, Shimun Mache, and Xingili Dinghua haven't moved either," Diao Chong added. "A bunch of cowards," Diao Feng said angrily. On ordinary days, they all wish they could tear Zhao Fucheng apart, but when it comes to the real deal, not a single one dares to act. Huiyan nodded, his expression calm, having long anticipated this outcome. Zhao Fucheng had been famous for a long time, dominating the underground world of the harbor for over a decade. His power built through hard work was not something that could be easily shaken overnight. It didn't matter, this was just the beginning. The seeds had already been sown, and they would soon break ground. "Are the things ready?" Huiyan asked. Diao Chong nodded. "Everything is set. Let's go." Huiyan stood up. Time to have a chat with the smiling Chen. In the deepest, most hidden private room of the nightclub, Chen Wen sat quietly, still wearing his signature smile. He didn't know what Huiyan intended to do by sparing his life, nor did he ask, simply waiting quietly for fate to arrive. The door to the private room opened, and Huiyan walked in with the Diao brothers, greeted by Chen Wen's smiling face. "Looks like your boss has given up on you," Diao Chong mocked. "I'm just a small character, a watchdog," Chen Wen shrugged. "If Boss Xiao needs it, he can find dozens or hundreds more like me anytime. Why would he care about my worthless life?" Huiyan stared at Chen Wen and directly asked, "How do you want to die? Do I have a choice?" Chen Wen retorted with a smile. "Bring something valuable to exchange. For example, spill some dirt on Zhao Fucheng." "Something I don't know," something that can really hit him where it hurts. I might be able to give you a quick end. Huayan paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. Or I could just torture you until you wish you were dead, forcing you to speak. I'd love to choose, but unfortunately, I can't help you. Qianwen's smile grew wider. I just said, I'm just a watchdog. What can I know? You are indeed a dog, Huayan interrupted, but not just any stray dog picked up off the street. You are a vicious dog that has been raised for a long time. But it's still a dog, Qianwen self-deprecated, lowering his posture. You followed Xiao Fuqing when you were 18, over 10 years now, and you experienced the most intense and desperate times of his rivalry with Lord Hong, helping him bite quite a few people. He has treated you quite well, hasn't he? A hero doesn't speak of past bravery, that's all in the past. Qianwen no longer downplayed himself, simply waving his hand with a smile. Boss Xiao's business has grown, he's into real estate and finance now. A dog like me that only knows how to bite has long become useless, pushed to the sidelines. You think he had me run a security company, watching over the nightclub and underground casinos, as a way to reuse me? Wrong, actually, Boss Xiao has long planned to cut off those previous gray businesses. He just hasn't been able to let go completely. Huayan smiled slightly. Even if Xiao Fuqing no longer values you, there's still someone who quite likes you. Qianwen's eyes flickered, looking at Huayan in surprise. Huayan pulled out a phone and tossed it in front of Qianwen, displaying a photo of Qianwen and Zhao Yingjie together. Isn't this Yingjie's phone? How did it end up in your hands? Qianwen recognized the phone at a glance, his expression changing dramatically, his pupils contracting sharply. So Yingjie is really dead? You killed him. Huayan nodded lightly, openly admitting it. When you were with Xiao Fuqing, Zhao Yingjie was still an elementary school student. You were his bodyguard for several years, got along quite well, and even saved his life once. You may think of yourself as just a dog of the Xiao family, but in Zhao Yingjie's eyes, you could be considered a good friend. He really enjoyed drinking with you and loved chatting with you. Given your experience and your relationship with Zhao Yingjie, I believe you must know some very valuable things. Qianwen looked at Huayan and suddenly burst into laughter, tears almost coming out. Diao Feng, feeling indignant, punched Qianwen hard in the stomach. Normally, anyone would scream in pain after such a hit, but Qianwen showed no reaction, continuing to laugh until he finally stopped, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and ignored Diao Feng, smiling at Huayan. You killed Yingjie, and you definitely want to kill me too. You actually want me to sell you information? Are you out of your mind? Diao Feng was about to strike again, but Huayan raised his hand to stop him, calm and unhurried, simply gazing back at Qianwen. Qianwen put away his smile, his expression suddenly turning cold and confident. Since you understand me so well, you should know. Although I'm not the strongest fighter under Boss Xiao, I am definitely the toughest one. Right, you're a tough guy. Huayan nodded in agreement. Back then, to protect Xiao Fuqing, you fell into the hands of Lord Hong. Lord Hong interrogated you about Xiao Fuqing's whereabouts, torturing you for a full 7 days. You never gave in, enduring it all. By the time Xiao Fuqing came back to rescue you, there wasn't a single good piece of flesh left on your body. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were taken aback, re-evaluating Qianwen, not expecting this seemingly timid and soft guy to have such experiences and abilities. Thanks for the compliment, Qianwen laughed heartily, so I advise you not to waste your effort. I won't say a word. You were tough enough, just because you hadn't encountered truly terrifying torture yet. Huayan replied with a smile, I guarantee you won't be able to laugh later. Qianwen laughed even louder. Oh really? I'm looking forward to it. Fulfill him, Huayan calmly instructed. Diao Chong and Diao Feng also started to smile at Qianwen, their smiles sinister and chilling, then turned to open the door to the private room. Several younger brothers waiting outside came in at the signal, carrying a coarse burlap sack and several iron cages covered with black cloth. It seemed that something alive was struggling inside the cages, making loud banging sounds accompanied by sharp, piercing meow cries that sent chills down one's spine. The younger brothers pulled back the black cloth, and a strong stench wafted in. Each cage contained a wildcat, matted fur, dirty and terrifying, with sharp claws and eerie green eyes. As the black cloth was lifted, the wild cats in the cages became even more agitated, shrieking and jumping against the bars. The fiercest one reached out through the bars to swipe at the handler, who was already prepared with thick protective gloves, yet still got scratched, blood flowing profusely. Qianwen stared in shock at the scene before him. They were all caught from the garbage dump, fighting and stealing food every day, each one fiercer than the last. Huayan smiled lightly, looking Qianwen up and down. Soon, we will strip you of your clothes, put you in the sack, and then put all these cats inside, tying the opening tight. Guess how they will treat you. Qianwen fell silent, still maintaining his smile, but the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. They will scratch every inch of your skin, every muscle. They will gnaw at your flesh bite by bite, and suck your blood drop by drop. Huayan said slowly, a chilling aura surrounding him. So, are you ready? I only killed one wild cat, and you want to do this to me? Shenwen stared fiercely at Huoyen. If we're talking about cruelty, who can be more cruel than you? Wrong. Huoyen shook his finger. You didn't just kill one wild cat. The cats that have died at your hands number at least in the hundreds. That Tom Spicy strip who tortures kittens for fun online is you. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were taken aback. They had heard of the guy with the username Tom Spicy Strip, who had posted multiple videos online. Knives, sticks, needles, firecrackers, microwaves. He used every means possible, utterly deranged and perverted. Countless outraged individuals had tried to uncover his identity, but so far, no one had succeeded. Chen Wen's pupils constricted sharply. How do you know? Did you forget? Zhao Yingjia's phone is in my hands. Huoyen waved the phone. You've shared quite a few original videos of cat torture with him. Chen Wen bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. Diao Chong and Diao Feng rushed forward in unison, punching and kicking, shouting in unison, perverted bastard. Chen Wen quietly endured, not even making a sound, and when the Diao brothers grew tired of beating him, he even managed a faint smile. I've killed so many stinky, cheap cats. Do you think I would be afraid of these little things? Huoyen sneered, leaning closer to Chen Wen. Most cat torturers are psychologically twisted, insecure and cowardly in reality, only daring to vent their frustrations on defenseless, weak animals. Some, in addition to being perverted, do it for monetary gain. But you are different. You don't lack money and have power. If you want to vent, there are plenty of places and targets. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a real grudge against cats. You must have been hurt by one before, right? And it must have been quite serious? I heard you're not married, don't date, and never go near women. Could it be that you were hurt down there? Chen Wen's face turned ashen, remaining silent. Huoyen waved his hand, and the Diao brothers eagerly pounced, pinning Chen Wen down, and without further ado, they stripped him of his clothes in a matter of moments. The room fell silent for a few seconds, then Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the few younger brothers holding cages couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sure enough, Chen Wen's pants were only a short length, and it was clear they had been cut off by external force, like a eunuch. Chen Wen's mouth twitched a few times, desperately trying to force a smile, but the muscles in his face had already betrayed him. His expression stiff and contorted, glaring at Huoyen with rage, wishing he could devour him. This bastard had uncovered his most humiliating secret, his most hidden past, and exposed it in public. Laugh, go ahead and keep laughing, Diao Chong spat coldly. Huoyen met Chen Wen's hateful gaze and continued, actually, I heard about you a long time ago. You were once arrested by the police for rape and assault. That injury you sustained was from that incident, right? Huoyen's words were like a demonic incantation, awakening the memories Chen Wen most wanted to forget. It was the 10th day after the exams, and Chen Wen was hiding in the shade of a tree at the school gate, watching Xiao walk out after just finishing her college applications. From the moment he entered school, he had taken a liking to Xiao, who was fair-skinned and delicate, charmingly beautiful. He had confessed to her once, but she had rejected him and quickly forgotten about it. But Chen Wen had never forgotten. For 3 whole years, he had lurked like a monster in the shadows, quietly watching Xiao, love and hate intertwined. He knew Xiao was an excellent student, aiming to attend a top university in Yanjing, and after this summer, he might never see her again. Bitch, since I can't have you, then I'll ruin you. Xiao was unaware that danger was approaching as she rode her bike home. Chen Wen quietly followed, watching her graceful figure from a distance, her floral dress swaying gently in the summer breeze, the natural scent of the girl occasionally wafting into his nostrils. His malicious desire became increasingly uncontrollable. When Xiao took out her keys, Chen Wen had already put on his mask, hiding around the corner, ready to pounce. The moment the key opened the front door, Chen Wen lunged forward, covering Xiao's mouth and pushing her into the room, slamming her down onto the sofa. Accompanied by a sharp meow, a black cat suddenly pounced. Chen Wen knew this was Xiao's pet cat, named Sheriff. Damn, just a little broken cat, and it's already ruffling my fur. Chen Wen chuckled coldly and kicked Sheriff away. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao broke free from his grasp and ran towards the door, about to scream for help. Chen Wen grabbed her neck from behind, exerting force to slam her down onto the floor. Xiao's head hit the ground hard, blood gushing out, and she fainted. Chen Wen, in a panic, pulled down his pants, lifted Xiao's floral dress, and was about to press down when suddenly a searing pain shot through his lower body. Sheriff had pounced again, clawing him fiercely and severing him in the middle. Chen Wen screamed in agony, jumping up, blood splattering everywhere. Sheriff arched its small body, first standing on end, protecting Xiao. Chen Wen, both humiliated and furious, grabbed Sheriff and slammed it hard onto the ground, picked up his severed treasure, and rushed out the door, down the stairs, sprinting towards the nearest hospital. Just as he exited the community, he stepped in a pile of dog poop and fell flat on his face, his treasure flying out of his hand and landing in the middle of the road. Before he could get up to retrieve it, a large truck drove by, crushing it. Chenwen knelt on the ground, wailing and crying, tears streaming down his face. He had just come of age, and now he could never be a man. An elderly man passing by approached with concern, wanting to help Chenwen up. It was then that he realized his mask had fallen off at some point, and he hurriedly pushed the old man away, fleeing in panic. His body hurt, and his heart was even more frantic. He knew he had left evidence behind, and he had been exposed. Xiao was either dead or alive, and the police were likely to find him. That night, Chenwen went to find Zhao Fuqing. He had a cousin who had once hung out with Zhao Fuqing and had boasted about how resourceful Zhao Fuqing was. Zhao Fuqing didn't ask many questions and casually tossed him a knife. Chenwen immediately followed Zhao Fuqing to attack someone, charging ahead like a madman, chopping and slashing, unstoppable. After it was done, he dropped the knife, bloodied, and with a thud, knelt before Zhao Fuqing, begging for his help. After listening to Chenwen recount the events, Zhao Fuqing said nothing more, just nodded to indicate he understood. The police arrived faster than Chenwen had imagined, coming to arrest him the next day. The leading officer was furious. If not for others holding him back, he would have nearly beaten Chenwen to a pulp. Due to severe brain damage, the flower-like girl had become a vegetable. Chenwen gritted his teeth, refusing to admit anything. The leading officer coldly informed him that witnesses had identified him, and the bloodstains found at the scene had already been sent for testing. He would definitely not escape the law. A week later, just as Chenwen was about to crack, he was suddenly released. It was only afterward that he learned the forensic lab had been robbed, and multiple pieces of evidence, including the one identifying him, had been stolen. Zhao Fuqing was waiting for him at the entrance of the detention center, showing him the blood samples and forensic reports collected by the police. When Chenwen reached out to take them, Zhao Fuqing pulled them back into his embrace. "From now on, your life is mine," Zhao Fuqing said before turning to leave, not sparing him another glance, as if ordering a dog. From that day on, Chenwen became Zhao Fuqing's most loyal dog, cautiously and painfully hiding his disability, protecting his secret. He dared not approach any woman, dared not change clothes in front of others, dared not enter a bathhouse, and even avoided public restrooms. He lived like this for 18 years until he met Huiyan. The sharp, piercing meow of a cat jolted Chenwen awake. His drifting thoughts pulled back to reality as he stared in shock and disbelief at Huiyan. "Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Did you forget? The police officer who arrested you back then was named Huisen." Chenwen was startled. "He's your father?" Huiyan nodded. "Not being able to bring you to justice is one of his greatest regrets in his career." Chenwen looked up at the sky, laughing silently, his smile bitter to the extreme. The bullet fired 18 years ago had now struck him right between the eyes. The calamity he escaped 18 years ago was now being repaid in full. "Let me poke another hole in your facade. The reason you can endure torture and keep your mouth shut isn't because you're so tough. It's just that during a brawl, you got hit in the head, which happened to damage your pain receptors, so you can't feel pain anymore. So what? I can endure, that's all that matters." Chenwen pretended to be tough. Huiyan flicked Chenwen's forehead. "You might be able to endure physical pain, but what about mental pain?" Huiyan pointed at the wild cats in the cage. "On the surface, you're a sadistic cat torturer, a perverted cat killer. In reality, you don't even know how afraid you are of cats, they are your nightmares." Chenwen involuntarily shivered. Huiyan nodded in acknowledgement. Diao Chong suddenly lifted Chenwen up, while Diao Feng had already grabbed a burlap sack. The two brothers worked together to stuff Chenwen into the sack, leaving only his head exposed. A few younger brothers quickly brought over the wild cats. Huiyan quietly watched Chenwen. "This is your last chance, speak or not." Chenwen's face turned pale, his body trembling more violently. Diao Chong and Diao Feng saw this and knew Chenwen was about to break, increasingly admiring Huiyan for dismantling Chenwen's psychological defenses with ease. Chenwen finally gave up resisting, opened his mouth as if to confess, but suddenly clenched his teeth tightly. Before his teeth could even touch, Huiyan moved first, striking like lightning, directly twisting off his jaw joint and prying out a small capsule from between his teeth. Diao Chong and Diao Feng stared in shock. "What the hell is this? Some kind of poison, the kind that lets a person die painlessly." Huiyan carefully put away the capsule. Diao Feng looked at Chenwen in disbelief. "Damn, have you watched too many spy dramas? Playing this trick, do you really get that into character?" Chenwen's expression was desperate, whimpering but unable to articulate, drool flowing down from the corners of his mouth, leaving two long trails. Huiyan raised his hand and pinched his chin. "Have you thought it through?" Chenwen nodded vigorously. Huiyan released his hand, and with a soft click, he reattached the jaw joint. "Xiao Bai Lu." Chenwen was completely broken, unable to swallow his saliva, and blurted out eagerly, "What is that?" Diao Feng asked, confused. Number 23, Yongnanli, there's a 5-story white building that claims to be a charity foundation, but it's actually Xiao Fuqing's place. Chen Wan, in a moment of urgency, even dropped the honorific and called Xiao by name. It's very secretive, managed personally by Xiao Fuqing's trusted aide, a Liang, and it's heavily guarded. I've never been inside, I've only heard Zhao Yingjie mention it a few times when he was drunk. It's said that the people who come and go are high-ranking officials and wealthy elites, truly powerful and mysterious figures. Xiao Fuqing's real big business deals are made there, and even Zhao Yingjie isn't allowed to participate. By the way, there are many women locked up inside, obtained through various channels by Xiao Fuqing, specifically to serve those nobles. Do you think Zhao Yingjie is already perverted enough? In fact, Xiao Fuqing is even scarier. It's said there are many little girls inside. Diao Chong and Diao Feng, who were used to the underworld, could no longer hold back upon hearing this. Bastard! Old pervert! After Chen Wen finished speaking in anger, he looked at Hui Yan eagerly. Is this explosive enough? Not bad, Hui Yan nodded. Keep your word, give me a quick end. Chen Wen knew he couldn't escape death today. He glanced at those wild cats, eagerly seeking death, just wanting a quick end. Sorry, Hui Yan shrugged. I never intended to make a deal with scum like you. You're playing me? Chen Wen was dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. Hui Yan signaled everyone to get to work. Diao Chong and Diao Feng held Chen Wen down while the younger brothers pulled out the wild cats. I was wrong. I'm sorry to the kittens. I'm just a bastard. I deserve to die. I deserve to be tortured 1,000 times. In my next life, I'll be a scratching post for cats. Cat food. Let the cats scratch and eat me. Is that okay? Just kill me, please. I beg you. Just lift a finger and kill me, please. Don't let them come over. Chen Wen had completely broken down, tears streaming down his face, crying out in despair. If he could move, he would have already knelt and bowed to Hui Yan. It's too late, Hui Yan said expressionlessly. Go down and talk to those cats, see if they'll spare you. The younger brothers hurriedly stuffed the cats into a sack and tied it tightly. Fuck your grandpa. Chen Wan, in despair, cursed loudly. Bastard, you devil, may you die a horrible death. Ah! Chen Wan screamed, his expression twisted in horror. Hui Yan no longer looked at him and left with Diao Chong and the others. The door of the private room was thick, with excellent soundproofing, but Chen Wen's screams still broke through. It was not a usual cry of pain, but an extreme fear bordering on madness. Diao Chong and Diao Feng's faces were serious, still shaken. They had never imagined a person could scream so loudly, so terrifyingly. Sorry to scare you, Hui Yan said to the Diao brothers. I'm someone who has returned from hell, only thinking of blood for blood. It might indeed be a bit cruel for you. No, Diao Chong shook his head. Chen Wen deserves this, he brought it upon himself. Brother Hua, you didn't let us harm the innocent and even helped we take the hit. You care for the brothers, it's not cruel at all. I was just thinking. Diao Chong paused, revealing a bitter smile. No matter what, I've done a lot of bad things in the past, harmed some people, and I don't know what kind of retribution might fall on me one day. Evil people don't always get retribution, and good people don't always get rewarded. Retribution is unpredictable, just keep your heart at peace. Hui Yan comforted Diao Chong calmly. Now that you're with me to deal with Xiao Fuqing, it counts as accumulating virtue and doing good. Brother Hua, when are we going to Xiabela? I want to save those girls, Diao Chong said seriously. Diao Feng chimed in. Yeah, that old bastard Xiao Fuqing. I thought I was bad enough. Compared to him, I'm just a pure little darling. We can't rush this. We don't understand the specific situation yet. Xiao Fuqing must be on guard, and if we're not careful, we might alert him or fall into a trap. Let's send a few clever brothers to stake out the area nearby, get a feel for the situation, and make sure they pay attention to safety. Diao Chong and Diao Feng nodded in agreement and immediately went to make arrangements. In the private room, Chen Wen's screams gradually weakened but still echoed. An hour later, a few younger brothers opened the private room door and immediately bent over to vomit. Chen Wen was already lifeless, his eyes wide open, blood seeping out, making it clear he had endured immense pain before dying. The sack had been torn apart by the frenzied wildcats, revealing Chen Wen's body, bloodied and mangled, with no intact skin or good flesh, unrecognizable as a human. Soon after, an article appeared online, clearly structured and well-evidenced, revealing the true identity of the mysterious cat-abusing pervert Tom Spicy Strips, named Chen Wen, 36 years old, general manager of Fuqing Security Company. The article quickly spread across the internet, trending on social media. Countless outraged netizens exploded with anger, flooding the police station and Fuqing Group with complaints, while wreaths and offerings were placed outside Fuqing building. Several hours later, a male corpse was discovered in the northern landfill of the scavenger city. Although the body was mangled, the face was intact, and it was confirmed to be Chen Wen. The wounds on his body were clearly inflicted by cats. he had been literally scratched to death by them. At the time of discovery, several wild cats were still gnawing at his flesh and sucking his blood. As soon as the news broke, it quickly surged to the trending topics. Evil begets evil, crime deserves punishment, retribution is inevitable, heaven has opened its eyes, the cat god punishes. Netizens cheered and even some were moved to tears, once again believing in karma, in retribution, in justice. Other cat-abusing perverts hiding in the crowd trembled in fear, hurriedly deleting their cat abuse videos and releasing the kittens they were about to harm. Several websites on the dark web that specialized in profiting from such videos also shut down. Of course, no one knew that the article was posted by Huiyan, and that Chen Wen's body was thrown into the landfill by Huiyan himself. In the evening, on the seaside promenade, a frail old lady pushed a wheelchair, moving slowly. In the wheelchair sat a woman in her 30s, neatly dressed and beautiful, clearly a stunning beauty in her youth, but now her expression was vacant, her eyes lifeless. Passers-by looked on with pity, shaking their heads. As the wheelchair approached a slight incline, the old lady struggled to keep it from rolling down, when a pair of hands reached from behind to steady it. Huiyan, Xiao, it's been a long time since I last saw you, the old lady said gratefully, surprised. Huiyan smiled, took over the wheelchair, and pushed it to the seaside, stopping by the railing. Aunt Li, are you still doing well? Huiyan asked. Aunt Li smiled faintly. At my age, no major illnesses, just being alive is good enough. Huiyan squatted down, looking at the woman in the wheelchair, softly calling out, Sister Yao. The woman showed no reaction, as if she had blocked out everything from the outside world. It's been 18 years, and she's still like this, Aunt Li said, gently stroking the woman's long hair, her expression sorrowful. I don't know how much longer I can take care of her. What will happen in the future? The woman in the wheelchair was Xiao, who had been harmed by Chen Wen, and the old lady was her mother, Li Guiyun. Back then, Xiao suffered severe brain damage, leaving her with serious aftereffects. Not only was she demented, but her language and motor skills had also gradually deteriorated. Her father, Xiao, unable to bear the burden, left without a word and was never heard from again, leaving Li Guiyun to care for her daughter alone. Huaxin was heartbroken and deeply regretful, often visiting to help. Xiao Huiyan also accompanied him, becoming familiar with the mother and daughter. Huiyan took out his phone, pulled up a normal photo of Chen Wen taken before his death, and held it up in front of Xiao. Sister Yao, do you remember him? His name is Chen Wen, your high school classmate. He was the one who harmed you like this. Xiao stared blankly at the photo, still unresponsive. Xiao, let's not talk about this. It's useless. Li Guiyun waved her hand to stop him. After the incident years ago, she had persistently petitioned multiple times, but it was all in vain. Seeing Chen Wen living freely and thriving, she had long since lost hope. Huiyan gestured for Li Guiyun to be patient, then pulled out a horrifying death photo of Chen Wen. He's dead, he died today, and it was brutal, he was scratched to death by cats. Li Guiyun was shocked, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Xiao's eyes. Although the law couldn't punish him, someone has avenged you. Huiyan continued. Xiao suddenly moved, snatching Huiyan's phone to get a closer look at the photo, and then she burst into laughter, a mix of sorrow and joy, tears rolling down her cheeks as she laughed. Yao, Li Guiyun called out her daughter's name in surprise. Mom! Xiao's throat emitted a muffled sound. What? Xiao, did you hear that? Did Yao just call me? Li Guiyun could hardly believe her ears. Mom, you've worked hard. Xiao looked at Li Guiyun and called out again, her voice much clearer. Li Guiyun was stunned for several seconds, then hugged Xiao tightly, tears streaming down her face. Yao, you're awake. You finally woke up, and Mom has finally waited for this day. Huiyan stood up and stepped aside, watching the mother and daughter embrace and weep. The sea breeze gently blew, and at that moment, Huiyan felt an immense peace in his heart. The regrets of his father, the helplessness he felt while in uniform, he had accomplished today. Although it was long overdue, it had finally come. Not far from the roadside, an inconspicuous little car was parked. Gume sat in the driver's seat, dressed in a pure and youthful outfit, looking at Huiyan from a distance through the car window. The twin sisters, Xiao and Ying, sat in the back seat, also watching the scene. As Huiyan looked at Xiao and Li Guiyun, Gume, Xiao, and Ying were watching him from afar. Sister Mei, are we really going to kill this person? Ying hesitated. He looks like. Ying. Sister Xiao interrupted. What nonsense are you saying? Should we question what Sister Mei has decided? Gume did not turn to look at the two, she simply gazed at Huiyan, her voice mechanical and devoid of emotion. Maybe he's a good person, maybe he's a jerk, it doesn't matter. To us, he's just a damned target, a business that can make money. Ying and Xiao fell silent. Once Li Guiyun and Xiao's emotions calmed down a bit, Huiyan took them directly to the hospital, helping to pay the fees and complete the admission procedures. The doctor examined Xiao's condition and exclaimed that it was nothing short of a miracle. When it was time to say goodbye, Xiao looked at Huiyan and gently nodded. She didn't actually remember the old Huiyan, but she knew he was her benefactor, and words felt too light, everything was unspoken. When Huiyan returned home, it was already dark outside, but his sister Hua Miao had not yet come back. Huiyan wasn't too worried. As soon as the sweep operation that night calmed down, he had arranged for Lin Zuwei to take a few capable brothers to secretly watch over Hua Miao, in case Zhao Fuqing made a crazy counterattack. Instead, it was Hua Miao who, fearing her brother would be worried, called him proactively. The background noise was very loud, as if they were in a bustling restaurant. Hua Miao had quickly completed her study abroad application and was about to leave soon, feeling a mix of reluctance and concern, so she had gathered her closest friends for a meal. Huiyan advised his sister to enjoy herself, and just as he hung up the phone, he heard the door of the private room being pushed open heavily, and a girl's loud voice rang out. "Wow, looks like you're having a great time. What's the occasion?" The voice was sharp and grating, filled with obvious hostility. At Tianxiang Pavilion near Haigang University, Hua Miao and her classmates looked at a long-haired, glamorous girl standing at the door of the private room. Her name was Su Lily, a classmate of Hua Miao, about the same age, but her makeup was particularly mature, seductive and enchanting, lacking any student vibe, instead exuding a strong social flavor. She was a well-known figure at Haigang University, famous for her lavish spending and extravagant lifestyle, all funded by her boyfriends. She hadn't gone a single day without a man by her side throughout her 4 years of college. Since her freshman year, she had flaunted and bullied classmates from rural backgrounds, and after Hua Miao had fiercely confronted her, she had developed a grudge against Hua Miao. Over the years, she had secretly set up obstacles for Hua Miao, and today, her uninvited appearance clearly indicated her ill intentions. "Sorry, this has nothing to do with you, please close the door," Hua Miao replied calmly, not wanting to engage with her. "We're classmates after all, why be so distant?" Su Lily not only didn't leave but instead walked over, pushed past a classmate, and sat down next to Hua Miao. "Miao Miao, you're really not being considerate. Such a big deal as studying abroad, and you didn't even tell me? Can I talk to you?" Hua Miao coldly retorted. "Of course you can. I have to congratulate you properly," Su Lily said, picking up a glass of red wine from the table, ready to toast with Hua Miao. "It's so chaotic outside right now, Miao Miao, you must protect yourself. Don't let those foreign devils ruin you. If you catch some disease, that would be terrifying." Hua Miao pushed her away, but Su Lily deliberately tilted her glass, splashing red wine all over Hua Miao. "Oh, if you don't want to drink, then don't. Why waste it by pouring it on yourself? Come on, let me help you wipe it off." Su Lily feigned innocence, grabbing a napkin, pretending to help Hua Miao clean up. Hua Miao raised her hand to block her. "Su Lily, are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Su Lily threw the napkin at Hua Miao and smiled at her. "Yes, today, I came specifically to tease you." "Lily, don't do this." A classmate nearby tried to intervene. Su Lily ignored her, her face twisted, spitting as she spoke. "Hua Miao, don't think you're so impressive just because you went abroad to study. I don't care at all. If I wanted to, I could go anywhere and study anything. By the way, I'm just curious, with your family's situation, where did you get the money to go abroad? It wouldn't be from something you're too embarrassed to talk about, would it? Don't you know? Returning overseas students aren't in demand anymore. When you come back, you'll just be a worker, and your monthly salary probably won't even be enough for me to buy a bottle of perfume." Hua Miao suddenly stood up, pointing at the door, and said sternly, "Please leave immediately." "Sorry, I'm actually hungry and just want to eat here. I happen to like this private room, so please make way." Su Lily stood her ground, arms crossed, looking defiant. Hua Miao was furious. "Do you have no shame? Don't you know the order of arrival?" Su Lily smirked. "That's a rule for you poor folks. I can eat wherever I want, whenever I want. Do you believe I can make you all leave right now?" Hua Miao scoffed disdainfully. Su Lily called out sweetly towards the door, "Minggu." A young man dressed extravagantly, looking gaudy, with a bloated face and a frivolous demeanor walked in, sweetly saying, "What's wrong, Lily?" "Minggu, these people refuse to leave. Isn't that annoying?" Su Lily pouted. "Who is so blind as to annoy my Lily? Get out of here!" the young man shouted. "On what grounds?" Huiyan retorted angrily. "On the grounds that I, the young master, am called Lai Xiaoming." The young man emphasized each word. Su Lily looked smug, and the classmates nearby were taken aback. They knew Su Lily had long since secured a job at the famous Tianhua trading company in the harbor, but they didn't expect she had actually hooked up with the young master Lai Xiaoming of Tianhua Trading. This was the notorious rich second generation of the harbor. No wonder he was so arrogant. One classmate gently tugged at Hua Miao. "Miao Miao, why don't we change places?" Hua Miao shook her head, looking at Lai Xiaoming, and coldly shot back. "Oh, I thought you were called a toad. What a big mouth. You don't know how to appreciate kindness, huh?" Just wait. Lai Xiaoming got angry and turned to shout outside, Xiaozikai, coming, coming. The restaurant owner, Xiaozikai, responded while hurriedly running over, young Master Lai, what can I do for you? Immediately kick them out and clean up this private room for me. Got it, please wait a moment. Xiaozikai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lai Xiaoming was the financial backer of Tianxiang Pavilion, and he absolutely could not offend him. He quickly approached Huang Miao and the others. Ladies, I'm sorry, but we can't accommodate you today. Please make way. Before Xiaozikai could finish, Lai Xiaoming slapped him on the back of the head. You deaf or something? Didn't you hear I told you to get them out? Get them all out. Understood. Xiaozikai nodded and waved his hand. Several strong young male waiters immediately came over, pulling at Huang Miao and her friends, trying to force them out. The male waiters directly grabbed Huang Miao and her classmates. Su Lily stood with her arms crossed, watching with a smug smile, her heart almost bursting with joy. She hated Huang Miao, she hated her very much. What was she? Just an ordinary girl without parents, with average looks, yet she dared to disrespect her, dared to expose her right at the start of freshman year, dared to confront her head-on. Why was she better at studying than me? Why did she have better relationships? Why did everyone like her more? Why couldn't I deal with her in these 4 years? Su Lily was indignant, and just thinking about it made her so angry she couldn't sleep, not knowing how much money she had spent on skincare because of it. When she heard that Huang Miao was actually going abroad to study, she immediately dragged Lai Xiaoming to pick a fight, determined to seize the last opportunity to humiliate Huang Miao properly, otherwise, it would be the biggest regret of her life. Don't touch us, Huang Miao warned, raising her phone. I'm calling the police right now. Hua Yan's voice was stern, and the waiters were momentarily stunned. Oh, so scary, Su Lily feigned fear, continuing to stir the pot. Minggu, they don't seem afraid of you. Damn it! Lai Xiaoming couldn't save face in front of his girl and stepped forward. Who the hell are you trying to scare? If you don't kneel down and kowtow to me today, no one gets to leave. Lai Xiaoming raised his hand and aimed a strike at Huang Miao. Su Lily laughed happily, but the next second her smile froze. A hand suddenly reached out, gripping Lai Xiaoming's hand like a vice. Lin Zuhui looked at Lai Xiaoming with a smile. Buddy, you're pretty worked up, trying to hit a woman, how embarrassing. Who the hell are you? Lai Xiaoming was confused, trying to break free. Let go of me. Who I am is none of your business. I just can't stand the sight of you, you little punk. Lin Zuhui snorted coldly, not only not letting go but tightening his grip. The joints cracked, and Lai Xiaoming grimaced in pain, angrily shouting at Xiaozikai. Xiaozikai, are you dead or something? Xiaozikai came to his senses and hurriedly brought the waiters over. Bro, let go of Lai Xiao. Two of Lin Zuhui's underlings stepped forward, blocking Xiaozikai, coldly saying, Bro, this isn't your business, don't get yourself into trouble. Xiaozikai realized something was off, sizing up Lin Zuhui and the others, suddenly shocked. All three had faintly visible blood-red wolf tattoos, and there were hard objects bulging at their waists, clearly armed. Xiaozikai fell silent, looking distressed, and awkwardly retreated to the side. He was the shop owner, dealing with all kinds of people for years. He certainly couldn't afford to offend Lai Xiaoming, but he couldn't afford to mess with these three either. Seeing that Xiaozikai didn't dare to step forward, Lai Xiaoming was furious and cursed loudly. You dog thing. With a crisp sound, Lin Zuhui slapped Lai Xiaoming hard across the face. Have you eaten shit? Why's your mouth so foul? Lai Xiaoming was stunned for a moment before reacting. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Lin Zuhui didn't care at all, pushing Lai Xiaoming out. Come on, let's go outside and talk, don't disturb others' meals. One of the underlings immediately came up, grabbing Lai Xiaoming by the neck and dragging him out. Su Lily lowered her head, wishing she could crawl under the table, praying that Lin Zuhui wouldn't notice her. But then her scalp tightened as Lin Zuhui grabbed her hair and pulled her up. And you, get out, don't hang around with these disgusting people. Lin Zuhui drove away Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily, then turned to glance at Xiaozikai. Boss, do you think the food on this table is still edible? Understood, I will arrange it right away, and have everything redone. Xiaozikai hurriedly said. Miss Hua, take your time. Lin Zuhui respectfully said to Huang Miao, turning to leave and thoughtfully closing the private room door behind him. Huang Miao's classmates exchanged glances. Are they involved in the underworld? Definitely. Didn't you see the knives they had at their waists? Meow meow, do you know them? Huang Miao pondered for a moment and shook her head. Never mind that, let's eat and drink. Come on, cheers. In the next room, two lackeys pushed Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily in, one kick each, sending them crashing to their knees. I am Lai Xiaoming, Lai Xiaoming. Lai Xiaoming's voice trembled with anger, stuttering. Oh, are you famous? Lin Zuhui asked with a smile, pouring himself a beer and leisurely drinking with the two lackeys. Even if you don't know me, you must know my dad. My dad is Lai Tianhua, the chairman of Tianhua Group. Lai Xiaoming panicked. With one call, you're all dead. Lin Zuhui and the two lackeys exchanged glances. Scared, huh? Hurry up and apologize to me. Seeing the three remain silent, Lai Xiaoming trembled again. Su Lily also ignited a glimmer of hope. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zuhui and the two lackeys burst into laughter, doubling over, spraying beer all over Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily. Lai Xiaoming was dumbfounded, while Su Lily silently groaned. Lin Zuhui grabbed his phone and tossed it to Lai Xiaoming, teasing, "Go ahead, hurry up, I can't wait to see how you plan to kill me." Lai Xiaoming quickly dialed, his voice choked with tears, "Dad, come save me." Not long after, a series of loud noises came from outside, the restaurant door was slammed open, and a chaotic rush of footsteps poured in, with a group shouting loudly. Lin Zuhui downed his drink and, along with the two lackeys, dragged Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily out to meet them. The guests in the hall had already fled in fear, and Lai Tianhua led the charge, followed by dozens of bodyguards, filling the lobby. Lin Zuhui frowned slightly, surprised that Lai Xiaoming's call had truly summoned so many people. He hadn't expected that the incident at the underground casino had left Lai Tianhua so shaken that he immediately spent a fortune hiring this large group for protection. Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily finally saw their savior, seizing the opportunity to break free and dash like rabbits to hide behind Lai Tianhua. "Dad, these bastards hit me. You must help me take revenge. I want them all dead." Lai Xiaoming's face was ashen, his anger had nowhere to go. "I want to see who dares to mess with my Lai family. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Beat them to death." The dozens of thugs surged forward, menacingly. Lin Zuhui signaled to the two lackeys, quietly instructing, "Guard the door, no matter what, don't let anyone hurt Miss Hua." The two lackeys retreated to guard the entrance of Hua Miao's private room. Lin Zuhui drew his knife, tearing off a piece of his sleeve to tightly bind the knife to his hand, fearless and even excited, charging towards the group of thugs. "Hello, Mr. Lai." Just as the battle was about to erupt, a calm greeting suddenly came from the entrance. Lai Tianhua's body jolted at the sound. Lai Tianhua's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly, "Wait, everyone stop, wait." The thugs were taken aback and halted. Lai Tianhua slowly turned to look, as if he had used all his strength to dare to glance in that direction. Hua Yan stood quietly at the door, looking at him indifferently, but Lai Tianhua looked as if he had seen a demon, shuddering violently, his expression turning fearful. Lai Xiaoming was confused, sizing up Hua Yan, and opened his mouth to curse. "Who the hell are you? Shut up!" Lai Tianhua swung a hard slap across Lai Xiaoming's face. Lai Xiaoming stumbled back, covering his face, completely dazed. "Dad, why are you hitting me? You little bastard, hurry up and kneel." Lai Tianhua's face was anxious, beads of cold sweat sliding down his forehead as he grabbed Lai Xiaoming, wanting him to kneel before Hua Yan. From that call, he recognized Hua Yan's voice, and from Hua Yan's gaze, he confirmed that the calm and quiet man before him was the brutal killer who had taken down Xie and Daocheng in the underground casino. Su Lily and the group of bodyguards were all stunned. Lin Zuhui smiled, putting away his knife. It seemed there would be no fight tonight, as Lai Tianhua had been scared out of his wits by Hua Yan. Lai Xiaoming was even more confused and certainly refused to kneel. "Dad, are you crazy? Why should I kneel to him? Who the hell is he?" Lai Tianhua, furious, kicked Lai Xiaoming a few times, jumped up, wrapped his arms around his neck, and pressed him down to the ground. "No, there are dozens of us here. What are you afraid of, Dad? Who the hell is he?" Lai Xiaoming struggled fiercely. The father and son rolled around on the ground, the scene quite comical. The door to the private room opened, and Hua Miao and her classmates were drawn out by the commotion, peeking in with surprise. "Brother, what are you doing here? What's going on?" Hua Miao asked curiously. Hua Yan remained expressionless. "It's nothing, just passing by, saying hello to Mr. Lai." "Dad, did you hear that? He's just that brat Hua's brother." Lai Xiaoming struggled even harder. "I've looked into it. He's just a little cop. What are you afraid of? He's not even a cop anymore. He's been fired." Su Lily quickly chimed in. "Mr. Lai, did you mistake him for someone else?" "Shut up!" Lai Tianhua scolded Su Lily sharply, grabbing Lai Xiaoming by the neck. "You son of a bitch, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Everyone present was stunned by the scene before them. What the hell was going on? Hua Yan walked up slowly. The bodyguards and thugs instinctively stepped aside. This young man had only said one sentence, yet he had scared their boss into this state. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry. Lai Tianhua apologized to Hua Yan. "My son is mischievous, please forgive us." "You have a big heart, please be lenient." Hua Yan said, "If you don't let go, he will die in your hands." Lai Tianhua came to his senses and realized that Lai Xiaoming's face was already red and his neck thick from the grip, quickly raising his hand. Lai Xiaoming gasped for air, not daring to lash out at Lai Tianhua, glaring fiercely at Hua Yan. Hua Yan couldn't be bothered to look at him, only addressing Lai Tianhua. "Your precious son is indeed not a good person. he has bullied many relying on your power. Sweat beads reappeared on Lai Xiaoming's forehead. Huiyan changed his tone, however, as far as I know, he hasn't done anything particularly evil so far. Yes, Lai Tianhua said, pleasantly surprised. This brat is just silly, loves to play and make trouble, but his nature isn't bad. If he continues to develop like this, it could be a different story. Huiyan said coldly, he might become the second Zhaoingjie. It won't happen, Lai Tianhua waved his hands repeatedly. I will definitely discipline him well. If he dares to act up again, I'll break his legs. I suggest you change his environment quickly. Get him away from the harbor, away from you. It might be better for him and prevent him from causing trouble here. Understood, I'll send him away tomorrow, let him cause trouble elsewhere, Lai Tianhua replied without hesitation. Huiyan's voice deepened. No one should cause trouble. Lai Tianhua chuckled awkwardly. We need to be good people and give back to society. Lai Xiaoming's head bobbed like a rattle drum, glancing at Lai Tianhua, then at Huiyan. He was completely bewildered. What the hell was going on? Why were they so quick to drive him out of the harbor and decide his future with just a few words? In the crowd, Su Lily had shrunk to the back, trying to slip away quietly. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she knew she had messed with the wrong people. Don't notice me, please don't notice me. Are you Su Lily? Huiyan's voice came through. Su Lily froze as if struck by lightning, awkwardly turning around with a warm, flattering smile. Hello, brother Hua, I'm Miao Miao's classmate. I misspoke just now. I'm sorry, please don't take offense. As she spoke, Su Lily slapped herself. Huiyan merely glanced at her and then turned back to Lai Tianhua. Is she your son's girlfriend? Not anymore, she isn't from now on. Lai Tianhua shook his head repeatedly. Is she an employee of your company? Fired, I'm going to fire her right now, Lai Tianhua said decisively, adding, Tianhua Group will never employ her. Su Lily stood there dumbfounded, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Huo Miao's classmates looked at each other, feeling both relieved and curious. Mr. Lai, it seems you've donated quite a bit to Harbor University and are quite familiar with Principal G? Lai Tianhua was taken aback, not understanding why Huiyan suddenly changed the subject, and quickly nodded vigorously. If there is a student who uses money and connections to get admitted, cheats repeatedly on exams, bullies classmates, and has been reported multiple times without any action taken, shouldn't you, as a donor, inquire about it? Shouldn't Principal G also take some action? Lai Tianhua glanced at the pale-faced Su Lily. Understood, I'll call old G later. Such a student is too terrible, they must be severely punished. Su Lily's legs went weak, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground. Brother Hua, please don't do this, it will ruin my... Huiyan didn't even look at her. Su Lily crawled to Huo Miao's feet, hugging her legs. Miao Miao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous of you, I shouldn't have always gone against you. Please have mercy on me, let me go. Huo Miao looked at the tearful Su Lily and gently kicked her away. Feel sorry for you? What about the classmates you pushed out of their spots? Who will feel sorry for the classmates you bullied into depression and dropping out? Su Lily sat on the ground in despair, crying loudly. Shut up, drag her out. Lai Tianhua signaled the bodyguards to take Su Lily away. After a moment of silence, Lai Xiaoming suddenly sprang up, drawing a knife from a thug's waist and lunging at Huiyan's back. As Lai Xiaoming swung the knife at Huiyan, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn! I don't care who the hell you are. What are you so arrogant about? My old man is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Brother! Huo Miao screamed. Lin Zuhui shook his head. This kid was looking for trouble. Su Lily was excited, her whole body tense, anticipating Huiyan's blood to gush forth. Lai Tianhua's face turned ashen, nearly fainting. Huiyan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. At the moment the blade was about to pierce his flesh, he deftly twisted away, turning back to give Lai Xiaoming a cold glance. Lai Xiaoming was so chilled by that look that he shivered, the knife clattering to the ground, his legs giving way as he knelt, all his previous arrogance vanished. Sever ties. I want to sever the father-son relationship with this little bastard. Lai Tianhua rushed forward and kicked Lai Xiaoming down, shouting hoarsely, fearing Huiyan would turn his anger on him. He is he, and I am I. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Huiyan glared at Lai Xiaoming, killing intent radiating, and the entire place fell silent. Lai Xiaoming lowered his head. The recent surprise attack had exhausted all his courage, and at this moment, he felt both terrified and ashamed of his own incompetence. Huiyan's gaze swept to his sister Huo Miao, instantly softening, the killing intent dissipating like snow melting in the sun, and he waved his hand. Let's go. Lai Tianhua hurriedly directed a group of bodyguards and thugs to drag Lai Xiaoming and Su Lily away, leaving the store empty in an instant, like a tide that had suddenly receded. Lin Zuhui walked up to Huiyan, looking apologetic. Brother Hua, I'm sorry for troubling you to come personally. What are you saying? Huayan patted him. You all did very well. It's hard work. Go back and rest early. The sky had darkened, and the night breeze was gentle and refreshing. Huayan and Huamiao strolled leisurely along the deserted riverside path. If I hadn't been there just now, would you really have killed Lai Xiaoming? Huamiao asked softly. Huayan smiled. I wouldn't go that far, but sending him to the hospital was a possibility. After all, he bullied my sister. What exactly did you do? That Lai always looks like he's seen a demon when he sees you? Huayan fell silent. You smashed Zhao Fuqing's places, right? I saw the videos online. Meow meow. Huayan gently interrupted. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Huamiao obediently fell silent. Huayan apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to see these things. It's fine, although it was indeed quite scary, it was also really exhilarating. Take Su Lily for example, all the terrible things she did. We reported to the school countless times, but no one ever paid attention, we were always suppressed. The more you complained, the more arrogant she became. And yet, with just a few words from you, you made her break down. Huamiao gazed at the dark night sky, sighing softly. Some people, some things, might really require extreme measures to achieve a result. Huayan remained silent. When the regular channels and normal methods fail to bring fairness or justice, one can only resort to violence to counter violence, to pressure others with power, to intimidate with force. Isn't this a kind of sadness? Huamiao saw Huayan's expression and guessed what he was thinking, playfully poking him. Seeing you so impressive, I can finally leave with peace of mind. Luckily, I'm about to leave, otherwise, I'd be driven crazy. You have no idea, just now my classmates were all asking about you. Huayan mimicked different people's tones. Meow meow, what kind of background does your brother have? Meow meow, how is your brother so amazing? Meow meow, your brother is so handsome, can you introduce me to him? I told them, my brother has always been this amazing, this handsome, he has always been the best brother in my heart. Huayan looked at Huamiao, and the two siblings exchanged smiles. In the shadows of the trees by the roadside, a pair of bright and cold eyes were fixed on Huayan. As they approached the neighborhood, they passed a 24-hour convenience store, and Huamiao stopped. I'm going to buy something. Huayan nodded, naturally intending to accompany her inside, but Huamiao raised her hand to stop him. Come on, it's just stuff for girls, you don't need to protect me 24 hours a day. Huamiao entered the convenience store, and Huayan stood at the door, lighting a cigarette and smoking silently. A faint, gentle song drifted from the end of the street. Is it you? Holding flowers, you and I once secretly agreed in dreams in this summer, promising to stand in the afterglow of the sunset as you gradually leave. A girl in a white dress rode a shared bicycle, coming gracefully. In the summer night breeze, her dress fluttered, elegant and beautiful, accompanied by the classic old song Summer Love, captivating and heart-stirring. Even Huayan couldn't help but glance a few more times. Just as the girl was about to brush past Huayan, a stray kitten suddenly darted out from the roadside, running across the small street. The girl screamed and dodged, avoiding the kitten, but her bicycle veered off course and crashed into the curb, sending both her and the bike tumbling heavily to the ground with a painful groan. Huayan hurried over, lifting the bicycle off the girl and asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "Thank you." The girl looked up, her face charming and delicate. It was Gumei, the assassin hired by Zhao Fuqing. Gumei. Gumei tried to get up, but as soon as she moved, pain flashed across her face, her leg was injured, blood staining her white dress. Seeing this, Huayan reached out his hand to her. Gumei hesitated for a moment, then shyly took it, struggling to stand up. However, pain shot through her leg, and her body weakened, nearly causing her to fall. In a moment of panic, she leaned against Huayan's shoulder for support. Huayan allowed her to lean on him and bent down to examine her leg. Gumei's hand resting on Huayan's shoulder moved slightly, raising her ring finger, where the rose ring that had once been used to assassinate Wu Bo now sat. "Don't be afraid. It's not a bone injury, just a cut that's bleeding," Huayan reassured her, his voice carrying an inexplicable sense of safety. "There's a hospital just ahead. I'll take you there to get it treated." "Thank you." Gumei expressed her gratitude again, her expression particularly appreciative. But her ring finger slowly moved, the slender poison needle hidden in the rose of the ring inching toward Huayan's neck. Silent and stealthy, it was about to pierce Huayan's carotid artery. "Uncle Hua." A pitiful, whiny, childlike voice suddenly rang out. Huayan turned to look. A little girl stumbled over, wearing pajamas, barefoot, her hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and her exposed arms and legs marred with shocking bruises. It was Yuan, the girl living on the top floor of Huayan's building. On the day Huayan fought the Muay Thai champion Babong and was severely injured, it was Yuan who kindly woke him up. Huayan had also discovered that Yuan was being abused by her mother, Wu Xian, and had warned Wu Xian to treat Yuan well. After that, Huiyan had been busy entangled with Xiao Fuqing and had not paid attention to Yuan, not expecting her to appear like this tonight. Gumei looked at Yuan, her fingers suddenly halting, the poison needle pausing before Huiyan's neck. The poison needle aimed at Huiyan abruptly stopped. At that moment, Huiyan left Gumei and approached Yuan. What happened? Mom drank alcohol, got drunk, yelled at me, hit me, told me to get lost, and said she never wanted to see me again. Yuan sobbed, nearly choking on her tears. Huiyan gently patted her back, helping her breathe steadily, while anger surged within him. Wu Xian had not only failed to change but had intensified her abuse of Yuan. Huo Miao came out of a convenience store with a bag of sanitary napkins, and upon seeing the scene, hurried over to comfort Yuan, rummaging through his pockets for tissues. Gumei limped over, silently handing a pack of tissues. Thank you. Huo Miao took the tissues, wiped Yuan's tears, and curiously glanced at Gumei. Huiyan suppressed his anger and turned to Gumei, apologizing. I'm sorry. It's fine, I can go to the hospital myself. You take good care of this little girl, Gumei quickly replied. Huiyan said no more, picked up Yuan, and walked away quickly with Huo Miao. Gumei watched Huiyan's retreating figure, her expression complex. She stood still for a while, letting out a barely audible sigh before turning to leave, her steps light and agile, showing no signs of injury. In the shadows of the dark alley, twin sisters Aing and Xiao were anxiously waiting, while the kitten that had darted across the street lay obediently at their feet. Gumei's white dress appeared at the alley's entrance, and the two hurried to greet her. Sister Mei, that was such a good opportunity just now. Why did you suddenly stop? Aing asked curiously. Gumei remained silent. Xiao gently nudged her sister Aing. It must be that Sister Mei also thinks that person shouldn't be killed. Mei Jia, why don't we just cancel this order and refund the deposit to Boss Xiao? As long as there's hesitation in our hearts, things are bound to get troublesome. Aing poked Asha, signaling her to stop nagging. Asha followed Aying's gaze and was shocked to see Gumei's hands trembling slightly. The two sisters were stunned. They had never seen the calm and ruthless Gumei like this, and their worry deepened. Gumei took a long breath, her expression instantly returning to its cold demeanor. I just don't want to kill in front of that little girl. Today, he's lucky, next time, it won't be so fortunate. Gumei picked up the kitten and signaled for the two to leave. Let's go. At the entrance of the house, Huiyan did not go inside but handed the recently stopped crying Yuan to Huo Miao. Help Yuan with her injuries, I'll go talk to her mother. Brother, Huo Miao called out worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a chat. Huiyan gestured for Huo Miao to go inside, then turned and headed upstairs. As soon as he opened the door to Yuan's home, the stench of alcohol mixed with smoke hit him. Beer cans and cigarette butts were scattered on the table and floor, a complete mess. Wu Xian was drinking from a can of beer, her cheeks flushed, her gaze hazy, and she glanced sideways at the approaching Huiyan with a cold snort. That dead girl really came looking for you again. You still want to protect her, huh? Simple, just give me some more money. The last time you gave was too little, it doesn't last. Wu Xian had a helpless look, rubbing her fingers together as if counting money. As long as you give enough, I guarantee I won't touch a hair on her head for a while. Huiyan's face was as cold as water. He casually dragged a chair over, kicked a beer can aside, and sat down in front of Wu Xian. Since you hate kids so much, why did you have one? Wu Xian seemed to be pricked by a needle, her whole body jolting up, her face twisting. You think I wanted to? It's all because of you damn men. Damn it! When you coaxed me into bed, you said it would feel better without protection, that you would hold back, that you wouldn't get me pregnant, that you would marry me and treat me well. And what happened? As soon as I said I was pregnant, you ran off faster than a damn rat. Poof, gone. I never wanted to have a child. I went to get an abortion, and the doctor said my body is special, that I have a condition, and an abortion could kill me. What the hell could I do? I didn't even look at her when she was born. I just threw her in the toilet. Damn it, they actually found me and brought her back, saying if I dared to throw her away again, they'd send me to jail. What the hell could I do? I was only 20 then, I hadn't even grown up myself, and they wanted me to be a mother and raise a child. How the hell would I know how to do that? Wu Xian vented her anger fueled by alcohol, feeling particularly wronged, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Huiyan was momentarily speechless. This was a complete human tragedy. A naive young girl was tricked into bed, accidentally got pregnant, and the irresponsible man ran away, leaving a resentful mother and a weak, pitiful child to suffer. I can understand that you have grievances, Huiyan said as calmly as possible, but you shouldn't treat Yuan this way. She is innocent, after all, she is your daughter. Even if you send her to an orphanage, or find her a better family. Wu Xian sneered coldly, if I send her away, who will I vent my anger on? If you want to blame someone, blame her bad luck. Who told her to be born in my belly? Huiyan's eyes flashed with cold light. Wu Xian, her eyes hazy from the alcohol, stared at Hua Yan and suddenly burst into laughter. Since you care about her so much, why don't I just sell her to you? A flat price, 500,000. Don't think it's too expensive. Don't look at how skinny Yuan is. She can work, she can do everything at home. And if she tidies up a bit, she's actually quite pretty. After all, her mother is me. In another 2 years, when she develops, a sharp crack. Unable to endure any longer, Hua Yan slapped Wu Xian hard across the face, forcefully silencing her disgusting words. I don't want to hit women, but you can't even be considered human. Wu Xian staggered from the blow, her cheek swelling up, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. She spat fiercely, laughing even more maniacally, and turned her other cheek towards Hua Yan. You'd better kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll make sure to pay it back to Yuan later. Hua Yan looked at Wu Xian quietly, as if observing a repulsive, ugly maggot. Wu Xian thought Hua Yan's silence meant he was at a loss, and fueled by alcohol, she shouted even louder. I'm just a worthless life. I've had enough of this damn life. But don't forget, no matter how I treat Yuan, she came from between my legs. She is my daughter. I will always be her mother. Hua Yan smiled slightly, suddenly grabbing Wu Xian by the hair and dragging her towards the bathroom. Help! Murder! Wu Xian screamed at the top of her lungs, while Hua Yan crushed a beer can in his other hand and shoved it directly into her mouth. With her mouth forced open, she could only make muffled sounds, being dragged away by Hua Yan. Passing by the refrigerator in the corner of the living room, Hua Yan paused, opened the door, and pulled out a large bag of ice. The ice was dumped into the sink, and the faucet was turned on, quickly filling a large basin with cold water. Hua Yan pulled the beer can from Wu Xian's mouth and plunged her head entirely into the water. The icy shock caused her capillaries to constrict sharply, and Wu Xian sobered up a bit, struggling desperately. Water splashed everywhere. Under Hua Yan's iron grip, Wu Xian not only failed to escape but also gulped down several mouthfuls of water, her lungs feeling like they were about to explode. The fear of death spread throughout her body in an instant. It wasn't until Wu Xian's eyes were nearly rolling back and her hands went limp that Hua Yan pulled her out of the icy water. Wu Xian lay on the ground like a dead fish, gasping for air, taking a long time to recover. Hua Yan approached Wu Xian. Do you really think you're not afraid of death? You just don't know what it feels like to be on the brink of death. Wu Xian trembled, fearfully retreating, not daring to look Hua Yan in the eye. Now you know it's terrifying, right? Do you still want to die? Hua Yan asked coldly. Wu Xian shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Hua Yan squatted down, brushing aside Wu Xian's wet, disheveled hair. He gently patted her. Don't worry, I won't really kill you. Wu Xian involuntarily sighed in relief, and a smile appeared on Hua Yan's face. Actually, dying painlessly would be lucky. There are many things in this world that are scarier than death. Living is worse than dying, you know? They taught us that in elementary school. Wu Xian was stunned, terrified. What do you want to do? Hua Yan smiled and ignored Wu Xian, taking out his phone to make a call. In less than half an hour, Diao Chong and Diao Feng arrived. Hua Yan pointed at Wu Xian. Don't let her die, but make her suffer enough to regret why she's still alive in this world. Got it, Diao Chong replied briskly, not caring about the context, and turned to Diao Feng. Isn't Lao He short of a girl? Send her over. Don't! That bastard Lao He doesn't treat women as human beings at all. Those girls under him have to serve so many people every day, and after a year, they end up with all sorts of diseases. We can't do something so inhumane. True, then let's keep her in our shop? Let Aunt Wu and the others take a break, and she can clean all the toilets by herself. If she doesn't do it well, she won't get food or drink. Hey, isn't that bad? Having to see her every day, swaying in front of our eyes, isn't that disgusting or frustrating? That won't work either. What do you suggest? Let her go out to sea with He Lao Lu and the others, cooking, washing clothes, fishing, and collecting fish. Let her do it all. Every day the waves crash, the sea breeze blows, and the sun beats down. If you don't die, you'll at least shed a few layers of skin. The two of them sang in unison, deliberately scaring Wu Xian by arranging her fate right in front of her. Wu Xian's face turned ashen, and she cried out hoarsely, No, it can't be. I get seasick. Isn't that perfect? Jiao Chong chuckled. Diao Feng snapped his fingers. It's settled then. Wu Xian fell to her knees with a thud, trying to cling to Hua Yan's leg, but Diao Feng kicked her away. Big brother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm worthless, I'm trash, I'm scum. Wu Xian raised her hand and slapped herself hard, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with Hua Yan. I'll change, I promise to change. I will treat Yuan well, I won't hit her or scold her anymore. I will love her like I love my life. It's too late. Hua Yan remained unmoved. I gave you a chance, and you threw it away. You can't do this, it's not right. Wu Xian waved her hands repeatedly, her words tumbling out in a frenzy, nearly going mad. But I'm Yuan Yuan's mother. If you do this, she won't have a mother anymore. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass, how pitiful. Huayan replied coldly, with a mother like you, Yuan Yuan is the one who is truly pitiful. Without you, she would be much happier than she is now. Wu Xian wanted to continue her tantrum, but Diao Feng raised his fist, glaring and shouting, "Do you want me to knock you out and carry you away?" Wu Xian slumped down, tears pouring down her face, sobbing and putting on a pitiful act. Diao Chong and Diao Feng showed no sympathy, each taking an arm and dragging Wu Xian away. In Huayan's living room, Huayan had already cleaned up Yuan Yuan and applied ointment to her injuries. 2 police officers had come and gone, and Hua Miao was quite familiar with these matters. Although her body didn't hurt much anymore, the emotional scars remained, and Yuan Yuan still looked terrified. Hua Miao stayed by her side, feeling increasingly heartbroken. "Sister, can you tell me? What did I do wrong? Why do I always make Mom angry?" "Yuan Yuan, you mustn't think like that," Hua Miao said angrily. "You did nothing wrong. It's never your fault. Your mom is the one who's twisted." Yuan Yuan seemed to understand a little, then asked, "Sister, is it because I'm still too young that I have to suffer like this? Or will life always be this hard?" Hua Miao choked up, surprised that little Yuan Yuan could ask such questions, and sighed heavily. "In life, there will inevitably be a lot of suffering, but the pain you're enduring now is not what you should be suffering. It's the pain your mother has imposed on you." The door creaked open, and Huayan returned, glancing at Yuan Yuan's condition and gently rubbing her little head. "Yuan Yuan, your mom had something urgent to attend to and just left the harbor. You can stay with your uncle for a while." Hua Miao was delighted. "That's great. No one will hit you or scold you anymore." Yuan Yuan was taken aback and asked with concern, Is she okay? After treating you like this, why do you still care about her?" Hua Miao questioned. Yuan Yuan's eyes filled with tears. "But she's still my mom, right?" Huayan squatted down beside Yuan Yuan, looking into her eyes, serious and earnest. "Yuan Yuan, you may not understand this now, but I must tell you. Parents are just the people who happen to bring you into this world. They have a special blood relationship with you. You owe them nothing, on the contrary, they should bear the responsibility of raising you for bringing you into this world. Not everyone is qualified to be a parent. Some people only have the title of parent but lack the responsibility of one, instead venting their grievances and unhappiness on defenseless children. Unfortunately, your mother is one of those people. Remember, you are an independent individual, you have your own life and future. From now on, you must live well for yourself." Yuan Yuan was silent for a while, looking at Huayan, nodding as if she understood but didn't quite. Huayan and Hua Miao exchanged glances, both feeling a slight sense of relief. By the time Yuan Yuan fell asleep peacefully, it was already deep into the night. Huayan sat alone on the sofa, and Hua Miao walked over, tossing him a can of beer. The two clinked their glasses gently. "What are you planning to do about Yuan Yuan?" Hua Miao asked. "I don't know." Huayan scratched his head and smiled wryly. "I've really never dealt with this kind of thing before." "Then why are you taking it all on yourself?" Hua Miao teased, patting his brother. "It's okay, no matter how you settle it, it has to be better than being with that woman. I believe in you." The two fell silent again, sipping their drinks, quietly gazing at the dark sky, still twinkling with stars. Huayan honestly stayed at home with Yuan Yuan for 3 days. The little girl's injuries gradually healed, her brows relaxed, she no longer frequently mentioned Wu Xian, and finally, a smile appeared on her face. "Do you want to go out and play with Uncle?" Huayan asked while helping Yuan Yuan braid her hair. Yuan Yuan nodded happily, and Huayan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. On the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, a few younger brothers who had been drinking were laughing and joking as they walked through the corridor. At the end of the hallway, a door opened, and Lin Zuhui poked his head out, his face stern. "What are you making noise about? Keep it down. Yuan Yuan is doing her homework." The younger brothers were startled and quickly fell silent. Lin Zuhui retreated back into the room, closed the door, and immediately revealed a smile. Yuan Yuan was leaning on the coffee table doing her homework, while Diao Chong and Diao Feng leaned in close beside her. "Wow, Yuan Yuan, you're amazing. I can't even understand this problem, and you can actually solve it," Diao Chong exclaimed exaggeratedly, and Yuan Yuan blushed, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Thank you, uncle. Come on, let's reward Yuan Yuan with a candy." Diao Feng peeled a piece of candy and handed it over, but Lin Zuhui rushed up and swatted his hand away. Hey, you've already given Yuan Yuan 2 pieces of candy this morning. Do you know that too much candy is bad for children's teeth? Is it? Just 1 more piece, it's fine, Diao Feng insisted. Lin Zuhui blocked him and took a plate of cut fruit from behind. 1 piece is not okay. Yuan Yuan, come eat some fruit that Uncle Lin prepared for you. Isn't that sweet too? Diao Feng pushed the fruit away. Well, it's definitely healthier than your candy. Lin Zuhui and Diao Feng pushed back and forth. Diao Cheng watched the two with a smile. Yuan, don't mind them, Uncle will continue to help you with your homework. Three burly, rugged men covered in tattoos, like children, surrounded Yuan, even competing for her affection. Huoyan watched from the side, both amused and helpless. Hey, I say, can you let Yuan do her homework in peace? Diao Cheng, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui finally relented, reluctantly placing the candy and fruit in front of Yuan before coming over to Huoyan. Brother Hua, that woman has already been sent onto the boat. She should be at sea by now, Diao Feng whispered. Huoyan nodded. Diao Cheng continued to report, looking embarrassed. There's still no movement over at Xiao. Everything is normal, nothing unusual has been found. Tell the brothers to withdraw for now. We don't want to alert the enemy, Huoyan decisively decided. Lin Zuhui frowned anxiously. What should we do then? Just watch and do nothing? Huoyan pondered for a moment. There is someone who might know something. I'll go talk to him first. In the center of Haigang City, there is a residential complex called Tangqing, located in a prime area, quiet amidst the hustle and bustle, and extremely valuable. It's the top luxury residential area in Haigang. Lai Tianhua's villa is among them, and it is the largest and most lavishly decorated house in the entire complex. However, at this moment, Lai Tianhua was in a terrible mood, to say the least. You little bastard, I've already given you several days of grace, don't drag me down any further. Today you have to leave, whether you want to or not. In a room on the third floor, Lai Tianhua was cursing while pulling at Lai Xiaoming with all his might. Lai Xiaoming clung tightly to the bed railing, shouting towards the door, Grandma, Grandma. The dignified and wealthy Lai Laotai hurried over, trembling, raising her cane to strike Lai Tianhua. You little bastard, you really want to drive my grandson away? Do you want to kill me with anger? You don't know anything. Lai Tianhua dared not retaliate, and in his anger, he blurted out, only to be hit by the cane again, quickly changing his words to apologize. No, Mom, I meant you don't understand the situation. Yes, I'm old and useless. I don't know anything. Lai Laotai protected Lai Xiaoming. But I'm not old and confused yet. I still know that Xiaoming is my grandson. Whoever wants to drive him away will have to kill me first. Lai Tianhua looked bitter. Lai Laotai glared angrily. Lai Tianhua, Mr. Lai, aren't you wealthy and powerful? If you can't even protect your own son, what kind of man are you? I don't have a useless son like you. Mom, can you stop making this worse? Lai Tianhua pleaded with his hands together. That person named Hua is not an ordinary person. He kills without blinking. I saw it with my own eyes. He even dares to touch Zhao Fuqing. If he wants to deal with me, it would be a matter of minutes. Lai Laotai scoffed. Is he really that capable? Lai Tianhua sighed helplessly and turned to ask Lai Xiaoming. How long has it been since you last saw Zhao Jie? Lai Xiaoming looked puzzled. Zhao Jie? Oh, it seems like it's been a while since I've seen him. Not just me. None of us who used to play together have seen him. Don't you find that strange? Strange about what? Lai Tianhua was exasperated. Zhao Jie, Zhao Fuqing's son, the little tyrant of the harbor. How could he just suddenly disappear? Lai Xiaoming was taken aback, scratching his head, as if he had never thought about this question. Zhao Fuqing says Zhao Jie went abroad to study. Do you believe that? Lai Xiaoming burst out laughing. Him? Studying abroad? Are you kidding me? Lai Tianhua looked around nervously and lowered his voice. There are rumors in the circle that Zhao Jie actually got into trouble. From what I see, it's probably that Hua guy who did it. Zhao Jie might have already been killed by him. Lai Laotai was startled. Lai Xiaoming's eyes widened. No way. Now you know who you've offended, right? You understand why you need to leave, right? If you don't want to end up like Zhao Jie, you better get out of here and lay low. Lai Xiaoming quickly hugged Lai Laotai. Grandma, I don't want to leave. I can't bear to part with you. I just want to stay with you. Lai Tianhua was so angry he was about to hit Lai Xiaoming, but Lai Laotai stopped him. Since we're avoiding trouble anyway, let's just secretly hide Xiaoming at home. No matter how powerful that Hua is, can he really come to our house? Lai Tianhua looked at his mother and son, speechless and choked up, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and anxious shouts came from the stairway. Boss, Lai boss. A bodyguard rushed up in a panic, stumbling. Lai Tianhua shouted angrily, what are you panicking about? That person is here. That person? Be clear. The one named Hua. Lai Tianhua suddenly jolted, his face pale, turning to glare at Lai Xiaoming with hatred. Why aren't you hiding quickly? You little bastard, if you make a sound, I'll take your life. Lai Xiaoming immediately became nervous, hurriedly closing the door. Lai Laotai trembled, holding her cane at the door, her face resolute as if she were ready to face death. Lai Tianhua hurried downstairs to greet Huyen, his legs weak, and tripped on the stairs, falling straight down. As Lai Tianhua stumbled, he fell down the stairs, and the bodyguard rushed to grab him, but it was too late. A figure flashed swiftly, reaching out to steady Lai Tianhua. It was Huyen. Mr. Lai, watch where you're walking and be careful with your steps. Lai Tianhua, still shaken, forced a smile. Thank you, Mr. Hua. In the study, Huyen sat confidently on Lai Tianhua's expensive leather sofa, while Lai Tianhua stood respectfully beside him. Mr. Hua, your presence graces this humble abode, Lai Tianhua stammered in flattery. Huyen replied calmly, don't be afraid, I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Please, Mr. Hua, I, Lai, will speak candidly and thoroughly. Please have some tea first. Lai Tianhua smiled as he poured tea for Huyen. Huyen fixed his gaze on Lai Tianhua and said in a deep voice, Xiao, you've been there, right? Lai Tianhua's body trembled, the teapot in his hand fell and shattered, scalding tea splattering everywhere. Yet he felt no pain, only terror as he stared at Huyen, taking a long while to regain his composure before hastily shaking his head. What Xiao? I don't know, I've never heard of it. Huyen smiled slightly, quietly observing Lai Tianhua. In his previous life, Huyen had been crippled and imprisoned in Zhaoingjia's secret paradise for several years, forced to listen to many stories about the Xiao family. Although there was no information about Xiao, he had heard Lai Tianhua's name amidst Zhaoingjia's boasting. At that time, Lai Tianhua had used all his efforts to build connections with Zhao Fucheng, becoming very close to the Xiao family and partnering with the Fucheng group to jointly develop several large real estate projects. Huyen speculated that given Lai Tianhua's relationship with Zhao Fucheng, he likely knew about Xiao, or even had been there, but he wasn't entirely sure. Today, he came to test the waters, and Lai Tianhua's reaction had already confirmed Huyen's speculation. The next step was simple, he just needed to get him to speak. Huyen remained silent, picking up the small cup and slowly savoring the tea. The room was silent, the atmosphere heavy and stagnant. The cold intimidation radiating from Huyen felt like a heavy lead weight pressing down on Lai Tianhua's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Time seemed to stand still. 10 minutes later, Lai Tianhua could no longer bear it. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, his legs trembled like chaff, and he knelt before Huyen. Mr. Hua, my family Xiaoming has indeed offended you, I'm sorry, but I, Lai Tianhua, have no grievances with you in the past, nor any enmity recently. Do you really have to force me to ruin my family? Huyen replied coldly, if anyone wants your family to be ruined, it's not me, it's Xiao Fucheng. Lai Tianhua was taken aback, looking at Huyen in shock. How far along is your cooperation with Zhao Fucheng? The company has been registered, right? Are you ready to acquire the land? Is it the site of the Hiroshima Fankyo steel plant? Or are you planning to build residential properties? Huyen fired off questions in quick succession. How do you know? Lai Tianhua was startled. His partnership with Zhao Fucheng to establish a new company was a matter of public record, but the target site and development plans were still highly confidential. Huyen avoided answering and calmly reminded him, I suggest you think it over again. That piece of land is not clean, if you insist on pursuing it, you'll fall into a big pit and suffer greatly. In Huyen's previous timeline, 2 years later, Lai Tianhua would discover he had fallen into Zhao Fucheng's trap. The residential complex built with huge investments would be found to have soil contamination during environmental assessments, with carcinogens exceeding the limit by 50 times. Zhao Fucheng, who had set this trap early on, would easily escape through contractual loopholes, becoming the victim instead, while all the responsibility would fall on Lai Tianhua. Ultimately, Lai Tianhua would be disgraced and commit suicide by jumping off a building, and his Tianhua group would naturally fall into Zhao Fucheng's hands. This was the major event in the harbor that year, and one of Zhaoingjia's proudest achievements, which he had boasted about several times to the prey he had imprisoned, namely Huyen. Although, in truth, it was all his father's doing, and had nothing to do with him. Lai Tianhua's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he had a gut feeling that Huyen was telling the truth. He had no reason to lie. It turned out that this person before him not only fought fiercely and killed ruthlessly but also knew a lot. Thank you. Lai Tianhua had not finished saying the word thank you when Huyen interrupted him directly. You don't need to be grateful to me, I'm not helping you. It's just that this is a war between me and Zhao Fucheng, and you are a useful pawn. So, Mr. Hua, are you asking me to choose sides today? Lai Tianhua asked. Huyen smiled and shook his head gently. You're overthinking it. It doesn't matter who you stand with. I only need information about Xiao. Mr. Hua, you think too highly of me. Lai Tianhua forced a bitter smile. Yes, compared to most people, I, Lai Tianhua, can indeed be considered wealthy. But in Zhao Fuqing's circle, I'm nothing. Even if you're nothing, you can still make a sound and add some flavor, Huiyan mocked coldly. Lai Tianhua fell silent for a moment, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Xiao. Yes, I've been there, just once, and it was thanks to a big shot from the provincial capital. I'm sorry, but I really can't disclose his name. Huiyan did not dwell on this point and gestured for Lai Tianhua to continue. Lai Tianhua hesitated. That was over a year ago. I was drunk at the time and blacked out. I really can't remember. Take your time, no rush, Huiyan said leisurely as he stood up and glanced upstairs. I'll go chat with young Master Lai for a bit. Wait. Lai Tianhua slapped his forehead. Look at my brain, suddenly, I remember everything. Huiyan sneered. Lai Tianhua finally gave up struggling and spoke freely. At that time, I had just made contact with that big shot and hosted a banquet for him in the harbor. He got drunk and insisted on taking me to a place to broaden my horizons, which was Xiao. Zhao Fuqing agreed because of his status. If you enter Xiao through the front door, it looks like a normal Foundation office building. The real entrance is on another street, a rather inconspicuous small door called Lashin Laundry. No wonder the cunning people had been lurking around Xiao for days without discovering anything. Zhao Fuqing was playing the cunning rabbit has three entrances trick. There is a secret door inside the shop, and after entering, you have to pass through a tunnel. There are a total of 3 doors along the way, and only Liang, who is by Zhao Fuqing's side, and the manager inside Xiao can open them. What is the manager's name? Huiyan pressed. Lai Tianhua shook his head. I don't know. What are his characteristics? Characteristics? Just a man, quite thin. At first glance he looks a bit like a woman, and he has a somewhat sinister smile. Lai Tianhua recalled seriously. Oh, right, the outer side of his left thumb is protruding a bit, making it look like he has 6 fingers. Huiyan listened quietly, and his expression suddenly changed. He gestured for Lai Tianhua to wait, then took a piece of white paper and a pen from the desk, quickly sketching a suspect's portrait and handing it to Lai Tianhua. Lai Tianhua focused on the portrait in Yi Chen's hand and was startled. It looks just like him. Mr. Hua, do you know him? Huiyan stared at the handsome yet sinister face in the portrait, silent for a moment, not responding. Please continue. What is the situation inside Xiao? Lai Tianhua's face instantly filled with fear and pain, as if he was unwilling to recall this memory. After a pause, he finally spoke. When I first entered, I only had one feeling. It was unreal, too damn unreal. How could there be such a place in this world, so secretive, so luxurious, detached from reality, unbound by the law? Whatever kind of alcohol you want, it's all here. You can gamble as much as you like, smoke whatever you want, and enjoy yourself however you please. The most outrageous part is the women. Not only are there all kinds of women, but you can do whatever you want with them. Lai Tianhua glanced at Huiyan's cold, stern face and quickly defended himself. Let me clarify. I didn't do anything. I was injured before, and that thing doesn't work well, so I couldn't do that. I just gambled a few rounds, had some drinks, and found an empty room to sleep in. Huiyan pressed on. Then how do you know what they did to those women? I woke up in the middle of the night because I had to pee, went out to the bathroom, and just happened to see. Lai Tianhua stammered, covering his face, unable to bear the memory. I saw them carry away a woman, actually a little girl, probably just over 10 years old. She was the one that Big Shot picked before. She was already dead, covered in injuries. I wet my pants right then and there and quietly snuck back to sleep. With a sharp crack, Huiyan couldn't control himself and broke the gold-plated pen in his hand, his murderous intent making Lai Tianhua instinctively shrink back. Huiyan threw the pen's nib and the paper at Lai Tianhua. Draw the layout inside. Lai Tianhua hurriedly picked up the paper and pen, writing and drawing seriously like a little student. In a farmhouse on the outskirts, Gu Mei was trimming the rose bushes, her mind wandering. A thorn pricked her finger, and blood oozed out. Gu Mei brought her finger to her mouth, gently sucking on it, when suddenly she seemed to sense something and turned around sharply. Liang had quietly entered the courtyard at some point, standing in the shade of a tree, quietly watching Gu Mei. Brother Liang, you scared me to death. Why didn't you say anything when you came to see me? Gu Mei greeted Liang with a playful smile. Liang's expression was blank as he took a step back, avoiding Gu Mei. Miss Gu Mei, there's no need for this kind of pleasantry with me. Gu Mei chuckled, stopping in her tracks, but still wore a charming smile. Then what instructions does Brother Liang have? Boss Xiao asked me to tell you that he has already given you enough time and freedom, but his patience is limited. Come on, Huiyan is a big fish. Gu Mei pouted. Dealing with such a heavyweight target requires careful planning and meticulous strategy. Liang remained unmoved, coldly continuing to convey the message. If you can't complete the task, Boss Xiao will be very angry, and you know what that means. Gu Mei's expression instantly turned cold, then please tell Boss Xiao that I always do things my own way and at my own pace. If he can't accept that, then let's part ways and he can find someone else. Liang's face revealed a hint of mocking coldness. Miss Gumei, before you say such things, it's best to weigh your own worth and think about the possible consequences. As he spoke, Liang took out a photo and held it up for Gumei to see. It was a beautiful pink building with a sign that read Chuntian Welfare Institute. Gumei's face changed, all pretense dropping away as she stared at the photo in silence for a moment before coldly saying, "Tell Boss Xiao that I will complete the task as soon as possible. Don't touch the Welfare Institute, or else it will be a deadlock for everyone." Liang's mocking smile bloomed like a flower on his face but vanished in an instant. "Please take care of yourself, Miss Gumei." Liang waved his hand, and the thin photo sliced through the air like a blade, severing a rose branch, with petals fluttering to the ground. Liang strode away, his leather shoes crushing the photo and the rose petals beneath them. Lai Tianhua finally finished drawing the layout of the small white building's interior. Huoyan picked up the paper, folded it neatly, and carefully put it in his pocket, ignoring Lai Tianhua as he strode away. "Take care." Lai Tianhua respectfully saw Huoyan off, letting out a long breath before collapsing onto the ground, then quickly bouncing back up to grab his phone and call his secretary. "Find a reliable environmental assessment company and get me a detailed soil testing report for that steel mill site." The secretary was puzzled. Hasn't Xiao already had someone produce a report? "There's no problem. I said to find someone, so just do it," Lai Tianhua snapped irritably. "Don't let Zhao Fucheng know." Lai Tianhua turned and went upstairs, pushing open the door to the room where Lai Xiaoming was hiding. A cane came crashing down. "Who dares to touch my grandson? I'll kill them." Old Lady Lai swung her cane with her eyes closed. "Mom, it's me, stop hitting." "It's me." Lai Tianhua dodged and shouted. Old Lady Lai stopped, opened her eyes. "Has that hoe left?" "He has." Lai Xiaoming jumped up from under the bed. "Is everything okay?" "Okay?" Lai Tianhua looked up to the sky and laughed bitterly. "It's a big deal." Old Lady Lai and Lai Xiaoming looked at him in confusion. "He might have saved me, saved our Lai family," Lai Tianhua paused, "but he might also kill me, kill our Lai family." "Dad, what do you mean?" Lai Xiaoming looked bewildered. "Just watch. Keep a good eye on it. See who wins and who loses between him and Zhao Fucheng. See if the harbor belongs to the Zhao family or the Ho family." Zhao Fucheng murmured, a strange smile appearing on his face. In an old residential building facing the street, in the living room of a third-floor apartment, the curtains were tightly drawn, and a camera was filming the scene below through a gap. Ho Yan stood behind the curtain, quietly watching an inconspicuous shop across the street. The shop had a sign hanging above its door, Lanxin Laundry. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were crammed onto a sofa, staring at a row of monitors in front of them. Not only were there images from the window camera, but also footage from a dashcam downstairs and several hidden cameras, closely monitoring Lanxin Laundry from different angles. Above the monitors was a sketch of the suspect drawn by Ho Yan. After returning from Lai Tianhua's villa, Ho Yan immediately instructed Diao Chong to rent this residential place and set up round-the-clock surveillance on Lanxin Laundry. This was already the fourth day, but they had yet to spot their target. Diao Chong yawned widely, and like an infection, Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui followed suit, all three lighting up a cigarette while keeping their eyes glued to the monitor. They had never imagined they would one day be doing surveillance work like the police. Ho Yan turned around. "You guys can take a nap. I'll keep watch." Before he finished speaking, Diao Feng suddenly jumped up. "Quick, look, you guys, look at this person." Diao Feng excitedly shouted, pointing at a figure on the monitor. Diao Feng shouted, and Ho Yan quickly leaned in to check, while Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui hurried over. On the screen, an elderly lady, wrapped in a scarf, wearing glasses, with graying hair and a delicate appearance, flashed past the entrance of Lanxin Laundry. Diao Chong punched Diao Feng. "What are you shouting about? That's just an old lady. You can't tell the difference between genders, and you can't tell old from young," Lin Zuhui chimed in with a snark. Diao Feng was excited. "No, her hand. Look at her hand." Ho Yan quickly operated the keyboard to replay the footage. The old lady had come out from a nearby vacant shop and, passing by the entrance of Lanxin Laundry, had just pushed her glasses up. Yes, look at her left hand," Diao Feng shouted. Ho Yan froze the frame, zoomed in, and focused on a close-up of the old lady's left hand. The outer side of her thumb protruded, resembling a sixth finger. Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui's expressions changed, their eyes widening. Ho Yan adjusted the surveillance footage, freezing a close-up of the old lady's face, scrutinizing it with sharp eyes. It's him, disguised, wearing a wig, the scarf covering the Adam's apple, pushing up the glasses because he's not used to wearing them. Moments later, Huoyan confidently said, pressing the rewind button to replay the video for Diao Chong and the others. Pay close attention to her steps. Although she is deliberately holding back, her cadence is fast, and her stride is long, which are typical male walking characteristics. Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui were taken aback, turning to punch Diao Feng together. "Not bad, kid, your eyes are pretty sharp." Diao Feng grinned proudly, laughing more joyfully than if he had just taken down a dozen people or seized a territory. Hua Yan quickly walked to the window, peering down through the sheer curtain. The disguised old lady was walking slowly along the street, natural and calm, occasionally smiling at passers-by, looking like an ordinary and kind elderly person at first glance. She hadn't taken a car and hadn't walked far. Instead, she stopped in front of a cafe at the street corner, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat down at a small outdoor table, sipping cautiously while discreetly glancing around. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui also leaned in, gazing at the disguised old lady below. "Hua Gu, who is this guy?" Diao Feng couldn't help but ask. Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui followed up with questions. "He can't just be the supervisor of Zayabela, right? Hua Gu, did you know him before? His name is Hua Ziying." Hua Yan said coldly, with a gritted teeth hatred. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui exchanged glances, all looking puzzled, and asked in unison, "Who? You've heard of the red-clothed butcher, right?" Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui's expressions changed dramatically, shock evident on their faces. 10 to 12 years ago, a series of vicious serial murders occurred in Haigang. The victims were all women, who had suffered brutal abuse and rape before death, their bodies severely mutilated, with multiple skin layers cut and peeled away, and they were all deliberately discarded on the streets shortly after being killed. These victims varied in size, appearance, age, and occupation. Some were tall, some short, some were beautiful, some ugly. From elementary school students to retired elderly, there were both corporate white-collar workers and streetwalkers. But they all had one thing in common: they were wearing red clothes at the time of their victimization. Thus, the serial killer was dubbed the red-clothed butcher by the public. This case had a significant impact at the time, causing widespread panic in Haigang. With everyone on edge, many women dared not go out alone, and no one dared to wear red. The provincial department personally supervised the case, establishing a high-level task force, gathering experts from all walks of life, and almost all police officers in Haigang were mobilized to conduct extensive interviews and investigations, including Hua Yan's father, Hua Sen. It is not an exaggeration to say that all male residents of Haigang aged 14 to 70 underwent related investigations, including Hua Yan, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui. However, the case remained unsolved. The red-clothed butcher was elusive, with clean methods and a strong counter-surveillance awareness. No substantial clues were found on any of the more than a dozen victims. Neither surveillance footage nor eyewitness testimonies could pinpoint a clear suspect, and even the gender and age of the perpetrator became a matter of conflicting opinions. Nearly a year after the task force was established, despite the enormous effort and dedication, not only did they fail to solve the case, but they also added a few more victims. This was not only a serious provocation to the police but also added to the mystery and even legendary status of the red-clothed butcher. People began to wonder whether he was one person or many, or perhaps not even human at all. Some parents even started using the red-clothed butcher to scare mischievous children. "If you don't behave, if you don't sleep well, the red-clothed butcher will come to find you." In the end, it was the retired criminal investigation expert Wu Wenhai, specially invited back by the Ministry of Public Security, who unveiled the mystery. This old man, along with Hua Sen and other task force members, spent more than 2 months sifting through hundreds and thousands of related pieces of evidence repeatedly. Finally, a piece of skin flakes was discovered in the folds of a red dress worn by the victim, successfully extracting DNA information, which led to the identification of the suspect, Hua Ziying. This man was nearly 40 at the time, single and unemployed, with both parents deceased, living alone in a courtyard on the outskirts. He had studied at the Harbor Drama Academy in his early years, performed in stage plays for a while after graduation, and then entered the entertainment industry, participating in several popular film and television dramas, becoming a rising star known for his integrity. He later caught the attention of the famous actress Wen Na, who invited him to co-star in a major production, and rumors even circulated about the two being in a romantic relationship. Just as Hua Ziying was about to become a big hit, Wen Na suddenly fell out with him, and the major production naturally fell through. Hua Ziying's fate took a sharp turn for the worse. His management company terminated their contract, and several projects he had already negotiated were abruptly cancelled, leading to a dimming of his star path. Hua Sen and others found Wen Na, who was still very popular at the time. She was filming a major drama funded by a certain platform, still in the lead role. After avoiding the demanding producer, the incompetent agent, and the crazy fans, Wen Na finally broke down in tears in front of a photo of the victim that Hua Sen held up. That was the youngest victim, who had just celebrated her 10th birthday, wearing a pink princess dress, her smile bright and sunny, but her life was forever frozen. When Na took a leave of absence, cancelled her afternoon shoot, locked her agent and assistant outside the RV, asked Hua Xin for a cigarette, and hoarsely recounted a past event. She had indeed admired Hua Ziying back then, especially attracted by his image as a chaste male god, and had actively gotten him drunk to lure him to bed. For their circle, this was quite common. However, when they finally met honestly, Wen Na was horrified. Wen Na discovered that Hua Ziying suffered from psoriasis, commonly known as psoriasis, which was spreading around his private areas, red and swollen with white scales, a shocking sight. Instinctively, Wen Na recoiled, gagging a few times, and immediately regretted it, urging Hua Ziying to leave quickly. The usually refined Hua Ziying felt deeply insulted, enraged, and transformed into a different person, violently choking Wen Na and forcing himself on her. In that moment, Wen Na had no doubt that Hua Ziying would kill her. Fortunately, her loyal and extremely nosy little assistant was eavesdropping at the door as usual, sensed something was wrong, knocked hard on the door, and called for security. Wen Na, concerned about her reputation, did not dare to make it public but immediately severed ties with Hua Ziying and used her influence to blacklist him throughout the industry. The character Wen Na played in her once popular breakout role was dressed in a fiery red outfit. The police deduced that Hua Ziying specifically targeted victims wearing red and skinned them after killing them due to this traumatic experience. The piece of skin found by Wu Wenhai was also a result of Hua Ziying's unbearable itching from his psoriasis, which led him to carelessly scratch and leave it on the victim's dress. After being blacklisted by Wen Na, Hua Ziying struggled in the entertainment industry for several years but never saw any improvement. Eventually, he realized this path was blocked, withdrew from the industry, and became a freelance makeup artist. According to those who had sought Hua Ziying's makeup services, his techniques were superb and exquisite. After he worked on someone, they looked like a completely different person. He had even done his own makeup as a woman to showcase the effects to clients, nearly indistinguishable from reality. A professionally trained actor and a skilled makeup artist combined to become an exceptional master of disguise. The police re-interviewed witnesses, searched relevant surveillance footage, and introduced the most advanced gait comparison technology of the time. It was ultimately confirmed that Hua Ziying had appeared at multiple crime scenes, each time meticulously disguised, sometimes as a man, sometimes as a woman, sometimes old, sometimes young, which led the police to be unable to identify him. A large team was immediately dispatched to capture the red-clothed butcher Hua Ziying, but they came up empty. Hua Ziying either had a premonition or received a tip-off from somewhere, managing to escape right under the surveillance team's noses. All that was left were the dried human skins in the room, swaying gently in the wind, as if mocking and ridiculing without mercy. The police quickly sealed off all exits from the harbor and launched a large-scale manhunt that lasted nearly a month, but to no avail. Hua Ziying vanished into thin air, never to be seen again, as if he had never existed in the world at all. Thus, the red-clothed butcher case became the most famous unsolved mystery in the harbor, deeply etched in the memories of a generation, and also a source of shame and anxiety for the harbor police. Hua Yan had once witnessed how Wu Xin, Wu Taifeng, and other detectives were deeply affected and depressed because of this case. After becoming a police officer himself, Hua Yan had reviewed the case files in detail, firmly imprinting Hua Ziying's appearance and characteristics in his mind. So, when Lai Tianhua mentioned the manager of the Little White Building, Hua Yan suddenly thought of Hua Ziying. This was an unexpected echo, a fateful coincidence. It now seemed that Hua Ziying must have escaped with Zhao Fuqing's help back then, and for all these years, he had been under Zhao Fuqing's protection. From this, it could be inferred that the existence of the Little White Building was likely not just for a year or two, with a pervert like Hua Ziying managing things, who knew how much filth was hidden there, how many terrible things had happened, and how many innocent people had been harmed. Diafeng, holding back his anger, was already turning red in the face, veins bulging, as he pulled out a short knife from his waist and was about to rush out. "I'm going to kill this beast right now." Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui blocked the furious Diafeng on either side. "What are you going crazy for, second brother? Let's hear what brother Hua has to say first." Hua Yan patted Diafeng and said solemnly, "Hua Ziying must die, but not today. He has to take us into the Little White Building first before he can die." Diao Feng's teeth ground together, and he nodded with difficulty, "His life is mine. You all better not try to take it from me." Downstairs, Hua Ziying finished his coffee, stood up leisurely, and prepared to leave. Hua Yan quickly grabbed a coat and put it on, then pulled on a hat. "I'm going to follow him." "We're going too," Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui said in unison. Hua Yan shook his head and pointed downstairs. "He's not alone." Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui looked in the direction Hua Yan pointed. On the roadside, a suited white-collar worker, a delivery person wearing a helmet, and a leisurely jogger began to move in sync with Hua Ziying. The three formed a triangle, surrounding Hua Ziying while keeping a distance from each other. At first glance, they seemed like unrelated, ordinary passers-by, but only with careful observation could one notice that these three were actually protecting Hua Ziying, and they all appeared to be skilled. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were secretly alarmed. If it weren't for Hua Yan's experience and keen observation, they would have been discovered the moment they followed. Be careful, brother Hua, the three warned in unison. Hua Yan nodded and quickly went out downstairs. Hua Ziying strolled casually along the street, seemingly enjoying this rare moment of freedom. The three bodyguards maintained their formation, not even exchanging glances, yet they coordinated seamlessly and skillfully. Hua Yan trailed behind, using various cover along the roadside, following at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The tracking skills he had honed as a police officer were coming in handy. Hua Ziying did not walk too far. After more than 10 minutes, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous house and cautiously looked back to observe. The area was empty, with no pedestrians passing by, only a sanitation worker in the distance cleaning the ground. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Hua Ziying raised his hand to knock on the door, 3 long and 2 short, then 1 long and 1 short. The iron gate of the house opened immediately, and a middle-aged man with a full beard peeked out to take a look. Hua Ziying quickly slipped inside. The 3 bodyguards dispersed, each controlling different directions leading to the house, appearing not only well-trained but also as if they had been here more than once. The sanitation worker in the distance quickly looked up and casually glanced this way. It was Hua Yan. The uniform, the mask on his face, and the cleaning tools in his hands were all things he had just bought for 1,000 yuan from a real sanitation worker. A few minutes later, Hua Ziying came out, holding a black plastic bag. The 3 bodyguards maintained their previous formation, seemingly casual but actually on high alert. As they passed by Hua Yan, Hua Ziying suddenly stopped. Hua Ziying halted next to Hua Yan, reaching into his pocket. The 3 bodyguards also stopped, instinctively reaching for their waists, looking at Hua Yan, vigilant and ready to act. Hua Yan hunched his back, averted his gaze, and looked at Hua Ziying with confusion, resembling a weak and timid sanitation worker. His loose work clothes concealed his already tense muscles. Hua Ziying's hand emerged from his pocket, holding a tissue, rubbing his nose. The 3 bodyguards sighed in relief and relaxed their hands. Hua Yan hurriedly handed over the small trash bin hanging from his shoulder, speaking in a hushed voice, "Thank you." Hua Ziying tossed the tissue into the trash bin. "You're welcome, master. You've worked hard." His voice was melodious and pleasant, his demeanor polite and gentle. If Hua Yan hadn't known his background, he might have mistaken him for a kind old lady. Hua Yan said nothing more, silently nodded, and squatted down to continue cleaning the ground. Hua Ziying turned to leave, taking a left at the intersection ahead, heading back along the original route towards the Lanxin laundry. Hua Yan did not follow. He waited for Hua Ziying to walk far away, checked that no one was around, then set down the broom and trash bin and turned to walk towards the house. Hua Yan raised his hand to knock on the door, 3 long and 2 short, then 1 long and 1 short, exactly the same way Hua Ziying had knocked. The door opened immediately, and the bearded man inside peeked out. He initially thought it was Hua Ziying returning, but upon seeing a stranger, his expression changed instantly. "Who are you?" Hua Yan remained silent, shouldered past the bearded man, and walked straight into the house, closing the iron door behind him. Hey, what are you doing?" The bearded man, confused, shouted angrily. Hua Yan ignored him and looked around. The living room was unremarkable, but there was a faint smell of disinfectant and medicine in the air, reminiscent of being near a hospital pharmacy. At the end of the hallway was a bedroom, unusually fitted with a heavy password-locked iron door. Hua Yan quickly walked over. The bearded man could no longer hold back, reaching out to grab Hua Yan, cursing as he did. "Hey, who the hell are you? Are you sick? Ouch, ouch." Before he could finish, the bearded man suddenly screamed in pain. Hua Yan swiftly grabbed the bearded man's middle finger, dragging him to the password door and pressing his fingerprint against it. With a ding-dong, the door opened, revealing a high stack of various medications. A quick glance revealed metformin, fenofibrate, and other diabetes and lipid-lowering medications. There were also captopril, norfloxacin, amoxicillin, and other prescription drugs, various targeted cancer treatments, and, of course, many more illicit drugs. Hua Yan turned to look at the bearded man, realizing he was a drug dealer. The big bearded man grimaced in pain, his anger boiling over. "Buddy, I don't care who you are or what you want. You've messed with the wrong person, you know that? Go ask around. Who doesn't know my name? Hu Young." Hua Yan interrupted sharply. "What medicine did the person who just came buy?" Hu Young's face changed dramatically. "Can I just share customer information with you? Let me go quickly, and I'll tell you, my big brother is someone who kills without blinking, and all my little brothers are tough characters." Hua Yan smiled and released Hu Young's fingers. Hu Young thought Hua Yan was genuinely scared and became even more arrogant. "You know fear now? Too late. If you don't kneel down and apologize, don't even think about leaving in one piece." Hua Yan walked to the shelf and picked up a set of syringes for muscle injections. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Young looked suspicious. Don't mess around. Hey, don't touch that. It's dangerous. Hua Yan opened a box of chlorpromazine injection, an antipsychotic used mainly to treat schizophrenia, with a sedative effect and strict dosage limits. Hua Yan drew 2 full syringes of the medication. Hu Young panicked, grabbing a baseball bat and charging at Hua Yan, swinging the bat towards him. Do you really want to die? Put it down, put it down. Hua Yan turned, raising the syringe to meet him. The bat froze in midair, and Hu Young stood completely still, unable to move. It was clearly him who had made the first move, but somehow, Hua Yan had stepped in front of him in one stride and accurately jabbed the syringe into his neck. Hua Yan pressed his thumb on the end of the syringe. With a gentle push, the 2 doses of chlorpromazine would be injected into Hu Young's body. Big brother, please don't, please don't. Hu Young pleaded nervously, trembling while trying to keep his neck still, his face turning pale with fear. That dosage could kill. Hua Yan asked again, what medicine did the person who just came by? Calcipotriol, tazarotene, etanercept, secukinumab, methylprednisolone, betamethasone. Hu Young dared not delay any longer, quickly rattling off several specialized drug names, sounding quite familiar with them. What are they used for? To treat psoriasis, you know, the skin condition. The first 2 regulate cell keratinization, the last 2 are immune biologics, and the rest are corticosteroids. It seemed that Hua Ziying's psoriasis had not only not improved but had worsened. Moreover, it remained a difficult secret for him to speak about, which was why he risked leaving the small white building to buy the medicine himself. Hua Yan continued to ask, does he often come here? Not really, usually once every 2 months. He comes when the medicine runs out, and it's always the same stuff. Hua Yan frowned. If it was that infrequent, this line wouldn't work. He couldn't wait 2 months. Seeing Hua Yan's expression, Hu Young thought he was angry and became terrified, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Big brother, please hold steady, don't shake your hand. Oh, right, there's also a dalimumab, but we're out of stock today. That old lady said she'd come back in 2 days. Hu Young didn't even know that Hua Ziying was actually a man. Hua Yan's expression shifted. This was an unexpected piece of good news. Big brother, I've said everything I needed to say. Whatever grudge you have with her has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. Hu Young continued to plead. Hua Yan stared at him, asking in a low voice, do you know what to do next? I understand. Hu Young was quick-witted, hurriedly saying, I've never seen you before. I haven't said anything. Hua Yan's face was cold. Remember your words, if this leaks out. I wouldn't dare. I'm someone who plays with drugs. I value my life the most. Besides, I don't have that old lady's contact information. She's quite mysterious. Hu Shuyong wished he could swear to the heavens. Don't worry, big brother, today's incident never happened. Hua Yan released his grip on the syringe and turned to leave. Hu Shuyong fumbled to support the syringe, carefully pulling it out, clutching his neck, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring down, still shaken. What kind of person bullies me right off the bat? It's absurd, too much. Hu Shuyong cried out in grievance, raising his arm to wipe his tears. As soon as he stepped outside, Hua Yan immediately dialed Diao Chang's number. More than 10 minutes later, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui hurried over, bringing along 4 clever and agile little brothers. Hua Yan arranged for those 4 little brothers to disguise themselves and lie in ambush nearby, making sure to keep a close watch on Hu Shuyong's every move. Although he judged that Hu Shuyong wasn't lying and didn't have the guts to pull any tricks, he still had to be cautious. This matter absolutely couldn't go wrong. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were excited to learn that Hua Ziying would come here to pick up the medicine in 2 days. A thief runs into a robber. What a coincidence. That bastard deserves to fall into our hands, Diao Chong said fiercely. Lin Zuhui glanced at the sky with a sidelong look. Heaven, at least you're not completely blind. Hey, his life is mine. You all can't snatch it from me, Diao Feng hurriedly emphasized again. Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui burst into laughter. All right, we won't snatch it. It's yours. Killing Hua Ziying isn't difficult, Hua Yan said with a serious expression. The hard part is how to do it without alarming others and successfully controlling him. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui calmed down and looked at Hua Yan in unison. From the Lanshin Laundry to here, it's only a 10-minute journey, and the streets along the way are bustling with people. We don't have a suitable opportunity to act. Those 3 bodyguards are all experts. I can't guarantee I can take them all down quickly. Moreover, I suspect Hua Ziying would never surrender obediently. He might even have some self-destruct device hidden on him, just like the poison Chen Wen had hidden in his mouth, Diao Feng asked. Hua Yan nodded. If any of them sends out a signal that they're under attack, with Zhao Fuqing's style, we might never get into Xiaobela, and the girls inside could be harmed, and all the evidence would be destroyed. During the waiting period, Hua Yan had repeatedly run through many action plans, but so far, there was no reliable and feasible method. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui also began to worry, watching the target so close yet feeling restrained, unable to act freely, feeling frustrated and annoyed. Don't rush. Let me think it over some more. In any case, heaven has already given us the opportunity. Huayan reassured the three. Let the brothers prepare first. Diao Chong nodded. Alright, Huage, you can rest assured, the brothers are all fine. Huage, you will definitely have a way, Lin Zuhui said with admiration. Diao Feng muttered quietly. If it really doesn't work, we'll just go for it. One kill is one, who cares? Huayan, Diao Chong, and Lin Zuhui simultaneously raised their hands as if to knock Diao Feng on the forehead. Diao Feng covered his head, laughing and dodging. I was just saying. While the four were joking around, Huayan's phone alarm went off. Today is the day his sister Hua Miao is leaving. Huage, you should go back quickly. We'll keep an eye on things here, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui said together. Huayan nodded and hurried away. At home, Hua Miao had already packed her luggage, finally putting a family photo into her backpack. She slowly scanned every item in the house, her eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance, tears shimmering. Yuan quietly walked over and obediently handed her a tissue. The sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and Hua Miao quickly took the tissue to wipe her tears, forcing a smile as she teased Huayan, who had just entered. Hey, you actually remembered to come back, big busy man. Meow meow. Huayan felt a bit guilty. Stop the nonsense, hurry up, don't miss my flight. Hua Miao smiled brightly, dreaming lightly. I can't wait to leave this place and enjoy a brand new life. Hua Miao slung her bag over her shoulder, took Yuan's hand, and cheerfully walked out. Huayan hurriedly dragged his suitcase to catch up. In the bustling airport hall, in front of the security check, Huayan gently hugged Hua Miao and whispered, take care of yourself. Here we go again. Are you ever going to stop nagging? Hua Miao pushed Huayan away in disdain. You should take care of yourself first. Hey, you better live well for me. I'm still waiting for the day you hold my hand and give me to my groom. If you dare. Hua Miao suddenly choked up and couldn't continue. The facade of her forced lightness shattered, and tears streamed down her face. I don't want to cry. I really don't want to cry, but I can't help it. Huayan reached out and gently wiped away his sister's tears. It's okay. Brother, you must take care of yourself. Hua Miao sobbed as she urged. Your brother is doing just fine now. Huayan laughed heartily. I have money, I have people, I'm impressive, and people fear me. I've never been this good. Hua Miao laughed through her tears and playfully punched Huayan. Show off. Yuan, watching the siblings alternate between crying and laughing, also shifted between sadness and joy. An hour later, a plane took off, soaring into the sky. Huayan stood in the open space outside the airport, quietly watching the plane disappear into the distance. Beside him, Yuan softly hummed a song, Farewell, with lyrics by Li Shadong. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, half of my friends have scattered. Life is hard to come by, only parting is frequent. Yuan's childish voice was tender and inexperienced, still slightly off-key, yet it somehow added to the melancholy. Huayan's eyes instantly turned red, and he choked back tears, the emotions he had suppressed for so long threatening to overflow. Yuan tugged at Huayan's hand and softly asked, Uncle Hua, should I be leaving too? Huayan squatted down, feeling apologetic and emotional. I'm sorry, you're still young, and being with your uncle all the time isn't a solution. I've found a place for you that will be better for your growth. Yuan shook her head, like a little adult, comforting Huayan in return. Uncle, don't say that. I know you have many important things to do. You've been really good to Yuan, and I'm so happy to have met you. Wherever you want me to go, I'm willing. Huayan gently ruffled Yuan's little head. At the bottom of a residential building in the city, Huayan was about to take Yuan upstairs with a few simple pieces of luggage. Wait. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui came running over, shouting, and crowded around Yuan, eagerly presenting a large bag of items they each held. Diao Chong had various exquisite and beautiful princess dresses. Here, Yuan, try this on. From now on, we have to look beautiful every day. We not only need to look good, but we also have to study hard. Lin Zuhui held a pile of stationery and tutoring materials. Once you finish, tell your uncle, and I'll buy you more, no limits. Diao Feng pushed Lin Zuhui aside. All you know is studying. How old is Yuan? What are you fussing about? Diao Feng excitedly showed Yuan the full bag of snacks he had. Yuan, the most important thing now is to grow up. Look, these are all your favorites. Yuan, who had been feeling down, was cheered up by the three of them and sweetly thanked them. Thank you, Uncle Diao, and Uncle Lin. Diao Chong looked at Yuan with affection and turned to pull Huayan aside. Huage, can't we really keep Yuan here? Diao Chong looked at Hui Yan with eager eyes. How can we keep her? Hui Yan shot a glance at Diao Chong. Who among us can pick her up and drop her off at school every day? Who can help her with her homework? Each of you has married a wife. Do you know how to raise a child? Diao Chong scratched his head awkwardly with a silly smile. Besides, what can she learn hanging out with us? How to run a nightclub? How to recruit underlings? How to drink? Or how to wield a knife and stab someone? Diao Chong was left speechless by Hui Yan's questions, sighing and shaking his head. Old Diao, I know you like yuan. Hui Yan revealed a bitter smile, but we ourselves are living day by day, not knowing if we'll survive tomorrow. We can't let the child be delayed. Diao Chong nodded sadly, pulling away the reluctant Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui, forcing a smile as he bid farewell to Yuan. Hui Yan took Yuan up to the third floor and knocked on the door of a unit around the corner. The door opened quickly, and Li Guiyun greeted them warmly. Hello, Yuan, come in, welcome. The room was clean and tidy, with decorations that children liked, and in front of the window was a brand new study desk, indicating that Li Guiyun was ready to welcome Yuan to stay. Xiao struggled to get up, wanting to greet Yuan as well. Although it was still a bit strenuous, he could already get out of the wheelchair. His recovery was indeed rapid. Yuan noticed and quickly stepped forward to support Xiao. Xiao took Yuan's hand. Yuan, from now on, this will be your home. Yuan's eyes immediately became moist, and she deeply bowed to Li Guiyun and Xiao. Thank you, Grandma Yun, thank you, Aunt Yao. Look at this little girl, so clever and so understanding, Li Guiyun said, affectionately pulling Yuan closer. Li Guiyun, Xiao, and Yuan began to chat. Although it was their first meeting, it felt like they were long-lost relatives. Hui Yan silently watched for a moment, then placed a thick red envelope on the small table by the door and quietly stepped out. Outside, it was already dark, but Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were still waiting downstairs, looking at Hui Yan with concern. Don't worry, you three, Hui Yan reassured them. Aunt Li and Xiao are good people, they've suffered too, and they will never mistreat Yuan. The nanny I hired will arrive tomorrow. Who said we're not worried? Can't we just rest our feet and chat for a bit? We can at least enjoy the scenery, right? The three of them were clearly concerned, yet they all pretended to be tough. Hui Yan chuckled to himself, too lazy to expose their contradictory feelings, and walked towards the exit of the community. The three followed closely behind. Is there something else? Hui Yan asked. Nothing. Then why are you following me? We're just worried about you. What is there to worry about? Diao Chong said seriously. Today, you said goodbye to your sister and sent Yuan away. We're afraid you can't handle it, feeling lonely and cold. How about we go out for a meal together, have a drink? Lin Zuhui suggested. Diao Feng chimed in. Right, a drink can ease 1,000 sorrows. Let's call a few more brothers to keep you company and liven things up. I appreciate it, Hui Yan said, putting on a stern face. Do I seem like such a sentimental person? Do I need company? Just go home and rest. We have a meeting early tomorrow to discuss serious matters. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui had no choice but to stop, but they still didn't forget to remind him. Hey, if you want to chat or have a drink, just call us anytime. Hui Yan waved goodbye and left alone, a sudden warmth surging in his heart. When he first approached the Diao brothers, it was merely because he saw their blood feud with Zhao Fuqing as something he could exploit. But as time passed, especially after that bloody battle, he inadvertently developed a bond of life and death with them. Moreover, Diao Chong was right. At this moment, Hui Yan felt an emptiness in his heart, as if a large piece had been suddenly dug out. It wasn't exactly sadness, nor was it loneliness, it was just a feeling of emptiness. He didn't want to go home to an empty house, nor did he want to be in the hustle and bustle. He walked through a few small streets and strolled onto the seaside boulevard. By the roadside, a flamboyant tourist girl was taking various selfies against the sea view. After Hui Yan passed by, she lowered her head and whispered into her earphones. Target appeared. Repeat. Target appeared. Over. The headlights of a passing car illuminated her face, revealing that she was a Xiao, the younger sister of the twin sisters under Dumei. Soon, Hui Yan arrived at Pier 7. A starfish ferry, unique to the harbor, was docked at the pier. Originally a ferry for residents from the north and south banks, separated by the river, it gradually became a popular sightseeing boat because it offered stunning views of both shores. As a child, Hui Yan loved riding the starfish ferry with his sister, feeling the sea breeze and watching the sunset. Hui Yan stood still for a moment, just about to step towards the ticket booth when a stylish female tourist stopped him. It was A Ying, the elder sister of the twins, who, with an accent from another region, asked for directions to a nearby attraction. Just as Hui Yan was pointing the way, a graceful girl in a white dress darted out and bought a ticket at the booth, boarding the ferry ahead of time. It was the assassin Gume, sent by Zhao Fuchang. A few minutes later, Hui Yan waved goodbye to A Ying, bought his ticket, and boarded the ferry, sitting straight at the back of the boat. It was a weekday evening, and the tourist season had already passed, so there weren't many passengers, who were scattered in small groups. Gume was at the front of the ferry, keeping a low profile, with her back to Hui Yan. A horn sounded, and the ferry set sail, slowly gliding over the shimmering sea, with tall buildings on both shores brightly lit, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Hui Yan let the sea breeze caress him, feeling a mix of emotions, wanting nothing more than to empty his mind completely. An elderly man with graying hair was lounging with his feet up, enjoying himself, with a classic Cantonese song on the ferry last night playing from his phone. Crossing the river at night, leaning against the railing, I meet the north wind head-on. Turbulent like this sea, the city gazes at each other across the banks. Don't ask about the passion like madness. Today I easily laugh drunkenly. The night ends, dawn breaks, what's wrong with starting over? Leaping one's deep, hoarse voice carried a sense of weathered experience, and the lyrics resonated perfectly with Hui Yan's current state of mind. Hui Yan quietly hummed a couple of lines. The night ends, dawn breaks, what's wrong with starting over? A gust of sea breeze blew by, and Gume suddenly let out a soft cry as her hat was blown off, flying straight towards Hui Yan. Quick-witted, Hui Yan raised his hand and caught the hat firmly, standing up to return it. Thank you. Gume approached, took the hat, and expressed her gratitude, her face suddenly lighting up with surprise. It's you? Hui Yan looked at Gume and immediately recognized her as the girl he had helped up a few nights ago after she fell off her bike while avoiding a kitten. Hello, Hui Yan greeted politely. Is your leg okay now? It's fine now, Gume said apologetically. I'm sorry for bothering you every time. No problem, it was just a small effort, Hui Yan replied casually, turning to walk back to his seat. Gume shifted a little to make space beside her. Do you want to sit here? Hui Yan glanced at the shy Gume and, not wanting to refuse, sat down next to her. At Pier 7, A Ying and a Xiao gazed at the departing starfish ferry. A Xiao looked worried. Sister, do you think Mei Jie will succeed this time? A Ying's eyes sparkled with determination. She must succeed. Don't worry, in all these years, when has Mei Jie ever failed? The ferry moved slowly, and Hui Yan and Gume didn't talk much. One was not good at chatting with girls, and the other was playing the role of a shy and innocent girl. After briefly introducing themselves, they both fell silent, gazing into the thick night. Hui Yan certainly did not reveal that he used to be a police officer and is now a gang leader. Gume said her name was Lu Yahue and that she was a kindergarten teacher, which was also a lie. When the ferry reached the dock on the other side, Hui Yan was the first to disembark. He nodded slightly and bid farewell to Gume before walking on the path home. Gume followed closely behind him, neither too far nor too near. You? Hui Yan stopped and asked, puzzled. Gume pointed ahead and explained, I'm going in that direction too. I live in the third phase of Sun City. Oh, then we're going the same way. The two walked together in silence. The night was as tranquil as water. As they passed a secluded, deserted alley, Gume finally mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Hua, can I add you on WeChat? Maybe I could treat you to a meal sometime. Hui Yan nodded. I'll scan you. Gume was delighted and hurriedly took out her phone from her small bag, accidentally spilling out other items. A lipstick, a small mirror, and keys fell to the ground. Hui Yan crouched down to help pick them up. Gume felt guilty. Look at me, so clumsy. I'm sorry for bothering you again. It's fine, Hui Yan replied lightly without looking up. Gume watched Hui Yan's back, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes as she raised her hand towards the unsuspecting Hui Yan. The rose ring on her ring finger glided through the night sky, silently and swiftly approaching Hui Yan's neck. Just as the poison needle in the flower's core was about to strike, Hui Yan suddenly raised his hand and swiftly tapped Gume's elbow acupoint. Gume's hand went numb all of a sudden, feeling weak and limp as it fell. Hui Yan grasped Gume's palm, gently pulling it, and directly removed the rose ring, holding it up to examine. The poison needle inside the flower glinted coldly under the streetlight. Quite exquisite. Was this what killed Wubo? Is it coated with cyanide? Or shellfish toxin? Gume looked at Hui Yan in astonishment, not expecting to fail so miserably, and quickly reached for her waist. Hui Yan shook his finger. Don't move recklessly, don't harbor any delusions. You're not my match. Gume paused, letting go of her hand, and a small dagger fell to the ground. The feigned shyness and innocence vanished, and her expression turned cold. So, you saw through me long ago? You've been watching my performance all along? I was just suspicious at first, Hui Yan replied calmly. Now I'm certain. How embarrassing. Gume covered her face, then curiously asked, how did you figure it out? I don't think I revealed any flaws, did I? Hui Yan smiled slightly. Do you know how many permanent residents there are in the harbor? Gume shook her head. I've never looked into it. Over 8 million. Do you think in such a vast city, the probability of two strangers running into each other twice in a week is high? Is it just because of that? Gume laughed. Brother Hua, you're so unromantic. What if we really are fated? So many touching love stories start with unexpected encounters. Sorry, I never watch idol dramas, they're too fake. Hua Yan replied coldly, pointing to Gume's leg, which had been injured and scraped. And you didn't go to the hospital I pointed out for your leg injury. The next day, I took Yuan to see a doctor and ran into the emergency doctor on duty that night, who happened to be an acquaintance of mine. I asked him, "Thank you for being so concerned about me." Gume smiled even more charmingly. Or maybe I was too lazy to go to the hospital, or I just wanted to go to another hospital? You're being too suspicious. Hua Yan chuckled. One must always be cautious. Especially since I'm currently at odds with Zhao Fuqing. It's always good to be careful. The two exchanged smiles, and from a passerby's perspective, they seemed like a happy couple chatting cheerfully, unaware of the murderous intent lingering in the air. Hua Yan continued, also, that little cat that caused you to crash and get hurt is very suspicious. Gume was taken aback. What's wrong with the cat? Is there a problem? You investigated me and know I like little cats and dogs. So you deliberately brought one over as a prop to help you act, wanting me to quickly develop a good impression of you and let down my guard. Gume's face flushed with embarrassment at being seen through. But you probably don't know that I once helped the Cat Lovers Association create health records for the stray cats in that area. I'm familiar with each one of them, but I've never seen the one from that night, and I haven't found it since. Hua Yan continued as if explaining a case. Moreover, although you deliberately made it dirty, compared to real stray cats, it was still too clean. You might not have noticed, but when it ran away, it looked back at you with concern. In fact, it was probably your own cat, right? What's its name? Gume had forgotten her embarrassment, shocked and incredulous. The streetlights were so dim at that time, and Xian only flashed by for a moment, and you could tell all that? Hua Yan was unapologetic. Sorry, I've had good eyesight since I was a child, and it's gotten even better recently. Gume gave a wry smile. Hua Yan continued, any one of the 3 points I mentioned alone wouldn't be too suspicious. But combined, it's just too coincidental, and I usually don't believe in pure coincidences. Gume sighed softly, re-evaluating Hua Yan. I thought I held you in high regard, but it turns out I underestimated your abilities. Hua Yan replied calmly, thank you. If I had known you were this capable, I should have asked Zhao Fuqing for another 10 million back then. Oh, am I only worth that much? Boss Xiao is too stingy. No way. Gume shook her head regretfully. I must ask him for a big bonus later. Hua Yan said arrogantly, unfortunately, you won't get a single cent. Gume burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. Mr. Hua, you have no idea how much I love money. If I don't earn it, it's better to kill me. Besides, I've never lost my grip, you know. Gume suddenly launched an attack, several fine rays shooting from the hidden mechanism in her shoulder, speeding towards Hua Yan. Hua Yan snorted coldly, leaping away in an instant, so fast that Gume could barely see his movements. The rays zipped past Hua Yan, landing on the ground. Hua Yan coldly pressed towards Gume, still not giving up. Gume's smile remained, seemingly unafraid. With a soft pop, the rose ring in Hua Yan's hand suddenly exploded. Hua Yan quickly waved his hand to throw it away, but it was too late. The petals burst open, and the poison needles shot into Hua Yan's palm. It turned out there was a mechanism in the rose ring. The poison was potent, and Hua Yan immediately felt dizzy, struggling to walk towards Gume, but his steps were already unsteady. Gume took a few steps back, creating a safe distance, her smile radiant. Mr. Hua, although I underestimated you before, I'm afraid you've also underestimated me. In Hua Yan's eyes, Gume transformed into countless doppelgangers, each one speaking, each one laughing at him. Hua Yan glared at Gume in frustration, his eyelids already uncontrollably fluttering. The streetlights flickered, finally going out, plunging the world into darkness. Gume quietly watched Hua Yan fall, waiting a full 3 minutes to confirm he was completely unconscious before slowly approaching. She examined Hua Yan for a moment, her jaw tightening, picked up the small knife that had been thrown on the ground, lifted Hua Yan's coat, and pointed the knife's tip at his heart. My real name is Gume, the Gu that disregards everything, and the May of the Thorny Rose. I live at No. 11, Yuanlu Village, Dapa District, Haigang City. If you turn into a fierce ghost, remember to come find me. Gume pressed down, the sharp knife piercing Hua Yan's skin, blood gushing out. A cold wind blew by, and the bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Just as the sharp knife was about to plunge deep into Hua Yan's heart, Gume suddenly stopped, frowning as she looked at the inner pocket of Hua Yan's coat. There lay a folded piece of paper, fluttering slightly in the wind, revealing a faint image of a human face. Gume dropped the knife and yanked out the paper, shaking it open against the wind. Hua Yan's hand-drawn portrait of Hua Ziying sprang into view. Gumei's expression changed instantly, a mix of terror and anger, her hands trembling violently. It was as if she had seen a ghost. With a loud bang, a plane exploded in the sky, countless fragments scattering, a fireball crashing to the ground with thick smoke. Huo Miao's backpack, which he had taken with him, floated down, and the family photo slipped out, burning fiercely. Blood splattered, and cries of pain echoed. The nightclub at the entrance to heaven was a river of blood, with the subordinates of the Diao family sprawled everywhere. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were battered and bruised, struggling to support each other. Opposite them stood a dark mass of black-clad men wielding long knives. Zhao Fucheng waved his hand, and the black-clad men surged forward with their blades. Blinding headlights illuminated the roadside where Yuan, Xiao, and Li Guiyun stood, their eyes wide with terror. The lights drew closer, and a business car sped towards them, suddenly stopping just before crashing into them. Several burly men jumped out, grabbing Xiao and lifting Yuan, forcibly shoving them into the car. Li Guiyun rushed forward to stop them but was violently pushed to the ground, knocking her unconscious. The car sped away, disappearing into the night. Huiyan suddenly awoke, drenched in cold sweat, and after a moment realized he had just had a terrible nightmare, lying on a large bed in a plain guest room. He struggled to get up, feeling weak and powerless, his hands and feet shackled to the bed's head and foot, spread out in a big letter T, unable to move. A small cat sat on the nearby table, quietly watching Huiyan, its deep blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Huiyan shook his heavy, aching head, recalling the confrontation with Gumei before he fainted, and softly called to the cat. Qian? The small cat jumped away, turning to the door and meowing. Moments later, the door opened, and Gumei walked in. She was dressed in a black leather jacket, towering heels, her figure curvaceous and striking, holding a whip in her hand. Mr. Hui is finally awake, Gumei said with a smile as she approached Huiyan, playfully complaining. You don't look that fat, so why are you so heavy? Do you know how much effort it took to drag you into the car, bring you here, and then move you to the bed? You owe me for the trouble later. As she spoke, Gumei pointed to the 4 drip. And these life-saving drugs also cost money. Huiyan asked in a deep voice, how long was I unconscious? Not too long, just 1 night and 1 day. By the way, don't forget the nursing fee, Gumei giggled, her charm radiating as if chatting with a close friend. You have no idea how much I cared about you, checking on you every hour to see if you were still breathing, hardly sleeping at all. The sunset filtered through the curtain gaps, casting a blood-red shadow on the white wall. Huiyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he hadn't missed the date to get the medicine from the drug dealer Xiao. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you, Huiyan stared at Gumei. If you want to know something from me, just ask. Gumei continued to chuckle. Why do you think I have questions for you? Can't I just want to bring you back to tease and play with you? You are a killer who makes money from murder, not a sadist. Huiyan chuckled lightly, and although he was handcuffed and unable to move, he seemed to be the one in control of the situation. For someone like you, who values money above all else, to not be in a hurry to take the money and instead want to keep my life for now, it seems the information you want is very important. Gumei's expression darkened, her smile instantly fading as she pulled out a portrait of Hua Ziying and slapped it in front of Huiyan, coldly asking, why do you have this person's portrait? Where is he now? Huiyan was taken aback, having considered many possibilities, but never expected that a portrait of Hua Ziying would save his life. Fate is truly unpredictable. Huiyan scrutinized Gumei. First tell me, what is your relationship with him? Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me right now? Gumei's face was like ice, and she cracked the whip in the air, producing a sharp sound. Answer my question. Otherwise, the next lash will fall on you. Some men might enjoy it, but I doubt you would. Huiyan seemed to hear nothing, remaining silent as he carefully observed Gumei's face. Gumei, furious, swung the whip fiercely at Huiyan. In Huiyan's eyes, Gumei's face rapidly changed, becoming younger and more innocent, as if she were regressing in age. Finally, it froze into the face of a girl around 10 years old. You are Gu Lian's sister? Huiyan suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and shock. Gumei's body trembled violently, and the whip slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The whip hit the ground, and Gumei stared at Huiyan in disbelief, trembling as she asked, Who are you? How do you know me? I have a little sister. The little girl in Huiyan's eyes quickly grew up, returning to Gumei's current appearance. It's simple, because you look very much like Gu Lian. Although your eyebrows and eyes are different, your face shape is similar. If you disregard the features, you'll find that your skeletal proportions are almost identical. You know Gu Lian? Gumei was astonished. Huiyan shook his head, a hint of sadness and regret appearing on his face as he slowly said, I've only seen one photo, the one taken at her 10th birthday party where she wore a pink princess dress. My father, Hua Sen, used that photo to persuade Wen Na to come forward and testify against Hua Ziying. Tears instantly welled up in Gumei's eyes. Despite her efforts to suppress them, the sadness surged forth, making her unable to hold back her sobs. Gu Lian was the youngest victim in the Red Butcher series murder case, who went missing the day after her 10th birthday at the entrance of her elementary school. A week later, on a morning, an elderly sanitation worker found Gu Lian in a trash bin behind a restaurant. She was still wearing the pink princess dress from the day she went missing, having been dead for several days, and had suffered inhuman cruelty, with her skin almost completely cut away. The old sanitation worker suffered a heart attack on the spot and died. That dress was bought by me. I bought it for Gu Lian. She loved it so much that she wanted to wear it to school the next day to show her classmates and friends. That day, I was supposed to pick her up after school, but I got caught up discussing homework with classmates and was 7 minutes late, just 7 minutes, and Gu Lian. Gu Mei was filled with regret and guilt, unable to continue. In that moment, all her usual charm and hard exterior vanished, revealing a helpless and pitiful child. Huayan did not offer comfort or disturb her, simply watching Gu Mei quietly as she poured out her sorrow. Outside in the small courtyard, Aang and Xiao anxiously watched the guest room, worried and restless. Aang could no longer hold back and was about to rush in. Xiao grabbed her, gently shaking her head. Sister Mei said that if she doesn't call, we can't go in. After a moment, Gu Mei finally pulled herself out of her past sorrow and regained her calm demeanor. I apologize for the display. Gu Mei wiped away her tears with a wave of her hand. Since you know everything, that saves us some trouble. Hua Ziying is still alive, right? Where is he? Tell me right now. However, Huayan shook his head. Anger resurfaced on Gu Mei's face, her eyes glinting with coldness as a dagger slipped from her sleeve, pressing directly against Huayan's neck. You should know that to avenge Xiao Lian, I can do anything, anything. Does that include betraying Zhao Fucheng? Huayan retorted coldly. Gu Mei's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. Is this related to Boss Xiao? Huayan nodded and said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, the reason Hua Ziying was able to escape right under the police's noses back then was because your boss Xiao was helping him. Gu Mei's brows furrowed tightly. Huayan continued, and I can be even more certain that in the years since, Hua Ziying has been able to remain hidden and at large because Zhao Fucheng has been protecting him. Why? Boss Xiao and Hua Ziying? Gu Mei questioned. How could they possibly be involved together? Perhaps bad people always find common ground. Huayan pondered for a moment. Have you heard of Xiao? Gu Mei shook her head in confusion. On the top floor of Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city bathed in the glow of the sunset. In the distance by the seaside, a high-rise building was under construction, rising from the ground. Liang quietly entered, standing silently behind Zhao Fucheng with his hands at his sides. Stop that building immediately, and give them 3 days to tear it down completely. Zhao Fucheng pointed at the distant high-rise. It's blocking my view. Liang nodded but did not leave. Speak, Zhao Fucheng said in a deep voice. Lai Tianhua called today, saying there was a problem with the company's funds and he couldn't manage the turnover, so he won't be participating in the Ma Fangqiao steel plant project. I had someone look into it, and he found an environmental assessment company himself. It seems they discovered that the land has exceeded cancer-causing substances. A cold light flashed in Zhao Fucheng's eyes. Find out who gave him that idea and have that person killed. And that environmental assessment company, I want them to go bankrupt immediately. Liang nodded again and continued. There hasn't been any movement from Huayan's side these past few days. He's probably holding back for a big move. Zhao Fucheng snorted coldly. Tell everyone to stay alert and be on full guard. Especially Xiao. Nothing must go wrong. Liang continued to nod. Rest assured, nothing will happen at Xiao. A flush of excitement spread across Zhao Fucheng's face. Do you know how many years it's been since I've encountered such a formidable opponent? 10 years, at least 10 years. Liang listened silently, his expression unchanged. Having no opponent is actually a very lonely thing, and it can cause one to regress, losing strength and fighting spirit. Zhao Fucheng clenched his fists, the joints cracking, feeling a bit excited. Sometimes, I even hesitate to kill him so quickly. Miss Gu Mei hasn't reported back yet. Liang hesitated. Although you trust her greatly and her past achievements are impressive, perhaps we should also be prepared for other contingencies. Zhao Fucheng turned to Liang. Do you doubt him, eh? I just don't trust any woman, Liang said, lowering his head. Zhao Fucheng was silent for a moment before nodding. You go handle it, find another group of experts. They must be more capable and outstanding than Mei. If she dares to betray me, then let her, along with her children, all disappear. A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Liang's eyes before he quickly retreated. Zhao Fucheng looked out the window again, the sunset sinking into the sea, about to disappear. In Gu Mei's guest room, Huayan had finished explaining what he knew about Xiao and how Hua Ziying had been hiding there, helping Zhao Fucheng manage things. Gu Mei was both shocked and furious, cursing indignantly. Why can't these filthy men ever control their pants? Why do they enjoy harming women so much? Can't they find something else bad to do? There are always perverts in this world who like to hurt people, especially women. There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in Huayan's voice. Zhaolingjie, Chenwen, Zhaofucheng, Huaziying. Almost every villain that appeared was involved in something related to that Tu Liang of meat. No wonder I've been searching for that beast for a full 10 years and still can't find him. Gumei said hatefully. It turns out Zhaofucheng has been hiding him all along, protecting him. Huayan looked at Gumei. So, are you really willing to make an enemy of Zhaofucheng? I said, for the sake of avenging Xiao Lian, I can do anything. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill. Faced with Huayan's questioning, Gumei showed no hesitation, her expression cold and resolute. Moreover, my relationship with Zhaofucheng is merely financial. Since he dares to protect Huaziying and has done such disgusting things, he deserves to die. Huayan looked at Gumei with appreciation. Good, very good. Tomorrow, you will receive news of Huaziying's death. Gumei's expression shifted. You are already prepared to take action? Huayan nodded. Huaziying will make an appearance tomorrow. It might be the only opportunity, and I won't miss it. Gumei was excited and said in a low voice, Huaziying's life is mine. You can't take it from me. Tell me the time and place immediately, and after I kill him, I will let you go. Huayan smiled slightly. Unfortunately, you probably don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me right now. Gumei also smiled, leaning closer to Huayan, admiring his restrained hands and feet, spread wide. I know you're strong, especially fast, but in your current state, you still want to act tough? Don't you think you're overdoing it? Really? Huayan's smile became even more radiant. Gumei was taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Huayan suddenly let out a low growl, his right hand exerting force, the muscles in his arm instantly bulging. With a loud bang, the bedpost that the handcuffs were attached to was violently torn apart by Huayan, and his right hand was freed, seizing the broken bedpost. Gumei realized something was wrong and quickly stepped back. But Huayan's speed far exceeded Gumei's instinctive reaction. In the blink of an eye, the broken bedpost was pressed against her throat, the sharp and irregular edge tightly against her carotid artery. Gumei dared not move, staring at Huayan in shock and anger. Huayan smiled. I'm not just fast, I might be faster than you think, and I'm also very strong. When did you recover? Gumei asked angrily. Just when I was telling you about the Xiao Bai Lu. You plotted against me, deliberately stalling for time. You tricked me too, almost killing me, and not just once. The two faced off, locked in a standoff. Then let's call it even, shall we? After a moment, Gumei finally conceded. Let's each take a step back. I'll unlock the remaining handcuffs for you, and you let me act with you. Huayan quietly looked at Gumei, not speaking, as if pondering. Huayan! Gumei urged, I have to go, I must go. I swore to Xiao Lian. Even if I can't kill Huaziying with my own hands, I want to see him die with my own eyes. You must ensure that you follow my commands and don't play tricks. Huayan said solemnly, without my permission, you absolutely cannot act rashly. Huaziying is still useful to me. Gumei's expression shifted, and she blurted out, you don't want to control Huaziying first and then use him to break into Xiao Bai Lu, do you? Exactly. Huayan said decisively, otherwise, he would have been dead yesterday. You're really crazy, playing such a big game. Gumei looked at Huayan as if seeing a madman, pausing for a moment. But I like it. If everything goes smoothly, I will leave Huaziying to you. Thank you, Gumei quickly responded, tapping the bed rail pressed against her neck with her fingers. Can you take it away now? It's really uncomfortable. However, Huayan did not remove the bed rail, still pressing it against Gumei's neck. What else do you want? Gumei was annoyed. Huayan smiled faintly. Hey, the labor costs for moving me around and the medical expenses for saving my life, shouldn't those be settled too? Gumei was slightly taken aback, then smiled, but quickly straightened her face again. Hey, don't push your luck. Let's keep things clear. At most, I'll give you a 99% discount. Deal. Huayan dropped the rail, raised his palm, and reached out to Gumei. After a moment's hesitation, Gumei extended her hand to slap his. The two exchanged smiles, a tacit understanding blossoming between them. When Huayan and Gumei walked out together, Aang and Xiao were left dumbfounded. Huayan appeared calm and spirited, as if he had never been poisoned or tied up. Gumei's face still bore traces of tears, yet there was a hint of a smile. What's going on? Aang murmured softly. Wasn't it said that Sister May was going to torment him? Why does it seem like Sister May is the one being tormented? Xiao shook her head. What are you talking about? Didn't you see Sister May almost bursting into laughter? Gumei shot a glance at Aang and Xiao, signaling them to follow her to a nearby corner. You two need to head back to the Chun Tian Welfare Institute immediately. Gumei lowered her voice. Tell Director Lu and the others to pack up, organize the children, and be ready to move at any time. Xiao and Aang were taken aback, looking at each other in shock. Ah, why so sudden? Why? We just settled down for 2 years. Why do we have to move again? Gumei's expression turns serious, because from now on, Zhao Fuqing is our enemy. I'm afraid he will target the Welfare Institute. Xiao and Aang were even more surprised. What's going on? Gumei looked up at the sky. It was dark, the night sky heavy, and her face was a mix of emotions that were hard to define. The person I've been looking for has appeared, and avenging Xiao Lian is the most important thing right now. Aang and Xiao exchanged glances, saying nothing more, but nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Sister Mei, leave it to us. The entrance of the Tian Tangko nightclub was tightly shut, with a sign reading temporarily closed hanging. The hall was packed with the younger brothers of the Diao family, everyone present, yet not a single word was spoken. It was silent as a grave, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Everyone was watching Diao Chong, who was frowning and smoking in silence. Diao Feng was restless, unable to hold back. We've been unable to contact him all day. We've searched everywhere we could, and asked everyone we needed to ask. Brother Yin must be in trouble. It must be that old bastard Zhao Fuqing's doing. Lin Zuhui was both angry and anxious. Diao Chong silently finished his last cigarette, extinguished the butt, and suddenly stood up, scanning the crowd. Brothers, how has Brother Yin treated us? Loyal. He's a true brother. No doubt about it. The younger brothers replied in unison. Diao Chang's voice deepened. Now that Brother Yin is in trouble, what should we do? Whoever dares to touch Brother Hua, we'll take them down. The younger brothers shouted in unison. Diao Chong grabbed a cleaver from the table and pointed it outward. Let's go, we're going to find Zhao Fuqing and demand our brother back. If Brother Hua is still alive, we'll rescue him. If something has really happened, we'll fight to avenge him. Get him, get him, get him. The crowd was fired up, shouting in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. Diao Chong led the way, with Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui flanking him, a group of younger brothers following closely behind, charging out with great momentum. Just as they reached the door, it was pushed open from the outside, and a figure collided with them. The person who walked in was none other than Hui Yan. Diao Chong and the others were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Brother Yin, Brother Yin, Brother Yin. The greetings came one after another, and it was clear everyone was very excited. Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui left Diao Chong behind and grabbed hold of Hui Yan, one on the left and one on the right, almost hugging him directly. Yan Gu, you scared us to death. Exactly. We were about to go fight Zhao Fuqing. Diao Chong rushed over, pulled Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui away, looked Hui Yan up and down to confirm he was really fine, and then let out a long sigh of relief, urgently asking, what happened? It's nothing, just ran into a. Hui Yan paused, casually saying, a friend, exchanged a few moves, talked about some things. Diao Chong and the others were taken aback, sensing there was more to Hui Yan's words. Hui Yan turned to the door and called out, come in. Gumei stepped in, having changed her outfit again, her long hair simply tied up, dressed in a refreshing sports outfit, without any makeup, looking like a neighbor girl, yet her beauty was still undeniable. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Lin Zuhui, and a group of younger brothers looked at her curiously. Gumei greeted them gracefully, hello everyone. Let me introduce her, Hui Yan said solemnly, Miss Gumei. She used to be a killer working for Zhao Fuqing. Diao Chong and the others were shocked. They were surprised that Hui Yan had brought a killer from Zhao Fuqing here, and even more astonished that the seemingly gentle Gumei was actually a killer. A few quick-witted ones couldn't help but reach for their knives. Hui Yan quickly explained, everyone, don't be nervous. She has already cut ties with Boss Xiao, and for now, we can be considered allies. We're all on the same side now. Diao Chong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, growing even more curious about Gumei. I hope I didn't embarrass myself, Gumei said in a very casual manner, cupping her hands in front of everyone. I hope you all will take care of me. Hui Yan turned to Diao Chong and Diao Feng, saying, she's really impressive. Wu Bo, the driver killer who killed your third brother, was taken out by her. Diao Chong was startled, looking Gumei up and down, and shouted sternly, bring the drinks. A younger brother rushed over with several bottles of alcohol. Diao Chong grabbed a bottle and popped the cap. Miss Gu, although you killed Wu Bo for Zhao Fuqing, that bastard still died by your hand, so thank you. Diao Chong nodded in gratitude to Gumei, then raised the bottle and started chugging. Brother Diao is too polite. Gumei casually took a bottle herself. I've long heard of Brother Diao's great name, and seeing you today, you truly live up to it. Gumei also tilted her head back and drank from the bottle, her expression unchanged, matching Diao Chang's bravado. The younger brothers were left dumbfounded. What about me? Diao Feng rushed over, I'll join in too. Lin Zuhui, feeling a bit left out, also wanted to join, but the younger brother had already run out of alcohol, so he hurriedly went to grab some himself. Slow down, wait for me. Hui Yan watched as they started drinking, feeling both amused and helpless. Hey, take it easy. Aren't we supposed to be working? Diao Chong, Gumei, and Diao Feng all put down their bottles at the sound. Diao Chong shouted, alright, we'll listen to Yan Gu. Let's wait until we take down Hua Ziying and crush Sayabela, then we can celebrate together. Take down Hua Ziying, crush Sayabela. The younger brothers echoed loudly, their blood boiling. Lin Zuhui rushed out with a bottle. What's going on? We're done already? I haven't even started. Diao Chong kicked Lin Zuhui. Let's go, it's meeting time. In the deepest part of the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, in a large private room, Gu Mei, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui gathered around the table, surrounding Huiyan. In front of Huiyan was a piece of paper with a rough map from Lanxin Laundry to Beardyong Pharmacy. Currently, there is a plan that might be feasible. Huiyan pointed to a small dot on the map. We can ambush at the drug dealer Beardyong's house, waiting for Hua Ziying to show up, and as soon as he enters, we can take control of him. Diao Chong asked, what about the 3 bodyguards outside? Force Hua Ziying to lure them in one by one and take them down. Diao Chong nodded while pondering. That works. I'll do whatever Yan Gu says. Whatever Yan Gu says, I'll do, Lin Zuhui stated straightforwardly. Diao Feng rubbed his hands together. Let's do it this way. Gu Mei listened silently, then suddenly shook her head. There are too many uncontrollable factors. The risk is too great. Huiyan looked at Gu Mei. You speak. According to what you said earlier, there's a secret knock between Hua Ziying and Hu Shuyong. To let Hua Ziying into the house, it probably has to be Hu Shuyong himself who opens the door. Diao Feng dismissed it. That guy should be easy to deal with. If he dares to disobey, I'll take care of him. I believe with your methods, he'll listen obediently. Gu Mei shook her head again. What I'm worried about is that he might be scared. Diao Feng was taken aback. This Hu Shuyong sounds like a blusterer. He seems tough on the outside but is actually quite cowardly. Such people usually have small guts, and it's hard to guarantee he won't show flaws in front of Hua Ziying. Diao Chong, Lin Zuhui, and Diao Feng opened their mouths but fell silent. Gu Mei made a valid point. And those 3 bodyguards, Gu Mei continued, even if we successfully control Hua Ziying and he's willing to cooperate, I'm also skeptical about whether we can lure them into the house. They might not necessarily listen to Hua Ziying. Oh, now even Huiyan had doubts. Xiao Bailu is managed by Zhao Fucheng's confidant, A Liang. I've dealt with him before. He's meticulous and serious, unfathomable. In some ways, he's even more terrifying than Zhao Fucheng himself. Gu Mei recalled A Liang and seemed a bit fearful. Those 3 bodyguards should all be his men. They will only obey him. While they protect Hua Ziying, they're probably also controlling him. The room fell silent. I've considered these issues you mentioned. Huiyan nodded in agreement with Gu Mei's opinion. But we don't have time for meticulous planning and arrangements anymore. We might have to take the risk. Lin Zuhui added, yeah, in this world, there's no such thing as a foolproof plan. If you don't take a shot, how will you know? Gu Mei paused for a moment, then slowly said, perhaps there's a more reliable way. Huiyan and the others were surprised and looked at Gu Mei together. Gu Mei pointed to herself. I'll be the bait. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were all stunned. Leave Hua Ziying to me, Gu Mei continued. You focus your fire on those 3 bodyguards. Huiyan immediately refused. No, that's too dangerous for you, and the uncertainties are even greater. You said it's not hard to kill Hua Ziying. The difficult part is to control him smoothly without alarming others. Gu Mei interrupted Huiyan, her expression firm and stubborn. Trust me, no one is more suitable than me to lure Hua Ziying. Just wait for me a few minutes. After Gu Mei finished speaking, she picked up her bag and walked straight into the bathroom. In the private room, Huiyan, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui all looked at the bathroom door. Moments later, the door opened, and Gu Mei walked out. She was wearing a red dress, swaying gracefully, charming and stunning, and she spun around, looking even more beautiful. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui were all mesmerized. So beautiful. Hey, isn't that the outfit that some star wore in a TV drama? Diao Chong slapped his forehead. What was it called again? Lin Zuhui reminded. Wenna. Right, Wenna. Diao Feng pouted. I think Miss Gu is much prettier than her. Huiyan examined Gu Mei, his expression complex. You've been prepared to be the bait all along? Yes, ever since the police issued the wanted notice for the red-clothed butcher, and I found out that Hua Ziying started committing crimes after being stimulated by Wenna. I made this dress based on Wenna's look in the drama. Gu Mei's fingers gently brushed over the red dress on her body. It's been 10 years. Every now and then, I put on this dress and take a walk on the street, hoping that heaven is watching, and maybe it will catch Hua Ziying's attention, allowing me to catch him. Gu Mei smiled bitterly, looking at Huiyan. I've waited for a full 10 years, prepared for a full 10 years. How many 10 years can a person have? Lin Zuhui was moved yet melancholic, shaking his head with a sigh. Diao Feng's eyes were already wet, and he turned his head to wipe them secretly. Diao Chong couldn't hold back either. Yan Gu, why not let Miss Gu give it a try? Everyone looked eagerly at Huiyan. Huiyan stood up, walked towards Gu Mei, and gently brushed off a tiny speck of dust from her shoulder, nodding seriously. It's up to you. Gumei's throat tightened. Thank you. Huayan smiled gently. Come over and let's discuss how to proceed. Diafeng proactively pulled out a chair for Gumei. Originally, I had already reserved Hua Ziying's life. Forget it, I'll give it to you. Don't worry, with me around, no one can snatch it from you. Gumei smiled brightly, bowing in thanks. Thank you, Fenggu. Diafeng waved his hand. What are you being polite for? We should be thanking you. Just as a few of them settled around Huayan, a knock sounded at the door, and a little brother peeked in. 2 more young ladies have come, saying they are looking for Miss Gu. Ing and Xiao peeked in and spotted Gu Mei in her red dress. Wow, Mei Jia, you look so beautiful. Gu Mei straightened her face. What are you two doing here? Ing hurriedly said. The arrangements at the orphanage are all set. Xiao followed up. We also want to help. Nonsense. Gu Mei said sternly. What can you 2 little girls help with? This isn't a place for you to come. Hurry back. Ing shook her head, seriously saying, Mei Jia, even though we haven't met Xiao Lian, she is your sister, which makes her our sister too. We also want to do something for her. And those sisters in the little white building. Xiao pouted, pleading, we also want to help them. Gu Mei was clearly very touched but still maintained a serious face. Before she could speak, a sudden round of applause erupted from the side. Diao Chong clapped while saying, Good girls. All good girls. Lin Zuhui and Diafeng also joined in, clapping vigorously. Ing leaned closer to Gu Mei, took her hand, and shook it playfully. Mei Jia, don't send us away, it's so embarrassing. Xiao directly squeezed past Diafeng and sat down. Well, just listen. You 2 little brats. Gu Mei said helplessly, this isn't up to me. Ing and Xiao immediately turned to look at Huayan obediently. Since you're here. Huayan smiled and shrugged. Then let's do it together. More people means more strength. Ing and Xiao sweetly said, Thank you, brother Hua. The meeting went on for a long time, and it wasn't until late at night that everyone had roughly sorted out the details of the operation. Huayan patiently went over each person's task arrangement again, and finally, they dispersed. No one went home. They stayed at the nearby Tiantangkou nightclub to catch up on sleep and recharge. As the morning sun just began to rise, everyone woke up at the same time and started moving separately. In the surveillance room across from Lanqin Laundry, Diafeng, along with several carefully selected capable little brothers, was intently watching the monitors. In 2 bedrooms, 30 elite subordinates sat quietly, having entered in batches under the cover of night, waiting for Huayan and the others to open the secret door of the little white building before launching their attack. In a nearby underground hotel, another 30 backup personnel were stationed, responsible for sealing off the streets once the operation began and providing support to the first wave of assault teams as needed. The intersection of Zhengtong Street and Renhe Alley was also the necessary route from Lanqin Laundry to the residence of the drug dealer Hu Shuyong. A few road maintenance workers wearing helmets, masks, and work uniforms stopped an engineering vehicle, dug up a section of the street by the roadside, and set up barriers, working slowly and methodically. The leader was none other than Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui. Dozens of meters away, in a corner of an open parking lot, an inconspicuous small car was parked. Huayan and Gu Mei sat quietly inside the car. A computer in front of them displayed surveillance footage transmitted from Diafeng's side. Then came the long and torturous wait, from noon to afternoon, from afternoon to evening. Waiting was the most excruciating, especially not knowing when the target would appear or even if they would appear at all. There was no movement, absolutely no movement. Some grew anxious, some uneasy, some began to doubt. Huayan and Gu Mei remained calm and composed. Huayan had carried out many surveillance tasks during his time as a police officer and was already accustomed to it. Gu Mei had waited for 10 years and didn't care about this little extra time. Until the sky had darkened, everyone was about to lose patience. Even Huayan and Gu Mei began to doubt whether Hua Ziying had changed her mind and would not show up. The mouse is out of the hole. The mouse is out of the hole. Suddenly, Diafeng's excited voice came through the earpiece. Repeat, the mouse is out of the hole. The mouse is out of the hole. Huayan and Gu Mei quickly looked at the surveillance footage, and Hua Ziying's figure finally appeared, still disguised as a woman, heading towards the drug dealer Hu Yungang as expected. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. She finally appeared. But before they could celebrate, Diafeng suddenly shouted again, his voice filled with surprise and tension. The big mouse brought 5 little mice. Repeat, not 3 little mice, but 5. Huayan quickly operated the keyboard, replaying the footage and changing angles. Sure enough, in addition to the 3 bodyguards from the other day, the white-collar man, the delivery man, and the man out for a walk, there were now 2 seemingly unrelated but shadowing figures, a middleman and a courier. Diafeng seemed impulsive and irritable, but unexpectedly, his eyesight was quite good, and he was very attentive. The first surprise had appeared. The difficulty and danger had doubled compared to the previous plan. At the construction site, Diao Chong urgently asked, Brother Yen, what should we do? Hua Yen pondered for 2 seconds and decisively ordered, "Proceed as planned. I'll handle the extra 2 mice. A Feng, you come over immediately and meet up with a Chong and a Hui. A Ying, a Xiao, get ready." Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Lin Zuhui, A Ying, and a Xiao all replied, "Received, received, received." Gume checked her makeup one last time in the small mirror in front of the passenger seat, adjusted her red dress, and was ready to set off. "Don't hurt him, no matter how much you hate him. At least his face must not have any injuries." Hua Yen reminded her once again with care. "Search him immediately, take away his phone, don't let him send out a distress signal. Notify us right after you succeed, okay? How many times do I have to say it? I've memorized it perfectly already." Gume couldn't wait any longer, opened the car door, and walked away directly. "Hey!" Hua Yen rolled down the car window and called after her. Gume turned back to glance at Hua Yen. "Is there anything else? If you keep nagging, it'll be too late. Be careful," Hua Yen said softly. Gume was taken aback for a moment, then turned her face away, a smile blooming on her face, but she didn't look back, just gently waved her hand at Hua Yen. Aside from A Ying and a Xiao, it had been a long time since anyone had cared for her like that. The smile quickly faded, and Gume's expression turned cold as she felt the dagger strapped to her thigh, silently vowing, "Hua Ziying, I'm coming for you, your end is near." Hua Ziying walked very slowly, much slower than an ordinary person. He was savoring this moment. In the Xia Bela, although he lived a life like an emperor, wielding power and authority, taking whatever he wanted, deciding life and death, but he could not see the light of day, completely unable to have normal contact with the outside world. Originally, he could have sent his subordinates to buy medicine, or even asked De Liang to arrange for someone to deliver the medicine directly, but he did not, and he was very determined to do it himself. He cherished the opportunity to go out once every 2 months, like a prisoner yearning for fresh air. He longed to expose his skin to the sun, to feel the gentle caress of the breeze, to breathe fresh air, to see the vibrant faces of people coming and going on the street. But he knew he could only hide in the little white building like a rat. He was the son of darkness, a person who could not see the light, someone who did not belong to the outside world. 2 days ago, when Hu Xiong nervously told him that a certain medicine was out of stock and that he would have to come back in 2 days, he was not angry at all. Instead, he was incredibly happy, as it meant another chance to go out. Unfortunately, the journey was still too short, so he could only walk very slowly. As Hua Ziying was about to reach the intersection of Zhengtong Street and Renha Alley, a flash of red suddenly caught his eye. Like a hungry wolf sensing the smell of blood, Hua Ziying instinctively followed the red and looked over. Ahead on the opposite street, a woman walked by. A red dress, dazzling red, blood red, and so familiar. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the memories that had stubbornly occupied Hua Ziying's mind suddenly sprang to life. He remembered that day, the look in Wenna's eyes as she wore red lingerie, looking at him with disdain and disgust, as if he were a monster. How dare she tell him to get lost? Clearly, it was she who had seduced him to bed time and again, pouring alcohol down his throat, and he had refused her many times. Just a second ago, she had been passionately kissing him, pulling down his underwear, and now she told him to get lost. The shame and anger of being humiliated overwhelmed him, and he lunged at Wenna, grabbing her by the neck. "It's all your fault, it's all your fault," he shouted repeatedly. He also recalled the day he killed for the first time. He had simply taken tools from the makeup bag when he accidentally knocked over the psoriasis medicine. The woman who had begged him to do her makeup suddenly changed her expression, as if she had seen the dirtiest thing in the world, dodging away with a face full of disgust, telling him to get lost, even threatening to tell everyone in the makeup group about his illness. The most detestable thing was that she was wearing a red outfit that day. Looking at her twisted face of disdain, the familiar feelings of humiliation and anger surged back, and he grabbed the eyebrow razor in his hand. By the time he regained his senses, that woman was already lying in a pool of blood. He felt no fear at all, only exhilaration. He knew he had found a channel for his venting and a goal to keep living. From then on, it spiraled out of control. Struck by memories, Hua Ziying stood in place, staring blankly at the woman in the red dress. Diao Chong, Lin Zuhui, and Hua Yen, who was hiding in the car, along with A Xiao and A Ying sitting by the window in the nearby cafe, were all watching this scene, their hearts in their throats. Ahead, Gume casually turned her head back, flicked her long hair, and then walked towards Renha Alley. Hua Ziying swallowed hard, as if being pulled by primal desire, and involuntarily followed Gume. The most senior bodyguard, who was taking a stroll, sensed something unusual, looked around, and quickly approached Hua Ziying. "President Ing." Hua Ziying seemed to have fallen into a dream, murmuring, "Don't follow me, I have something to do." The strolling man was taken aback. "President Ing, this isn't appropriate, A Liang has instructed." Hua Ziying fixed his gaze on Gume's back, not listening at all, and impatiently interrupted as he saw the red dress about to turn into Renha Alley. Guard the alley entrance, don't let anyone in. Hua Ziying brushed off the strolling man and staggered quickly into Renha Alley. The man walking paused, his brow furrowed, wanting to intervene, but ultimately stopped. He did not know the true identity of Hua Ziying. In the Xia Bela, everyone referred to him as General Ling. However, he knew this person was very mysterious and sinister, possessing an indescribable oddity that made him uncomfortable every time they were together. There was no need to offend this person over such a trivial matter. The man looked around, seeing nothing unusual, shrugged helplessly, and subtly signaled the other four to spread out and guard the alley entrance. As soon as he saw Hua Ziying following Gu Mei into Renha Alley, Hui Yan immediately sprang into action, running toward the intersection of Zhengtong Street while issuing commands into his earpiece. The mouse is hooked. Begin the operation. Repeat, the mouse is hooked. Begin the operation. A Xiao and Aang exchanged glances, shouldered their travel bags, and got up to leave the cafe. Diao Chong, Lin Zuhui, and several others nearby put down their tools, pretending to wrap up, and gathered around the construction vehicle, lifting the tarpaulin and the cargo hold to retrieve hidden long knives. Diao Feng, rushing over, quickened his pace. The alley was dark and shadowy, with streetlights flickering out at intervals, a sabotage ordered by Hua Yan. Hua Ziying's gaze was fixed on Gu Mei, his eyes filled with a fiery red shadow, burning with his hidden desires. Gu Mei heard footsteps approaching from behind, stopped, and turned to look. Hua Ziying had closed in on her. Gu Mei quietly studied Hua Ziying. She was already familiar with his photos and portraits, but this was her first time facing the living Red Butcher. Over the years, she had fantasized countless times about the day she would find him. She wanted to slice through every inch of his muscle, peel off every piece of his skin, and shove the thickest, hardest stick into his body, torturing him until he slowly breathed his last. Blood for blood. But now she had to feign confusion, strangeness, even terror. What are you doing? Gu Mei asked, her voice trembling. Hua Ziying's eyes sparkled with a mad and sinister light, fixated on Gu Mei's red dress, murmuring, "Your dress is beautiful, and your skin is so smooth." Gu Mei recoiled in fear. "Don't come any closer, I'm going to scream." Hua Ziying let out a strange, chilling laugh, and with a flash of cold light, a long, sharp scalpel appeared in his hand. "If you dare scream, I'll cut your throat." Gu Mei froze, unable to move. Hua Ziying leaned closer to her, whispering softly in her ear, "I haven't seen such a perfect prey in a long, long time." "Thank you." Hua Ziying's trembling fingers brushed against Gu Mei's body, gently gliding over the red dress, skimming her exposed skin. Gu Mei's hair stood on end, goosebumps erupting all over her body. She fought against the nausea and the impulse to stab Hua Ziying, slowly reaching out her hand toward his pocket, her movements light and agile. Around the same time, at the east end of Jingtong Street, a motorcyclist crashed into a luxury car, bleeding profusely and unable to get up. At the west end of Zhengtong Street, a box truck forced a U-turn in the middle of the road, its engine suddenly stalling. The entire Zhengtong Street was instantly paralyzed, with all vehicles lined up waiting, and no cars could enter. The motorcyclist and the box truck driver were both under Diao Chong. A Xiao and Aang, dressed as tourists and speaking with an accent from another region, walked along, bickering with each other. "I told you took the wrong way. What kind of place is this? Why are we getting further away? I followed the navigation. How was I supposed to know? So what do we do now?" The two were like lost tourists complaining to each other, just as they reached the bodyguard beside the man walking. Aang casually asked, "Excuse me, could you please tell us how to get to the Xihua night market?" The fitness man coldly shook his head, too lazy to respond. Aang, however, obliviously leaned in closer and held her phone up to the man walking by. "Could you take a look for me? Is there something wrong with this location?" The man waved his hand impatiently to brush her off, and the phone fell to the ground with a loud bang, the screen instantly cracking. "Why did you do that?" Aang exclaimed, panicking. "If you don't want to talk, just say so. Why did you hit my phone?" The man was a bit taken aback. "You didn't hold it steady." Aang shot back, "If you hadn't touched it, it wouldn't have fallen." Xiao chimed in, "Don't try to deny it." Diao Chong, Lin Zuhui, and a few of their subordinates, who were dressed as maintenance workers, came over, taking a break from smoking. Diao Chong boomed, "Hey, what's going on? Bullying a little girl?" Aang quickly said, "Big brother, can you help us settle this? He broke my phone and won't take responsibility." The muscular man coldly pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills and handed them to Aang. "Take it and go away." "What kind of attitude is that?" Aang was even angrier. Diao Chong spoke up for her, "Brother, that's not right. Is this how you handle things? Is having money that impressive?" Lin Zuhui also stepped in. "Does the little girl really need this little bit of money? Hurry up and apologize." Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui moved forward, blocking the alleyway. In the dark alley, Hua Ziying seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped, leaning in to scrutinize Gumei's face, curious and excited. You're not really scared. Why aren't you scared? Why aren't you crying? Why don't you kneel down and beg me? Gumei had already searched Hua Ziying's pockets and shot him a cold glance. If I beg you, will you let me go? Gumei's gaze was like a sharp needle, causing Hua Ziying to flinch, filled with hatred. Do you look down on me too? Are you just like them? Gumei remained silent, taking the opportunity to reach towards Hua Ziying's waist, gently probing. In his anger, Hua Ziying was oblivious, interpreting Gumei's silence as a greater insult, becoming even more deranged. Yes, you're all the same, all damned bitches. Gumei's hand withdrew, and her expression turned icy. Bastard, finally, I don't have to pretend anymore. Gumei spat. The one who truly deserves to die is you, old man. Hua Ziying was stunned. What? What did you call me? Gumei sneered. Hua Ziying, the red-clothed butcher, stop acting. These two names struck Hua Ziying like a bolt from the blue, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Desire instantly receded, and reason surged back into his mind. Hua Ziying scrutinized Gumei. You're deliberately trying to seduce me? Interesting. Who are you? How do you know me? What do you want? You'll find out soon. Gumei couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Hua Ziying laughed. You think you can deal with me just like that? Gumei shrugged. Then come and try. Hua Ziying snorted coldly and swung the scalpel towards Gumei's throat. He felt a twinge of regret. Skinning someone alive was most thrilling when they were still breathing. It wouldn't be as satisfying if they were dead. But this woman was too detestable. First, he would kill her, then slowly deal with her. Just thinking about the blood about to spurt from that smooth, delicate neck made Hua Ziying's pants tighten. The next second, he froze. In the following second, he covered his groin, curling up like a shrimp on the ground, writhing in pain. Gumei raised her hand, gripping Hua Ziying's wrist, twisting it gently to take the scalpel, then delivered a heavy kick to his groin. Hua Yan had only said not to injure his face, but he never said anything about kicking his manhood. The intense pain made Hua Ziying realize that this woman was no pushover. She was far stronger than he had imagined. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to reach for his pocket. Gumei chuckled, pulling out the phone she had previously taken from Hua Ziying and waving it. Looking for your phone? It's right here. Hua Ziying was stunned for a moment, then reached for his waist, but there was no response. Gumei smiled even more triumphantly and contemptuously, shaking a small black signal transmitter in her other hand. Want to send a signal for help? Don't press randomly, it's with me too. Hua Ziying was dumbfounded, too flustered to care about his predicament. He rolled on the ground and got up, running towards the alley's exit. Just as Hua Ziying darted out a step, Gumei caught up from behind and kicked him in the thigh. Hua Ziying winced in pain and fell to his knees with a thud. Gumei grabbed his hair with one hand and pressed a scalpel against his throat with the other. Still want to call for help? Gumei chuckled and shook her head. Don't dream, just enjoy the show. Outside the alley, Aang and Xiao were still entangled with the man taking a walk, while Dio Chong and Lin Zuhui occasionally chimed in. The man taking a walk could no longer tolerate it, his eyes flashing with menace. This is the last warning, get lost now, or don't blame me for being rude. Xiao and Aang were taken aback. You threaten us? You broke our phones and still dare to threaten us. You're so arrogant that you've lost your collar. Diao Chong snorted coldly. Don't be afraid, girls, we're here. I want to see how he can be rude. Both sides were at a standstill. The white-collar man and the delivery man sensed something was off, exchanged glances, and stepped closer to the man taking a walk. The real estate agent and the courier remained in their positions, but their attention was inevitably drawn in. Hua Yen strolled along the street, curiously observing with a gossiping look, casually asking the nearby real estate agent, "Hey, what are they arguing about?" The real estate agent shook his head, not wanting to engage with Hua Yen. However, Hua Yen, as if familiar, threw an arm around the real estate agent's shoulder. "Hey, it's lively. Wanna take a look? Let's go check it out together." The real estate agent's expression darkened, about to shake off Hua Yen when suddenly his eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. Hua Yan's hand, which had been around his shoulder, swiftly moved to his neck, pressing his thumb hard against his carotid artery. The real estate agent swayed and then fainted. Hua Yen supported his body, dragging him forward slowly, making them look like old pals with their arms around each other. The courier noticed this scene, his brows furrowing as he approached, calling out to his companion, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey!" As the courier drew near, Hua Yen suddenly pushed the real estate agent into his arms, stepped forward, and threw a punch at his chest. The courier reacted quickly, kicking the incoming real estate agent away and blocking Hua Yan's strike with his hand. The impact knocked him back several steps, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth, but he surprisingly did not fall. Hua Yan cursed in disappointment, His plan to take down the enemy in one blow had failed. His opponent was indeed skilled. The courier spat out blood and glared fiercely at Huyen, shaking his wrist as a short knife slid into his palm. Huyen had already closed in, throwing another punch. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging several blows in the blink of an eye. Just as Huyen launched his attack, Diao Chong shouted loudly, drawing a long knife hidden at his waist and slashing at the man taking a walk. At the same time, Lin Zuhui leaped up, swinging dual knives like a whirlwind at the delivery man. Aang and Xiao dodged aside, and Diao Chang's subordinates surged forward, surrounding the white-collar man. Both sides began to fight fiercely. Inside the alley, Hua Ziying vaguely heard the sounds of battle and clashing weapons outside, finally realizing that his opponents were not just one person but a well-trained group. The target was him, and no one would come to save him. He stopped struggling, knelt on the ground, and looked up at Gumei. "Do you know that boss Zhao Fuqing is backing me? If you dare to touch me, none of you will survive, and your whole family will pay the price. Since you dare to come, we have nothing to fear." Gumei sneered, "That Zhao dared to harbor you, letting you live for another 10 years. Sooner or later, I will kill him too." A glint of malice flashed in Hua Ziying's eyes as he curiously asked, "You hate me this much? Why? Who have I killed of yours? Stay honest." Gumei shouted. Hua Ziying scrutinized Gumei's face, his expression slowly changing, and suddenly he moved, breaking into a strange cackle. "You're that little girl's sister, right?" "Yes, you are. Looking closely, you do resemble her a bit." Hua Ziying became excited and manic. "What was her name again?" "I remember her name was beautiful, Xiaolian." "Yes, she was Gulian." Gumei glared fiercely at Hua Ziying. "Shut up, do you know? When she died, she kept begging me, kneeling on the ground, tears and snot all over her face, such a beautiful dress soaked in urine." Hua Ziying mimicked the little girl's voice, crying and pleading. "Uncle, don't hurt me, I'm scared, I'm so afraid of pain. Uncle, please." Gumei's heart felt as if it had been torn open. The scabbed wound was once again pierced. The hand gripping the knife trembled violently, tightening involuntarily. Hua Ziying's neck was suddenly cut open, blood slowly seeping out. Outside the alley, the battle was becoming increasingly intense. The bodyguards arranged by Liang were indeed quite formidable. Aside from the intermediary man who was unexpectedly taken down by Huyen at the start, the other four were all exceptionally strong. Although Huyen had the upper hand, the delivery man was quick to react and tough, making it difficult to completely defeat him. Diao Chong and the strolling man were barely at a stalemate, exchanging blows. Lin Zuhui was at a disadvantage, being aggressively pressured by the delivery man, gritting his teeth to hold on. The most dangerous was the white-collar man, whose knife skills were strange and elusive, having already injured two of Diao Chang's subordinates. A Xiao and Aang had no choice but to join the fray, but they were still no match. Just then, Diao Feng charged over, drawing his long knife as he ran. Huyen shouted, "Quick, go help us Xiao and Aang. Diao madman is coming." Diao Feng roared, crashing into the battle, deflecting two strikes aimed at a Xiao and Aang, then lunging forward, colliding with the white-collar man along with his knife. Like a mad tiger, he fought recklessly, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The strolling man realized the situation was dire and became anxious, shouting sternly, "Block them, I'll notify Brother Liang." The delivery man shouted, swinging his knife fiercely to push back Lin Zuhui, then turned to help the strolling man block Diao Chang's knife. The white-collar man fought while retreating, joining forces with the delivery man. The two worked together skillfully, their dual knives managing to hold off the attacks from Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui. Under the cover of these two, the strolling man finally managed to temporarily escape the fray and quickly reached for his phone. Huyen watched this unfold, his heart racing, and the punch he threw lost its aim, exposing a gap in his defense. The delivery man, who had been struggling to hold on, saw this and felt a surge of joy, seizing the opportunity to swing his short knife towards Huyen's heart. This was exactly what Huyen wanted. He aimed to lure the enemy in and quickly end the fight. Huyen did not dodge or evade, twisting his arm and changing his punch trajectory, striking towards the delivery man's heart as well. The moment the short knife pierced Huyen's skin, Huyen's fist also hit the delivery man's heart. The delivery man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. One strike, and he was dead. Huyen reached out mid-air, catching the short knife that the delivery man had dropped. At the same time, the strolling man had pulled out his phone, pressing the emergency call button. Just as the strolling man was about to press the emergency call button, Huyen threw the short knife. The knife spun through the air, tracing an elegant and cold arc, cutting through the ongoing battle, heading straight for the strolling man. Just as the man's thumb was about to press down, a short knife flew in and struck his wrist. His entire hand was severed, sending both it and his phone flying. The emergency call was never made. The man stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to believe his blood-soaked severed arm, before letting out a heart-wrenching wail. At the same time, Huyen threw the short knife and leaped forward. As the knife hit the ground, he had already reached the man. A punch was thrown with a thunderous impact. The man's throat shattered, his cries abruptly ceased, and his head drooped down before he collapsed heavily to the ground. This thunderous strike shattered the spirits of the remaining white-collar man and the delivery man, greatly invigorating the murderous intent of Diao Chong and the others, making their assault even more ferocious. The white-collar man and the delivery man quickly found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering multiple cuts across their bodies. Terrified, they no longer cared about Hua Ziying. Feigning a move, they seized an opening and fled in different directions. The white-collar man ran straight into Huyen, who effortlessly deflected his blade and countered with a punch that landed squarely on the man's elbow. With a crisp crack, his arm bent awkwardly, the joint shattered, and the long knife fell to the ground. Huyen did not pause. He twisted the white-collar man's other arm and with a fierce pull, spun him around twice. That arm immediately went limp, hanging by a thin layer of skin barely attached to his shoulder. Then, Huyen wrapped his arms around the white-collar man's neck, using his momentum to leap up, both feet crashing down on the knees of his legs. In an instant, both arms and legs of the white-collar man were rendered useless, and before he could even groan, he collapsed to the ground, fainting from the pain. A Xiao and Ying watched in stunned silence, their hair standing on end, feeling both fear and relief. Sister Mei had actually considered taking action against such a violent and formidable man. Thankfully, they had turned enemies into friends. The delivery man was surrounded by Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui, who rained down blows like a storm, and he quickly fell into a pool of blood. This ambush had ended beautifully. Diao Chong picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Come over and clean up." A sanitation vehicle that had been waiting nearby immediately started up, rolling over with the song Entering a New Era playing. Always wanting to confess to you how bold my feelings are. Always wanting to express to you how much I love life. Several of Diao's younger brothers, disguised as sanitation workers, jumped out of the vehicle and quickly helped the injured brothers inside. They then lifted the 5 bodyguards, either dead or severely injured, and tossed them into the garbage-filled cargo hold like trash. High-pressure water guns sprayed, powerful streams of water sweeping across the ground, washing away the blood. Soon, the ground was clean as new, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, at the east end of Zhengtong Street, the fallen motorcyclist suddenly stood up, pulled out a stack of cash, and handed it to the driver of the small car he had hit. "Sorry, buddy, take this to fix your car." The rider propped up his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away, leaving the bewildered small car driver and a crowd of confused onlookers. At the west end of Zhengtong Street, the box truck that had been blocking the road finally restarted, and the driver quickly drove away. The road was instantly clear again, and the cursing drivers finally breathed a sigh of relief as they drove off. No one knew that just a few minutes earlier, a fierce and bloody battle had taken place at that intersection. Huyen had already stepped into the dim alley. The alley was not only dark but also shrouded in a strange intense atmosphere. Hua Ziying's neck was bleeding, and Gu Mei's hands were trembling. "Let me tell you another secret," Hua Ziying continued to provoke. "The weapon you're holding is the very one I used to kill your sister." "Yes, I used it to kill her." Gu Mei's face turned terrifyingly pale as she took a deep breath and coldly glared at Hua Ziying. "Do you want to provoke me into killing you right now?" Hua Ziying did not answer, seemingly lost in memories, becoming more animated. A 10-year-old girl, her skin was truly delicate, smoother than the most expensive silk in the world. His voice carried a sinister, eerie charm. "Do you know what she cried out when I made the first cut? Not mommy, but sister. Sister. Sister, save me." Gu Mei's body trembled, her anger and murderous intent about to explode. "Come on, this knife is quick." Hua Ziying continued to entice, "Just a little effort, and you can avenge your sister. You don't have to hold it in so painfully." The scalpel trembled even more violently, Gu Mei's will on the verge of collapse. A warm hand reached out, gently taking the scalpel. "Let me handle it." It was Huyen. Gu Mei's taut nerves finally relaxed, she was exhausted, nearly collapsing. Huyen embraced Gu Mei, gently patting her. "You've worked hard. You've done well." Huyen handed Gu Mei over to the following Xiao and Ying, then grabbed Hua Ziying, checking the wound on his neck. Fortunately, it was just a superficial injury. Hua Ziying looked at Huyen with regret and disappointment. "So you are their leader. What do you want by capturing me like this? Take us into the little white building," Huyen said straightforwardly. Hua Ziying was taken aback, then laughed. "Interesting, very interesting. There are actually people in this world who think they haven't died fast enough. So what if I don't cooperate?" Huyen shrugged. "Then you can go die." Hua Ziying cackled, sneering. "I am the red-clothed butcher. Do you know how many people I've killed? 12? Wrong. That's just the corpses I deliberately threw out. There are many more you will never discover. I am the one who deals with death every day." You think you can scare me with death? Didn't you see I just wanted that woman to kill me? Have you read the Tao Te Ching? If the people do not fear death, how can death be used to frighten them? I do not fear death, so how can death frighten me? Hua Yan remained calm, waiting for Hua Ziying to finish before slowly speaking. Don't rush, let me finish. Before I kill you, I will make you suffer. Hua Ziying snorted coldly. Believe me, there are many things in this world more brutal than death. For example, psoriasis is hard to endure and torturous, right? But I know at least 10 ways to make you itch 10 times worse than when psoriasis flares up, maybe even more. Hua Yan spoke lightly, and Hua Ziying's expression suddenly changed. I can make you wish you were dead in minutes, make you kneel and beg, make your nose run and tears stream down your face, make you so scared you wet your pants, and I will record all your pathetic moments and post them online. You dare! Hua Ziying shouted angrily, his voice sharp and piercing. Hua Ziying was driven to madness by the provocation, but Hua Yan ignored him and continued as if telling a story. After I kill you, I will strip you of your clothes, especially your pants. Then I will throw you naked onto the busiest street in the harbor, letting everyone see your secrets, see your ugliest side. Hua Ziying suddenly shivered, his anger turning to fear. You know, everyone has a phone now, everyone is a mobile news source and self-media. They will take photos, record videos, post them online, embellish the stories, use the most vicious language to mock you, and come up with all sorts of memes to insult you. Hua Ziying opened his mouth, unable to speak, the immense shame and anger seemingly unfolding before him. I want everyone to know that the so-called red-clothed butcher is just a pathetic worm, insecure and perverse. You will become the biggest joke and disgrace in the history of serial killers, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. After saying this in a fit of anger, Hua Yan coldly stared at Hua Ziying. He had studied criminal psychology and scored full marks, knowing that for a sensitive, physically flawed serial killer like Hua Ziying, who had suffered humiliation, stripping them of their reputation and exposing their secrets was far more terrifying than taking their lives. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Lin Zuhui also gathered around, all watching the Red Butcher, who had once instilled fear and panic in the hearts of the harbor people. Hua Ziying remained silent for over 10 seconds, suddenly looking up and glaring at Hua Yan, saying viciously, "Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant you that." Hua Yan smiled and pulled Hua Ziying up. "Let's go, lead the way." 20 minutes later, Hua Ziying returned to the street he had set out from, the stains on his clothes cleaned, and a silk scarf wrapped around his neck to cover the wound. Beside him was Hua Yan, disguised as a man out for a walk. Surrounding him were Diao Chong, disguised as a delivery man, Lin Zuhui as a white-collar worker, Diao Feng as an agent, and Gu Mei, wearing a helmet and posing as a courier. The walking man and delivery man had appeared before, and Hua Yan had prepared their outfits in advance. Although the agent and courier were last-minute additions, they were fortunate to be wearing common work uniforms. It was easy to find a real estate agency and pay a young man on the street to get the right attire. The original plan was for Hua Yan to take Diao Chong and Lin Zuhui to blend in, while Diao Feng and Gu Mei would provide support outside. Now, with 2 extra spots available, Diao Feng and Gu Mei naturally insisted on joining. After all, if they left with 5 bodyguards and only 3 returned, it would raise suspicion. Hua Ziying remained silent, expressionless, lost in thought, with only hatred flickering in his eyes. As they passed by the launching laundry, Hua Ziying pretended to walk over. "Don't play tricks on me, this is the customer passage." Hua Yan gently stopped him, gesturing towards the vacant store ahead. "That is your usual employee's secret passage." Hua Ziying's expression changed in shock, realizing that Hua Yan had been watching him for a long time and knew him well. He gave up struggling and obediently walked to the vacant store. A seemingly ordinary but actually very sturdy iron lock hung on the door. Gu Mei took out the key she had previously lifted from Hua Ziying and quickly unlocked it. The SWAT team, stationed in the surveillance room across the street, was already in position, scattered in small groups nearby. The leader, Yao Dong, quickly approached and handed over a long object wrapped in newspaper. Lin Zuhui took it and tucked it into his sleeve. The vacant store was disguised as a closed restaurant, filled with some unused tables and chairs, and a huge disinfection cabinet stood against the wall. Diao Chong walked over, turned the round handle, and opened the cabinet, which was empty inside, revealing an iron secret door at the back. Hua Ziying reached out his right hand, ready to enter the password. Hua Yan swiftly raised his hand and gently pressed the Higu acupoint between Hua Ziying's first and second metacarpal bones. A wave of soreness and itchiness surged, causing Hua Ziying's right hand to drop, and he let out a muffled groan from the pain. Hua Yan ordered in a low voice, "Recite the numbers one by one." Hua Ziying obediently recited the password, and Gu Mei entered it. With a click, the password was unlocked. Diao Chong pushed open the iron door, revealing a set of stairs leading down into the ground, exposing a narrow underground passage. Huoyan looked at this familiar scene and snorted coldly. Zhao Fucheng had worked on construction sites for several years in his early days. His first pot of gold was earned from tomb raiding, and after making a fortune, he loved to create such underground secret buildings. The previous underground casino had a similar design. Even Zhao Yingjie followed suit, creating his own underground secret paradise, which had once imprisoned Huoyan from a past life. It turned out to be a miniature version of the little white building. Huoyan placed his palm on Hua Ziying's back, leaning close to his ear and coldly said, "Let's go. If you dare to make any sudden moves, I will snap your spine in half and turn you into a living dead first." Hua Ziying's face turned ashen, and he remained silent, leading the way. Huoyan and the others followed. Outside the vacant store, a bus pulled up, blocking the entrance completely. Yao Dongzai, with the already positioned assault team members, sneaked into the store, quietly lying in wait outside the secret door of the underground passage, waiting for the signal. The group moved slowly along the underground passage, and after about several dozen meters, they turned a corner, facing a steel door with 3 types of locks and a gun-shaped high-definition camera mounted above. Huoyan lowered his head, shrinking behind Hua Ziying to avoid the camera, his palm still pressed against his back. The delivery man Diao Chong and the courier Gume stood in front, blocking Diao Feng and Lin Zuhui behind them. Hua Ziying maintained a calm expression, extending his thumb to unlock the first fingerprint lock, then he spread his palm to unlock the second palm vein lock. Finally, he leaned in to scan his iris, unlocking the third iris lock. However, the door still did not open. There was a fourth hidden lock controlled from the inside, which could only be opened from within. The gun-shaped camera slowly advanced, aiming at Hua Ziying's face. Huoyan gripped Hua Ziying's spine. "Hurry up and open the door, don't you know I'm coming out?" Hua Ziying shouted at the camera, "Guests are about to arrive, if you delay, you will all die." After more than 10 seconds, the heavy steel door finally moved, slowly opening inward. Diao Chong, Gume, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Such a level of security measures would have been impossible to breach without controlling Hua Ziying and forcing him to cooperate. Through the gap of the open door, they could see a spacious room behind it, with 2 burly security guards in black suits stationed behind a high platform. Huoyan placed his hand behind his back, signaling for Gume to take over controlling Hua Ziying, while he would rush in at the fastest speed to take out the 2 bodyguards. A cold, sinister smile suddenly flashed across Hua Ziying's face, fleeting. The door finally swung wide open, and Huoyan lightly nudged Hua Ziying, as everyone braced themselves and entered with full alertness. Diao Chang's hand slipped into his pocket, pressing the send button on his phone. Outside the vacant store, Yao Dongzai received the message, waved to signal action, and led the assault team into the underground passage. Lin Zuhui intentionally lagged behind, pulling out a long object from his sleeve, which turned out to be a carbon-tungsten alloy cylinder with extreme hardness, comparable to diamond. Huoyan suddenly pushed Hua Ziying towards Gume and was about to charge at the 2 rushing bodyguards. However, the 2 bodyguards seemed to have foreseen the attack, suddenly retreating behind the high platform. At the same time, Hua Ziying rolled to the ground, closed his eyes, and raised his hand to cover his ears. Huoyan's heart jolted, and he sternly warned, "Get down." Before he finished speaking, a flashbang was thrown from behind the high platform, landing in front of them. With a loud bang, the deafening explosion and blinding light erupted. Huoyan reacted the fastest, closing his eyes the moment the flashbang was thrown, instinctively crouching down and covering his head for protection. But the overwhelming sound of 180 decibels and the intense flash of magnesium still left him dizzy and unsteady. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume had no time to react. Everything before them turned pure white, their ears ringing, heads pounding, and they all collapsed to the ground. Lin Zuhui was knocked down, his head hitting the doorframe heavily, blood streaming from his head. The carbon-tungsten cylinder he had intended to use to prop the door open rolled aside. The entire world suddenly plunged into darkness, silent and still. The heavy steel door began to close slowly. At the same time, a sudden change occurred in the underground passage. A section of earth collapsed from above, burying the leading Yaodong and several others, while those behind were trapped in the narrow passage. Moments later, the world regained a slight brightness and a faint sound emerged. The first to move was Hua Ziying, who, though shaken and bleeding from his mouth and nose, cried out in pain. However, he was somewhat prepared, and his survival instinct drove him to struggle and try to distance himself from Huoyan and the others. Gume still couldn't see anything, only hearing vague noises, instinctively reaching out to grab Hua Ziying, but grasping at air. Diao Chong gritted his teeth and crawled towards Hua Ziying, using both hands and feet. But his vision was filled with blurry shadows, swirling chaotically, leaving him disoriented. The harder he tried, the further he crawled away. Diao Feng howled like an injured wolf, trying to encourage himself, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. Lin Zuhui endured intense pain, groping on the ground for the carbon-tungsten cylinder, each time just missing it by a hair's breadth. The steel door continued to close slowly. Huayan maintained a half-squatting position, motionless, like a frozen statue. At the end of the room, the door leading to the interior of the little white building opened, and dozens of burly men surged out. They all had identical buzz cuts, wore matching black suits, and held identical sharp knives, their expressions blank, as if they had been copied and pasted by computer effects. The tall, lean, and grim-looking security chief Guo Changqing emerged last, signaling two henchmen to help Hua Ziying up. Hua Ziying turned to look at the incapacitated Huayan and the others, laughing triumphantly. "You think you're clever? You think you can control me? Dream on. I was signaling right under your nose, and you didn't even notice. You don't know, do you?" Director Liang already instructed that no guests are to be received these days. So that was it. When the door opened, Hua Ziying seemed to cooperate, but he was actually sending a distress signal to the inside while speaking to the camera about guests arriving. Guo Changqing was indeed well trained and reacted swiftly, immediately activating the emergency plan and taking control of the situation. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, and Lin Zuhui glared angrily at Hua Ziying, yet Huayan remained motionless, deaf to it all, as if he had been stunned by the shock. I want her alive," Hua Ziying pointed at Gumei. "Kill everyone else, but don't let them die too quickly. Kill them slowly, one stab at a time." Guo Changqing waved his hand, and the henchmen advanced towards Diao Chong and the others. In the luxurious office on the top floor of the Fu Chang building, Zhao Fu Chang was dealing with a pile of documents. Liang stood silently beside him, holding a large dog named Wang Kai. Zhao Fu Chang looked up from the documents, stretched, moved his shoulders and neck, looking exhausted, and sighed. "People outside think I'm living a carefree life, indulging in pleasures every day, wielding power and influence. They have no idea how many things I have to handle in a day. Who needs to be dealt with, who needs to be cleaned up, how to advance this project, how to handle that company. I'm working my ass off, okay?" The phone rang, and Liang answered it, his eyes flashing with disbelief before quickly returning to a blank expression as he replied softly, "Got it." Liang hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Fu Chang, a hint of tension in his demeanor. Zhao Fu Chang was also staring at Liang, his voice low and commanding. "Speak." "Little white building," Liang said succinctly. Huayan has turned Gumei, captured Hua Ziying, and entered the little white building. Zhao Fu Chang suddenly sprang up, slapping Liang across the face. "Who told me that the little white building would definitely be safe? Who was it?" Liang did not dodge or flinch, remaining completely still as Zhao Fu Chang struck him fiercely. Soon, his face swelled up, and blood began to ooze from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Fu Chang shook his hand, pulled out a paper cutter from a pen holder, and tossed it in front of Liang. Liang remained silent, picked up the knife, opened his left hand, and directly sliced off his pinky finger, raising both hands and kneeling to present it to Zhao Fu Chang. He was in excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he did not utter a single sound from beginning to end. Zhao Fu Chang did not take it, he whistled, and Wang Kai darted over, leaping up to snatch Liang's severed finger, chewing and swallowing it. Liang still wore a blank expression. "Do you know what Xia Bela is?" Zhao Fu Chang snorted coldly. "If something really happens, tearing you apart won't even begin to cover a fraction of the loss." Liang lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he coldly replied, "They can get in, but they will never come out. They are walking into a trap, and they will all die inside." The thugs closed in, surrounding Diao Chong and the others, like fish waiting to be slaughtered on a chopping board, or lambs on a slaughtering table. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei had all fallen into despair, struggling to grip their knives, ready to fight to the death. The steel door had closed to the point where only one person could enter or exit, and it was about to be completely shut. Lin Zuhui still had not managed to grab the tungsten carbon cylinder, and no support team members had rushed over yet. The thugs raised their knives. Hua Ziying's eyes sparkled with excited anticipation. Just then, Huayan moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and his expression calm, his fists tightly clenched. Huayan finally stood up, nudged the tungsten carbon cylinder towards Lin Zuhui, then crouched low and dashed towards the group of thugs. His steps were still a bit unsteady, but his momentum was fierce, like a bullet fired from a gun. Hua Ziying was startled and instinctively shrank behind Guo Changqing. Guo Changqing was even more astonished, not expecting Huayan to recover so quickly and come on so strong. "Be careful," Guo Changqing shouted sharply. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huayan had already collided at high speed with the thugs who were about to stab Diao Chong and the others. Instantly, chaos erupted. Huayan grabbed the nearest thug, snatched the sharp knife, and with a swift motion, cut his throat. Blood gushed out, splattering Huayan's face, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. The thugs were taken aback by Huayan's swift and fierce attack, instinctively retreating to keep their distance. Huayan held the sharp knife, allowing blood to trickle down his cheek, protecting Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei behind him, facing Gu Changqing and the mass of thugs. At the entrance, Lin Zuhui finally wedged the tungsten carbon cylinder between the steel door and the doorframe, halting the door's closing momentum. At the top floor of Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng stared at Aliang, disappointment evident in his eyes. At this point, you still dare to underestimate Huiyan? You still think you can easily get rid of him? Han Bing, the Chang brothers, Jie, Babin, Wu Bo, Xie and Daocheng, Chen Wen, they all thought the same, and now where are they? Aliang remained silent, but his eyes subtly expressed skepticism. Still not convinced, huh? Zhao Fucheng noticed and asked coldly. Without waiting for Aliang to respond, he stood up and walked to the safe. Aliang, very tactfully, turned away and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, pressing his face against the glass, looking towards the direction of Xiaobela. Zhao Fucheng opened the safe, took out a small iron box, and solemnly held it in his hands, turning to beckon Aliang. Let's go. We'll go see if Huiyan will truly meet his end in Xiaobela as you wish. Aliang was taken aback. Boss, at this time, it might not be suitable for you to appear, lest. Prepare the car, Zhao Fucheng coldly ordered. In the basement of Xiaobela, Gu Changqing re-evaluated Huiyan. You killed Xian Daocheng? Huiyan smiled faintly and nodded. He was skilled, but unfortunately, not fast enough for me. Xian Daocheng is the supervisor of Zhao Fucheng's underground casino, known for his deadly dual daggers, and he had previously met his end at Huiyan's hands. He is my brother, Gu Changqing said solemnly, instructing a group of thugs. This man's life is mine. You can do as you please with the others. A stab is 50,000, a hand is 100,000, a leg is 150,000, and a life is 1 million. The thugs immediately became excited and gathered around again. Huiyan remained on guard while calling out to Daocheng and the others. Can you still fight? Don't worry, we can still battle, Daocheng replied, shaking his still dizzy head fiercely. Diaofeng grinned menacingly. Killing one is breaking even, killing two is profit. I'll try not to hold you back, Gume said lightly. Gu Changqing slowly and solemnly drew his knife. Although it was just an ordinary standard dagger, he treated it as if it were the most precious treasure. Huiyan's pupils constricted, fully alert. One's attitude towards their weapon often reveals their level of skill. Gu Changqing is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Gu Changqing gripped the knife firmly and cupped his hands towards Huiyan. Gu Changqing seeks guidance. Before the words had left his mouth, the dagger was already aimed straight at Huiyan's chest. He drew the knife slowly, but the strike was swift, much faster than Xian Daocheng, so fast that the blade was almost invisible, just a flash of cold light rushing towards him. Huiyan swung his knife to block, the two blades clashing with a ringing sound. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to slash at Huiyan's right arm. Not only was he quick with his strikes, but he also changed his moves rapidly. Huiyan was forced to retreat, barely managing to deflect this blow. Gu Changqing's strength showed no signs of waning, and he delivered another downward slash. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows, and Huiyan, still not fully recovered, found himself at a disadvantage. As soon as Gu Changqing made his move, the other thugs surged forward, their gleaming daggers stabbing towards Daocheng, Daofeng, and Gume. Daocheng and Daofeng fought back with all their might, but their combat effectiveness was greatly diminished compared to usual. They could only defend themselves, unable to counterattack. Gume, who typically relied on agility rather than brute force, could only struggle to evade with her light movements. A few thugs bypassed the melee and charged towards Lin Zuhui, who had just managed to stand up. Lin Zuhui had sustained serious injuries from hitting the doorframe earlier, and under the combined assault of the enemies, he was soon wounded again, yet he remained silent, wielding his long knife and holding on. Daocheng and the others watched helplessly, wanting to rush over to rescue him, but they were all entangled and unable to help themselves. One thug attempted to remove the tungsten carbon cylinder blocking the steel door. Lin Zuhui, disregarding the knife stabbing at him from the side, turned and forcefully shoved the thug away, his arm instantly torn open with a long wound, and the long knife fell to the ground. Several thugs swarmed in. Lin Zuhui lunged directly at them, pressing himself against the tungsten carbon cylinder, using his body to protect it, and shouted hoarsely towards the underground passage. Yao Dong, Yao Dong. In the underground passage, several younger brothers were desperately digging through the dirt, their hands already bloodied and raw. Yao Dongzi and the others buried beneath finally revealed their faces, struggling to rise, gasping for air, their bodies covered in dirt mixed with blood, barely recognizable. From deep within the passage came Lin Zuhui's roar, Yao Dong, where the hell are you? Yao Dongzi wiped his face with his hand, not bothering to rest, and grabbed his knife again. Brothers, Yengu and the others are still waiting for us, hurry. Under the night sky, 4 or 5 luxury cars sped towards the direction of the Xiaobela. In the front car, Zhao Fucheng sat in the back seat, holding the iron box in his arms, eyes closed in rest. Next to him, Liang was somewhat restless, glancing at the iron box, filled with doubt and curiosity. At the entrance, chaotic knives fell, striking Lin Zuhui. 50,000. Another 50,000. Damn it, I'm in for 50,000 too. A few thugs, driven by bloodlust, kept chanting about the bounty. Lin Zuhui was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely, yet he refused to back down, firmly holding the door, guarding this last glimmer of hope. Ah hui! Diao Chong and Diao Feng watched the scene, their eyes bloodshot, filled with rage, but still unable to break through. Huayan remained expressionless, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him, solely focused on dealing with Guo Changqing. But Guo Changqing's knife grew faster, while Huayan was already exhausted, struggling to keep up. Guo Changqing saw this and let out a furious roar, swinging his blade fiercely. Huayan desperately blocked, but the sharp knife was knocked from his hand. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei were taken aback. Guo Changqing, fueled by his remaining strength, thrust the sharp knife straight at Huayan's heart. Huayan's body sank, barely dodging the fatal blow to his heart, but the knife pierced directly into his shoulder. Blood splattered. Guo Changqing felt invigorated by his successful strike, but when he looked up, he found Huayan smiling at him. The sharp knife had plunged deep into Huayan's left shoulder, yet Huayan smiled, leaving Guo Changqing momentarily stunned. Huayan suddenly lunged forward, allowing Guo Changqing's knife to pierce through his shoulder, the tip emerging gruesomely from his back. Guo Changqing was shocked. He had fought many and seen various masters and sinister techniques, but he had never encountered such a reckless fighting style, nor had he seen anyone so mad. With this step forward, Huayan was already in front of Guo Changqing, the sharp knife now locked by his body. Guo Changqing instinctively released the knife, wanting to retreat quickly. Huayan threw a punch that landed solidly on Guo Changqing's face. His cheekbone shattered, stars danced before his eyes, and he felt dizzy, his mouth filled with a rusty taste of blood. Huayan looked at Guo Changqing with a sinister smile. You are indeed fast, but unfortunately, not as ruthless as I am. The second punch followed immediately, striking Guo Changqing directly on the temple. Guo Changqing's vision went black, and without even swaying, he fell straight down with a thud. In the second before losing consciousness, Guo Changqing suddenly wanted to laugh at himself. When he heard that Xi and Daocheng had been killed, he felt a bit sad and regretful, but more so thought that Xi and Daocheng was simply outmatched, that his skills were lacking, and his knife was not fast enough. If it were him, he would never lose, let alone die. Now he only felt how naive and ridiculous his thoughts had been. The group of thugs was stunned into silence, their hearts trembling with fear. Hua Ziying shrank behind the high platform, wanting to escape yet feeling unwilling. The emotions of Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei fluctuated wildly in those few seconds, first despair, then shock, and finally, they let out a long sigh of relief. The three regained their spirits and took the opportunity to swing their knives, forcing back the thugs in front of them. Only a few thugs at the door, far from the core battle, were caught up in the frenzy of looting, completely unaware of the dramatic changes happening behind them. 1 million is mine, no one is allowed to take it. One thug actually swung his knife to push back his companion, raising the sharp knife high, ready to chop directly at Lin Zuhui's neck. Huayan grasped the knife handle stuck in his shoulder, grunted, gritted his teeth, and ruthlessly pulled it out, blood spraying forth. He did not look back, only threw the sharp knife backhandedly. The knife whizzed through the air, piercing the thug's neck before his blade could reach Lin Zuhui. The thug looked at the knife embedded in his neck, muttering, "What the hell?" He then collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The other thugs were even more shocked, involuntarily retreating. "Kill them! Kill them!" Hua Ziying shouted sharply, sensing the situation was dire. "They won't let you go. Boss Xiao won't let you go either. They're all injured, let's go together. There's still a chance, kill them." The thugs knew this was a life and death battle, regrouped, encouraging each other, and charged once more at Huayan and the others. Huayan's left arm was completely powerless. To quickly deal with Guo Changqing, he paid a huge price, having to face the enemy with one hand, yet still fought valiantly. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei gathered their remaining strength and moved closer to Huayan. The four of them stood back to back, supporting each other as they fought against a group of thugs. Suddenly, several knives flew in from outside the door, plunging directly into the crowd of thugs. Instantly, a few thugs were injured and fell to the ground, relieving some pressure on Huayan and the others. Then, Yao Dongzi squeezed through the crack in the door, finally bringing the assault team with him. Due to the narrow gap, they couldn't all rush in at once, so they first threw a wave of flying knives for a ranged attack. Soon, a few more people squeezed in and quickly established a defensive line, with more people following in succession, charging towards the Xiao family's thugs. Yao Dongzi helped the blood-soaked Lin Zuhui to lean against the wall, hurriedly took out a first-aid bandage he carried with him to help him wrap his wounds, and lit a cigarette to put in his mouth. "Hui Gu, are you okay?" Yao Dongzi asked nervously and worriedly. Get lost, I'm not dead yet, and I won't die until we take down the Xiao. Lin Zuhui gruffly dismissed him. Hurry, don't worry about me, go help Yengu and the others. Got it, then you rest for now. Yao Dongzi left Lin Zuhui and grabbed a knife to join the fray. Lin Zuhui, with the cigarette in his mouth, despite the pain all over his body, wore a smile on his face. He had done it, completed the task assigned to him, and held on until the main force arrived. With Yao Dongzi and 30 assault team members joining the fight, the situation completely turned around, becoming a coordinated attack against the Xiao family's thugs. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams echoed continuously. The Xiao family's thugs fell like wheat cut down by a scythe. Outside, on the street, when Zhao Fuqing's convoy reached just 1 block away from Xiao, he suddenly shouted, "Stop the car." The driver hurriedly slowed down and braked, bringing the entire convoy to a halt. Zhao Fuqing pushed open the car door and got out directly. A Liang, confused but silent, followed him out, and several bodyguards hurriedly followed as well. Zhao Fuqing looked up at the nearby tall buildings and turned towards the tallest one. Under the shade of the street trees at the end of the street, a motorcycle rider quietly watched Zhao Fuqing. It was a high-end office building, and the night security guard, seeing someone suddenly break in, was about to step forward to stop him. Zhao Fuqing shot him a cold glance, causing the guard to shiver, realizing that this group of people was not to be trifled with, and quickly retreated. Zhao Fuqing took the elevator directly to the top floor, ordered his men to pry open the security door, and went up to the rooftop, walking to the edge. The view here was wide and commanding, allowing him to see Xiao several hundred meters away. At this moment, in the basement of Xiao, it resembled a slaughterhouse, with the Xiao family's thugs mostly lying in pools of blood. Diao Chong and Diao Feng hacked down the last resisting thug with their chaotic strikes. Yao Dongzi led his men to deliver finishing blows, leaving no one alive. Hua Ziying was both angry and terrified, knowing the situation was hopeless, crouched down, and tried to sneak away along the wall. Just as he slipped out a few steps, a large hand grabbed his neck. Thank you for your cooperation, now you can go die. Hua Yan said coldly, lifting Hua Ziying with one hand and throwing him heavily to the ground. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Everyone turned to Gu Mei, automatically making way for her. Covered in blood and bruises, Gu Mei slowly walked up, resembling a goddess of vengeance. Please help me hold him down. Diao Chong and Diao Feng personally stepped in, firmly pinning Hua Ziying face down on the ground without hesitation. Thank you, and please strip off his pants. Diao Chong directly swung his knife to cut Hua Ziying's belt, while Diao Feng pulled downwards. Gu Mei took the thick tungsten carbide cylinder that Lin Zuhui had used to prop the door earlier and placed it between Hua Ziying's legs, carefully adjusting its position. Gu Mei aimed the tungsten carbide cylinder at the spot between Hua Ziying's legs. Diao Chong and Diao Feng watched, their bodies tensing involuntarily as they quickly turned their faces away. I am the red-clothed butcher, I have killed countless people, I won't be afraid. Hua Ziying gritted his teeth and shouted, but his skin was already feeling the coldness of the metal, and his exposed legs trembled uncontrollably. I am the red-clothed butcher, I don't. Gu Mei kicked hard, the cylinder piercing through the gap and directly into Hua Ziying's body. Hua Ziying let out a shrill scream, writhing in pain like a dying fish, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng nearly couldn't hold him down. Gu Mei quietly watched Hua Ziying's agonizing state, leaning close to his ear. Is it enjoyable? Does it hurt? Don't rush, this is just the beginning. After finishing her words with a smile, Gu Mei took out the scalpel she had seized from the child earlier, lifted his shirt, and swung the knife down. The blade sliced through Hua Ziying's body as smoothly as a hot knife through lard. Gu Mei's hand was steady, moving the knife slowly, gradually opening a cut and peeling away Hua Ziying's skin. Bright red flesh and snow-white fat were exposed, looking quite disgusting. Hua Ziying's screams, like a slaughtered pig, made the eardrums of those present buzz. Yao Dong and the other younger brothers turned their faces away, unable to watch any longer. Some covered their ears, while others bent over and vomited bile. Hua Yan remained still, quietly observing the scene. Perhaps some would think Gu Mei's actions were too cruel and bloody, that in seeking revenge, she had become a demon like Hua Ziying. But Hua Yan could understand, if it were him, he might do the same. Some grudges must be repaid in blood, blood for blood. Before long, Gu Mei had peeled off a large piece of skin from Hua Ziying's back and tossed it in front of him. You must have never seen the skin on your own back. Take a good look. Hua Ziying was still screaming, tears and mucus streaming down, unable to speak at all. Gu Mei looked at Hua Ziying's hideous appearance, glanced at her hands stained with blood, and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Hua Yan noticed and walked over, gently patting Gu Mei. It's about time to send him to die. Gu Mei nodded, raising the scalpel to Hua Ziying's neck, speaking slowly. Xiao Lian, I'm sorry, although it's been many years, I finally did it. I'm avenging you now. Hua Ziying knew his time was up, using his last bit of strength to scream hoarsely. Boss Xiao won't let you go, he will definitely not let you go. I'll be waiting down there. Gume didn't wait for him to finish, directly swinging the knife to slice open Hua Ziying's neck. The sound abruptly stopped, blood gushed out, and Hua Ziying's body twitched a few times before he breathed his last. The notorious red-clothed butcher finally ended his sinful life. On the rooftop of a tall building, Zhao Fucheng quietly gazed at the small white building hundreds of meters away, lost in thought, his expression complex. Boss, Liang softly questioned, but we can't see what's happening inside from here. Zhao Fucheng ignored him, just staring at the small white building. The iron box was right beside him, and his fingers rhythmically tapped on its surface. Liang fell silent, standing quietly beside him. Below, a motorcycle rider looked up at the rooftop, his expression puzzled, pulling out his phone to call Huayan. Brother Yan, Zhao Fucheng is here, and Liang is with him. But they didn't go to the small white building, they went straight into the cultural building and went up to the top floor. I can't follow them, I don't know what they're up to. Huayan hung up the phone, immediately furrowing his brows, puzzled. He immediately contacted the backup team and Aying Huasha, who were on lookout outside, and the response was that they had not seen Zhao Fucheng. Doubts in Huayan's heart flared up like a prairie fire. Due to the trick Huazing played when opening the door, Guo Changqing had learned in advance about Huayan and the Diao brothers' attack, and he must have informed Liang, who would certainly report to Zhao Fucheng. Huayan anticipated that Zhao Fucheng would take action. Even if he had concerns and wouldn't come personally, he would at least send Liang with people. But why would he go to the cultural building, 500 meters away? As far as Huayan knew, that was a university property, unrelated to the Xiao family. Could it be that he was really just watching from the sidelines, completely trusting Guo Changqing's strength to deal with Huayan? Or was he simply letting Xiao fend for itself? Or did he have some backup plan, which made him fearless? But from such a distance, what could he do? With a belly full of questions, Huayan instructed the brothers outside to strengthen their vigilance while calling Diao Chong and others. Leave a few people to take the injured brothers out first. The rest come with me inside. We need to hurry, save people, and find information. Diao Chong responded and immediately arranged for manpower. Ah hui. Diao Chong called out to Lin Zuhui, who was still leaning against the wall. You should go out and deal with your injuries. We can handle things here. Lin Zuhui, however, completely ignored him. Ah hui. Diao Chong was puzzled and walked over. Suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Lin Zuhui leaned against the wall, eyes wide open, still smiling. The cigarette in his mouth had burned out, leaving a long ash. Yet he had already lost his breath, quietly passing away. The long ash suddenly broke off and fell gently. Ah hui. Diao Chong cried out in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Everyone was filled with sorrow, and under Huayan's lead, they formed a circle and bowed in respect to Lin Zuhui. Huayan's face was pained as he patted Diao Chong. Now is not the time to grieve, this battle is not over yet, Hui is still watching us. Diao Chong gritted his teeth, nodding heavily, and took one last look at Lin Zuhui, instructing people to take his body out properly before following Huayan away. The door leading to Xiaobeila's interior had a fingerprint lock. Diao Feng had already severed the hands of Huazing and Guo Changqing, successfully unlocking the door. After passing through a corridor, there was another password door, which they opened in the same manner, and suddenly the view opened up. The spacious hall was incredibly luxurious, with expensive crystal chandeliers emitting a dazzling array of colors, reflecting off the equally expensive and pristine white carpet, surrounded by possibly even more expensive genuine leather sofas. In the center of the hall stood more than a dozen tall, transparent glass display cases, like those in a museum showcasing exhibits. However, what was displayed here were women, one woman in each glass case. They varied in age and body type, but each was extraordinarily beautiful, dressed in splendid attire. Years of imprisonment and humiliation, countless receptions, had left them somewhat numb, and they did not find it strange at all that Huayan and the others had suddenly arrived. They simply habitually straightened their chests, raised their heads, changed their postures, showcasing their looks and bodies, like goods waiting to be selected. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Yao Dong stared at the women in the glass display cases, dumbfounded. They were not shocked by their beauty, but by the kind of evil that surpassed their imagination and understanding presented before them. Gume felt a pang in her nose, her throat choked up, and she quickly walked over, wanting to open the glass door to free those women. The door was locked, intricate and sturdy. Gume tentatively pounded on the glass, but it did not budge. It was made of a material resistant to hammering. Gume was frustrated, watching those women right in front of her, yet unable to rescue them. Huayan walked directly towards a group of waitstaff and cleaning personnel huddled in the corner. As they saw Huayan, covered in blood, approaching, they all trembled in fear. Which one of you is in charge? Huayan asked in a deep voice. A young male supervisor in his 20s stepped forward, coming to stand before Huayan with a look of terror on his face. Huayan asked, Where is Hua Ziying's room? The male supervisor mumbled incoherently but did not speak. He pointed to his ear, shook his hand, indicating he couldn't hear, then opened his mouth to show Hui Yan that his tongue had been cut off, leaving only a short stub. The others behind him also began to mumble, pointing to their ears and mouths, their expressions filled with despair. They were all deaf mutes. Hui Yan was taken aback. He knew that Liang was keeping a tight watch on Xiao Bailu and would use many means to keep secrets and block information, but he never expected it to be so extreme that all the staff were deaf mutes, and many of them looked like they had been deliberately made mute and deaf. Diao Chong cursed angrily, "Damn, these bastards are truly heartless." Hui Yan pointed to the door lock on the glass display case, mimicked a key with his hand, and then pointed to Gu Mei, signaling him to take her to find the key. The male supervisor understood and nodded repeatedly. Diao Feng threw Hua Ziying's severed hand over. "Take this, it might come in handy." Gu Mei caught it and hurried off with the male supervisor. Hui Yan then instructed Yao Dong to take people to search for the server room and make sure to take all the hard drives away. After arranging these tasks, Hui Yan looked over the remaining staff, scanning each face, pausing slightly on a female cleaner in her 30s before moving his gaze away. Hui Yan turned his back to them and said coldly, "Kill them all." "Ha!" Diao Chong and Diao Feng exclaimed in unison, looking bewildered. "Kill them all," Hui Yan repeated. "Why? They're just waitstaff and cleaners," Diao Feng said anxiously. Diao Chong also voiced his opposition. "Brother Yan, if you want me to kill those thugs, I'll do it one by one. But these people are innocent, and they seem quite pitiful, don't they?" Hui Yan looked up at the ceiling and smiled coldly. "Innocent? Even if they were forced, they are still complicit in the crime. One is as guilty as the other." Diao Chong and Diao Feng exchanged glances and shook their heads. "We can't do it." The younger brothers also remained still. "Then I'll do it myself." Hui Yan refused to back down, pushing through the crowd, grabbing the female cleaner, pinning her to the ground, and placing a knife against her neck. The people around them scattered in fear, while Diao Chong and Diao Feng tried to persuade him. "Don't stop me," Hui Yan said coldly, raising the knife as if to strike. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," the female cleaner suddenly spoke, despite having been unable to talk before. Diao Chong and the others were taken aback, and her companions looked equally shocked. "What's going on?" Diao Feng scratched his head. "She has a problem. Her eyes are different from the others, so I decided to test it. Just now, I deliberately turned my back to them and said I would kill them all, not wanting them to see my lips move." Hui Yan pointed to the ceiling, where a large piece of glass reflected the people below clearly. "The others are truly deaf, with no abnormal reactions." Only her expression changed. She looked very scared. "She can hear me speak, she's pretending." Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others suddenly understood. Hui Yan tightened his grip on the knife. "Why are you pretending to be deaf and mute? Whose person are you?" The female cleaner quickly replied, "Boss Xiao arranged it. He told me to lurk here and report to him secretly if anything happened. The others don't know, and Liang doesn't know either." It turned out to be a needle secretly inserted by Zhao Fucheng. Hui Yan kicked her aside. "Just keep an eye on her for now. What about these people? Should we still kill them?" Diao Feng asked tentatively. Hui Yan smiled. "We are villains, but not beasts." Diao Chong tapped Diao Feng's head. "Do you really think Brother Yin is a pervert?" Diao Feng covered his head and chuckled foolishly. The male foreman led Gu Mei to a room at the end of the corridor, then quickly hid away, looking very scared. There was indeed a keypad lock on the door. Gu Mei used Hua Ziying's severed hand to unlock it and walked straight in. The room was filled with bright red, the carpet was red, the wallpaper was red, and the sheets and covers were all red, creating a strange and uncomfortable atmosphere. Gu Mei quickly found a large bunch of keys in the desk drawer and was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. A red object in the corner of the bed moved, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman in a red dress. Her long hair was disheveled, obscuring her face, and her exposed skin was covered in scars, chained to the bedpost with a thin iron chain. Gu Mei hurried over to check. The woman flinched in fear, and Gu Mei casually lifted her hair, suddenly startled. "Wenna!" Gu Mei exclaimed. The woman recoiled sharply, raising her hand to cover her face, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. I'm not." Gu Mei gently embraced the woman, speaking softly. It's okay. Hua Ziying is dead. I killed him with my own hands." Wenna froze for several seconds, tears suddenly streaming down her face, and then she laughed maniacally, only to start crying again moments later. A few years ago, Wenna was invited to the harbor to shoot an advertisement and mysteriously disappeared from the hotel, never to be heard from again. This caused quite a stir at the time. A popular star had vanished in broad daylight in a big city. Soon, many rumors and leaks emerged, claiming that Wenna was a secret lover of a recently fallen big shot, involved in a power and sex scandal, and had fled the country. Photos of Wenna overseas even surfaced, making the rumors more credible. The situation quickly became sensitive, and Wena's name soon became a taboo word. The entertainment industry always sees new faces and new hot topics. Before long, Wena was forgotten. Those die-hard fans who once claimed to love her for life turned to chase after new young idols and fresh beauties. It turned out she had been captured in the little white building, imprisoned like a dog, and abused by Hua Ziying as a form of revenge. Gume recalled that the company that invited Wena for the advertisement was under Zhao Fuqing, and the hotel where Wena disappeared was also owned by the Fuqing Group. Those rumors and photos were clearly orchestrated by Zhao Fuqing to divert attention. Bastard! Scum! Beast! Gume cursed inwardly, freeing Wena from the chains and quickly supporting her to the hall. Upon seeing Wena, everyone was astonished and couldn't help but curse Zhao Fuqing and Hua Ziying again. Diao Chong hurriedly took the bunch of keys to open the door. However, each key looked similar, with no numbers. Only Hua Ziying would know which key fit which lock. After a while, Diao Chong finally managed to open a glass display case. The girl inside looked bewildered, allowing Diao Chong to pull her out, still not understanding what was happening. Wena's emotions calmed slightly as she glanced at Huiyan, recognizing him as the one in charge. "Does Zhao Fuqing know you are here?" Wena suddenly asked. Huiyan nodded. "He is nearby." Wena's expression changed suddenly, and she urgently pushed Gume. "You all need to leave here quickly, hurry, Zhao Fuqing will blow this place up." Huiyan and the others were taken aback, looking at Wena in unison. "What did you say? What will he blow up?" Gume asked in confusion. "When I was first brought here, the first person to bully me was Zhao Fuqing. At that time, I was still a star, quite popular. Maybe I was still somewhat fresh and intriguing to him." Wena smiled bitterly, an endless sorrow hidden within. "I can't resist, I can only curse at him. I said someone would definitely come to save me. I would definitely escape, and when the time comes, I would expose him and send him to jail." He laughed. That day he was very excited and had drunk a lot, laughing as he told me to give up, that once I came in, I would never think of going out again. If someone really came to save me, he would kill them. If he couldn't kill them, he would blow this place up first. On the rooftop of the cultural building, Zhao Fuqing glanced at the time, shook his head and smiled, stopping his knocking on the iron box, turning to glance at Liang. "The Xia Bela is a good place. It has indeed helped us gather many connections and hold many people by the throat, making many things happen." Zhao Fuqing seemed a bit nostalgic, but then his tone turned cold. "But precisely because of this, it is also a big bomb. I know it will explode sooner or later." Zhao Fuqing finally raised his hand and opened the mysterious iron box. Inside was a remote control with a prominent red button. Liang's pupils contracted sharply, staring intently at the remote. Zhao Fuqing picked up the remote and gently rubbed his finger over the red button. "If it has to explode, then let me trigger it myself." The usually calm Liang couldn't help but tremble in his voice. You prepared this long ago?" Zhao Fuqing looked at Liang and laughed, sinister and evil. "The day it was repaired, I buried the explosives underground. Not much, just 10 kilograms, but enough to blow up an entire building." Liang finally couldn't contain his shock. He understood why Zhao Fuqing almost never went to Xia Bela, why he stood here gazing at it, and why he always seemed so calm. It turned out that Xia Bela had been standing on a pile of explosives all along. He was too, as were Hua Ziying and Guo Changqing, even those wealthy and powerful elites who came and went for leisure. Liang had once admired Zhao Fuqing, thinking he was a true strongman, but recently, Liang had felt a hint of disappointment, especially after Huiyan appeared. He even thought Zhao Fuqing had become weak from living in luxury for too long. But at this moment, he realized he was still too tender and weak in front of Zhao Fuqing. Shame and a renewed sense of respect made Liang involuntarily kneel on one knee before Zhao Fuqing. In the hall of Xia Bela, Diao Chong and others looked at Huiyan with uncertainty. Diao Chong questioned, "Can we trust her words? Could it be that Zhao Fuqing is just scaring her? Or is he just drunk and bragging? Does he really dare to blow up such a big building, and can he just say blow it up?" Diao Feng also found it hard to accept. "I believe it," Huiyan said firmly. "Zhao Fuqing can do such a thing. I think he must have made arrangements long ago, and it could explode at any time." Huiyan's previous doubts were finally explained. The reason Zhao Fuqing had gone to the nearby high-rise to watch from a distance was that this was his backup plan. "So what do we do now? Withdraw immediately?" Diao Feng was anxious. "It will take some time to save them." Gume pointed to the girls in the glass display case, having just rescued 3. Yaodong and the others need time to dismantle the hard drives, Diao Chong added. The air suddenly became tense to the point of suffocation. Huiyan pondered for a moment, then turned to the female cleaner who was being controlled nearby. "What's your name?" "Chen Yugui, you can call me Xiao Gui." The female cleaner was terrified. "How do you usually contact Zhao Fuqing?" "By phone, I have a phone hidden in the toilet tank. Here, besides Mr. Watt and Hua Ziying, no one else can have their own phone. except for me. Chen Yugui had heard Huiyan and the others' conversation and knew the urgency of the situation, quickly answering, "A Feng, take her to get it right away." Huiyan pushed Diao Feng and turned to Wen Na. "Miss Wan, could you help us arrange a scene?" Wen Na was taken aback. Liang knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Fucheng, still somewhat unwilling. "Boss, I still think that Changqing and the others can handle Huiyan." "Then why hasn't he contacted you yet?" Zhao Fucheng asked coldly. "Do you know how long it has been?" 24 minutes. If he could do it, it would have been done by now. Liang lowered his head even further, still struggling. "But this is a building explosion. There will be a lot of trouble afterward, very difficult troubles. It will trend on social media, and it will alarm people from all walks of life. Compared to the cost of those women being rescued and the surveillance footage being stolen, I would rather choose to blow up the building, especially since we can also take out Huiyan," Zhao Fucheng said sharply, looking at the dejected Liang. His tone softened slightly. "Liang, I know, the Xiao is your labor of love. But you must understand, whether or not we can save Xiao tonight, it is already finished. No one will come to a place that has been attacked and feels unsafe. The mission of Xiao is over." Liang fell silent, unable to say another word. Lift your head and appreciate it. Destroying something is one of the most exhilarating moments in life. Zhao Fucheng's thumb hovered over the red button, ready to press it down. Suddenly, the sound of a vibrating phone rang out from the inner pocket of Zhao Fucheng's shirt. It was his special phone for contacting certain important people and matters, never leaving his side for 24 hours. Zhao Fucheng hesitated slightly but did not release the red button. He simply took out the phone with his other hand. The screen displayed a video call request from Chen Yugui. Liang was startled again, a chill running down his back. Chen Yugui was the deaf-mute he had personally recruited to Xiao. He never expected it to be a trap set by Zhao Fucheng. "Boss Xiao, General Gui is dead, General Ling is also dead, many people have died." As soon as the video connected, a panicked Chen Yugui exclaimed urgently. The image shook violently, revealing the tragic deaths of Guo Changqing and Hua Ziying, as well as several Xiao thugs lying dead on the ground. Liang's heart sank completely, the last glimmer of hope finally extinguished. "Many of those who came to attack us have also died. Before General Guo died, he injured the leader, and the rest are killing him now." The image swayed, showing some of the Diao brothers' men lying in pools of blood, including Gu Mei and Diao Feng. Finally, the camera focused on Huiyan, battered and bloodied. 4 or 5 short-haired, black-suited Xiao thugs surrounded him, stabbing fiercely. Huiyan was weak, one arm hanging limply, struggling to defend himself. He was finally stabbed in the abdomen by one thug, blood gushing out. Huiyan fought back and knocked that thug down, but the others rushed in. Knives fell like rain. Huiyan staggered a few times and then collapsed with a thud. "Boss Xiao, please come save me. I'm so scared." Chen Yugui shouted anxiously, "There's so much blood, everywhere is blood, so many dead people, it's so terrifying." The image flipped, then went black, and the video call was cut off. It sounded like Chen Yugui had stepped into a pool of blood, lost his footing, and ended the call. Zhao Fucheng put away his phone and looked again towards Xiao. Liang nervously watched Zhao Fucheng's thumb pressing on the red button. After a moment, Zhao Fucheng finally moved his thumb away from the red button. Liang let out a temporary sigh of relief. "Let's go." Zhao Fucheng frowned and turned to head downstairs. "Let's see what the situation is." Liang hurried to catch up. Several bodyguards scattered around, moving in unison like robots, followed suit. Xiao basement. Cut, Wenna called out loudly, focused and radiant, as if she were on a film set, holding a director's megaphone. Huiyan immediately sprang up, pulling out several blood bags made from condoms and tossing them down. The few thugs from the Xiao who had been attacking Huiyan turned their faces. It turned out they were all disguised as members of the Diao family. The clothes were stripped from the dead thugs, their hairstyles were similar, and the blood smeared on their faces conveniently concealed their identities. The recent fight was merely a coordinated act. Gumei, Diao Feng, and the other Diao family members lying in the pool of blood also stood up one by one. From start to finish, this was just a performance for Zhao Fucheng. Huiyan nodded to Wenna in gratitude. "Thank you. I should be the one thanking you," Wenna said, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, as if recalling her past as a star. "You acted well. If it were in the past, I could have helped you out, introduced you to some resources, and you might have become the next big action star." Huiyan smiled faintly, not engaging further. Wenna turned to Chen Yugui. "As for you, it was a bit exaggerated, your positioning was off, and you got a few lines wrong. But in this situation, it's understandable, you should be able to deliver, right? Thank you for your guidance, Teacher 1, Chen Yugui flattered with a forced smile. "Everyone, hurry up," Huiyan instructed. "I don't know how long we can fool Zhao Fucheng, he might come over soon. Once we're done, we'll leave immediately." On the top floor of the cultural building, Zhao Fucheng and Liang were waiting for the elevator. The office building was silent and empty at night, with only 2 elevators still running, both currently stopped on the first floor. In the first floor elevator lobby, the motorcycle rider Huiyan had sent to keep an eye on Zhao Fucheng blocked one elevator with his helmet and used his body to block the other. The elevators opened and closed repeatedly, never managing to close the doors. Zhao Fucheng's brows gradually furrowed. Liang took out his phone and called the bodyguards stationed by the car team downstairs, instructing them to go in and check the situation. 2 bodyguards hurried into the cultural building. Hearing footsteps approaching, the motorcycle rider quickly picked up his helmet and slipped into the dim stairwell. The 2 bodyguards arrived, saw that the elevator doors had closed and were going up. They looked around, finding nothing unusual, feeling perplexed. In the stairwell, the motorcycle rider sent a message to Huiyan. "Brother Yan, I can't hold them off any longer. Zhao Fucheng is coming down soon, you guys hurry up." Huiyan replied with 4 words, "Received, hard work." Moments later, Dao Chong and a group of thugs finally rescued all the women in the lobby, returning with the staff. Yao Dong and several others also joined them, bringing along hard drives they had taken from the server room, as well as several bags of cash they had casually grabbed from the finance room. "Let's go!" Huiyan immediately directed everyone to evacuate and notified the outer team members, Xiao, Ying, and the backup team to come for support. Chen Yugue kept her head down, blending in with the staff, trying to leave unnoticed. Huiyan would not let her go, pulling her out with one hand. "You can just stay here and behave." "Big brother, please, I'll die," Chen Yugue pleaded, suddenly kneeling down, tears streaming down her face. Huiyan sneered, "Didn't you think about this day when you were helping Zhao Fucheng do bad things? I was just giving Boss Zhao a heads up. I really didn't do anything wrong." Chen Yugue clutched Huiyan's pant leg, begging, "Please, take me with you." "You didn't do anything wrong?" Huiyan pointed at the other staff members, "Just look at their expressions." All the staff members looked at Chen Yugue with disgust. Chen Yugue wanted to say something more, but Huiyan couldn't be bothered to waste words. He lifted his foot and kicked her leg, sending her sprawling as she rolled and cried out in pain. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Huiyan and Gu Mei remained to hold the line. Wen Na, however, did not move, merely gazing at the door with a complex expression. Gu Mei asked in confusion, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" A faint, bitter smile appeared on Wen Na's face as she gently shook her head. "I'm not leaving." "Why not? Just get out of this disgusting place first." Gu Mei reached out to pull Wen Na. Huiyan stopped her, shaking his head. Gu Mei looked at Wen Na's expression and soon understood. Wen Na had once been a shining star, blessed with beauty and charm, enjoying countless honors and adoration. She could not accept her current self, could not forget the pain of the past few years, and was even more terrified to face the outside world. Everyone has their own life choices, right or wrong, without needing others to understand or comment. Respecting others' choices is the greatest understanding. "Goodbye," Gu Mei said softly, waving farewell to Wen Na before hurriedly leaving with Huiyan. Wen Na turned around alone, slowly weaving through the bodies scattered around. She finally stopped beside Hua Ziying, suddenly lifting her foot and kicking down hard, smashing Hua Ziying's face to pieces. Wen Na looked at herself in the mirror, examined her reflection, smiled slightly, and then picked up a sharp knife, plunging it directly into her heart. Zhao Fucheng and his group emerged from the cultural building. Liang respectfully opened the car door, assisting Zhao Fucheng into the vehicle. But Zhao Fucheng suddenly stopped, staring at a red banner with white lettering hanging on the wall by the street. "Heroes' glory, forever recorded in history. Salute to heroes, inspire future generations." "Boss?" Liang asked softly. Zhao Fucheng's brows furrowed tighter, as if he suddenly remembered something. "Did you notice what Chen Yugue just called Hua Ziying?" Liang thought for a moment and recalled, "General Ing? No. She despises Hua Ziying, thinks he's a big pervert. Every time she reports to me, she always calls him by name, Hua Ziying, never General Ing." The scar on Zhao Fucheng's forehead throbbed violently, anger flooding his face. "Bastard, you lied to me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fucheng grabbed the remote control and pressed the red button. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently. The entire area trembled, and vehicles parked by the roadside screeched sharply. Hundreds of meters away, at the site of the little white building, a cloud of dust shot up into the sky. The little white building collapsed almost instantaneously. At the moment of the explosion, Huiyan and the others had just stepped out, only a little over 10 meters away from the little white building. The massive shockwave swept through like a hurricane, knocking everyone down. Dust filled the air. Bricks, rubble, shattered glass, flying steel bars, and all sorts of debris rained down, crashing down upon them. "Damn!" Huiyan, who was at the back, barely managed to utter half a word before the shockwave choked him back. His body slammed against the bus that had come to pick them up, creating a human-shaped dent. With the last bit of consciousness, Huayan rolled and took shelter under the bus, then lost consciousness. The bus's windows shattered instantly, and the girls and staff who had boarded first were thrown into disarray, tumbling over one another. The massive vehicle shook violently with the shockwave, rocking back and forth like a small boat in a storm, nearly tipping over. When Huayan finally regained consciousness, he struggled to crawl out from under the bus, and the scene before him resembled the end of the world, a sight of devastation. The little white building had completely collapsed, like a giant monster crashing down, leaving behind a twisted, exposed body. Nearby streetlights had all fallen, and the entire road surface had caved in. Surrounding them were sounds of painful groans. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, and others had all been knocked down. It wasn't just them, those who had come to assist, such as A Ing and a Xiao, were also among the fallen. In the distance, the sounds of police sirens, fire truck horns, and ambulance alarms could be faintly heard. Huayan got up, steadied himself, and glanced at the intersection in the distance. He then turned to call out to the person beside him, "Hey, wake up, hurry up and wake up." He could have chosen to leave alone, but he didn't. Instead, disregarding his own injuries, he began to clear the rubble and pull at those who had fallen. Before long, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, Ing, a Xiao, and Yao Dongzi all stood up from the debris. They were all injured, bloodied and battered, but fortunately, none of their injuries were fatal. They looked at each other, covered in dust and dirt, and suddenly burst into laughter, a relief and joy of having survived and still being together. The laughter awakened more people, and they turned to help pull up others. Of course, some would never wake again. That night, many people died. Those who were killed, those who were blown up, the ones who deserved to die, and those who did not, the unwilling and the willing. Life can be incredibly fragile at times, and at other times, incredibly strong. Moments later, Huayan, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, Ing, a Xiao, Yao Dongzi, and the other survivors supported each other and staggered away to retreat. The vehicles that had come to rescue them had already been destroyed, so they had to walk away first and then find a way. Below the cultural building, shattered glass from the blast scattered and fell. A Liang spread his arms, protecting his head, tightly shielding Zhao Fucheng. When the shockwaves subsided, Zhao Fucheng pushed a Liang away, a long gash of blood appearing on his face from the flying glass. His eyes were bloodshot, the scar on his face throbbed, and he was filled with rage and humiliation. "Chase them! Immediately chase them! I want to kill Huayan with my own hands." The convoy quickly started up, heading towards the vicinity of the little white building. Huayan and the others moved slowly and cautiously, trying to choose quiet, deserted alleys to avoid waking those startled by the explosions. After crossing several streets, they could see two buses parked by the roadside, their hazard lights flashing, temporarily dispatched by Diao Chong. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace towards it. Just as they reached the intersection, a convoy rushed in, blocking their way, and Zhao Fucheng, Liang, and their group jumped out of the vehicles. The surviving girls and staff from the little white building recoiled in fear, retreating behind Huayan and the others. Diao Chong and the others were forced to prepare for battle, but they were all injured and had no strength left to fight. "I'll try to hold them off," Huayan instructed everyone. "Spread out, and escape as many as you can." "Yan Gu," Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others called out. Huayan signaled for them to stop talking and coldly looked at Zhao Fucheng. Zhao Fucheng glared at Huayan, snatched a knife from a bodyguard beside him, and charged at the group. Just then, from another direction at the intersection, another group of dozens of people approached aggressively, causing Diao Chong and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. If it were just Zhao Fucheng's group, they might have fought to the death and saved a few. But with this new group added, there would be no chance of survival. Huayan, however, remained calm, signaling everyone to step back and observe the situation. He had recognized that this new group was not with Zhao Fucheng. The leader was De Fei from the south of the city. Sure enough, as the group approached, they directly inserted themselves at the intersection, perfectly blocking Zhao Fucheng's group. De Fei wore a broad smile, flicked his greasy long hair, and swaggered over. "Boss Xiao, long time no see, what a coincidence." A Liang stepped forward, coldly warning him. "De Fei, don't cause trouble." De Fei raised a hand, swift and decisive, covering a Liang's face with his hand and pushing him away forcefully. "Who the hell are you? What status do you have to talk to me?" De Fei ignored a Liang and directly confronted Zhao Fucheng. "Old Xiao, why aren't you sleeping well at this late hour? What are you busy with?" Zhao Fucheng glared coldly at Da Fei. "It has nothing to do with you." Da Fei laughed heartily, picked his nose, and flicked it towards Zhao Fucheng. "You old bastard, still in good shape? Can you eat enough at every meal? Can you still sleep at night? Those vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts haven't come to find you again." Zhao Fucheng interrupted fiercely. "Da Fei, I don't have time for your nonsense right now. Get out of the way." "Ha!" Da Fei exaggeratedly tossed his hair, dug at his earwax. "What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too damn noisy. Come on, speak up." Get lost, Zhao Fucheng shouted angrily. Wow. Dafei turned back and laughed at his brothers. Did you all hear that? Now you know how domineering Boss Xiao is. Dafei wore a foolish expression, grinning as he cursed. Zhao Fucheng, go to hell. I, Dafei, can go wherever I want, and leave however I want. Hey, I'm standing here. Hey, I'm walking sideways. Hey, I'm standing here again. Hey, I'm walking backward. What are you gonna do about it? Dafei danced around, bouncing back and forth, his movements exaggerated, clearly trying to provoke Zhao Fucheng. Zhao Fucheng's face turned ashen. Do you really want to die? I wouldn't mind killing one more. Hey, you hit the nail on the head. I've actually been a bit tired of living lately. You know what? During my physical exam, the doctor said my liver isn't good and told me to quit drinking. I said, you might as well just kill me with one blow. Dafei laughed loudly, tossing his hair back. Unfortunately, tonight you probably won't be able to kill me. No way, since I have more people than you. Dafei turned back to call out, right, brothers. Dafei's subordinates shouted in response, raising their knives and clashing them together, making a clanging sound. Zhao Fucheng's men also drew their knives, glaring at Dafei and the others. Both sides were on edge, ready for a fierce battle. Just as Dafei and Zhao Fucheng were at a standoff, another large group of people strode along the street, looking even more numerous and powerful than Dafei's crew. Dafei, is this what you call having a lot of people? Do I have more than you? The speaker was none other than Dinghua, the boss from Xingyi, dressed in a sleeveless shirt, his expression stern, with muscular arms. His subordinates were all tough and strong, having trained with him for years. Damn it, Ding, why aren't you at your broken gym hitting the sandbags? What are you doing here stirring up trouble? Afraid that old Xiao will take you down? Dinghua shot Dafei a cold glance, waved his hand, and his subordinates surged forward, standing alongside Dafei's men. Now this is what I call having a lot of people. Dafei and Dinghua exchanged smiles, provocatively looking at Zhao Fucheng. Huoyan watched this scene, smiling with satisfaction. The sparks he had ignited were finally blazing, and Zhao Fucheng's long-standing rule in the harbor was beginning to shake. Huoyan believed that soon more people would stand up against Zhao Fucheng and resist his tyranny. Zhao Fucheng glared at Dafei and Dinghua, but remained motionless. The phone rang incessantly from Zhao Fucheng's pocket. Old Zhao, your phone is ringing, are you deaf? Answer it. Dafei grinned mischievously, continuing to provoke Zhao Fucheng. I mean, with all this time, you might as well think about how to deal with that mess at Xiao. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, it's so damn troublesome. Zhao Fucheng's gaze swept over everyone present, icy and piercing. It seemed to say, I remember you all, you're all dead meat. Moments later, he dropped the knife in his hand and silently turned to leave. Dafei and Dinghua's subordinates erupted in loud laughter. The once mighty Zhao Fucheng, who thought he ruled the harbor, had finally been put in his place. Dinghua turned to look at Huoyan. I heard you're quite a fighter? Before Huoyan could speak, Dafei jumped in. Enough nonsense. Can someone who has swept through the Fucheng nightclub, pushed down an underground casino, and dealt with the people at the Xiao really be beaten? Dinghua, I reckon your title as the top fighter in Haigang is about to change hands. Dafei and Dinghua's subordinates looked at Huoyan, their curiosity and admiration barely concealed. Dinghua extended his fist. Once your injuries are healed, let's have a match. Huoyan bumped fists with Dinghua. It's a deal. Damn. Dafei picked his nose, a look of disdain on his face. You're already the big brother, yet you still think about throwing punches yourself. Are you guys out of your minds? Huoyan looked at Dafei with interest. Although this guy had a foul mouth and a cheap demeanor, he was quite an interesting character. What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome big brother before? Dafei tossed his hair. Hey, we should talk about how to completely take down that old bastard Xiao later. That's the real deal. Alright, I'll be back soon. Huoyan replied briskly. Then hurry up, see you later. Dafei waved his hand, signaling Huoyan and the others to leave quickly. The group helped each other as they walked towards the bus. But Dafei suddenly grabbed Diuchong. Hey, my help today isn't for free. You have to give me half of your earnings from that place later. Go to hell. Diuchong laughed and cursed. You think you can get half just by flapping your gums? At most, I'll treat you to a big meal. Hey, are you treating me like a beggar? Drink if you want, don't if you don't. Look at you being so stingy. You really are from the countryside, never seen the world. Dafei looked disgusted. Fine, I'll let you off easy. Alright, enough of that. Dinghua spoke up to stop them. You just keep yapping on. Dafei waved goodbye to everyone with a smile. Goodbye, bye-bye, take care, don't die on the way. As soon as Huoyan and the others got on the bus and settled in, it started moving, heading towards the highway out of the city. Dafei looked rough but was quite attentive, splitting his men into more than 10 cars, escorting them to the highway entrance before stopping. Once on the highway, the bus sped along, crossing an overpass and quickly entering the territory of Shiping County. Shiping was the place where Diao Chong and Diao Feng made their mark, and most of their subordinates were also from Shiping. They had built their power from here, establishing their influence over the years, and later expanded into the city to avenge their third brother Diao Gang. Although the brothers had left Shiping, they hadn't abandoned their stronghold and nest, still firmly rooted. Soon, more than 10 cars drove in from different highway entrances, following the bus closely. They were Diao Chang's subordinates left in Shiping, rushing over to provide support and escort. The bus headed straight for the Diao brothers' hometown, Dialongzui village. This was originally Hua Yan's plan. After taking Xiao, they would immediately retreat to Shiping. However, what was supposed to be a strategic withdrawal to avoid the limelight had turned into a flight, and they first needed to tend to their injuries. At midnight, the grand convoy arrived at this coastal fishing village, driving directly into a sizable private hospital. The medical staff, who had been waiting, quickly came forward to assist Hui Yan and the others into the emergency room, where treatment commenced immediately. This was also a property of the Diao brothers, originally established for the convenience of the villagers seeking medical care, and today it came in handy. The building was brightly lit, with doctors and nurses bustling about. Many others were also destined for a sleepless night. The entire Hai Gang was in a state of panic, rumors flying, chaos reigning. A joint rescue team composed of fire, municipal, public security, and health departments was working tirelessly to handle the explosion site. In the Municipal Party Committee office building, a high-level meeting was being urgently convened. But the busiest of all was Zhao Fucheng, whose phone had not stopped ringing, with wealthy and powerful figures connected to Xiao calling in to demand answers. Zhao Fucheng had never felt so embarrassed and passive. Faced with people of different backgrounds, he was sometimes tough, sometimes polite, and sometimes compromising, but he always gritted his teeth and said one thing: "I will solve it." The door was slammed open with a bang, and the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Hao Tianshi, wearing a hoodie and a hat, stormed in with an angry expression, launching into a tirade. "Old Xiao, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Can you even handle this?" Zhao Fucheng remained silent, took the glass of whiskey that Liang handed him, and downed it in one go before slowly speaking. "Yes, it's quite a big deal. There's no point in saying more. Let's think about how to solve it." "Solve it?" Hao Tianshi snorted coldly, even more furious. "How to solve it? An explosion, for crying out loud." It was an explosion at Xiao. Just the preliminary count shows over 10 bodies found on the street outside, and the search and rescue inside isn't even finished yet. There are probably quite a few there too. Several nearby buildings have been severely damaged, and the injured have filled up all the hospitals. "What the hell do you want to do about it?" "I can't solve it." Zhao Fucheng's expression was unchanged as he stared at Hao Tianshi, speaking coldly. "Even if you can't solve it, you have to solve it for me. If you can't handle it, then go find someone behind you, someone bigger than you, someone who can handle it." Zhao Fucheng's tone was icy, with a clear hint of threat. Hao Tianshi was furious. Don't forget, you all have been to Xiao before." Zhao Fucheng interrupted directly, spreading his hands. "It's the old saying, we're all grasshoppers on the same rope. If I'm uncomfortable, none of you can expect to be fine. If I fall, you all will go down with me. Do you dare to threaten me?" Hao Tianshi slammed the table. Zhao Fucheng shook his finger. "I'm just stating a fact." Hao Tianshi glared at Zhao Fucheng, but his momentum had clearly weakened. "Let me tell you another fact. In this world, I haven't encountered anything that money can't solve." Zhao Fucheng waved his hand, and Liang pushed over a luggage cart filled to the brim with bundles of 100 yuan bills. Zhao Fucheng picked up a stack and threw it in front of Hao Tianshi, laughing maniacally. "Back when you were the captain of the criminal police, didn't you want to arrest me and bring me to justice? In the end, what happened? Didn't I just use money to bring you down? Now you just want to take the money and get things done, right? How much do you want? Is this enough?" Hao Tianshi remained silent, his face turning pale. Zhao Fucheng picked up a bundle of cash and threw it directly at Hao Tianshi. "Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough?" Hao Tianshi waved his hand to block a bundle of money that was thrown at his face. "Enough, enough, old Xiao, but this isn't something I can handle alone. It involves many departments and many people." Zhao Fucheng sneered. "Tell them, starting from 10 million each, cash is fine, transferring to overseas accounts is fine too, whatever works, and if it's not enough, I can add more. Also, I'll cover all the expenses for the aftermath." Zhao Fucheng shrugged, laughing even more wildly. "Who the hell says I have too much money?" The emergency meeting of the municipal committee lasted a long time, with endless debates, during which many people took the opportunity to step out and answer phone calls. Some said it was just an accident, others questioned the need for an immediate thorough investigation, some suggested a wait-and-see approach regarding public sentiment. In the end, the authoritative leader made a decisive statement. "Everyone, what you say makes a lot of sense, and the debate is meaningful. I will say one thing. Sitting in our position, any decision we make will affect the people's livelihood and long-term development of the port, so we must have a big picture perspective. What is the biggest picture right now? Stability. Stability outweighs everything. The leader knocked heavily on the table, looking at everyone present. I finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? The meeting thus concluded. After dawn, all the discussion posts related to last night's explosion disappeared from the internet, leaving only a blue background with white text stating situation report. The gist was, at 21:12 last night, an explosion occurred in a building at No. 23 Yongnonli in our city. The fire department, public security, municipal, health, and other relevant departments quickly activated emergency plans, dispatching over 400 rescue personnel and 13 fire trucks to the scene for rescue operations. After 8 hours of intense rescue efforts, all trapped individuals were successfully rescued, with a total of 83 casualties. Among them, 12 died and 71 were injured. The injured have been promptly sent to the City People's Hospital for treatment, and their vital signs are stable, with family members remaining calm. The explosion caused damage to 11 buildings in 4 surrounding communities, with preliminary estimates of property losses reaching 210 million yuan. For the residents affected by the explosion, the government has arranged temporary housing and provided necessary living supplies, and is organizing efforts to repair damaged infrastructure, striving to restore power, water, and gas supplies as soon as possible. Relevant departments have launched a comprehensive investigation into the cause of the explosion overnight, and it has been determined that it was due to the main entity of the building, the Fuxing Charity Foundation, illegally altering gas facilities, leading to a gas leak that triggered the explosion. All responsible parties have been brought to justice. Thank you to all sectors of society for your concern and supervision. Aside from the usual meaningless chatter, there are 2 key pieces of information. First, this was just an unexpected incident caused by a gas leak. Second, the responsible parties are related personnel from the main entity of Xiao, the Fuxing Charity Foundation. Once the announcement was made, everything calmed down, voices silenced, and all was well. The routine of hot topics suddenly cooling down, even fading into silence, played out once again. Zhao Fuqing smiled smugly as he looked at the announcement. Huoyan, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei were also looking at the same announcement. They were all sitting on a fishing boat. The fishing boat floated on the vast, deep blue sea, gently swaying with the waves. Isn't this just blatant lying? Diao Feng threw his phone away in anger. Is it surprising? Diao Chong snorted coldly. Hasn't it always been like this? We used to do the same. When I was young, I thought black was black, and white was white. Things should be as they are. Gu Mei sighed softly. Only when I grew up did I realize that the whole world is a huge scam, all full of liars. Huoyan remained silent, quietly watching the seagulls flying up and down behind the fishing boat. How wonderful it would be if this world could always be so peaceful and harmonious. Gu Mei said sadly, I talked to those girls, they are very grateful to us, but no one dares to stand up and testify against Liang and Zhao Fucheng. The staff are the same. Diao Chong added, they are all scared out of their wits, especially after that explosion. Damn it. Diao Feng couldn't help but complain. Don't make it hard for them, any normal person would be afraid, let alone them. Having gone through those things, not going crazy is already very strong. Huoyan stood up and picked up the urn that was placed aside. Let's send a Hui on his way together. The others followed Huoyan, holding the grayish-white ashes, and scattered them into the sea. Back when Lin Zhuhui followed Diao Chong and Diao Feng to storm the fisherman's house, they had made a pact. Whoever died in battle, the survivor would scatter their ashes into the sea. A Hui, safe travels. Don't worry, one day, we will grind Zhao Fuqing to dust. Huoyan said softly, scattering the last handful of ashes. The captain pressed the horn, and the ship's whistle sounded long. In the top-floor office of Fucheng Building, Zhao Fuqing looked tired, leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, pretending to nap. From last night until now, he was utterly exhausted. Liang walked over briskly. Zhao Fuqing closed his eyes and commanded, speak. I asked the rescue team. They found the main server in the control room, but it was completely destroyed. However, they did not find the hard drive, and the connection cable was cut. Zhao Fuqing's eyes snapped open, filled with anger and tension. So it was indeed taken by Huoyan. Don't worry, that hard drive is heavily encrypted, only you can access it. In Huoyan's hands, it's just a brick, he can't crack it or access the contents inside. Zhao Fuqing shook his head and coldly shouted, don't tell me to not worry. As long as Huoyan is alive, I can't feel at ease. Liang lowered his head. What about the assassin you were supposed to find? Where is he? Zhao Fuqing asked. He's on his way, he should arrive in a couple of days. Hurry up, faster. Zhao Fuqing urged impatiently, I don't know what else Hui Yan will do, he needs to die quickly. At the Diao family's old residence, Hui Yan lay on a bamboo lounge chair while the village's old doctor was changing his bandages. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, a shocking sight. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume were gathered around a young man in his 20s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding a scholarly air. His name was Sun Yiqiang, the pride of the entire village of Dialongsui, a well-known academic achiever, and a rare top student currently studying as a graduate student in the computer science department at Haigang University. His father had passed away early, and he lived with his widowed mother in poverty, with Diao Chong supporting his education. He had returned to the village to visit his mother, and Diao Feng had directly brought him over to help. At that moment, Sun Yiqiang was sweating profusely, typing furiously on the computer, which was connected to a black hard drive. The screen once again displayed a verification failed prompt. Sun Yiqiang hung his head in frustration, grabbed the keyboard as if to smash it, but held back, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I can't figure it out. I've tried all the possible solutions, but I really can't. How can that be? Dao Chong asked, puzzled. You were quick with those other ones, why is this one? It's different, those were just simple encryptions, but this one is heavily encrypted and very complex. Hey, didn't you win a lot of awards? Diao Feng was anxious. How can a hard drive stump you? You're a college student. No, my skills are definitely fine. You can ask around, Fenggu. Sun Yiqiang quickly shook his head in defense. And I've broken the password in the chip, but this last encryption software is too strange. I've never seen anything like it, and it has no flaws. I don't dare to try again. I'm afraid it might trigger a self-destruct program, and that would be disastrous. Diao Chong and the others fell silent for a moment. If I can't crack it, then probably no one else can. Sun Yiqiang added confidently, we can only find the original owner to have a chance. The group fell into an even deeper silence. Sun Yiqiang looked at their expressions and curiously asked, Chonggo, what is the background of this hard drive? Whose is it, and what's inside? Diao Chong gently poked his forehead. Don't ask what you shouldn't. He didn't want to involve Sun Yiqiang in this. After changing the bandages, Hui Yan walked over. Xiao Sun, thank you. You can go back now. As Sun Yiqiang left, he looked back at the hard drive with reluctance and confusion. Gume picked up the hard drive and examined it for a moment before turning to Hui Yan. It seems you were right again. Zhao Fucheng must have secretly installed hidden cameras to capture the misdeeds of those wealthy and powerful figures who went to Xiabela, and it's all on this hard drive. I initially only speculated, but now I can confirm it. Zhao Fucheng certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to hold something over others. Hui Yan lightly flicked the hard drive with his finger. If we can get the video inside, it could become a powerful weapon for us to take down Zhao Fucheng. This old fool is just being clever for nothing. Diao Chong stared at the hard drive. But what if we can't crack it? Diao Feng scratched his head. Little son can't handle it, and we don't understand such professional matters. Hui Yan remained calm, unhurried, and said lightly, if little son can't handle it, we can't bring in others either. There are always some special people in this world who have unique talents and skills in certain areas. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume all looked at Hui Yan. For example, there was once a person who got into the youth class of the University of Science and Technology of China at the age of 12. At 15, he wrote a software in his spare time and won a gold medal from the International Cybersecurity Alliance. By 17, he had hacked into the CIA's network system. Wow, isn't that the legendary genius hacker? Diao Feng immediately rekindled hope. What's his name? Wei Mengkai. Is he in the harbor? Hui Yan nodded. Alright then, Diao Chong interjected, that makes it easier. I'll send someone to invite him over right away. Hui Yan shook his head. I'm afraid we can't invite him. Is it hard to invite him? Then let's just kidnap him, Diao Feng said fiercely. Hui Yan continued to shake his head. It definitely can't be done. Ah, why not? He's currently serving time in the second prison of the city. Diao Feng immediately cooled down, scratching his head in frustration. Then we really can't kidnap him. But Hui Yan smiled again. We can't kidnap him, but we can have someone bring him out. Ha! Diao Chong and Diao Feng exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Hui Yan. Is that possible? Do you have a brother in the second prison? Of course, Jin Bao has been there for over 2 years, and you were the one who caught him back then, Diao Chong replied. Let this Jin Bao take good care of Wei Mengkai first. Hui Yan smiled. Tomorrow we will go find someone to talk to. The old Chinese medicine doctor, who was packing up the medicine box, came over and slapped Hui Yan on the head. What are you talking about? Haven't you heard that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone? Look at what kind of injury you have. You want to go out and have fun tomorrow? Hui Yan covered his head, looking innocent. Alright, I won't go. Just don't hit me, I'm already injured. What if you knock me out with another slap? As Hui Yan spoke, he exchanged glances with the Diao brothers. Diao Chong understood. Don't worry, we'll keep a close eye on him. He can't go anywhere. Just lie here and rest, Diao Feng chimed in. Oomph, you all think you can fool me, huh? The old doctor glared at Hui Yan and the others. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Do you all really think you're made of special materials? Sooner or later, you'll get yourselves killed. Don't come looking for me then. The old doctor angrily left with his medicine box. Hui Yan and the Diao brothers looked at each other and laughed. Gume assessed Hui Yan. Actually, you investigated this long ago and planned to find this way God, right? Hui Yan nodded. I guessed we might encounter a situation like this, so I made a little preparation in advance. Gume extended her long, beautiful fingers and poked Hui Yan's chest, playfully scolding. You, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Diao Chong and Diao Feng turned their heads in unison, pretending they saw nothing. Hui Yan smiled lightly. The enemy is cunning. We must think further than they do. In the backyard of Xingshan residence, Zhao Fuqing threw a live chicken onto the large lawn. The big dog Wang Kai, with a fierce gaze, leaped up and bit the chicken's throat. Zhao Fuqing watched expressionlessly, coldly observing as Wang Kai tore into the chicken, which flailed and struggled desperately. Blood splattered everywhere, feathers scattered. Liang walked over, and upon seeing this scene, the severed end of his left pinky finger involuntarily twitched a few times. Is the gunman here? Zhao Fuqing couldn't wait to ask. The plane landed an hour ago. I sent someone to pick him up in advance. He should be. Before Liang could finish his sentence, his phone rang. As soon as he picked it up, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his otherwise lifeless face. What? He went to the market? The boss has to go pick him up personally. The harbor airport, like most airports in the country, is far from the city center, and the journey passes through some towns and villages in the urban-rural fringe, with Luozhuang being one of them. At the entrance of the town, a market was set up with tents forming small stalls selling local specialties, common snacks, and odd little toys for children. In between, there were game stalls for shooting toy guns and ring toss. It was the afternoon, and there were few customers. A middle-aged man wearing wide-brimmed glasses, with a peaceful face and a stout build, was enjoying himself, holding a large lamb skewer in one hand and a candied hawthorn in the other, curiously looking around with a face full of wonder. A black luxury car was parked by the roadside. Zhao Fuqing scrutinized the man through the car window, his expression doubtful. Are you sure your subordinate didn't pick up the wrong person? He really is the top sharpshooter from Malaysia, the one with godlike marksmanship? Liang swiped on his tablet, checking the relevant information. According to the data, it's definitely him. Fei Xiang. Recommended by Master Long San of the Siamese Dragon, he has helped eliminate many enemies. He once killed 7 of the top 10 warriors of the Haiqing gang in a single operation. Zhao Fuqing's face remained stern, still not quite believing it, and he looked back at Fei Xiang. A delicate little hand reached over from behind and tugged at Fei Xiang's clothes. It was a cute girl about 15 years old, with twin ponytails and dressed in a loli-style dress, holding a lollipop in her mouth and dragging several doll toys in her hand. Daddy, I want that one. The girl pointed at a small minion toy on a stall in front. Fei Xiang smiled and agreed, looking every bit the doting father. Alright, Daddy will buy it for Xiao Kuei right now. Anger immediately surged onto Zhao Fuqing's face. He's even brought his daughter? Damn, does he think he's here for a vacation? Liang broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to respond. Excuse me, how much is this minion? Fei Xiang politely inquired. Not for sale. The stall owner, who was engrossed in his phone, looked up irritably and pointed at the toy guns and the various balloons fixed to the wall. See, this is a shooting game. 10 yuan for 10 bullets, and if you pop a balloon, you can exchange it for a corresponding prize. Can I exchange a popped balloon for the minion? 1. What kind of joke is that? The minion is the grand prize. You need to hit all 10 shots to exchange for it. Alright, I'll give it a try. Fei Xiang handed the stall owner 10 yuan, casually picked up a toy gun loaded with plastic BBs, and seriously aimed at the balloons. Zhao Fuqing and Liang watched Fei Xiang with curiosity and anticipation. Fei Xiang pulled the trigger, shooting into the air, the plastic bullet flying who knows where. The stall owner struggled to hold back his laughter. Fei Xiang, frustrated, kept pulling the trigger, firing off the plastic bullets one after another. However, nothing happened, not a single balloon was hit. Fei Xiang stopped. I think I only have 1 bullet left. The stall owner finally couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into laughter and giving a thumbs up in mockery. Dude, you're really something. I've been running this stall for so long, and I've never seen anyone miss every single shot. You're amazing. Zhao Fuqing, disappointed, withdrew his gaze, his face darkening. Just send him back to the airport. He should leave the same way he came. That bastard Long San actually dared to pull this on me. Liang nodded and picked up his phone to contact his subordinates. The stall owner tried to persuade him. Dude, you definitely won't get a chance with that one. Why not try another 10 shots? Maybe you'll get lucky. Fei Xiang asked seriously. What if this last bullet of mine can pop all the balloons? The stall owner laughed so hard he could barely stand up. If you can pop all the balloons with one shot, I swear I'll give you everything here, all of it. Yay! Xiao Kuwei clapped her hands happily. Alright, I'll give it a try. Fei Xiang still wore a gentle smile and kindly addressed the stall owner. Could you please step aside? I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you later. The stall owner laughed even louder, exaggeratedly moving far away. Okay, I'll step aside. Thank you, Fei Xiang said politely. I'll step back too. It wouldn't be good to hurt myself. The stall owner was puzzled. What are you talking about? Fei Xiang smiled, took a few steps back, turned his back to the stall, and suddenly shot off the last bullet casually. The bullet didn't hit the balloons on the wall but accurately struck the light bulb hanging from the beam. The bulb exploded, glass shards flying everywhere, and bang 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 bang. The balloons on the wall were pierced by the glass shards and instantly popped all at once. The luxury car by the roadside had already started and was about to leave when Zhao Fuqing suddenly widened his eyes. The stall owner was dumbfounded, even forgetting that he had been cut by the glass shards on his cheek, finally understanding what hurt meant. Sorry, I fired accidentally, what great luck. Fei Xiang said with an apologetic face. Xiao Kuei, come and pick whatever you want. Zhao Fuqing pounded on the driver's seat. Stop, quick, stop. At the top floor of Fucheng building, Zhao Fuqing held Fei Xiang's chubby hand. Welcome, Mr. Fei Xiang. You're too kind, Boss Xiao. I've long admired your name. Likewise, Zhao Fuqing laughed heartily. With Mr. Fei Xiang's help, success is guaranteed. Fei Xiang smiled and withdrew his hand. Boss Xiao, you might be mistaken. I've already retired. I'm just here for a vacation this time. Zhao Fuqing was taken aback. Fei Xiang pointed back at Xiao Kuei, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa playing with the toy gun. The real sharpshooter is her. Xiao Kuei, with a lollipop in her mouth, looked innocent and waved at Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing's face froze. Huh? A bodyguard nearby let out a barely audible grunt. Xiao Kuei suddenly raised the toy gun and aimed it at the bodyguard, pulling the trigger directly. With a pop, a steel ball shot out, hitting the bodyguard's protruding Adam's apple, creating a blood hole. The bodyguard fell to the ground, clutching his neck in pain. Everyone's expression changed, and Liang stepped forward, shielding Zhao Fuqing behind him, staring at Xiao Kuei with a mix of vigilance and astonishment. Sorry, my little girl just modified this toy a bit on the way. I hope it scared you all, Fei Xiang apologized politely. In fact, I retired because of my daughter. Boss Zhao might not believe it, but her shooting skills are already much better than mine. Although she is my daughter, for a sharpshooter, seeing such a talented peer is also a blow to the principles. Zhao Fuqing pushed Liang aside, clapped his hands a few times, and walked toward Xiao Kuei. I, Zhao, have been blind and have treated Miss Kuei poorly. I apologize. After firing, Xiao Kuei seemed like a different person, cold and sharp. Give me the target's information. Also, prepare the gun quickly. I'm not used to not having a gun in my hand. Zhao Fuqing waved his hand, and Liang immediately presented the prepared information on Huiyan. As you both know, we have very strict gun control here. Arrangements are already being made, so please wait a little longer, Miss Kuei. Xiao Kuei ignored Zhao Fuqing, quietly staring at the photo of Huiyan in her hand. In Dialanzui village, Huiyan sat on a rock, gazing at the rolling waves of the sea. Diao Chong and Diao Feng walked over quickly. I found out that Feng Lizi was released on medical parole from the second prison last month. Huiyan stood up. Let's go, we need to ask him how he got out. Fumantang is a well-known restaurant, claimed to be a century-old establishment, but in reality, it has only been around for a little over 30 years. Nevertheless, it can be considered a place of certain prestige in the harbor. On the third floor, a red banner reading "Congratulations to Mr. Feng Shulin on his 48th birthday" hangs in the banquet hall, where guests gather, toasting and exchanging drinks, creating a lively atmosphere. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that most of the guests have fierce faces and are unruly ruffians. The banquet had been underway for some time, and the hostess at the reception desk estimated that no more guests would arrive. Preparing to put away the red envelope box and the sign-in book, 3 men approached, Huiyan, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng. Huiyan tossed down a thick red envelope, casually scribbled a few strokes in the sign-in book, and walked straight in with Diao Chong and Diao Feng. The hostess opened the envelope to check and was startled. It contained a stack of ghost money. The sign-in book had a drawing of a blazing flame where the name was supposed to be written. In the most luxurious fortune source private room of Fumantang, the short, stout birthday celebrant Feng Shulin was beaming, drinking heartily with his brothers and close friends. Amidst the applause, he tilted his head back and downed a glass of white liquor. A waitress came over to help pour drinks, but Feng Shulin slapped her on the back and twisted her arm. The waitress trembled, glancing at the room full of fierce-looking men, too afraid to speak, trying to sidestep. But the more she tried to evade, the more Feng Shulin got into it, his chubby hands becoming increasingly reckless. The waitress, panicked and frightened, spilled a bit of liquor on Feng Shulin's thigh. Feng Shulin's expression changed instantly, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Clumsy, you're really ruining the mood. What do you think we should do?" I'll help you wipe it off," the waitress hurriedly replied, grabbing a tissue. Feng Shulin seized her hand, moving it upward and inward. "Hey, wipe this too." The waitress pulled her hand away with all her might, feeling both ashamed and furious. "This won't come off clean," Feng Shulin chuckled wickedly. "Why not lick it clean?" The crowd erupted in laughter, egging him on. "Hey, I think that's a good idea." "That's right, hurry up and lick it. What are you waiting for? Get on with it." The waitress, both shocked and scared, had tears welling in her eyes, wanting to escape, but was pushed back by a younger thug named Hu Chang. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Shulin wrapped his arm around the waitress's neck and pushed her down. The onlookers grew more excited, laughing heartily, while Hu Chang took out his phone to record. The waitress struggled desperately, but could not withstand Feng Shulin's brute strength, and her face was about to touch his. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open with a bang. Huayan walked in, staring coldly at Feng Shulin. "Feng, you scoundrel, acting up again? Have you forgotten how you ended up in jail, Hua officer?" Feng Shulin instinctively shivered and quickly released the waitress, standing up. A year ago, he had been dining at a restaurant, drunk and misbehaving with a waitress. When she refused, he became enraged and injured her, along with the lobby manager and the restaurant owner who tried to intervene. Huayan, who had just finished a nearby task, happened to catch him in the act and directly subdued him, arresting him on the spot. He was later sentenced to 3 years in prison, sent to the second prison to serve his time. Yet, just a little over a year later, not only was he out, but he also dared to throw a lavish birthday banquet and continue harassing waitresses. Feng Shulin was so frightened he nearly knelt down, but then he reacted, turning back to sit down, looking arrogantly at Huayan. "Damn it, do you think you're still a cop, shouting at me like that?" Huayan remained impassive, and Feng Shulin turned to the others. "Hey, do you know? This kid was the one who arrested me back then, so arrogant. I heard he even dared to challenge young Master Zhao, and ended up having his uniform stripped off." Everyone burst into laughter, completely disregarding Huayan and mocking him recklessly. "Ha, what a narrow road for enemies." Hu Chang stood up. "Brother Feng, I'll make this bastard kneel and apologize to you right now." "Just kneeling won't do, he has to knock his head a few times. We should celebrate a birthday with some excitement." Feng Shulin was showing off, and everyone laughed uproariously. "Wow, Feng the Lame, squatting in jail for a year has really sharpened your skills. You've got quite the attitude, and the show is pretty grand." Dao Chong and Diao Feng walked in, laughing and chatting. The people present were taken aback. They were all from the underworld. Who wouldn't recognize the infamous Diao brothers? Why had these two notorious figures suddenly shown up? Feng Shulin quickly stood up to greet them. "Brother Chong, Brother Feng, what brings you here?" "We're here to celebrate your birthday," Diao Chong said with a smile. Feng Shulin was stunned. He had no prior relationship with the Diao brothers. Seeing the envious looks from those around him, he felt a surge of pride. "Oh, no, I can't accept this. Thank you so much. You two are really giving me face. Please, have a seat." Those with good sense quickly stood up to make room, inviting Diao Chong and Diao Feng to sit down. Diao Chong and Diao Feng brushed off their chairs but did not sit down. Instead, they turned to Huayan. "Brother Yan, please take a seat." Feng Shulin and the others were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes and ears. The Diao brothers were notorious for their ferocity. They would even defy Zhao Fuqing to avenge their brother. How could they be so polite and respectful to a former cop who had been stripped of his uniform? Huayan smiled and casually sat down, glancing at everyone before saying lightly, "Except for Feng the Lame, everyone else put your hands on your heads and squat against the wall." The crowd was still trying to figure out the situation and didn't move at first. Diao Chong and Diao Feng drew knives from their waists and slammed them onto the table with a clang. "Did you not hear Brother Yen? Hurry up!" Suddenly, there was a chaotic clatter of chairs and benches as everyone rushed to the wall, squatting with their heads in their hands. "You all!" Feng Shulin didn't expect everyone to be so disloyal, feeling both angry and anxious. But looking at the fierce Diao brothers, he didn't dare to explode. Diao Chong grabbed Hu Chang, who was trying to slip away quickly. "Hey, wait, what did you just say about making someone kneel and apologize?" I. Hu Chang stammered, feeling awkward and scared, unable to speak. Diao Chong casually ordered, "Go kneel at the door and slap your own mouth." Hu Chang obediently walked to the door, just about to kneel when he saw the guests in the hall looking over in surprise, and suddenly felt too embarrassed to kneel. Diao Chong leaned out, giving him a cold glare. Hu Chang's legs went weak, and he plopped down to kneel, raising his hand to slap his own face. I have a loose mouth, I have a foul mouth. Diao Chong coldly said, if I don't say stop, you can't stop. Feng Shulin stared in shock at this scene, glancing between the Diao brothers and Huiyan, finally starting to understand. Hua, brother Hua, I didn't know you were with brother Chong and brother Feng. I was blind, please forgive me, I'm sorry. Wrong, Diao Chong interrupted, it's us who are following brother Yin. Diao Feng added, he is our big brother. Feng Shulin was completely stunned. Huiyan waved to a timid waitress cowering in the corner, signaling her to come over. Feng the lame, lick her shoes clean. Ha! Feng Shulin gasped in shock. Feng Shulin gasped, completely dumbfounded. The people squatting against the wall involuntarily turned to look, and even Hu Chang at the door turned his head to peek while slapping his own face. Huiyan pointed at the waitress's feet. Do I need to say it again? Feng Shulin looked at Huiyan's stern face, then at the gleeful Diao brothers, and helplessly bent down towards the waitress's feet. You want to hold her feet and lick them directly? What are you thinking? Huiyan gestured for the waitress to take off her shoes and kick them directly to Feng Shulin. Feng Shulin hurriedly caught them. The waitress was wearing black leather shoes. Although they weren't particularly dirty, walking around a place like a restaurant all day inevitably meant they had picked up some grease and trash, and her stockings had a bit of a smell. Feng Shulin felt nauseous, his face contorted in disgust. You can't bring yourself to do it? You know it's disgusting? Huiyan said coldly, then why do you get so worked up when you force others? Is bullying people that enjoyable? Brother Hua, I was wrong, I won't dare again, I'll be a good person from now on, Feng Shulin pleaded on his knees. Huiyan sneered. Diao Feng plunged a knife heavily into the dining table. Feng the lame, if you don't want this birthday banquet to turn into a funeral, you better hurry up. Feng Shulin shivered, not daring to delay any longer. He knelt on the ground and stuck out his tongue to lick the shoe's sole. The waitress's tears flowed uncontrollably, the grievances she had bottled up finally found an outlet. Those squatting in the corner were dumbfounded. Hu Chang even forgot to slap himself. Look, this is your big brother. Diao Feng mocked, shouting towards the hall outside, come quick, Feng the lame is licking the soles of shoes, the birthday star is licking the soles of shoes, don't miss it if you pass by. People in the hall really gathered at the door to watch, all of them stunned, and someone even vomited. Feng Shulin's face turned as red as a monkey's but he dared not stop licking, so he had to speed up and lick vigorously. After finishing one shoe, Feng Shulin quickly turned to Huiyan. Brother Hua, is that enough? There's still one more. Ha, yeah, good things come in pairs. Don't dawdle, everyone hasn't had their fill of the show yet. Feng Shulin was almost in tears, his knees aching from kneeling, so he had to lay flat on the ground and lick the other shoe even harder, just wanting to end this terrifying embarrassment as soon as possible. Finally, when he finished licking, his tongue was raw and bleeding, and he collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Huiyan looked at the waitress. Are you satisfied? The waitress nodded nervously. Except for Feng the lame, everyone else get out. At Huiyan's command, everyone scrambled to escape, pushing and shoving, not daring to look at Huiyan again. Diao Chong and Diao Feng stood up to close the private room door. Huiyan got up and sat down next to Feng Shulin. Feng Shulin had no idea what they were going to do, feeling terrified. Brother Hua, please don't play with me anymore, I beg you, let me go. Get up, now we can talk about business. Feng Shulin was bewildered. Business? Huiyan asked coldly, tell me, who helped you illegally obtain medical parole? Feng Shulin's face changed drastically, fear gripping him more than licking the shoe soles, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I really am sick, I had to come out for treatment, I didn't break any rules, and no one helped me. Huiyan smiled, pointing at the wine glass on the table. Didn't you get the paperwork done because of severe liver cirrhosis? And you still dare to drink? Are you trying to throw your life away? I didn't drink, I just wet my lips a bit, just to show goodwill. You know how it is with brothers and friends, hard to refuse their kindness. Feng Shulin forced a smile. Really didn't drink? Really? Before Feng the lame could finish his sentence, Huiyan punched him hard in the stomach and quickly stepped back. With a splash, Feng the lame vomited all over the place, the smell of alcohol overwhelming. Ha, you risked your life to drink just a few ounces of this yellow soup, and now I've made you bring it all back up. Sorry about that. It's fine, Brother Yen, we can just give it back to him, double the amount. Diao Chong grinned, pouring out a 1.5L bottle filled with juice and slamming it down on the table. Diao Feng picked up a wine bottle and started pouring liquor into the open bottle. Feng the lame looked miserable, utterly at a loss. Huiyan coldly asked again, can you talk now? Chen Shibang, the deputy warden of the second prison, is the one who helped me with my medical parole, Feng Shulin hurriedly confessed. What benefits did you give him? Nothing special, we're relatives, he's my second aunt's nephew's distant cousin. Huiyan turned to Diao Feng and said, keep pouring the wine. Got it. Diao Feng had just finished pouring a whole bottle of white liquor and picked up another bottle to continue. Brother Feng, you don't need to pour anymore. Feng Shulin realized he couldn't bluff his way out. His son bought a house, and I gave him 300,000. Huayan remained silent, and Diao Feng continued pouring. As Feng Shulin saw the cup nearly full, he became completely anxious and gritted his teeth. No, don't pour anymore. I'll tell you, that bastard Chen is particularly lecherous. I introduced my younger sister Lily to him as a mistress, and that's why he agreed to help me. Huayan raised his hand, and Diao Feng finally put down the bottle. Call Lily and have her meet Chen Jibang. Okay. Feng Shulin dared not play any tricks anymore. In front of Huayan and the others, he obediently called Lily. Moments later, Lily returned the call. Chen Jibang was eagerly waiting to meet Lily and agreed without hesitation, heading over to her place. Huayan handed over a tissue. Feng Shulin, now clever, quickly wrote down Lily's address and detailed the directions, including where to turn at the intersection, where to park downstairs, and even the password for Lily's electronic smart lock. It seemed he had visited her often. Perhaps he had a fling with Lily as well. Brother Hua, I've cooperated so much. Can you let me go? Feng Shulin pleaded with a shameless face. I'll listen to you from now on. Really? Absolutely. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Feng Shulin patted his chest. Huayan pointed to the large pot of liquor. Alright, let's finish this first. No, I. Feng Shulin was on the verge of tears. My liver is really bad, it could kill me. What does it matter if scum like you dies? The world could use one less menace. Huayan said coldly and indifferently. Feng Shulin opened his mouth, speechless. Feng Shulin looked at the large pot of white liquor in front of him, wanting to cry but unable to, unsure of what to do. Huayan smiled and pointed to the sky. You just swore that you'd be struck by lightning. Is that not enough? Diao Chong added. Then let me pour you 2 more bottles. Diao Feng pretended to go for the bottles. No. I'll drink. Feng Shulin's eyes were filled with tears. Biting his teeth, he lifted the large pot of liquor and tilted his head back to gulp it down. After drinking half, Feng Shulin slipped under the table, unconscious, his face turning purple. Whether he was dead or alive was uncertain. Huayan stood up and left with Diao Chong and Diao Feng. In the lobby outside, most of the guests had already slipped away, and the remaining ones were silent as a wooden chicken. Hu Cheng was still kneeling at the door of the private room, slapping his own face repeatedly, his face already swollen, broken, and bleeding. Huayan and the others walked away, passing by Feng Shulin's group of little brothers and friends without even glancing at them, as if in a deserted land. Almost half an hour later, confirming that Huayan and the others had truly left, Hu Cheng dared to stop and collapsed to the ground. The others rushed in, lifting the barely breathing Feng Shulin to send him to the hospital for emergency treatment. At this time, Huayan, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng arrived at the Qinghua community where Lily lived. This neighborhood was quite famous in the harbor, with trendy decor, convenient transportation, and numerous buildings. The demographic was a mix of people, housing many internet celebrities, models, and escort girls, with Lily being one of them. Following the information provided by Feng Shulin, the 3 parked downstairs, took the elevator directly to the 12th floor, turned left and right, and soon arrived at Lily's door. Huayan entered the password, and with a click, the door opened. Feng Shulin really hadn't dared to deceive them. The 3 of them quickly slipped into the room and shut the door behind them. The living room was scattered with men's shirts and pants, women's skirts and lingerie, indicating that Chen Jibang was indeed quite eager, unable to wait as soon as he entered. Laughter and indistinct moans echoed from the bedroom. Diao Feng grasped the bedroom doorknob while Diao Chong took out his phone and switched to camera mode. Huayan nodded. Diao Feng immediately pushed the door open, and Diao Chong rushed in with his phone raised. The 2 on the bed were writhing intensely, instantly startled into a shriek. Diao Feng yanked the blanket away, and Diao Chong captured their embarrassing state on camera. Lily trembled in fear, while Chen Jibang's face turned dark, demanding sternly, "Who are you? What do you want?" Diao Chong ignored him, continuing to film, shoving the camera right in Chen Jibang and Lily's faces. "Did my wife send you? How much did she give you? I'll pay double. Chen Jibang covered his face, trying to negotiate. Diao Chong and Diao Feng put down their phones, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter. "Hello, Director Chen." Huayan then walked in, casually tossing the blanket to Lily to cover her body, signaling her to leave. Lily hurriedly followed the blanket and fled outside. Chen Jibang lowered his hand from his face, looking at Huayan in confusion. "You are Huayan?" Huayan nodded. When he was a police officer, he had interrogated prisoners at the second prison several times and had dealings with Chen Jibang. A person who appeared particularly serious and upright on the surface turned out to be so sordid and lewd in private. Anger immediately surfaced on Chen Jibang's face, and he reprimanded sternly, Are you the one who instructed them? What do you want? I know you've been dismissed from the criminal police team, but you were a police officer before, and you studied law. Do you know what your actions are now? Trespassing, intimidation, and even secretly filming a public official. Diao Chong played dumb. Huh? We're just filming openly. Diao Feng chuckled. We haven't even started threatening you yet. Huiyan smiled, pointing at Chen Zhibang and Lily. So, Director Chen, what is your behavior then? I truly love Lily. We are a couple. What's the problem? Chen Zhibang said without a hint of embarrassment, questioning Huiyan instead, his psychological resilience impressive. Oh, I see. Huiyan smiled even more happily. Then you surely won't mind if I send the video to your wife? Or to the disciplinary committee? I only have a moral flaw at most, a disciplinary violation. Chen Zhibang still held his ground. But you are breaking the law. Do you want to experience life in the second prison? The more Chen Zhibang spoke, the more emboldened he became, even threatening Huiyan. Huiyan replied calmly, oh, what about accepting bribes, falsifying medical records, and improperly granting medical parole? Is that legal? Chen Zhibang's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense, how dare you? This is slander. Huiyan stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Chen Zhibang, causing him to crash against the wall. You talk too much. Please understand the situation. This is not your time to hold a meeting in the entire prison. Huiyan coldly scolded, waving his hand at Diao Chong. Diao Chong grabbed Chen Zhibang by the hair, holding the phone up to his face. The screen was playing a video of Feng Shulin confessing to bribing Chen Zhibang with money and women. Feng, you bastard. Chen Zhibang cursed angrily, his entire demeanor collapsing, his face pale, no longer arrogant, looking fearfully at Huiyan and the others. What do you want from us? Very simple, and also what you are best at. Huiyan said, arrange for someone to come out. Do you want medical parole too? Chen Zhibang wore a pained expression, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. You have no idea how difficult this is. We need to prepare a lot of materials, get the hospital's cooperation, and have multiple departments sign off on it. But you've done a lot already. Diao Feng retorted coldly. Diao Chong shook his phone. Do you think you still have the right to refuse? Chen Zhibang helplessly relented. But that will take time, at least 3 months to prepare. Otherwise, not only will the matter fail, but I will also be exposed. Huiyan shook his head, holding up 3 fingers. We can't wait that long. You have at most 3 days to prepare. That's impossible. Chen Zhibang closed his eyes, throwing caution to the wind. If that's the case, you might as well just kill me now. You think I wouldn't dare? Diao Feng shouted angrily, raising his hand to strike Chen Zhibang, but Huiyan stopped him. We don't need complete medical parole procedures, just make him fall seriously ill, have the medical department issue a diagnosis stating that the patient is in life-threatening danger, and that the prison's medical conditions can't treat him. Huiyan had already thought of a plan and spoke confidently. You just need to sign, agreeing to the external treatment, and follow the proper procedures to send him to the designated hospital. Chen Zhibang pondered for a moment. So I just need to sign? Huiyan nodded. Chen Zhibang finally nodded. Who is this person you're talking about? Wei Menkai. Ah, you mean that fool? Chen Zhibang was baffled. In cell no. 5 of the second prison of Haigang City. It was already past lights out, and a row of inmates lay side by side on the bunk beds. Snoring filled the air. In a corner near the toilet, a frail young man sat cross-legged in the dark, his delicate features framed by glasses, exuding an air of intellect that clashed with the prison environment. But his prison uniform indicated he was one of them. The many pieces of tape stuck to the legs of his glasses and the lenses revealed that his situation here was dire. His lips moved slightly, as if murmuring something, but it was barely audible. Next to him, a bald, muscular man turned over and stretched, accidentally kicking the young man down. Damn it, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Are you losing your mind? The young man silently got back up, crossed his legs again, and continued to murmur. One had to get very close and possess sufficient mathematical knowledge to hear that he was calculating a complex mathematical formula from thin air. He was the genius in Huiyan's eyes, the fool in Chen Zhibang's words, Wei Menkai. At Lily's home, Huiyan discussed the specific details with Chen Zhibang again, setting the action time for 2 days later based on Chen Zhibang's duty schedule. Afterward, Huiyan finally left with Diao Chong and Diao Feng, leaving a pale-faced Chen Zhibang and a shaken Lily behind. Huiyan did not return to Dialongzui village but had Diao Chong drive directly to the drug dealer Hu Shuyong's house. 3 long and 2 short, then 1 long and 1 short. Huiyan knocked on the door according to the previous code used by Hua Ziying. After a moment, the door opened a crack. Hu Shuyong cautiously peeked outside, and upon seeing Huiyan, immediately tried to close the door. Diao Chong had already stuck his foot in to block it. Diao Feng picked up the wire cutters he had bought on the way and swiftly cut the anti-theft chain, kicking the door open. The three worked together with practiced ease. Hu Shuyong, frightened, shrank into a corner, looking aggrieved. Big brother, I really didn't say anything about the last incident. That old lady never even came. You can't blame me for that. Hu Shuyong had no idea what had happened in the past few days and thought Huiyen was here to trouble him again because of Hua Ziying. Huiyen approached with a cold expression, clenching his fist, aiming at Hu Shuyong's nose, and pretended to strike. Beard Yong instinctively wanted to dodge, but was firmly held by Diao Chong and Diao Feng on either side, so scared that he closed his eyes. The fist did not fall. Huiyen just patted him. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you today, to buy some medicine. Beard Yong let out a long sigh of relief, covering his chest with his hand. Oh, big brother, you should have said so earlier. You scared my little heart, thump thump, almost gave me a heart attack. That's right, Huiyen said calmly, I was deliberately trying to scare you. Ha? Beard Yon looked confused. The medicine I want to buy is just like that. It can make people's heart rate speed up, even cause palpitations and irregular heartbeats, with abnormal fluctuations on the ECG, suspected heart attack. Huiyen tapped Beard Yon's head, emphasizing the point. But the symptoms can disappear quickly, and it absolutely won't endanger life. Beard Yon's eyes lit up, suddenly interested. Well, you really found the right person. This is my specialty. Chlorpromazine can have this effect. As long as the dosage is right, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Diao Chong and Diao Feng showed joy. Huiyen politely said, then please help me prepare it as soon as possible. Got it. Please wait a moment. How much? What money? As long as you don't keep scaring me, I'll consider it a blessing. Beard Yong waved his hand and immediately went to the back to prepare the medicine. A moment later, he came out with a small medicine bag, respectfully handed it to Huiyen, and reminded him, be sure to pay attention to the dosage, it can't be too much or too little. Talking about efficacy without discussing dosage is nonsense. Thank you. Huiyen took it in his hand. That old lady won't be coming back. If someone knocks on the door with that code in the future, it's me. Understood, understood. Beard Yong nodded and bowed, at your service anytime. Once Huiyen and the others left, Beard Yong let out a sigh, sitting down on the ground, looking aggrieved. What kind of people are these? Why is everyone so fierce? This business is really impossible to do. I think I should move out early. On the way back, as they passed the Paradise nightclub, Diao Chong involuntarily slowed down, driving slowly past. The usually bustling nightclub was dark and desolate, with a notice of closure posted at the entrance. When they attacked the little white building that night, almost all of Diao Chang's subordinates stationed there were deployed. After the explosion, Huiyen instructed Diao Chong to notify the remaining staff to close the shop immediately and evacuate to prevent Zhao Fuqing from retaliating. Don't worry, we'll be back soon, Huiyen said to Diao Chong. Of course, Diao Chong grinned. By then, we need to hold a big ceremony. Diao Feng exaggeratedly gestured, to infuriate that bastard Zhao Fuqing. Just as Diao Chong was about to speed away, Huiyen suddenly patted him. A car stopped at the nightclub entrance, and the people inside seemed to be observing. Zhao Fuqing's people? Diao Chong stopped the car. Huiyen shook his head. Lai Tianhua. I saw this car in his yard the last time I went to find him. What is he doing here? Diao Feng asked, puzzled. Huiyen opened the door and got out, walking over to knock on the car window. The glass rolled down, and Lai Tianhua poked his head out, looking pleasantly surprised. Mr. Hua, it's really you. I was just looking for you everywhere. It's great that you're okay. What do you want from me? Lai Tianhua opened the door and got out, walking to Huiyen's side. The land by the steel mill you mentioned, I checked it later, and it really is toxic. You saved the lives of my whole family, Lai Tianhua. Lai Tianhua respectfully bowed to Huiyen. I prepared a little thank you gift, not much, 50 million, and I want to give it to you in person. Huiyen shook his head. No need to give me anything. No, just a small token of appreciation, you must accept it. Huiyen smiled, of course I'll accept. Why wouldn't I? So you mean? Lai Tianhua looked a bit confused. Chong, send an account number to President Lai. Mr. Lai, you can just transfer the money directly to Chong. Brother Yen. Diao Chong was taken aback. I don't really need the money, Huiyen said. You have a lot of brothers to support and a whole bunch of businesses to maintain. Thank you, Brother Yen. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were deeply moved. Lai Tianhua was very surprised and gave Huiyen a thumbs up. Mr. Hua, you are truly righteous and good to your brothers. Mr. Lai, aren't you afraid that Zhao Fuqing will come after you for being so proactive and giving me money? Huiyen asked. That bastard is planning to ruin me, so why should I be afraid of him? Besides, I believe he will soon fall, and it will be at your hands, Mr. Hua. Lai Tianhua looked at Huiyen with respect. It seemed that the incident at Xiao had shaken him greatly. From now on, I, Lai, will follow Mr. Hua's lead. You can treat me as one of your own, just let me know if you need anything. Alright. Hua Yan was not polite. I will find you if I need anything. Lai Tianhua was overjoyed and went aside with Diao Chong to transfer the money directly to the bank card number. Diao Feng glanced at the small medicine bag in Hua Yan's hand. Brother Yan, we have bought the medicine, but how do we get it into the second prison and deliver it to our brother Jinbao? Hua Yan smiled knowingly. Of course, it will still fall on Chen Jibang, let him deliver it. Diao Feng was taken aback. Didn't he say he only handles the signatures? Remember this, Hua Yan poked Diao Feng's forehead. Once a person has a handle on them, their bottom line will gradually fall. The next morning, as soon as Chen Jibang stepped out, he was blocked by Hua Yan, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng. Just as Hua Yan had said, Chen Jibang struggled a bit but then yielded, obediently taking the small medicine bag. More than half an hour later, Chen Jibang arrived at the second prison for work. Unlike usual, he didn't sit in the office drinking tea. Instead, he rarely came out to inspect the warehouse personally. Passing by the third prison cell, he instructed the guard to call out a silent and fierce inmate. This inmate was Jinbao, Diao Chang's brother serving time in the second prison. Chen Jibang pretended to ask about the prison's reform situation and took Jinbao to a corner of the corridor, avoiding the surveillance, and secretly slipped the small medicine bag hidden in his pocket. This is from Diao Chong. He will come to visit you later. Jinbao silently accepted the small medicine bag, tucking it into the seam of his prison uniform, and returned to the cell. He signaled to two brothers who immediately came over to cover for him, and he hid the small medicine bag in the gap under the bedboard beneath his pillow. Chen Jibang continued his inspection as if nothing had happened. When he passed by the fifth prison cell, he stopped, gazing for a long time at Wei Menkai, who sat in the corner like a monk in meditation. He knew this person had been sentenced for extortion, with an 8-year term. He always felt this was a misjudgment because it was hard to imagine such a reclusive and dull person could commit extortion. Not only did Chen Jibang think so, but most people in the second prison who knew Wei Menkai felt the same. This person seemed like a lonely ghost trapped in prison, with his mind already flying far away. Silent and soundless, he never refused and never cooperated, living passively, without desires or demands. Almost no one had ever heard him speak. Well-meaning people tried various methods, beating him, scolding him, provoking him, humiliating him, to make him talk, but none succeeded. When people thought he was mute, someone would wake up from a dream, hearing him mumbling some incomprehensible and nonsensical numbers. So the final conclusion was, this person was either a fool or a madman, or perhaps both. Chen Jibang really wanted to call Wei Menkai out to ask him what his relationship with Wei Yan was and why Wei Yan was so eager to meet him privately outside. But Chen Jibang didn't, as experience and intuition told him that sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. He now only hopes that things can pass quickly, that he can turn the page without any surprises or dangers. Of course, even if he asked, he would get no answers. Wei Menkai would say nothing. He knew nothing. He had never seen Wei Yan and had never heard of that name. Another hour passed, and Jinbao was brought to the visiting room, where Diao Chong sat across the glass. Diao Chong communicated with Jinbao using their usual coded language, informing him of the release time in 2 days, instructing him to find Wei Menkai with a small medicine package and to act according to the plan. Jinbao silently nodded. An hour later, Hua Yan arrived at Xinhua Hospital. This was the closest hospital to the second prison and also its designated cooperative unit. Inmates who suddenly fell seriously ill were usually sent here for treatment. Hua Yan went to the cardiology office on the 3rd floor, needing to find a doctor. A doctor who wouldn't expose Hua Yan's plan on the spot and could provide him with an opportunity to meet Wei Menkai privately. Originally, this was the most difficult and uncontrollable part, and even Hua Yan hadn't thought of whom to approach. Should he use coercion, or bribery, or some other trick? But when he saw the profiles of the department doctors posted in the corridor, Hua Yan smiled. Zhao Fuqing deserved to fall. On the wall hung a photo of a round-faced, kind-looking doctor named Guanzhua, the chief physician. About a year and a half ago, a madman suffering from hysterics had burst into the city's people's hospital, claiming that 10 years ago he had undergone surgery there, and that the doctor had secretly implanted an alien surveillance chip in his brain, demanding to see the surgeon from that time. But that surgeon had long since retired and had already passed away. How could he possibly be found? Then the madman took a knife and took the unfortunate Guanzhua hostage, demanding to see the deceased surgeon. Hua Yan and his partner Diu responded to the call, and the two of them worked together to successfully divert the madman's attention. Hua Yan lunged forward, seized the knife, and peacefully resolved the crisis, also helping Guanzhua avoid a disaster. Guanzhua was very grateful to Hua Yan, but the two had not seen each other since. It turned out he had been transferred to Xinhua Hospital and had been promoted to department head. This is what they call searching high and low without success, only to find it effortlessly. Huiyan pretended to run into Guanzhou by chance as he came out of the office. Guanzhou recognized Huiyan at a glance, surprised and delighted, repeatedly calling out Officer Hua. He still didn't know that Huiyan had already taken off his police uniform and was now a lawless outlaw. Huiyan also acted surprised and delighted, casually telling Guanzhou that he was on a secret mission to interrogate an important inmate from the second prison. To avoid alarming the inmate's accomplices, he planned to use the guise of medical treatment for release as a cover and hoped Guanzhou could cooperate. Guanzhou hesitated at first, but upon hearing that the second prison had agreed to the plan, he quickly nodded in agreement and immediately adjusted the department's schedule, deciding to handle it personally. Huiyan politely declined Guanzhou's offer to treat him to a meal and left easily. After arranging all this, Huiyan, along with Diao Chong and Diao Feng, did not linger in the city but drove directly back to Dialongzui village. Around the same time, a cargo ship arrived at the harbor dock, with a cargo list detailing various mechanical parts, the owner being a machinery manufacturing plant under the Fuchin Group. Customs personnel conducted a brief inspection, found no issues, and waved them through. The cargo was unloaded from the ship and loaded onto more than 10 large trucks in batches. After the convoy drove more than 10 kilometers out of the dock loading area, the last truck left the convoy and pulled into a roadside server, stopping next to a box truck. Several people got out of the box truck, opened the back door of the large truck, and moved down 2 boxes of specially marked goods, loading them onto the box truck. The large truck and the box truck drove away separately. The day before, a truck marked with the insignia of a certain war movie crew arrived at the harbor, and the personnel presented the prop gun usage permit, smoothly passing through the checkpoint. Before entering the cruise base, the prop truck stopped for a moment in a secluded roadside clearing, where someone took away a box of props. The day before that, an extra-long trailer carrying more than 20 new cars also arrived at the harbor. At the delivery point, someone took a small box of goods from the trunk of one of the cars. These boxes of goods, transported from different roads and by different means, were all delivered to a large abandoned warehouse in the northern part of the city, ultimately laid out before Fei Xiang and his daughter Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei's eyes sparkled, as if a swordsman who had been empty-handed finally found his treasured sword, and she quickly opened all the boxes, rummaging through the various components hidden inside. Then she began to assemble. About a minute later, a sleek, black, cold-glinting, and intimidating Remington M40 sniper rifle appeared before everyone present. Xiao Kuei gently caressed the sniper rifle, as if tenderly stroking the body of a lover. Then, she slowly loaded a golden horseblade bullet, comparable in power and terror to a dum-dum bullet. In an instant, all of Xiao's men retreated behind Xiao Kuei. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate this little girl anymore. Instead, they felt as if they were facing a fierce demon. They were afraid that any careless movement or sound would provoke her and bring about their doom. "Don't be scared, brothers," Xiao Kuei turned back and smiled. "I'm not someone who just shoots randomly, and besides, you guys aren't even worthy of dying at my hands." The Xiaomen fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Fei Xiang affectionately shot Xiao Kuei a glance. "Test the gun, focus." Xiao Kuei turned back, steadied the sniper rifle, bent down, resting the stock against her shoulder, pressed her right eye against the scope, slowly adjusted the elevation knob with one hand, and with the other hand, she squeezed the trigger, gradually regulating her breath. In that moment, she seemed to transform into another person, entering a different realm. Moments later, Xiao Kuei pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out with a whistle. A 3D printed human model, identical in height and build to Huiyan, stood 100 meters away. The bullet struck the model's head, exploding it and tearing it to shreds. The Xiaomen present couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Kuei nodded in satisfaction and handed the sniper rifle to Fei Xiang. "Add 2 pounds to the spring, and shorten the stock by half a centimeter." Once the gun was out of her hands, Xiao Kuei returned to her youthful demeanor, and the lollipop was back in her mouth. As Huiyan and Diao Chong, Diao Feng's car drove into the entrance of Dialongzui village, Sun Yiqiang, who was helping to dry seaweed in front of an old house on the hillside, straightened up and quietly watched the car pass by. "Xianzi, what are you daydreaming about?" Sun Yiqiang's mother, with graying hair and a hunched back, was also drying seaweed and softly called out to her son. "Nothing." Sun Yiqiang withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice. "Mom, Chonggu and the others are really fighting with Zhao Fucheng. You didn't hear wrong?" "That's right, my ears aren't that bad yet," Sun's mother replied casually while continuing her work. Yao Dong got drunk last night and told his mother. He said it was quite fierce, and that thing that was circulating online a few days ago about the Foundation's gas explosion, it was them. How scary. His mother is worried sick and is fretting over it with me. I said, the kids have grown up, we can't control them, the path they choose is theirs to walk, let them be, it's all fate. Hey, who is Zhao Fucheng? Is he tougher than a Chong? Sun Yiqiang laughed. The richest man in the harbor, what do you think? Tomorrow I'll go light incense for the Buddha. asking for more blessings for Achong. Sun's mother shook her head inside, then handed Sun Ichang a jar of homemade fermented black beans. Take this to Achong. This, Sun Ichang said with some disdain, is it presentable? Have you forgotten? Achong has loved this since he was little. Sun's mother shot Sun Ichang a glare. Although it's not worth much, it's the thought that counts. How much has Achong helped us over the years? A few days ago, you helped him with that hard drive, and he gave you 20,000. Sun Ichang let out a barely audible snort. Is 20,000 a lot? I have a classmate whose birthday dinner cost over 20,000. Xiangzi, Sun's mother suddenly became serious. Everyone has their own fate. We can't compare ourselves to others like that. Sun Ichang looked at his weathered mother and then at their dilapidated old house, smiled, and picked up the jar of fermented black beans. Alright, I'll take it to Brother Chong and thank him properly. The village appeared calm as usual, but there were hidden sentries arranged by Huiyen at the entrance, and a few people were patrolling the village on motorcycles. A stranger from another village had just entered and was stopped after a few steps, directly advised to turn back. Sun Yichang was from this village, and everyone knew his relationship with the Diao brothers, so no one stopped him. They all nodded and greeted him. Sun Yichang walked into the old Diao family home, raised his hand to knock on the door, and heard Diao Chang's voice from inside. Come, Juzi, here's your 200,000. Xiao, you too, 200,000. Yao Dong, you get 500,000. Diao Chong was distributing bonuses to his subordinates, all from the 50 million that Lai Tianhua had voluntarily delivered. Yao Dong and the others were all smiles, looking at Huiyen, who was sitting nearby with a faint smile. Thank you, Brother Yen. Diao Chong pretended to kick them. Hey, I'm the one giving out the money. Why are you thanking him? Everyone laughed and joked. Diao Chong finally turned to Gumei. Miss Gu, here's 1 million for you. Is that alright? Gumei was surprised. I get one too. Of course, you must. Diao Chong laughed heartily. We managed to control Hua Ziying and get into the Xiaobai building. You've contributed a lot. Gumei stood up, beaming, and said to Huiyen, thank you, Brother Yen. Hey, you all are trying to make me angry on purpose, aren't you? Diao Chong joked. Alright, no more bonuses, no more. Sun Yichang stood quietly at the door, his expression growing more complex. After a moment, he withdrew his hand that was about to knock and turned to leave. In the distance, the sun was about to dip below the horizon, casting a blood-red glow on his face and eyes. It seemed he had finally made a significant decision, casually tossing the jar of fermented black beans into the trash can and briskly walking towards the village exit. On the top floor of the Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng was handling documents when a Liang quietly approached and whispered, Boss, the gun is ready, Mr. Fei Xiang and Miss Kuei have tested it, no problem. Zhao Fucheng didn't look up and asked directly, but, our people can't get into Dialongsui village. The locals are very united and guard it tightly, no strangers are allowed in. We still haven't figured out Huiyan's exact whereabouts. Zhao Fucheng raised his head, coldly staring at a Liang. Don't tell me this, I only want results. No matter what the hell you do, find Huiyan, and don't let Mr. Fei Xiang and Miss Kuei wait any longer. A Liang fell silent, about to leave when a bodyguard knocked and entered. Boss, there's a college student downstairs who wants to see you. His surname is Sun, and he says he wants to discuss a business deal with you. Tell him to get lost. Before the bodyguard could finish, Zhao Fucheng angrily shouted, What kind of riffraff dares to come to me for business? Get lost. He said he's from Dialongsui village, knows Diao Chong and Diao Feng, and that you would definitely want to see him. Zhao Fucheng was taken aback, his eyes lighting up. Bring him in immediately. Sun Yichang followed the bodyguard into the office, staring in astonishment at the spacious and bright large office. The unimaginable luxury made him feel timid, even afraid to step onto the long-haired carpet. Zhao Fucheng sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, sizing up Sun Yichang. Zhao. Boss Xiao, Sun Yichang mustered his courage. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Zhao Fucheng ignored him, picking up a cigar and slowly trimming it. I can help you deal with Diao Chong. Sun Yichang gritted his teeth and went all out. 50 million. I only need 50 million. Zhao Fucheng lit the cigar and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Young man, you have quite the appetite. Is this even money to Boss Xiao? Sun Yichang steadied himself and forced a smile. And I won't take this money for nothing. I plan to use it to start a business. I have a new tech project I've been planning for a long time, just short of startup funds. Excitement and anticipation sparkled in Sun Yichang's eyes, and his voice grew more animated. Just think of it as angel investment. Once I make money, I'll share the profits with you. Trust me, my project will definitely succeed, and the returns will exceed your expectations. Starting a business? Zhao Fucheng burst into laughter. Do you know how many people fail at entrepreneurship every year? What makes you think you can succeed? Sun Yichang seemed pricked by a needle. Feeling ashamed and angry, he replied coldly, I know you have a very important hard drive in Diao Chang's hands, right? Zhao Fucheng stopped laughing and looked at Sun Yichang. Have you seen it? Sun Yichang nodded. He asked me for help to crack it. Zhao Fucheng sat up straight, and Liang also fixed his gaze on Sun Yichang. The encryption software is very powerful. I wasn't successful, Sun Yichang continued. Zhao Fucheng let out a slight sigh of relief, maintaining a calm demeanor. They will definitely look for someone else to continue cracking it. Although it's difficult, anything is possible. Boss Xiao, you certainly won't just sit back and do nothing. Sun Yichang glanced at Liang and the others, then pointed at himself. Your people can't get into Dialongsui village, but I can. I can be your informant, I can provide you with intelligence, I can help you defeat Diao Chong. Zhao Fucheng stood up from the sofa and slowly walked towards Sun Yichang, nodding. Very good. I admire ambitious young people. Without desire, can you still call yourself young? Sun Yichang looked at Zhao Fucheng with anticipation, feeling that wealth, money, and success were beckoning him. It's a pity, though, Diao Chong isn't worth that much money. Zhao Fucheng chuckled lightly. To be precise, he is worthless in my eyes. Taking his life is as simple as crushing an ant. Sun Yichang was taken aback, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He had come filled with hope, only to find it was like this. Zhao Fucheng approached Sun Yichang, exhaling a puff of thick smoke, and asked in a deep voice, You have information on Huayan, right? Sun Yichang was increasingly astonished. Although he noticed that Diao Chong and Diao Feng respected Huayan, he didn't know Huayan's significance. From Zhao Fucheng's tone, it seemed Huayan was his true enemy and rival. Do you have it? Zhao Fucheng suddenly shouted sharply, a sinister smile on his face. If not, I'll send you back to Diao Chong and record our conversation to send to him. Guess what he'll do to you? I have, let me think. Sun Yichang panicked, his eyes darting around, suddenly realizing he had become the one being threatened. He was injured, he looked very serious at first, but he recovered quickly, much faster than an average person. He has been living in the Diao family's old house. He went out with the Diao brothers yesterday and just returned this afternoon. Zhao Fucheng shook his head in disappointment, signaling his bodyguard to drag Sun Yichang out and continue to intimidate him. He likes to eat stewed crucian carp, and it must be paired with tofu. There's a woman named Gume who seems to like him a lot. He gets up very early every day, running on the seaside road by 7 o'clock, rain or shine. Sun Yichang was on the verge of despair, speaking without thinking, spilling everything. Zhao Fucheng suddenly raised his hand, signaling the bodyguard to stop and let go. Sun Yichang collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Fucheng turned to look at Liang. Liang had already understood, bringing over a tablet and presenting it to Sun Yichang. The electronic map of Dialongsui village opened on the screen, circled the approximate route he ran. Sun Yichang struggled to move the map, using his finger to circle a small stretch of coastal road. Liang immediately put away the tablet and hurried out. Zhao Fucheng extended his hand, and Sun Yichang hesitated, trembling as he grasped Zhao Fucheng's hand to stand up. Wait a moment, I'll get you some money. Zhao Fucheng turned and walked to the large desk, pulling open a drawer. Sun Yichang's heart suddenly ignited with hope, watching Zhao Fucheng eagerly. Zhao Fucheng quickly returned, but he had nothing in his hands, smiling at Sun Yichang and opening his palm. With a ding, a 1 yuan coin fell in front of Sun Yichang, wobbling a few times before coming to a stop. Sun Yichang stared blankly at the coin, completely at a loss for words. Zhao Fucheng fixed his gaze on Sun Yichang. Young man, it's been a long time since anyone dared to negotiate with me. I'm the one who sets the price. Sun Yichang stood there in a daze, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. Pick up the money, Zhao Fucheng barked. Sun Yichang shivered and quickly picked up the coin. Go back, keep a close watch on Huayan, and report to me immediately if anything happens, Zhao Fucheng ordered coldly. Perhaps after this is done, I might reward you. Sun Yichang left in a daze, his mind blank, with only one thought. It's over, I'm finished. Not only did I not get any money, but I also got myself caught in this. So this is what it means to skin a tiger. This is what it means to lose the rice while trying to steal a chicken. As night fell, in a warehouse in the north of the city, Fei Xiang disassembled the sniper rifle and stored it in a piano case taller than a person. He then shouldered the piano case and left the hideout with Xiao Kuei. Liang personally drove them to a dock under the Fuchang group. A fishing boat was waiting at the dock. Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei jumped onto the boat. The fishing boat then started up, pushing through the waves, heading towards the beach of Dialongsui village. In the early morning, sunlight just spilled into the Diao family's old residence. Huayan was already awake, dressed, and put on his sneakers, leaving as usual. He warmed up while heading towards the coastal road. Along the way, the rotating sentries and patrolling motorcyclists respectfully bowed their heads in greeting. Soon, Huayan reached the coastal road and began to jog. In the distance, the fishing boat bobbed on the waves. A pile of tangled fishing nets lay on the roof. Beneath the nets, the dark muzzle of a gun was visible. Xiao Kuei lay quietly on the roof of the fishing boat, draped in fishing nets, with the sniper rifle set up in front of her. The gun was also wrapped in nets, the scope covered with a camouflage net, ensuring it wouldn't reflect light and draw attention. Beside her, Fei Xiang was similarly disguised, motionless under the fishing nets. In the dead of night, when the fishing boat arrived at this spot, Xiao Kuei and Fei Xiang had already been in this sniper position, quietly waiting for over 6 hours. If needed, they could wait another 6 hours or even longer. Long-term concealment was a fundamental quality for them as long-range snipers. Only when the target fell would they realize their presence. As soon as Huiyan ran onto the coastal road, he fell into the sights of Xiao Kuei's scope and Fei Xiang's optical sight. Xiao Kuei watched Huiyan's agile figure rise and fall in the scope, whispering in a voice only Fei Xiang could hear. Target confirmed. Received, Fei Xiang responded in the same hushed tone. He measured the distance with the sight while slowly licking his thumb and extending it out, raising it against the wind. Distance 324 meters, wind direction east-northeast, wind speed 5. 4. Received, adjusting the angle. Xiao Kuei responded, slowly adjusting the elevation knob of the scope, slightly moving the gun's muzzle. Ready. Wait for the best shooting window, ready to fire at any moment. The two were serious and cautious, observing meticulously, working in perfect harmony. Xiao Kuei held her breath, relaxed her body, and naturally swayed with the motion of the boat, quietly waiting. In the scope, Huiyan was about to run into a sharp turn, his speed slowing down. A smile crept onto Xiao Kuei's lips. That was precisely the best shooting position she had chosen, and the moment to pull the trigger was just as planned. This task was so simple, that rich guy named Xiao offered such a high price and went through so much trouble to hire us, just to deal with such an easy target? Xiao Kuei felt a bit disappointed, aiming at Huiyan's chest, her fingers slowly tightening on the trigger, ready to strike. But in the scope, Huiyan suddenly stopped, changed his course, and directly jumped over the highway guardrail, standing at the edge of the cliff by the sea, looking towards the fishing boat where Xiao Kuei was hiding. At first, Huiyan hadn't noticed the boat, but after running for a short while, he suddenly became suspicious. This boat hadn't moved at all. Based on his observations over the past few days, fishing boats had long set out to sea at this time, while those returning to port were eager to get back. No fishing boat would casually and leisurely linger near the shore, bobbing with the waves. Huiyan focused his gaze, and the fishing boat over 300 meters away became clearer. No, there were no sailors on the deck. He couldn't even see a single crew member moving. Alarm bells rang in Huiyan's mind. A strong sense of danger surged. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped off the cliff. Almost at the same instant, a bullet grazed his scalp, hitting the tree where he had just stood. The tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, shattered and broke apart. Huiyan fell straight into the sea below. This person actually discovered me and dodged my shot. On the fishing boat, Xiao Kuei, ignoring her shock and regret, quickly moved the gun's muzzle, chasing after Huiyan, firing continuously. Bang bang bang. Bullets struck the cliff, sending fragments flying, hitting Huiyan's back. Huiyan plunged into the sea, the tremendous impact creating a splash as high as a person. Xiao Kuei didn't stop, continuing to fire at the spot where Huiyan fell until she emptied the magazine. Huiyan sank towards the seabed, his head about to hit the rocks. He kicked and twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, but his shoulder collided hard. Another bullet shot through the water towards him. Xiao Kuei quickly reloaded, continuing to aim at the spot where Huiyan had fallen, searching back and forth. No one surfaced. Retreat! Fei Xiang glanced at the time, yanked Xiao Kuei, who was still reluctant to leave, and shouted at the crew members hiding in the cabin. Go, hurry up! Xiao Kuei, filled with unwillingness, grabbed the observation scope from Fei Xiang's hand and looked back at the water's surface. Still no sign of anyone, but a streak of crimson was spreading on the surface. The fishing boat quickly revved up to full power, swiftly heading out to sea. When the first gunshot rang out, Dao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gu Mei, who were still asleep, almost simultaneously woke up, hurriedly putting on their clothes and rushing out the door towards the sea. Sun Yiqian, who also heard the gunfire at the first moment, had hardly slept all night, tossing and turning, unable to settle down. Without even buttoning his shirt properly, he dashed out of the house, jumping down into the courtyard, running towards the direction of the gunfire. Sun's mother, who was sweeping the yard, watched her son's retreating figure with concern. When Dao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gu Mei arrived at the spot where Huiyan had jumped off the cliff, the fishing boat had already become a distant dot on the sea. The water's surface still showed no sign of anyone, and that streak of crimson had spread, becoming increasingly alarming. Dao Chong and Dao Feng were burning with anxiety, wanting to jump off the cliff to search. Gu Mei grabbed both of them by the arms. Brother Yan's life and death are uncertain, we must not act recklessly now. More than 10 minutes later, the three of them reached the beach. Diao Feng found a speedboat nearby, and the three of them boarded, quickly heading to that area of water. However, after circling twice, they still had not found any trace of Huiyan. The beach in the distance was already crowded with Diao family's younger brothers and nearby villagers who had come upon hearing the news. Diao Feng's eyes turned red, and he was about to dive into the sea to continue searching. "Hey, over here, I'm here." Huiyan's voice suddenly rang out. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. Below the cliff, there was a recessed gap that formed a small space with the sea surface. Huiyan was hiding inside, gripping the rock wall with one hand, barely able to show half of his head, as the waves crashed against his face. The three were overjoyed and quickly steered the speedboat over. Diao Chong and Diao Feng jumped into the sea and pushed Huiyan onto the boat. Huiyan's back was a bloody mess from the shrapnel caused by the bullet. His previously injured left arm now had another deep wound, caused by a bullet from Xiao Kuei. This was the result of him desperately dodging in the water, showcasing the bullet's power. Diao Chong immediately wanted to drive the speedboat back to the shore. "Wait," Huiyan said in a deep voice, pushing away Gumei, who wanted to help him treat his wounds, and instead pressed his fingers against the wound, pulling hard. Blood gushed out even more fiercely. "Brother Yen, what are you doing?" Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei were startled, confused. "I'll explain later, just do as I say for now." Huiyan smeared some of his blood on his forehead and shoulder, then lay back in the speedboat, pulling Diao Chang's jacket over himself. "Tell everyone that I am seriously injured, unconscious, and about to die." Diao Chong and Diao Feng were stunned, momentarily not understanding what Huiyan meant. "Gumei, teach them how to act." After giving his orders, Huiyan closed his eyes. Diao Chong and Diao Feng turned to look at Gumei. Gumei moved her facial muscles. "Watch closely." In the next second, tears shimmered in Gumei's eyes, her expression on the verge of tears, filled with sadness and urgency, and within that urgency, there was deep concern. "Huiyan, Huiyan," Gumei called softly. Diao Chong and Diao Feng exchanged glances, trying to squeeze out worried, crying faces as well. Moments later, the speedboat returned to the shore. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei looked heartbroken and anxious. "Stretcher, where's the stretcher? Hurry up!" Diao Chong shouted sharply, "You guys, move faster. Brother Yen, Brother Yen." Diao Feng was almost in tears. "Hang in there, we'll get you to the hospital right away." Gumei held Huiyan's hand, tears streaming down her face. Yao Dongzi and others rushed over, working together to carry Huiyan off the speedboat and onto a stretcher. Sun Yiqian blended into the crowd, closely watching Huiyan. Huiyan was covered in blood, the jacket from Diao Chong soaked through, unconscious and unresponsive, allowing others to move him around. Diao Chong and Diao Feng ran with the stretcher towards their affiliated hospital. Gumei, Yao Dongzi, and others protected them from the side. Sun Yiqian nervously looked around, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and quietly followed along. Before long, this large group rushed into the hospital. The hospital director had already received a call from Diao Chong and was prepared, personally taking action to quickly send Huiyan into the emergency room. Several hours later, Huiyan finally came out of the emergency room, still unconscious. His head was wrapped in bandages, an oxygen mask was on his face, and 4 was in his hand, and he was connected to various machines. It looked like Huiyan was on the brink of death, directly sent into the intensive care unit. In the corridor, the director had a serious expression, holding a brain CT scan, and spoke to the Diao brothers and Gumei. The injured person's head hit the underwater reef, suffering skull damage. "The situation is very bad, the chances of survival are slim." Diao Feng grabbed the hospital director by the collar. "What the hell are you talking about?" The people nearby, including Yao Dong and others, were also in an uproar. In the back of the crowd, Sun Yiqian listened quietly, while Gumei's gaze swept over everyone present, pausing slightly on Sun Yiqian. "I'm just stating the facts based on my professional knowledge," the director said helplessly. "You all need to prepare for the worst." Sun Yiqian remained expressionless and quietly left. Once he reached a secluded spot, he looked around to ensure no one was watching and immediately took out his phone. The call was still connected to Zhao Fucheng. "You heard everything, right?" Sun Yiqian whispered. "The person isn't dead yet, but they probably won't survive." "Don't say probably. I want certainty, 100% certainty. Keep watching. Call me immediately if there's any news." At the top floor office of Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng threw down the phone, his expression excited and smug, muttering to himself, "I don't believe you can survive this time." Zhao Fucheng waved his hand, and a Liang immediately leaned in. "Move everyone who can be used to sheeping. As soon as we confirm that Huiyan has breathed his last, rush into the village to grab the hard drive, and take care of the Diao brothers while you're at it." A Liang nodded. Zhao Fucheng added, "And don't let Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei go just yet. Such talents should be put to good use for me." A Liang laughed. Zhao Fucheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, regaining that air of superiority. But there was a hint of hesitation, as if he both hoped Hui Yan was truly finished and dared not fully believe that this formidable opponent was finally out of the game. In the intensive care unit, all medical staff had retreated, leaving only Dao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gu Mei. Hui Yan opened his eyes, removed the oxygen mask, and struggled to sit up. Dao Chong and Dao Feng hurried to support him, angrily cursing. That bastard Zhao Fucheng actually dared to shoot, and he's using a sniper. Does he not know how serious gun violence is around here? This day was bound to come, he's desperate now. Hui Yan's expression was calm, and he even smiled. Hey, you two performed quite well just now, you should be able to fool his spies. All thanks to Miss Gu's good teaching, Dao Feng chuckled, then suddenly realized, what? Spies? Dao Chong had already guessed part of it and asked in a low voice, Brother Yan, do you suspect there's a traitor among us? Not suspecting, but certain. Hui Yan affirmed, that boat was specifically waiting for me. The assassin knew I would be running on that road in the morning. Someone sold me out. Dao Feng shouted angrily, which bastard has such guts? Ever since that incident with Chu Guangyang, Dao Chong frowned, I've reassessed everyone under me. The people I'm using now are all clean, and they all have grudges with the Xiao family. Chu Guangyang was a mole that Zhao Fucheng had placed beside Dao Chong, later exposed by Hui Yan, leading to Dao Chong directly executing him. The brothers should be fine. Hui Yan shook his head. They all fought alongside us at Xiabela. If they were going to sell us out, they would have done it long ago. Then who could it be? Dao Feng scratched his head in thought and casually said, it can't be someone from the village, right? Dao Chong shook his head. The young people in the village either hang out with me or have gone to work in other places. The remaining old folks and children have hardly ever been to the port. They haven't even heard of Zhao Fucheng. Gu Mei suddenly had a change in expression. There is one person who might be a bit suspicious. Hui Yan, Dao Chong, and Dao Feng all looked at Gu Mei. That college student? What was his name again? Sun Yiqiang? Xianzi? No way. Dao Feng shook his head repeatedly. You don't know, Xianzi has been going to school with the money we've provided. His mother was sick a couple of years ago. If we hadn't covered the medical expenses, she would have died long ago. He was grateful and couldn't possibly betray us. You can know a person's face but not their heart, Gu Mei said coldly. In the face of interests and the temptation of money, anything is possible. Why do you suspect him? Hui Yan pressed. He studied at the university by the harbor. He should know Zhao Fucheng. He was just on the beach. Many people were there just to watch the excitement, Dao Feng retorted. He even followed us all the way to the hospital, listening intently when the director spoke about the condition. His ears almost perked up. Don't you think he's a bit too concerned? Dao Feng opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Hui Yan said solemnly, it's not just that. Dao Chong and Dao Feng looked at Hui Yan. He often helps his mother collect seaweed by the sea. I've run into him twice while jogging. Dao Chong and Dao Feng fell silent in shock for a moment. Dao Feng suddenly stood up. Damn, that heartless bastard. I'll chop him up. Stop. Hui Yan shouted sternly. Dao Feng was anxious. He almost got you killed. What are we waiting for? Keeping him alive is useful. Hui Yan gestured for Dao Feng to sit down obediently, his expression serious. I had you all act in this play not only to find out who the spy is but also to use this to our advantage, making Zhao Fucheng believe it's real and temporarily let his guard down. Because we have more important and urgent matters to attend to. Hui Yan looked at Dao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gu Mei. Tomorrow we need to meet Wei Menkai. As soon as Hui Yan mentioned meeting Wei Menkai tomorrow, Dao Chong and Dao Feng immediately jumped up in opposition. Your old injury hasn't healed yet, and now you've added a new one. You can't keep pushing yourself. Brother Yan, you've already arranged everything. We can go, you just rest here. Gu Mei chimed in. Hui Yan, you really should take care of your injury. Don't think you're made of iron. I'm afraid Wei Menkai will be difficult to deal with. Hui Yan shook his head. I have to go personally. Dao Chong and Dao Feng looked at Hui Yan's expression, knowing his mind was made up and wouldn't change. Dao Feng muttered under his breath, just a bookworm, how hard can he be? Lie down. Gu Mei pointed at the hospital bed. There are still about 10 hours until tomorrow. You need to rest up. Right. Lie down. Every bit of rest counts. Dao Chong and Dao Feng echoed. Hui Yan raised his hands in surrender, obediently lying down, trying to control the pain from his injury, not wanting Dao Chong and the others to worry. The night was deep. In Sun Yiqiang's small room, it was dark and smoky, with ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts. He crouched at the table, his eyes red, like a trapped beast, staring intently at the laptop in front of him. The screen displayed multiple surveillance feeds from the hospital where Huiyan was, including the entrance, lobby, elevator, corridor, and the entrance to the intensive care unit. After finishing a call with Zhao Fucheng, he immediately returned home, hacked into the hospital's surveillance system, and kept a distant watch on Diao Chong and the others' movements. Outside the intensive care unit, Diao Chong and Diao Feng slumped on a bench, looking like anxious family members of a patient, enduring the agonizing wait for their loved one's fate. Sun Yiqiang yawned and lit another cigarette. From outside, his mother's worried voice came, "Xianzi, what are you doing? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" "Don't mind me," Sun Yiqiang snapped impatiently. On the surveillance feed, a doctor in a white coat, wearing a hat and mask, entered the intensive care unit. Sun Yiqiang immediately sat up straight, staring at the screen, anxiously waiting for any changes. A few minutes later, the doctor came out again, nothing unusual, just a routine round. Sun Yiqiang felt disappointed and leaned heavily back against the chair. He didn't know that while he was watching Diao Chong, several of Diao's subordinates had already been lurking near his home, also keeping an eye on him. The doctor walked through the corridor and took the elevator down to the first floor, quickly disappearing from the surveillance footage. Outside the back door, a car waited quietly, with Gu Mei sitting in the driver's seat. The doctor pushed the door open, got into the car, took off his hat, and removed his mask, revealing that it was actually Huiyan. Meanwhile, his substitute, Yao Dongzi, was lying on a hospital bed, crossing his legs and leisurely scrolling through his phone. The car, taking advantage of the night, drove through the alley, left the village, and entered the highway leading to Xinhua Hospital in Haigang City. In the second prison, it was just past 9 in the morning, the daily routine of outdoor time. On a space not much larger than a basketball court, inmates gathered in small groups, chatting, walking, jogging, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation. 4 guards stood at the corners, patrolling the inmates. Wei Menkai kept his distance from the crowd, squatting alone in a corner, holding a stick of grass, drawing some inexplicable numbers and strange symbols on the ground. Jin Bao walked through the crowd towards Wei Menkai, squatting down beside him, quietly observing. A few sharp-eyed old-timers noticed the scene and whispered among themselves. These two, one a fierce and intimidating figure from the underworld, the other a foolish mute madman, had no common ground or intersection apart from their shared habit of being solitary. How could they suddenly come together? Jin Bao patted Wei Menkai and suddenly said, "Brother, it's time for your medication." Wei Menkai seemed not to hear, still staring blankly at the ground in front of him. Jin Bao suddenly leaned in, his tall and robust figure completely blocking the frail Wei Menkai. He pried open Wei Menkai's mouth with one hand and poured the pills from the small medicine packet into his mouth with the other, then closed his mouth and gently stroked his throat. The pills quickly went down Wei Menkai's throat. Jin Bao then stepped back, swallowed the small medicine packet whole, destroying the evidence. Wei Menkai looked at Jin Bao in confusion, his eyes vacant, seemingly not understanding what had happened. Jin Bao waited quietly. Soon, a cold sweat broke out on Wei Menkai's forehead, his lips turned pale, a look of pain appeared on his face, and he clutched his chest, his body swaying as if about to fall. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Jin Bao feigned concern, stepping forward to support Wei Menkai, then turned to the crowd and shouted, "Hey, come take a look, this guy seems to be having a heart attack." The guards parted the crowd and rushed over. Upon seeing Wei Menkai's condition, they knew something was wrong. 2 guards quickly helped Wei Menkai towards the medical room. The other 2 guards immediately organized the other inmates to line up and return to their cells, canceling the outdoor time. Jin Bao stood in line, moving forward silently, as if everything had nothing to do with him. In the nearby office building, Chen Zhibang stood at the window watching this scene before turning to leave. In the medical room, the on-duty doctor, Lu Meng, was conducting an examination, while Wei Menkai remained silent. Chen Zhibang hurried in. "What's going on?" "Rapid heartbeat, prolonged QT interval on the ECG, initially suspected arrhythmia. I'm doing further checks," Lu Meng replied. Chen Zhibang leaned down to look at Wei Menkai, his brow furrowed. "Dr. Lu, I suggest we send him to Xinhua Hospital for emergency treatment as soon as possible. Heart-related issues are quite dangerous. If something happens here, we'll all be in trouble, and we'll have to write a ton of reports. Actually, we can observe him first." Before Lu Meng could finish, Chen Zhibang coughed heavily, and Lu Meng immediately understood, quickly changing his tune. "Right, Director Chen is right, life is paramount. I'll handle the transfer paperwork right away." Before long, the paperwork was completed. Chen Zhibang didn't even look at it and signed directly. Wei Menkai was then pushed onto the ambulance. Lu Meng and 2 guards were responsible for escorting him and coordinating with the hospital. Before getting in the car, Chen Zhibang waved to the older guard, quietly advising him, "Try to cooperate with the hospital's treatment, but make sure to keep a close watch on him. Nothing must go wrong." The prison guard sensed that Chen Zhibang's words held deeper meaning, but he dared not ask further, nodding heavily in agreement. More than 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived at Xinhua Hospital. After listening to Lu Ming explain the situation, the emergency room staff immediately took it seriously and, as per protocol, called for a cardiologist to consult. Naturally, the person who came was Guan Zhua, who Wei Yan had already contacted. After a shot of a beta blocker was administered, Wei Menkai's symptoms quickly disappeared, and the electrocardiogram returned to normal. The emergency room doctor thought Lu Ming was overly anxious and was about to inform him that he could take Wei Menkai back to prison. Guanzhou stopped him, believing that the symptoms had appeared suddenly, the cause was unclear, and there was a possibility of recurrence. It was best to observe for at least 12 more hours. Thus, Wei Menkai was sent to a special ward prepared for patients transferred from the prison. 2 prison guards checked and found no abnormalities, then exited the ward, bringing over 2 stools to guard the door, one on the left and one on the right. Throughout the ordeal, Wei Menkai did not struggle, resist, or question. He remained silent and enigmatic. After a moment, a section of the ceiling panel moved and was subsequently shifted aside. Huoyan gently jumped down and walked towards Wei Menkai, who lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly. "Hello?" Huoyan greeted Wei Menkai softly. Wei Menkai seemed completely indifferent to everything happening around him, not even glancing at Huoyan, simply staring vacantly at the ceiling. Huoyan did not say more, opening the small table on the bed and taking out a piece of paper from his backpack, gently placing it down. It was a yellowed old newspaper, with a photo of Wei Menkai on the front page, accompanied by the words, "Genius Youth Returns Home, Concerned for His Homeland, Starting a Business." At that time, Wei Menkai was full of vigor, his eyes shining, and his smile radiant. It was clear he had not yet experienced the harsh realities of society, a stark contrast to the dull and dazed prisoner before him. Wei Menkai showed no reaction, and Huoyan began to speak softly. 5 years ago, a genius young man graduated with a doctorate, rejecting high-paying offers from big companies, returning to Haigang to care for his ailing mother while starting his own business. His technical skills were renowned in the industry, and the software he developed was highly regarded in the market. Many venture capital funds were eager to invest, and many believed he would soon become the new wealthy elite of Haigang's younger generation. Huoyan paused, glancing at the unresponsive Wei Menkai, and continued. "Unfortunately, fate sometimes enjoys playing cruel jokes. Shortly before the company opened, he heard from an old classmate, who was also a partner in the company, about a troubling matter. A local food company was found to have excessive levels of melamine in their dairy products. Many children who consumed them developed serious symptoms like kidney stones and renal failure, endangering their lives, including the daughter of his high school deskmate. Even more infuriating was that the parents of those affected children had nowhere to turn, facing various forms of suppression. At that time, he was young and passionate, believing that society was progressing and that he could change the world's injustices. So, he hacked into the food company's internal network, obtaining records of their chemical purchases, the true production data of their dairy products, and even evidence of bribery involving relevant personnel. He anonymously published this information online, immediately causing a huge uproar. Huoyan took out another newspaper and placed it down. In the photo, Wei Menkai was in prison garb, handcuffed. He thought he had upheld justice, becoming an unnamed hero. However, within a week, the police found him because his most trusted old classmate reported him. The police also discovered a cardboard box in his office containing 1 million in cash. The food company claimed he had stolen corporate privacy information and maliciously altered it to extort money. Those who knew him could not believe that a young man who had already secured over 100 million in venture capital and had a bright future would risk everything for a mere 1 million. But he was quickly sued for extortion, and because the amount was huge, he was ultimately sentenced to 8 years. Overnight, he fell from a favored son of heaven to a prisoner. Huoyan recounted, while Wei Menkai remained lost in thought, as if the person Huoyan spoke of had nothing to do with him. His mother ran around desperately, pleading for justice for her son. Exhausted and suffering from low blood sugar, she fainted at a bus stop, and no one dared to help her. She lay there for over an hour and died just like that. His parents divorced when he was young, and he was raised solely by his mother, who, in a sense, was his spiritual support. Thus, he broke down, feeling that his mother's death was all because of him, that he had caused his own mother's death. He tried to commit suicide but was saved. From then on, he became disheartened, self-punishing, avoiding everyone, unable to face reality, turning into a mute, a foolish simpleton, a living dead person. A flicker of pain finally crossed Wei Menkai's eyes, fleeting yet significant. But that was enough. Huoyan knew he was listening, and his heart had not completely turned to ice. He might not know that after he was imprisoned, his old classmates took the software he developed and the venture capital he brought in, simply changed the company name, and continued on. Now the company has gone public overseas, and that old classmate's net worth has exceeded 3 billion, truly becoming the richest person under 30 in the harbor, Huayan said as he took out a photo and held it up in front of Wei Mengkai. It showed a well-dressed young entrepreneur proudly ringing the bell for the listing. Wei Mengkai's eyelids twitched violently, and his eyes shifted, turning away to avoid looking. Huayan observed Wei Mengkai's expression and pulled out several more photos. He also doesn't know that although he was wrongfully imprisoned, the evidence he released has spread, awakening more people with a conscience. The incident caused a huge uproar, and that food company was finally investigated and punished. While it wasn't thorough, the victimized children finally received some compensation. Many people respect and are grateful to him. Even today, they still insist on calling for justice for him online and visit his mother's grave to pay their respects. Wei Mengkai's body began to tremble involuntarily. Huayan leaned in, turned him around, and shoved the photos in front of his eyes, sternly shouting, "They haven't given up. They are still holding on. Why should you forget? Why should you lie down? Why should you escape?" Wei Mengkai looked at the screenshots of the online posts advocating for him, at the neatly arranged flowers at his mother's grave, and his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He looked at Huayan, his lips moved a few times, and trembling, he spoke his first complete sentence in 5 years. What do you want me to do?" Huayan smiled, "Revenge. I want you to take revenge." "Me? Revenge?" Wei Mengkai was momentarily taken aback. "Yes. Stop blaming yourself, stop the internal struggle. You did nothing wrong, and you did not cause your mother's death." Huayan grabbed Wei Mengkai's head and shook it. "The ones to blame are the unscrupulous food company, the scum who betrayed and sold out friends, the indifferent passers-by, the bastards who abused their power, and the hidden Zhao Fucheng." "Zhao Fucheng?" Wei Mengkai was stunned. "Do you think that food company could suppress public opinion and frame someone as prominent as you all on their own? It was Zhao Fucheng who secretly manipulated all of this. That food company has a stake in it. It's part of his business. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you refuse his investment?" Wei Mengkai nodded. "Huayan, perhaps from that moment on, he began plotting against you." Wei Mengkai's shock faded, replaced by anger, and he finally came alive. "What can I do now?" Huayan took a laptop out of his bag and placed the black hard drive in front of Wei Mengkai. "This is a nuclear weapon that can deal a heavy blow to Zhao Fucheng, but it's currently locked. I need your help, which will also help yourself, to press the launch button." Wei Mengkai examined the hard drive, raising the hand that wasn't handcuffed to the bed rail, revealing a bitter smile. "The fact that you found me shows it's hard to crack, but I haven't touched a computer in 5 years. Do you think I can still do it? Some treasured swords may look rusty, but they are still swords. Just a little polish, and they remain incredibly sharp. I believe in you." Huayan pulled out a piece of wire, fiddled with it, and unlocked the handcuff on Wei Mengkai's hand. Tears shimmered in Wei Mengkai's eyes as he raised his hand to start the computer and insert the hard drive. Outside the door, a prison guard stood up, stretched, turned, and grasped the doorknob, preparing to push the door open and check inside. In the stairwell, Gu Mei had been closely watching the movements of the two prison guards and immediately pressed her phone. In the hospital room, Huayan's phone buzzed with a notification. Garde pushed the door open, took a step inside, and was stunned. Wei Mengkai sat upright on the hospital bed, focused intently on the computer on the small table, his fingers flying over the keys. Garde snapped back to reality, about to move, but froze again. A small knife came from behind, pressed against his throat, the cold blade making him tremble involuntarily. Huayan stepped out from behind the door, signaling Garde not to move, and handcuffed him with the cuffs that had restrained Wei Mengkai, pointing towards the door. Young Garde straightened his back and squatted seriously. "Xiao Zhang, come in for a moment," Garde called from the hospital room. Garde quickly stood up and hurried into the room. His shock deepened. He saw not only Wei Mengkai operating the computer but also Garde thrown in the corner. Before he could react, Huayan easily subdued him in the same manner, handcuffing him and tossing him next to Garde. "What do you want to do?" Garde still found it hard to believe. "Do you know what you're doing?" Huayan placed a finger to his lips and softly shushed him. "Don't ask, don't shout, don't resist, just wait quietly." The two guards immediately fell silent, exchanging glances, bewildered. "No need to wait." Wei Mengkai turned to look. "It's already done." Huayan and the two guards were momentarily stunned. Huayan was shocked that Wei Mengkai had cracked the hard drive in such a short time. He believed Wei Mengkai could do it, but not this quickly. The two guards were astonished that Wei Mengkai had actually spoken, and his gaze was bright and full of confidence. Was this really the infamous mute fool who was bullied and muddled in the second prison? Wei Mengkai turned the computer towards Huayan. "You can see for yourself." On the screen, the mysterious black hard drive was open, displaying dozens of folders named after different people. Those names seemed ordinary, but anyone familiar with the political and business landscape of the harbor would be stunned and terrified upon seeing them. Each name represented the highest power and the most luxurious wealth in the harbor. even involving higher circles in the provincial capital. Hao Tianchu's name was prominently among them. Huayan's expression turned serious as he clicked on Hao Tianchu's folder, which contained more than 10 videos. Huayan casually opened one, took a glance, and immediately closed it. In the surreptitious footage, Hao Tianchu was naked, writhing like a large, fat maggot, committing an ugly act against an innocent person. Huayan calmed himself and curiously looked at Wei Menkai. Yes, it's that simple. Because I wrote this encryption software. Wei Menkai suddenly laughed, a deep sense of fate's irony washing over him. Originally, I was just using it for myself, sharing it with a few of my best friends at the time. There's Jiang Guodong's name on the hard drive. It should have been a gift for Zhao Fucheng. Jiang Guodong was Wei Menkai's partner and old classmate back then, the very person who secretly reported him, stole his research achievements, and claimed his company as his own. He must have played a significant role in framing Wei Menkai, possibly even suggesting the idea. Not only was he a regular at Xiaobela, but it seemed he had a deep relationship with Zhao Fucheng, sharing the encrypted software Wei Menkai had given him, which now happened to be cracked by Wei Menkai. The gears of fate meshed so perfectly. Huayan also felt a sense of emotion, nodding seriously at Wei Menkai. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Wei Menkai shook his head, earnest and solemn. If it weren't for you, I would still be buried at the bottom of the mountain, still sinking in the abyss. Looking back now, how could I have been so foolish all these years? Life is sometimes like this, deeply entangled in something, struggling desperately, unable to escape. One day, a sudden realization hits, and you find it was all so ridiculous. I can take you away right now, you don't have to go back to prison. But I personally don't recommend doing that. Huayan looked into Wei Menkai's eyes, speaking earnestly. If you do that, you will become a fugitive, forever hiding and living in anonymity. I hope one day you can clear your name and walk out of prison with dignity, truly starting anew. Understood. Wei Menkai nodded briskly. Then I guess you'll have to endure staying in prison for a while longer. I think it shouldn't be too long. 5 years without any hope have passed. What else is there to fear? I'll wait for you. Huayan and Wei Menkai exchanged smiles and shook hands gently. The two prison guards listened to their conversation, puzzled and unaware of its meaning, but they both felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that this audacious outlaw before them wouldn't directly abduct a prisoner. Huayan returned to the two prison guards, twirling a small knife between his fingers. You can report this. Even if I don't kill you, you will still be punished by the system, losing your jobs and possibly facing criminal charges. The two prison guards exchanged nervous glances. Or you can pretend nothing happened, that you saw nothing. This matter will just pass, and even Chen Jiban won't ask you a single question. The two prison guards looked at each other and, in unison, trembled as they spoke. Nothing happened. We saw nothing. Huayan smiled, packed up the computer, secured the hard drive, slung his bag over his shoulder, put on his hat and mask, tossed the handcuff key aside, and said goodbye to Wei Menkai. Huayan pushed the door open, nodding at Gumei, who was coming up the stairs, signaling that the hard drive had been successfully decrypted. A radiant smile of relief blossomed on Gumei's face. In the hospital room, Wei Menkai helped the two prison guards unlock the handcuffs. Take me back. Okay. The two prison guards hurriedly agreed, feeling both lucky and apprehensive, realizing once again that Wei Menkai was no longer the same person. At the entrance of the inpatient department, Hu Chang, with a still swollen face, was supporting the dejected Feng Shulin out. Suddenly startled, Hu Chang abandoned Feng Shulin and darted behind a pillar to hide. Feng Shulin stumbled and fell, cursing loudly. What the hell are you doing? Trying to kill me? It's that Hua guy. Brother, that Hua guy is up ahead. Hu Chang's face turned pale, trembling as he spoke. Feng Shulin was also taken aback, scrambling to hide behind the pillar and pushing Hu Chang out in the process. Are you sure? Brother, I may not be good at much, but I can recognize people accurately. Just one look at his back and I know it's him. Feng Shulin nervously peeked out. Ahead, Huayan was hurrying along, accompanied by Gumei, quickly walking into the parking lot. A flash of unquenchable hatred crossed Feng Shulin's eyes. Damn it, look at that girl next to him. Let's follow them and see. Ha, big brother, don't. We can't afford to mess with this guy. We can't, but someone can take him down. You think I've just been lying around these past few days? I've been gathering information. That guy named Hui is courting death, daring to go against Boss Xiao. Feng Shulin continued angrily. I have a cousin who hangs out with Boss Xiao. Let's see what this Hui is up to, and maybe my cousin can tell us something. Who knows, Boss Xiao might reward us. Hu Cheng shrank back. Big brother, maybe we should just forget it. Feng Shulin raised his hand, and Hu Cheng quickly covered his face. You coward! If we don't take revenge for this, if we don't get our dignity back, how the hell am I supposed to survive on the streets from now on? Hurry up! Huayan and Gu Mei got into the car and drove out of the parking lot. Behind them, Hu Cheng nervously drove, keeping a cautious distance. Feng Shulin sat in the passenger seat, glaring hatefully at Huayan's back. In the afternoon, the streets were bustling with traffic. Huayan drove along the main road. Gume glanced at the rearview mirror, frowning. "We've got a tail." Huayan nodded. Feng Shulin and Hu Chang were so poor at following that he noticed them just 3 intersections after leaving the hospital parking lot. Gume took out a makeup mirror, adjusted the angle, and observed Feng Shulin and Hu Chang, who were wearing masks and sitting a few cars back. "They don't look like Xiao Fuching's people? Just a couple of small fries, not worth worrying about," Huayan replied with a faint smile, "but we can't let them ruin our plans." Huayan signaled to turn right, weaving through traffic and exiting the main road. Sure enough, Feng Shulin and Hu Cheng's car followed closely behind. Huayan continued driving, soon turning into a less crowded side street. Hu Cheng turned onto the street and only then realized Huayan's car was right in front of him. Not daring to stop suddenly, he pressed on. The traffic light ahead was clearly green, but Huayan suddenly slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop, leisurely rolling down the window and rhythmically tapping on the car body. Hu Cheng's car was getting closer and closer. "Damn it! I told you to follow, not to stick to his ass. Slow down, slow down." Feng Shulin was both angry and scared, cursing as he slid down in his seat. Hu Cheng quickly ducked his head. "Can you pay attention for once? Just follow properly. I need to give my cousin a heads up." Feng Shulin took out his phone, opened his cousin's number, ready to send a warning. Ahead, the green light had 3 seconds left. "Hold on tight," Huayan reminded Gume, then suddenly slammed on the gas, the car shooting forward. "The light's about to change, hurry, hurry." Seeing this, Feng Shulin urged, and Hu Cheng quickly accelerated to keep up. Huayan made it through the intersection just as the light turned yellow. As he passed through the middle of the intersection, he gently opened his left hand, which was resting outside the window, and a few spike strips fell down. Behind them, Feng Shulin's car rushed through the yellow light, speeding towards them. It hit the spike strips dead on, with a loud bang, the tire bursting. The vehicle immediately lost control and spun wildly. A truck was coming in the adjacent lane, unable to avoid the collision, and crashed right into them. Feng Shulin's car flipped over completely, finally coming to a stop after hitting the curb. Inside the car, Feng Shulin and Hu Cheng were both covered in blood, unconscious. Feng Shulin's phone had somehow slipped from his hand and landed in the middle of the road, accidentally dialing a number. "Hello, Shulin, what are you doing?" "Hello, Xiaolin, why aren't you speaking?" On the other end of the line, Feng Shulin's cousin kept asking, but of course, there was no response. Huayan listened to the sounds of tire bursts, sharp brakes, and collisions coming from behind him, not bothering to look back even once, and continued forward until he drove onto the road back to Dialongzui village. Second prison. Chen Zhibang stood in front of the office window, his eyes fixed on the entrance without blinking. He had been standing there for a long time, ever since Wei Menkai was taken out by the ambulance. At the end of the road in the distance, the silhouette of the ambulance finally appeared. Chen Zhibang let out a long sigh of relief and turned to greet them, but after standing tense for so long, his legs felt stiff, and he stumbled, falling hard. Seeing Wei Menkai get out of the ambulance, the anxiety that had been hanging over Chen Zhibang finally settled back in his stomach. What rose next was a strong curiosity. Wei Menkai seemed to radiate a different aura, and even his appearance seemed to have undergone some indescribable change, as if he had been reborn. The 2 prison guards looked tense, their eyes darting, clearly having encountered something unusual. Chen Zhibang struggled to suppress the urge to ask questions. "Don't ask, don't meddle, don't know anything, as long as he's back, that's enough." After finally calming himself, Chen Zhibang signaled to expedite the paperwork to bring Wei Menkai back to the cell for supervision. He then hurried back to the office, carefully closed the door, and picked up his phone. Huayan had just returned to the intensive care unit when Diao Chong and Diao Feng approached, taking the bag from him and helping him remove the disguised white coat. Before they could say anything, the phone rang. It was Chen Zhibang calling. Huayan directly put it on speaker and said in a deep voice, "Speak. I've done what I needed to do. Do you mean what you say? Help me with one more thing." Huayan replied calmly, "After that, I will definitely not contact you again." "You," Chen Zhibang on the other end sounded angry, "you really can't let it go, it's simple." Huayan interrupted directly, "Arrange for Jin Bao to be placed in Wei Menkai's cell." Chen Zhibang hesitated for a moment, somewhat surprised. "Just that? Yes. You guarantee to delete the videos of me and never contact me again?" "Chen Zhibang, I don't have time to waste on you right now, believe it or not." I believe. Chen Zhibang was anxious. "I'll arrange it right away. Huayan hung up the phone and looked at Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume. "Do you think I can let this person go?" Diao Chong was indignant. "No, absolutely not. This bastard has let so many prisoners go and doesn't know how much dirty money he's taken. A rotten persimmon, completely spoiled." Diao Chang's eyes widened. The worst kind of person is someone like this, eating from the public pot while smashing the public's bowl. On the surface, they look decent, but in reality, they're worse than us who are out here hustling. That's why no one can really believe in the law. It's all ruined by people like this. Gu Mei added. Alright, since everyone thinks this way, let's take care of this monster. Huoyen smiled, feeling gratified and happy. Chong, find a few brothers to see if Feng Lizhi is still alive. If he is, treat him well and let him bite Chen Jibang out himself. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were initially puzzled, but after Gu Mei mentioned Feng Shilin's attempt to follow, they cursed Feng Lizhi for seeking death and immediately called for Yao Dongzi. Got it. I'll make sure they're arranged clearly. Yao Dongzi eagerly accepted the order and left. After arranging these trivial matters, Diao Chong and Diao Feng looked at Huoyen with anticipation. Huoyen solemnly took out the black hard drive. What I have in my hand is not just a hard drive, but a heavy bomb. No, not one, but dozens. Just throwing one will shake the harbor. Diao Chong and Diao Feng laughed and high-fived each other. Then let's hurry up and throw one to hear the sound. Diao Feng was impatient. Don't rush. Which one should we throw first? How should we throw it? How can we make it explode the loudest? We still need to discuss this. Huoyen paused, his expression serious and earnest. Moreover, before we throw, we must first remove the sword hanging over our heads. That sniper killer? Gu Mei asked. Huoyen nodded heavily. I believe Zhao Fucheng will definitely not give up. We are in the light, and the killer is in the dark. If we don't eliminate this person, we are in danger at any moment. Diao Chong pondered. This person is probably hiding very deep. Is it easy for us to turn the tables? Huoyen smiled lightly. Then we'll lure him out. Diao Feng pressed on. What do we use as bait? Sun Yiqian leaned back in his chair, exhausted and drowsy, deeply asleep. He hadn't slept in bed for several days and nights. Besides staring at the hospital's surveillance footage, he had also tried to gather information from familiar Diao family brothers and hospital nurses. But no one knew the specifics about Huoyen, only telling him that Huoyen was still lying in the intensive care unit, still in a coma. Huoyen, you bastard, when are you going to die? Sun Yiqiang murmured in a daze. He didn't know how many times he had cursed in his heart, especially when Zhao Fucheng pressed him for answers. He dreamed that Huoyen was dead, the Diao family brothers were also taken out, and Zhao Fucheng, in a fit of kindness, gave him a large sum of money. He finally opened his own company, became famous, and rolled in wealth, reaching the peak of his life. Then he dreamed that Huoyen came back to life. Zhao Fucheng abandoned him, Huoyen discovered him, and the Diao family brothers killed him with their own hands. Sun Yiqiang's expression changed with the dreams, sometimes happy, sometimes worried, sometimes shocked, sometimes sad. Ah Chong is here. Sun's mother's voice came from the living room, followed by Diao Chang's voice. Aunt Hui, are you feeling well lately? Is Qianzi at home? Sun Yiqiang suddenly woke up, shivering, quickly covering the computer screen, smoothing his hair, and straightening his clothes. Brother Chong, I'm here. Sun Yiqiang hurried out of the bedroom to greet Diao Chong. Diao Chong said nothing, looking Sun Yiqiang up and down. Sun Yiqiang felt a chill in his heart, forcing a smile. Qianzi, what are you doing? Diao Chong punched Sun Yiqiang lightly. How did you turn yourself into this state? Look at your hair, it's a mess, and you smell like smoke. Sun Yiqiang breathed a sigh of relief for the moment. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Diao Chong pulled Sun Yiqiang into a tight embrace. Xiangzi, even though I'm several years older than you, we used to wear open-crotch pants and play in the mud together when we were kids. Our relationship is different from others. Yes, thank you for looking after me all these years, Brother Chong. Sun Yiqiang smiled in response. Diao Chong stared at Sun Yiqiang, speaking earnestly. Brother Chong knows you must have something on your mind. If you have something, don't be afraid, just tell Brother Chong honestly, and I'll help you solve it. There will always be a way. Sun Yiqiang hesitated slightly, and Diao Chong looked at him expectantly. I really have nothing. Sun Yiqiang shook his head. It's just that I've been under a lot of pressure with my thesis these days, and I've been burning the midnight oil. Diao Chong smiled and finally let go of Sun Yiqiang, casually pushing him away. Alright, that's fine. Sun Yiqiang quickly asked, Brother Chong, did you come to find me for something? Diao Chong casually replied, Oh, it's nothing much. I just want to ask Aunt Hui to come over and help me cook for a while. Isn't there a maid at your old house? Sun Yiqiang asked, puzzled. Diao Chong shook his head. Not the old house, it's the villa in the mountains that I'm not using. Are you moving to live in the villa? Sun Yiqiang became even more curious. After the Diao family brothers made their fortune in society, they built a large villa on the nearby Xiao mountain, but they hadn't lived there long before the incident with the third brother, Diao Gang, being killed. The Diao brothers then moved to the city center of Haigang, rarely returning, and the villa naturally became idle. The villagers all knew about this, but at this critical moment, why did Diao Chong suddenly want to move to the villa? Diao Chong smiled and said, It's not for me, it's for my brother Hua. Ah, Sun Ichang couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering it up. I heard he was seriously injured, almost gone, right? Who said he was gone? Diao Chong glared, then cautiously looked around, leaned closer to Sun Ichang, and lowered his voice. He was indeed seriously injured, almost didn't make it. But my brother Huai is not an ordinary person, he pulled through. He woke up just a couple of days ago. Sun Ichang strained to keep his face neutral, barely suppressing his shock and disappointment. I'm keeping this news under wraps for now, I haven't told anyone. Diao Chong playfully punched Sun Ichang. Hey, you better not let it slip. I won't. I don't even know who he is, who would I tell? Sun Ichang chuckled. You know, people like us have many enemies. I'm worried that Huo brother staying in the hospital isn't safe. It's better for him to move to the villa and recover slowly. Diao Chong glanced at Sun's mother, who was quietly working in the yard outside. Aunt Hui cooks well and knows how to take care of patients, so I thought of asking her to help out. You don't mind, do you? No, that's a good thing, I have no objections. Then it's settled. I'll take Huo brother over tomorrow. You let Aunt Hui tidy up, and we'll go together. Got it. Sun Ichang agreed. Diao Chong waved at Sun Ichang and turned to leave. Sun Ichang finally didn't have to control or hide his feelings anymore. He rushed into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a bang. Sun's mother looked up at her son's back and let out a barely audible sigh. In the bedroom, Sun Ichang hurriedly took out his phone. Boss Xiao, Huiyen didn't die, he woke up. On the other end of the line, Zhao Fuqing's furious roar and the sound of something shattering could be heard. Don't be angry, I have new information. Huiyen is moving to Diao Chang's villa tomorrow. Outside, at the base of the wall, Diao Feng, who had been lurking there since early morning, silently listened to Sun Ichang speak, filled with anger and a heavy heart. On the rooftop of the hospital, Huiyen, no longer needing to lie in the intensive care unit pretending to be in a coma, lay on the ground, gazing up at the blue sky, white clouds, and the dazzling sun. Diao Chong and Diao Feng walked over. As soon as Huiyen saw the gloomy expressions on their faces, he knew what was going on. You gave him a chance, he chose for himself. There's a saying, you pick your own path, and if you fall, don't complain. Diao Chong shook his head. Whether he lives or dies, I don't care. But Aunt Hui, Diao Feng said sadly, Aunt Hui only has him as a son. Having such a son is indeed unfortunate. Huiyen sighed deeply. In the sky, a drone floated by. In the abandoned warehouse in the north of the city, a video of drone footage was playing on a computer. The camera swept over the mountains, circling around a villa, clearly capturing the surrounding environment and terrain. This is Diao Chang's villa. A Liang introduced. Huiyen will move in tomorrow. Sun Yichang will send the specific time. Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei carefully watched the video, with Xiao Kuei holding a Remington sniper rifle in her arms. Zhao Fuqing's expression was cold as he stared at Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei. Mr. Fei, Miss Kuei, I hope you won't miss your shot this time. Xiao Kuei gently stroked the sniper rifle, then raised her head after a moment, her expression equally icy. No one can survive under my gun. While Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei were studying the terrain of Diao Chang's villa in the video, Huiyen was doing the same, staring intently at a large map and many real-life photos hanging on the wall, deep in thought. Several points have been circled on the map with a pencil, with relevant data such as distance and angle written beside them. Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei are studying and searching for the best positions to take down the enemy with a single shot, while Huiyen is speculating and deducing the possible locations they might appear. This is a contest and struggle between life and death. Diao Chong walked in. Brother Yen, I went to the second prison this afternoon, urged Chen Jibang again, and also made arrangements with Jin Bao. Second prison, cell 5. During the washing time before lights out, the prisoners are lining up to enter the bathroom, and Wei Menkai is among them. The bald, brash guy sleeping next to him walks over and cuts in front of him. Please wait in line. Wei Menkai suddenly speaks up. The bald guy turns to look at Wei Menkai, incredulous. What did you say? Hey, did you all hear that? This mute is talking. Nearby people look over in surprise. In the distance, the head of the cell, Desang, who has the best position in the entire cell, is enjoying having his legs massaged by his little brother, suddenly opens his eyes and looks over. Please wait in line. Wei Menkai repeats, his voice not loud but firm. The bald guy is stunned for 2 seconds, then bursts out laughing. Dude, if you can't talk, you might as well keep your mouth shut. Are you looking for a beating? The bald guy shoves Wei Menkai aside and waves his fist. Get lost. Wei Menkai steps back up, unafraid, and stares directly at the bald guy, saying for the third time, please wait in line. Everyone is astonished by the scene. The usually submissive and bullied fool Wei is actually standing up for himself today? The bald guy gets angry and punches Wei Menkai down. Wei Menkai falls to the ground, his already battered glasses, barely held together with tape, shatter. The bald guy snorts coldly and turns away, smug. Suddenly, the people around gasp. The bald guy turns his head to see Wei Menkai lunging at him like a mad tiger, knocking him down. Wei Menkai straddles the bald guy, holding a small piece of glass from his broken glasses, and slashes it towards his neck. The bald guy is startled, desperately trying to fend him off, but finds the frail Wei Menkai surprisingly strong at this moment, and panics. You really are crazy. No, we don't have to go this far. Help! Wei Menkai seems not to hear, the glass shard pressing closer, cutting into the bald guy's skin. A large hand twists Wei Menkai's arm, snatching the glass shard away. The short, stocky, and beefy Desang glares coldly at Wei Menkai. What's the matter? Went out for a checkup and forgot who you are. Ah, little fool Wei. Desang slaps Wei Menkai hard across the face, instantly leaving a red mark. Remember, I am the king of this room. No one else can act recklessly. Wei Menkai turns his head, staring fiercely at Desang, and unexpectedly smiles. You either kill me, or I will definitely return this slap. Desang's deadpan face suddenly flushes red. Drag him in. Beat him into submission first. Several little brothers immediately come over to hold Wei Menkai and drag him towards the bathroom. What are you doing? Stand at attention. A stern voice suddenly comes from outside the door. Desang and the others are taken aback and have to let go of Wei Menkai. All the prisoners instantly stand straight, silent as a grave. Chen Zhibang and 2 guards stand outside the cell bars. Beside them, Jin Bao holds a bundle of bedding in one hand and personal belongings in the other, standing quietly. Chen Zhibang nods at the overhead camera, and the cell door immediately opens. Jin Bao silently walks in. The older guard gestures to the nearest prisoner, change cells. Pack your things and go to cell 3. The prisoner, confused, doesn't dare to ask, quickly gathers his things and walks out. The cell door closes again. Be honest, hurry up and wash up and get to bed. The young disciplinarian was still sternly reprimanding, while the older one gave him a look and pulled him away, signaling him not to meddle. The gang led by Desang left Wei Menkai behind and walked towards Jin Bao. Jin Bao, right? I'm Desang. No matter how you mix outside, in this room, I have the final say. If you're a dragon, you have to coil. If you're a tiger, you have to. Just as Desang was about to say lie down, Jin Bao threw a punch, landing it squarely on Desang's chest. Thus, Desang went down directly. Desang's few little brothers were instantly frightened and scattered, while the other prisoners involuntarily shrank back. No one dared to meet Jin Bao's gaze, nor did anyone dare to help the writhing Desang on the ground. Jin Bao walked over, reached out to pull up Wei Menkai, and handed him a new pair of glasses, then scanned all the prisoners in the room. From now on, anyone who dares to touch him will lie down. The cell fell silent. Wei Menkai put on the glasses. Thank you. Jin Bao nodded silently, picked up Wei Menkai's bedding and personal belongings, and walked straight to Desang's bunk, tossing Desang's bedding aside, then turned to beckon Wei Menkai. You'll sleep here from now on. After that, Jin Bao shook out his own bedding on the adjacent bunk, turned over, and lay down without saying another word. The lights in the cell went out at that moment. Give Jin Bao some more money, send him some things, and take good care of his family, Hui Yan instructed. Diao Chong replied, Don't worry, I never shortchange my brothers, everything's arranged. Hui Yan nodded. Diao Chong continued to report, Yao Dong has also found Feng Lizi. That bastard has a strong life, and he's learned to be clever, hiding out in a private clinic to recover. Let Yao Dong take action, Hui Yan said coldly. Chen Zhibang has already used up his time. As we said a few days ago, it's time to deal with this monster. In a cramped, makeshift hospital room, Feng Shulin lay on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages and his arm in a cast, groaning. A doctor was changing his bandages, looking troubled. Brother Feng, this is just a small clinic. It's not good for you to stay here. You should go to a big hospital for proper treatment, or it might delay your recovery. I dare not, Feng Shulin glared at the doctor. Stop talking nonsense, I've already paid you. The door was pushed open with a crash. Yao Dong and a few subordinates walked in with smiles. Feng Shulin shrank into a ball, grabbing a piece of gauze to cover his face, but Yao Dong swatted it away. Feng Lizi, you're still alive and kicking. Buddha bless, I'm lucky to be alive. Feng Shulin chuckled awkwardly, bowing repeatedly to Yao Dong, who was at least a decade younger. Brother, I admit my mistakes. Tell Yengu and Shongu that I accept my punishment. I'll give up everything. Just spare my life. Too late, Yao Dong glared. Yengu has ordered that if I don't take out this trash, I won't go back to see him. With a wave of his hand, the little brothers rushed forward, pinning Feng Shulin down tightly. The doctor had long since hidden in the corner, observing with his eyes, nose, and mouth, not daring to move. Yao Dong casually picked up a scalpel, twirling it in his hand, the blade glinting coldly under the light. Son Lizi, Yengu wants me to let you bleed a bit more, to see just how many lives you have, and why you can't seem to die no matter how many times you try. Yao Dong swung the knife down. Don't! I'm not guilty enough to die, just let me go. Feng Shulin's face turned ashen as he begged for mercy. Damn it! I burn incense on the 1st and 15th of every month. What did I do to offend the ancestors? How did I get involved with a fierce character like Huayan? Let you go? That's not impossible. Yao Dongzi elongated his voice. Unless what? Feng Shulin quickly interjected, you say it, and I will definitely comply. Brother Yin said, unless you can get to a completely safe place, then we won't be able to trouble you. A completely safe place? Feng Shulin looked bewildered. Yao Dongzi reminded him, think about it, really think about it. Where did you come out from recently? Recently. Prison? Feng Shulin was startled. Yao Dongzi laughed and poked Feng Shulin's forehead. Feng Lizi, good job. The alcohol didn't make you stupid, and the car didn't knock you silly. No. Feng Shulin shook his head. I finally got out. I don't want to go back. Suit yourself. Yao Dongzi shrugged. Then I won't be polite. Yao Dongzi punched through the plaster on Feng Shulin's arm. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you today. Just disable one of your arms. Tomorrow I'll disable the other arm, and the day after tomorrow I'll take a leg. No rush. I have plenty of time. We can take it slow. Feng Shulin was anxious and scared. With no way out, he began to cry loudly. The night was cool as water, the moon dim and stars sparse. Huayan walked alone onto the hospital rooftop. In the darkness, a bunch of dark objects suddenly flew straight at him. Huayan reached out and caught one. It was ice cold, a can of beer. Gume sat on the edge of the high rooftop, her legs swinging gently, smiling at Huayan. Come sit. Huayan walked over confidently and sat down beside Gume. How confident are you for tomorrow? Gume asked in a low voice. I don't know. Huayan shook his head, tearing open the can and taking a big gulp. All I know is that after tomorrow, I will still be alive, and Zhao Fucheng will soon be finished. Come, let's toast to that. Gume raised her beer can and clinked it with Huayan's. Huayan, I'm really curious, what kind of person are you? Huayan replied lightly, I'm just someone here to see Zhao Fucheng off. Gume laughed. The two fell silent, quietly immersed in the night. Outside the abandoned warehouse in the north of the city, Fei Xiang and Xiao Kuei sat in a car, their faces serious, carrying bags and guns. Zhao Fucheng stood quietly in place, watching the car drive away into the pitch-black night. A Liang took a coat, shook it out, and wanted to drape it over Zhao Fucheng. Boss, it's chilly tonight. Zhao Fucheng waved his hand to dismiss it, his expression cold, and ordered in a deep voice, call Hao Tianshi. A Liang hesitated, involving Secretary Hao in the gun matter might not be good. If Huayan can dodge the first wave of sniping, can you guarantee he won't dodge this one? Zhao Fucheng coldly retorted, and A Liang lowered his head. Let Hao Tianshi move as well, add another layer of insurance, don't just hide and watch the show. This time, it must be foolproof. In the morning, during work hours, the front of the municipal government building was bustling with cars and pedestrians. Feng Shulin, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, emblazoned with the bright red words, deserving fool, slowly walked forward holding his ID card. Passers-by looked at this strange person in astonishment. Feng Shulin had a face of despair, and with a thud, he knelt at the entrance. Feng Shulin, known in the underworld as Feng Lizi, ID number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX actually granting me medical parole. The crowd gasped, instantly curious, and gathered to watch the commotion. Among the crowd, Yao Dongzi chuckled and raised his phone to livestream. A guard approached the entrance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Feng Shulin hugged the guard's thigh, crying without tears, pleading repeatedly. "I confess, I report. Big brother, hurry up and arrest me, quickly lock me up, save me." Almost at the same time, Sun Yiqiang was carrying his packed luggage, calling out to his mother's son, who was still washing kelp. "Mom, stop it, Brother Chong is here to pick you up. Let's go quickly." Sun's mother remained silent, continuing her work quietly. Diao Chong patted Sun Yiqiang. "Xiangzi, why don't you come with me to the villa?" "Ha?" Sun Yiqiang was taken aback. What am I going for? Help us set up the internet, install the Wi-Fi. We big rough guys can't do it." Sun Yiqiang hesitated for a moment. "Okay, I'll go get the tools." Sun Yiqiang hurried into the house. Diao Chong looked at Sun's mother and said softly, "And I'm sorry." A trace of a bitter smile appeared on Sun's mother's face, as if she already understood what was about to happen. "It's my fault for not teaching Xiangzi well." "Don't say that, he chose his own path. It's all fate, it's all fate." Sun's mother sighed, raising her hand to wipe her eyes, her face indistinguishable between droplets of water and tears. Sun Yiqiang came out of the house, and Diao Chong hugged him tightly. "Let's go quickly, the car is waiting." Sun Yiqiang was puzzled. "Huh? Isn't my mom coming?" Didn't you come to pick her up? Don't worry about that, we need to leave first, Diao Chong said decisively, pulling Sun Yichang along. A car was parked by the roadside, with Diao Feng in the driver's seat. Diao Chong opened the back door, and Gu Mei made room inside. Diao Chong pushed Sun Yichang in, squeezing in himself, effectively trapping Sun Yichang in the middle. Sun Yichang looked confused. Brother Chong? Diao Chong remained silent, patting the front seat, and Diao Feng started the engine. The car slowly drove out of Dialongzui village, heading towards the villa in the mountains. Sun Yichang glanced at the silent Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei, realizing something was off. Brother Chong. Diao Chong stared coldly at Sun Yichang. Xianzi, have you sent the message to Zhao Fucheng? No, what Zhao Fucheng? Who is Zhao Fucheng? Sun Yichang was suddenly alarmed, his expression flustered, quickly denying it. Stop pretending. You think I don't know? Diao Chong sneered. Sun Yichang panicked, desperately trying to pull open the car door on Gu Mei's side. Sun Yichang disregarded everything, reaching for the door to escape. Gu Mei gently tapped his hand on the back. Hey, sit still, it's dangerous like this. Sun Yichang immediately flinched in pain, his hand involuntarily retracting, hurriedly reaching into his pocket for something. Are you looking for this? Gu Mei smiled at Sun Yichang, shaking the secret phone she had taken from him without him noticing. Sun Yichang was dumbfounded as Gu Mei pointed the phone's camera at his face and unlocked it. Let me take a look. Recent contacts. Ha, Xiao the old dog. Does Zhao Fucheng know you talk behind his back like this? Sun Yichang glared at Gu Mei, realizing that this seemingly harmless woman was not to be underestimated. Diao Chong quietly watched Sun Yichang, asking in a deep voice, why? Seeing the situation had come to this, Sun Yichang calmed down instead, shrugging his shoulders. What a boring question. Why else? It's all about money. You haven't even graduated from college, do you really need money that badly? Diao Chong said coldly. An opportunity to turn your life around, to achieve financial freedom, to realize your entrepreneurial dreams is right in front of you. Would you refuse it? Can you refuse it? Diao Chong snorted. I'm not as ungrateful as you, Xiangzi. You think you're noble? You think you're great? You think that because you gave me a few tens of thousands for tuition, I should be grateful to you? Sun Yichang interrupted Diao Chong as if he had stepped on his foot, his eyes red, his expression frenzied. You're just a thug, thinking you're so impressive just because you can fight? Why the hell should someone like you be able to get rich, drive nice cars, and live in big villas, while I, who am so smart and study so well, can only wear a smile and accept your charity? Do you know? I swore a long time ago. One day, I will be richer than you, and I want you to lower your head and smile while calling me Brother Chang. Diao Chong looked at Sun Yichang, shocked by his shamelessness and feeling a bit sentimental. Brother Chang has quite the nerve, Gu Mei said coldly, still daring to talk to us like this? Sun Yichang curled his lip. I don't believe you really dare to kill me. Oh, is it that hard? Diao Chong became curious. I'm a graduate student at Haigang University. I'm also the vice president of the student council, the secretary of the youth league, and an outstanding party member representative. Sun Yichang said proudly, spitting as he spoke. Killing someone like me would cause you a huge mess. You wouldn't be able to explain it. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Xiangzi, look over there. Diao Chong pointed to the distant sea. The sea, an endless sea. Do you know how easy it is to make someone die silently in the sea? You could be under pressure, feeling hopeless, and walk into the sea to commit suicide. You could be swimming and suddenly cramp, drowning. You could be out fishing, faint from low blood sugar, and fall into the sea, with the body never recovered. Diao Chong said casually, and Sun Yichang's face turned pale. And that's just one sea. Do you see the cars coming and going on the road? Do you see the mountains over there? Do you see the marshy tidal flats over there? There are so many ways to make someone die unexpectedly, to make someone disappear from this world. Sun Yichang opened his mouth but finally couldn't say anything. Brother Chang, you're thinking too simply about this world. Gu Mei continued to tease with a smile. Your identity, well, only you think it's impressive. We've killed people who are way more powerful than you. No, I was just saying that casually. Chong good, you can't kill me. Think about my mom, I'm her only son. If I die, how sad she would be. Sun Yichang suddenly changed his tone, becoming servile and playing the family card. As long as you don't kill me, I can be a double agent. I can help you deceive Zhao Fucheng. I'm very useful. Diao Chong laughed. Actually, we really didn't plan to kill you. Thank you, Chong-gu. Sun Yichang's face lit up with joy. Diao Chong said coldly, for a scum like you, I find you dirty. Yes, I'm dirty, I stink. I'm rotten to the core, my blood is black, exuding the stench of materialism from the inside out. Please don't dirty your hands. Sun Yichang, like a mangy dog, had completely forgotten what dignity in face meant. Diao Chong showed a wicked smile. "We won't kill you, but Zhao Fucheng's gunman will blow your head off or blow your heart up? It all depends on your luck." Sun Yiqiang was stunned, confused. Ahead was a space for passing cars, where a small RV was parked. Diao Feng slowed down and pulled the car over, stopping behind the RV. Diao Chong grabbed Sun Yiqiang by the collar and dragged him out of the car. Inside the RV, Huiyan was quietly waiting, dressed in camouflage that blended with the colors of the surrounding grass and trees. Beside him were the hospital clothes he had worn before, along with bandages, a neck brace, and other supplies. Diao Chong pushed Sun Yiqiang forward. "Change into this." Sun Yiqiang looked at the hospital clothes, then at Huiyan, who was about his height, and suddenly understood, his expression changing drastically as he turned to run. No, I won't change. I don't want to be bait. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die." Huiyan raised his hand and gripped Sun Yiqiang's throat, coldly closing in. "Do you think you have a choice?" Diao Chang's villa was nestled in the picturesque mountains, surrounded by emptiness, with no other houses nearby. Across the valley, there was a rarely visited cliff, covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Beneath the leaves, Xiao Kuei and Fei Xiang lay camouflaged, quietly lurking. The scope of the sniper rifle was aimed at the mountain road leading to the open space in front of the villa. Fei Xiang sighed softly. "After the first shot, regardless of whether we hit the target or not, we withdraw immediately. Shake off Zhao Fucheng's men and leave this country." Xiao Kuei turned to Fei Xiang. "You don't trust me? You're the strongest shooter I've ever seen in my life. But this target is a bit sinister." Fei Xiang recalled the moment when Huiyan had jumped down without hesitation that day. "I've never seen anyone with such sharp intuition and such quick reflexes. There's an old saying in this country, a good rider falls from his horse, a good swimmer drowns in water, a good drinker gets drunk on wine, and a good warrior dies in battle. Perhaps we should also back off. People get older and start to overthink." Xiao Kuei chuckled lightly, unconvinced. "I've said it before, no one can survive under my gun. He escaped the first time, but there won't be a second." On the mountain road opposite, 3 cars appeared, moving slowly towards Diao Chong. Xiao Kuei quickly calmed down, leaned forward to the scope, and her finger tightened on the trigger. The 3 cars lined up in a row, stopping in the open space in front of Diao Chang's villa, with their rear ends facing Xiao Kuei. From the front and rear cars, Yao Dongzi and a few younger brothers got out, spreading out to keep watch. From the middle car, Diao Feng stepped out from the driver's seat and opened the back door. Diao Chong and Gumei, dressed as a nurse, followed, supporting a patient dressed in a hospital gown with his head wrapped in bandages, slowly walking towards the villa's entrance. Yao Dongzi and the others lowered their heads, paying their respects to the patient. Through the sniper rifle's scope, Xiao Kuei could only see the patient's back. But the serious scene, along with Diao Chong and Diao Feng's concerned expressions, as well as the patient's height, posture, and hair, all confirmed that he was indeed Huiyan. Xiao Kuei did not hesitate, quietly waiting for Fei Xiang to report the wind direction and distance, adjusting the shooting angle, her finger slowly squeezing the trigger. Sun Yiqiang knew that a sniper rifle was aimed at his head, and it was he who had brought this upon himself. He wanted to shout that he wasn't Huiyan, but his jaw had already been dislocated by Huiyan, leaving him only able to grunt. He wanted to turn around to let the assassin see his face, but the neck brace firmly held his head in place. Even if he turned, it would be useless. The bandages almost completely covered his face. He wanted to escape, but Diao Chong and Gumei tightly flanked him. Even his involuntary trembling legs seemed to prove that he was a recently awakened seriously ill patient. The gunshot rang out. Startled birds flew chaotically in the forest. The bullet sliced through the air, striking Sun Yiqiang squarely in the back of the head. His head exploded like a rotten watermelon smashed by a giant hammer. Even though Diao Chong and Gumei were mentally prepared, they were still splattered with shattered bones and blood. The two didn't have time to think about that. They immediately rolled to the ground as Huiyan had instructed, taking cover behind the car. Diao Feng and Yao Dongzi followed suit, quickly finding shelter. In an instant, everyone in the open space had hidden away. At the moment the gun fired, Huiyan, who had been resting with his eyes closed against a large tree in the lush forest, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He observed the direction of the gunfire and the flight of birds in the sky, then jabbed at the map's possible sniper position marked as number 3, and quickly made his way there. It was time to confront the sniper face to face. Xiao Kuei fired a shot that blew the target's head off, not bothering to shoot at anyone else. Her eyes were only on Huiyan. Xiao Kuei turned to look at Fei Xiang, her expression smug. "I told you, no one can survive under my gun." Fei Xiang remained silent, holding up his observation scope, scanning the open area in front of the villa, his gaze lingering on the headless corpse of Sun Yiqiang. The powerful bullet not only exploded his head but also tore his clothes apart as he twisted and fell, exposing his pale back. Suddenly, Fei Xiang stood up abruptly, yanking Xiao Kuei along with him. The one who was killed was a fake bait, not the real target. This is a trap. We've been exposed. Impossible. Xiao Kuei refused to believe it. There are no wounds on his back. The last time you shot, you hit the rock behind him. It couldn't have left no injury. We need to go. Xiao Kuei was stunned, turning to look at the open area in front of the villa, her expression furious. Fei Xiang pulled her along, urging her to leave quickly. The two crouched low, moving as silently as possible, traversing several hundred meters through the woods at the fastest speed. They could already see the main road in the distance. Hey, you two! Hua Yan's voice suddenly called out. Xiao Kuei and Fei Xiang were startled, looking around. Hua Yan poked his head out from behind the dense branches of a large tree, squatting on a thick horizontal branch, looking down at the two. They sized each other up, confronting one another, each surprised. It turned out to be a rare father-daughter assassin duo. He seemed to have recovered. No, it was as if he had never been injured at all. How could that be? Who exactly was he? Hua Yan guessed what they were thinking and shrugged. His rapid recovery was a recent perk of his rebirth. Moments later, Fei Xiang broke the stalemate, shielding the glaring Xiao Kuei behind him, attempting to negotiate. Mr. Hua, we are just doing our job for money, nothing personal against you. There's a saying in your country, when enemies are reconciled, they should not become foes again. The road is wide, let's part ways, and we will surely meet again in the future. Hua Yan smiled, shaking his finger lightly. Sorry, I hate having guns pointed at my head. In that instant, the usually gentle and smiling Fei Xiang suddenly crouched down, while the hidden Xiao Kuei had already raised her gun and pulled the trigger at Hua Yan. The father and daughter duo seemed to have a tacit understanding, remaining calm under pressure. However, they were facing Hua Yan. Before Fei Xiang could even move, Hua Yan had already predicted their next move. He leaped from the tree, the bullet whizzing past his feet, not knowing where it had gone. As he landed, Hua Yan stomped heavily on the crouching Fei Xiang, knocking him over. Xiao Kuei quickly retreated, wanting to fire a second shot. Hua Yan would not give her that chance. He stepped forward, grabbing the gun, and with a slight exertion, wrenched it away. Hua Yan turned the gun around, pointing it directly at Xiao Kuei. The hot muzzle, just fired, burned through Xiao Kuei's outer clothing, leaving a charred mark on her, and the smell of roasting flesh wafted through the air. Sir, please, please. Fei Xiang scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly, pleading. We are willing to serve you, whoever you need to kill, we can do it for free. Xiao Kuei is a once-in-a-million sniper genius. She will be very useful for your cause. Hua Yan interrupted Fei Xiang coldly. Anyone who serves Zhao Fucheng must die. Before the words had left his mouth, Hua Yan pulled the trigger. The close-range shot sent Xiao Kuei's body flying, crashing to the ground, lifeless. In front of the Diao family's villa, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume stood up, nervously looking towards the direction of the continuous gunfire. Hua Yan immediately aimed his gun at Fei Xiang. Fei Xiang looked at Xiao Kuei's corpse, shook his head, and gave a bitter smile. Dad is here. Hua Yan pulled the trigger again, and Fei Xiang fell beside Xiao Kuei's body. Hua Yan did not look at the father and daughter again. He grabbed the sniper rifle and quickly left. After walking several dozen steps and emerging from the dense forest, he stepped onto an open area when he suddenly stopped, alert. A rustling sound came from the grass ahead, and a figure appeared, aiming a gun at Hua Yan. Hua Yan quickly reacted, raising his gun to aim at the newcomer. Immediately after, several more people emerged from the side, all pointing guns at Hua Yan. They were all wearing police uniforms. Hua Yan faced off with the first police officer who appeared, while the other 4 officers aimed their guns at him. Both sides fell into a standoff. These officers clearly did not expect Hua Yan's reaction to be so quick. Before they could fire, he had already aimed his gun at the leading officer. Moreover, Hua Yan was holding a powerful sniper rifle, and at this moment, they dared not shoot easily. Hua Yan believed he could pull the trigger faster and take down the officer in front of him, but he certainly could not escape the guns of the other 4 officers. Hua Yan coldly assessed the police officer opposite him, recognizing him as Gao Mingyu, the captain of the criminal police team at the lower district branch of Haigang City, with the other 4 officers being his subordinates. Captain Gao, what a fine ambush you have here. You've been lying in wait for me for quite a while, haven't you? Hua Yan, put down your gun and raise your hands. Gao Mingyu shouted sternly. Hua Yan laughed, and then immediately let you shoot me dead with your wild gunfire? What nonsense are you talking about? Gao Mingyu still held on to the authority of a police officer. We are the people's police. As long as you put down your gun and come back with us to accept an investigation, how could we casually shoot a suspect dead? Hua Yan laughed even louder, as if he had heard a ridiculously bad joke. Captain Gao, your grandiose words might fool the uninformed common people, but isn't it a bit laughable to say this to me? Huayan's expression suddenly changed, his voice cold and full of sarcasm. Last year, you led a team to catch a suspect in a theft case and accidentally twisted your ankle during the pursuit. Then you vented your anger on the suspect, beating him to the point of choking on his own vomit and dying, and you even pocketed hundreds of thousands in stolen money. Do you think no one in the high-gang criminal police knows about this? You all had a part in it, right? Gao Mingyu's face turned ashen, and the other 4 officers looked gloomy. This kind of thing has happened more than once, hasn't it? If it weren't for Hao Tianchi covering for you, and Zhao Fuqing paying people to settle the victim's family, you'd be sitting in jail by now, instead of wearing this uniform. Hao Tianchi had once served as the head of the lower district branch, and Gao Mingyu was his trusted aide. Zhao Fuqing had several criminal dens located in the lower district. Huayan, are you really going to resist to the end? Gao Mingyu's voice was no longer as strong as before. Captain Gao, please recognize the situation. Since you couldn't directly ambush and kill me, your operation has already failed. Huayan shrugged, tightening his finger on the trigger. I might die, but Captain Gao, you will definitely die before me. Gao Mingyu's arm holding the gun trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In a secret room on the top floor of Fuqing building, Zhao Fuqing and Hao Tianchi were watching the large screen, which displayed the standoff between Huayan and the police, captured by Gao Mingyu's body camera. Do it! Zhao Fuqing said angrily, are your people useless? 5 people, 5 guns, and they can't even take down a single Huayan. Hao Tianchi was even more anxious and frustrated, retorting, you still have the nerve to say that? How's the assassin you hired? Isn't it said that the strongest in the big horse is the most sought after? After 2 attempts, not even a single hair of Huayan was touched, and his gun was confiscated. And what about your so-called graduate student informant? Has his brain gone to mush? He got tricked and didn't even realize it? And dragged us into it too. I'm begging you to get it straight. It's you who can't handle it, and I'm the one cleaning up your mess. Ah, the underground emperor of the harbor. Stop the noise. Zhao Fuqing interrupted sharply, let the others just kill Huayan directly. What about Mingyu? Hao Tianchi was taken aback. It's just a death, blame it on his bad luck. Zhao Fuqing shrugged, there are always sacrifices in doing this kind of thing. Hao Tianchi cursed angrily, Zhao Fuqing, are you out of your mind? I'm very calm, such an opportunity is rare. Huayan must die today. If you can't do it, I will. Zhao Fuqing picked up his phone and dialed a number, coldly instructing, Wang Cheng'an, shoot Huayan immediately. Hao Tianchi was shocked, looking at the police officer standing to Huayan's left in the footage. Damn, Zhao Fuqing, how dare you secretly recruit my people? Zhao Fuqing ignored him, signaling Hao Tianchi to be quiet, and continued giving orders into the phone. I'll give you 50 million. Also, Gao Mingyu's position is yours. Shoot. The police officer named Wang Cheng'an remained silent, listening to Zhao Fuqing's words through his earpiece, his expression changing rapidly, surprise, excitement, and worry all mixed together. Huayan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly raced as he shouted, Who are you talking to? Wang Cheng'an was startled, not expecting Huayan to have the leisure to notice him. It's not Hao Tianchi, he wouldn't contact you directly. That means, Zhao Fuqing, did he tell you to shoot me directly and sacrifice Gao Mingyu? Wang Cheng'an's face changed drastically, all of Huayan's guesses were correct. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Zhao Fuqing urged repeatedly in the earpiece. In a panic, Wang Cheng'an reached for the trigger. Xiao he. Gao Mingyu shouted. He knew the situation had turned against him. If Wang Cheng'an shot Huayan might also pull the trigger on him before he died. At such a close distance, he would definitely die. The officer named Xiao he was Gao Mingyu's trusted aide, and he immediately turned his gun to aim at Wang Cheng'an's head. Don't move! Wang Cheng'an's finger stopped, and he quickly shouted, Huizi. The friend of Wang Cheng'an, called Huizi, quickly turned his gun to aim at Xiao's head. You don't move either. The last police officer looked at the situation before him, momentarily dumbfounded. Aguai! Aguai! Gao Mingyu and Wang Cheng'an both called his name. Aguai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he raised his gun to aim at Huizi's head. Everyone don't move. In an instant, the situation became intricate and extremely dangerous, turning into a deadly stalemate. Almost everyone's head was aimed at by a gun, no one trusted anyone, and no one dared to let their guard down. As long as one person moved slightly, it would trigger a chain reaction of mutual shooting and killing. In the secret room of Fuqing building, Zhao Fuqing and Hao Tianchi were also dumbfounded, not expecting it to turn into such an awkward and unsolvable situation. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, the air felt as if it had solidified. The chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves became deafening like thunder. Hua Yan's gaze swept over Gao Mingyu and the others, who were pointing guns at each other, and he sneered. Wonderful, too wonderful. It vividly demonstrates what deceit is, what self-destruction is. You really are a bunch of good police officers. Gao Mingyu, Wang Cheng'an, and the others felt awkward and tense. Staying like this isn't a solution. How about I help you resolve this? Hua Yan laughed heartily as he stepped forward, gun in hand, walking straight up to Gao Mingyu. Hua Yan approached Gao Mingyu directly, treating the two handguns still aimed at him as if they were nothing. Don't move, don't you move, Gao Mingyu shouted nervously, his voice trembling. Don't be afraid, I just want to say hello to Secretary Hao, Hua Yan said, pressing the gun but against his waist, holding the gun with one hand, and waving his left hand at the hidden camera on Gao Mingyu's chest. Secretary Hao, are you there? Can you hear me? Long time no see. In the secret room, Hao Tianchu's face turned ashen as he watched Hua Yan's smiling face on the big screen. Next to him, Zhao Fuqing looked even more filled with hatred. Hua Yan gestured to Gao Mingyu, turn on the speaker, let me have a word with Secretary Hao. Gao Mingyu hesitated. If you don't want to die here, move faster, Hua Yan shouted sharply. Gao Mingyu was startled and hurriedly freed one hand to pull off the headset. Secretary Hao, if you don't want to talk right now, that's fine. I'll show you something first, and soon you'll be begging to talk to me. Hua Yan took out his phone with his left hand, tapped a few times, and held the phone screen up to the camera. The phone was playing a video of Hao Tianchu bullying those girls in Xiao. Secretary Hao, does this look familiar? Seems like it's you. Hua Yan pressed the pause button. Do you want me to keep playing? Should I let your subordinates see your prowess in bed? Why you? How do you have this? Finally, Hao Tianchu's voice came through, incredulous and panicked. Ah, didn't Zhao Fuqing tell you? He secretly recorded it all. But this is just one clip. There are many more exciting ones, and you're not the only one. Hua Yan teased lightly. It's all hidden in a hard drive that I snatched away days ago. He wouldn't really not tell you, would he? Oh, right, he thought I couldn't crack it. Hua Yan paused, then continued, Hey, Zhao Fuqing is right next to you, why don't you ask him yourself? Hao Tianchu, furious, lunged at the dumbfounded Zhao Fuqing, grabbing him by the neck. Damn you, Zhao Fuqing, you son of a bitch. Gao Mingyu, Wang Cheng'an, and the others listened to Hao Tianchu's furious curses, dumbfounded, realizing they were in deep trouble. Secretary Hao, please take your time to have a dog-eat-dog moment with Zhao Fuqing later, Hua Yan coldly interrupted Hao Tianchu. For now, tell these dogs to put down their guns and get lost. Zhao Fuqing pushed Hao Tianchu away and roared back at him. We can't let him go. Old Hao, we can settle our accounts later. Hua Yan has cracked the hard drive and got the video. If we let him go today, we'll all be in huge trouble. Hao Tianchu frowned, his expression uncertain. Secretary Hao, you don't really think killing me now will solve anything, do you? What I just showed you was just a small backup. Hua Yan calmly advised. If I die here today, I guarantee that within an hour, all those videos will be sent to every level of the disciplinary committee and spread across all relevant platforms worldwide. And it's not just you, it includes those behind you, like. Hua Yan paused before slowly continuing, Mayor Su Baoliang. Hao Tianchu's body jolted, glaring at Zhao Fuqing with hatred, silently cursing him. Don't listen to him, hurry up in order to kill him. Seeing that Hao Tianchu was wavering, Zhao Fuqing urged recklessly. As long as he's dead, the others are no threat. We can handle it. I have money, you have power. We can definitely sort this out. There's nothing we can't handle. Hao Tianchu remained silent, his mind in turmoil, overwhelmed by the rapid changes. Gao Mingyu, Wang Cheng'an, and the others' hands trembled, increasingly unsure of how to resolve the situation. Hua Yan glanced at the sky, and a drone flew over from a distance. Secretary Hao, do you hear that buzzing sound? It's a drone, released by my people, and it's already filming us. If you really want to force your way through, everything happening here will be broadcasted. Just think about that scene, it's quite thrilling and explosive. In a little while, my brothers will be here. They don't have my patience, and by then, you might find it even harder to handle. Hao Tianchu remained silent, while Zhao Fuqing was anxious. Have you thought it through? Hua Yan coldly shouted, Hao Tianchu, within 3 counts, give me an answer. 3, 2, alright. Hao Tianchu hurriedly interrupted, Gao Mingyu, Wang Cheng'an, Xiao, Huizi, Agua, put down your guns. Zhao Fuqing slumped back onto the sofa, feeling that this opportunity had slipped away again. This time he had put in a lot of effort, made ample preparations, and was confident he could succeed, yet he still couldn't take down Hua Yan. Did Hua Yan really crack the hard drive? Didn't Jiang Wodong swear that no one could crack it? How could this person just not die? Could he really be my destined nemesis? Zhao Fuqing suddenly felt he didn't dare to think further. Gao Mingyu and Wang Cheng'an were still hesitant, unsure of what Huiyan would do after they put down their guns. Don't worry, I'm not crazy enough to directly kill police officers, let alone 5 at once. Although you all don't deserve to be police officers. After Huiyan finished speaking, he was the first to lower his gun. Gao Mingyu let out a long sigh of relief. His arm holding the gun slackened and fell limply. Wang Cheng'an and the other 3 also eagerly put down their guns. The standoff and immense pressure had nearly driven them to collapse. Huiyan waved at Gao Mingyu, who approached with confusion. Do you know? I hate it most when others point a gun at my head. As soon as he finished speaking, Huiyan swiftly punched Gao Mingyu in the face. Gao Mingyu was knocked back, half of his face a bloody mess, crying and groaning on the ground. Wang Cheng'an and the others were startled and stepped back, while Huiyan shot them a cold glance. Please, do less evil. Can you at least look like police officers? Don't disgrace that uniform any further. Huiyan pointed to his own eyes. I'll be watching you. Wang Cheng'an and the others nodded involuntarily. Huiyan couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore and turned to leave. In the secret room of Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng and Hao Tianchi sat dejectedly, silent for a long while. Old Xiao, look at what you've done. Look at the people you've offended. You've put us all on the fire. Hao Tianchi was too exhausted to scold Zhao Fucheng anymore, muttering as he struggled to get up and walk out. Old Hao, don't go. We need to discuss what to do next. Zhao Fucheng reached for Hao Tianchi's hand. Hao Tianchi dodged, seemingly unwilling to touch him, shaking his head. The situation has developed to this point. It's no longer something you or I can solve. I need to report to Mayor Su quickly. You just wait. Hao Tianchi pushed the door and left. Huiyan hurriedly walked halfway up the mountain. Ahead, a flurry of footsteps approached. Huiyan immediately became alert, ready to raise his gun again. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei rushed over together. They had seen the standoff between Huiyan and Gao Mingyu's group through the drone's camera and rushed over in a panic. Seeing Huiyan safe and sound, they were first surprised, then overjoyed, and quickly surrounded him. Brother Yan, you scared us to death. It's so good that you're okay. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei surrounded Huiyan, each speaking in turn. Huiyan looked at their genuinely concerned expressions, feeling a wave of emotion rise in his heart. After hearing Huiyan recount how he had successfully escaped, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei admired him even more, feeling a sense of lingering fear. Not just dangerous, it's practically a matter of life and death. Diao Chong asked curiously, Brother Yin, have you really arranged everything? As soon as something happens to you, those videos will be sent out automatically? Of course, that's a lie. Huiyan smiled nonchalantly, just trying to scare them. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei were taken aback. I just guessed that Hao Tianchi might take some action, so I backed up a segment of his video as a precaution. But that's enough. They have guilty consciences and won't dare to gamble with me. From now on, we have our own nuclear deterrent. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei burst into laughter. Even though these bastards are as cunning as ghosts, they're still being played around by you, Brother Yen. In the evening, the Diao family's old residence was lively and festive, with several tables set up for a feast, and everyone was drinking merrily. In this round of battles, they had decrypted the hard drive and obtained the video, eliminated the traitor and dealt with the mysterious gunman, and intimidated Hao Tianchi, retreating unscathed. It could be said to be a complete victory. Cheers! Diao Chong raised his glass, inviting everyone to toast Huiyan. Diao Feng, who usually loved to drink, had not touched his cup today, instead holding onto a Remington sniper rifle as if it were a precious treasure, curiously caressing it and forbidding anyone else to touch it. Just as Huiyan set down his empty glass, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Everyone, take your time drinking. Huiyan picked up the phone, and Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei exchanged glances, turning to walk towards the main room. Diao Chong and Gu Mei hurriedly followed, and even Diao Feng, who was still focused on the gun, was pulled away by Diao Chong. Huiyan closed the living room door, signaled for Diao Chong and the others to be quiet, and then answered the call. Huiyan, the voice of Hao Tianchi came through the phone. Someone wants to see you and talk. Sure, Huiyan replied casually, but I'm quite busy lately. Let's see when I can find the time to discuss it. You. Hao Tianchi clearly did not expect Huiyan's attitude to be so arrogant, and said in a deep voice, Do you know who wants to see you? Huiyan laughed, I guess. It's Su Baoliang, right? Hao Tianchi was taken aback. Then why do you still dare to stall? Hao Tianchi, please understand, it's you who needs something from me now. If Su Baoliang wants to see me, he should call me himself. After saying this, Huiyan hung up the phone without hesitation. Su Baoliang? That name sounds a bit familiar. Diao Chong frowned and thought. Diao Feng directly asked, sounds like a big shot? Where's he from? You guys. Gu Mei was a bit incredulous, grabbed the remote, turned on the TV, and tuned into the local news channel, which was broadcasting a local news segment. The female anchor's voice was clear and powerful. Recently, our city's mayor Su Baliang warmly met with a group of outstanding entrepreneurs who have made significant contributions to our city's economic development, discussing topics related to enterprise development and urban economic construction. In the news footage, a man around 50 years old was shaking hands with the outstanding entrepreneurs one by one. Among them was Zhao Fuqing, standing prominently in the center. However, Diao Chong and Diao Feng had completely lost interest in Zhao Fuqing, their attention fully captured by the man. This man, about 50 years old, was dressed in a classic Chinese-style suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with neatly combed black hair, not tall but slightly plump, with a gentle appearance, yet exuding an indescribable aura in his every gesture. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were astonished. Su Baoliang? The mayor? Our Heigang's mayor? No wonder you two brothers can't compete with Zhao Fuqing, Gumei teased. You don't even know who the mayor is. Don't you know that the real big shots play both sides? Diao Feng gave Hui Yen a thumbs up. Brother Yen, you're too impressive, even ignoring the mayor. I admire you. Hui Yen smiled faintly and remained silent. We come from a fishing background, and we really don't know how to deal with people in the official circles. We can't learn it. Diao Chong nodded in acknowledgement, looking at Hui Yen. If we really mixed with Zhao Fuqing, then Brother Yen probably wouldn't walk the same path as us, right? Hui Yen nodded seriously. To be honest, the only reason I found you back then was that you had a blood feud with Zhao Fuqing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I just wanted to make use of you. And now? Diao Chong and Diao Feng asked in unison. Hui Yen smiled. Now we are brothers. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were momentarily choked up with excitement, then laughed and raised their glasses. No need for more words, it's all in the wine. It's all in the wine. Hui Yen raised his glass in response. Gumei watched the three of them getting all fired up and raised her glass to clink with theirs. The four of them downed their drinks in one go. But if you refuse him so ruthlessly, won't that just anger him? Gumei asked. Hui Yen replied nonchalantly, don't worry, he'll call soon. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei were skeptical. Just as if they had heard Hui Yan's words, a phone rang immediately, from a new unknown number. Hui Yan, however, did not answer. He continued drinking until the ringing had gone on for nearly 10 seconds before slowly picking up. Hello, Xiao, this is Su Baliang. A deep and magnetic voice came through. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei widened their eyes. Hui Yan replied coldly, hello. Comrade Tiancher conveyed your message, and I think what you said makes sense. I should indeed make this call myself. Su Baliang spoke very politely, but there was an underlying tone of condescension. Without waiting for Hui Yen to respond, he directly asked, Xiao, when are you free? I think we need to meet as soon as possible to confirm some details. Since you've personally asked, I'll give you some face. Hui Yen replied, 3 days from now. I can spare an hour for you. You can decide the specific time and place. Good, the follow-up will still be handled by Comrade Tiancher. Su Baliang paused. I look forward to our meeting. Hui Yen replied in a deep voice, I look forward to it too. In a low-key and ordinary office in a government building, Su Baliang put away an old-fashioned button phone as if nothing had happened and began to review documents. Hao Tiancher stood beside him, looking hesitant, wanting to say something but not daring to speak. After a moment, Su Baliang looked up from the documents and asked Hao Tiancher, is there something else? Mayor Su, are we really going to follow Hui Yan's wishes? Waiting for him for 3 days feels a bit too passive. Su Baliang picked up his teacup and took a small sip. If, as you say, he can make Zhao Fuqing retreat step by step in just 2 months, leaving you in a state of panic while holding something that can threaten me, then this person certainly has the right to make me wait 3 days. But what if he uses these 3 days to? Su Baliang shook his head, chuckling, interrupting Hao Tiancher. If he really wanted to be a righteous angel to expose us, he could have done so long ago. Why would he care about these 3 days? We have something to ask of him, and he also wants to get something from us. Can't we just sit down and talk it out? If we can't reach an agreement, we can discuss it further. Everything in this world is just as Sima Qian said, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for profit. Hao Tiancher steadied himself and nodded in agreement. Mayor, you have a point. I'm a bit curious about what he plans to do in these 3 days, Su Baliang said leisurely while sipping his tea. Let's arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. Hao Tiancher nodded in agreement, and Su Baliang then added, but don't alert him, just watch, we'll talk after I meet him. Understood. In the main room of the Diao family's old residence, the television was still broadcasting news of Su Baliang meeting with outstanding entrepreneurs. Diao Chong stared at Su Baliang on the screen for a long time, shaking his head. I don't like this person. Yen Gu, are you really going to meet and talk with him? Yes, we must talk. Hui Yen was also focused on the television. On the screen, Su Baoliang was shaking hands with Zhao Fucheng. Whether you like it or not, in this territory of Haigang, under the current circumstances, Su Baoliang is ultimately the one with the strongest power. The resources he can mobilize are immense. Gu Mei nodded in agreement. If we want to deal with Zhao Fucheng, in the end, we cannot avoid him. Since we can't avoid him, we might as well deal with him properly. Gu Mei understood Hui Yan's meaning and continued his words. Hui Yan nodded heavily. Sooner or later, I will make him pay, but not now. Right now, I need to force him to give up on Zhao Fucheng. At the very least, he must not interfere with our decisive battle with Zhao Fucheng. Yan Gu, why are we bothering with all that? Diao Feng slammed a sniper rifle down on the table. With this thing, one shot to take out that old bastard Zhao Fucheng would solve everything. Diao Chong and Gu Mei simultaneously shot Diao Feng an annoyed glance. Second brother, if you don't understand, perk up your ears and shut your mouth, stop babbling nonsense. If it's just about taking Zhao Fucheng's life. Hui Yan raised his hands and shook them. With my current abilities, it's not impossible. No matter how good his security measures are, or how many bodyguards surround him, there will always be a chance to kill him, and I could even escape unscathed. Hui Yan's voice then deepened, his gaze fierce. But that would be too cheap for him. Death is too cheap for him. For a person like him, what is the greatest punishment and execution? To take away everything he has grown accustomed to, his reputation, wealth, status, and power, to smash apart the empire he is proud of, to dismantle the grand career he thinks he has, and let him fall from the clouds to the dust. Then, we will slowly take his life. Diao Chong and Gu Mei felt a mix of excitement and a shiver down their spines. You're ruthless, Yan Gu. Diao Feng lowered his head. Alright, Yan Gu, wherever you point, I'll shoot. In Su Baoliang's office, Hao Tianchi was about to leave but hesitated and quietly asked Su Baoliang, what do you think about Zhao Fucheng's side? How should we respond to him? A cold light flashed in Su Baoliang's eyes as he smiled, spitting a tea stem into the trash can with a poo. He dares to play these tricks behind our backs. What kind of response does he want? I haven't moved against him yet, which is already giving him face. Let him wait obediently. I just said, everything will be discussed after I meet Hui Yan. In the study of Shangshan residence, Zhao Fucheng sneezed loudly, his expression gloomy, his face flushed, deeply intoxicated. The bottle of liquor in front of him was nearly empty, and he grabbed it to drink straight from the bottle. Boss. A liang beside him tried to dissuade him. Zhao Fucheng pushed a liang away and downed the remaining liquor in the bottle, suddenly standing up and stumbling out the door. A liang stood still, quietly watching, not following him. He had never seen Zhao Fucheng so out of control. Zhao Fucheng walked through the corridor and reached the tightly closed bedroom door, slamming it open. Su Feng sat dazedly on the bed, disheveled and unkempt. She looked as if she had aged decades, her once plump figure now deflated like a punctured balloon. In her hands, she held an album filled with photos of Zhao Yingjie as a child. Once, the little overlord of Haigang was also an innocent child. Zhao Fucheng lunged forward, grabbed Zhao Yingjie's album, and threw it violently to the ground. He seized Su Feng by the neck, gritting his teeth. Tell me, what did Zhao Yingjie do to provoke Hui Yan? How did Zhao Yingjie and you manage to anger that madman? Why is he opposing me like this? Why? Su Feng coldly stared at Zhao Fucheng, allowing his spit to spray her face, letting him shake her wildly. Zhao Fucheng's hand fell weakly, and Su Feng began to cackle. You're scared. You're really scared. It's retribution. It's all retribution. Su Feng pushed Zhao Fucheng away, picked up the album, and pressed her face against Zhao Yingjie's photo, murmuring, Xiao, don't be afraid, mommy is here, mommy is right here. In the main hall of the Diao family's old residence, Yan Good, Diao Chong asked curiously, since you've decided to talk to Su Baoliang, why wait for these 3 days? A delaying tactic? To keep him on edge? Or do we need to prepare for something? Gu Mei pressed further. In negotiations, you must increase your leverage as much as possible. Hui Yan patted Dao Feng and smiled. Haven't you always wanted to hear a sound? Let's find a target first and have a real-world exercise. Let Su Baoliang and the others know that we not only have bombs but also detonators, and we can create a sensation that shakes the entire harbor. Yay! Diao Feng shouted excitedly. Gu Mei's eyes flickered. Who is this unfortunate soul? Hui Yan picked up the remote, paused the still unfinished news segment about Su Baoliang meeting outstanding entrepreneurs, and pointed to a young man standing next to Zhao Fucheng. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei curiously leaned in front of the big TV, examining the person Hui Yan was pointing at. He was under 30, standing out among the middle-aged entrepreneurs who were at least in their 40s or 50s. Unlike the others who were all in suits, he casually wore a casual shirt and jeans, clearly imitating the style of foreign geek entrepreneurs. His hairstyle was meticulous, his clothes fitted, and he had a tall, slender figure, clearly someone who frequented the gym. The whole person exuded an air of youthful arrogance and pride, as if he were a winner in life. Diao Feng asked curiously, who is he? Jiang Guodong, Huo Yan said solemnly. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume looked at each other and shook their heads. Never heard of him. He's an old classmate of Wei Menkai and a partner from back in the day. Diao Chong suddenly realized, oh, he's the one who betrayed his friend, framed Wei Shin, and even took Wei Shin's company, a real scumbag. Gume understood Huo Yan's intention. This choice is good. It can showcase our strength and help Wei Shin vent his anger. What do you call this, hitting jujubes while catching cicadas, killing two birds with one stone? Diao Feng clapped his hands. Huo Yan smiled faintly, and Gume noticed, her expression shifting. It probably goes beyond that, right? Not only is he a regular at Xiao, but he's also an accomplice of Zhao Fucheng. Diao Chong and the others looked at Huo Yan. Back when Wei Menkai was framed, it was him and Zhao Fucheng working together. As far as I know, Zhao Fucheng currently holds over 30% of his Guodong technology through affiliated companies. Moreover, he is also Zhao Fucheng's investment advisor. In recent years, Zhao Fucheng has suddenly invested in several startup tech companies, making a fortune, all thanks to his behind-the-scenes planning. Diao Chong shouted angrily, that son of a bitch, colluding together, it's this bastard. Diao Feng took a glass, raised it towards Jiang Guodong on the TV, and laughed, hey, grandson, you're about to meet your end. Gume pressed, what should we do? Huo Yan took out his phone, opened a news article, and handed it to Gume. There's a press conference tomorrow where Guodong Technology will sign a strategic investment agreement with the Daijing Stinghao Group. Let's go have some fun. An event of this level, we can't get in without an invitation, right? Wait for me a minute. Huo Yan, confident, took back his phone and dialed a number directly. Mr. Lai, did you receive the invitation for the Guodong Technology press conference tomorrow? Lai Tianhua replied politely, I have a small reputation in the harbor's business community and hold quite a few shares in Guodong Technology, so of course, I received it. Huo Yan instructed directly, give me 2 tickets. Sure, I'll personally deliver them to you. Lai Tianhua responded promptly, not asking any further questions. Sell all the Guodong Technology shares you have as soon as the market opens tomorrow. Ha! Lai Tianhua on the other end was taken aback. Dinghao Group is a nationally renowned large company, and Guodong Technology receiving their investment has been the hot news in the industry recently. All analysts are optimistic about Guodong Technology taking off, with continuous growth in the future. Selling all the shares at this time would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? The investment agreement won't be signed. Huo Yan guessed Lai Tianhua's thoughts, if you don't sell, just wait to be deeply trapped. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you, Mr. Hua. I understand and will definitely comply. Lai Tianhua hurriedly replied, suddenly feeling excited. A good show was about to unfold. Huo Yan was going to take action against Guodong Technology. Humph, this kid Jiang Guodong has been soaring like a rocket in recent years, looking down on everyone. Except for Zhao Fucheng, he doesn't take anyone seriously. Now it's your turn to be unlucky. However, although Huo Yan is formidable in fighting, does he really have the ability to interfere and sabotage such a major business matter? Lai Tianhua's heart was filled with doubt. The next afternoon, the famous luxury hotel, Caesar Palace, in the harbor. The entrance was surrounded by circles of iron fences, and all the security guards were mobilized to maintain order, welcoming various distinguished guests attending the press conference. Luxury cars arrived one after another, with wealthy individuals in formal attire accompanied by beautiful partners in glamorous evening gowns entering in succession. Suddenly, an electric scooter came into view, weaving in and out, honking its horn from time to time. A security captain noticed and immediately changed his expression, leading a group of burly security guards over. Stop, stop. The electric scooter halted, and a man and a woman on it took off their helmets. It was Huo Yan and Gume. The security captain shouted sternly, what are you doing? Is this a place for you? Leave immediately. Ha! Huo Yan looked innocent. We're here to attend the press conference too. The security guards looked at the electric scooter, then at Huo Yan and Gume, who were dressed in ordinary shirts and jeans, and burst into laughter. You two are here to attend the press conference? Don't joke around. What's wrong with us? Gume pretended to be confused. Do you know what level this press conference is? With your shabby appearance, do you even qualify to attend? Honestly, are you trying to sneak in for free food and drinks? Oh, there's a standard for that? But then how did he get in? Huo Yan pointed to the VIP entrance not far away. Jiang Guodong, also dressed in a shirt and jeans, was accompanying Dinghao Group's chairman Li Dinghao and his daughter Li Wanyan, among others, into Caesar Palace. The security captain couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. You think you can compare to them? Do you know who that person is? Who? Gume asked with a smile. It can't be your dad, right? The age doesn't match. If he were my dad, that would be great. The security captain sighed sincerely, then realized Gu Mei was mocking him and glared. That is young Master Jiang Guodong, chairman of Guodong Technology, the richest young man in the harbor. Huiyan sneered, young master? The Qing dynasty has been gone for how many years, and there are still people who can't get up from kneeling. The security captain's face turned pale from the ridicule, and he snorted coldly. Don't think that just because you're in shirts and jeans, you're the same. Do you know how much that person is wearing? All top-end custom-made, worth hundreds of thousands. How much is your outfit worth? Huiyan and Gu Mei looked at each other. Oh, so I only have 300 in total? I'm about the same. The security captain sneered. This is what you call the gap between people, got it? Hurry up and get lost. Huiyan laughed. But we have an invitation. Impossible, the security captain said firmly. Gu Mei smiled brightly and asked, what if we really do? If you do, I'll kneel down for you, the security captain scoffed. But you don't, so kneel down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Huiyan raised his hand and threw 2 invitation letters at his face. Kneeling is out of the question. I find it too embarrassing. Stand here and loudly say 1,000 times, I'm sorry, I'm worthless, I look down on others. The security captain looked at the 2 exquisite invitation letters, his face alternating between green and white. Impossible, fake, it must be fake. You better take a good look. Do you dare say that young Master Zhang's things are fake? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Then you must have stolen them. Yes, definitely stolen. Come, arrest these 2 scoundrels. The security captain led his group of subordinates and surrounded Huiyan and Gu Mei, looking fierce. Gu Mei pretended to panic and dodged, her fingers slipping into the security captain's pocket. The security guards surrounded Huiyan and Gu Mei, ready to take action without hesitation. Huiyan remained calm, shielding Gu Mei. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Mei's fingers deftly explored the security captain's pocket, skillfully retrieving his universal access card and sliding it into her sleeve. It turned out that their little act was not just for fun, they had come prepared and with a purpose. Gu Mei raised her eyebrows at Huiyan, signaling that she had succeeded. Did you have fun? Huiyan asked with a smile. Gu Mei shook her head. Not yet, it seems like it's still early. Good, then let's play a little longer. The security captain, confused, asked, what are you 2 whispering about? Huiyan lightly shook his body, shaking off the 2 security guards who had just placed their hands on his shoulders, and looked at the security captain. Buddy, if you really don't believe we have an invitation, let me make a call first. You're going to make a call. Have you been watching too many online novels? The security captain laughed heartily. Do you really think you're some hidden big shot? That one call can bring someone to help you out? Huiyan smiled faintly. Are you scared? Scared of what? Go ahead, I dare you to call. Huiyan picked up his phone and dialed. Mr. Lai, this security captain at the entrance won't let us in. Could you please have the manager come out? The security captain listened, laughing uncontrollably. Mr. Lai? It can't be Mr. Lai from Tianhua Group, right? And you want us to call the manager? Manager Su wouldn't give you the time of day. Who are you trying to scare? The group of security guards burst into laughter. If you don't believe it, just wait and see, Huiyan said with a calm smile. Wait, I'm going to teach you scoundrels a lesson today, the security captain said indignantly, sounding as if he were a righteous guardian. Huiyan and Gu Mei exchanged amused glances. A few minutes later, a security guard gently poked the security captain. Boss, look over there, it seems. It really is Manager Su and Mr. Lai. The security captain was startled and turned to look. Sure enough, Manager Su Jianzhong and Lai Tianhua hurriedly walked out from the main entrance. Impossible, this can't be. They must just be passing by. The security captain turned back, speaking firmly. Boss, what is your head made of? Real iron? Gu Mei teased with a smile. The security captain snorted coldly, and the little security guard poked him again. Boss, no, Manager Su and Mr. Lai really seemed to be coming over. The security captain was stunned again and looked once more. Su Jianzhong and Lai Tianhua were indeed hurrying towards them. The security captain's face slowly stiffened, looking incredulously at Huiyan and Gu Mei, then glancing at Su Jianhua and Lai Tianhua. Su Jianzhong jogged over. Manager Su. Before the security captain could finish his sentence, Su Jianzhong raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Have you lost your damn mind? These 2 are friends of Mr. Lai and the distinguished guests of today's banquet. Can't you see that? How dare you make things difficult for them? Friends of Mr. Lai, distinguished guests? The security captain covered his face, still unable to process the blow, his expression one of disbelief. Lai Tianhua had already approached Huiyan and Gu Mei, apologizing profusely. Mr. Hua, Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. It's not your fault, but this Caesar Palace is indeed impressive. Just a security captain has such authority, remarkable. The heavy sarcasm in Huayan's voice made Su Jianzhong's forehead break out in a cold sweat. The guests received by Caesar Palace were either rich or powerful, and none could be treated lightly. Lai Tianhua was a significant figure in the harbor business community. He could not afford to offend anyone. The respect and humility Lai Tianhua showed towards the man and woman before him clearly indicated that these two were not to be trifled with, so it was best to calm things down quickly. Without hesitation, Su Jianzhong pointed at the security captain and shouted sternly, "You, get lost immediately. And you all, get out with me." The security captain and his men were instantly dumbfounded, heads hanging low as they prepared to leave in disgrace. "Before you leave, we still need to fulfill our bet." Huayan smiled and blocked their way. "Remember what you need to say? I'm sorry, I looked down on you, but now it's not 1,000 times, it's 10,000 times." The security captain and his group exchanged glances. Say it now." Su Jianzhong kicked the security captain down, "and you have to say it on your knees. Anyone who dares not to say it, don't even think about leaving here standing." "Hoo hoo ha ha." The other security guards instantly knelt down, chanting together, "I'm sorry, I looked down on you. I'm sorry, I looked down on you." Su Jianzhong nodded and bowed to Huayan. "Are you satisfied with this handling?" "It's fine, let's go, we should head in now," Huayan replied indifferently. Su Jianzhong hurriedly led the way, with Lai Tianhua accompanying him, guiding Huayan and Gu Mei into Caesar Palace. The grand banquet hall was resplendent, filled with distinguished guests. Almost all the prominent figures from the harbor business community were present, and reporters from major media outlets had set up their cameras early. Zhang Guodong held a wineglass, accompanying Li Dinghao and Li Wanyan, occasionally greeting various guests who approached. Watching everything before him and inhaling the fragrant scent of the beautiful Li Wanyan beside him, Zhang Guodong felt a surge of pride bubbling within him. He was happier than when he sent Wei Menkai to prison 5 years ago, and even happier than when his company went public overseas 3 years ago. Perfect, everything was unfolding step by step according to his plan. The only unexpected event today was that Zhao Fucheng, who had promised to attend, did not show up and did not answer his calls. However, Zhang Guodong did not mind much. Instead, he felt even more relaxed. This was good. Now that I have partnered with Dinghao Group, it's time to distance myself from Zhao Fucheng, just a mere tycoon of the harbor. I, Zhang Guodong, am destined to become a man of the caliber of Jack Ma or Pony Ma. My journey is towards the stars and the sea. At this moment, Lai Tianhua entered the banquet hall, followed by Huayan and Gu Mei. A surge of anger welled up in Zhang Guodong's heart. This ungrateful old dog. "Wanyan, I need to step away for a moment," Zhang Guodong said softly to Li Wanyan beside him, then strode towards Lai Tianhua. "Old Lai, I heard you sold all the stocks of Guodong Technology today, causing my stock price to drop by 3 points. What's the meaning of this? You don't believe in me? Or do you look down on Dinghao Group? What's wrong with you?" Sorry, I've been a bit tight on cash lately and need to cash out urgently. Please don't hold it against me." Lai Tianhua kept his posture low. There was no need to get angry with someone who was about to face a big misfortune. "Do as you wish," Zhang Guodong snorted coldly, "just don't regret it when the stock price soars later." Lai Tianhua smiled and remained silent. Zhang Guodong's gaze swept over Huayan and Gu Mei beside him. Although he thought Gu Mei was very beautiful, he didn't pay much attention, assuming she was just Lai Tianhua's bodyguard and secretary. However, Huayan took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand to Zhang Guodong. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Zhang Guodong frowned slightly, suppressing his disdain and impatience, and shook hands out of courtesy. Huayan leaned closer to Zhang Guodong and suddenly whispered, "Wei Menkai sends his regards." As soon as Huayan mentioned Wei Menkai, Zhang Guodong reacted as if he had been pinched by a door or burned by a hot iron, jerking back suddenly, his pupils constricting sharply as he looked at Huayan in suspicion. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm here to teach you how to be a person," Huayan replied with a smile. "I want to teach Mr. Zhang a very simple principle. Things that don't belong to you will eventually have to be returned." Zhang Guodong's expression changed. Momentarily unable to gauge Huayan's background and intentions, he turned to Lai Tianhua. "Old Lai, what do you mean by this?" Lai Tianhua shrugged, indicating that he couldn't control it, secretly amused. "Here we go. Huayan is starting to make his move. Today, Zhang Guodong, you're in for it." Zhang Guodong sized up Huayan and Gu Mei, smiled, and lowered his voice. "You two, let me teach you a principle first. If you want to stir up trouble, first check if you have the strength to do so. Don't end up not knowing how you died." "Oh, is Mr. Zhang threatening us?" Huayan replied with a smile. "In this situation, that might not look very good." Zhang Guodong's expression darkened as he raised his hand and waved lightly. Several men in black suits quickly approached. The bodyguards arranged in the banquet hall were brought by Zhang Guodong himself, clearly of a much higher quality than the security outside the Caesar Palace. The leader, Liao Shangdong, a provincial fighting champion, had a grim expression and a sharp demeanor as he leaned in to listen to Jiang Guodong's instructions. These two suddenly feel a bit unwell, take them to the back to rest. I'll come to check on them personally after the event. Understood. Liao Shangdong waved his hand, and 4 bodyguards immediately surrounded Huiyan and Gumei. Huiyan and Gumei did not resist and were immediately taken away by the 4 bodyguards. Jiang Guodong coldly watched Huiyan's retreating figure, temporarily relieved, then turned to point at Lai Tianhua. The meaning was clear, "You old man, just wait, I'll deal with you later." Lai Tianhua smiled, remaining composed. "No rush, the good show has just begun." Jiang Guodong's expression returned to normal as he quickly walked back to Li Wanyan's side. "Are you okay?" Li Wanyan asked softly. "I ran into 2 opportunists, but I've already dealt with it," Jiang Guodong reassured her with a smile, then leaned closer to the stern-faced Li Dinghao. "Mr. Li, it's about time, shall we begin?" Li Dinghao nodded. Jiang Guodong quickly signaled to the host on stage. The host understood and immediately picked up the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats quickly, the press conference is about to begin." In the Caesar Palace lounge, 4 bodyguards stood straight like javelins, coldly staring at Huiyan and Gumei. Huiyan and Gumei acted as if nothing was wrong, opening snacks and drinks on the table, eating and drinking without a care in the world. Outside, Jiang Guodong's voice could be faintly heard. "Dear guests, beloved friends, on this hopeful and vibrant day, we gather together." Huiyan put down the snacks in his hand. "Looks like it's starting?" "Yeah," Gumei nodded. "Then let's get started too." "Okay." Huiyan and Gumei clapped their hands and stood up together. "What are you doing?" The bodyguard shouted. "Sit down and behave." "Why don't you all lie down and behave instead?" As Huiyan spoke the first word, he moved. First, he struck the carotid artery of the nearest bodyguard with a palm, and that man rolled his eyes and fell straight down. Then, with a punch, he sent the second bodyguard flying. That man crashed heavily against the wall, also rolling his eyes and sliding down along it. The remaining 2 bodyguards hadn't reacted yet when Huiyan was already in front of them, grabbing one by the arm and swinging him around. The 2 bodyguards collided head-on, heads against heads, chests against chests. Huiyan let go, and both men rolled their eyes and fell down together. At that moment, Huiyan had just finished saying the last word. All 4 tall and strong bodyguards indeed lay down obediently. Huiyan and Gumei walked out of the lounge and parted ways at the door. Gumei went to the control room at the back, while Huiyan headed straight towards the banquet hall. On behalf of Guodong Technology, I would like to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to Mr. Li Dinghao and Miss Li Wanyan of the Dinghao Group, as well as to all the distinguished guests present. Jiang Guodong, who was speaking, suddenly stopped. He saw Huiyan walking back with a smile, waving at him. "What the hell is going on? Why is this person back? What are those bodyguards doing?" The audience below was taken aback, and Li Dinghao and Li Wanyan frowned directly. Jiang Guodong was known for his eloquence. He was always articulate in public appearances, so why was he suddenly stuttering today? Expressing the warmest welcome and the most sincere gratitude. Jiang Guodong struggled to continue, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Huiyan, his speech stammering. This was exactly the effect Huiyan wanted. To catch and release, scare him first, then make him think he had the situation under control, and finally launch a surprise attack. Huiyan took out a loudspeaker he had casually bought from a street vendor. "Testing, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. The loudspeaker was very loud, completely drowning out Jiang Guodong. Everyone in the room turned to look at Huiyan, puzzled. Who is this person? What is going on? Liao Shangdong, along with a group of bodyguards, wanted to surround him, but Huiyan happened to be standing among a group of VIPs, making them hesitant. "Sorry to take up a bit of your time, but I have a question for General Manager Jiang. I believe everyone here would also like to know the answer." Huiyan scanned the crowd, holding up the loudspeaker. "I heard that the reason General Manager Jiang was able to secure investment from the Dinghao Group this time is that he went to great lengths to win over Miss Li Wanyan. I wonder if that's true." The audience erupted in an uproar, all turning to look at Jiang Guodong. Jiang Guodong froze on stage, his face awkward. In the corridor outside, Gumei arrived at the control room door and swiped the universal access card she had taken from the security captain's pocket earlier. With a soft beep, the control room door opened. Gumei stepped inside slowly. There were 5 people in the room, a giant bodyguard who was at least 2 heads taller than Gumei, and 4 staff members responsible for the music, lighting, and video playback at the press conference. These 5 were originally watching the awkward scene in the banquet hall through the surveillance screen when they all turned to look at Gumei, puzzled. Gumei turned around and locked the door, smiling at them. "Do as I say, and I promise I won't hurt you." The 5 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Gumei leisurely lit a cigarette, watching them with a smile. The giant stepped forward. "Little girl, stop messing around and get out of here." Gume exhaled a puff of smoke towards the giant. The smoke drifted into the giant's nostrils, causing his body to sway slightly, and his expression instantly became dazed. Moments later, he collapsed. The 4 staff members were startled. Gume kicked the giant hard, but he showed no reaction, turning to smile at the 4 staff members. "Is it that funny? Who else wants to laugh?" The 4 staff members immediately shut their mouths tightly. Gume took out a USB drive and tossed it to the leader. He hurriedly caught it and quickly plugged it into the computer. Inside was a video file, and he moved the mouse, ready to open it. "Don't rush." Gume pointed to the banquet hall scene on the surveillance screen and said with a smile, "The climax needs build-up and brewing. The atmosphere isn't fully charged yet. I say, let it play on." In the banquet hall, the awkward scene continued. Looking at the crowd below, Zhang Guodong suddenly didn't know how to respond. Huayan's question had hit his secret and soft spot hard. 2 years ago, he met Li Wanyan in an MBA class, and upon learning she was the only daughter of Li Dinghao and the future heir of Dinghao Group, he immediately kicked out his pregnant girlfriend and pursued Li Wanyan with all his might. As Huayan said, he indeed went to great lengths. He not only arranged a heroic rescue scenario but also spent a lot of money to bribe several of Li Wanyan's classmates, close friends, and subordinates, trying every means to gather information about her and cater to her preferences. Even so, it took him 2 full years to finally win over Li Wanyan, after which he secured Dinghao Group's investment. But this mysterious stranger before him not only knew Wei Mankai but seemed to know about Li Wanyan as well. How much more did he know? At that moment, Li Wanyan suddenly stood up from the audience. She gracefully walked up to the podium, took the microphone from Zhang Guodong, and looked at Huayan. "This friend's question is very interesting. I would like to respond on behalf of Dinghao Group. The reason for our investment in Guodong Technology is mainly due to our admiration for General Manager Zhang's talent and our confidence in the future development of Guodong Technology. We believe that our cooperation can achieve mutual benefits." Li Wanyan then shifted her tone. "Of course, I have indeed developed feelings for Guodong during this process, but this will not affect Dinghao Group's investment decisions or my father's. I hope everyone does not misunderstand because of this." Li Wanyan put down the microphone and took Zhang Guodong's hand. The two stood together under the spotlight, looking like a perfect couple. A wave of warm applause erupted from the audience. Zhang Guodong was incredibly excited, tightly holding Li Wanyan's hand. It should be noted that Li Wanyan had always been aloof, and even now, she couldn't be said to be particularly warm towards him, so he had been afraid to face Huayan's question, fearing he might inadvertently anger her. He never expected Li Wanyan would stand up for him, openly acknowledge their relationship, and not only resolve his crisis but also make their relationship public. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Zhang Guodong secretly rejoiced. Li Wanyan looked at Huayan. "Sir, are you satisfied with my answer?" "Miss Li, what about you?" Huayan continued to ask. "Is it General Manager Zhang's talent that you admire? His character? Or something else?" Guodong's talent is evident to all. At not even 30 years old, he has created a company worth tens of billions. How many can achieve that globally? Guodong's character speaks for itself, so I won't elaborate. But personally, I mainly admire Guodong's looks. Laughter erupted from the audience, mixed with some applause. Li Wanyan handled the situation very gracefully, praising Zhang Guodong while humorously diffusing the awkwardness. Huayan couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Wanyan, then smiled. "Oh, then I suggest you take him for a comprehensive health checkup soon. As far as I know, he often had casual flings in college, was detained for soliciting prostitution, and even kept several star models." The audience erupted in an uproar, whispering and discussing among themselves. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Guodong shouted angrily. "I'll sue you for defamation." "Don't be so hasty. It's not a big deal. Many men have done it. I'm just considering your future happiness and harmony with Miss Li. After all, your preferences in that area are quite unique, and you could easily get hurt or catch something. Where is everyone? Get him out of here." Zhang Guodong's face turned livid. Liao Shangdong, disregarding the reactions of the guests, charged towards Huayan with a group of security guards. At that moment, a sudden gasp filled the room. Everyone stared in shock at the big screen, with some female guests covering their eyes and turning away. Liao Shangdong and his group were also stunned. Zhang Guodong, confused, turned to look back. The large screen was playing an explosive video. Although the key parts were pixelated, Zhang Guodong's face was clearly visible. The scene was indescribable. In short, he was naked, kneeling on the ground, being whipped, and looking quite pleased. Those who understood. In any case, it was a stark contrast to the polished image of Zhang Guodong now, revealing his dark side that no one knew about, completely overturning his image and shattering his moral compass. So he had this kink. This was one of the videos Hui Yan obtained from Zhao Fuqing's hard drive. Zhang Guodong was a regular at Xiaobela, and there were many similar or even more extreme videos. Stop, for God's sake, stop it, Zhang Guodong blurted out, completely disregarding his image. Of course, the video on the big screen would not stop playing. In the control room, the 4 staff members were also dumbfounded. The climax hasn't even arrived yet. Enjoy your boss's disgraceful appearance, Gume said, arms crossed, watching the commotion. Seeing this, Liao Shangdong quickly sent a few bodyguards to the control room while he and the others lunged at Hui Yan. Hui Yan did not fight back, merely skillfully dodging and retreating towards the podium. Every time Liao Shangdong and the others seemed about to catch Hui Yan, they always fell just short. One of them even fell flat on his face from overexertion. They didn't know that every move they made appeared to Hui Yan as if in slow motion. As long as Hui Yan didn't want them to touch him, they would never be able to lay a finger on him. It's fake, all fake. Zhang Guodong hoarsely argued, this is deepfake, deep forgery, AI face swapping, it's deliberate slander. Oh, really? Hui Yan pointed to a birthmark on Zhang Guodong's butt. Then surely General Zhang doesn't have that birthmark on his butt, right? I suggest you take off your pants and let everyone see. That would prove your innocence. As Hui Yan said this, he jumped onto the podium and strode towards Zhang Guodong. Let me help you. Don't come over. Zhang Guodong panicked, turning to dodge Hui Yan. Li Wanyan moved to block Zhang Guodong, her face icy, and said coldly, if it's not you, why are you dodging? Liao Shangdong and the others were about to go on stage to continue capturing Hui Yan. Suddenly, another group of bodyguards rushed over to block them, and it was Li Dinghao's men. Everyone, don't move. Li Dinghao said in a deep voice, I want to see what's true and what's false. Of course, Liao Shangdong and the others dared not move. Hui Yan approached Zhang Guodong and grabbed his pants. Hui Yan yanked Zhang Guodong's pants. Zhang Guodong struggled, trying to shake off Hui Yan, but under Hui Yan's absolute strength, he had no room to resist. With a ripping sound, Hui Yan directly tore Zhang Guodong's pants, exposing the left side of his butt. There, unmistakably, was a birthmark. Meanwhile, in the control room, Gume instructed the staff to freeze and enlarge the video footage. The birthmark on Zhang Guodong's buttocks matched exactly in shape, size, and position with the one in the video. A sharp chorus of boos erupted throughout the venue, accompanied by a flurry of discussions. It really is him. Now let's see how he denies it. Looks all prim and proper, but turns out he's a pervert. I'm selling all my stocks in Guodong Technology when I get back. How can he still call himself a national pillar? He's nothing but a social scum, scoundrel, trash. Various reporters and self-media creators were practically bursting with excitement, snapping photos with their cameras and phones. This is all traffic, all money, a fortune beyond measure. Lai Tianhua quietly watched the spectacle, admiring how steady and precise Hui Yan was, while also harboring a thought. Thank goodness I'm timid, thank goodness I know my place, thank goodness I reacted quickly, thank goodness I never truly offended Hui Yan, otherwise, I might have been done for by now. No more to say, from now on, I'll just cling to this big, sturdy leg and follow brother Hua. Hui Yan saw that the moment was ripe and slowly released his grip. Zhang Guodong, covering his butt, slumped to the ground, urgently trying to explain to Li Wanyan. Wanyan, let me explain, things aren't as you see them, and definitely not as you think. Li Wanyan raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Does that feel good? Is this what you like? Stay away from me, you pervert. Zhang Guodong covered his face, knowing he would never win Li Wanyan back, and with a last glimmer of hope, he looked at Li Dinghao. Mr. Li, our contract isn't finalized yet. What a pipe dream. Li Dinghao, usually composed and deep, couldn't help but curse angrily. It would be one thing if it were just business, but you dare involve my daughter. Dinghao Group will never cooperate with you again, and we will completely blacklist you. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Zhang Guodong smiled bitterly, as if he saw his dreams shatter like a pink bubble. He desperately tried to comfort himself. It's fine, if I don't invest, I don't invest. If I can't marry Li Wanyan, then so be it. If my reputation is ruined, then it's ruined. If I can't become a second horse, then I can't become a second horse. At least I still have Guodong Technology. At least I still have money. Li Dinghao stood up, about to signal for Li Wanyan and his bodyguards to leave. Hui Yan raised the loudspeaker again. Mr. Li, don't rush off. The show isn't over yet. Li Dinghao and Li Wanyan were taken aback, and the entire audience was stunned. It's already this chaotic, and it's not over? What else does he want? What other bombshells are there? The reporters and self-media creators were going crazy, raising their cameras and phones again. Come on, give us something big, something thrilling. Only Jiang Guodong suddenly shivered, his expression turning fearful. You all think Guodong technology was founded by Jiang Guodong? You think the core technology of Guodong technology was developed by him? You think he achieved his current success on his own? Each of Huaiyan's questions shook the audience, hitting Jiang Guodong's soul like a heavy stone. Wrong. Everything he has is a result of betraying his friend Wei Menkai, colluding with Zhao Fuqing to frame Wei Menkai, and stealing Wei Menkai's research results. Zhao Fuqing is his biggest backer. For so many years, he has been in cahoots with Zhao Fuqing, a den of thieves. The venue suddenly fell silent. Wait, who was he just talking about? Zhao Fuqing. He is publicly accusing Zhao Fuqing, cursing Zhao Fuqing in front of a room full of business elites from the harbor. Has this person lost his mind? Only Lai Tianhua secretly laughed. He had been puzzled about why Huaiyan, whose target was Zhao Fuqing, would directly come to deal with Jiang Guodong. It turns out this was also a move in the grand chess game that Huaiyan was playing to take down Zhao Fuqing. Li Wanyan and Li Dinghao looked at Huaiyan, and a thought simultaneously sprang to their minds. How ignorant they were. It turned out there was such a figure in the harbor, and they had to dig up all his information when they got back. Huaiyan glanced at Jiang Guodong, whose face was flustered, both shocked and angry. Your good days are over. Wei Menkai's wrongful case will soon be retried. He will see the light of day again, while you will be left in darkness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Guodong shook his head in denial. That's a solid case, it's been years, you can't overturn it. Huaiyan smiled. Well, let's wait and see. Who exactly are you? Jiang Guodong glared at Huaiyan, asking with resentment. My name is Huaiyan, Hua as in Hua Tsubing, San Huaiyan. Huaiyan pointed to himself. If you want to know more about me, you can ask Zhao Fuqing. Jiang Guodong was taken aback. Huaiyan ignored Jiang Guodong any further, tossed aside the loudspeaker, jumped off the stage, and walked away with his head held high. Liao Shangdong's group of bodyguards didn't dare to move. The entire audience watched his retreating figure, whispering among themselves. What kind of person is he? How come I've never heard of him? I haven't heard of him either. How did he just suddenly appear? Hey, wasn't it just a while ago that several of Zhao Fuqing's venues were raided? Could it be this guy's doing? Lai Tianhua listened quietly, coughed loudly to clear his throat, and said leisurely, he is my elder brother. The people around were startled and all gathered around, looking at Lai Tianhua with eager eyes. Lai, quickly tell us more. What's his background? Old Lai, when did you get to know him? What's the relationship between him and Zhao Fuqing? Lai Tianhua wore a proud expression, pretending to be mysterious. Hey, don't pry too much, my brother is very low-key. I can only tell you one thing, Zhao Fuqing is about to fall, and the harbor is about to change. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. Huaiyan walked through the corridor and arrived at the control room door, raised his hand, and knocked, calling out, let's go. Inside, Gume pulled out the USB drive, smiling as she waved goodbye to the 4 staff members. Goodbye. Just then, the giant bodyguard who had been knocked out woke up, still dazed and trying to grab Gume. Gume kicked out, hitting the giant's chin, and he rolled his eyes and fainted again. Huaiyan and Gume met up and left Caesar Palace. Outside the main gate, the security captain and his team were still mumbling, sorry, I underestimated you. Huaiyan didn't even glance at them, hopped on the electric scooter, carrying Gume. But instead of leaving, he turned into the parking lot. The electric scooter stopped in front of a luxury car. Huaiyan took out a GPS locator from his bag, bent down, and attached the locator to the bottom of the luxury car. That night, the public opinion in the harbor boiled once again. The scene that took place in the banquet hall of Caesar Palace was recorded from various angles and edited into different clips that spread wildly. A young rich man, who had always been high and mighty, presenting himself as an elite, suddenly collapsed, and so thoroughly and embarrassingly. The public was, of course, delighted. Under the relay gossip of numerous netizens, more dark secrets about Jiang Guodong from his childhood were dug up, including peeping at the neighbor girl taking a shower in elementary school, bullying classmates in middle school, cheating in college exams, and workplace harassment of female subordinates, and so on. As a result, as soon as the overseas stock market opened, the stock price of Guodong Technology plummeted sharply, drawing a steep downward line. In less than an hour, Jiang Guodong's fortune had shrunk by at least half. The matter concerning Wei Menkai was also brought up for discussion. While lamenting the misfortune of a talented young man who fell victim to scheming, calls for a retrial of the old case and for Wei Menkai to be exonerated gradually emerged. Similarly, there was much discussion about Huaiyan. Netizens praised Huaiyan for fiercely confronting the scum and perverts, which delighted many and sparked curiosity about his background. Soon after, it was revealed that Huiyin came from a family of police officers. His father died in the line of duty, and he himself was an award-winning outstanding detective who had once arrested Zhao Yingjie on the street 2 months ago before leaving the police force. The netizens were furious, as it was clearly indicative of a hidden agenda. A resolute detective enforcing justice was suppressed by dark forces and forced to resign. Before long, people began to connect Huiyin with a series of events, including the previous sweep of Zhao Fuqing's turf. Overnight, Huiyin went from being unknown to a sensation, gaining a large number of supporters. In the eyes of the public, Huiyin was both a victim of injustice and a punisher striking back against evil, delivering justice on behalf of the heavens. And that night was far from over. In an ordinary residential complex within the Second Ring Road, in a typical 2-bedroom apartment, Su Baoliang, dressed in faded pajamas, leaned against a worn-out sofa, watching videos and various discussions circulating online. Next to him, Hao Tianchi bitterly complained, "Huiyin is doing this on purpose for us to see, showcasing the destructive power of those videos. It's a warning to others." Su Baoliang lifted his head and shot Hao Tianchi a cold glance. It's not just a warning, it should be. Shaking the tiger's mountain. Hao Tianchi corrected himself. "Are you implying that I'm the tiger about to fall?" Su Baoliang's gaze grew even colder. Hao Tianchi awkwardly closed his mouth. Su Baoliang spoke earnestly, "Comrade Tianchi, although you come from a grassroots detective background, you are now one of the main leaders in our harbor. You should take the time to improve your cultural level." Hao Tianchi nodded awkwardly. Su Baoliang looked at Huiyin on the phone screen, fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "What's truly terrifying is not those videos, but Huiyin himself. I have to say, he is quite capable and has done a great job." Su Baoliang paused, his brow furrowing even tighter. "What's even more frightening is that he has officially taken the stage." Hao Tianchi was taken aback, somewhat confused. Before, he was lurking in the shadows causing trouble. Now he has made a dazzling entrance, not only standing on stage but also portraying himself as both a victim and a hero. Su Baoliang slowly explained to Hao Tianchi. "Once he has a reputation, he can create influence. Trying to move against him will become increasingly difficult." Hao Tianchi suddenly understood, his expression growing more anxious. Su Baoliang tossed his phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. "This person, no wonder he has caused headaches for both Zhao Fuqing and you. I'm starting to get a headache too." Su Baoliang slowly rubbed his temples. "Have the time and place for the meeting been set?" "Yes, it's set for the day after tomorrow at 8 in the evening, at the Gathering Treasure Seafood Restaurant," Hao Tianchi replied. Su Baoliang nodded, signaling that Hao Tianchi could leave, continuing to massage his temples. Outside the gate of Shangshan residence, Zhao Fuqing, disheveled and red-faced, clearly drunk, was holding a bottle of wine. Zhang Guodong was dumbfounded. If he didn't know that the person before him was the richest man in the harbor and an underground emperor, he would have thought he encountered a down-and-out drunkard on the street. He had waited for several hours and pleaded multiple times, only to see Zhao Fuqing in such a state. "Boss Xiao, given the circumstances, I don't blame you for secretly filming those videos, but you have to help me resolve this trouble." Zhang Guodong cursed Zhao Fuqing's ancestors in his heart but could only speak in a low and submissive tone. This was his lifeline now. "What does that have to do with me?" Zhao Fuqing burped. "Aren't you all grown up now? Didn't you want to fly on your own? Solve it yourself. I will always be your person, Boss Xiao." Zhang Guodong was anxious. "Guodong technology has collapsed, and you're going to lose money too. Besides, it also involves what we did with Wei Menkai back then." "Shut up!" Zhao Fuqing snapped impatiently. "Don't fucking bother me. Do you think I don't have enough worries? Your petty issues mean nothing." Zhao Fuqing turned and walked back to the villa, raising the bottle and shouting as he went. Zhang Guodong was dumbfounded. "Brother Aliang, what's wrong with Boss Xiao?" Aliang looked at Zhao Fuqing's staggering figure, ignored Zhang Guodong, and directly closed the door behind him. Zhang Guodong stood helplessly in place. In the study, Zhao Fuqing was about to pour himself a drink. Aliang snatched the bottle away and smashed it hard on the ground, spilling liquor everywhere. "You have some nerve," Zhao Fuqing shouted angrily. Aliang knelt on one knee, his head bowed. "Boss, don't drink anymore. If you keep going, you'll be done for. We haven't lost yet. We still have people, money, weapons, and plenty of opportunities." Before Aliang could finish, Zhao Fuqing reached out and lifted his head. Zhao Fuqing's eyes were bright, his expression calm, completely devoid of drunkenness. "Even you think I've really given up, that I'm ready to admit defeat? Good." Aliang was taken aback. Do you know when a person is most relaxed? When they think the enemy has lost their fighting spirit and fallen into despair. When they believe victory is in their grasp and success is inevitable." Zhao Fuqing kicked at the shards of the broken bottle. "I'm just putting on a show for those watching me. They think this level of pressure can bring me down? They're dreaming. Zhao Fuqing sneered, his gaze sharp and ruthless. Let Huiyan enjoy his arrogance for a few days. Soon we'll be able to send him off. Outside the gate of Shangshan residence, Zhang Guodong's expression turned sinister and vicious as he turned to look at the silently standing Liao Xiangdong. I remember you have 2 friends, wanted criminals, who have killed people. The twin demons of Mabe. Liao Xiangdong replied, they've killed quite a few. Take me to see them. In a corner of the city, Huiyan and Gu Mei were leisurely leaning on a bench, gazing up at the starry night sky. Huiyan's phone vibrated slightly, he picked it up, and the screen displayed a moving location triangle. On the road, a luxury car sped by. It was the same car where Huiyan had secretly installed a GPS tracker, with Zhang Guodong and Liao Xiangdong inside. Let's go! Huiyan called to Gu Mei. The two put on their helmets, mounted their electric scooters, and leisurely followed the directions from the tracking software. In the lower downtown area of Haigang City, at the intersection of Huitong Road and Wanshan Street, stood a towering, abandoned building. This was a bustling area of the city, surrounded by established commercial entities and upscale residential complexes, making the dilapidated building particularly eye-catching. 5 years ago, a powerful real estate developer from another city entered Haigang, purchasing this land at a high price, intending to build a new landmark for Haigang. This encroached on Zhao Fuqing's interests and provoked his ire. Consequently, the entire development process was fraught with issues, thugs causing trouble, vehicles being blocked, construction materials being stolen, workers being beaten, partners withdrawing, banks pulling loans. The developer soon couldn't hold on and was forced to put the entire project up for transfer. No one dared to take it over, and in the end, it was handed over to Zhao Fuqing at a severely discounted price. After taking over, Zhao Fuqing did not continue construction but instead preserved the entire building as it was, letting it remain unfinished, just left there. This was a glaring warning. Anyone daring to touch Zhao Fuqing's cake in Haigang would end up like this. On a certain floor of the abandoned building, a flickering flame danced in the darkness, eerie and inexplicable. Liao Xiangdong supported Zhang Guodong as they carefully navigated the uneven ground, approaching the flickering light. It turned out to be a makeshift stove surrounded by bricks, with wood burning underneath and an iron pot on top, bubbling with chunks of meat. Next to them lay some bones, resembling those of wild dogs that had been killed. 2 men were gathered around the stove, eating meat heartily and drinking from large bowls. Their clothes were filthy, their hair disheveled, and their beards unkempt, giving them the appearance of ferocious beasts that had wandered into a human city from the primeval forest. The northern duo of Death, Desert, and Gobi, Liao Xiangdong introduced the 2 men, then pointed to Zhang Guodong, my boss. Zhang Guodong politely clasped his hands together. I've long admired your names. Desert and Gobi did not rise, casting sidelong glances at Zhang Guodong. Come, eat some meat. Desert grabbed a filthy, broken bowl, scooped a large piece of meat from the iron pot, and handed it to Zhang Guodong. A foul stench wafted up, and just as Zhang Guodong was about to refuse, he met Desert's cold, piercing gaze. Liao Xiangdong's eyes also held a warning. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Guodong decided to go for it, took the bowl, and tore into the meat. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty. I heard from Xiangdong that you 2 have killed people, and quite a few. Zhang Guodong asked cautiously. Shade and Gobi exchanged glances and began to cackle. You're Zhang boss, right? What do you think you just ate? Desert asked. Zhang Guodong was puzzled. Wasn't it dog meat? The 2 laughed even louder and more strangely. Gobi casually rummaged through the pile of bones, picked one up, and tossed it in front of Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong froze, staring at what looked like a human arm bone. Desert cackled. Last night, a little brat sneaked in, claiming to be on a city adventure, and disturbed our sleep. So we just killed him, chopped him up, and cooked him. Gobi pointed at the pot in front of them. How does it taste? Is it fragrant? Zhang Guodong's face changed instantly, his stomach churning violently, and he bent over, kneeling on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Desert and Gobi turned away coldly, continuing to eat and drink. In the shadows at the stairway, Huiyan and Gu Mei had followed closely, quietly observing this scene. Gu Mei covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her dry heaves. Huiyan gently patted her back and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, the northern duo of Death, also known as the cannibal duo. Not only do they kill and dismember, but they also have a taste for human flesh. According to incomplete statistics, at least 50 victims have been consumed by them. Gu Mei involuntarily shivered. Within the public security internal system, they are ranked as top S-class wanted criminals, but no wanted notice has ever been publicly issued. It's not that their crimes aren't significant, but because they are too terrifying and horrific, fearing it would cause public panic. Gu Mei shook her head in silence. The world is truly filled with perverts and demons. After a while, Zhang Guodong finally calmed down, took the tissue Liao Xiangdong handed him, and wiped his mouth. I apologize for the disturbance, Zhang Guodong said to Desert and Gobi. You two truly live up to your reputation. Desert and Gobi remained indifferent, showing no reaction. Zhang Guodong gestured for Liao Xiangdong to open a heavy bag he had brought, revealing a pile of cash in 100 yuan bills. Help me kill a man named Huiyan. A generous reward will follow upon completion. Desert and Gobi glanced at the cash, their expressions unchanged, and turned back to their meat. Is he tasty? Desert asked. Zhang Guodong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded vigorously. Tasty. In his 20s, tall and strong, with tender skin and firm flesh, he must be delicious. Yes, you should skin him, remove his bones, and eat him alive. I'll pay more. No, I'll add more meat. I'll give you more meat. Desert and Gobi exchanged glances. Now that's more like it. As long as he's tasty. Zhang Guodong trembled all over, feeling both terrified and immensely excited. Good, very good. Huiyan, oh Huiyan, you brought this upon yourself. You deserve to be skinned and eaten. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. You might as well eat each other. Huiyan and Gume stepped out from the shadows. Mr. Zhang, we meet again. Gume greeted Zhang Guodong with a bright smile. You're following me. Zhang Guodong recoiled in fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Huiyan said coldly, You think I'll let you go just like that? We're not done yet. At that moment, Zhang Guodong snapped back to reality and suddenly became excited. It's him, he's Huiyan. Zhang Guodong shouted, pointing at Huiyan, kill him now. I want to see you eat him with my own eyes. Zhang Guodong looked at Huiyan with a sinister grin. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, hell has no door and yet you come in. Xiao and Gobi sized up Huiyan and Gume, as if they were looking at lambs to slaughter, and suddenly shook their heads in unison, addressing Zhang Guodong. You're lying to us, this guy is all muscle, too solid, and his bones look tough. Not easy to cook, won't stew well, and the taste won't be good. Zhang Guodong was dumbfounded, sweating profusely, both angry and anxious. Damn it, the guy is right here, and you're still discussing whether he's tasty or not. Truly a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. But she looks delicious, Xiao and Gobi said, eyeing the fair and beautiful Gume, drooling and swallowing repeatedly. I want the thighs. The innards are all mine. As they spoke, Xiao and Gobi rummaged through the pile of bones and pulled out 2 thick, hard thigh bones, waving them around. These were their weapons. Each holding a thigh bone, Xiao and Gobi walked straight towards Gume. Gume smiled at the 2 ferocious beasts, unperturbed, and shrank behind Huiyan. It's up to you. No worries. Huiyan casually made an okay gesture and faced Xiao and Gobi. Zhang Guodong's eyes widened, fixated on the scene, afraid to miss any detail of Huiyan being beaten. Xiao and Gobi wasted no words, directly swinging the thigh bones at Huiyan. Xiao and Gobi swung the thigh bones towards Huiyan. Their movements were simple, yet direct and effective. There were no tricks, just immense strength, fierce momentum, and a perfect coordination that sealed off Huiyan's escape route. Zhang Guodong's mind conjured an image of Huiyan being smashed and blood splattering everywhere. Ha! What's going on? Huiyan seemed to move casually, but in a flash, he deftly dodged the combined strike from Xiao and Gobi. Xiao and Gobi were also taken aback, not expecting Huiyan to be so quick. The ferocity in their eyes intensified as they swung the thigh bones again, their force and momentum even more ferocious. Huiyan watched the two, as if observing 2 childish kids playing. Just as the 2 thigh bones were about to hit him, Huiyan finally moved, lifting each of their arms and pushing them away. Their attack was instantly neutralized, and their trajectories changed. The thigh bone in Xiao's hand struck Gobi's arm solidly, while the thigh bone in Gobi's hand slammed hard against Xiao's shoulder. Both used their full strength this time, causing each other to suffer greatly and sustain heavy injuries. Gobi's arm was directly broken by Xiao, while Xiao's shoulder blade collapsed. Their arms fell weakly, and the 2 thigh bones dropped to the ground. Gume watched this scene with a smile. Everything was as she had anticipated. Zhang Guodong gasped, involuntarily shrinking back. The intense pain drove Xiao and Gobi into a frenzy, their mouths wide open as they recklessly lunged at Huiyan. They resembled 2 bloodthirsty beasts, intent on tearing Huiyan apart. Zhang Guodong's heart raced to his throat. Huiyan struck first, not waiting for Xiao and Gobi to get close, delivering a punch to each of them with lightning speed, quick and agile. Bang bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed. Xiao and Gobi were hit in the chest and flew out, crashing right into the large iron pot of stew. The pot tipped over, spilling soup and splattering flames everywhere. The 2 were scalded, screaming in agony, struggling to get back up. Huiyan had already caught up, grabbing the necks of both men and forcefully bringing them together. The heads of the Desert and the Gobi collided heavily, and they both fainted immediately. Zhang Guodong's mouth fell open, stunned. How could this be? They were the infamous duo of the Northern Desert. Such fearsome and intimidating thugs were taken down without even touching Huiyan. Who exactly was Huiyan? Or rather, was he even human? Suddenly, Jiang Guodong began to understand why Zhao Fucheng had become so despondent. This person was too strong. There was no way to fight back. How could they even continue? Liao Shangdong had been silently watching the battle, already terrified. Seeing the situation turn dire, he turned and ran towards the staircase. Damn it! Zhang Guodong was furious to see Liao Shangdong abandon him and cursed as he followed towards the staircase. What grudges or hatred could matter? Survival was the priority. With a sudden scream, Liao Shangdong collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his left foot. Several rusty iron nails had pierced through his soul, causing excruciating pain. Zhang Guodong quickly stopped, not daring to move recklessly. Gumei approached with a bright smile, releasing a handful of iron nails that clattered to the ground. How careless of you! It's pitch dark, why are you running around? What if you step into another hole? Gumei lifted her foot and pushed Liao Shangdong forward. Next to him was a huge gaping hole, and Liao Shangdong fell straight down. He reacted quickly, turning to grab Gumei's leg. Gumei had anticipated this, dodging nimbly out of the way. Liao Shangdong flailed on the ground, managing to grasp the edge of the hole with one hand, his body hanging in midair. There really is a hole. What a coincidence! Let me help you out. Gumei stepped closer, her smile widening, and stomped down hard on the hand Liao Shangdong was using to cling to the edge. Liao Shangdong cried out in pain, losing his grip, and disappeared into the hole. A series of screams accompanied by the sound of crashing followed, culminating in a loud bang. Then, the world fell silent once more. Zhang Guodong trembled, not daring to move. Jiang, are you reluctant to leave? Gumei approached, teasingly laughing as she gently patted Zhang Guodong. Jiang, can I borrow your phone? Zhang Guodong was taken aback, unsure of what Gumei meant. She reached out, skillfully pulling the phone from his pocket, and aimed the camera at his face, successfully unlocking it. Meanwhile, Huiyan calmly gathered some steel bars and wood to make a simple stand. Gumei placed Zhang Guodong's phone on it, pointing the camera at him. Zhang Guodong had no idea what Huiyan and Gumei were planning, but his instincts told him it was definitely not a good thing, and it would be terrifying and dreadful. Hua, brother Hua, and this beautiful lady, I really admire you both. Zhang Guodong clasped his hands repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Please let me go, I still have some money, I can give it all to you. Gumei's eyes lit up. How much? I can come up with a few $100 million, and I can help you make money. I have a lot of experience in the stock market, especially in the tech sector. I helped Zhao Fucheng make money. I can definitely help you. Gumei nodded. Sounds good, I'm tempted. A small spark of hope ignited in Zhang Guodong's eyes. What a pity! Gumei's tone shifted, shaking her head regretfully as she pointed at Huiyan. You've encountered someone who has no interest in money. He's the one who calls the shots. Zhang Guodong was taken aback, staring at Huiyan, wanting to say something more. Huiyan reached out, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him directly in front of the phone. I can give you a chance. Thank you, brother Hua. From now on, you are my big brother. Zhang Guodong bowed and scraped, his face full of flattery. But you have to obediently confess first. Huiyan pointed at the phone camera. Start a live stream, confess loudly to the whole world, and tell how you colluded with Zhao Fucheng to frame Wei Menkai back then, and how you have been in cahoots with Zhao Fucheng all these years. If I am satisfied with your confession, perhaps I will let you go. Zhang Guodong was dumbfounded, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I can't confess, or I'll go to jail. No, I'll die. Then go die now. Huiyan shouted coldly, kicking Zhang Guodong in the chest. Zhang Guodong was kicked back, stumbling and retreating, directly off the edge of the floor. With a scream of ah, Zhang Guodong fell straight down. As he fell, he screamed in terror, ah. Then, his descent abruptly stopped. Huiyan had grabbed Zhang Guodong's ankle with one hand, hanging him upside down in the air. Below was a dark abyss, unfathomable. Items from Zhang Guodong's pockets slipped out and fell, the sound of them hitting the ground echoing several seconds later. Gumei squatted at the edge, smiling as she looked at Zhang Guodong. Mr. Zhang, do you want to fall to your death like your bodyguard? Actually, falling from such a height, aside from the death being quite ugly like brain matter splattering, bones sticking out, and excrement spraying everywhere, the whole process will be quick, not too painful. Zhang Guodong, already scared to death, became even more frantic, shouting in panic. No, pull me up. I confess everything. Whatever you want me to confess, I will confess. Pull me up quickly. Huiyan exerted force and easily pulled him back up, tossing him onto the ground like trash. Having brushed against death, Zhang Guodong collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. Hey, please perk up. You still have to go on camera later. Gumei patted Zhang Guodong, signaling him to stand up. Then she took out a small bag she carried and pulled out a complete set of makeup tools, kindly helping Zhang Guodong fix his hair and applying some powder to his face. Zhang Guodong was at a loss, unable to resist, and could only let Gu Mei do as she pleased. Moments later, a sudden livestream broke the long night, once again igniting the emotions and gossip of netizens. In front of the camera, Zhang Guodong slowly began to speak. My name is Zhang Guodong, chairman of Guodong Technology. Today. Zhang Guodong hesitated, unable to continue. He glanced outside the camera, looking as if he had seen a ghost, panic and fear in his eyes. He closed his eyes heavily, unwilling yet helplessly continuing. Today I want to publicly confess my crimes to the vast number of netizens. 5 years ago, I was jealous of my good friend Wei Menkai's achievements. I took advantage of his compassion and sense of justice to deliberately inform him that a food company's dairy products contained excessive toxic polyamines. I incited Wei Menkai to hack into that company's intranet and publish their criminal evidence online. Then I reported him to the police and, under Zhao Fuqing's instructions, placed 1 million cash in his office to frame him for extortion. I sent Wei Menkai to prison and took all the software he developed and the investments he secured for myself, which led to the creation of Guodong Technology. Wei Menkai is innocent. I am the guilty one. The worst is Zhao Fuqing, who manipulated me from behind. The heat of this livestream instantly shot to the top of the platform's real-time trending list. Countless netizens were filled with righteous indignation, tagging the relevant department's social media accounts, demanding an immediate investigation into Zhang Guodong's confession. Zhao Fuqing was awakened by a call from Liang, lit a cigar, poured a glass of wine, and watched the live broadcast. Su Baoliang was also awakened by a call from Hao Tianshi, rubbing his temples as he watched the live broadcast. They both knew that Zhang Guodong was being coerced, but they never expected that after Huiyan caused a scene at the press conference, he still had no intention of letting it go, and there were follow-up lethal moves. He was determined to completely crush Zhang Guodong. How deep was this person's hatred? How much power did he have? I guarantee with my character that everything I said is absolutely true, not a single word is false. Zhang Guodong raised his hand and solemnly swore to the camera. I have records of collusion with Zhao Fuqing on my phone, and evidence of conspiracy with Zhao Fuqing in my office. I hope the relevant departments can investigate as soon as possible and clear Wei Menkai's name. Zhang Guodong bowed deeply to the camera. Menkai, I'm sorry. After Zhang Guodong finished speaking, he looked eagerly at Huiyan and Gu Mei. Huiyan nodded, indicating it was enough. Zhang Guodong couldn't wait to turn off the live broadcast and hurriedly asked, Brother Hua, did I do well? Are you satisfied? Huiyan remained silent, quietly watching Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong felt a chill under his gaze. I did everything you said. As soon as it gets light, I'll go to the Public Security Bureau to confess. I will cooperate with the investigation. No need, you've already been very detailed. Huiyan shook his head. Whether you are there or not, the Public Security Bureau can overturn Wei Menkai's case. Zhang Guodong was horrified, realizing that Huiyan had no intention of letting him off. What more do you want? Huiyan smiled, after confessing, feeling guilty, jumping off a building to commit suicide, ending your sinful life, wouldn't that be a perfect ending? And it would be a relief to everyone. Zhang Guodong was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Huiyan, trembling as he spoke. You said as long as I obediently confessed, you would give me a chance. I did give you one, but you refused, Huiyan said coldly. Later, you only listened because you were scared. Zhang Guodong was going crazy, kneeling in front of Huiyan with a thud. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I have made mistakes, done evil, but I don't deserve to die. Zhang Guodong turned to Gu Mei. Miss, you are so beautiful, you must have a kind heart. Please help me, spare my life. Gu Mei shrugged, indicating she couldn't help. Huiyan slowly approached Zhang Guodong. Because deep down, you are a bad seed. If you are left alive, you will continue to do evil and harm others. I can be a good person. I am willing to be a good person. Zhang Guodong shouted desperately. Don't come any closer. Huiyan ignored him completely, grabbing Zhang Guodong by the collar and dragging him to the edge of the building like a dead dog, then directly threw him down. Moments later, a heavy thud echoed from below as something hit the ground. Huiyan stood at the edge, quietly looking down, as Gu Mei walked over. I still don't quite understand why you want him dead so badly. He doesn't seem to deserve death, does he? He isn't honest. There are many things he hasn't said. For example, he kicked his then-girlfriend to pursue Li Wanyan. Do you know what happened to that girl later? Gu Mei's expression changed. She overdosed on sleeping pills and drowned in the bathtub while taking a bath. Gu Mei asked in surprise, did Zhang Guodong do that? That girl got pregnant with his child and refused to break up. He was afraid it would delay his pursuit of Li Wanyan, so he had Zhao Fuqing send someone to make it look like an accident. Scum, Gu Mei cursed angrily. I've seen him at his worst, Huiyan said. In his previous life, when Huiyan was beaten and imprisoned in a dungeon, he had seen Jiang Guodong and heard Zhao Yingjie mention him many times. In that timeline, Jiang Guodong successfully married Li Wanyan and became immensely wealthy, but he was not satisfied. A few years later, he colluded with Zhao Fuqing, using the same old tricks to send Li Dinghao to prison, seizing control of the Dinghao group and forcing Li Wanyan to leave with nothing. Even more despicable, he did not spare Wei Mengkai. After Wei Mengkai served the remainder of his sentence and was released, Jiang Guodong directly captured him, subjecting him to all kinds of humiliation, ultimately torturing him to death. This was a born villain. He must die. Huayan did not speak of these matters, but Gume could sense the anger in his expression. Suddenly, a commotion came from behind. Huayan and Gume turned to look. Desert and Gobi woke up, struggling to get up. The two looked bewildered, dazed. "You, who are you?" Desert asked Gobi. Gobi shook his head in confusion. "Who are you?" They both looked around. "Where is this? What happened to us?" Gume stepped closer, observing Desert and Gobi. The two stared blankly at Gume. "Wow, the double trouble has turned into double fools. Old Hua, how hard did you hit them?" Huayan approached, and Desert and Gobi turned to look at him again. Huayan lifted their eyelids to check, and their expressions grew even more dazed, allowing Huayan to manipulate them. They really had been knocked silly. "How should we deal with them? Just throw them down? No way." Huayan shook his head. These two are notorious S-level wanted criminals, with numerous crimes and solid evidence. Just killing them would be a waste. More people should see their fate. Gume giggled. "What bad idea are you plotting now? This time it's a really good idea." Huayan smiled as well. In the early morning, as the sun rose, a group of residents gathered near a garbage station in an ordinary old community in Hongwan district, looking astonished. Two filthy, disheveled men, covered in wounds, lay next to a stinking garbage bin, rummaging through leftovers to shove into their mouths. It was none other than Desert and Gobi. Where did these two come from? They can't be idiots, right? They look like they've been beaten up. So disgusting. Hurry up and drive them out of our community. The residents murmured, but no one was willing to approach. Aunt Hu, wearing a red armband, looked anxious and suddenly waved at a passerby as if she had seen a savior. "Xiao Du, come here quickly, come and take a look. How did two idiots suddenly appear, and they're all hurt? You're a police officer. Hurry up and help us drive them away." The person responded and walked over. It was Du Yu, Huayan's former partner and good brother from the police force. He lived in this community, just in the building next door, and was about to leave for work. "Aunt Hu, don't worry, let me take a look first." Du Yu parted the crowd and walked up, looking puzzled at Desert and Gobi. The two were still chewing on leftovers, looking dazed. "Hey, what happened to you two? Where are you from? Who beat you?" Du Yu asked. Desert and Gobi turned to look at Du Yu in confusion. Du Yu's eyes shifted, and suddenly his expression changed drastically as he shouted sternly, "Everyone, scatter! Quickly, scatter! These are two wanted criminals, they've killed people." With a loud crash, the onlookers all retreated several meters, especially Aunt Hu, who ran the fastest. But they were reluctant to miss the spectacle, stopping at a distance to watch. "Don't move! You must not move." Du Yu warned Desert and Gobi, quickly taking out his phone to make a call. "Master, come quickly. The Desert North duo, Desert and Gobi. I've got them in my hands, right in my community. Hurry and bring people over." More than 10 minutes later, several police cars roared in. Wu Taifeng jumped out of the car with over a dozen criminal police officers, looking tense, armed and ready, as if facing a formidable enemy. Immediately, they were all dumbfounded. Du Yu stood with the Desert and Gobi beneath his feet, while the two others were still grinning foolishly at everyone. The capture process was completely uneventful. The injured Desert and Gobi offered no resistance and were easily apprehended. Aunt Hu and the other onlookers were very disappointed. Was this really it? A wanted criminal? How boring. 2 hours later, the identities of the Desert and Gobi were confirmed. Although it was still unknown who had beaten them into such a state, and the two had no memory of who they were, there was no doubt they were the notorious S-class wanted criminals, the demon duo of Imobe. "Xiao Du, you really have good luck, running into wanted criminals right in your own neighborhood. The song says a Lin's sister fell from the sky, but you've got two wanted criminals dropping down, and they're the demon duo of Imobe. How many people have spent years trying to catch them? Xiao Du, you must be getting a major merit for this." In the main office area of the Hongwan District Criminal Police Team, everyone was teasing Du Yu, a bit envious. "Later, our whole team will share the credit." Huayan's master, Wu Taifeng, entered with a serious expression, waving his hand to disperse the crowd and signaling Du Yu to follow him. After closing the office door, Wu Taifeng asked in a low voice, "Have you been in contact with Xiaoyan recently? The phone has been unanswered, and I went to his house a few days ago, but no one was there." Du Yu shook his head. then suddenly looked alarmed. Could it be that Yen Gu has gotten into trouble? Wu Taifeng took out his phone and handed it to Du Yu, showing a clip from the community surveillance video. I checked the surveillance from your neighborhood this morning. Take a look. Who is this? On the screen, a man wearing a hat and mask was pushing a large garbage bin. Do you scrutinized it, his expression changing? Yen Gu? If I'm not mistaken, what's inside that bin is the demon duo of Mo Bei. Master, are you saying that Yen Gu found the demon duo, beat them up like this, and then dumped them in my neighborhood for me to take the credit? Wu Taifeng nodded gravely. That's impossible. How could Yen Gu find the demon duo by himself and injure them? Wu Taifeng smiled slightly, took back the phone, and opened another video. Didn't you go online last night? Didn't you see the trending news? You still don't know what Huoyan has been up to. I was with Xiao all night, so I really didn't. Do you suddenly widened his eyes as the phone played a scene of Huoyan causing a ruckus in a banquet hall, dealing with Zhang Guodong? Yen Gu has changed. Do you exclaimed in shock? Even through the screen, he could sense that Huoyan's demeanor was different. Wu Taifeng pointed at Zhang Guodong. This person is dead, fell from a building. Du Yu was even more astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't mention this to anyone else. I'm afraid that one day, we in Xiaoyin might. Wu Taifeng didn't continue, signaling Du Yu to leave first. He opened the desk drawer and pulled out an old photo from the bottom. It showed a young Wu Taifeng and Huoyan's father, Huosin, both in police uniforms, full of vigor. Wu Taifeng stared at it for a long time, his expression grave, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest. Around noon, the social media account of the harbor police released 2 situation reports. One reported the death of a man named Zhang who had fallen from a building, with the police conducting a follow-up investigation. The other announced the capture of the major wanted criminals demon duo of Mo Bei in our city. At this time, Huoyan and Gu Mei were driving towards the second prison. The phone rang. It was Hao Tiancher calling. Tomorrow night at 8, at the Gathering Treasure Seafood Restaurant, come alone. Hao Tiancher said coldly. Before that, we hope you won't cause any more trouble. I'll be there. As for causing trouble, I can't guarantee anything. It depends on my mood. Huoyan hung up the phone directly. After hanging up on Hao Tiancher, Huoyan continued driving, and soon arrived at the entrance of the second prison. The car parked, and as Huoyan got out, he heard angry curses coming from nearby. Hua, you bastard, you have no sense of rules, your words don't count. You said if I did as you said, you wouldn't trouble me anymore. Huoyan turned to see it was Deputy Warden Chen Jibang. Several staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission were holding him back, about to push him into a car to take him away for questioning. Chen Jibang had lost all his former authority and composure, looking as if he had aged several years overnight, disheveled and fearful. Previously, Feng Shulin's self-reporting and public denunciation at the city government had caused quite a stir, spreading widely online and provoking public outrage. Although Chen Jibang wielded immense power in the second prison, he was merely a small player in the entire system, and now no one dared to protect him. He was doomed. Huoyan walked towards the furious Chen Jibang with a faint smile. I really haven't troubled you again. Wasn't it Feng Shulin who had a sudden change of heart and reported you? He has no conscience. It was all your coercion. Chen Jibang was so enraged he wanted to rush at Huoyan but was firmly held back by the staff. Hey, the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission are right here. You should be careful with your words. Everything needs evidence. Huoyan interrupted Chen Jibang coldly. You should properly confess your issues to the organization. Spouting off will only make your situation worse. Chen Jibang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. He understood Huoyan's meaning. If he tried to implicate Huoyan and Wei Menkai, it would not only fail to save him but would also add another charge against him. Filled with resentment and helplessness, Chen Jibang was led away by the commission staff, his head hanging low. Huoyan didn't spare him another glance and walked straight to the visitor registration room at the entrance of the second prison. He had long since stopped caring about Chen Jibang. It was merely a coincidence that they crossed paths. His true purpose here was to meet Wei Menkai. In the meeting room of the second prison, Wei Menkai stared intently at Huoyan's phone through the glass. A video of Zhang Guodong confessing was playing on the phone, showing Zhang Guodong bowing and apologizing. Wei Menkai let out a long breath of frustration. Huoyan glanced at the distracted prison guard in the corner, swiped the phone screen, and pulled up a photo of Zhang Guodong's body, which had fallen to his death from a half-finished building. The scene was tragic, his body shattered and mangled, barely recognizable as Zhang Guodong. Wei Menkai's eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping aloud. Huoyan said lightly, "Sorry, I took the liberty of avenging you." Wei Menkai suddenly stood up and deeply bowed to Huoyan. Thank you, brother Hua." Huoyan put away his phone and waved his hand gently. "No need to thank me. every effect has a cause. This is the fate Jiang Guodong deserves. I merely used my hand to punish him. Don't forget, your revenge isn't finished yet. There's still the mastermind Zhao Fuqing. Next, I will find a way to have the relevant departments quickly review your case. After you regain your freedom, you'll need to help me deal with Zhao Fuqing. A cold light flashed in Wei Menkai's eyes. He clenched one fist and raised the other in salute to Hui Yan. It's my duty. After leaving the second prison, Hui Yan and Gu Mei drove directly back to Dialongzui village in Shiping County. Diao Chong and Diao Feng had already seen the news of Hui Yan punishing Jiang Guodong online and were thrilled, pulling Hui Yan to ask for details, feeling a sense of relief and admiration, regretting they couldn't participate personally. But as soon as they heard Hui Yan was going to meet Su Baoliang alone the next day, the two jumped up. Diao Chong shook his head repeatedly. No, you're playing with fire near a shark's mouth. It's too dangerous. Those guys are all cunning and treacherous. They'll eat you alive without spitting out the bones. Diao Feng added anxiously. Brother Yan, at least take me with you. I can keep an eye on you. They are cunning, but I'm no pushover. I will never let them have it easy. Hui Yan said with a faint smile. Then his expression turned serious. Not taking you with me doesn't mean I want you to sit idly at home. Your tasks and the dangers you might encounter could be even greater than mine. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei were all taken aback. Hui Yan took a piece of white paper and quickly sketched out the general terrain of Dialongzui village and the Diao family's old residence. I need you to do a few things. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei hurriedly leaned in, listening intently. The next evening, at Dongxing Wharf, many tourists who had come with high hopes looked regretfully at a brightly lit large ship floating in the distance. It was the famous landmark and dining destination of the harbor, Jubeo High seafood boat. Nearly 100 meters long, over 30 meters high, and covering an area of 5,000 square meters, it could accommodate more than 2,000 guests. Decorated in traditional Chinese palace style, it was resplendent and colorful, resembling a palace on the sea. Usually, Jubeo High seafood boat docked very close to the wharf, allowing tourists to easily take photos. However, today it had set off early to a distance, and from the wharf, one could only see a vague outline. Even more regretful than the tourists were those who had originally reserved dining spots on the ship. 2 days ago, Jubeo High seafood boat suddenly cancelled all reservations, refusing to accommodate anyone, regardless of their status or background. Following the information sent by Hao Tianshi, Hui Yan arrived alone at a nearby hidden private dock. Several well-dressed, uniformly crew-cut, expressionless men stopped him. They carefully searched him, confirming that he carried no dangerous items, before a ferry boat took him to Jubeo High seafood boat. A few more capable men approached silently, leading Hui Yan through the corridor. The vast ship was empty, and the usual lively atmosphere had turned silent. After a moment, the guide brought Hui Yan to the entrance of the most luxurious Tianlong pavilion, then dispersed into the darkness. Hui Yan pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, only a beam of overhead light illuminated a dining table in the center of the hall, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. The table was bare of food and drink, except for a tea set, with a pot of water boiling. Sitting beside the table were Su Baoliang and Hao Tianshi. In the surrounding darkness, shadows of several figures seemed to lurk. Sit. Su Baoliang did not stand up but slightly raised his hand, signaling Hui Yan to take a seat. Hui Yan sat down without hesitation, looking at Su Baoliang. Su Baoliang was also sizing up Hui Yan. Their gazes met and clashed, neither speaking. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and oppressive, brewing with immense pressure and tension ready to erupt. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Fucheng building, Zhao Fuqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression stern, gazing at the Jubeo High seafood boat in the distance, which resembled a ball of fire on the sea. His phone vibrated slightly. Zhao Fuqing picked it up and coldly ordered, "Make your move." A Liang, who stood silently beside him, quickly turned and left. Hiss! The sharp sound of steam escaping from the boiling water in the teapot tore through the heavy air. Su Baoliang picked up the teapot, leisurely warming the cups, placing the tea, and rinsing the leaves. After a moment, he brewed the tea, poured a cup, and turned to Hui Yan with a friendly smile. "Xiao Hua, upon closer inspection, you really do resemble your father, Hua Sen. You might not know this, but I worked with your father before, and I personally awarded him a second-class merit medal. He was a good police officer." "My father was indeed a good police officer. There's no need for you to evaluate him," Hui Yan retorted coldly, without courtesy. "Fortunately, he died in the line of duty 10 years ago. Otherwise, with his hatred for evil, you and Zhao Fuqing would probably not have been able to escape his judgment." Hao Tianchi's eyes widened. "Hui Yan, how should I talk to Mayor Su?" Hui Yan and Su Baoliang simultaneously cast a cold glance at Hao Tianchi. Hao Tianchi awkwardly closed his mouth. I won't pursue the matter of Jiang Guodong any further. In a while, it will be concluded as a suicide by jumping off a building. Su Baoliang took a sip of tea and then changed the subject. If Xiao intends to demonstrate a show of force, to give me a warning, I must say, you have succeeded, and done it beautifully. Then I can rest easy. Huiyan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Guodong didn't die in vain. But you have created a significant problem for the government's work and for the city's economy. Su Baoliang spoke earnestly, like a benevolent elder concerned for the people's livelihood. Guodong Technology is not only a representative of innovative technology enterprises in our city but also a major taxpayer, contributing no less than 100 million to the fiscal revenue each year. Huiyan shrugged, appearing relaxed. Clear Wei Menkai's name and release him from prison. A company far more powerful than Guodong Technology will soon emerge in the harbor. Su Baoliang's eyes flickered. So, is this your first condition? It's just a matter of a word from you, Mayor Su. Huiyan shook his head with a smile. If I were to trouble you with this as a condition, that would be underestimating you. Su Baoliang looked at Huiyan and smiled as well, then turned to give instructions. Comrade Tianshi, make the arrangements. Follow the procedures, but be quick. Hao Tianshi quickly responded, understood. Then thank you for the meeting gift, Mayor Su. Huiyan took a light sip of tea. It really is just a matter of a word. Su Baoliang's smile faded in that instant, and he asked in a slow, deliberate tone, so, what exactly do you want? The probing was over. It was time to get to the point. Huiyan set down his teacup, his expression still relaxed and calm. Zhao Fucheng. What I want is Zhao Fucheng. It has always been Zhao Fucheng. But what can I do for you? Su Baoliang asked immediately. Mayor Su, you are being modest again. Huiyan laughed heartily. As the saying goes, behind every big black umbrella, there is a big black hand. In the harbor's territory, without your tacit approval and support, Zhao Fucheng would have been swept into the trash bin long ago. How could he have reached his current position? Su Baoliang's expression remained unchanged. Huiyan's laughter faded, and his demeanor suddenly turned serious and cold. My condition is simple. Do not shield Zhao Fucheng from the storm. Do not use the power of public security and law to obstruct me. Let me go all out and take down Zhao Fucheng. Hao Tianqi's expression changed dramatically. He glanced at the silent Su Baoliang but did not dare to speak out. Su Baoliang pondered in silence and began a new round of slow tea brewing. Huiyan was not in a hurry. He glanced at his phone and looked out at the deep night. In the pitch-black night, on the eastern sea surface of Dialongsui village, several kayaks quietly appeared, silently approaching and landing on the beach with the waves. More than a dozen strong men disembarked from the boats, all dressed in tight black clothing, wearing black headscarves and black masks. Completely in black, they blended into the night, resembling a group of evil spirits emerging from the darkness. They secured the kayaks, crouched low, and moved swiftly and quietly across the beach under the cover of night. Ahead, two of Diao's younger brothers were on guard at the intersection leading from the beach to the village. The leading figure in black stopped, gestured, and the group of black-clad men quickly dispersed to approach the two younger brothers from behind. The leader gently tossed a small stone. The two younger brothers heard the noise and walked over to check. Several black-clad men emerged from behind, choking the two by the neck and covering their mouths and noses. The two younger brothers rolled their eyes and fainted. The black-clad men worked in perfect coordination, gagging the two, tying their hands and feet, and dragging them into the bushes to hide. They did not stop at all and immediately sneaked into the village, heading towards the direction of the Diao family's old residence. Gathering Treasure Seafood Restaurant, Tianlong Pavilion. Su Baoliang finished brewing another round of kung fu tea and looked at Huiyan. Xiaohua, I'm very curious. What kind of grudge do you have with Zhao Fucheng? What resentment? Does it really have to be such a big deal? Huiyan withdrew his gaze from the window and shrugged. I envy him, a person of power, commanding the winds and rains, wielding authority and fortune. How exhilarating. I want to have his wealth, status, and power, so I want to take his place. Is that answer satisfactory to you? The harbor is so big, no one can swallow it all alone, Su Baoliang suggested with a smile. Why not divide and rule, coexist peacefully, and win together? I can ask Zhao Fucheng to give way. Sorry, I have a big appetite. Huiyan interrupted him directly, and I just can't stand Zhao Fucheng, especially not happy with him. I just want to take him down. Su Baoliang sized up Huiyan, a chill seeping through his smile. What if I don't agree? Huiyan spread his hands. Then let the whole world see your naked true self, Mayor Su. Are you sure you can really do it? Although I don't quite understand those internet matters, experts have told me that distributing highly sensitive private videos in a short time isn't that easy to operate. And you should also know that we have rich experience in controlling public opinion, deleting posts, downgrading, blocking, confusing, misleading. There are many methods. Huiyan chuckled. At that time, Zhao Fucheng didn't believe I could crack the hard drive, and what happened? Moreover, Huayan paused, his voice cold. Do you really dare to gamble? Su Baoliang's smile slowly froze on his face. If I lose, so be it. I originally had nothing, at most just a life. Huayan stared at Su Baoliang. If you lose, everything you have now might be gone. Are you willing? Can you bear it? Do you dare to take this gamble? Su Baoliang fell silent. Huayan's phone buzzed, and he quickly glanced at it, then smiled at Su Baoliang. You don't dare to gamble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have arranged to meet me, wouldn't have said so much, and definitely wouldn't let Zhao Fuqing take the chance to grab the hard drive now. Su Baoliang and Hao Tianchi were both startled. You've dragged this out for so long, just waiting for news from Zhao Fuqing, right? Actually, there's no need to wait. We can see the results together. Huayan turned his phone over and placed it in front of Su Baoliang. On it was a real-time black and white surveillance feed transmitted remotely from the Diao family's old residence. The more than 10 men in black silently took down the 2 Diao family brothers guarding the entrance, sneaking into the front yard, surrounding the main hall. Watching the real-time surveillance footage of the group of black-clad men invading the Diao family's old residence on Huayan's phone, both Su Baoliang and Hao Tianchi looked astonished. How could Huayan have anticipated this situation? Moreover, he seemed so calm, as if he had been prepared. The two felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, quickly focusing on the surveillance footage on the phone. The group of black-clad men had silently reached the door of the Diao family's main hall. The leader peered through the crack of the door, observing inside, and raised 3 fingers, indicating there were 3 people inside. He then made several gestures, and the others swiftly split into 2 lines, drawing sharp knives from their waists. Everyone was poised, waiting for the leader to break the door open, ready to rush in and slash wildly. Suddenly, a noise erupted, and a large searchlight hanging in midair lit up, shining like a small sun, illuminating the front yard as bright as day. The men in black were instantly dazzled and unable to open their eyes, but they did not panic. Instead, they instinctively formed a circle, blades facing outward, retreating towards the entrance. The entire team reacted quickly, cooperating seamlessly, as if they had undergone extensive training and possessed high quality. But before they could take a few steps, a massive fishing net fell from the sky, covering the entire group. The men in black quickly swung their knives, trying to cut through the net and break free. However, the net was strong and resilient, and soon another layer of net fell, followed by another, and another. The nets piled up layer upon layer. The more the men in black struggled to break free, the tighter they became ensnared, unable to escape. The door to the main hall opened, and Diao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gume stepped out with cold expressions, each holding a long, sharp spear. Yao Donzi led a group of people in from outside, each also wielding a spear. The 2 groups closed in, surrounding the men in black completely. Diao Feng chuckled, there really are people who walk right into the trap. Brother Yen truly has a keen mind. Guests are here, treat them well. Dao Chong coldly commanded. Diao Feng, Yao Donzi, and the others shouted in unison, raising their spears high. The tightly bound group of men in black had become fish in a net, waiting to be slaughtered. In the Tianlong pavilion of the Jujia seafood restaurant, Su Baoliang had a blank expression, showing no signs of joy or anger. Hao Tianchi was dumbfounded, his face ashen. Huayan, seemingly unfazed, turned off the surveillance screen, took back his phone, and smiled lightly at the 2. The next scene is too bloody for children, and it could easily raise blood pressure in the elderly, so I won't invite you 2 to enjoy it. Su Baoliang remained silent, picked up the kettle to pour tea, and pretended to refill Hao Tianchi's cup. Hao Tianchi hurriedly lifted his cup to meet it, but Su Baoliang's hand slipped. The water from the kettle splashed directly onto Hao Tianchi's hand. Hao Tianchi jolted from the scalding heat, wanting to pull back his hand, but seeing Su Baoliang's darkened expression, he dared not move. The boiling water fell like a fine line, and Hao Tianchi's hand quickly resembled a scalded pig's trotter. Who told you to act on your own? Su Baoliang said in a deep voice. I already said, before I meet with Xiao, no one is allowed to act recklessly. Hao Tianchi opened his mouth but couldn't speak, only cursing inwardly. Isn't this all your idea? Calling Huayan here and letting Zhao Fuqing take the opportunity to send someone to grab the hard drive. Once they succeed, they'll immediately take out Huayan, then have the police come in to arrest everyone involved, thoroughly investigate the backups, and clean up the network. Huayan watched the 2 act, not exposing them, enjoying seeing Hao Tianchi suffer. After a moment, an entire kettle of boiling water had been poured onto Hao Tianchi's hand, and only then did Su Baoliang throw down the teapot. Hao Tianchi could endure it, trembling in pain, yet he didn't utter a sound. Sorry, Xiao, Su Baoliang apologized. It's all the fault of the people below. I was not informed about this. Huayan smiled. Actually, even if they could break into the room, they wouldn't be able to steal anything, because the hard drive is far away yet right in front of you. As he spoke, Huoyan pulled out the black hard drive from his pocket and casually placed it on the table. Su Baoliang frowned, not expecting Huoyan to be so bold as to bring such an important item alone to the meeting. Hao Tianchi stared at the hard drive, his eyes shining, itching to act. Do you want it? Too bad you can't get it. As soon as Huoyan's words fell, he moved. He pushed off the table, leaping like a hawk over the large dining table, landing in front of Su Baoliang, and grabbed his throat. The entire process was fluid and swift, completed in the blink of an eye. Hao Tianchi had no time to react. A commotion arose from the surrounding darkness, as if a group of people had rushed out, but they hesitated, not daring to approach. Huoyan, are you crazy? Do you really want to die? Hao Tianchi shouted angrily, let go of Mayor Su. The anger of a common man can also spill blood for 5 steps. Mayor Su, no matter how high and mighty you are, you could still be killed by a single blow from me. Huoyan completely ignored Hao Tianchi and the commotion around him, focusing solely on the stiff-faced Su Baoliang. A well-known social figure who has long since passed once said, no matter how big a gang leader is, in the eyes of officials, they are just like a chamber pot pulled out when needed and tossed under the bed when not. Zhao Fuqing, you've used this chamber pot for too long. It's full of old urine stains, foul and stinking. It's time to throw him away, or else he might stink up the whole room, even suffocating you. Su Baoliang couldn't speak, but he managed to nod slightly, indicating his agreement with Huoyan. Huoyan slowly released his grip. Su Baoliang rubbed his throat and hoarsely ordered, turn on the lights. Instantly, the entire Tianlong pavilion was brightly lit. It turned out that at least 20 well-built men in plain suits were lying in ambush around them, all now holding knives and glaring at Huoyan, their eyes fierce. Su Baoliang waved his hand, everyone, leave. The men silently retreated quickly. Su Baoliang looked at Huoyan again, his gaze completely different from before, as if he were reassessing Huoyan's strength and weight. I can agree to your terms, not to interfere in your war with Xiao Fuqing, let you kill each other until the sky turns dark. But how can I trust that you won't use those videos? Huoyan grinned widely, come on, you're still a mayor, a person of high status. If you don't mess with me, why would I provoke you? Su Baoliang fell silent for a moment and slowly said, I hope you don't make too much noise. There are some things I might not be able to suppress. Huoyan didn't respond, just waved his hand at Su Baoliang. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. With that, Huoyan turned and walked away leisurely. Su Baoliang quietly watched Huoyan's back, his face like frost, and after a while, he sighed heavily. This person's strength far exceeds my imagination. If Zhao Fuqing's backup doesn't work either, he might soon be defeated utterly. In the pitch-black night, a 2-story building on the outskirts of the harbor was dark and silent, already asleep. Several business cars approached without headlights, slowly nearing the entrance. The leading vehicle suddenly accelerated and crashed into the front gate. The iron gate was smashed open, and the convoy rushed into the courtyard. More than 20 burly men jumped out of the cars, charging in like fierce demons. Inside the building, screams and cries erupted. When Huoyan returned to Dialongzui village, it was already midnight. In the front yard of the Diao family's old house, a whole row of black-clad corpses lay sprawled. Their masks had been torn off, their bodies mangled, with blood holes punctured by harpoons, a gruesome sight. Diao Feng was pleased, fishing in the pond, not a single one left, all dead. Huoyan walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the black-clad men, his brow slightly furrowed. Aliang didn't show up? No, Diao Chong shook his head, they're all unfamiliar faces. It seems they were brought in by Xiao Fuqing from outside. Huoyan stopped, his expression growing more doubtful. For an operation of this level, Aliang didn't take action himself, and he used unfamiliar outsiders? Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume also frowned at this. Right, what is Aliang doing? Where did Xiao Fuqing's own men go? Everyone worked hard today, let's clean up the bodies and then rest. Huoyan pondered for a moment. Tomorrow, contact Dafei and Dinghua to see if they've heard anything. Got it. Diao Chong and Diao Feng quickly responded, leading Yao Dong and others to start handling the bodies. Huoyan glanced at everyone. By the way, if you have time, pack your things. In a couple of days, we'll head back to the city together. Diao Chong and the others stopped, looking at Huoyan in unison. This time we're going back to fight. We won't leave. We'll go all out to beat Xiao Fuqing until he's completely finished. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Damn that old bastard. Yinja is awesome. Gume watched everyone excited and happy, and she couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced down casually, and her expression changed dramatically, nearly gasping out loud. She had received a photo. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children were captured by a gang of Zhao family's thugs. A Xiao and Ayang were bloodied and bound. Several middle-aged women who looked like teachers, as well as the victimized girl rescued from the Xiao building, were also restrained. Attached to the photo was a message: "Don't make a sound." The sender was none other than Liang. Gumei took a moment to compose herself and looked around. Everyone was still cheering and celebrating, oblivious to her sudden change in expression. Gumei lowered her head, hurriedly left, and quickly entered the guest room where she was staying. In the crowd, Huyen turned to glance at Gumei's back, deep in thought. Gumei closed the door behind her and immediately sent a video call request to Liang, which was quickly answered. "Mo Liang, you bastard." Gumei whispered angrily, "They are all innocent children, have nothing to do with this whole affair, don't touch them." Liang's expression was emotionless as he snorted coldly. "Miss Gu, people like us don't talk about innocence. Don't you find that laughable?" Liang turned the camera. The thugs were forcing a Xiao, Ying, and the children and teachers onto a large bus, preparing to take them away. "Come on, say hello to your beautiful and lovely sister May." The thugs punched and kicked the children. Sister May, I'm so scared, don't hit us, save us," the children cried out in unison. Gumei couldn't bear to listen any longer, gritting her teeth and asking in a low voice, "Mo Liang, what do you want me to do? Tell me." Liang raised his hand, and the thugs stopped, ordering the children to be quiet. Once it was quiet, Liang succinctly commanded, "Kill Huyen, get the hard drive back." "Impossible," Gumei flatly refused. Liang remained silent, casually grabbing a child, choking her neck, and placing a sharp steel plate the size of a card against the child's ear. Gumei panicked. "Stop, you have to stop. These children are all abandoned orphans like you, right? They are all wild kids you picked up everywhere, right? All the money you've earned over the years has been spent on them, right?" Liang said coldly, pressing down harder, blood splattering as an ear flew off. "Mo Liang, I curse your ancestors." Gumei covered her mouth and cursed, tears streaming down her face. The child was in so much pain she was about to faint. Liang remained expressionless, prying the child's eyes open and placing the sharp steel plate against her eyeball. "Child, remember this. The reason you will have your ear cut off, your eyeball pierced, your nose cut off, and your tongue pulled out is all because your sister May stood by and did nothing, all thanks to her." No. Gumei trembled and pleaded. "So, will you do it or not?" Liang coldly pressed. I want to, but I can't. You've dealt with Huyen, you know how powerful he is. I've already failed once, I can't succeed again." Liang rarely smiled, his tone mocking. "Miss Gu, weren't you quite arrogant before? What's wrong now? Have you forgotten you're a gold medal killer who has killed many people? And a beautiful woman who is very good at deceiving, especially men? I see Huyen trusts you a lot, always bringing you along. As long as you are willing, I believe you can find an opportunity." Gumei was anxious, unsure of what to do. Liang brought the steel plate closer to the child's eyeball again. Gumei hurriedly said, "No, I'll try. It's not about trying, it's about succeeding. How I wish to think of those children, the two twin sisters, those unfortunate teachers, and the girls you barely rescued from the little white building only to fall into my hands. Use your clever little brain well." Liang pressed on, and Gumei helplessly nodded. 2 days, I'll give you 2 days. Otherwise, just wait to guard their corpses." Liang directly hung up the video call. Gumei slumped helplessly to the ground, panicked, terrified, and helpless. She sat dazed for a long time, forcing herself to get up and walk to the window, looking outside. In the yard, the bodies of the black-clad men had already been removed, and Huyen pulled over a water pipe and turned on the faucet. Water splashed out, and the bloodstains on the ground drifted away. Gumei gazed at Huyen for a long time, her eyes filled with deep admiration. But then the wretched cries of children echoed in her ears, and her mind flashed with the vivid red blood in the fallen ears. Gumei sighed softly, pulling out a small glass bottle from her bag. It contained more than half a bottle of clear, colorless liquid, which had a strangely terrifying feel under the light. The morning sunlight streamed into the room. Gumei closed her eyes heavily, giving a bitter smile, struggling to get up. How she wished everything from last night was just a dream, that it would disappear upon waking. However, a new day had arrived, and not only had it not vanished but it had become even more urgent, and she could only face it. As soon as Gumei walked into the main room, she was taken aback. Huyen, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng were all looking at her, as if they had been waiting for her for a long time. Gumei hesitated. "You guys." Diao Feng chuckled. "Sister May, we're going to give those people from last night a sea burial. Come with us." "I won't go." Gumei yawned, pointing to her eyes. "Look at my dark circles, I've seen too many dead people lately, having nightmares, not sleeping well." Huyen examined Gumei's complexion and nodded. "Then you rest well." Huyen left with Diao Chong and Diao Feng. Gumei quietly watched Huyen's figure disappear at the door, her expression complex. A small house by the sea. Huyen moved a black-clad man's body into a metal oil drum, scooped up the mixed cement, and poured it in, then pressed the lid down tightly and welded it shut. The series of actions was very skilled, leaving Diao Chong and Diao Feng dumbfounded. Brother Yen, if you say you've never done this before, I can't believe it. Hui Yen smiled and patted the oil drum. I've been on the other side, inside that one. Diao Chong and Diao Feng laughed together, thinking Hui Yen was joking. Hui Yen was also laughing, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, he had been sealed in an oil drum and covered with cement, and he was still alive at that time. Today, he had become the one who sealed the bad guys inside, the one who made their bodies sink into the sea. Moments later, more than a dozen sealed oil drums were pushed onto a fishing boat. The fishing boat set sail, heading into the distance. One by one, the oil drums disappeared into the vast sea. Diao family old residence. Gume walked into the kitchen, where Aunt Zhu, who had been working diligently in the Diao family for many years, was busy washing and preparing vegetables. Aunt Zhu, let me handle today's meal. How can I let you do that? It's fine, I haven't cooked in a long time, my hands are a bit itchy. You go take a break. I like to occupy the whole kitchen by myself. Gume smiled as she pushed Aunt Zhu out, looking around to see no one, and pulled out that small bottle of unknown liquid from her pocket. Around noon, Hui Yen, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng returned together. As soon as they entered the front yard, Diao Feng sniffed, "What smells so good?" On the large table in the main room, there was a full spread of dishes, with beef and chicken, both meat and vegetables, all colorful and fragrant, steaming hot. Diao Feng couldn't help but swallow, drooling. Gume came over from the kitchen with a large bowl of milky, tender fish soup, warmly greeting them. "You're back, just in time for dinner." Diao Chong curiously exclaimed, "Wow, Ame, you have this skill too?" Gume put down the fish soup, raised her fair and slender hands, shook them at Diao Chong, and smiled. "Do you think these hands can only kill? Cooking is just cooking, can it be harder than killing?" Hui Yen glanced at the abundant dishes on the table and then at Gume. Gume took a bottle of white liquor and 4 cups and placed them on the table. "You all eat and drink first, there's still a steaming bowl in the pot. I'll go get it." As Gume spoke, she was about to head to the kitchen. Hui Yen spoke up, "Just have Sister Zhu do it. You sit down. I still need to adjust the flavor when it comes out. Let me go, it'll be quick," Gume insisted. "Sit down," Hui Yen said in a deep voice, pointing to the chair. Gume looked at Hui Yan's expression, said no more, and obediently sat down. Diao Chong frowned slightly, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. Diao Feng, completely oblivious, plopped down, his stomach growling. "After moving corpses all morning, I'm starving to death. Come on, let's eat." Diao Feng picked up his chopsticks to grab some food, but Hui Yen raised his hand to stop him. "Ame, you eat first." Diao Feng was taken aback and handed Gume a pair of chopsticks. "That's right, Ame worked hard cooking, she should go first." Gume didn't move, and Hui Yen quietly watched her. Diao Feng looked at the two in confusion and burst out laughing. "What are you two doing? Yen Gu, you're not afraid Ame will poison us, are you? Let her taste it first." "How could that be?" No one laughed. Diao Chong kicked Diao Feng, signaling him to sit down and not interrupt. Diao Feng finally began to understand, nervously glancing back and forth between Hui Yen and Gume. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. After a moment, Gume picked up the liquor bottle and poured herself a glass, tilting her head back to down it in one go, then looked at Hui Yen, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. "Did you notice?" Hui Yen nodded. "You've been off since last night. Normally, you shower every day, but you didn't last night. I got up 3 times to observe. You were tossing and turning, sighing. You must be hiding something from us. It seems nothing escapes your eyes." Gume sighed heavily. "Then why didn't you expose me earlier?" "Because you were conflicted. I wanted to see what choice you would make." Hui Yen stared intently at Gume, his coldness seemingly mixed with a hint of expectation. Diao Chong and Diao Feng exchanged glances, feeling like 2 big fools for not noticing anything. Gume slowly picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a dish, put it in her mouth, and then picked up another dish. Soon, she had tasted every dish. "I did pretty well today, the flavors are all quite good." A glimmer of relief flashed in Hui Yan's eyes. Diao Chong and Diao Feng let out a long sigh. "I told you it wouldn't happen. Ame has fought alongside us through thick and thin for so long. If she wanted to harm us, she would have done it long ago." Gume looked at Diao Chong and Diao Feng, shook her head, and took out a small glass bottle containing an unknown liquid from her pocket, gently placing it on the table. "Purified type A botulinum toxin. This small bottle could probably kill hundreds. I originally planned to drop 2 drops in each dish to poison you all." Diao Chong and Diao Feng froze, staring in shock. Gume smiled self-deprecatingly. "But I couldn't do it. I wandered around the kitchen for a long time, taking it out and putting it back and taking it out again. The old me would never have hesitated. Now, I just can't bring myself to do it. You should be glad you couldn't do it. Otherwise, you would be dead by now," Hui Yen said coldly, pausing, and the children you want to save would all be dead too. Gume was stunned, looking at Huiyen in surprise. Huiyen shrugged. I really can't think of anything else that could coerce you, manipulate you, or make you so foolish as to actually consider poisoning us. Gume was increasingly astonished. How do you know about those children? Come on, you used to be Xiao Fuqing's assassin. Do you think I would keep you around without thoroughly understanding your background? Over the years, you've taken in a total of 18 orphans, right? They've all been captured? Was it a Liang's doing? Diao Chong and Diao Feng looked bewildered and anxious, speaking in unison. What are you talking about? What children? Gume took out her phone, opened the picture of a Liang threatening her, and held it up in front of Diao Chong and Diao Feng. Both were startled. What on earth is going on? Gume sighed. I've been very careful, very careful. From the day I decided to fight Xiao Fuqing with you, I had someone move the children to the suburbs of Dong'an County. But still, a Liang found them. Diao Chong was shocked. You were taking care of those children? 18 of them. Gume, you're too kind, too amazing. Diao Feng admired her even more. Gume smiled bitterly. It's just because I was once an orphan, a wild child, and we share the same suffering. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were taken aback. Xiao Lian, my sister, was killed by the butcher in red, Huaziying. My mother was so grief-stricken that she went insane and soon died in a car accident. My father couldn't bear the successive blows and committed suicide. Gume spoke slowly, her voice filled with sorrow. Relatives all said I was a jinx, that because I didn't go pick up Xiao Lian on time, she was captured by the butcher in red, so I caused my sister's death, and thus I also caused my parents' deaths. So they took over my family's house and drove me out. A bunch of bastards. Diao Chong and Diao Feng cursed angrily. I was 13 at that time. Do you know? For a 13-year-old girl with no home, abandoned by her relatives, and who was decent-looking, the world was a hell. Gume shivered, as if recalling terrible memories. Huiyen, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng listened in silence, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could probably imagine. No money, no food, no place to stay, no clothes to wear, a frail body, an immature mind, and lurking bad people. Isn't that just living hell? Once, I was caught by a few homeless men. They bullied me, beat me, and I thought I would die that day. A big sister saved me. She was amazing, taking down those men with just a few punches and kicks. She took me home, gave me a place to stay, food to eat, clothes to wear, and led me onto the path of being an assassin. What I'm doing now is just repaying her kindness from back then, providing a temporary refuge for those lonely, homeless little girls, giving them a chance to survive. Gume paused for a moment, a bitter smile on her face. I can't bring myself to kill you, nor can I save those children, but at least I can die with them, right? I originally planned to finish this farewell meal and say goodbye to you. Huiyen suddenly erupted, slapping Gume hard across the face, the sound crisp and loud. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were taken aback. Huiyen's face was as cold as frost, glaring fiercely at Gume. Are you stupid? I thought you were a somewhat smart woman, but it turns out you're just a big fool. Gume covered her face, staring blankly at Huiyen. Do you think it's touching to go to your death like this? Why didn't you tell us right away? Why can't we think of a way to save the children together? Have you gone dumb from being an assassin? Gume trembled. Would you be willing to help me save those children? Why not? Aren't we partners? Partners who fight life and death together. Gume looked at Huiyen, tears welling up in her eyes. But those children have nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to meddle. Trying to save them might even put you in danger. Huiyen shook his head, interrupting Gume, and said solemnly, I'm not a saint, and this world doesn't have heroes anymore. But one must have compassion, otherwise, how are we any different from beasts? How are we any different from scoundrels like Xiao Fuqing? Diao Chong said, exactly, if we see someone dying and do nothing, can we still call ourselves human? Besides, Liang is Xiao Fuqing's right-hand man. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time. Diao Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction. Gume, you really look down on Yen Guo and us brothers too much. What do you think we are? Gume's tears streamed down her face. So foolish, I was really so foolish. I had seen too many schemes, too many betrayals, too many evils, too much ruthlessness, too much darkness, too much ugliness, too much cold-bloodedness, that I had actually forgotten. There are still such beautiful words and people in this world as acting bravely for justice, being chivalrous, standing up for the oppressed, drawing swords to help others, rooting out the strong to support the weak, and having a warm heart. Huiyen, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng looked at Gume, who was crying uncontrollably, with smiles. Liang gave me time until tonight. Gume wiped her tears and said anxiously, but we still don't know where he has taken the children? That's why you're foolish, wasting more than 10 hours for nothing, Huiyen teased with a smile. Gume was anxious and regretful. Then why are you still laughing? In this day and age, it's not hard to locate someone. Who do you turn to for help? Ha! Huayan prompted. What did I do before? Police? Huayan grinned mischievously. Exactly, when in trouble, look for the police. Even kids know that, silly. Ding, the 4 glasses clinked together, the sound crisp and pleasant. Huayan, Gumei, Diao Chon, and Diao Feng each downed their drinks. The food on the table had long been cleared, leaving only a bit of soup. Since Gumei had made it herself, it certainly couldn't go to waste. Let's go, when in trouble, look for the police. The 4 stood up, laughing as they left. Before long, they were on their way to the downtown area of Haigang City. Huayan's remark about when in trouble, look for the police was, of course, a joke, a tease, even a bit sarcastic, but he was indeed preparing to find the police. If one wanted to quickly and accurately locate someone's hiding place, there was no one faster or more efficient than the police. However, it couldn't be just any police, it had to be those who were used to taking the back roads. In the afternoon, in a private dining room of a restaurant, Gao Mingyu, the captain of the criminal police team from the lower city district, looked at the lavish spread of food and drink on the table, with no appetite at all, his mind heavy with worries. His cheeks were swollen, wrapped in thick gauze, the result of being beaten by Huayan earlier. On the other side sat about 10 strong, burly young men, all with very short hair, looking like a group of labor camp inmates at first glance. Leading them was Jin Daya, just over 30, with tattoos all over his arms, a fierce appearance, and 2 scars on his face, with prominent front teeth. Jin Daya curiously examined the injury on Gao Mingyu's face. Brother Gao, what happened to you? Gao Mingyu stammered, work injury. Which blind fool dared to hurt my brother Gao? I'll help you deal with him later. Gao Mingyu kept a straight face and said nothing, while Jin Daya raised his glass. Come on, brother Gao, I toast you a drink. Gao Mingyu coldly refused. What do I need to drink for in broad daylight? Do you want me to get reported? Hey, with your status and position, are you still afraid of that? Come on, we haven't had a drink with you in 5 years. Gao Mingyu impatiently pushed away the glass Jin Daya offered. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing this, Jin Daya put down the glass. Alright, then I'll be straightforward. Brother Gao, I want to go back to my old ways this time. There will definitely be illegal activities in the future, and there will be times when I need to deal with the police. I hope you can look out for my brothers a bit more, and I thank you in advance. Jin Daya was once a notorious thug in the lower district, known for his bravery and ruthlessness, engaging in fights, bullying, and committing numerous crimes. Because he had a protective umbrella in the form of his childhood friend Gao Mingyu, who lived in the same neighborhood, he had never faced any punishment. It wasn't until 5 years ago that he got into serious trouble at Zhao Fuqing's nightclub, where he tried to steal a girl and, after a disagreement, stabbed someone, leaving them severely injured. Unbeknownst to him, the victim was the son of a powerful family from the provincial capital. The situation escalated, and Gao Mingyu couldn't protect him, resulting in a 5-year prison sentence, from which he had just been released a few days ago. Gao Mingyu frowned. You've been in prison for 5 years, and you haven't learned a thing? I advise you to find a legitimate way to make a living and stop messing around. Jin Daya was taken aback but then burst into laughter. I wouldn't know how to make an honest living. People like me are born to live off the streets. Brother Gao, you don't know, I've gained a lot in these 5 years. Jin Daya pointed to the 10 or so strong men beside him. These are all brothers I met in prison, each one a tough character. I have to make a comeback and do even bigger things than before. Gao Mingyu shook his head. The harbor now is not the same as before. It's not easy to get by. What's different? Isn't the mayor still Su Baoyan? Isn't the crime lord still Zhao Fucheng? Aren't you still the captain of the criminal police? Jin Daya waved his hand dismissively. One of his underlings immediately brought over a black bag and placed it in front of Gao Mingyu, filled with cash, probably over 100,000. Jin Daya said, Brother Gao, don't think it's too little. I'm just out, so I'm giving you this first. The road ahead is long, and we have plenty of time. Gao Mingyu looked at the money in the bag, not moving or speaking, his expression hesitant. Jin Daya was increasingly puzzled. Gao Mingyu had been known for being ruthless in accepting money, never turning anyone away, and if the amount was too little, it wouldn't do. Why was he hesitating today? Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Huayan walked in with Diao Chon, Diao Feng, and Gumei. Gao Mingyu's face instantly changed, and the pain from his injuries flared up again. When Huayan had beaten him up, he had been furious and vowed to make Huayan pay. After learning about Huayan's achievements in the past few months and seeing the video of him taking down Jiang Guodong, he felt nothing but fear, hoping Huayan would never come looking for him again. Jin Daya had just been released from prison and didn't know who Huayan was, nor did he recognize the Diao brothers or Gumei, and he exploded in anger. What are you doing? Are you blind? Can't you see we're having a private gathering here? Get out! Huayan couldn't be bothered with Jin Daya and waved at Gao Mingyu. Captain Gao, you're here. Gao Mingyu nodded nervously. You. Hello. Oh, you guys are also friends of Brother Gao, Jean Dia said in surprise, immediately becoming friendly. Then we're all brothers, come, sit, let's have a drink together. Gao Mingyu quickly tried to stop him. Day. Jean Dia was oblivious, happily sizing up Huiyan and the others, reaching out to squeeze Huiyan's solid arm and touching Diao Chang's blood wolf tattoo on his chest. Bro, I can see you three are also out here making a living, right? You all look pretty strong. How about joining me? I'm currently recruiting and preparing to do something big. Huiyan, Dao Chong, and Diao Feng exchanged glances and laughed together. Gao Mingyu felt embarrassed, lowering his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Jean Dia then looked at Gume, drooling, beautiful lady, your plate is really stunning, and your figure is amazing. Come work at my place sometime. I'm afraid your establishment is too small to accommodate me, Gume replied with a smile. Be careful, or you might end up with a mouthful of teeth later. Jean Dia was displeased. Hey, how can you talk like that? Huiyan interrupted coldly. We need to talk to Captain Gao about something, and we don't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 10 seconds to take your misfits and get lost. Jean Dia was taken aback, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Damn, you sure have a big mouth. Where the hell are you from? Wherever I am, that's where I belong. 5 seconds left. Go to hell. Jean Dia was furious, raising his hand to slap Huiyan. Huiyan moved like lightning, striking down with a palm, causing Jean Dia's arm to go limp and drop. With his other hand, he grabbed Jean Dia by the neck, pressing his head into a plate of braised meat. Gao Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, and the little brothers around them were dumbfounded. Huiyan firmly held Jean Dia's head with one hand while using the other to grip his two prominent big front teeth. With a crisp crack, Huiyan forcibly broke off those two big teeth and tossed them onto the ground outside. Jean Dia screamed in agony, while the fierce little brothers on either side dared not move. Huiyan leisurely released his grip. Jean Dia, with blood filling his mouth, turned to Gao Mingyu, speaking through the blood. Brother Gao. Gao Mingyu lowered his head, silent, cursing inwardly. I just advised you, and you didn't listen. Now what do you want me to do? I can barely protect myself. Seeing Gao Mingyu's reaction, Jean Dia finally understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. Even Gao Mingyu was intimidated, and he, Jean Dia, definitely couldn't provoke him. Get lost already! Dao Chong shouted sharply. Jean Dia stumbled and crawled out. The other little brothers naturally fled like the wind. Find my teeth! Jean Dia mumbled. Hurry up and help me find my teeth. Dao Chong and Diao Feng closed the door. Huiyan dragged over a chair and sat down in front of Gao Mingyu, pointing to his own eyes. I told you, I will keep a close watch on you. Gao Mingyu quickly defended himself. I didn't take the money, he insisted on giving it to me, but I refused. I've just been working hard these past few days, not doing anything else. Progress, keep it up, Huiyan said with a faint smile. Today, we're here to ask Team Gao for a favor. Gao Mingyu was taken aback. What favor? Gume handed over a note with the phone number that Liang had contacted her with. Huiyan said in a deep voice, I need to know this person's exact location as quickly as possible, accurate to within 5 meters. Gao Mingyu was startled, shaking his head repeatedly. No, that's not possible. Huiyan's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand toward the uninjured side of Gao Mingyu's face. As soon as Huiyan raised his hand, Gao Mingyu was so frightened that he quickly recoiled. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't, Gao Mingyu hurriedly explained. Yes, our precinct has a high-precision GPS positioning system, but the activation conditions are very strict, and the process is quite complicated. Huiyan nodded. I know, to protect citizens' privacy, it has to be a major criminal case or a public security incident, and it also needs the signature approval of the city bureau's leadership. Right, you've been a criminal police officer, you understand, it's really not that I'm not cooperating. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Huiyan smiled. Team Gao, you've bypassed the process and acted privately many times over the years. Do you need me to list them one by one? But, Gao Mingyu looked troubled, still trying to find a way to refuse. Huiyan struck like lightning, grabbing Gao Mingyu's chin and turning his uninjured side of the face toward him, gently patting it. Your face is a bit asymmetrical, it looks quite awkward. I have OCD, how about I help you fix this side too? No, it's fine like this. I can handle it for you. Gao Mingyu shivered, quickly putting the note with Liang's phone number into his pocket. I have a case briefing meeting coming up. Once that's done, I'll give it a try for you. Huiyan picked up his phone, glanced at the time, and said coldly, it takes about 20 minutes to get back to the precinct from here, 5 minutes to the technical investigation office, 10 minutes for communication and arrangements, and 10 minutes for operation. I'll calculate that you can smoke 2 cigarettes on the way, feel a bit troubled, curse a few times, and all in all, an hour should be enough, right? Ha! Gao Mingyu was dumbfounded. Gume smiled and reminded him, Captain Gao, you still have 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Gao Mingyu understood that he couldn't avoid today's matter, so he quickly got up and dashed outside. Diao Chong held back his laughter inside. These people really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. They have to be scared a bit before they agree. If they had just agreed earlier, it would have been fine. Huiyan grabbed the bag of money and threw it to Gumei. Use it for the kids later. Thank you, Brother Hua. Gumei caught the money, looking worried. I hope it can still be used. Dia Feng deliberately glared at Gumei. Hey, after following Brother Yen for so long, you still don't know how amazing he is? Don't worry, with him around, there will definitely be no problem. Before an hour had passed, Gao Mingyu called, saying the location was confirmed. Liang's phone signal was now at the Feilu horse farm in the southern suburbs of Saizi Camp. At the same time, he obediently provided a copy of Liang's travel trajectory and call records. Just after 9 p.m. last night, Liang left the Fuching building. At 10:35 p.m., Liang arrived at a residential house in Chenggezhuang village, Donghua County, where Gumei had settled those kids. On the way, he made a phone call, and Gumei recognized the number immediately. It was the mobile number of a caregiver she had hired, which should be the person who leaked the information. At 11:02 p.m., Liang received a call from Gumei, during which she requested to kill Huiyan and steal the hard drive. At 11:13 p.m., Liang called Xiao Fuching, presumably to report the situation, and then he left the residential house. At 1:32 a.m., Liang arrived at the Feilu horse farm and did not leave again, only having 2 phone calls with Xiao Fuching. Huiyan instructed Gao Mingyu to continue monitoring Liang's phone signal, and to report immediately if there was any large-scale unusual movement. Gao Mingyu repeatedly agreed. After being dealt with by Huiyan twice, he no longer dared to have any objections. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were happy to have quickly locked down Liang's location and the whereabouts of the kids, but they also felt a wave of fear. Diao Chong looked at his phone as if it were a grenade that could explode at any moment. So wherever we go and whoever we talk to, as long as they want to check, they can find out at any time? Huiyan nodded. Technically speaking, yes. Diao Feng shivered. That's too scary. It feels like being naked. Gumei was anxious. Brother Hua, what should we do next? Huiyan had already searched for the location of Feilu horse farm on his phone's map app. First, let's go check the situation here and adapt as needed. Diao Chong picked up his phone. I'll call Yao Dongzi and have him bring people over. No need. Huiyan shook his head. This time it's a rescue operation. Having too many people is counterproductive and could easily alert Liang. The kids are still in his hands. Diao Chong quickly replied, understood. Let Yao Dongzi take a few brothers to visit Jean Daya's gang. Don't let them harm people in the harbor anymore. Got it. In the evening, the lazy sunset illuminated the earth, and everything looked calm and peaceful. In a dense thicket, Huiyan held a telescope, slowly moving it to carefully observe the Feilu horse farm across the way. Gumei, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng crouched beside Huiyan. The horse farm covered a vast area, with high walls enclosing large grassy fields and a racetrack, wide and open. The top of the wall was lined with sharp shards of glass and barbed wire, making it impossible to climb over. In one corner was a row of stables made of wooden boards, and through the gaps, one could see more than a dozen horses of various sizes and breeds inside. In the center of the horse ranch stood a 2-story red brick building, which was supposed to be an office and a resting area, but at that moment, the main door was tightly shut. Through the windows, one could see several burly thugs guarding the hall on the first floor, and there was a locked gate at the stairway leading to the second floor. Huiyan patted Gumei and handed her the binoculars. Gumei took them and looked through the angle adjusted by Huiyan. In the hall on the second floor, the children huddled together, looking exhausted and terrified, while a group of thugs armed with sharp blades watched them closely. A Xiao, Ying, and other adults were tied up and thrown into a corner, and their situation didn't look good either. Gumei let out a slight sigh of relief. The children and a Xiao, Ying were safe for now. At least they were still alive, but her heart sank again. There were no obstructions around the small building, just open space, making everything clear at a glance. Several lookout thugs roamed the rooftop, patrolling back and forth. More than 10 cameras were arranged around the building, monitoring the surroundings in a 360-degree view without any blind spots. Several large fierce dogs were also crouching at the entrance. No matter from which angle one tried to enter, it was impossible to escape the watchful eyes of the thugs on the rooftop, the surveillance of the cameras, and the keen senses of the dogs at the door. As long as the alarm was triggered, those thugs could act at any moment, and the children along with the Xiao and Ayang would surely fall into their hands. It seemed that Liang had put in a lot of effort this time, making thorough preparations, guarding it tightly, turning this 2-story red brick building into a solid and inaccessible fortress of death. Through the binoculars, Liang, expressionless, strolled to the window and looked outside. Huiyan tugged at Gumei, urging her to crouch down. Brother Hua, what should we do? Gumei asked anxiously, feeling helpless. Liang is watching so closely, we can't get close at all. Diao Chong and Diao Feng also frowned, at a loss. Huayan pointed to the setting sun still hanging in the sky, his expression calm. Wait, let's see after the sun goes down. Time passed by second, never stopping, but today seemed to drag on particularly slowly. Gume felt as if she had waited a century. Finally, the sun sank behind the mountains, and the light suddenly dimmed. However, at that moment, several powerful searchlights suddenly lit up, illuminating the area around the red brick building as bright as day. Damn it! Diao Chong and Diao Feng cursed angrily. They had originally planned to wait until it got dark to see if there were any flaws or loopholes to sneak in closer to the red brick building. However, Liang had already anticipated this, and this route was blocked. At the same time, Gume's phone vibrated. It was a call from Liang. Huayan raised the binoculars to look. In the hall on the second floor, Liang held a phone in one hand, with one foot on a little girl, the steel plate in his hand glinting coldly. What should we do? What should we do? Gume was almost in tears. Liang must be asking me how things are going. He's definitely going to do something to the children again. Huayan's face was as cold as ice as he said, since we can't sneak in, let's have Liang open the door and let us in. Gume, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng were taken aback. Huayan looked at Gume. You'll have to endure some suffering first. I'll try to be gentle, but it might still hurt a lot. Ha! Gume was increasingly confused, feeling bewildered. Huayan acted directly, grabbing Gume's hair and then slapping her across the face. Gume was slapped by Huayan, and her cheek immediately swelled up, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Before Gume could react, Huayan punched her in the eye socket, instantly giving her a black eye. Brother Yen, what are you doing? Diao Feng was dumbfounded and quickly tried to intervene. Don't come over. Gume raised her hand to stop him, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, gritting her teeth. I can take it, keep going. Without saying a word, Huayan slapped her on the other side of her face. Diao Feng stared blankly. It's a feigned injury tactic, you fool. Diao Chong tapped Diao Feng's forehead. Soon, Gume appeared disheveled, with a bruised face, swollen eyes, and a broken nose, looking as if she had been brutally beaten. Huayan took a piece of rope and quickly bound Gume's hands behind her back. Meanwhile, a video call request from Liang continued to vibrate stubbornly. Huayan signaled for Diao Chong and Diao Feng to hide, grabbing Gume by the hair with one hand while picking up the phone with the other, pressing the answer button and pointing the camera at Gume's face. On the other end of the video, Liang was holding the little girl, preparing to question and continue threatening Gume. Upon seeing Gume's miserable, bound state, he was momentarily taken aback. Huayan forcefully pushed Gume to the ground, turned the camera to face himself, and coldly said to Liang, "You think you can scheme against me just with Gume? Dream on." As he spoke, Huayan pretended to deliver a flying kick. Off-camera, Gume let out a synchronized scream, rolling on the ground as if she had truly been kicked hard. "Mou Liang, weren't you dreaming of killing me? Well, here I am, right outside the racetrack. Let's see if you have what it takes." Liang fell silent, scrutinizing Huayan through the screen. He had anticipated Gume's failure and prepared for Huayan's arrival, but he hadn't expected Huayan to come so quickly. Huayan provocatively stared at Liang, afraid? Scared? Liang smirked coldly. How could I be? I'm more than ready to welcome you, come on in. Liang put down the phone and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Huayan is coming." The henchmen immediately perked up, all tensing, weapons gripped tightly in their hands. Some gathered the hostages together, while others took up different positions, looking as if they had rehearsed for this beforehand. Liang walked to the control panel and slammed down a button. The electric control gate of the racetrack slowly opened to the sides. Huayan, holding Gume like a small chicken, strode into the racetrack. The electric gate closed behind him. Diao Chong and Diao Feng, following Huayan's instructions, quickly circled along the wall under the cover of night. Liang picked up the phone and called Zhao Fucheng. "Boss, just as we expected, Gume has fallen, and Huayan is here." Zhao Fucheng on the other end was not surprised at all, letting out a cold snort. Women are indeed unreliable. Gume is done for. Are you ready? Don't worry, boss. Liang's voice was chilling. Tonight is Huayan's death day. The racetrack will be his burial ground. Don't let me down again. Zhao Fucheng warned in a deep voice. Remember, even the strongest have weaknesses. Huayan's weakness is that his heart is still alive. Compared to us, he still resembles a human too much. Understood. Liang hung up the phone and walked to the window, watching Huayan step by step cross the open ground towards the red brick building. Under the powerful spotlight, Huayan's expression was clear, resolute, and cold. Liang stared for a long time, suddenly hearing an old song he had listened to with his father in his childhood. Though I know on this mountain, fierce tigers abound, the timid are not heroes, and will never stop. At that time, he thought it was incredibly beautiful, his blood boiling, and he had copied the lyrics into a small notebook, dreaming of being that kind of protagonist. At this moment, he felt that the song was clearly about Huayan now. In the office, Hao Tianchi leaned closer to Su Baoliang, who was reading documents with his head down, and whispered, "Huiyan has entered." Su Baoliang looked up, nodded slightly, took off his glasses, and rubbed his nose. "Let's see what happens." Huiyan arrived in front of the red brick building. The fierce dogs roared from a distance, jumping and trying to break free from their chains. As Huiyan approached, their cries weakened, fading into silence, as if stunned by the murderous aura radiating from him, obediently crouching low. The door opened, and a dozen thugs stood in 2 rows, solemnly holding long knives. Huiyan, with Gumei in tow, walked through the middle, his gaze unwavering, as if no one else existed. The thugs stared intently at Huiyan, eager to act, but no one dared to make the first move. Huiyan ascended the stairs, and the thugs huddled together, closely following him. In the center of the second-floor hall, Liang stood alone with his hands down, coldly watching Huiyan. In the corner, over a dozen thugs guarded the hostages, each holding a child, the blades pressed against their necks. Huiyan cast a cold glance, showing no mercy, and directly kicked Gumei away. Gumei fell heavily in front of the hostages, nearly crashing into the children. The kids screamed in fright. A Xiao and Ying glared at Huiyan, struggling to get closer to Gumei, but were held back by 2 thugs. "Sister Mei, Sister Mei." Gumei rolled on the ground in pain, tumbling into the group of hostages. Meanwhile, Diao Chong and Diao Feng circled around to the side of the wall near the stable, preparing to strike. Diao Chong took out his phone, revealing he had been in constant communication with Huiyan, and the sounds of Huiyan and Liang's conversation came through clearly. Liang coldly said, "Here we come." "Yeah, I'm coming for your lives," Huiyan replied with a smile. Then came a heavy thud, followed by a chorus of screams. Diao Chong and Diao Feng exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Diao Feng crouched down against the wall. Diao Chong stacked their coats together, held them in his hands, and charged toward the wall, stepping on Diao Feng's shoulder to leap up. Diao Feng straightened up, pushing Diao Chong upward with all his might. Diao Chong seized the opportunity to climb over the wall, covering the barbed wire and glass shards with their coats. Bracing himself, he flipped over the wall and landed softly, then threw a length of rope over the wall. Diao Feng grabbed the rope, using it to climb up and follow suit. In the second-floor hall, a thug collapsed in a pool of blood against the wall, his skull shattered. This was the result of Huiyan suddenly launching an attack, slamming the thug's head hard against the wall. All the thugs were stunned by Huiyan's lightning-fast strike, their attention drawn to him, fearing he might suddenly attack someone else. No one noticed that in the surveillance footage, Diao Chong and Diao Feng had stealthily entered the stable. Only Liang remained expressionless, unfazed, tossing a pair of handcuffs at Huiyan's feet. "Cuff yourself." Huiyan laughed as if he had heard the coldest joke. Liang swiftly grabbed a little girl, his movements incredibly quick. "Otherwise, I'll kill them one by one." Huiyan shrugged, pointing at the thug's corpse on the ground. "Do you think I care about their lives? It has nothing to do with me. You'd better kill them all now, so I won't be hindered when I deal with you later." A Xiao and Ying were indignant, while the children fell into despair. Liang, with a cold face, swung the steel plate directly toward the little girl's throat. "Wait, don't hurt her." Just as the steel plate was about to touch the girl's skin, Huiyan finally spoke up to stop it. Liang abruptly halted, coldly commanding, "Hurry up." Huiyan sighed heavily, feeling the embarrassment of having his thoughts exposed, his face darkening, and in frustration, he picked up the handcuffs and truly cuffed his own hands. Liang laughed, pushing the little girl to the thug beside him, looking at Huiyan with mockery. "Don't you think your little act just now was pathetic? You think this level can fool me? I know people like you too well, you seem cold-hearted and ruthless, but deep down, your blood is still warm, and you have an innate sense of justice and a damnable sympathy. You can't just watch these children die in front of you without doing anything. Do you think you're a savior? Do you really think you can change this world? No, this world will not change. Where there is white, there is black. Where there are laws, there are lawbreakers. Where there are people, there is the underworld. This is the law by which the world operates." Huiyan quietly looked at Liang and slowly said, "In this life, there are times when one knows it is futile yet still acts, just for the thrill of it." Liang sneered, "So people like you will never be able to compete with us true villains." Liang raised his hand, and the sharp steel plate in his grip spun out, thud. It pierced into Huiyan's right arm, deep enough to see the bone, blood splattering out. Huiyan gritted his teeth but couldn't help letting out a muffled groan. All the thugs, seeing Huiyan injured and still handcuffed, breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Liang mocked, "Is that all you have? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Turns out you're just this capable." Huiyan remained expressionless, silent. Among the hostages, Gumei remained calm, her fingers feeling for the end of the rope that bound her. In the stable, Diao Chong and Diao Feng found the cable leading to the red brick building, grabbed 2 hose, raised them high, ready to strike. Liang slid another steel plate from his sleeve. "Since you came to seek death, let me fulfill your wish." He then raised his hand, the steel plate spinning towards Huayan's neck. But Huayan suddenly smiled at Liang. The sharp steel plate flew with a cold glint, yet Huayan smiled at Liang. Liang frowned slightly, feeling a hint of unease. Why? Why is he smiling even when death is imminent? Why? Why do I feel uneasy when I clearly have the upper hand? At the moment the steel plate was about to reach him, Huayan raised both hands, and in a flash, accurately caught the plate with the handcuffs. The plate struck the connecting part of the handcuffs with a clang, sparking. The plate bent and fell to the ground, and the handcuffs were also cut, leaving a gash. Huayan shouted in anger, pulling his hands outward, and with a pop, the handcuffs broke apart, astonishingly torn off, freeing his hands. Liang was horrified. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Huayan commanded in a deep voice, make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, Gume quickly tugged at the rope end, and the ropes binding her hands instantly loosened. It turned out to be a slipknot, just looking tightly bound. Hold your breath. Get down, Gume shouted. Xiao and Ying had been following Gume for a long time, and without needing much reaction, they instinctively lay down and held their breath at her command. Gume raised her hands, and a cloud of white powder was thrown over the nearby stunned thugs. At the same time, in the stable, Diao Chong and Diao Feng swung their hoes, directly severing the cable leading to the red brick building. The lights in the room went out instantly, plunging everything into darkness. This series of sudden changes left all the thugs in a state of panic and confusion, not knowing what to do. The extinguished lights rendered them blind. The powder inhaled made them dizzy. Liang was the first to regain his senses, his heart racing with terror as he reached out to grab a nearby child, trying to regain control of a hostage. He grasped at nothing, only feeling a gust of wind rush past him, and in a daze, a figure rushed by him, directly attacking the thugs holding the children. It was Huayan. Liang's heart sank. That incredible feeling surged again. Huayan could still see. He could see in the dark. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Then came the screams, 1, 2, 3. A series of screams erupted. The moment the lights went out, Huayan pulled out the steel plate embedded in his arm and charged directly at the thugs holding the hostages. The blade of the steel plate slid across the throat of the first thug, who screamed and fell, the long knife he had against the child's neck clattering to the ground. Huayan continued forward. The arm of the second thug holding a knife was broken, the wrist of the third thug was sliced open, and the fourth thug was knocked away. 20 seconds later, the emergency generator prepared by the horse farm started, and the lights in the room lit up again. A row of thugs lay on the ground, some already lifeless, others groaning in pain. Huayan had already reached the last thug holding the child hostage. The steel plate in his hand bent and broke, so he simply charged with his head. A headbutt struck the thug's face, shattering his nose, blood splattered, and he fell down. All the children were safe, free from the thug's control, and none were harmed. Moreover, after inhaling the drug that Gume had sprayed, they all fell into a deep sleep, just in time to avoid witnessing the bloody scene. Huayan stood firm, protecting the children behind him, and looked at Liang, coldly saying, perhaps I can't change this world, nor can I kill all the bad people. But that's okay, at least I can kill you, one is better than none. Liang's face turned ashen, speechless. The more than 10 thugs blocking the staircase had not yet been attacked, and Huayan hadn't even glanced at them. But the scene before them was enough to chill them to the bone, trembling in fear. Gume turned around to help Xiao and Ying untie their ropes. The twin sisters finally understood that Huayan had come to save them, to save the children. Everything was part of his plan. He injured Gume and kicked her into the pile of hostages to save the children. He acted as if he didn't care about the children's lives, also to save them. He pretended to be exposed by Liang, passively restrained, even willing to injure himself to make the enemy lower their guard, all to save the children. Brother Hua, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have misunderstood you. Huayan did not turn back, continuing to stare at Liang, just raising his hand to gesture that it was fine. Gume quickly untied the ropes of the other caregivers and the girls rescued from the small white building, but she deliberately ignored a 30-something female teacher with the surname Huang. Sister Mei, what about me? What about me? Teacher Huang panicked and called out, oh, I almost forgot about you. Gume looked guilty, reaching out to help her untie, but then stopped, smiling as she said, wait, didn't you sell the children's addresses to Liang? How can you ask me to help you? You should call Liang to help you. The informant who had contacted Liang in the phone records given by Gao Mingyu was this teacher Huang. Teacher Huang was dumbfounded. I was forced, I was trapped by him and owe high-interest loans. I had no choice, Sister Mei, please forgive me. No matter what your reasons are, Gume said coldly, wrong is wrong, and wrong must pay the price. Teacher Huang panicked, pushing aside a nearby caregiver, and turned to run towards the staircase. Xiao and Ying saw this and were about to chase after her. Gume stopped them. No need, she can't escape. Teacher Huang ran past the thugs by the staircase. The thugs were already in a state of panic, and Teacher Huang's sudden movement was like an avalanche, causing them to turn and flee downstairs. They had just run a short distance from the red brick building when they suddenly stopped. There was a commotion coming from the stable, as if something was restless. The thugs were filled with suspicion. Suddenly, the stable door burst open, and a dozen startled horses charged out, trampling towards them, their hooves shaking the ground. At the back of the herd, Diao Chong and Diao Feng rode on horses, wielding long knives, charging in like fierce warriors. The thugs were at a loss, wanting to cry but having no tears, and they scattered in all directions. Teacher Huang's hands were still tied behind her back. She was already stumbling as she ran, and in her panic, her footing became even less stable, causing her to trip over a grass stalk and fall. A startled horse charged towards her, its hooves raised high. Teacher Huang's eyes widened in terror as she screamed, "Get away, stay far from me." The hooves came down, one landing on her face and another pressing down on her chest. Teacher Huang's cries abruptly ceased. The thugs were not faring much better. Some were either knocked aside or trampled by the startled horse, while others were cut down by Diao Chong and Diao Feng on horseback. Only one agile thug managed to dodge left and right, escaping to the entrance of the horse arena. However, the gate was tightly shut, and the thug shook it vigorously, but it wouldn't budge. The sound of hooves drew closer. In despair, the thug turned his head. Diao Chong and Diao Feng approached from either side, riding hard. A flash of cold light from their long knives, and the thug's head fell to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. Only Liang remained in the hall on the second floor. The sound of hooves mixed with screams from outside sent chills down his spine, yet he stood as straight as a javelin, his expression still unchanged. Huiyan said in a deep voice, "Kneel down, and perhaps I can give you a quick end." Liang snorted coldly, "The only one who can make me kneel in this world is Boss Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang shook his arms, and a stack of steel plates slid out from each of his sleeves. Like a magician dealing cards, he waved his hands continuously. The steel plates flew through the air, spinning as they sliced towards Huiyan. Behind Huiyan were Gumei, a Xiao, a Ying, and the children. Huiyan let out a long howl, leaping into the air with a speed that was almost impossible to see, flicking one steel plate away with his fingers and kicking another down. Huiyan blocked and parried, deflecting the vast majority of the flying steel plates. His cheeks and body bore several cuts, but he had not allowed a single steel plate to fly behind him. Gumei, a Xiao, and A Ying watched in shock, their hearts racing. They had never seen Liang make a move. It turned out he was such a hidden master. Fortunately, Huiyan was there. If it had been anyone else, they would have certainly been unable to withstand such a fierce and swift assault, and who knows how many would have already died. It was even more impossible to protect so many people behind them. The last steel plate drew a strange line as it whizzed past Huiyan, heading straight for a little girl behind him. Gumei threw herself forward, shielding the little girl. The steel plate was about to slice into Gumei's neck. A Xiao and A Ying gasped in horror, and Gumei closed her eyes. Gumei was about to be struck by the sharp steel plate. Huiyan pushed off the ground, chasing after it, arriving just in time, and at the critical moment, he firmly pinched the steel plate with his left thumb and index finger. Everyone let out a long breath, and Gumei was still in shock. Huiyan turned around, his body covered in blood and wounds, but he appeared even more ferocious, like a vengeful spirit returning from hell. "Is there more?" Huiyan asked coldly. Liang's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. "Catch!" Huiyan suddenly shook his hand, shooting the stack of steel plates he had just caught back at Liang. Liang quickly dodged, his reaction and movements incredibly swift, but he still couldn't escape Huiyan's powerful attack. Puff, puff, puff. Several steel plates sliced into Liang's body, instantly soaking him in blood, with one even piercing deeply into his thigh. Liang could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Diao Chong and Diao Feng finished dealing with the thugs outside and walked up to the second floor, surveying the scene of fallen bodies, imagining the brutality of the recent slaughter. "Liang, long time no see," Diao Chong joked. Diao Feng added, "Huiyan, what are you waiting for? This guy is Zhao Fucheng's most loyal dog. The sooner he's dealt with, the better." Liang looked at Huiyan and the others before suddenly smiling. "Huiyan, you just asked me if there's more?" Liang's smile twisted into something eerie and sinister. "Of course, there is. I promised Boss Xiao that today is your day of death, and this is your burial ground." As he spoke, a miniature controller slipped from Liang's sleeve, and he pressed it hard. With a loud bang, the ceiling above suddenly split open, and a torrent of yellow liquid poured down, drenching Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, a Xiao, Ying, and the children below. Even Huiyan had no time to dodge and got soaked. Liang, sitting on the ground, was no exception. The liquid flowed across the floor, and the acrid smell of gasoline spread instantly. Liang laughed triumphantly, and with his other hand, he pulled out a Zippo lighter, flipping it open to strike a flame. "Don't be afraid, I'll go with you." Once we're down there, we'll continue fighting. This guy was a complete madman. He didn't even care for his own life, only thinking about taking Huiyan and the others down with him. Liang's thumb was already pressing on the ignition wheel. With just a slight flick, the flame would leap up. Given the concentration of gasoline in the room, an explosion was imminent, and everyone present was doomed. Gume, Xiao, Ying, and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. Just then, Liang suddenly widened his eyes in shock, watching helplessly as all 5 of his fingers snapped and fell off. A steel plate flew by, embedding itself deep into the wall. Huiyan stepped forward, easily catching the lighter that was about to drop to the ground. Sorry, I still have one. Liang's face turned pale and ashen, realizing he had lost his last resort, utterly defeated. Diaofeng wiped the gasoline off his face and charged at Liang with a long knife. Bastard, why are you so malicious? I'll chop you up, you son of a dog. Huiyan suddenly raised his hand to stop Diaofeng, sizing up Liang with a smile. Mo Yuliang, I've changed my mind. I won't take your dog life just yet. Diao Chong, Diaofeng, and Gu Mei were taken aback. Liang's expression was blank. Then you will definitely regret it. Aren't you the one who admires Zhao Fuqing the most? I'll spare your life so you can watch how I take him down step by step. Impossible, don't be delusional. Liang snorted coldly, Boss Xiao is invincible. He will definitely kill all of you. Then you just watch closely. But you only deserve to be a living dead. Liang was stunned, then showed a look of terror, screaming hysterically. Kill me, you must kill me. Huiyan remained indifferent, quietly watching Liang. Aren't you good at turning others into living dead? Have you ever thought that one day it would come back to you? Liang struggled to get up, aiming to crash into the wall, attempting suicide. Huiyan grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back, coldly saying, You're too noisy. Huiyan pried open Liang's mouth, pinched his tongue, and tore it out. Liang's mouth filled with blood, making muffled sounds, but he could no longer speak. Then Huiyan raised Liang's right arm and punched down at the elbow joint, shattering the bone, causing the arm to droop. Then came the left arm, followed by the right leg, and finally the left leg. Huiyan let go, and Liang collapsed to the ground, unable to move, truly becoming a living dead. In the previous life, it was Liang who helped Zhaoyingjie torment Huiyan, personally holding Huiyan down while Zhaoyingjie broke his hands and feet and locked him in a dog cage. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Moments later, Huiyan, along with Gume, Xiao, Ying, and the children and girls, carried Liang out of the red brick building. Huiyan lit the lighter, not looking back, and tossed it directly out. The lighter spun and danced in the air, shattering glass as it flew into the second-floor hall, and with a loud boom, flames shot up. The red brick building quickly fell into a sea of fire, blazing brightly and illuminating the night sky. Su Baoliang stood by the window, quietly gazing outside, a rare hint of tension in his expression. Hao Tianchi rushed in. Su Baoliang turned his head, looking at him expectantly. Hao Tianchi shook his head. The racetrack is on fire. Huiyan has come out, and he's alive. Su Baoliang's expression darkened, his eyes lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly instructed, cancel the operation and withdraw everyone. In the woods several hundred meters outside the racetrack, a large group of armed police lay in ambush. The leader listened to the instructions coming through his earpiece and made a hand gesture. Everyone quickly withdrew. In a secluded clearing outside Dialongzui village, several buses were parked, filled with police officers. The vehicles started and slowly drove away. According to the original plan, if Huiyan had died at the racetrack or been seriously injured, the officers at these 2 locations would have immediately moved in. The group outside the racetrack was to ensure Huiyan was completely dead and to capture the Diao brothers and Gume. The group outside Dialongzui village was to seal off the entire village, cut off the internet, and arrest the Diao brothers' subordinates, searching for hard drives to prevent any video leaks. However, now that Huiyan had walked out alive, Su Baoliang dared not take risks or act rashly. He sat back at his desk, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. Comrade Tianchi, Zhao Fuqing can be completely abandoned. Hao Tianchi nodded silently. But be careful, don't let him make any big moves. He's already a mad dog, and a cornered dog will bite. Understood. Hao Tianchi nodded again and turned to leave. As for Huiyan, Su Baoliang said in a deep voice, this person absolutely cannot be left alive. Hao Tianchi quickly stopped, turning back to look at Su Baoliang. If Zhao Fuqing is a mad dog, then Huiyan is the most terrifying kind of lunatic. Zhao Fuqing can still be controlled with interests, reputation, and status, but Huiyan cannot. He wants nothing and will eventually come for us. Su Baoliang gently blew away the floating tea leaves in his cup and took a small sip. Your piece can be placed on the board, but don't rush to move it. It should be used at a critical moment. Hao Tianchi nodded solemnly once more. The next morning, during the early rush hour, the area in front of Fuqing building was bustling with people, as employees from various companies inside hurried in from all directions. A sharp screech of brakes sounded as an unlicensed car suddenly stopped at the roadside in front of the building. The security guards saw this and quickly ran over to drive them away. The car door opened, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng threw a human-shaped object out. It was a Liang. He was still wrapped in a white cloth, on which several bright red blood characters were scrawled, the fate of being Zhao Fuqing's dog. Nearby pedestrians screamed in fright and scattered. The unlicensed car quickly sped away. A few minutes later, a Liang was carried to the large office on the top floor of Fuqing building. Zhao Fuqing's face was ashen. He waved his hand, signaling the security guards to leave, and slowly walked over, examining a Liang, whose hands and feet were all useless. A Liang whimpered, looking at Zhao Fuqing with pleading eyes, clearly wanting Zhao Fuqing to give him a quick end, to set him free. Useless dog. Zhao Fuqing reached out and grasped a Liang's throat. Zhao Fuqing's hand tightened around a Liang's throat. Gratitude and joy flickered in a Liang's eyes as he closed them, preparing to welcome death. But Zhao Fuqing immediately released his grip, gently patted a Liang's head, and smiled. Even if you're useless, you're still my dog. How could I kill my own dog? A Liang opened his eyes in shock, stunned. I will find the best doctors to save your life, the best caregivers to attend to you around the clock. You have to live well for me. I want you to see with your own eyes how I kill Wei Yan. A Liang closed his eyes again, tears streaming helplessly from the corners. Damn it! You want me to see how he dies, and he wants me to see how you perish. But right now, all I want is to die quickly myself. A Liang's heart was silently screaming, but his body couldn't move. That afternoon, a convoy left Dialongzui village. By evening, the convoy arrived at the Tiango nightclub in Haigang City. Huiyan, Gumei, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and others got off the vehicle, looking at their old territory and base that they hadn't seen in days, feeling quite emotional. Yao Dong had come early and had already tidied up the inside and outside of the club, making it look brand new. The Diao brothers pushed Huiyan, insisting that he personally press the power switch. The large sign lit up again, shining in the night. Diao Feng cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a loudspeaker, and shouted loudly, "We're back! Zhao Fuqing, you old bastard, take a good look, we're back!" The younger brothers, including Yao Dong, laughed and imitated Diao Feng, shouting in unison, "We're back, Zhao Fuqing, we're back!" Just as everyone was celebrating and laughing, a sharp shout suddenly came from the side. "Huiyan, take a punch from me!" As soon as the words fell, a black figure rushed through the crowd, heading straight for Huiyan with the speed of lightning, causing everyone's clothes to flutter and hair to sway. The figure closed in, delivering a punch right at Huiyan. This punch was simple and direct, but incredibly swift, carrying immense power. Even a galloping horse would likely be knocked out by this punch. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others were all startled. Huiyan did not dodge. He met the punch head-on and threw his own punch in response. The two fists collided with a thunderous sound. Both were knocked back, Huiyan taking a step back while the attacker staggered back 3 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Diao Chong and Diao Feng were shocked, and only then did they realize that the attacker was Ding Hua, the boss from the Xingyi area. "Ding Hua, you dare to sneak attack my brother Yan? Are you tired of living?" Diao Feng cursed loudly, ready to charge at Ding Hua. Diao Chong grabbed him, shooting him a glare, signaling him to shut up. Huiyan wasn't even angry, he must have his own reasons. Ding Hua ignored Diao Feng and stared at Huiyan, asking in a deep voice, "How much strength did you just use?" "About 90%, Huiyan replied. Ding Hua's expression darkened at this. He had been practicing boxing since he was 6, had countless championships as a teenager, and won his first adult championship at 18, once seen as a potential world champion. 6 years ago, he suddenly withdrew from the boxing scene and entered the underworld, once recognized as the top expert of the younger generation in Haigang. He had used all his strength from over 20 years of training for that punch, taking the initiative, yet not only did he lose, but he didn't even force Huiyan to use his full strength. Realizing this, Ding Hua broke into a cold sweat, took a step back, clasped his fists, bowed his head, and bent at the waist in a gesture of apology and gratitude for Huiyan's mercy. Huiyan returned the gesture. Ding Hua didn't know that Huiyan hadn't told the truth. Huiyan had recognized Ding Hua early on, knowing he was a boxing enthusiast who just wanted to spar without malice, so he had only used 70% of his strength to receive that punch. If he had truly used 90%, Ding Hua's arm would not have been able to lift again. "Wow, it's so lively here." De Fei laughed as he walked over, his signature greasy long hair, habitually picking his nose, followed by a large group of younger brothers. "Have you already fought? Why didn't you wait for me? Who won and who lost?" Ding Hua shot De Fei an annoyed glance. "What does it have to do with you?" De Fei laughed heartily and gave Huiyan a thumbs up to make the toughest old ding in the harbor convinced. "Old Hua, you're amazing. What are you all doing standing on the street? Come on, let's go inside." De Fei pushed Ding Hua with one hand and Huiyan with the other, casually walking into the shop as if he were the landlord, turning his head to show off to Diao Chong. Old Diao, look at how many people I've brought to support you, isn't that enough face for you? Brothers, tonight everyone can eat and drink freely, old Diao is treating. Damn you, are you here to take advantage of the situation? Diao Chong laughed and scolded. I'm treating, tonight the whole place is on me. Brothers, just enjoy yourselves. A warm voice came from the side, it was Lai Tianhua. He waved his hand, and several bodyguards brought in a huge and extravagant flower basket, respectfully placing it at the entrance. It read, "Congratulations on the grand reopening of Tiantanku nightclub, presented by Lai Tianhua." Old Lai, you really know how to make an entrance, Diao Feng chuckled. Lai Tianhua smiled broadly and waved his hand again. A bodyguard handed over a leather suitcase clearly filled with money, wrapped in red cloth. A small red envelope, just a token of respect. Hua Yan walked over and looked at Lai Tianhua. Lai, if you really want to stand on my side, you don't need to send money every day. Your money doesn't come from the wind. If I need it, I'll naturally come to you. I understand. Actually, this is just a small gesture from my son. Lai Tianhua beckoned, and Lai Xiaoming walked up with his head down, emerging from behind the bodyguards. My son made a mistake before, and I feel very anxious. He has always wanted to apologize to you in person. Lai Xiaoming looked at Hui Yan and the crowd surrounding him, his legs went weak, and he knelt down obediently. Hua, brother Hua, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Hui Yan pondered for a moment and signaled Diao Chong to accept the suitcase of money. Whether I forgive you or not doesn't matter much. The road ahead still has to be walked by yourself. Your father has built such a big business, so learn from him. Don't rely on money and power to bully others, or you'll eventually fall because of it. Lai Xiaoming nodded repeatedly. I won't dare to do that again. Lai Tianhua also let out a long sigh. The heavy stone pressing on his heart finally moved. Dei Fei, on the side, was already impatient. Hey, do you guys have business or not? If not, go stand aside. We have serious matters to discuss with old Hua. Lai Tianhua waved his hands repeatedly, understanding the hint and stepping aside. You all carry on. In the innermost private room on the second floor of Tiantanku, Hui Yan, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, Dei Fei, and Ding Hui gathered together. Old Hua, how are we going to deal with that old bastard Xiao? Dei Fei scratched his hand. My hands have been itching for a long time, and the brothers below are looking forward to it. Hui Yan's expression turned serious, and he said coldly, Xiao Fuqing is mine, you can't take him. Dei Fei and Ding Hui were taken aback, their expressions changing slightly. But you can move freely in his territory. Hui Yan took out a map of Haigang City, spread it on the table, and circled two large areas in the southern city and Xingyi. Dei Fei, the Lido district, Binhai district, and Tianhan district in the southern city belong to you. Dinghua, the lower city, Hongwan district, and Jianan district around Xingyi belong to you. I will help you clear out all of Zhao Fuqing's territory and uproot his influence. Dei Fei and Ding Hui exchanged glances, excitement mixed with a hint of doubt. These districts had always been thriving in the gray industry, a huge cake, a greasy piece of meat, but had always been under Zhao Fuqing's control, something they wanted but couldn't have. Now Hui Yan casually promised it to them, as if it were a piece of cake. What percentage do you want to take? Dei Fei asked seriously. Hui Yan held up one finger. Just 10%? Dei Fei couldn't quite believe it. Are you kidding me? Hui Yan shook his finger. Not a single cent. Whatever you earn is all yours. Dei Fei and Ding Hui were stunned. Damn! After a moment, Dei Fei laughed and cursed. No wonder people outside are starting to call you Hua madman. Others want money and don't care about their lives, but you only want lives and not money. But I have a few conditions, Hui Yan said seriously, without a smile. If you don't agree, then there's nothing to discuss. Dei Fei and Ding Hui frowned and exchanged glances. Dei Fei and Ding Hui looked at each other again, then turned to the serious Hui Yan. What conditions? You say? Hui Yan said solemnly. First, absolutely no drugs. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gumei looked at Dei Fei and Ding Hui. Is that it? Old Hua, you can rest assured about that. Dei Fei's frown relaxed, and he burst into laughter. Don't be fooled by my seemingly uncultured and shameless demeanor. Deep down, I'm just a stubborn old-fashioned guy. Drugs? That's pure poison, it leads to hell. No touching, absolutely no touching. Ding Hui nodded emphatically. You know I come from boxing. My best brother back in the teen was killed by drugs. I never touched them, and neither can my people. Hui Yan looked at the two, nodded, but still maintained a serious expression, then continued. Second, don't cross the line. What line? Dei Fei asked, confused. Between black and white, there are vast gray areas, big enough for you to thrive in, big enough for you to earn endless profits. So, just stay in this gray area. Don't bully ordinary people, don't harm those who are trying to live under the sun. Dei Fei and Ding Hui were taken aback, then exchanged glances. Understanding Hui Yan's meaning, both feeling moved. In short, don't harm the innocent, don't do evil to ordinary people. The gray area and underground society will always exist. It's an unchangeable aspect of human nature, just like sin will never completely disappear. Where there are people, there is a world of its own, and human hearts are the largest world, unless all of humanity is destroyed. But at least we can try to limit ourselves within certain boundaries, trying not to disturb the lives of those unrelated to this. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume looked at Defei and Dinghua, waiting for their response. Defei stood up, shook his greasy long hair, and grunted. Ha, so you're not just a madman, but also a stickler for rules, huh? So many regulations. Then he bent down and nodded respectfully. But I like it. In my life, I've never submitted to anyone, and you, Huiyan, are the first. From now on, you are my boss. Dinghua was straightforward. Brother Hua, we'll follow your lead. Come on, we must have a drink to celebrate, Defei said as he reached for a bottle to start drinking. Wait. Huiyan raised his hand to stop Defei. If you violate these two rules, then you will be my enemies, just like Zhao Fucheng. Got it, understood, noted. So, it's just one word, death. Defei said boldly, don't worry, I still want to live for another 50 years. Dinghua remained silent, nodded, clenched his fist, and pounded his chest, a promise. With a bang, Gume opened a bottle of champagne that had been prepared earlier. The foam shot up into the air, colorful and dazzling under the lights. With another bang, a thug flew through the air and crashed heavily onto a table, shattering the glass surface and scattering shards everywhere. Defei and a group of younger brothers rushed in. This was the Dahanhai bathhouse in the Tianhan district of the southern city, the largest and most famous bathing place in the entire Haigang city. It covered a vast area, with luxurious decor, high-end and grand. Outwardly, it is a publicly operated bathhouse, renowned for its top-notch service and expensive prices, where few ordinary people can afford to spend. Even if they do come, they can only enjoy the most basic normal services. Internally, it is a den of filth, offering various services from ladies and male companions, and because it is never raided by the police, it has become a gathering place for all sorts of rogues, gamblers, and addicts. It was also one of Zhao Fucheng's important territories in his early years, holding a prominent reputation and iconic status in the underground world of Haigang City. Now, it is a workday at 10 in the morning. Defei deliberately chose this time when there are relatively few ordinary customers, adhering to Huiyan's rules to avoid disturbing the lives of unrelated people. The female staff at the front desk looked at Defei and his group with nervousness and fear. Defei smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm not here for you. Today, I'm in charge. Everyone gets a day off, so hurry back and rest." The female staff quickly retreated, and the few scattered customers in the hall hurriedly left. "Sorry for disturbing everyone," Defei bowed apologetically. "This place will soon change its name and owner, so please come back to play then." Before long, the manager of Dinanhai, Huang Yanchuan, rushed in with dozens of thugs. They had been busy all night and had just gone to sleep in the morning, each one filled with morning grumpiness. "Defei, how dare you come here?" Huang Yanchuan cursed without reservation. "Do you really think you can live forever? Today, I'll teach you how to write the word death." Defei had been wanting to take down Dinanhai for quite some time, and he had fought with Huang Yanchuan more than once, usually winning more than losing. He thought Defei was here to cause trouble as usual and didn't take it seriously, threatening him viciously. "Hey, is this how you talk to the new owner?" Defei tossed his long hair and said with a smile, "I declare, you're fired. And all of you, you're all fired. Ha ha ha." Huang Yanchuan and his men burst into laughter. "What a bunch of amateurs. Are you drunk this early in the morning? What nonsense are you talking about? The tides are about to change in Haigang, don't you know?" As he spoke, Diao Chong entered with a group of tough Diao family brothers, standing beside Defei. Huang Yanchuan's laughter abruptly stopped, and his expression changed. In Zhao Fucheng's power structure, he could only be considered a mid-level manager responsible for specific operations. Although he didn't know all the details, he was aware that the Diao family had been clashing fiercely with Zhao Fucheng recently, and he never expected Diao Chong to show up today, and even team up with Defei. Diao Chong sized up Huang Yanchuan and mocked him. "The reason Defei hasn't been able to take you down all these years isn't because you're so capable. It's because the public security teams Li Tianming took Zhao Fucheng's money, protecting you, and whenever there's a conflict, he comes to arrest Defei's people." Huang Yanchuan snorted coldly. "So what? Brother Li just likes to protect me. That's my advantage. Do you believe I can call him right now?" "Great, go ahead and call," Diao Chong said with a smile. "Call him now and see if he answers, and if he still protects you." Huang Yanchuan grew increasingly suspicious and quickly took out his phone to call, only to be met with a busy signal. In the office, Li Tianming was on the phone, nodding repeatedly. "Understood, Secretary Hao, I will carry it out resolutely." After hanging up, cold sweat dripped down Li Tianming's forehead. In front of him was another phone, displaying a still image of an inappropriate video that had been secretly filmed. The star of the video was, of course, him, in a private room at Xiao building. Yes, he was also a regular at Xiao building. At that moment, Hui Yan was sitting in the chair opposite him, looking at him coldly. Li Tianming's phone rang, showing that it was Huang Yanchuan calling. He quickly pressed the button to decline, respectfully facing Hui Yan. Rest assured, Secretary Hao has explained everything to me clearly, and I absolutely won't interfere. Hui Yan raised his hand and gently shook the phone in front of Li Tianming. It's not just about today. There will be some matters in the southern part of the city and Xingyi during this time. I hope you won't interfere. Li Tianming's phone rang again. It was still Huang Yanchuan. He simply blocked the number and nodded vigorously. Understood. Then thank you, Hui Yan said coldly with a hint of sarcasm, standing up to leave. Huang Yanchuan listened to the notification sound from his phone, realizing he had been blocked, and was left dumbfounded. Without Brother Li's protection, you got scared, huh? Diao Chong mocked, glancing at the group of thugs behind him, and warned in a low voice. If you don't want to die, you can still leave now. Later, you won't be able to. A few thugs exchanged glances, feeling a bit shaken. Huang Yanchuan looked around the luxurious hall and shook his head. No way. This is my territory. Such a good place. How can I let it go? Everyone, don't panic. Brother Li is just in a meeting. He'll come to help us soon. Let's take them down first. Huang Yanchuan shouted to rally the troops, drawing his knife and charging at Diao Chong. The thugs saw this and rushed in as well. Diao Chong sneered and met them with his own blade. The two sides clashed instantly. As the two groups fought, the air was filled with the glint of blades and splashes of blood. De Fei leisurely pulled over a chair, sat down at a distance, and took out a bag of sunflower seeds, munching away. Diao Chong was in a fierce fight with Huang Yanchuan when he caught a glimpse of De Fei out of the corner of his eye, and his anger flared. De Fei, I'm here to help you take territory, and you're just sitting there watching the show? De Fei grinned mischievously. With old Diao here, who needs me, De Fei? Hey, watch out, a knife's coming. Focus, focus. I'll treat you to a drink later. Two new thugs, unaware of De Fei's background, saw his cowardly and despicable demeanor and suddenly charged at him. De Fei pretended not to see, continuing to munch on his seeds while observing the battle, casually pulling a chair closer. As the two thugs approached, De Fei kicked the chair out. The chair flipped right in front of one thug's feet, causing him to trip and fall, knocking himself out cold. Hey, how careless can you be? De Fei mocked. With such poor eyesight, you dare to mix in here? The other thug hesitated, thinking it was just an accident, and charged in with a knife aimed at De Fei. De Fei chuckled. Looks like there's someone even more blind. As he spoke, De Fei sprang into action, extending his long arm to grab the thug's knife-wielding arm. With his other hand, he seized a glass ashtray from the nearby table and smashed it down hard. What, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Don't you know I hit hard? I didn't want to kill today, but you forced my hand. After a few hits with the ashtray, the thug was left bloodied and unconscious. De Fei dropped the thug and transformed into a fierce and violent figure, swinging the ashtray and charging into the fray. His earlier munching on seeds was not in vain. He had been observing the battle all along and immediately targeted the two strongest fighters under Huang Yanchuan. One swing of the ashtray took one down. De Fei's little brothers were instantly invigorated, and with the elite fighters Diao Chong brought, they quickly turned the tide against the thugs from Dananxi. Huang Yanchuan was already no match for Diao Chong and had long been at a disadvantage, struggling to hold on. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his men collapsing like a landslide, screams echoing, and his heart raced with fear, adding to his panic, causing him to falter and leave a gap in the middle. Diao Chong would not let such an opening go. He swung his knife down, slicing a wound from Huang Yanchuan's right shoulder all the way to his left abdomen. Huang Yan fell into a pool of blood. A few minutes later, all the thugs from the Great South Sea were knocked down to the ground. After more than 10 minutes, the sign of the Great South Sea bathhouse, which had stood on the rooftop for many years, was smashed to pieces by the sticks of De Fei's men. Another iconic territory of Zhaofuqing was taken down. About 3 kilometers north of Xingyi, there is an extremely large agricultural market, so big that it can be called the vegetable basket of Haigang City. Every day, various fresh vegetables and fruits are continuously delivered to the market by large trucks from all over, then distributed to supermarkets, vegetable shops, fruit stores, and restaurants throughout the city, eventually reaching dining tables and finally into people's stomachs. If this market were to stop for a day, the entire city's residents might face a food crisis. 8 years ago, the local village committee director Zhang Yuanhao and his family of more than 20 people went out to sea for leisure. Their yacht inexplicably exploded, wiping out the entire clan. Since then, this market has fallen under Zhao Fuqing's control. The specific management is handled by a pair of twin brothers, Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying. Both of them come from a background of gangsters, gathering a large group of thugs under the guise of market management, oppressing vegetable vendors, fish and meat merchants, extorting and bullying, and providing Xiao with a considerable cash flow. At this moment, in the vast transfer warehouse of the seafood market, Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying sat in two rattan chairs, leisurely drinking tea. In front of them, a group of thugs wearing market management red armbands surrounded more than 20 small vendors. "I heard you guys are planning to cause trouble?" Tong Dapeng asked with a smile, encouraging everyone to refuse to pay stall fees and even planning to report us for being involved in organized crime. Tong Xiaoying shouted angrily, "Do you want to rebel?" The vendors were terrified and did not dare to speak. The leading middle-aged vendor, Zhou Shan, gritted his teeth and said, Brother Tong, it's not that we want to cause trouble, we really have no choice. You want to raise the management fee again, and this time it's a 10% increase. We are just doing small business, barely making ends meet. We can't bear this increase." Other vendors also mustered their courage to speak softly. "My wife just had cervical cancer surgery last month, and all the money in the family has been spent. I really can't afford it. We all have elderly parents and young children to support, and our own health is wearing down. If this continues, we'll have to starve. You have to give everyone a way to survive." "Wow, it really isn't easy for everyone." Tong Dapeng sighed sympathetically, but then his expression darkened. "Who the hell has it easy? Does your life or death have anything to do with me? I sympathize with you. Who the hell sympathizes with me?" Tong Xiaoying said fiercely, "You have to pay whatever you owe, not a single cent less. You have to pay when it's due, not a second late." The vendors were so angry they were speechless. "Then can we just quit?" Zhou Shan said helplessly, "You return our stall deposit, and we'll leave." "Right, we can't go on like this. Return the deposit. It's over 100,000. Tong Dapeng looked at the agitated vendors and chuckled. "Have you ever seen money that you put in your pocket come back out? Or food that you ate come back up? Bro, why waste words with them? If they don't obey, just beat them into submission." Tong Xiaoying waved his hand, and the thugs rushed forward, fists and feet flying. The vendors were left bloodied and wailing. Zhou Shan angrily shouted, "You are too lawless. Ha 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 ha." Tong Dapeng, Tong Xiaoying, and the group of thugs laughed together. "Is this your first day knowing this?" Tong Dapeng mocked. Tong Xiaoying shouted, "In Haigang, Boss Xiao is the sky. In the market, we are the law. Keep beating." Just as the thugs were about to continue their violence, a mocking voice came from the doorway. "Where did these two big toads come from? What a big tone." Dinghua said as he strode in with his underlings, his voice cold. "The sky of the Xiao family has already been pierced. Haven't you received the news? I'll be watching this market from now on, so you better scram. Wherever you came from, hop back there." Tong Dapeng laughed. "Dinghua, you have quite the attitude. Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Damn, just in time. I was just looking for a grandson to vent my anger on today." Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying left the small vendors behind and confronted Dinghua aggressively. Zhou Shan and the other vendors quickly supported each other and hid to the side. Dinghua remained unhurried, smiling as they approached. With a loud crash, a stack of seafood crates nearby suddenly collapsed, crashing down on the Tong twins and their thugs. The crates fell heavily. Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying reacted swiftly, dodging nimbly. The other thugs weren't so lucky. Many were struck, some fainted with rolled eyes, others were bloodied and injured, some had broken limbs. Zhou Shan and the others were overjoyed. Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying were taken aback. They had clashed with Dinghua multiple times before and knew he was straightforward, relying on his fists, without any tricks up his sleeve. They never expected him to pull such a stunt today. Behind the collapsed crates, a forklift appeared, with Diaofeng cheerfully sitting on it, flanked by a group of Diao family underlings. "Brother Yan's move is effective, right?" Diaofeng smiled at Dinghua. Dinghua responded with a grin, "Well done." Diaofeng continued to operate the forklift, crashing through the scattered crates and the various fish and shrimp bouncing on the ground, heading straight for Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying. The Tong twins dodged again. Diaofeng leaped off the forklift, striking at Tong Dapeng midair. On the other side, Dinghua charged over, delivering a heavy punch to Tong Xiaoying. The Tong twins were caught off guard. The four of them engaged in a fierce brawl, fists and feet flying, entangled in a chaotic fight. Diaofeng and Dinghua's underlings leisurely patrolled the area, knocking down those market thugs who still tried to get up one by one. The reason Dinghua had never been able to defeat the Tong twins was clear. First, Dinghua had very strict standards for recruiting underlings. They couldn't be involved with drugs or gambling, and they had to enjoy learning martial arts. Although individually strong, they couldn't match the sheer number of the Tong twins' followers. Second, while the Tong twins were not Dinghua's match in one-on-one combat, they had a combined attack technique, with a deep understanding of each other, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Now, the Tong twins' underlings had been taken down in one fell swoop, the two were separated and entangled with Diaofeng and Dinghua, unable to join forces, and Diaofeng and Dinghua's underlings were watching them closely. Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying were already flustered, and it wasn't long before they showed signs of weakness. Dinghua landed an uppercut on Tong Xiaoying's chin. Tong Xiaoying felt dizzy and staggered back. Dinghua followed up with a left jab, a right hook, and then another uppercut. Tong Xiaoying swayed and fell with a thud. On the other side, Diaofeng was not to be outdone. With a shout, he launched a frenzied assault on Tong Dapeng like a tightly wound top. Tong Dapeng tried to block with his arms but was soon overwhelmed, Diaofeng's fists raining down on his head. Before long, his nasal bone was fractured, his brow bone cracked, and his eyes swollen like green walnuts, collapsing straight to the ground. Diaofeng would not let the two off easily. He slapped them awake with several hard blows, grabbed their hair, and dragged them in front of Zhou Shan and the other vendors, delivering a kick to their inner thighs. Kneel! Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying fell to their knees in front of Zhou Shan and the others. Do you know that I, Diao Iri, used to be a fisherman? Diaofeng angrily scolded, I hate you bastards the most. Is it easy for people to do a little business? Getting up early and working late is so damn hard, and you still bully people. Apologize. Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying crawled on the ground, knocking their heads like pounding garlic. Sorry, we were wrong, we are bastards. We won't dare again, sorry. Is there a next time? Diaofeng snorted coldly, kicked them twice, and knocked Tong Dapeng and Tong Xiaoying unconscious, then grinned at Zhou Shan and the others. Zhou Shan and the other vendors felt a chill in their hearts, frightened by Diaofeng's fierce demeanor, not knowing what he would do next. Dinghua walked up, smiling politely at Zhou Shan and the other vendors. Don't be afraid, I'm Dinghua, and from now on, I'll manage this market. Zhou Shan and the others exchanged glances, afraid to speak, worried that after sending away the wolf, a tiger would come next. For those who don't want to continue here, I will refund all the deposits. Let's part on good terms. For those willing to continue making a living, the management fee will be halved. Just leave the troublesome matters to me, and everyone can focus on doing business and making money together. Zhou Shan and the other small vendors were stunned for a moment, then erupted into excited cheers. In the evening, in a secluded courtyard on the outskirts, a table was set up in the pavilion, with a pot of hot pot simmering on it. Two middle-aged men surrounded the steaming pot, watching the meat slices bobbing up and down in the red broth, but neither picked up their chopsticks. The thin, sallow one was named Zhao Gui, and the burly, rough one was named Bao Xiong. Both were once loyal subordinates of Zhao Fucheng, who had fought to establish dominance in the underground world of the harbor. After Zhao Fucheng unified the underground scene, he assigned the two to manage different businesses. Yao Gui controlled the vast majority of the scrap recycling business in the city, while Bao Xiong controlled most of the sand and gravel business. In the past, these two were proud and full of swagger, but today their faces were dark and gloomy. 3 days, just 3 days. The South Sea has fallen, and the agricultural market has been robbed, Yao Gui said in a deep voice. The 3 districts in the south of the city have all fallen into Defei's hands, and the people around Xingyi have also been driven away by Dinghua. Bao Xiong grunted, they're all useless. Useless? Yao Gui retorted, what about a Liang? Isn't he capable enough? I heard that all those so-called elites under him died at the racetrack. What's going on with Boss Xiao? Bao Xiong frowned tightly. How can he let things get this bad without thinking of a solution? I can't even see him. I can't see him either. I can't reach him by phone. Yao Gui sighed and leaned closer to Bao Xiong. I suspect it will soon come down on us. I just don't know if they'll come for you first or me. Bao Xiong slammed the table in anger. Bring it on. What kind of tough guys haven't we fought? What kind of fierce battles haven't we fought? I want to see just how damn powerful this Wei Yan really is. Yao Gui smiled and gave Bao Xiong a thumbs up. De Xiong, you're really fierce, still as brave as back in the day. As for me, I can't do it anymore. I'm planning to leave the harbor for a while, to avoid the storm and see how things go. Bao Xiong was taken aback. Even you were going to run away? De Xiong, we've fought many tough guys and faced many fierce battles, but this time is different. Yao Gui's expression was particularly serious. This Wei Yan is too terrifying. Just think about it. In just a few months since he emerged, he has managed to bring the Diao brothers, Defei, and Dinghua, all these fierce characters, under his command, has pushed us back step by step, has taken away our previous protection, and has left Boss Xiao helpless. Have you ever seen someone like this? I never even thought about it. Bao Xiong fell silent. De Xiong, we've been brothers for so many years, and you've saved me a lot during our past conflicts, Yao Gui said earnestly. So today, I'm specially advising you, let's leave together. Bao Xiong pondered in silence. Yao Gui continued to persuade, we're not young anymore. Boss Xiao is like a dragon, seen at the front but never at the back. If he doesn't come out to solve the problem, there's no need for us small fries to take on such a big burden. Bao Xiong looked at Yao Gui's expression and hesitantly nodded. By this time, the sky had darkened. Yao Gui raised his glass. Come on, let's finish this drink. Then we can each go back and pack up, leaving tonight. Bao Xiong also raised his glass. Suddenly, a small stone flew through the air and struck the glasses of Yao Gui and Bao Xiong as they clinked. The glasses shattered, glass shards flying into their faces. Immediately, a figure flew in from outside and crashed heavily onto the table. The table flipped, chairs fell over, and hot pot soup splashed everywhere, drenching Yao Gui and Bao Xiong. Both of them were in a sorry state, quickly recognizing that the person who had crashed in was one of the lookout brothers outside. They were both startled. Huayan walked in from outside, coldly looking at Yao Gui and Bao Xiong. Want to leave? It's too late. Yao Gui and Bao Xiong had glass shards on their faces and hot pot soup on their clothes, looking utterly disheveled. But they couldn't care less about tidying up, staring in shock at the suddenly appearing Huayan. This was Bao Xiong's residence, and there were at least 4 of his brothers guarding outside, plus 2 bodyguards brought by Yao Gui today. A total of 6 people, yet Huayan had silently killed his way in. Yao Gui glanced behind Huayan, seeing no one else, and asked in surprise, "Just you alone?" Huayan smiled lightly. "To deal with you two, I'm more than enough." Bao Xiong's face turned ashen. He whistled sharply, and angrily said, "What if I add 20 more people?" With that sharp whistle, shadows moved outside, inside, and at the back door, quickly revealing more than 20 of Bao Xiong's subordinates. All were burly men, muscular and fierce-looking, wielding machetes, shovels, pickaxes, and other heavy weapons. Huayan didn't even raise his eyes, casually shrugging. "So what? They're all just here to die. Damn, you're pretty arrogant, Hua. I can't stand you cocky little punks. Go, all of you, take him down." The big men shouted loudly and surged forward. Huayan's gaze swept over these big men, his eyes sharp, seeing the muscle lines and movements of each person, already envisioning the actions they would take next, their weaknesses clear as day. Then, Huayan moved. The first thug swung a machete, aiming for Huayan's chest, exactly as Huayan had predicted. Huayan deftly dodged, his palm sweeping past the machete, striking at the thug's throat first. The first thug fell. The second thug used a shovel, his attack line also matching Huayan's prediction, coming for his head. Huayan stepped forward, grabbing his wrist, pulling and pushing in one motion. The shovel instantly changed direction, striking the head of the third thug beside him, nearly cleaving half his skull off. At the same time, Huayan elbowed the second thug in the chest, breaking his ribs and piercing into his heart. The second and third thugs fell almost simultaneously. Huayan continued to advance. The fourth and fifth thugs seemed to have a good relationship, often partnering together, and they attacked in unison with 2 pickaxes. The moment their arm muscles moved, Huayan had already predicted their attack route, leaping up, stepping on the pickaxe aimed at him, and kicking out heavily with both feet. One kick sent the attacking pickaxe rebounding back, piercing into the chest of the fourth thug. The other foot directly kicked the fifth thug in the face, his head snapping back from the tremendous impact, his neck breaking, slumping back limply. The fourth and fifth thugs fell. Huayan continued to press forward. When the 10th thug fell, Bao Xiong's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? These 20 or so men were the elite warriors he had carefully selected and trained over the years, the best fighters he could muster. He had always been confident that with this gang of brothers by his side, no matter who it was in the harbor, he, Bao Xiong, would definitely have the strength to fight back. However, in less than a minute, nearly half of them had fallen, and they hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Huayan's clothes. Bao Xiong had already drawn his knife, ready to find an opportunity to join the fight, but at this moment, he was frozen in place. Watching Huayan leap into the air and deliver a lightning-fast punch that knocked down the 11th thug, Bao Xiong's hand gripping the knife began to tremble uncontrollably. Someone beside him was vigorously patting his shoulder. Bao Xiong jolted and turned to see the terrified expression on Yao Gui's face. Dexion, wake up. Yao Gui urged him in a low voice. Let's go, quickly. Bao Xiong came to his senses and stumbled after Yao Gui as they ran backward. He felt a deep sense of shame. He was a rough man, always the first to charge into a fight, standing shoulder to shoulder with his subordinates. This was the first time he had abandoned his brothers and fled for his life alone. But at this moment, the fear of Huayan had overwhelmed all his reason and so-called loyalty. The instant they burst through the back door, Bao Xiong saw that Huayan had already fought his way to the last 5 strong men. The back door led to a sand and gravel factory under Bao Xiong's control. The sky had darkened, and the workers were gone. Piles of sand and gravel towered in the open space, and various tools, including loaders, were parked around. Bao Xiong was at a loss, panicking and unsure of where to go. Yao Gui remained relatively calm, grabbing Bao Xiong and signaling that they should quickly head to the side door, leave the sand and gravel factory, and get to the main road where his car was parked to escape. A few urgent screams echoed in the yard, followed by a deep silence. Bao Xiong and Yao Gui knew that those strong men had been completely wiped out, and Huiyan could chase after them at any moment. The two dared not make a sound or run fast, holding their breath, crouching low, using the vehicles and piles of gravel for cover, sneaking toward the side door like thieves. They had never imagined they would find themselves in such a desperate and panicked situation, like lost dogs. Even when they followed Zhao Fuqing to fight for territory back in the day, they had never felt such terror. Yao Gui suddenly stopped, signaling Bao Xiong to be quiet and listen. Suddenly, the roar of an engine starting broke the silence, and then the headlights of a loader illuminated the two of them with a blinding light. Huiyan was sitting in the driver's seat, driving the loader straight toward them. Yao Gui and Bao Xiong were terrified, running for their lives. The ground was uneven, and they stumbled, unable to run fast. Yao Gui tripped and nearly fell, and Bao Xiong reached out to pull him back. The loader was closing in, the smell of diesel filling the air, the engine's roar vibrating their eardrums. Yao Gui gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to Bao Xiong. "De Xiong, I'm sorry." Then, he suddenly kicked hard at Bao Xiong's leg. Bao Xiong fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his leg and screaming, "I want to live, I have no other choice, I want to live." Yao Gui muttered, leaving Bao Xiong behind as he turned and ran toward the side door. The loader indeed stopped right in front of Bao Xiong. Bao Xiong looked up at Huiyan in the driver's cabin, trembling as he pleaded, "Don't do this. I'm just doing a job for Boss Xiao. I have no enmity with you, please give me a way out. Do you remember? This used to be a pear orchard." Huiyan pointed at the sand and gravel factory, his voice cold. 5 years ago, you wanted to build a sand and gravel factory here, but the owner of the pear orchard disagreed. You personally drove the loader and buried his family of 4 alive. Later, you found a little brother to take the blame, claiming it was an operational error, an accident. Bao Xiong's face turned ashen. "An eye for an eye, today I'll let you taste the feeling of being suffocated by sand and gravel." After saying this, Huiyan pushed down the control lever. The bucket of the loader flipped up, and sand and gravel poured down, burying Bao Xiong completely. At first, there were faint sounds of struggle from beneath the pile, but soon there was no more movement. Huiyan coldly looked in the direction where Yao Gui had fled. Yao Gui ran very fast, almost exhausting all his strength, sprinting with all his might, cursing his mother for not giving him a pair of long legs. Ahead, he could already see his black luxury car, just a few dozen meters away, parked by the roadside. "Damn it, why did I stop so far back then?" Yao Gui cursed inwardly, but at the same time, hope ignited within him. As long as he could reach the car, a press of the gas pedal would shake off Huiyan. His car was modified and had a powerful engine. If he could survive, he would leave the harbor immediately. Yes, straight to the airport, wherever the flight could take him, as far as he could go. However, a light sound of footsteps came from behind. Yao Gui quickly turned his head to see Huiyan approaching him briskly. "Damn it, why won't you just go away?" Yao Gui silently lamented, gritting his teeth and continuing to charge forward. After running just over 10 meters, Huiyan caught up, and Yao Gui's heart sank. But Huiyan did not directly attack him. Instead, he kept running alongside him, seemingly effortless, with enough energy to speak. "Faster, faster, push your limits." Yao Gui wanted to cry but could only accelerate desperately, finally pulling ahead of Huiyan by a body length. You really are quite fast. You must have trained a lot," Huiyan said from behind him. "How about we have a race? If you can reach the car first, I'll let you go today." Yao Gui gasped for breath, unable to speak, but nodded vigorously and sprinted with all his might. Huiyan was unhurried, trailing about a meter behind him, watching him with a faint smile. Closer, closer, he could see the car just a few meters away. Yao Gui's heart soared with joy. Heaven was treating him well. Tomorrow, he would definitely go to the temple to burn incense, visiting every temple in the harbor city, worshipping all the gods and Buddhas. But just as he was filled with joy, his foot suddenly slipped into a pit, and with a bang, he fell, his ankle twisting painfully. Yao Gui gritted his teeth, trying desperately to crawl to the car. Huiyan casually walked up, past Yao Gui, leaned against the car, and turned back to smile at him. "What a pity, you were just over a meter away, but you still lost." All the strength drained from Yao Gui's body, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for air, sweat pouring down. He looked at Huiyan, who seemed not to have broken a sweat, and had only one thought in his mind. What kind of monster is this person? Huiyan slowly approached, and Yao Gui waved his hands desperately, panting as he spoke. Don't kill me. We're all just trying to get by. You don't need to kill me. I can help you." Huiyan squatted down beside Yao Gui, looking at him with a smile. "Oh, what can you help me with? I can follow you, I can be your dog. From now on, you are my master. From this moment on, Zhao Fuqing is nothing to me, I won't even bother with him." Huiyan shook his head. "Why be a dog when you could be a decent person? That sounds a bit disgusting." I can make you money, Yao Gue quickly added, even changing how he addressed him. Brother Hua, I control the scrap recycling business. You might not know, but this industry, though not eye-catching, is super profitable. I give Zhao Fuching tens of millions every month. From now on, all that money will be yours. Huayan continued to shake his head. Just money? That probably doesn't attract me much. I can help you deal with Zhao Fucheng. I have many people under me. I can help you take down that old bastard Zhao Fucheng. Huayan quietly looked at Yao Gue, not saying a word. Yao Gue grew anxious. I can even help you kill him. He trusts me quite a bit, and I have a way to get close to him. Huayan laughed, his smile filled with sarcasm and disdain. You've done your fair share of betraying the boss, haven't you? You speak quite smoothly. Yao Gue was momentarily at a loss for words, and Huayan continued. You were originally with the last underground boss of the harbor, Hong Batian, right? You were even his godson. When Zhao Fucheng was fighting Hong Batian, you betrayed your godfather and stabbed him in the back. Otherwise, whether Zhao Fucheng could defeat Hong Batian or become the underground emperor of the harbor would still be uncertain. Yao Gue awkwardly chuckled. In this world, one is often not in control of their own fate. Brother Hua, trust me, I'm quite capable. You must have a use for me. Huayan nodded. Yes, you do have some value to me. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. Yao Gue felt a surge of joy. As long as he was still useful and valuable, there was a chance to save his life. Huayan looked at him mockingly. Your usefulness is that you allow me to appreciate a terrifying way to die. Hey, do you know how you're going to die? Yao Gue was stunned, dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. You'll find out soon. Huayan kicked him, knocking him unconscious. He searched Yao Gue for the car keys, opened the trunk, and tossed Yao Gue inside, then got into the car. Soon, the headlights cut through the night, and the vehicle drove away into the distance. When Yao Gue woke up again, the first thing he smelled was a terrible stench. An indescribable stench, as if all the dirtiest garbage had fermented together, suffocating, nauseating, and dizzying. But Yao Gue was very familiar with this smell. It was the foul odor emanating from a landfill he had co-built with the district government. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he found himself lying on the edge of a massive landfill pit. The pit was filled with all sorts of human-made garbage, forming a stinking mire under the sun and rain. Some small glowing green dots were moving in the pit. Those were the reflections in the eyes of foraging rats. Yao Gui's whole body went numb, stiff, and unable to move. Huayan, wearing a professional gas mask, quietly watched Yao Gue. Yao Gue smiled despairingly. Hua, if you want my life, just take it. Do you have to humiliate me like this? Do you have to use such a disgusting and terrifying method? Huayan looked at Yao Gue with a cold smile. Oh, so you can feel disgust too? When the nearby residents protested, why didn't you feel disgusted? How could you still have the face to arrest the old lady who protested against the organization and throw her into this pit to die? Yao Gue was left speechless. There are many bodies buried in here, right? All of them you helped Zhao Fucheng deal with. So, this is the perfect place for your burial. Huayan kicked Yao Gue down into the pit. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yao Gue fell straight into the garbage pit, not dead, but struggling desperately. The sound of rustling filled the air as countless green dots approached Yao Gue, quickly covering him, biting at his flesh, sucking his blood. The screams were earth-shattering. Huayan stood at the edge of the pit, expressionless, watching quietly. Suddenly, several cars appeared in the night, speeding towards Huayan. The cars quickly arrived and came to a sudden stop. As soon as the doors opened, a group of thugs rushed down, all wielding sharp long knives, surrounding Huayan. Where's my brother? The lead bald man shouted fiercely. What have you done to my brother? Huayan calmly sat on the roof of Yao Gui's luxury car, leisurely surveying the group of thugs before him. They were all Yao Gui's subordinates, and when Huayan had crashed through the landfill gate earlier, it had caught their attention, and now they had finally caught up. The thugs were aggressive, glaring at Huayan, eager to pounce and chop him into pieces. Speak up, have you gone mute? The bald man continued to curse angrily. What happened to my brother? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. The last few screams of Yao Gue echoed from the garbage pit, sharp and terrified, hoarse with pain, no longer resembling human sounds, as if the wails of tortured souls from hell. It was a sight that made one feel unbearable, goosebumps instantly rising all over. You killed my brother. The bald man glanced at the garbage pit, then at Huayan, disbelief and deep fear in his eyes, trembling and unable to form complete words. Huayan nodded lightly and waved to the thugs. Your brother died a very miserable death. If you want to avenge him, hurry up, this place stinks too much. The group of thugs exchanged glances, but no one dared to move. A few of them were trembling, involuntarily stepping back. Although they were numerous, Yao Gui's screams were too terrifying, having scared them to the core. Hua Yan's calm demeanor only made them feel more anxious. Hua Yan coldly stared at the group of thugs. The bald man, who had been the loudest, was the first to crack under the pressure, turning and running away. The others followed suit without a second thought. Hua Yan leaped into the air, chasing after them, and landed a foot on the bald man's head, using the momentum to flip over the group of thugs, blocking their escape. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Yao Gui's men are just as cowardly as he is, a bunch of spineless ruffians. Hua Yan looked at the thugs, shaking his head in mockery. If any of you had dared to swing a knife at me just now, or even just insult me again, I might have let you go, or at least allowed you to die a quick death. The thugs turned pale, unsure of what to do. Now, you can all accompany your brother. As soon as Hua Yan's words fell, he kicked out, sending the bald man flying through the air in an arc, straight into the garbage pit. The screams immediately followed. The remaining thugs were already terrified, instinctively scattering to escape, trying to save their lives. Hua Yan moved like lightning, kicking each fleeing thug into the garbage pit as if shooting a ball into a goal. The last thug desperately reached the car, but before he could open the door, Hua Yan appeared like a shadow, delivering a heavy kick that sent the thug flying like a burst balloon. The screams from the garbage pit rose and fell. Hua Yan couldn't be bothered to look again, pulling out his phone to call Diao Chong. Get someone to handle the aftermath. Understood. Diao Chong replied promptly, not asking any further questions. After Hua Yan finished washing up, he discarded the dirty clothes he had worn to the garbage dump and walked into the innermost private room on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub. Just then, Gu Mei returned from outside. Her hair was disheveled, and there was a scar on her cheek. Upon closer inspection, there were several dark red bloodstains on her clothes. Following her were a Xiao, Ying, and Yao Dong, all showing signs of having just been in a fierce battle. Hua Yan looked at Gu Mei. All done? Gu Mei nodded. I just smashed the lair of the scabby who to pieces. He shouldn't be able to do any more evil. He definitely won't be able to. Yao Dong shivered, forcing a smile. You guys have no idea, Sister Mei is ruthless. She crushed that thing in Scabby whose pants to bits with one kick. Diao Chong and Diao Feng couldn't help but shift uncomfortably, tightening their legs. A Xiao spat angrily, he had it coming. Ying added, how many girls has he harmed over the years? Lan Tu, who is the boss in charge of the sex industry under Zhao Fucheng, and every year he pays a considerable profit to Zhao Fucheng. This person is notorious, infamous to the extent that even those in the underworld shake their heads in disdain when mentioning him, considering him a piece of trash. He has long stationed people near various high schools and universities in the harbor, scouting for outstanding-looking and talented girls, using either seduction, coercion, or drugs. He spares no effort in dragging them into the trade. For those girls who have already fallen into his clutches, he exploits them mercilessly, forcing them to take clients almost year-round, disregarding even their menstrual cycles. When the girls are worn out or fall ill, he immediately discards them like old rags, completely indifferent to their lives. In the past 2 years, he has also kept up with the times, engaging in colored live streaming while also dabbling in the black market of egg retrieval and surrogacy, crazily extracting all value from the girls, leading to the deaths of many. While Hua Yan, Diao Chong, and Diao Feng attacked from all sides, Gu Mei was also busy, leading a Xiao, Ying, and Yao Dongzai to sweep through Lan Tu whose venues one by one, until today when they smashed his lair and incapacitated his men. Diao Chong and Diao Feng gave Gu Mei a thumbs up together. Well done. Diao Feng counted their recent achievements excitedly on his fingers. The Huangyan River in Danan Sea is taken care of, the Tong family twins at the farmer's market are done, Lan Tu who was dealt with, plus the drug lord in Baoxiong that Yen Gu took care of today. The major players under Zhao Fucheng are all finished. Gu Mei looked curiously at Hua Yan. You took down the drug lord in Baoxiong by yourself? Hua Yan nodded lightly. Mei, you don't need to ask that. Diao Feng laughed. When Yen Gu personally takes action, he can take on 1,000 troops alone. What can't he handle? Gu Mei scrutinized Hua Yan and suddenly said, Yen Gu, why don't you take off your shirt? Diao Chong, Diao Feng, a Xiao, Ying, and Yao Dongzai were all taken aback. Hua Yan was also somewhat surprised and confused. Diao Feng teased, hey, we're all still here, Mei. Can you find a more appropriate place and time to? What are you thinking? Gu Mei laughed reproachfully. I just want everyone to see what kind of monster Yen Gu is. Hua Yan said no more, stood up, unbuttoned his shirt, shook it off, revealing his bare upper body, covered in old scars on his chest, back, and arms. It's hard to imagine that a person could have so many scars. Gu Mei leaned closer to Hua Yan, carefully examining his body, her fingers gently tracing over the scars. Have you ever seen someone who has suffered so many injuries and can still be as lively as Yen Gu? Diao Chong and the others shook their heads in unison. Gu Mei's fingers stopped on a new scar on Hua Yan's right arm. This was from being hit by a Liang steel plate, right? I remember it was a deep wound. You could see the bone. And just a few days later, it has completely healed. Have you ever seen anyone recover this quickly? Diao Chong and the others shook their heads again, curiously looking at Huiyan. Gume poked Huiyan's muscle and laughed. Yen Go, what kind of monster are you? Huiyan put his shirt back on, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, to be honest, I can't explain it clearly to you. I can only say that I am indeed a bit abnormal. At first, when I fought against Han Bing and the Chang brothers sent by Zhao Yingjie, against the Muay Thai King Babin, and against the underground casinos Xi and Daochang, I would get seriously injured and recover slowly. But later, it got faster and faster. Every time I got hurt, I would recover a bit quicker. The explosion at Xiaobela was one such instance. Now, injuries like the one Liang gave me are no longer a big deal. Gume was increasingly astonished. So you've been evolving? And you will continue to get stronger? Huiyan nodded. You could say that. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling both incredulous and amazed. Gume gazed at Huiyan for a long time, then smiled bitterly. Back then, I actually wanted to kill you. I was truly overestimating myself and underestimating the world. Thankfully, Diao Chong and Diao Feng recalled how they had wanted to deal with Huiyan when they first met him, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Don't worry, no matter what kind of monster my body has turned into, Huiyan said with a smile, patting his chest and poking his forehead, this here and here are still human. Everyone laughed together. Right, the ones who should be scared are those bastards Xiao Fuqing and his gang. As he spoke, Yao Dong's phone vibrated. He looked down at the message and couldn't help but smile. Brothers and sisters, I just got wind that someone has organized some kind of hero convention, inviting all the thugs and ruffians from the harbor to form some kind of alliance, taking advantage of Zhao Fuqing being beaten to a pulp by us to grab territory and make money. Diao Chong laughed heartily. Look at that, as soon as the water gets muddy, all the stinky fish and rotten shrimp come jumping out. They're asking for death, calling it a hero convention. Diao Feng cursed. Huiyan also laughed, not a bad idea. Send me the address, you all take a break. I'll go pay a visit to these so-called heroes. You don't need to rest? Gume asked. Huiyan chuckled. You said it yourself, I'm a monster. At a somewhat dilapidated hot spring resort on the outskirts, the banquet hall's main door was tightly shut, and behind the sign-in desk, a little brother was engrossed in a game. Huiyan walked over slowly, and the little brother looked up, greeting him enthusiastically. Big brother, you're a bit late, the dishes are almost ready. Just in time, Huiyan replied nonchalantly. Which area are you from? Please sign in here. The little brother pointed to the sign-in book. Huiyan ignored him, picked up the sign-in book, and glanced at it. There were about 100 names. Half of them were people Huiyan had dealt with or heard of during his time in the criminal police team. They were all tough, troublemaking, fierce, and oppressive types, not amounting to much, but definitely social cancers. The other half of the names he hadn't heard of were likely of similar ilk. I'll borrow this, Huiyan said, rolling up the sign-in book and tucking it into his pocket. Ha! The little brother was taken aback, about to stop him, but Huiyan shot him a cold glare. If you don't want to die, keep playing your game. The little brother felt a chill run through him under Huiyan's stare. He was clever enough to keep his mouth shut and immediately lowered his head to continue playing, as if he had never seen Huiyan. Huiyan turned around, put on a mask, lowered his hat, and pushed the door into the banquet hall. A wave of heat mixed with the smell of smoke and alcohol hit him. Inside the hall, there were more than 10 tables filled with food, packed with middle-aged men who were pot-bellied, thick-necked, red-faced, and looking fierce, busy eating and drinking. Huiyan quickly spotted a familiar face, Jin Dayu, who had just been released from prison and had 2 of his front teeth knocked out by Huiyan. There was an empty seat right next to Jin Dayu, so Huiyan sat down directly. Jin Dayu was displeased and looked at Huiyan, about to explode. Dayu, your dental work looks good, Huiyan said softly. Jin Dayu recognized Huiyan's voice, and his expression changed instantly. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Huiyan glared at him. As long as your teeth are good, your appetite will be good. Eat more vegetables and talk less. Jin Dayu hurriedly lowered his head, picked up a chopstick full of food, and stuffed it into his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Huiyan looked at the stage, where a man in his 40s with a rosy face was picking up the microphone, preparing to speak. Huiyan recognized him. It was Jiang Jinming, known in the underworld as Flower Butterfly. It's not that he's lecherous, but rather that this guy is a super social butterfly, able to call anyone his brother and connect with anyone, knowing all the news. Like a butterfly flitting about, it seems there's no one in the entire harbor he doesn't know, no connections he isn't aware of. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows. Speaking of the state of the world, chaos must eventually lead to stability, and stability must eventually lead to chaos. You all know that our harbor has been getting chaotic again, right? Boss Xiao Fuqing and the Diao brothers are in a fierce battle, and behind it all is a rising star named Huiyan, who is elusive as a dragon. Jiang Jinming spoke passionately, spitting as he went. Chaos is good for us. The more chaotic it is, the more room we have to maneuver. Brothers, think about it. If the rotten heads fall, men will still need to visit brothels, right? Who will do it? If the drugs are too expensive, someone still has to collect the waste, right? Who will do it? Us brothers. So today, I, old Zhang, dare to invite all of you here for this hero conference, just to discuss how we can take advantage of the chaos and profit from it. There's an old saying, nobles and generals, do they not have the same kind? With so many of us here, we are all prominent figures in the harbor. As long as we can unite and concentrate our strength, who says we can't rule the harbor? The crowd erupted in applause, cheering. Brother Jiang is right. Yes, let's pull off a big score. Whoever dares to look down on us, we'll deal with them. Huiyan couldn't help but chuckle, roughly understanding what this group was plotting, and felt there was no need to listen any longer. He interrupted with a cold snort. Wear a hat that fits your head, and pants that fit your backside. Do you all really know how much you weigh? Huiyan's voice was deep and penetrating, clearly reaching every ear in the hall. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Huiyan. Everyone in the hall glared at Huiyan with resentment. Huiyan remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed. Jiang Jinming said coldly, which path is this brother from? Are you trying to disrupt the event? Yes, I really did come to disrupt it. This kind of bear conference should be ended sooner rather than later. Huiyan stood up, swept his hand across the table, and the entire table was flipped over. Water splashed all over the people across from him, and cups and plates crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The crowd instantly changed color, and curses erupted. Where did this little brat come from? Damn it, are you tired of living? You're looking for death. Huiyan paid no mind, striding confidently toward the stage, casually grabbing a plate of uneaten lychees from a table along the way. Jiang Jinming fixed his gaze on Huiyan, signaling his underlings to come closer. Huiyan reached Jiang Jinming, took off his hat, removed his mask, and smiled slightly at him. Jiang Jinming was startled, involuntarily taking a step back, exclaiming, Huiyan. He was indeed well informed and had seen the video of Huiyan dealing with Zhang Guodong online, recognizing him at a glance. Huiyan nodded, snatched the microphone from Jiang Jinming's hand, and looked at the crowd of ruffians and thugs in the hall. Yes, I am Huiyan, nice to meet you all. The crowd erupted in an uproar, whispering and discussing among themselves. Some of them already knew Huiyan, even having been caught by him. Others had only recently heard his name and deeds, still in disbelief. But none had dealt directly with Huiyan before, and they had no idea why he dared to crash this gathering and speak so boldly. The table with Jean Dia turned to him simultaneously. Dia, what's going on? Have you already connected with that guy Hua? Jean Dia lowered his head, looking anxious and uneasy. Brothers, I'm sorry, but I have some family matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Jean Dia stood up, hunched over, and quickly made his way to the door. Just as he slipped to the entrance, a sharp shout from behind startled him. Jean Dia! Jean Dia jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. A lychee flew straight at him, hitting him squarely in the mouth, and the two front teeth he had just planted a couple of days ago were knocked out with a thud, leaving his mouth full of blood. The crowd gasped in shock. Not only was Huiyan spouting off, but he had also resorted to violence. A seemingly ordinary lychee in his hand had such power. Those who had previously scolded Huiyan quickly shrank back. I didn't say you could leave. No one is allowed to go. Huiyan scanned the crowd and coldly commanded. Jean Dia, guard the door well. If anyone escapes, you will be held responsible. Jean Dia was on the verge of tears, covering his mouth, standing resolutely at the door with a look of defiance. The crowd erupted in murmurs again. Huiyan clearly had no regard for them. Did he really intend to take on over 100 people in the hall by himself? Jiang Jinming, feeling both awkward and furious, gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Brother Hua, I know you're quite formidable, but isn't this a bit too arrogant? Everyone here is someone of note in the harbor underworld. Huiyan, uninterested in hearing Jiang Jinming finish, interrupted him directly. Butterfly, you talk too much. I detest people who run their mouths without thinking. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure you can never speak again. Jiang Jinming finally lost his composure, his face turning red with anger. You! He managed to utter just that one word before Huiyan struck. Huiyan thrust forward, shoving the microphone into Jiang Jinming's open mouth, then pushed hard, driving the microphone deep into his throat. The immense force caused all of Jiang Jinming's teeth to shatter, his tongue was cut and bleeding, and his trachea was severely damaged. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Jinming whimpered, but indeed could not utter another word. The entire hall was stunned, everyone stood up in shock. You, Hua, are going too far. A burly man with a fiery temper shouted angrily. With a swift motion, Huiyan tossed a lychee, which accurately struck the burly man in the mouth. The man staggered back, the lychee lodged in his throat, choking him. He clutched his neck, his face turning purple. A few people nearby scrambled to help, slapping and pressing until they finally managed to dislodge the lychee, but he was already gasping for breath. The few of Jiang Jinling's subordinates who had intended to rush at Huayan stopped in their tracks, too afraid to move. The hall fell into a deep silence, all stunned by Huayan's actions. Moments later, a calm and composed man stepped out from the crowd. His name was Bao, who ran a gambling pool hall in the western part of the city. He had been in the game for a long time, had done well for himself, was somewhat famous, had good connections, and held considerable prestige. Bao cupped his hands towards Huayan and politely said, "Brother Hua, your skills are indeed impressive. I admire you. However, I wonder where we have offended you, and what exactly do you wish to teach us today?" Huayan twirled a lychee in his hand. "Let me be straightforward with you all. The harbor is about to undergo a change. It can no longer accommodate you all relying on deceit, extortion, and violence to make a living as you did before. You have two paths to choose from. 1. Get out of the harbor. 2. Stay in the harbor but change your ways and no longer engage in any wrongdoing." The expressions of everyone present changed, including Jean Daya. "Brother Hua is cutting off our livelihood," Bao said with a serious face. "There's a saying you should have heard, Brother Hui, cutting off someone's means of making a living is like killing their parents." Huayan retorted without hesitation, "Your so-called financial path is built on the destruction of others' livelihoods." Bao said in a deep voice, "What if we choose neither path? Then we fight and see who can subdue whom." Huayan replied nonchalantly. Bao's gaze turned cold. "Brother Hua, you and Boss Xiao haven't settled your score yet. Do you really have to make enemies of everyone?" Huayan laughed. "I'm afraid you aren't worthy of being my enemy." Bao's face turned ashen, and the others behind him felt deeply insulted. "If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can catch this little fruit of mine." Huayan leisurely flicked his hand, and the lychee flew straight at Bao. Bao sneered, took a stance, and focused on the incoming lychee, raising his hand to catch it firmly. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers at Huayan. However, Bao's expression changed. He staggered back several steps before barely stopping, his entire arm going limp as the lychee shattered into pieces. The jeers abruptly ceased, and everyone stared in shock. They all knew Bao's skills. Even if he wasn't the strongest among them, he would definitely rank in the top 3. Yet, such a person was actually shaken to the point of breaking his arm by a lychee casually thrown by Huayan. Huayan glared at the crowd, his voice cold. "I said it before, you only have these two paths to choose from. If you disagree, you can step forward, or you can all come at me together." The ruffians in the hall fell silent, looking at each other, all hoping someone would step up to say something. But no one moved. They were all too intimidated by Huayan's display and aura. Huayan glanced at his watch, quietly waiting for 10 seconds. "All right, since no one dares to step forward, I'll take it that you all agree. Now, those choosing to leave, stand on the left. Those choosing to stay, stand on the right." The crowd hesitated, continuing to look at each other, but still no one moved. Huayan picked up a lychee, tossing it in his hand, and smiled. "The slowest person will have to eat the fruit." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted into chaos, tables overturned, chairs knocked over, everyone hurriedly choosing sides, pushing and shoving. "Get out of my way. Damn it, move aside." In less than a minute, the crowd had automatically split into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, roughly equal in number. If it had been just one or two people, they might have struggled against the pressure. Instead, the large group influenced each other through the herd mentality, making each person too afraid to resist, manipulated by Huayan, all eager to avoid being the slowest. Huayan set down the lychee and took out the sign-in book. "Thank you all for your cooperation. Now, please report your names one by one in order." At this point, the crowd obediently began to sign in. Chen Xiao, Su Jicheng, Zhao Liping, Zhang Yundong, Go Honglin, Hu Ranhua, Wu Yangjie, Tian Guan, Li Jiancheng, Zhu Peng, Guan Weiming, Ouyang Xiaobo, Du Jiai. Huayan listened while checking off names in the sign-in book. Jin Daya, Wu Qiling, Ma Jingxin, Shi Zifei, Xa and Jinfeng. The last person finished reporting their name. Huayan put away the sign-in book, nodding in satisfaction. "Very good. Thank you all once again for your cooperation. Now, please pay attention. Those staying in the harbor, be honest, I will be watching you. Those leaving the harbor, please set off as soon as possible within 3 days. Also, before you leave, settle any debts you owe. I hope everyone continues to cooperate." After finishing, Huayan glanced at the crowd, jumped off the stage, and strode away. The ruffians on both sides silently paid their respects. Huayan paused at the door, turned back, and added one last remark. "Please let the friends who didn't come today know, whether to leave or stay, it's all fine, but it has to be according to my rules." As Huayan left, the moment the banquet hall door closed, a large number of people collapsed, and immediately curses erupted. Damn old Jiang, look at the good thing you've done. What the hell are you messing around for? You almost got us killed, you bastard. How am I supposed to live after this? His underlings finally managed to pry the microphone from Jiang Jinming's mouth, who was sobbing and unable to speak, feeling wronged and pitiful, tears streaming down his cheeks. I just wanted to take advantage of the chaos. How was I supposed to know Huiyan was this ruthless? I didn't catch any fish, and almost lost my life. At noon, in a small tobacco shop on the side of Jingxian Road, the middle-aged couple who owned the shop looked troubled as they scribbled some numbers on a piece of white paper. In the corner, a frail little boy was diligently doing his homework. The shopkeeper's wife angrily threw down her pen and lowered her voice. After calculating, we're still short by over 100,000 for Xiao Ming's surgery. The shopkeeper sighed, we've sold everything we could, borrowed all we could. I have no other options. We finally got a kidney source. We have to get Xiao Ming's surgery done no matter what. The shopkeeper's wife looked determined, frowning in thought. Hey, sure Zifei has taken at least 200,000 worth of cigarettes and alcohol from our shop over the years. Can't you think of a way to get it back? The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, still fearful. You know he's a thug, he doesn't play fair. I tried to ask him last year, didn't get a single cent, and ended up in the hospital for a week, paying over 10,000 in medical fees. The shopkeeper's wife was furious. Is there really no one who can deal with him? Welcome, the automatic doorbell rang. A burly man walked in. It was Shi Zifei, who had appeared at the banquet last night. The shopkeeper's wife was startled and quickly shielded the shop's cigarettes and alcohol. Sure, I won't let you take anything for free today. Sure Zifei waved his hand. Not taking anything, not taking anything. I'm here to pay back the money today. The shopkeeper couple was stunned. Sure Zifei placed a large bag of cash on the table. 300,000, is that enough? That's enough, that's more than enough. The shopkeeper quickly replied. Consider it interest. The couple was overjoyed and thanked him. Thank you, brother Sure, thank you. Sure Zifei sighed. Don't thank me. Thank someone named Huiyan. Who? The couple asked, confused. Sure Zifei waved his hand. No more talking, goodbye. The couple looked at the large bag of cash, tears streaming down their faces. Xiao Ming is saved, Xiao Ming is saved, the shopkeeper's wife murmured, trembling. Hey, he just said we should thank someone, Huiyan? Yes, that's the name. The couple clasped their hands together, kneeling devoutly. Thank you, great benefactor Huiyan, thank you. In an old residential house, Jean Dia was slurping up some lumpy soup. His gray-haired mother sat beside him, looking at her son with concern and worry. Dia, listen to your mother, it's not easy to get out of prison. Let's live a good life from now on, don't mix with the wrong crowd again. Jean Dia suddenly put down his spoon. His mother immediately tensed up, fearing he would fly into a rage like before. But Jean Dia covered his face and began to cry. Dia, child, what's wrong with you? Jean Dia grabbed his mother's hand. Mom, I won't mix anymore, I won't mix anymore. His mother was taken aback, and soon her eyes were wet as well. She got up and walked to the Buddha statue at the door, lit some incense, and knelt down. With the Bodhisattva's blessing, Dia has finally come to his senses. With the Bodhisattva's blessing. On Iha Road in the west of the city, the lights of Tianxiang Billiard City went out, and a sign reading low price transfer was posted at the entrance. A large moving truck from a relocation company was parked outside, loading items. The NAO, with his arm in a bandage and hanging from his neck, looked reluctantly at his once glorious enterprise. A few younger brothers stood nearby, and the leader asked, Big brother, are you really leaving Haigang? If I don't leave, I'm afraid I might die here, Bienao said with a bitter smile, his tone serious. You guys, just be honest from now on. Haigang has produced a Huiyan, and it's not the same as before. In the large private room on the second floor of the Tiantang nightclub, Huiyan had been sneezing continuously. The door was pushed open, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng hurried in. Seeing Huiyan sneezing repeatedly, they couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yan, in the past few days, I don't know how many people in Haigang have been talking about you. Most of them should be cursing me, Huiyan replied with a faint smile. Not necessarily, I think it's more of a thank you, Diao Chong said, opening the sign-in book and pointing to the names on it. A total of 47 have chosen to leave Haigang, and 45 have already left. There are 2 left, and I've sent Yaodong to take people after them. Diao Feng added, the remaining 62 who want to stay in Haigang are currently behaving well, and more than 10 have already switched to legitimate businesses. I'll keep an eye on them. Huiyan nodded in satisfaction. Diao Feng laughed heartily. Brother Yan, you just showed a little bit of your skills, and you've scared this bunch into submission. They were originally just a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. Huiyan paused and asked in a deep voice, is there any movement from Zhao Fuchen? No, Diao Chong and Diao Feng shook their heads in unison. That old bastard has been living in Fucheng building during this time, hasn't left at all, not even returned to his villa. I don't know what he's scheming. Hua Yan was somewhat surprised and fell into silent contemplation. On the top floor of Fuqing building, Zhao Fuqing sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a cigar in the other, quietly gazing at the night view of the harbor city outside. A young man stood behind him, expressionless, obedient, and capable, looking strikingly similar to the former Liang at first glance. His name was He Qing, formerly Liang's assistant and a talent nurtured by Liang himself. After Liang was taken out of the picture, Zhao Fuqing promoted him to manage affairs. Boss. The Lidu district, Binhai district, and Tianhan district in the south of the city have already been controlled by Defei. The lower city around Xingili, Hongwan district, and Jianan district have been cleared of our people by Dinghua, He Qing reported cautiously. Yao Gui and Bao Xiong have been confirmed killed by Hua Yan, and Lan Tu who has also been taken out by Gu Mei. Hua Yan has even started to clean up various small gangs unrelated to us. Outside, they are saying, we have been knocked down, unable to fight back, and Haigang has changed hands. Zhao Fuqing did not turn around, absent-mindedly replying, got it. He Qing was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Fuqing to respond with such a simple 3 words. Is there anything else? Zhao Fuqing asked impatiently. He Qing cautiously inquired, what should we do? Zhao Fuqing's expression remained unchanged. Do nothing, just wait. He Qing was even more astonished, opening his mouth as if to ask, wait for what? But forcibly held back, silently nodded, and quickly retreated out. In an old-fashioned barbecue restaurant, it was peak late-night dining time, yet only one table was occupied in the spacious hall. The boss of the West City, Dama Che, was engrossed in eating meat, exuding the lingering bloody smell from years spent in the slaughterhouse. Sitting opposite him was Wen Jiao, the most powerful figure in the East City, who was not eating meat but slowly sipping tea, surrounded by 2 young girls with hot figures. Wen Jiao smiled and said, have you all heard? Defei and Dinghua have gone to that kid with the surname Hua. They've recently taken quite a bit of new territory. The cart driver didn't respond, instead picking up a small knife and directly stabbing a large piece of meat still oozing blood from the roasting pan, stuffing it into his mouth. Aren't you going to meet Hua Yan? Wen Jiao asked. The cart driver coldly replied, aren't you not going either? I'm an old helper buried halfway in the yellow earth, too tired to move, just want to guard my little piece of land and live a leisurely life. Wen Jiao wrapped his arms around 2 young girls, chuckling, why bother joining in the fun? If they have the energy, let them fight it out. The cart driver glanced at the 2 curvy girls beside Wen Jiao and snorted coldly, you're old but your heart isn't. Wen Jiao, just say it, what do you want from me? Wen Jiao stopped laughing, pushed the 2 girls away, and leaned closer to the cart driver. Cart driver, since neither of us wants to take a side, why not join forces? The cart driver laughed, you flatter me, Lord Jiao. I'm just a pig killer, my hands are covered in blood, I wouldn't want to dirty your hands. When Jiao was undeterred and continued, I think that kid with the surname Hua is a bit too aggressive, his ambitions are quite large. Sooner or later, he might step on our territory, it's best to prepare early. The cart driver stabbed another large piece of meat with his knife and stuffed it into his mouth. Let him get past Zhao Fuqing first, whether he can or not is still uncertain. Old Xiao may be a scoundrel, but he hasn't been idle all these years. The underground emperor isn't so easy to sit on. Do you really think he'll just let himself be beaten? When Jiao remained calm, so you still have faith in Zhao Fuqing? The cart driver laughed. Who wins or loses between them is none of my business. I just kill more pigs, you know? Those pigs that scream the loudest often go soft at the sight of the knife. It's the quiet ones that might just turn on you. The cart driver tossed aside the knife, picked up his tea, swished it around in his mouth, and spat it all over the table with a pft. I'm leaving. The cart driver no longer looked at Wen Jiao and walked straight out. The 2 girls breathed a sigh of relief, looking disdainfully at the cart driver's back. When Jiao's expression turned cold, deep in thought, waved his hand to signal the 2 girls to leave, and then picked up his phone to dial a number. Zhuang Yi, the cart driver's judgment is the same as mine. Zhao Fuqing will likely make a big move soon. I suggest you wait and see. On the top floor of Fucheng building, Zhao Fuqing picked up his phone, opened a message, and clicked on a contact named Amao. In the chat box, it could be seen that he had sent this person a message. I want to see you. It had been sent several days ago, but he had not received a reply. Zhao Fuqing pondered for a moment and typed another line. I need your help. Urgent. Zhao Fuqing pressed the send button and waited quietly. The chat box remained unresponsive. On the second floor of the Tian Tangko nightclub, in a private room, Hua Yan was sitting idly with Diao Chong and Diao Feng. There was a knock on the door, and Lai Tianhua peeked in. Seeing the 3 of them, he quickly stepped inside with a big smile on his face. Brother Yan, Brother Chong, Brother Feng. Diao Feng teased, Old Lai, bringing us money again? No, Lai Tianhua chuckled. Today I need to trouble the 3 big brothers a bit. Oh, what's the matter? Speak. Diao Chong became interested. I have a friend in the business world named Lu Haohui, a very upright person, reliable in his work. He runs a factory over in the southern suburbs, and it's quite a decent scale. He has some trouble and wants to ask the three big brothers for help. Diao Feng frowned. Hey, your business is one thing, but why are you dragging your friend's troubles into ours? Lai Tianhua quickly explained, it's related to Zhao Fucheng. Upon hearing this, Diao Chong and Diao Feng both looked at Hui Yan. Hui Yan nodded, let him in. Thank you, Brother Yan. Moments later, Lai Tianhua let in Lu Haohui, a man in his 40s dressed simply. As soon as Lu Haohui entered, he thudded to his knees before Hui Yan. I beg you, Brother Hua, save my brother. Hui Yan looked at Lu Haohui, his expression darkening. Get up and speak. I don't like people who kneel at every turn. Lai Tianhua hurried to pull Lu Haohui up. Get up quickly, Brother Yan doesn't go for this. Lu Haohui stood up, revealing a faint bitter smile. I'm not kneeling for myself. I'm kneeling for the hundreds of people in the factory. Hui Yan's expression shifted. What do you mean? Lu Haohui sighed and began to speak. I've been running the factory for over 20 years, growing from a small workshop to now having hundreds of workers. It's not easy. 6 months ago, the Fucheng Group suddenly approached me, saying they wanted to build a hot spring resort in that area and wanted me to move the factory. Of course, I couldn't agree to that. The factory is doing well. How could I just move? The compensation they offered was so low. Hui Yan asked, so, Zhao Fucheng wants to forcibly demolish your factory? He can't demolish it. Lu Haohui shook his head. He sent people to try, but we fought them off. I'm all alone, not afraid. The brothers in the factory are united. For their livelihoods, they are all in it together, ready to fight them if necessary. Diao Chong and Diao Feng nodded in admiration. That's the way to do it. You've got guts. You're a man. Lu Haohui smiled bitterly again. But Zhao Fucheng won't give up. He's using underhanded tactics. On one hand, he has the bank withdraw loans, forcing me to repay early. On the other hand, he has those buyers pressuring me for payment, finding all sorts of excuses to withhold money. As a result, my cash flow has broken. I held on for 3 months, but I really couldn't keep going. I couldn't even pay wages. The bank notified me that if I don't repay the loan next month, they'll seize and auction off the factory. Diao Feng cursed angrily, bastard, that's really despicable. If it were just me, that would be one thing. If the business fails, then it fails. But my factory has hundreds of people, all villagers from nearby, relying on this factory to make a living. If the factory goes under, their livelihoods will be cut off. Lu Haohui looked at Hui Yan with hope. I heard from Brother Lai that you're the only one in the whole harbor who can deal with Zhao Fucheng, so I took the liberty to come here today, begging you to save those brothers. Hui Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll take care of this. Write down the name of the bank president and the names of those bosses who owe you money. Go back and tell the workers in the factory to work steadily. Everything will be fine. Lu Haohui was stunned, not expecting Hui Yan to agree so readily. Then how do you charge for this? I don't have any money on me right now, but when the payment comes in, I promise to bring it to you immediately. What do you think? Hui Yan and Diao Chong, Diao Feng exchanged glances and laughed together. Brother Yan doesn't go for this. He doesn't need your little bit of money, Diao Chong said with a smile. We just like to go against Zhao Fucheng. If he wants to do bad things, we won't let him succeed. Hui Yan said, once you get the payment, just treat the workers well. Lu Haohui's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He was so moved that he almost knelt down again, but was stopped by Lai Tianhua. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the factory. Lu Haohui deeply bowed and quickly wrote down the names on the paper, while Lai Tianhua escorted him out. Diao Feng was somewhat confused. Brother Yan, do we have to take care of this too? What payment? What loan withdrawal? We don't understand any of it. Diao Chong raised his hand and gave Diao Feng a heavy knock on the forehead. Fool, if you don't understand, how do you know Brother Yan doesn't understand? We must take care of it. Hui Yan said firmly. Zhao Fucheng's power today is because he can play both sides, walking on 2 legs. The profits he gains in business now far exceed what he earns in those gray industries. We previously dealt with the South China Sea, the agricultural market, Baoshan, Yaogui, and Filantahu, only managing to cripple one of his legs. If we don't break the other one, he can still hop around. Lu Haohui's matter is a good entry point. Understood. Diao Feng nodded. Alright, Yan Ge, just give us the orders. We'll do whatever you say. Everything in our country revolves around personnel matters. Hui Yan picked up the paper with Lu Haohui's name on it, his gaze lingering slightly on the bank president's name, Han Haidao, revealing a faint smile before handing the paper to Diao Chong and Diao Feng. I'll go meet this president. You two invite those bosses over to sit down. Got it, Diao Chong and Diao Feng replied. On Financial Street in the harbor, numerous bank office buildings stood tall. Hui Yan casually walked into one of them. A female lobby manager in her 40s approached him. Sir, What business do you need to handle? Huyen replied, I'm not here for business. I just want to see your President Han. The lobby manager sized up Huyen, glancing at his ordinary attire. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? Huyen shook his head. Then I'm sorry. President Han is very busy. No appointment means you can't see him. Besides, not just anyone can meet him. Though the lobby manager's tone remained polite, her expression grew somewhat impatient. Please write down your name, phone number, and the reason for your visit. I'll pass it to President Han, and if he wants to see you, someone will notify you. Huyen did not take the paper and pen offered but instead asked, how long might that take? That's hard to say. It could be a day, a week, or even a month. Wow, quite the attitude. Huyen's expression darkened. I want to see him now. Please inform him immediately that a friend from Xiao has arrived. I'm having a hard time with this, the lobby manager said, annoyed. Are you here for something or not? I'm busy too. A young female employee who had been observing Huyen rushed over, greeting him warmly. Sir, this way please, I'll take you up. The lobby manager was taken aback. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao ignored her and led Huyen straight to the elevator, swiping the card to open the door and informing him of the president's office location. The lobby manager chased after them, but the elevator doors had already closed, and she angrily scolded, Xiao, what's wrong with you? Is there no sense of decorum? Can anyone just meet the president? Xinjia, you always say we need to be perceptive in our work. Didn't you recognize him? He's the one who exposed our big client, Zhang from Guodong Technology, and made a mess of it. Ah, the lobby manager was startled. Other employees nearby gathered around, chattering. So it's him. No wonder he looks familiar. He's even more handsome in person than in the videos. Why would he come to see President Han? Is something going to happen to President Han too? In the corridor upstairs, Huyen pushed open the door to the president's office. Inside, President Han Haitao was on the phone. He looked up, displeased, and upon recognizing Huyen, he jumped up from his chair in fright. Han Haitao immediately recognized Huyen and was so startled that he leaped from his chair. Huyen took a step forward and kicked the chair away. As Han Haitao fell, he missed the seat and landed heavily, wincing in pain. Huyen leaned in, staring intently at Han Haitao. Do you know me? Han Haitao nodded helplessly, a look of distress on his face. Hua, Mr. Hua, hello. Huyen nodded. Well, that makes things easier, and I won't have to dig up those nauseating videos of you in Xiao. Han Haitao lowered his head, not daring to respond. He had been very close to Zhao Fuqing in recent years, having visited the Xiao no less than 10 times. As soon as Xiao exploded, he knew something was wrong. Although Zhao Fuqing repeatedly assured him that nothing would happen, he had never truly believed it. Seeing Jiang Guodong publicly humiliated by Huyen, with the Xiao video played for all to see, leading to his disgrace and even falling to his death, committing suicide to atone, he immediately realized that trouble was brewing. Huyen would sooner or later come after him. The sword of Damocles had been hanging over his head for a long time, causing him great anxiety and sleepless nights, often waking up in a cold sweat at midnight. Huyen asked, Lu Haohui's factory got the loan from you, right? Lu Haohui? Han Haitao was slightly taken aback, not expecting Huyen to come looking for him about this matter. Yes, he is an old client of our bank. The loan isn't much, just over 50 million. For you, it's indeed not much, but for Lu Haohui and them, it's a matter of the factory's survival, the livelihoods of hundreds of workers. Han Haitao reacted quickly and hurriedly explained. Zhao Fuqing. It was Zhao Fuqing who made me withdraw the loan. He has his eyes on that piece of land and wants to ruin Lu Haohui's factory. Huyen sneered. You, the president of a state-owned bank, are Zhao Fuqing's dog? He tells you to bite, and you bite? Han Haitao's round, chubby face flushed slightly, and he sighed heavily. Mr. Hua, you don't understand. I actually come from a poor background, a rural kid, with no connections or background. It hasn't been easy to get to where I am today. Some things are beyond my control. Don't try to elicit sympathy from me. The path you chose is your own. Huyen interrupted coldly, so do you know what to do now? Understood. Lu Haohui's loan qualifications and procedures are fine. I will notify the credit department to continue fulfilling the contract and stop the loan withdrawal. Huyen nodded. Good. Han Haitao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just this small matter. This is easily resolved. However, Huyen had no intention of leaving. Instead, he pulled over Han Haitao's chair and sat down leisurely. Is that all? Han Haitao felt a chill in his heart and honestly replied, Please clarify, Mr. Hua. How much has Zhao Fuqing borrowed from you? Han Haitao calculated in his mind, various projects and subsidiaries, all added up, it's about over 400 million. With another over 100 million still in the approval process. Huyen decisively ordered, stop the approval and make him pay back the money. Ha, an eye for an eye, you understand? Han Haitao was stunned. This meant he had to completely sever ties with Zhao Fucheng, and he stammered. Mr. Hua, this is a bit difficult. I'm just asking if you can do it or not. Hua Yan's face was as cold as frost. If you can, get it done quickly. If you can't, I'll find someone who can. Han Haitao was startled and quickly nodded. I can do it. I must be able to do it. Be quick. I don't like to wait. Hua Yan was unrelenting, pressing him step by step. Han Haitao gritted his teeth. Understood. I will handle it personally and get it done right away. Hua Yan stood up. Then I'll trouble President Han. Not a trouble at all, it's my duty, Han Haitao replied insincerely, repeatedly affirming. Han Haitao personally escorted Hua Yan downstairs and walked into the lobby. Xiao Lu and a group of young employees looked at them curiously, seeing the usually arrogant and imposing Han Haitao bowing and scraping to Hua Yan, feeling secretly pleased and speculating about what had just happened. Mr. Hua, take care. Han Haitao respectfully opened the door himself. Hua Yan couldn't be bothered to respond. Just as he was about to walk out, he turned his head and saw Xiao Lu, who had escorted him upstairs earlier, secretly holding up her phone to take a picture. He stopped in his tracks and walked towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu immediately became nervous, fearing she might accidentally offend Hua Yan. However, Hua Yan bypassed her and walked directly to the lobby manager, Chen Manlu. Chen Manlu recalled the earlier scene where she had treated Hua Yan poorly, her face ashen. Hua Yan raised a hand, removed the lobby manager nameplate from her chest, and turned to pin it on Xiao Lu's chest. President Han, I think this young lady is more suited to be the manager. What do you think? Absolutely suitable, too suitable, Han Haitao nodded repeatedly. Xiao Lu, from now on you are the lobby manager. Chen Manlu, you are demoted but retained, with a serious reprimand and a 3-month bonus deduction. The HR department will handle the paperwork immediately. Chen Manlu felt dejected and regretful but dared not speak. Xiao Lu was overjoyed and deeply bowed to Hua Yan, saying, Thank you, Brother Hua. That day in the harbor, several Hua Yan invites scenes unfolded one after another. In a factory workshop, a man in his 40s, looking like a boss, was reprimanding his employees. You all better get your act together. I don't keep idle people. Do you remember the rules? If you take longer than 2 minutes in the restroom, you lose money. If you go more than 3 times a day, you lose money. If you take more than 15 minutes for meals, you lose money. If you work less than 30 hours of overtime a week, you lose money. Diao Chong walked in through the door, approached the boss, and patted him. Hey, they're just here to work, not to be your slaves. You keep throwing rules around and deducting money, what's with that? Who are you? What's it to you? The boss was taken aback by the scolding and angrily questioned. Diao Chong coldly replied, You're Chang Yoli, right? Brother Hua Yan has invited you. Chang Yoli trembled in fear. Hua Yan? Diao Chong made a gesture to indicate he should follow. Let's go. In an office, a man resembling a boss was watching an adult video on his computer. Diao Feng barged in, startling the boss. Diao Feng sized him up. Xiao Yiding, right? Come with me. Who are you? Why should I go with you? Do you know I'm with Boss Xiao? A cold glint flashed as Diao Feng swung his knife, directly chopping off a corner of the desk. Brother Yan has invited you, don't you dare refuse. In a chess room filled with smoke, gamblers with red eyes were battling at the card table. A cold wind blew in as the door opened, and Yao Donzi entered with several younger brothers. The gamblers sensed something was off and looked over. Yao Donzi scanned the room and walked straight to a table in the corner, addressing a man piled with chips. Chen Guanye, right? Brother Hua Yan has invited you. Chen Guanye assessed the imposing presence of Yao Donzi and his companions, noticing the knife handles bulging at their waists, and obediently stood up. On a brightly lit bar street, a boss stumbled out of a KTV, burping and complaining to himself. Damn it, there's not even a girl here. What's the point of opening a night venue? What's going on lately? Where have all the girls gone? Ahead, Gume walked over in high heels, exuding elegance. The boss's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. Beautiful lady, let's be friends. Gume assessed him. You must be He Zhongping, right? Oh, you know me. Yes, that's me. What's your name, beautiful? Did you work at that place? I've been there before, right? I shouldn't forget someone this beautiful. Gume lifted her foot, and the heel of her high shoe came down heavily on He Zhongping's foot. He let out a cry and squatted down, clutching his foot. Gume grabbed his hair and coldly said, Brother Hua Yan has invited you. In the large private room on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, 6 or 7 bosses who had been summoned sat in a row, some trembling, some angry and displeased, others deep in thought. Diao Chong and Diao Feng opened the door, and Hua Yan walked in. Several bosses looked at Hua Yan. Their expressions varied. Hua Yan calmly sat down and gestured for a Xiao and Aying to help serve tea and water. Everyone, don't be afraid. The reason I asked you all to come today is to discuss a small matter. Debts must be repaid. This has been a fundamental principle since ancient times. I would appreciate it if you could settle Lu Haohui's payment. The several bosses exchanged glances, understanding that Huiyan was helping Lu Haohui collect a debt. Their expressions were complex, and none of them spoke up. He Zhongping, still not fully sober from the alcohol, burped and spoke up boldly. Brother Hua, it's not that I don't want to pay Lu Haohui. I've been working with him for many years. We are old friends. How could I deliberately make things difficult for him? You know the situation is tough right now. Business is hard to come by. My company looks big, but in reality, there are huge holes, a mountain of debts. I truly have no money on hand right now, so I hope Brother Hua can understand. Huiyan looked at He Zhongping and smiled. So, you are bossy? I suggest you think carefully before you speak. He Zhongping hesitated for a moment but shrugged his shoulders. If I had money, I wouldn't be in this situation. I can only say that as long as I can collect the debts owed to me, I will definitely pay Lu Haohui. Huiyan smiled coldly. No money, huh? 3 months ago, when Zhao Fuqing's wife Su Fang had her birthday, you gifted her a full set of gold jewelry from head to toe. Wasn't that quite generous? He Zhongping's expression changed immediately. No money, huh? Last month, you flew to Macau and gambled for 3 days and nights, losing over 10 million. Wasn't that quite extravagant? He Zhongping's expression became awkward. No money, huh? Last month, you bought your new mistress a set of apartments in Yunwan Garden worth over 1 million. Wasn't that quite lavish? He Zhongping looked flustered and incredulous. No, how do you know? Huiyan snorted coldly. Please, I used to be a police officer. It's quite simple to investigate such matters. Alright, I admit I'm scared of you, He Zhongping said, looking disgruntled. I'll pay Lu Haohui back, is that okay? You will definitely have to pay back the money, Huiyan said coldly. But now, it's no longer just about repaying the debt between you and me. Do you know what hell awaits those who lie? He Zhongping was suddenly alarmed. The other bosses nearby quickly moved away from him. The tongue-pulling hell. Huiyan waved his hand, and Diao Chong and Diao Feng immediately approached He Zhongping. What do you want? This is outrageous, He Zhongping threatened in fear. Let me tell you, I am a well-known entrepreneur, recognized as a pioneer in entrepreneurship by the city, and I am also a member of the district's political consultative conference. Who dares to touch me? Are you crazy? Diao Chong and Diao Feng burst into laughter. I think you are the one who has lost your mind. Zhang Guodong's business isn't bigger than yours, and his titles aren't more impressive. So what? If Brother Yin says to do it, then it will be done. Zhao Fuqing is a representative of the Municipal People's Congress and the president of the Real Estate Association. So what? Brother Yan still beat him until he couldn't find his teeth. At this moment, He Zhongping was completely sober, finally realizing the grave trouble he had brought upon himself with a moment's thoughtlessness, his face ashen. Don't come over, don't come over, He Zhongping shouted in panic. Diao Feng firmly held him down while Diao Chong pried his mouth open and took out a pair of iron pliers, reaching for his tongue. The other bosses looked pale with fear. Hey, take him aside and do it. Don't scare the other bosses, Huiyan instructed. Got it. Diao Chong and Diao Feng dragged the already limp He Zhongping into the nearby restroom. Soon, the restroom echoed with He Zhongping's heart-wrenching screams. Moments later, Diao Chong and Diao Feng emerged, tossing a fresh, bright red tongue onto the table. The remaining bosses trembled in fear, huddled together. Huiyan said in a deep voice, I will ask you all one more time. Debts must be repaid. Does anyone have a problem with that? No problem. I will pay. I will have the finance department transfer the money tomorrow. Chang Yoli was the first to respond eagerly. I will pay too. Chao Yiding quickly responded. I will call the finance department right now and have them transfer the funds immediately. Chen Guanya said as he picked up his phone to make a call. Thank you all. Huiyan nodded. I have a small suggestion. I hope everyone will refrain from doing any business with Zhao Fuqing in the future. Understood. Several bosses replied in unison. Lu Haohui was inspecting the workshop when the finance manager rushed in, looking excited. Brother Lu, the funds have arrived. All the payments owed to us have come in. Lu Haohui was taken aback. Although Huiyan had promised to handle this matter, he wasn't entirely confident and certainly hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The bank also called. President Han personally called to say we don't need to repay the loan early. If we need more loans, we can discuss it with him anytime, and he can even come to provide service in person. Tears welled up in Lu Haohui's eyes, and he choked up as he shouted to the workers in the workshop, Brothers, our factory is saved. The factory is saved. The workers erupted in cheers. In the large private room on the second floor of the Tiantanku nightclub, Lai Tianhua helped Lu Haohui set down some local specialties, including free-range eggs, freshly picked fruits and vegetables, homemade sugarcane wine, and 2 free-range hens. Brother Hua, you won't accept money, so I really don't know how to thank you, Lu Haohui said, feeling embarrassed. These are just things from our village, please don't dislike them. The two hens began to cluck, and Huiyan laughed. This is quite good, I really like it. Thank you, Brother Hua. I will bring you more in the future. Lu Haohui's eyes became moist again. Lai Tianhua patted Lu Haohui on the back. Haohui, with Brother Hua backing you up, just focus on running the factory well. Lu Haohui wiped his tears and nodded repeatedly. Lai Tianhua was about to escort Lu Haohui out when Huiyan called out, Old Lai, stay for a moment. Lai Tianhua obediently sat beside Huiyan. What do you want to say, Brother Hua? I want to take advantage of this momentum and completely cripple Zhao Fuqing's business leg. Do you have any suggestions? After hearing Huiyan's question, Lai Tianhua, like an old fox, chuckled. I knew Brother Hua would eventually come to this point. To be honest, I've been pondering this matter for a while now. Huiyan immediately became interested. Alright, Old Lai, what have you figured out? Share it with me. Lai Tianhua put away his smile, sat up straight, and became serious. First, I must say that crippling Zhao Fuqing's business leg is extremely difficult and not easy at all. This guy is not simply black nor is he ordinary white. The black and white are mixed together, his leg is thick, his roots are deep, and his foundation is solid. His business empire can be roughly divided into 4 major sectors. The first sector includes gray industries like gambling, bathing, security, sand and gravel, and waste recycling, which provide him with a continuous stream of lucrative cash flow. The second sector consists of factories, commercial centers, chain supermarkets, restaurants, and other physical industries, which, although scattered, add up to a considerable scale. The third sector involves various real estate projects, which is the core and lifeblood that distinguishes Zhao Fuqing from other gang leaders, allowing him to stand at the pinnacle of the harbor. The fourth sector is various market investments. Over the years, he has packaged the quality assets under the Fuqing Group for listing in Shangjiang, raising a large amount of capital through the stock market, which he then used to gain control of multiple companies, building an entire Fuqing system and reaping substantial profits. It can be said that Zhao Fuqing's earnings in this area have already surpassed those from the real estate sector. His wealth growth in recent years has mainly come from this. Lai Tianhua spoke eloquently, while Huiyan listened quietly, nodding. Using money to make money is the fastest way to earn. It's hard to make $1 million from 1, but making 10 million from 1 million is relatively easier. Lai Tianhua nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Continue. In these 4 major areas, the first area, Brother Hua, you've already dealt with quite a bit. The second area is too scattered and concerns people's livelihoods, so we can't touch it for now. The third area involves too many factors and has a long cycle. If you let President Han withdraw funds, it will have some impact, but it won't hurt the root, and we can't move it for a while. Currently, the area we can hit, and can quickly yield results, is the fourth area. We can find a way to strike hard at Zhao Fuqing in the stock market and make him bleed a bit first. Huiyan looked at Lai Tianhua with a knowing expression. Sounds like you already have a plan? Lai Tianhua nodded, unable to hide his pride. To be honest, Brother Hua, I have indeed made some preparations, contacting some friends who have been cheated or suppressed by Zhao Fuqing over the years, and have already acquired quite a few shares related to Fuqing Group in the secondary market. We plan to find a suitable time to sell together and drive down Fuqing Group's stock. I can't say for sure, but it's quite possible to knock Zhao Fuqing down by several points. Lai Tianhua said excitedly, waving his right hand in a downward smashing motion. Huiyan reached out and grabbed Lai Tianhua's right hand, then naturally took hold of his left hand. One hand smashes the market, while the other hand shorts to make a big profit, right? Lai Tianhua was taken aback. He thought Huiyan wouldn't understand this at all and would be completely lost. Unexpectedly, Huiyan not only understood but also saw through his little schemes clearly. I'm sorry, Brother Hua, I do have some selfish motives in this matter. Huiyan released Lai Tianhua's hands and gently patted him. What are you sorry for? You're a businessman, it's normal to think in business terms, I understand. As long as we can hit Zhao Fuqing, that's what matters. Lai Tianhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Huiyan picked up a piece of fruit with his fork. But, since we're going to smash, why not smash a little harder? Since we want to earn, why not earn a little more? Well, Lai Tianhua felt a bit embarrassed. Our group's strength is limited, we can only do this much together. Huiyan smiled, do you need me to lend you a hand? Lai Tianhua was stunned, looking at Huiyan, thinking to himself, what does he mean? Can he really help with this? For example, find a big boss to join in? Lai Tianhua was shocked again, realizing that Huiyan not only understood but also had a plan of his own. Brother Hua, are you referring to, is Li Dinghao from Dinghao Group substantial enough? That would be more than enough. Lai Tianhua was so surprised that he involuntarily stood up. Dinghao Group is a nationally renowned top conglomerate, far beyond the capabilities of Lai Tianhua and his friends, and even surpassing Zhao Fucheng. If Li Dinghao was willing to step in, then the stock of Fucheng Group wouldn't just drop by a few points. But, will Chairman Li be willing to play this game with us? Lai Tianhua questioned softly. How could Huayan connect with a tycoon like Li Dinghao? Even if he could connect, why would Li Dinghao be willing to help? They had a history of conflict. Recently, Dinghao Group was supposed to collaborate with Jiang Guodong's Guodong technology, but Huayan disrupted the deal. He caused Jiang Guodong to collapse at the press conference. Not only did he ruin their collaboration, but he also messed up the marriage between Li Dinghao's daughter, Li Wanyan, and Jiang Guodong. Huayan smiled, stood up, and said lightly, "Follow me." Lai Tianhua followed Huayan downstairs, through the lobby, and arrived at the entrance of the Paradise nightclub. However, Huayan didn't walk straight out, he just peeked outside, then stepped back, turning to look at Lai Tianhua. "Turn right when you go out, walk 12 steps, cross the street, and there's a black car with the last 4 digits 9688 parked by the roadside." Lai Tianhua listened, not knowing what it meant. Huayan instructed, "Go knock on the car window." Without asking a single question, Lai Tianhua walked out directly, following Huayan's instructions, and approached the black car with tinted windows, raising his hand to knock on the driver's side window. The window rolled down, revealing 2 sharp-looking men in the front seat, expressionless, coldly staring at Lai Tianhua. Just as Lai Tianhua was unsure of what to do next, a figure flashed beside him. Huayan had already leaned in, swiftly reaching through the window with a long ice pick used for breaking ice in nightclubs, pressing it against the driver's throat. The driver froze, while the other man quickly reached for his waist. "Don't move!" Huayan tightened his grip on the ice pick, coldly glaring at the man, "Otherwise, he will be seriously hurt, and you will die a painful death." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, glanced at Huayan's cold expression, and obediently raised his hands. "Open the door," Huayan said coldly. The driver pressed the unlock button, and with a click, the car door unlocked. Huayan signaled Lai Tianhua to open the back door and get in first, then he also got in, gently patting the driver's seat back. "Take me to see your young lady." The Jiayue Grand Hotel is the top 5-star hotel in the harbor, with shares owned by the son of a high-ranking official from the provincial capital, so even Zhao Fucheng wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This place has become the preferred hotel for some wealthy individuals and celebrities visiting the harbor. The luxurious and spacious presidential suite on the top floor is bright and airy, featuring an outdoor swimming pool. A well-proportioned girl is swimming in the pool. The driver and his companion walked in with dejected expressions. Huayan followed behind Lai Tianhua, the ice pick pressed against the driver's spine. "Thank you." Huayan pushed past the driver and his companion, heading straight for the pool. Several burly bodyguards quickly surrounded him, blocking his path, ready to spring into action. Huayan ignored the bodyguards and called out to the girl in the pool. "Miss Li, if you don't want your people to get hurt, tell them to step aside." The bodyguards felt greatly insulted, first chuckling lightly, then glaring at Huayan in anger, preparing to teach him a lesson. "Let him come over first." A voice came from the pool, belonging to Li Wanyan. The bodyguards parted at her command. Li Wanyan ignored Huayan and continued swimming, her strokes graceful, like a mermaid. Huayan was not in a hurry. He sat down on a lounge chair by the pool. A small table nearby was adorned with exquisite fruits, imported snacks, and fine red wine. Huayan poured himself a glass of wine, savored it, nodded in approval, then picked up some fruit to eat, casually handing a piece to Lai Tianhua, feeling more at home than in his own house. Lai Tianhua took the fruit but did not eat it, nor did he dare to sit down, trembling with fear, unsure of what would happen next. After a while, Li Wanyan finally swam over, stepping onto the shore, splashing water everywhere, and someone was already there to hand her a towel. Huayan leisurely watched as Li Wanyan dried her hair and wrapped herself in a towel. Li Wanyan walked up to Huayan, sizing him up. The two locked eyes. Li Wanyan turned to pour herself a glass of red wine, pretending to raise it for a sip, then suddenly flung her hand, splashing the wine at Huayan. The moment her hand moved, Huayan also reacted, deftly dodging, not a drop touching him. Just then, Lai Tianhua happened to walk over to greet Li Wanyan, and the entire glass of red wine splashed onto his face. Huayan's expression immediately darkened. "It's fine, I'm fine," Lai Tianhua quickly said, sticking out his tongue to lick the wine droplets sliding down his face. "Good wine, indeed good wine." Li Wanyan didn't even glance at Lai Tianhua, only glaring at Huayan with a face full of anger. "Huayan, do you dare to come find me again? Did you forget how you made me lose face in front of everyone at the press conference? Do you know how many people online are laughing at me? If you don't apologize to me today, I will never let you off." Lai Tianhua nervously glanced at Li Wanyan, then at Huayan, fearing that the two might really come to blows. Huayan chuckled, reached out, and directly snatched the towel wrapped around Li Wanyan, tossing it to Lai Tianhua, signaling him to wipe his face and body. Then, Huyen picked up his glass of wine and suddenly splashed it towards Li Wanyan. The red liquid trickled down her face, and Li Wanyan widened her eyes in disbelief. "You dare to touch me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Huyen shrugged. "So what if I do?" The bodyguards quickly surrounded them, daring to lay hands on the young lady. "Are you looking for death?" The leading bodyguard shouted angrily and reached out to grab Huyen. Li Wanyan sneered, waiting to see Huyen get thrown around like a rag doll. This bodyguard had been with her for quite a while, previously a wrestler, and was quite skilled, especially in close combat. Usually, 10 or so people couldn't even get close to him. Huyen didn't dodge or evade, not even tilting his head, waiting for the bodyguard's hand to land on his shoulder before he suddenly dropped his shoulder and pushed back. The bodyguard was knocked back repeatedly until he stumbled to the edge of the pool, stepped into thin air, and fell into the water with a splash. Li Wanyan was stunned. Lai Tianhua silently lamented, "Weren't they here to discuss cooperation? How did it turn into a fight? What a mess!" Huyen stood with his hands behind his back, moving swiftly, using just his shoulder to knock the remaining bodyguards into the pool one by one. The driver who brought Huyen and his companion exchanged glances, and without waiting for Huyen to approach, both jumped into the pool voluntarily. Just a minute ago, the group that had been furious and wanted to swallow Huyen alive was now in the water, too afraid to come ashore, floundering helplessly. Li Wanyan watched in shock. Huyen smiled at the astonished Li Wanyan. "Miss Li, haven't you been investigating my background and had someone follow me for quite a while? Was it all for nothing? You didn't even find out that I'm quite capable?" Li Wanyan's expression turned awkward as Huyen approached her with a serious face. She instinctively shrank back in fear. "What do you want?" Lai Tianhua's heart raced. Seeing Huyen's demeanor, he feared he might kidnap Li Wanyan to threaten Li Dinghao into cooperation. This could lead to a big problem. No matter how much you and Zhao Fuqing fought, it was still in Haigang City, just a matter of black eating black. But if someone like Li Wanyan, a public figure of her level, got involved and angered Li Dinghao, it would be a disaster. Just as Lai Tianhua was about to step in and dissuade, he saw Huyen pick up a clean towel and drape it over Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan was also taken aback. "Actually, you should be grateful to me. Although I exposed Jiang Guodong's true colors in public, causing you to lose your ideal partner and be laughed at for being deceived by a scumbag for so long, at least you stopped the loss in time, right? Did you really want to keep being deceived by him? Did you really want to marry that kind of scumbag? I remember you slapped Jiang Guodong back then, didn't you? Originally, you and your family would have suffered greatly because of that scum." Huyen wasn't exaggerating to scare Li Wanyan. In his previous life, Jiang Guodong successfully married Li Wanyan, then colluded with Zhao Fuqing to send Li Dinghao to prison, taking over the Dinghao group for himself, ultimately driving Li Wanyan to her death. It could be said that by getting rid of Jiang Guodong, Huyen was actually saving Li Wanyan's family. Li Wanyan lowered her head, looking aggrieved, pouting like a sulking little girl. "I understand the reasoning, but I just feel upset and want to vent. Alright, as long as you understand, let's consider this matter settled. I'm not here to lecture you today. I want to discuss something with your father, so please give him a call. You just tell me. This is a big deal. I'm afraid you can't make the decision, Miss Li." Huyen picked up Li Wanyan's phone from the small table and handed it to her. Li Wanyan glared at Huyen, fuming, but had no way to retaliate, so she finally took the phone. Li Wanyan took the phone and began dialing. Huyen shouted to the exhausted bodyguards in the water, "Hey, you can get up now." The bodyguards, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly crawled ashore, each collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Lai Tianhua's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed, and he secretly vowed to himself. In the future, he should avoid going out with Huyen. It was too thrilling, his heart couldn't take it. 2 hours later, a private jet brought Li Dinghao from the provincial capital to the harbor airport, and a helicopter then took him to the helipad on the roof of the Jiayue Hotel. The first team of bodyguards to arrive, seeing the disheveled state of the previous bodyguards and Li Wanyan's aggrieved expression, immediately rushed forward and surrounded Huyen. "Everyone, step back," Li Dinghao's deep voice commanded from behind. The bodyguards were taken aback and retreated to the side, still on high alert. Li Dinghao approached Huyen and suddenly bent down to bow to him. "Thank you, Mr. Hua. My daughter has offended you, please do not take it to heart." The bodyguards were stunned. They had never seen Li Dinghao be so polite to anyone, nor had they seen him speak so kindly about his precious daughter. "Dad," Li Wanyan protested, "you won't help me get back at them, and now you're blaming me." Li Dinghao's expression darkened. "Foolish girl, do you know you just walked through the gates of hell several times? Besides, Mr. Hua is a benefactor of our Li family. Hurry up and apologize." Li Wanyan glanced at Huyen and obediently lowered her head. "I'm sorry." "No need," Huyen waved his hand, "since Mr. Li is a sensible person, I'll speak plainly." Li Dinghao nodded seriously. "Mr. Please go ahead. I plan to play a game with Xiao Fuching in the Hong Kong stock market, and I hope Mr. Li can lend me a hand, Huiyan stated directly. Li Dinghao's gaze sharpened as he stared at Huiyan. I'm a businessman, so I have one question. What do I get out of this? Lai Tianhua quickly explained, Mr. Li can short the stock with us and make a big profit. Li Dinghao smiled, money? I have plenty. Giving Mr. Hua a few $100 million is not a problem, but why should I help you compete with Zhao Fucheng? Because then I would owe you a huge favor. Huiyan said calmly, gazing steadily at Li Dinghao. Li Wanyan couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, you have quite the nerve. Alright, give me 2 days to prepare. Li Dinghao agreed readily and extended his hand to Huiyan. Li Wanyan, Lai Tianhua, and the bodyguards were all stunned. What did this mean? They had already reached an agreement? Dad, you can agree to this? That's too hasty. Li Wanyan objected. Li Dinghao smiled, unfazed. When I invest, I never look at the project, only the person. Wanyan, remember, all business is about people. Misjudging Zhang Guodong was my biggest mistake in life, but I believe I won't misjudge Brother Hua. Li Dinghao's way of addressing Huiyan had also changed. Thank you, Huiyan replied lightly, without the astonishment the bodyguards had imagined. Lai Tianhua silently vowed again. In the future, even if he went out with Huiyan, he would definitely just watch and not speak. Huiyan had plenty of ideas and didn't need him to show off. Huiyan stood up and called out to Lai Tianhua. Old Lai, you can coordinate the specifics with Mr. Li. I won't get involved as an outsider. Just as Huiyan was about to leave, Li Dinghao called out to him. There's one thing we can discuss in advance. Huiyan stopped and looked at Li Dinghao. The one helping Zhao Fuching manage stocks is Su Jianghang, the head of the investment department at Fuching Group. He's quite a talent, very capable. A few years ago, I tried to recruit him, but he refused. If we can control him first, our chances will be even better. Su Jianghang. Huiyan repeated the name. Got it, leave it to me. I'll see Mr. Hua out, Li Wanyan said enthusiastically. Huiyan didn't refuse, allowing Li Wanyan to escort him out of the suite and into the elevator, all the way to the hotel entrance. Miss Li, if you have something to say, just say it. Huiyan stopped and asked, otherwise, I really will leave. Li Wanyan felt a bit embarrassed, having her thoughts seen through. I want to know, did Zhang Guodong really commit suicide? If I said I was the one who killed him, would you want to help him get revenge? Li Wanyan snorted coldly, revenge? I wish I could dance on his grave. Then I can tell you, he died a terrible death, definitely enough to satisfy your hatred. Thank you. Li Wanyan smiled. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Let's see if there's an opportunity. Huiyan replied lightly, let's go. Li Wanyan was taken aback, her expression immediately turning displeased. Hey, do you know how many people are lining up to treat me to a meal? Don't be so ungrateful. Oh, then I should leave the opportunity for others, shouldn't I? Huiyan turned back and smiled. Besides, I'm quite picky. I usually don't eat with people I'm not familiar with, especially those who waste good wine. With that, Huiyan walked away. Li Wanyan watched his retreating figure, her expression complex, both angry and unwilling to look away. In the presidential suite, Lai Tianhua was discussing how to operate and cooperate with the executives responsible for specific business under Li Dinghao. Li Dinghao leisurely sipped tea from the other end of the room, looking with interest at the fuming Li Wanyan as she walked back. How did your chat with Mr. Hua go? I couldn't be bothered to talk to him. That person is just too annoying. Li Wanyan replied irritably, I don't understand why you agreed to him so readily, Dad. Is it really that impressive to have him owe you a favor? Li Dinghao took a light sip of tea and smiled faintly. In this world, the hardest debt to repay is the debt of gratitude. The most valuable is also the debt of gratitude, especially for someone like Huiyan. I need to think carefully about how to make him repay it. Then you can take your time to ponder. Li Dinghao looked at Li Wanyan. I was worried you might be quite interested in Huiyan, but it seems I was overthinking it. Rest assured, I don't even want to pay him any attention. That's good. How about you head back to the provincial capital later? You've been in Haigang for quite a while, and your mother misses you. No way, no way. I want to stay and watch this show, Li Wanyan immediately opposed. Li Dinghao understood and smiled knowingly. Li Wanyan's face instantly turned crimson. What are you laughing at? Li Dinghao's expression suddenly became serious. Wanyan, we can cooperate with Huiyan in business. But you must remember, don't get too personally involved with him. Why is that? Don't you feel it? He has a heavy aura of killing. Li Dinghao's face darkened. Moreover, he's an uncontrollable person. No one can hope to dominate him. Li Wanyan fell silent, deep in thought. 2 days later, it happened to be a Friday. In the early morning, a luxury car wrapped in bright colors swiftly weaved through the crowded traffic, with other cars hastily avoiding it, fearing a careless scrape would bring trouble. A car followed closely behind, not too far, not too near. Inside were Huiyan, Gumei, and the Diao brothers. The flashy luxury car arrived in front of an internationally renowned school known for its high fees, recklessly parking directly on the crosswalk, too lazy to even turn on the hazard lights. The owner, in his 30s, dressed head to toe in designer brands, plump and fair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, got out of the car. He was Su Jianghang, who helped Zhao Fucheng manage stocks, and he was quite well known among investors. In college, he gained fame for doubling the investments of his entire class, earning the title of Young Stock God. Su Jianghang opened the back door of the car, and a chubby little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, jumped out. The car of Huiyan and the others was parked not far away. Jia Feng couldn't wait. Brother Yan, should we make a move? Huiyan shook his head. No rush, we still have some time before leaving the city. Let's wait until he drops off the kid. Su Jianghang adjusted his son's backpack, waved goodbye, watched his son enter the school, then turned and got back into the car, driving towards Fucheng Building. Not long after setting off, he encountered a long red light at the intersection. Su Jianghang casually picked up the coffee beside him and took a big sip, feeling his inner irritation ease a little. It was only 8 in the morning, but this was already the 3rd cup of coffee he had today. He had a premonition that today would be a tough day. Recently, he had noticed the commotion caused by Lai Tianhua and his friends in the secondary market, but he hadn't paid much attention, not thinking it would stir up any trouble. However, the situation had taken a turn for the worse in the past couple of days, with a sudden influx of unknown funds buying up a large amount of shares in Fucheng Group. The air was thick with the scent of an impending storm. He had already notified all his subordinates to arrive at the office half an hour early today to prepare for what was to come. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a car crashed into him from behind. Su Jianghang's car lurched forward violently, spilling coffee all over him. Damn it! Su Jianghang cursed angrily, his long simmering irritation boiling over into rage. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and stormed towards the vehicle behind him. Hey, how the hell do you drive? Can't you see such a big car? How could you crash into me? The window of the car behind rolled down, and Gumei leaned out, smiling brightly at Su Jianghang. Sorry, I did it on purpose. Su Jianghang was taken aback, a bit confused. On purpose? Su Jianghang sneered, then you're in for it. Do you know what kind of car this is? You'll pay dearly. Before he could finish, Su Jianghang abruptly stopped. Diao Chong and Diao Feng got out of the car, and their appearance made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Kidnapping. The thought flashed through Su Jianghang's mind. He remembered a news story he had seen about kidnappers causing car accidents to lure drivers out of their vehicles, then forcibly taking them away. With that thought, the usually alert Su Jianghang disregarded everything else and turned to rush back to his luxury car. Diao Chong and Diao Feng halted, calling out loudly, "Hey, where are you going?" Su Jianghang quickly dove into his car, locked the doors, and without waiting for the light to turn green, he rammed into the car in front of him, running the red light to get through the intersection. Diao Chong and Diao Feng looked innocent, turning to the onlookers and drivers nearby. Is this guy crazy? The drivers quickly pulled their heads back, and the pedestrians burst into laughter. Diao Chong and Diao Feng returned to their car, glancing at Gumei, and the three couldn't help but laugh together. Huiyan was no longer in the car. Su Jianghang checked the rearview mirror and saw that the car hadn't followed him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, they dare to target me. I'll remember your license plate and faces. Once I get to the office, I'll tell Boss Xiao to send someone to deal with you. As Su Jianghang fumed internally, suddenly he felt a chill at his neck as a sharp knife was pressed against his throat from behind. The knife was in Huiyan's hand, who was sitting in the back seat. Just as Su Jianghang had been lured out of the car by Gumei's intentional rear-end collision, Huiyan had taken the opportunity to sneak up to Su Jianghang's car from the other side, hiding in the gap of the back seat. Su Jianghang froze in place. Huiyan instructed, "Please turn left at the next intersection, head to the Paradise nightclub." Su Jianghang tentatively asked, "Who are you? Do you know that I am Zhao Fucheng's man? If you dare to touch me, he will definitely." Huiyan leaned closer to Su Jianghang, allowing him to see his face clearly. What will he do? What can he do? Can he fly over right now to save you? Or can he make this knife in my hand disappear? Su Jianghang was taken aback, a chill running through his body. Huiyan, it turned out, was Huiyan. He was an old friend of Zhang Guodong, had seen the video of Huiyan exposing Zhang Guodong at the press conference, and had heard that Zhao Fucheng had recently been put in a passive position by Huiyan. He never expected Huiyan would come looking for him today. Su Jianghang was flustered, almost rear-ending the car in front of him. "Drive steadily, I've never been in such an expensive car before," Huiyan said with a smile. "Don't be afraid, I just want to invite you to watch a show. The private room on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub." Su Jianghang shrank in terror in the corner of the sofa. Gume came over with a plate of sunflower seeds, placing it in front of him, and called out, "Let's snack while we watch." Huayan turned on the large television, projecting the stock market trend chart. It wasn't even opening time yet, but there were already a large number of low-price sell orders for stocks related to Fuchin Group in the pre-market bidding. Su Jianghang suddenly realized, looking at Huayan in shock. "So it was you buying up the stocks?" He had never suspected that Huayan was behind all this. He always thought Huayan was just a thug who knew nothing but violence. "Yes." Huayan nodded. "That's why I invited you, Zhao Fuqing's trader, to witness this miracle together. Even if it will be a dark one, it's still a miracle, right?" Su Jianhang's face turned pale, knowing he was likely doomed today. Sure enough, as soon as the Hong Kong stock market opened, those massive low-price sell orders directly caused Fuchin Group's stock price to plummet nearly 10 points. Su Jianhang's phone rang wildly. His subordinates were panicked by the drop and couldn't find him, losing their anchor and becoming frantic. "It's better to focus on the show." Huayan picked up Su Jianhang's phone and turned it off. Su Jianghang closed his eyes heavily, only to receive a slap from Huayan. Huayan nudged his head, forcing him to face the television screen, and said coldly, "Open your eyes wide and watch closely. It's just the beginning." It was indeed a hard day, an extremely hard day. Ever since Su Jianghang went to the exchange with his father at the age of 10, he had become fascinated with stocks, often checking the market and studying trend charts, and in recent years, he had been immersed in it every day. He never imagined that one day the stock trend chart would become so glaring, so shocking, making him feel waves of terror and even nausea, yet he dared not look away. Throughout the morning trading session, Fuchin Group's stock price plummeted nearly 30%, and related stocks followed a similarly dismal trend. By the afternoon, Su Jianghang's subordinates finally organized a counterattack, pulling the stock price back up by more than 10 points. However, more sell orders came crashing down again, quickly destroying this wave of counterattack. It was Li Dinghao who had made his move. Panic spread rapidly, and everyone knew someone was trying to suppress Fuchin Group. Many unrelated institutions and shareholders couldn't hold on any longer and began to sell off. The stock price plummeted, forming an extremely steep cliff. Su Jianhang felt dizzy, his vision filled with red and green, countless numbers dancing before him. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gu Mei were all watching with excitement. Huayan had informed them of this plan 2 days ago, telling them to take out all the money they had, and Lai Tianhua opened accounts for them to operate on their behalf, all short selling. Everyone was making a considerable amount of money. In the top floor office of the government building, Su Baolian looked at the stock market on his phone, his expression astonished. Beside him, Hao Tianchu's face was pale, and his voice trembled slightly. "Mayor Su, do you think we could give Huayan a call? Maybe he should ease up a bit. After all, Fuchin Group is still a representative enterprise of our high gang, and it's quite embarrassing for it to drop like this." "Do you also have shares in Fuchun?" Hao Tianchu awkwardly nodded. "I had someone hold a little for me." "Greedy, Comrade Tianchu," Su Baolian reproached. "Contentment brings happiness. Don't try to take everything for yourself." Hao Tianchu lowered his head, remaining silent. "Huayan won't listen to us. Don't make things harder for yourself. This person really continues to surprise me. I don't know how much more power he has." "Isn't that piece you mentioned before ready to move?" Hao Tianchu probed. "I'm afraid if we wait any longer, Huayan might cause more trouble. The timing isn't ripe yet. That's our only weapon left, so we must be cautious." Su Baoliang frowned, worried, and shook his head. "What I'm most worried about now is Zhao Fucheng. Huayan has been systematically breaking him down, and once he goes crazy, it could lead to big trouble. We need to be careful in the coming days. Stability is the priority." Hao Tianchu nodded. The plummet continued. By the end of trading, Fuchin Group's stock price had dropped by more than 60%, setting a record for the largest single-day drop of a stock in the Shangjiang market. A pure black miracle was born. Huayan walked up to Su Jianghang, smiling at him. "So, how's the show? Still entertaining?" Su Jianghang's face was ashen, unable to respond, slumping on the sofa. "It's over." Not only had Zhao Fucheng's fortune drastically shrunk, but he himself had also lost everything. Years of accumulated wealth vanished in a single day. Huayan grabbed his hair and lifted him up, asking in a deep voice, "Are you still going to play stocks?" Su Jianghang dared not meet Huayan's piercing gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. "No more playing. I won't play again. I swear I won't play again." Huayan laughed. "No need to die. Just chop off a hand." "Ah?" Su Jianghang was stunned. "Big brother, are you joking?" Diao Chong and Diao Feng approached, one holding a thick wooden cutting board, the other wielding a heavy meat cleaver. "Who the hell is joking with you?" Su Jianghang was dumbfounded. This was serious. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down, hugging Huayan's thigh. "Big brother, I'm just a stock trader. I haven't been involved in Zhao Fuqing's messy business. I've never hurt anyone, let alone killed anyone. Please, don't do this, let me go. Hui Yan kicked Su Jianghang away, coldly saying, Su Jianghang, over the years, you've engaged in insider trading, built a rat warehouse, spread false information, colluded with other speculators to manipulate the market, wreaking havoc in the stock market and exploiting countless investors. You helped Zhao Fuqing forcibly acquire and swallow those quality enterprises through various illegal means, accumulating immense wealth for him, giving him the capital to continue his evil deeds. You may not have personally harmed anyone or killed anyone, but how many have gone bankrupt, lost their families, or even ended up on the rooftop because of you? I only want one of your hands. Isn't that quite lenient? Su Jianghang collapsed to the ground, his face pale, wanting to cry but having no tears. Diao Chong placed the cutting board on the table, and Diao Feng threw the meat cleaver in front of Su Jianghang. Which one? Left hand? Right hand? You do it yourself? Or do you want us to help you? That afternoon, many witnessed a horrifying scene. A blood-soaked man, clutching his left arm that had been severed at the root, ran frantically across the street, blood dripping behind him in a long line. The man burst into the hospital's emergency room, shouting loudly, "Help me, quick, help me." But when the doctor asked him how he ended up like this and where his severed hand had gone, the man's eyes filled with terror, his jaw clenched tight, refusing to utter a single word. After a passerby posted the captured images online, someone quickly recognized him. This man was none other than the young stock god Su Jianghang, a big shot in the stock market, an executive at Fuqing Group, and Zhao Fuqing's investment partner. Coupled with the plummeting stock price of Fuqing Group that day, rumors began to swirl. Everyone sensed that the once unshakable Fuqing Group, which had stood firm for nearly a decade, and Zhao Fuqing, who had sought defeat at the peak, were in serious trouble. In a spacious and bright conference room inside Fuqing Building, a group of executives sat in silence, all nervously gazing at Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing, however, was staring down at an old-fashioned mobile phone, seemingly distracted. After a moment, he lifted his head and glanced at the executives. "Where were we?" One executive quickly replied, "Today, the group's stock price dropped by 64%, and President Su is missing. We can't reach him." Zhao Fuqing's expression remained unchanged. "Continue, any more bad news?" "More than 10 companies have refused to cooperate with us. The bank wants us to repay our loans early. Our revenue this month has dropped significantly, and our cash flow is on the brink of collapse." Indeed, bad news kept coming. Zhao Fuqing's face darkened as he listened in silence. The phone vibrated slightly, and Zhao Fuqing quickly picked it up to check. Then he smiled, a look of relief and happiness washing over him, and stood up, heading straight for the door. The executives were left dumbfounded. What was going on? "Boss?" One executive couldn't help but call out. Zhao Fuqing paused, turned back to the executives, as if just remembering he was in a meeting with them. "Oh, you all continue. I have something to attend to. I need to leave for 2 days." Zhao Fuqing casually said this and turned to leave. The executives were even more bewildered. The situation was urgent, and we were all about to panic. The boss was completely unconcerned, just walking away. What could we possibly discuss without him? Has he lost his mind? Or is he planning to run away himself? "Boss, the highest-ranking vice president hurriedly shouted, what should we do? Please give us some instructions." Zhao Fuqing looked at the anxious executives and suddenly broke into a smile. "Nothing needs to be done. Let him be strong, let the breeze brush the mountain ridge, let him be reckless, let the bright moon shine over the great river. Just wait for me." After saying this, Zhao Fuqing left. The room was filled with executives exchanging confused glances. What did that mean? Why say such nonsensical things all of a sudden? What was he planning to do? What exactly are we waiting for? Next to the large office on the top floor of Fuqing Building, there was a newly created small room. Zhao Fuqing pushed the door open and walked in. 2 nurses were feeding medicine and wiping down Liang, who lay in bed. After Hui Yan had pulled out Liang's tongue, broken his limbs, and turned him into a living corpse, Zhao Fuqing had specifically arranged for him to be here, finding the best medical team to maintain his life, and he truly kept his word. Zhao Fuqing waved his hand, signaling the nurses to leave, and pulled up a chair to sit beside Liang. Liang turned his head away, refusing to look at Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing turned Liang's head back, looking at him with a cheerful expression, and asked with a smile, "How many years have you been with me?" Liang let out a few muffled sounds from his throat, secretly cursing in his heart. "What's wrong with you? Can I even talk like this in my current state? What are you asking for? Almost 10 years, right? That's quite a long time." Zhao Fuqing answered himself, suddenly feeling sentimental. "What a pity, you've only witnessed my glorious times at the peak, never seeing the struggles I endured while fighting my way up." Liang's expression was blank, while the little man in his heart continued to curse angrily. "Damn, what the hell are you telling me this for? I don't want to hear any of it. If you have the guts, hurry up and kill Huayan. Back then, it really wasn't easy. It was chaotic, everyone was fighting, everyone was scrambling. Every day I woke up, I didn't know if I would live to see nightfall. Every night I lay down, I didn't know if I would see the sun again. Zhao Fuqing's gaze was somewhat hazy, as if the past was unfolding before his eyes. Fortunately, I wasn't fighting alone. Back then, I had brothers, real brothers who could live and die together. DeLong, Mengzi, Xiao, Amao. We all met on the construction site. DeLong was the best fighter, Mengzi could drink the most, Xiao was a bundle of joy. Amao was a madman. Liang closed his eyes, wishing he could cover his ears. Zhao Fuqing, you're getting old. When a person starts to indulge in memories of the past, it usually means they are getting old. Later, DeLong, Mengzi, and Xiao all died. Many people died. Some were killed by enemies, some were shot by the police. I almost lost my life several times. Zhao Fuqing pried open Liang's eyes, pointed to the long scar on his forehead, and lifted his shirt to show Liang the shocking scars on his chest and back. Besides me, only Amao is left. Do you know? Among our group, he was the one who killed the most people. He deserves to be called the king of killers. Zhao Fuqing paused, a sly smile appearing on his face. Because he played with explosives. Liang's expression shifted, as if he caught on to what Zhao Fuqing was trying to say after all this reminiscing. The explosives buried under the Xia Bela were set by him. You know about the Taifeng building explosion in 2007, right? That was also his doing. Liang finally showed an expression of shock. Of course, he knew about the Taifeng building explosion. Most people in the harbor knew. On the night of July 18, 2007, at 9 p.m., the old brand restaurant Taifeng building in the city suddenly exploded, killing 5 of the 12 big bosses who were meeting inside to discuss how to deal with Zhao Fuqing on the spot. 3 more died after being sent to the hospital, and the remaining 4 were all disabled. This was a sensational case at the time. Investigations later revealed that the bomb was installed at the bottom of a carefully modified large soup pot delivered to the table and detonated remotely. The police had never solved the case or caught the bomber. And because of this explosion, Zhao Fuqing eliminated many obstacles and quickly rose to power. If what Zhao Fuqing said is true, that it was that Amao who did it, then this person is definitely a very terrifying character. Isn't Huayan supposed to be a great fighter? Isn't he supposed to be unkillable? Then I can just blow him up, right? Zhao Fuqing laughed sinisterly, shaking an old-fashioned phone at Liang, looking even happier. Amao just replied to me, sent me the address, and told me to find him. A knock sounded at the door, and Qing quietly reported from outside. Boss, the plane is ready. Zhao Fuqing patted Liang. Hold on a little longer, you'll be free soon. Once I bring Amao back and blow Huayan to pieces, I'll give you a quick end. Liang's face flushed with excitement, and he blinked hard, indicating that he was looking forward to it, hoping that Zhao Fuqing would keep his word this time. That night, the business banquet hall of the Jiehua Hotel was filled with laughter and joy. Lai Tianhua organized a celebration banquet, inviting his group of friends, with Huayan and the Diao brothers as distinguished guests. Li Dinghao also came, clinking glasses with Huayan and the Diao brothers before heading back to his suite upstairs. Given his status, just attending was already quite a favor. Li Wanyan, however, stayed behind, watching everyone eat and drink with great interest, her gaze occasionally drifting to Huayan. Gumei entered from outside and leaned down to whisper in Huayan's ear. Zhao Fuqing has left Fuqing building and gone to the airport to catch a flight to Sichuan. Huayan remained expressionless, nodding slightly, but was quite surprised inside. What could Zhao Fuqing possibly want in Sichuan at this critical moment? Li Wanyan watched Huayan and Gumei huddled together, speaking softly, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. In a deep mountain in Sichuan, under a blue sky and white clouds, surrounded by green mountains and flowing waters, with fragrant grass carpeting the ground, it resembled an untouched paradise. Zhao Fuqing walked along a small path, with He Cheng and several bodyguards following behind. By the distant stream, a man dressed in simple clothes and wearing a bamboo hat was fishing alone. Zhao Fuqing's face lit up with joy, and he hurried his pace. Zhao Fuqing quickly approached the man fishing by the stream. He Cheng and the bodyguards hurried to follow. Zhao Fuqing turned back and coldly ordered, "You all wait here. I want to catch up with my good brother." He Cheng nodded silently and stood at attention. The bodyguards sighed in relief. The uphill path was long and difficult, and they were all exhausted, drenched in sweat, with their shoes caked in mud and grass clippings stuck to their clothes. They looked at the man fishing by the stream, and although they dared not show it on their faces, they felt somewhat disdainful inside. They had no idea who this person was. They just thought it was ridiculous that their boss had abandoned a mess to trek so far just to meet a fisherman, a country bumpkin. Zhao Fuqing walked up behind the fishing man and softly called out, "Amao." The fisherman did not turn around but merely shushed him gently, signaling him to be quiet. Zhao Fuqing sat down on a large rock beside him, remaining silent and patiently waiting. Mao's full name was Yi Fanmao, and he was of similar age to Zhao Fuqing, with an extremely ordinary appearance and ordinary face shape and ordinary features, the kind that would not attract attention in a crowd. Yi Fanmao continued to fish quietly, as if Zhao Fuqing did not exist. The bodyguards exchanged glances from a distance, increasingly puzzled. Who on earth was this guy to dare ignore Boss Xiao? After a while, the fishing float on the water surface moved slightly. Yi Fanmao lifted the rod, reeling in, and a big fish leaped out of the water. Ying Jie is dead, Zhao Fuqing said in a deep voice. Yi Fanmao snorted coldly. He was a troublemaker since childhood, and you never knew how to be a parent. His death is a good thing. Xiaofang has gone mad, Zhao Fuqing continued. Yi Fanmao paused slightly in reeling in the line, sneering, well, you took good care of her. On still remembers? The young man you just met before you left, he died too, along with Huang Yanchuan, Tong Dapeng, Tong Xiaoying, Yao Gui, and Bao Xiong, all dead. Yi Fanmao remained expressionless, putting the fish into a bucket. In this line of work, you always have one foot in the grave. It's only a matter of time before you pay the price. Zhao Fuqing said bitterly, it's all because of one person, his name is Huiyan. Yi Fanmao baited the hook again, still not looking at Zhao Fuqing. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, the old waves die on the beach. The transition between the old and the new is a natural law. Didn't you also overthrow the previous underground emperor to take his place? Why can't others do the same to you? Zhao Fuqing finally couldn't hold back, reaching out to grab Yi Fanmao's hand. Mao, come back to Haigang with me. I need you. Yi Fanmao dodged Zhao Fuqing's hand and laughed. Chang, back then you thought I was too crazy, too reckless, killing too many people, making too much noise, and insisted I leave Haigang. Now you want me to come back. Do you think I'm one of your dogs, coming and going at your command? Zhao Fuqing forced a smile and earnestly pleaded. That was then, this is now. Right now, only you can help me. Yi Fanmao sneered, ignoring Zhao Fuqing, and prepared to swing his rod to continue fishing. If Huiyan were a normal person, if he defeated me fairly, I would accept it, even if I died. Zhao Fuqing became anxious, grabbing the fishing rod as he spoke. But he isn't, he seems not to be human at all, but some strange creature, impossible to kill. Can you believe it? I've tried many ways, and I just can't kill him, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. A person like that, Mao, don't you want to give it a try? You would never have hesitated before. Yi Fanmao's hand stopped mid-swing, a flicker of mixed curiosity and excitement flashing in his eyes. Are you provoking me? Mao, even if you just come back with me first, you can see for yourself whether he's worth your effort before making a decision. Zhao Fuqing looked at Yi Fanmao eagerly. Yi Fanmao pondered for a moment, put down the fishing rod, picked up the bucket, and poured all the fish back into the stream. The fish regained their freedom and scattered away. Let's go, Yi Fanmao said lightly. Zhao Fuqing was overjoyed, hugging Yi Fanmao tightly. Good brother, I knew you would definitely help me. Yi Fanmao coldly pushed Zhao Fuqing away. Don't be so mushy. I'm not going back to help you. I just want to see who on earth could beat you so badly. Yi Fanmao's expression suddenly turned wild. Remember, if I start to make a move, don't think you can stop me, or I'll blow you up too. Understood. Zhao Fuqing nodded excitedly. This time, blow up however you want, as long as you can take down Huiyan. You can blow the harbor to pieces. Zhao Fuqing paused, sizing up Yi Fanmao. But can you still handle explosives now? Do you still have any of your old skills? Yi Fanmao laughed. Want to see, huh? Good. Yi Fanmao glanced at the few bodyguards casually sitting on the grass in the distance, then walked over with the fishing rod, water bucket, and fishing chair. Please help me take these inside and put them away, and also bring over that bag of millet in the corner. It's a gift for your boss Xiao. Yi Fanmao pointed to a small wooden shed storing his fishing gear. Several bodyguards ignored him and looked at Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing nodded. The bodyguards hurriedly took the things from Yi Fanmao's hands and walked toward the shed. Thank you, Yi Fanmao said with a smile. He Qing was about to follow to help. You stay here, Zhao Fuqing said in a low voice. He Qing was slightly taken aback, glancing at Zhao Fuqing's expression, then at Yi Fanmao beside him, realizing something, and turned to look at the few bodyguards who had already reached the shed's door. The bodyguards pushed the door open and casually placed Yi Fanmao's fishing gear inside. One of them walked to the corner and picked up a cloth bag filled with millet. Below it was a black iron box, with the words goodbye spray painted in crooked red letters on top. The bodyguard asked in confusion, "What is this?" The other bodyguards gathered around to take a look. One of them said, "Who cares, let's hurry up and get out." Just as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang, and the iron box exploded. The wooden shed was lifted by a powerful shockwave, wooden planks flew everywhere, and several bodyguards were thrown around, blood and flesh everywhere. A severed hand fell not far in front of Zhao Fuqing, Yi Fanmo, and He Qing. He Qing was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhao Fuqing involuntarily took 2 steps back. Yi Fanmo stood firmly in place, greedily gazing at the chaos after the explosion and the bodies of the bodyguards on the ground, inhaling deeply as if savoring the smell of gunpowder and blood. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Fuqing applauded. Yi Fanmo said lightly, just a little appetizer, the main course hasn't even been served yet. More than 2 hours later, a team of over 10 police officers hurried to the explosion site. They were detectives from the local county police department. The huge explosion had startled nearby villagers, some of whom rushed over to take a distant look, terrified, and quickly called the police. This was an extremely serious case, and the county's criminal investigation team promptly reported to higher authorities and rushed to seal off the scene and secure relevant evidence. The scene was horrific, scattered with debris from wooden houses and dismembered human tissue. A few young detectives couldn't help but bend over and vomit as they approached. Deputy Captain Yen Shun was equally shaken but mustered the courage to move closer for a better look. The more experienced detective captain, Luobin, grabbed him and pointed to a nearby, restless bomb-sniffing dog that seemed to have made a discovery and was trying to break free from its leash. Luobin signaled for everyone to stop and released the bomb dog. The dog immediately dashed toward the explosion site, sniffing around, and finally stopped at a spot that had been covered by the wooden house, barking incessantly and scratching at the ground with its paws. Yen Shun was startled. There's more? The dog handler whistled, and the bomb dog sprinted back. Accompanied by bomb disposal experts, the police helped them put on heavy protective gear and cautiously approached, slowly using a small shovel to scrape away the surface dirt, carefully digging down bit by bit. Before long, a homemade bomb was revealed, and its construction was not particularly complex. The bomb disposal experts slowly removed the detonator and disassembled the fuse. Luobin and the others watched nervously, their hearts in their throats. Moments later, the bomb disposal expert turned back and gave everyone an okay hand gesture. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and walked over together. Who the hell is so insane? Someone couldn't help but curse angrily. Luobin and Yen Shun's expressions were grave. It was indeed insane. After one explosion, they had buried another bomb. They were in for a busy time ahead. The bomb disposal expert had unearthed the complete homemade bomb, holding it in his hands, and through the protective suit, he said in a muffled voice, "It's fine, this one is pretty crudely made, it won't explode." His voice suddenly stopped. The bomb was connected to an almost invisible transparent fishing line. The bomb disposal expert's expression changed drastically as he threw himself down to press against the ground while urgently warning, "Don't come over." Before he could finish his warning, another earth-shattering explosion occurred, more violent than the previous one. The bomb disposal expert was thrown away by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, his protective suit shattered by the close-range blast, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Dirt and shrapnel flew everywhere. It turned out that the bomb above was merely a decoy and bait, intentionally placed for the bomb dog to find and for the bomb disposal expert to disarm. The real bomb was hidden deeper, connected to the homemade bomb by the fishing line. By removing the homemade bomb, they had also pulled the safety pin from the real bomb below. The bomb disposal expert's reckless dive had shielded part of the explosion's force. Even so, Luobin and the other police officers who had gotten closer were still knocked over, with some injured by the flying shrapnel, rolling on the ground in pain. A few hours ago, this picturesque paradise, serene and beautiful, now resembled a scene of brutal warfare. On a distant hill, Zhao Fuqing, Yi Fanmao, and He Qing watched the explosion's flames. "Very good, Amao, you're still as crazy as before, that reassures me." Zhao Fuqing nodded and said solemnly, "I'll let you see Huiyan's strength first." Zhao Fuqing nodded to Yi Qing, indicating, "Contact Siamese Dragon 3 and send 2 people in." Yi Qing immediately took out his phone and began dialing. 2 days later, at Haigang International Airport, Zhao Fuqing and Yi Qing emerged from the arrival hall. In the crowd waiting at the airport, there were 2 young girls holding flowers, looking like little fans ready to welcome their idol, but in fact they were disguises of a Xiao and Yang. The 2 watched Zhao Fuqing and Yi Qing leave, their expressions filled with confusion. "Sister Mei, Zhao Fuqing is back." A Xiao dialed Gumei's number, reporting in a low voice, "It's quite strange, he left with 4 bodyguards, but now it's just him and Yi Qing." Not far away, a plainclothes Yi Fanmao emerged from the arrival gate, dragging a suitcase, looking inconspicuous. In the large private room on the 2nd floor of the Paradise nightclub, Gumei put her phone on speaker mode and placed it on the table. Huiyan, Diaochong, and Diaofeng were also listening nearby. Diaochong asked in confusion, "Going from 6 to 2? What happened to those 4 people? Could it be that Zhao Fuqing sold them off somewhere?" Diaofeng joked. Gumei asked curiously, "What exactly did Zhao Fuqing go to do?" "Wait a minute." A Ying's voice came through the phone. At the airport, A Ying poked a Xiao, "Look over there." A Xiao followed A Ying's gaze. Two dark-skinned, grim-faced, lean men walked out from the arrival gate, causing those nearby to instinctively step aside and keep their distance. "There are two people who came on the same flight as Zhao Fucheng, and they look a bit off," a Xiao said into the phone. "Let's follow them and see." Huayan cautioned, "Be careful, don't act recklessly. In broad daylight, there's nothing to worry about." A Xiao replied as she and A Ying followed after them. A Ying took out her phone and secretly filmed the two men. In the parking lot, a Xiao and A Ying chatted and laughed casually, stealing glances at the two men. The men walked to a car, and a driver in a black suit got out to open the door for them. He was one of Zhao Fucheng's subordinates. The two men got into the car without saying a word, and the vehicle quickly drove away. A Xiao hurriedly said into the phone, "Confirmed, they are connected to Zhao Fucheng. They were picked up by his men." Huayan repeatedly watched the video clips A Ying sent, occasionally pausing to zoom in on the two men. Looking at their walking pace and stride, they might have been soldiers. The calluses on their right index fingers suggest they've been handling guns for a long time. Diao Chong realized, assassins? Huayan nodded. There's a high possibility. So Zhao Fucheng specifically went to Sichuan to find two assassins? Gu Mei asked. Diao Chong replied, "It's close to the border over there, and there are many desperate people. It's quite easy to find." He even deliberately split up. "This old guy Zhao Fucheng is quite cautious," Diao Feng said proudly, "but he still got discovered by us." Huayan, who had been silent, furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and cautioned, "Regardless, everyone be careful lately. I suspect Zhao Fucheng will pull a gun again." In the airport parking lot, a Xiao and A Ying were leaving. A car drove past, with Yi Fanmao at the wheel, who smiled at a Xiao and A Ying through the car window. Yi Fanmao drove away from a Xiao and A Ying without acknowledging them. The two girls were still immersed in the excitement of discovering that Zhao Fucheng had brought in those two assassins, completely oblivious to the seemingly ordinary car, let alone the seemingly ordinary person inside it. When they returned to the private room on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, everyone gave them a thumbs up, making the two girls feel shy and blush. Diao Chong and Diao Feng held a stack of freshly printed photos, which were the pictures of the two assassins that a Xiao and A Ying had secretly taken at the airport, instructing Yao Dong, "Everyone gets a copy, make sure to recognize them. Stay alert recently. If you spot these two, report it immediately." Diao Feng instructed, "Don't act rashly, they are likely armed." Diao Chong added, "Send some to Defei and Ding Huo as well, so they can keep an eye out." Yao Dong nodded repeatedly, taking the photos and leaving. Gume looked at Huayan with concern. "Yen Gu, you must be especially careful lately, they are definitely targeting you." Huayan stared at the two assassins' photos on the table and said in a deep voice, "Let them come for me, I'm only worried about you all getting into trouble." Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gume, and the others exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat moved. In a rented room in the north of Haigang City, the two assassins were also looking at the photos, which featured Huayan. Among them, the rougher-looking one was named Xiao Mingxiang, while the sharper-eyed one was called Xia Changliang. Huayan's previous analysis was correct. Both of them had indeed served in the military. After retiring, they went abroad, working as mercenaries in the Golden Triangle in northern Myanmar, shifting between various factions, helping whoever paid more. They had been holding guns for years, killing countless people. This time, they were contacted by the Siamese Dragon 3, who offered a high price, arranged a full set of fake documents for their entry, and had them meet with Sichuan and Zhao Fucheng before coming to Haigang together. At that moment, two black handguns were also placed on the table. Xia Changliang picked up a gun, checking and adjusting it. Xiao Mingxiang put away Huayan's photo and boldly said to Zhao Fucheng, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, "Boss Xiao, get the final payment ready, this guy is as good as dead." Zhao Fucheng waved his hand, and He Qing brought over a suitcase, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal it stuffed with cash. "I can give you the money up front, plus an extra 2 million as a bonus, as long as you two can help me eliminate this major threat." Xiao Mingxiang was overjoyed, greedily touching the bills. "Boss Xiao is truly wealthy and generous. For the sake of the money, we have to kill him." Zhao Fucheng smiled faintly. "A Qing has already arranged a place for you to stay, someone will take you there. Try not to show your faces, and once you have the time and place for the operation sorted out, a Qing will contact you again." Xiao Mingxiang nodded, grabbed the money case, and stood up to leave. Xia Changliang, who had been silently testing the gun, suddenly reached out and pulled Xiao Mingxiang back, coldly looking at Zhao Fucheng. "May I ask, Boss Xiao, how do we leave after the shooting?" He Qing spoke up. "I will arrange a boat to take you out of the country, you can rest assured. It's better to clarify things first." Xia Changliang remained unmoved, his expression stern as he said, "Everyone knows that shooting here is a very serious matter. The police will definitely go on a mad hunt for us. Only if we have a well-arranged escape route, and it must be a safe one, will we take action." Just as He Qing was about to speak again, Zhao Fucheng raised his hand. "Brother Xia is right. There's a cargo ship of mine at Donggang Port, heading to Saigon for delivery. It has already passed inspection. I will have the ship wait there for you. Once you succeed, someone will immediately take you on board." Xiao Changliang thought for a moment, nodded, put away the gun, grabbed the money case, and left with Xiao Mingqiang. He Cheng looked embarrassed and apologized. "Sorry, boss, I didn't consider this thoroughly. I'll contact that cargo ship right away to make arrangements." Zhao Fuqing smiled and waved his hand. "No need, I was just casually mentioning it." He Cheng was taken aback, looking at Zhao Fuqing in confusion. Regardless of whether this works or not, they are as good as dead. If it succeeds, I have to kill them to silence them. If it fails, Huiyan will naturally spare their lives. It's been over 10 years since we last met, Chang, and you've become even more ruthless, leaving no way out for them. The bedroom door opened, and Yifanmo walked out, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing was unfazed, replying calmly, "This is just to persuade you to take action. They can only blame their bad luck." Yifanmo sat down opposite Zhao Fuqing, speaking coldly. "Long San is quite reliable. The two people he sent you are skilled, and they have guns in hand. Killing one person shouldn't be difficult. Do you really need me to take action? For anyone else, these two would be enough. But to deal with Huiyan, I'm afraid they." Zhao Fuqing shook his head, recalling the painful past when Fei Xiang and Xiao Kui, father and daughter, who were known as the top assassins, were both shot dead while attacking with sniper rifles. Yi Fanma was skeptical. "Is that Huiyan really that formidable? You'll see for yourself when the time comes." Yi Fanma remained doubtful. "Is that Huiyan really that strong? You'll see for yourself when the time comes." 2 days later, just before midnight, Huiyan hurried into the community where his home was located. He hadn't been back for a while, his sister Huomiao was abroad, and his return only added to his sense of loneliness. So during this time, he had been eating and living at the Tian Tangko nightclub, hanging out with Dao Chong and the others. Half an hour ago, he received a call from the community property management, saying that a pipe in his house had burst, leaking water downstairs, and he needed to come back quickly to handle it. The community was quiet, with hardly any pedestrians. Just a few steps inside, Huiyan felt a chilling intent to kill. He pretended to crouch down to tie his shoelaces, discreetly observing his surroundings. At 2 o'clock, there was a person sitting on a bench in the fitness area, and at 9 o'clock, behind a willow tree, there was a figure that only Huiyan's extraordinary eyesight could detect. It was indeed a trap. Huiyan smiled. He had known it the moment he received the property management's call. Although the number displayed was indeed from the community property, the person who set this up probably didn't realize it. Huiyan had dealt with the property management quite a bit while helping an elderly couple downstairs protect their rights, and he could recognize the voice of each person involved. The voice on the phone didn't belong to any of them, and if there really was a leak downstairs, the elderly couple would have contacted him directly long ago. The phone number must have been altered using illegal dialing software, deliberately trying to trick him into coming back. But Huiyan didn't mention this to Diao Chong and the others. He headed straight back, heading right into the trap. Those two assassins would eventually make their move, and rather than passively waiting and letting everyone live in fear every day, it was better to take the initiative and end them sooner. Behind the willow tree, Xiao Changliang tightened his grip on the gun, his finger slowly pressing the trigger. On the bench, Xiao Mingqiang had his hands in his pockets, the gun aimed at Huiyan, his finger also pressing the trigger. In the sky, a drone was quietly hovering. In the top-floor office of Fuqing Building, Yi Fanmao and Zhao Fuqing watched the big screen, which was displaying real-time footage from the drone's camera. Huiyan pushed off the ground and suddenly lunged forward. At the same time, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, shattering the quiet night. 2 bullets struck the spot where Huiyan had just crouched, sparking flames. Huiyan was already charging towards Xiao Mingqiang, like a cheetah launching an attack, fast enough to leave one speechless. Xiao Mingqiang didn't expect his shot to miss, nor did he anticipate Huiyan charging directly at him with such speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Xiao Changliang behind the willow tree quickly reacted, firing repeatedly at Huiyan, but always just barely missing. A wave of unbelievable terror surged in Xiao Changliang's heart. How could this be? I was a shooting champion in the army, hitting the bullseye every time. How could I miss such a large target? How could this be? During our careful planning, old Xiao and I specifically set up crossfire. How could we both miss? How could this person be so fast? Xiao Mingqiang snapped back to reality, seeing that Huiyan was now only a few meters away, and hurriedly fired again. Huiyan's swift movements allowed him to dodge in the blink of an eye, kicking up a small stone from the ground. The stone flew up and struck Xiao Mingqiang right in the eye, more precise than a bullet. Xiao Mingqiang's vision instantly blurred, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Instinctively, he fired his gun repeatedly, bullets flying wildly. In the distance, a man was walking with his heavily pregnant wife, both of them frozen in shock at the sound of gunfire. In his panic, Xiao Mingqian lost his sense of direction, and the gun inadvertently pointed at the pregnant woman, ready to pull the trigger again. Huayan charged forward with force, pushing Xiao Mingqian's wrist aside. The bullet grazed past the pregnant woman, hitting a lamppost and sparking. At that moment, Huayan was already close to Xiao Mingqian. Xia Chengliang gritted his teeth, disregarding the possibility of hitting his comrade, and continued to shoot. Huayan twisted and pulled Xiao Mingqian's body, using him as a human shield, and all of Xia Chengliang's shots hit Xiao Mingqian. Blood splattered, and Xiao Mingqian screamed in agony. The click of an empty chamber echoed. The magazine was empty. Xia Chengliang was already terrified, knowing that this operation had completely failed. He dropped the empty gun and turned to flee outside the community. Huayan supported Xiao Mingqian's body, steadying his gun hand, aiming at the fleeing Xia Chengliang. Xia Chengliang thought he was running fast, perhaps the fastest he had ever run in his life. But in Huayan's eyes, his movements were like slow motion at half speed. Just as Xia Chengliang was about to burst out of the community, gunfire rang out, and a bullet accurately pierced his head. He fell straight down as if struck by lightning. In the top-floor office of the Fu Chang building, Yi Fanmao, who witnessed the entire process, was stunned, while Zhao Fu Chang, who had already experienced Huayan's prowess, was once again shocked. In the footage, Huayan showed them a mocking smile, holding Xiao Mingqian's hand, and raised the gun to the sky. With a bang, the screen went black as the drone was shot down by Huayan. Zhao Fu Chang looked at Yi Fanmao, his expression bitter. "How do you feel?" Yi Fanmao remained silent for a while before nodding. "I understand why you said he can't be killed, and I also understand why you got beaten to the point of losing your teeth. He's too fast, and too strong. I'm just curious, why hasn't he come to kill you yet?" Zhao Fucheng forced a smile. "Because he doesn't want me dead yet. He probably thinks it would be too easy for me. He wants to destroy everything I have bit by bit for his own satisfaction." Yi Fanmao was silent. "I won't let him succeed." Zhao Fucheng shook his head, pointing at the night view of the harbor outside the window. "Look at the harbor from here, how beautiful it is. Only standing here can you appreciate such beauty. I will never let him take it away." Zhao Fucheng turned and grabbed Yi Fanmao's hand. "No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than the shockwave of a bomb, right? No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the power of a bomb, right? Ah Mao, help me." Yi Fanmao pondered for a moment, withdrew his hand, and said lightly, "I want to see Xiaofeng first." At the end of the corridor on the second floor of the Shangshan residence, the small room could be heard with Su Feng alternating between crying, laughing, and screaming even before they got close. "Ah Mao, be careful," Zhao Fucheng reminded Yi Fanmao, then unlocked the door and quickly stepped aside. The room was dark and stuffy, the air murky, emitting the stench of rotting food. "Is this how you take care of Xiaofeng?" Yi Fanmao looked at Zhao Fucheng with dissatisfaction, about to enter the room to check the situation. "Let me out. I want to kill Huayan. I want to avenge Xiaojia." Su Feng charged over like a mad tiger, brandishing a kitchen knife and swinging it at Yi Fanmao. Yi Fanmao stood firm, not dodging, softly calling out, "Xiaofeng." The kitchen knife stopped in front of Yi Fanmao's face, and Su Feng looked at him in confusion. Ah Mao, it's me. I'm back." The kitchen knife clattered to the ground as Su Feng joyfully embraced Yi Fanmao. "Ah Mao, you're back. It's really you. Ah Mao, you're back." Zhao Fucheng stood to the side, quietly watching the two. Su Feng had been quite a likable girl in her youth, bold yet warm, straightforward and considerate. Zhao Fucheng's brothers all liked her, especially Yi Fanmao. Su Feng first laughed, then suddenly broke down in tears. "Xiaojia is dead. Ah Cheng is useless." "I already know." Yi Fanmao gently patted Su Feng's back. "I came back to help you take revenge. I will take Huayan's life for you." Su Feng smiled. Zhao Fucheng also smiled. Yi Fanmao escorted Su Feng back to her room, pulled back the curtains, opened the window for fresh air, and reminded her to take her medicine and rest well. After everything was settled, he stepped out and looked at Zhao Fucheng. "Find a place near the Paradise nightclub, preferably across the street. I want to observe Huayan up close." Zhao Fucheng nodded. "I'll have Yi Cheng arrange it right away." Yi Fanmao continued, "I need some materials to make a gift." "Got it, already purchased," Zhao Fucheng replied again. A flash of excitement crossed Yi Fanmao's face, like a bloodthirsty soldier eager to step onto the battlefield. "Good, then let's get started." Less than 10 minutes after the gunshots, the duty police officers from the precinct arrived at the scene. Xia Chenglian's body lay at the entrance of the community, while Qiao Mingxian's body was next to the fitness equipment. Huayan sat calmly on a bench, ignoring the arriving police, making a call to Diao Chong to discuss what had just happened and to give a few instructions. The police cordoned off the scene, surrounding Huayan from a distance, as if facing a formidable enemy, not daring to approach. It had been a long time since a gun-related case had occurred in the harbor, and they were at a loss for how to handle it. with some even recognizing Ho Yen. Residents, awakened by the gunfire, were terrified for a long time before daring to come out to see the commotion, gathering together, whispering and discussing. A few minutes later, a squad of armed detectives from the sub-bureau arrived, led by Ho Yan's former mentor, Wu Taifeng, and his partner, Do You rushed over as soon as he got out of the car? Seeing the situation before him, he grew increasingly anxious and shouted at a familiar officer who was setting up the cordon. Is it my brother Yen? What happened to him? Don't panic, I'm here, Ho Yen said as he stood up from the bench. You ran over, checking him up and down, confirming that Ho Yen was unharmed? You scared me. As soon as I heard there was gunfire in your community, I knew it had to be related to you. Thank goodness you're okay. You sighed in relief, exaggeratedly patting his chest, then immediately asked with dissatisfaction, Brother Yen, what's going on with you lately? Why have you been ignoring my calls? I've come to find you several times, and you're never home? Ho Yen didn't answer Duyu's barrage of questions, only saying, Thank you for your concern. Duyu's hand moved to his sidearm, angrily asking, Was this done by that bastard Zhao Fuchen? I'm going to find him right now. Wu Taifeng came over from behind and shot Duyu a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Taifeng scrutinized Ho Yen, his expression serious. Yen, tell me what's going on here. Ho Yen avoided Wu Tiefeng's gaze. Master, it's best if you don't get involved in this case. Wu Tiefeng's expression darkened. You grew anxious? What do you mean? This happened in our jurisdiction. How can we not get involved? Ho Yen remained silent, and Duyu comfortingly patted him. Brother Yen, don't be afraid. My master and I will definitely get to the bottom of this case. As long as we can find evidence of Zhao Fucheng's involvement, we can't let him off easily. How dare he use a gun? He's gone too far. As they spoke, another team of police officers arrived, coming from the city bureau, and at the back was Hao Tianchi. Hao Tianchi pushed through the crowd and walked up to Wu Taifeng and Duyu. Everyone, disperse. This case is now under the jurisdiction of the second team of the city bureau. Upon hearing this, Duyu's expression turned furious. Everyone knew that the second team of the city bureau was Hao Tianchi's trusted group. This was not just about taking over the case. Given Hao Tianchi's relationship with Zhao Fucheng, it was uncertain how they would deal with Hui Yen. Secretary Hao, Wu Taifeng frowned and said, This is a major case involving firearms. Master, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. Hui Yen directly interrupted Wu Taifeng and walked towards the police car that had brought Hao Tianchi. Hao Tianchi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed, even opening the car door for Hui Yen, as if he were welcoming a distinguished guest rather than taking away a suspect involved in the case. Wu Taifeng and Duyu watched this scene, feeling both puzzled and anxious. Upon arriving at the city bureau, Hao Tianchi immediately ordered that Hui Yen be taken into a small room without cameras. Hui Yen, you used to be a police officer, so you must know. We are a regime that emerged from the barrel of a gun, and our management of firearms is the strictest. Hao Tianchi's expression was serious and anxious. Once firearms are involved, it becomes a major case. From the city to the province, from the provincial department to the Ministry of Public Security, they will keep a close watch. Without a reasonable explanation, there's absolutely no way to get through this. If things go badly, someone from above will come down to investigate personally. That's why I didn't leave. That's why I came here with you, Hui Yen said calmly. Don't worry, I don't want any complications for now. I've already thought of how to explain things to the higher-ups. Hao Tianchi was taken aback and quickly looked at Hui Yen. I will cooperate with your people to make a statement. The sequence of events is roughly as follows. Hui Yen took a sip of water and began to narrate clearly and calmly. At 11:15 p.m. yesterday, I received a call from a number that showed as the property management's landline, claiming that the water pipe in my kitchen had burst and water was leaking downstairs, requiring me to return immediately. At 11:44 p.m., just as I entered the community, two people suddenly opened fire on me. I don't know if it was because it was too dark and their vision was affected, or if they were just terrible shots, but they missed me several times in a row. In a moment of panic, driven by survival instinct, I rushed towards the closer Shooter A, trying to stop him from continuing to shoot. During this process, Shooter B kept firing at me but missed and hit Shooter A instead. Shooter A was injured and, in a fit of rage, retaliated against Shooter B. Seeing the situation turn against him, Shooter B tried to escape but was shot in the head by Shooter A at the entrance of the community and died on the spot. Shooter A soon died as well due to his severe injuries. In short, these two shooters ended up shooting each other to death. As for me, I was lucky to escape unharmed. As for who they were, why they shot at me, and who was behind them, I have no idea. Hao Tianchi listened, dumbfounded. So this is not impossible, but we still need some evidence to support it. Of course, you can have someone check those two guns to see if there are any of my fingerprints on them. You can also take me for a check to see if there are any gunpowder residues on my hands. Huoyen smiled and raised his hands, shaking them at Hao Tianshi. You can have someone analyze the ballistics to see if it matches what I said. You can also find that couple who are out for a walk to serve as eyewitnesses and just tell them what to say. Huoyen spoke lightly and calmly, but Hao Tianshi felt increasingly alarmed. So you had all this planned before you acted? Planned before action. Huoyen nodded lightly. I still have to keep dealing with Zhao Fuqing, and I don't want to be entangled in these matters. No wonder he had detained Xiao Mingxiang right from the start. No wonder the last shot that killed Xia Changliang was fired while he was holding Xiao Mingxiang's hand. It turns out it was all part of his plan. But this still doesn't close the case, Hao Tianshi stammered. The higher-ups will definitely have to investigate the matters behind this. Huoyen scoffed. I've done what I needed to do. The rest is up to you to find Zhao Fuqing and get an explanation from him. After all, this mess was created by him. You should be quite familiar with how to handle it. Hao Tianxi's expression fluctuated. I'm tired. Hurry up and find someone to take a statement. Huoyen said coldly. I still need to go home and catch up on sleep. Hao Tianshi looked troubled. The process probably can't be that quick, and I can't arrange it. Huoyen smiled and interrupted Hao Tianshi. Why don't you take a look outside first, then talk to me? Hao Tianshi, confused, walked to the window and looked out. In the pitch-black night, across the street from the city bureau's entrance, a large crowd was gathering. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, Yao Dongzi, and a bunch of Diao family lackeys. Two more groups were arriving one after another, led by De Fei and Ding Huo with their respective subordinates. Hao Tianshi was startled and turned to Huoyen. What do you want to do? Huoyen shrugged. If I'm not out before dawn, I can't guarantee what they will do. I also can't guarantee that those videos of you and Mayor Su won't suddenly appear online. Hao Tianshi glared at Huoyen in frustration, but ultimately nodded. In the early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Huoyen walked out of the city bureau. Wu Taifeng and Du had been waiting outside, worried that Huoyen might be harmed by Hao Tianshi, but they were taken aback when he emerged so easily. Yan Gu, Du called out, preparing to approach, but was pulled back by Wu Taifeng. At the same time, his shout of Yengu was completely drowned out by a thunderous chorus of Yengu from outside the door. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, Gumei, De Fei, Ding Hua, Yao Dongzi, and others came forward, and even Lai Tianhua rushed over upon hearing the news. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing Huoyen come out safe and sound. Do you and Wu Taifeng found themselves blocked on the periphery? I told you long ago, Wu Taifeng said with a serious face, his expression dark. Yen is no longer the same as before. Du looked at Huoyen, surrounded by Diao Chong and the others, his expression particularly complex. Hao Tianshi hurried out from behind and cleared his throat. Huoyen, it's about time to disperse. It's not good for people to see this. Diao Chong and the others laughed derisively. Hao Tianshi walked towards his car, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Taifeng before getting in. In the large office on the top floor of Fuqing building, the door was pushed open with a bang as Hao Tianshi stormed in. He was blocked by He Qing, who tried to stop him. Let him come in. Zhao Fuqing, sitting by the window soaking up the sun, called out without turning his head, calmly continuing to sip his tea. Hao Tianshi pushed He Qing aside, strode over, and knocked the teacup from Zhao Fuqing's hand to the ground. Zhao Fuqing, are you really going crazy? Another damn gun incident. Don't you know how much trouble you caused us last time with those two snipers? This time, you dare to shoot directly in the city? Do you really not want to mix in anymore? Or do you think you haven't died fast enough? Zhao Fuqing remained expressionless, picked up another teacup, and poured himself another cup. Hao Tianshi raised his hand again to knock it down. You and I had a consensus back then. We made an agreement to never fire a gun in Haigang City, to avoid causing trouble for everyone. Zhao Fuqing shrugged, picked up another teacup, and continued pouring tea. You broke the agreement first. You abandoned me and let Huoyen attack me. Since that's the case, why should I unilaterally adhere to the agreement? Hao Tianshi raised his hand again, wanting to strike, but ultimately restrained himself, saying fiercely, Isn't it because you were sneaking around behind our backs, filming in the Xiaobai building, that we ended up with a handle in Huoyan's hands? Zhao Fuqing's expression was cold. What's the point of bringing this up now? What do you want? Hao Tianshi softened his tone. I've already talked to Huoyen. He promised not to make a big deal out of this. Zhao Fuqing smiled as if he had expected it. He just wants me dead. Bringing an investigation down on him won't do him any good either. Hao Tianshi said, as long as you know. To wrap up this case, we need a scapegoat. You have to help me with that. I've been prepared for a long time, Zhao Fuqing said lightly. Someone will turn themselves in this afternoon. You were prepared too? Hao Tianshi was taken aback and cursed angrily. You guys really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Zhao Fuqing sneered, we live a life on the edge. Do you think it's like you, sitting in the office every day, carefree, just giving orders? Hao Tianshi felt awkward. Are you sure someone will turn themselves in this afternoon? Zhao Fuqing chuckled, of course. In a large villa in the north of the city, Zhao Fuqing sat on the sofa, sizing up a bald middle-aged man with drooping eyebrows, high cheekbones, and an unpleasant appearance across from him, his gaze stopping between the man's legs. Is there really no cure for that? The man was both embarrassed and angry. Don't mention it. The damn bitch Gume was too ruthless. She stomped on me with her high heels over 10 times, and it's all shattered. He was a man with a messy beard who had previously helped Zhao Fuqing manage the sex business. During Hua Yan's recent crackdown, he was exposed by Gume and had been recuperating at home. Boss Xiao, I'm one of those who work for you, the man pleaded. You have to help me get this off my chest. Zhao Fuqing nodded. I want to send you to a place that can definitely cure your problem. The man showed a glimmer of hope. Where? Prison. Ha! The man was stunned. You know about the shooting incident last night, right? I had someone do it. Now Old Hao needs someone to take the fall. I think you're the most suitable. The man was dumbfounded. I'll hire a lawyer for you. You probably won't get the death penalty. There are no women in prison, so you won't need that thing. It can be considered a cure for you, right? The man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, filled with terror, and hurriedly said, even if I don't get shot, I'll have to spend many years in prison. Boss Xiao, I'm already over 40 this year, and I've been with you for over 10 years. You can't let me spend the rest of my life in prison. Zhao Fuqing smiled and suddenly said, Mao is back. The man was startled, tense and fearful. If you don't want your whole family blown to bits by him, go turn yourself in to Old Hao this afternoon. Zhao Fuqing said coldly and then got up to leave. The man slumped on the sofa, his face filled with despair and anger. In a residential building across from the Tiantanku nightclub, in a certain room on a certain floor, Yifan Mao stood by the window, quietly watching the road in front of the nightclub. Zhao Fuqing was eager for revenge and highly efficient. As soon as Yifan Mao made his request last night, he immediately had Yi Qing pay a high price to relocate a tenant, arranging for Yifan Mao to move in for observation and preparation. Diao Chong and others surrounded Hui Yan as they returned from outside. Yifan Mao raised his binoculars, focusing on Hui Yan, observing him expressionlessly. On a long table behind him were detonators, fuses, timers, and a pile of chemical materials among other items. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume surrounded Hui Yan as they entered the large private room on the second floor of the Tiantanku nightclub. As soon as they entered, Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume all simultaneously darkened their faces, glaring coldly at Hui Yan. What's wrong with you guys? Hui Yan asked, puzzled. I thought you were going to celebrate with me. Diao Chong muttered, Yengu, I feel like you still don't consider us good brothers, nor do you consider me a true friend. Gume followed up. You knew that was a trap meant to harm you, yet you didn't say a word to us and went alone. What do you take us for? Diao Feng said with an unhappy expression. Hui Yan felt a warmth in his heart, understanding that the three were upset with him for taking risks alone, but it was actually out of concern for him. He smiled and said, I'm fine, really. Diao Chong shot Hui Yan a glare. It was so dangerous. What if something happened? Yes, we really can't compare to you, Yan Gu. Diao Feng huffed, but we're not useless. At least we wouldn't hold you back. Hui Yan, how did you used to slap my face while scolding me? Gume's face was like frost. If there's something, don't keep it to yourself. Bring it out and let's solve it together. We're partners. Hui Yan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, I understand. It won't happen again. From now on, even if it's just to let you watch from the sidelines, I won't hide anything from you. Please forgive me this time. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume smiled in satisfaction, speaking in unison. You're honest. Diao Chong picked up the remaining photos of Xia Chengliang and Xiaoming Xiang, casually tossing them into the trash can, then turned to call out to Yao Dongzi. Tell the brothers that the danger has been lifted, everything's fine. Everyone can relax a bit for the next couple of days. Not allowed. Hui Yan immediately shook his head to stop him. Not only can we not relax, but everyone must be even more vigilant. Ha! Diao Feng was puzzled. Aren't those two assassins taken care of by you, Yengu? Exactly because I took care of them. I feel the danger even more. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume all looked at Hui Yan. I've fought with Zhao Fuqing many times. He should know my strength well. Leaving behind the mess at hand and running all the way to Sichuan just to bring back these two assassins? Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? Diao Chong was taken aback, clearly not having thought of this issue. Gume immediately furrowed her brows. Yengu, it's not that those two assassins are weak, it's that you're abnormally strong. Diao Feng said dismissively, if it were any of us, who could defend against them? We would have been dead at their gunpoint long ago. Hui Yan still shook his head. I still think Xiao Fuqing is not that simple of a person. He wouldn't just stop at this. He must be planning something big. Diao Chong, Diao Feng, and Gume exchanged glances, looking doubtful. Anyway, I can't think of what else he could do. What other reinforcements could he possibly bring? Diao Feng tapped his head. Huayan emphasized, in any case, everyone must not let their guard down. Be careful in everything. Dao Chong, Dao Feng, and Gume all nodded, their expressions serious. Huayan leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the house across from the Paradise nightclub, Yi Fanmao left the window, returned to the table, glanced at the various materials spread out, and pressed his hands together, solemnly bowing to the heavens. Then, he took various tools like a measuring cup, spoon, and small scale, starting to extract and weigh different ingredients, mixing them in a container in order. As he began making the bomb, he seemed like a different person, focused and spirited, with a mad glint in his eyes. A camera was set up at the window, quietly recording the scene at the entrance of the nightclub. A few nights later, in the pitch dark, with no stars or moon, around 2 a.m, the entire city had mostly fallen into a deep sleep, the streets empty and silent, with few people around. The Paradise nightclub was still brightly lit, with a few of Diao's younger brothers guarding the entrance. An old scavenger, hunched over and wearing a tattered hat, dragged a large garbage bag filled with bottles and jars past the nightclub entrance and turned into the residential area across the street. Inside that house, Yi Fanmao sat in the middle of the room on a chair, quietly staring at the wall in front of him. A large whiteboard hung on the wall, covered with various materials. There were recent photos of Huayan and some pictures from different periods, photos of several cars, as well as pictures of Dao Chong, Dao Feng, Gume, Yao Donzi, Xiao, Ing, Lai Tianhua, and even his sister Hua Miao. Next to it were notes detailing Huayan's comings and goings at nightclubs, recent places he had visited, and other information. Yi Fanmao stared at these materials, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Yi Fanmao quickly picked up a small iron ball resembling a grenade, looking warily towards the door. "Amao, it's me," came Zhao Fuqing's lowered voice from outside. Yi Fanmao set down the small iron ball, maintaining a serious expression as he walked over to open the door. The old scavenger slipped inside, took off his hat, and looked up. It was indeed Zhao Fuqing. Yi Fanmao remained expressionless and turned back into the room. Zhao Fuqing closed the door behind him and was about to follow. "Watch your step," Yi Fanmao shouted. Zhao Fuqing was startled and quickly stopped, examining the ground beneath him. Yi Fanmao chuckled mischievously, "Just messing with you." Zhao Fuqing sighed in relief, not daring to be careless, and carefully checked for any obstacles before stepping into the room. Yi Fanmao frowned. "You shouldn't be here." "I wanted to see how far you've gotten," Zhao Fuqing replied. "I'll contact you when I'm ready." Zhao Fuqing continued, "It's been 5 days. You never needed this long to prepare before. The previous targets weren't Huayan," Yi Fanmao replied coldly. Zhao Fuqing was momentarily speechless. Yi Fanmao walked to the table and flicked the large white cloth covering it aside. Several finished bombs were already laid out on the table, varying in size and design, each with different detonation methods. Zhao Fuqing's face lit up with joy. "Amao, haven't you already prepared everything? You don't understand anything," Yi Fanmao retorted without hesitation. "Making bombs is just the most basic and simple step in an explosion operation. The most critical and difficult part is figuring out how to get the bomb close to the target and detonate it at the right time." Zhao Fuqing glanced at the various materials about Huayan plastered on the wall. "No wonder you had Yi Qing prepare so much information, so you're stuck at this step now?" Yi Fanmao snorted coldly. "You want to use those 2 assassins as a decoy to make Huayan let his guard down. It seems that might backfire." Yi Fanmao pointed to the camera still filming outside the window. A few young men arrived at the entrance of the Tiango nightclub, preparing to enter. The Diao family's younger brothers guarding the door stopped them, first scanning them with a metal detector, then proceeding to search them. The group protested in dissatisfaction, but the Diao family's younger brothers remained unmoved, meticulously checking them. "See the level of security? You understand how high Huayan's vigilance is now, right?" Yi Fanmao pointed again at the written records on the wall and the photos of the cars. "He rarely goes out these days, and whenever he does, he takes a different car, heading straight to his destination, point to point, hardly stopping along the way. Chang, tell me, in this situation, how can I blow him up?" Zhao Fuqing's brow furrowed deeply. Just then, Yi Fanmao's phone suddenly rang with an alarm. He turned off the timer, took off his shirt, and pulled out a jersey from his wardrobe, the one worn by Real Madrid players, the Ballon d'Or winner, and midfield maestro Modric, and put it on, heading straight for the door. Zhao Fuqing was puzzled. "Amao, what are you doing?" Yi Fanmao pointed to his jersey. "Dressed like this, of course, I'm going to watch a game and have a beer." Zhao Fuqing was taken aback. "Wait, when did you start liking football? Is it appropriate to go watch a game now?" Chang, you really haven't done your homework properly," Yi Fanmao reproached, pointing to a group photo on the wall, which was found on the official website of the Haigang City Public Security Bureau, taken 2 years ago during an internal police system football match. Huayan stood in the middle, and upon closer inspection, one could see that he was wearing the Real Madrid jersey from Modric. Zhao Fuqing was surprised and admired Yi Fanmo's attention to detail, but still did not understand his intention. Yi Fanmo then pulled Zhao Fuqing to the window and pointed to the Tianfanku nightclub across the street. A poster for a collective viewing event for fans was posted at the entrance, reading, "The world is colorful, I hold on to pure white, sharing the passion of the Champions League night." Don't you realize? Huayan is a Real Madrid fan. There's a Champions League match tonight with Real Madrid playing at home against Manchester United. I think he wouldn't miss it. Are you planning to observe him up close? Zhao Fuqing suddenly understood, then shook his head. Isn't that too dangerous? What if, without entering the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Yi Fanmo interrupted coldly, opened the door to leave, and turned back to remind him, you better stay put, don't move anything, or you might get blown up. Zhao Fuqing stood quietly by the window, gazing at the bright sign of the Tianfanku nightclub. Moments later, Yi Fanmo appeared at the door. The younger brothers of the Diao family routinely checked and searched him. Yi Fanmo raised his hands high, fully cooperating, which did not raise any suspicion, and he quickly got inside. Although it was already late at night, the Tianfanku nightclub was still bustling with noise and excitement. Some were regular customers of the establishment, some had been transferred here after Zhao Fuqing's nightclub was gradually taken down, some thought this was the safest entertainment venue in Haigang, and others simply wanted to see if they could catch a glimpse of Huayan. Diao Feng and several younger brothers were mingling in the crowd, alert and on guard. In one corner of the hall, a viewing area had been set up, gathering a group of fans dressed in Real Madrid's white jerseys, who were reacting to the players' attacks or defenses on the big screen, gasping in amazement one moment and holding their heads in regret the next. Huayan was indeed among them, sitting alone in the shadowy corner, intently watching the match. Yi Fanmo found an empty seat, ordered a platter of snacks and beer that most fans had in front of them, and cheered for the team like the other fans, discreetly observing Huayan. The match was thrilling, and time passed quickly. In the first half, Manchester United performed decently, defending strongly and capitalizing on a defensive lapse from Real Madrid, scoring a goal from former Real Madrid player Fat Tiger right in front of the goal. In the second half, the tide turned dramatically, as Real Madrid showcased their true colors as the kings of the Champions League. If we're not behind, we don't play. Modric intercepted the ball in midfield, forcefully broke through, reached the edge of the arc, and unleashed a stunning long-range shot, equalizing the score. Following that, Real Madrid forward Little Bear displayed his prowess, scoring 3 goals with headers and kicks, completing a hat-trick and helping the team to a 4-1 comeback victory. As the final whistle blew, the Real Madrid fans erupted in cheers, waving their fan towels and singing the team anthem loudly. Huayan joined in the celebration, and suddenly his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, quickly answered, and walked towards a secluded area. Yi Fanmo took the opportunity to stand up and quietly followed him. It was a video call from his sister, Hua Miao. A few months ago, to guard against Zhao Fuqing's intentions towards her, Huayan had sent her abroad to study. Brother, I guessed you must be watching the match. Hey, I'm at the stadium right now, let me show you. Hua Miao moved the camera, revealing that she was in the Grand Bernabeu Stadium, where Real Madrid players were thanking the fans, and the cheers from the crowd were deafening. Hua Miao happily boasted, "Aren't you envious?" "I'm so envious it hurts," Huayan replied with a smile. Huayan asked, "Did you receive the signed Modric jersey I sent you 2 weeks ago?" "Not yet, but it should be arriving soon." Huayan was speaking when he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Fanmo, who was approaching from behind. Yi Fanmo moved forward without a sound, his face alight with the excitement of a fan, and took the initiative to greet. "Hala Madrid." "Hala Madrid," Huayan replied, retracting his gaze and continuing to chat with Hua Miao. "Hey, be careful when the event ends, there are a lot of people." Yi Fanmo passed by Huayan, heading towards the restroom, a smile appearing on his face. When he returned to that residential house, Zhao Fuqing was still standing by the window, indeed not daring to move anything. "Did you see Huayan? Did you find anything useful?" Zhao Fuqing noticed the smile on Yi Fanmo's face and quickly asked. Yi Fanmo smiled even more proudly. "Not much, but enough. Here, let me show you something first." As he spoke, Yi Fanmo took the storage card out of the camera, connected it to the computer, pressed some buttons, and the screen quickly rewound, starting to play a segment of video recorded during the day. A delivery truck drove up and stopped by the street outside the Tianfanku nightclub. The delivery man got out, opened the door, took out several packages of varying sizes, placed them on a small cart, and pushed it to the nightclub entrance. A few of the Diao family's younger brothers guarding the door greeted the delivery man with smiles, looking quite familiar, without checking or searching him, and even helped him push the cart inside the club. Zhao Fuqing's expression changed. Yi Fanmo continued to press buttons, replaying a segment of video from the previous day. Almost the same situation, the same delivery man carrying several packages, directly entered the Tiantangko nightclub. This delivery guy should be responsible for this area, coming every day to deliver packages to Huiyan and the others. Yi Fanmo looked at Zhao Fuqing. Do you understand now? Got it. Zhao Fuqing became excited, picked up his phone, aimed it at the computer screen. Zhao Fuqing took a picture of the delivery man and the delivery truck's number with his phone. At first light, I'll have He Ching take people to find him. You still don't get it. If he's just delivering ordinary packages, how can you ensure the bomb gets into Huiyan's hands? You still don't understand. If he's just delivering ordinary packages, how can you ensure the bomb gets to Huiyan? Yi Fanmo shot Zhao Fuqing an annoyed glance and pointed at the photo of Huo Miao on the wall. Don't rush, don't alert the snake in the grass, first find out where the package she sent to Huiyan ended up. Zhao Fuqing finally understood, excitedly nodding, looking at Huiyan's photo on the wall, revealing a sinister smile. 2 days later, in the early morning, the 30-something delivery man Yu Dishing, as usual, got up early, quickly washed up, and set off from the simple room he rented in a self-built house in the urban village. On the way, he, as usual, made a video call to his wife and child back home. But unusually, this time no one answered. A flash of worry crossed Yu Dishing's mind, but he quickly brushed it aside. Maybe his wife was making breakfast and didn't hear, or perhaps his son was being mischievous, distracting his wife from answering. He would call again later. Yawning, he arrived at the delivery station, sorted out the packages for his designated area, loaded them onto his tricycle delivery vehicle, and set off. Yu Dishing was a model employee at this station, working diligently and efficiently, with a flexible and enthusiastic approach, earning good reviews from customers. Moreover, he worked hard, rising early and working late. Although he earned more than his colleagues each month, he sent all but the necessary living expenses back home. About a kilometer away from the delivery station was a secluded path. A black car parked by the roadside suddenly started, abruptly cutting across, blocking Yu Dishing's tricycle delivery vehicle. Yu Dishing slammed on the brakes, honked in dissatisfaction a few times, only to find another black car approaching from behind, trapping him in the middle. What was going on? Yu Dishing had not yet reacted when several men in black jumped out of the cars from the front and back, dragging him off the delivery vehicle without a word, gagging him, covering his head with an opaque hood, and stuffing him into the front car. At the same time, a person dressed in the same delivery uniform as Yu Dishing sat in that delivery vehicle. The two black cars drove away in succession, with the fake delivery man following closely behind in the delivery vehicle. All of this was completed in less than 2 minutes, without any passers-by noticing. Soon, the two cars and the delivery vehicle drove into a nearby farmhouse courtyard. Yi Fanmo had been waiting there, and he quickly found the car keys on Yu Dishing, signaling for them to take him into the main room. Then, Yi Fanmo opened the cargo hold of the delivery vehicle, rummaged for a moment, and picked up a sealed cardboard box that had been transferred from an international courier. The sender was Huo Miao, and the recipient was Huiyan. Yi Fanmo held the box, walked into the side room, closed the doors and windows, and took out his tools. He carefully pried open the box from the bottom, took out the jersey and fan memorabilia inside, then placed a small, precise bomb inside, securing it skillfully and connecting the fuse to ensure it would explode as soon as the box was opened. After that, he put the jersey back, sealed the box, and restored it to its original state. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Dishing's hood was removed, and the cloth stuffed in his mouth was pulled away. Who are you? Yu Dishing looked at Yi Fanmo and the few men in black in front of him, panic-stricken. What do you want? You don't need to know who we are. We just need you to help us with a small favor, Yi Fanmo said with a faint smile, gently placing the modified delivery box in front of Yu Dishing. Just deliver this. No, I can't do anything illegal. Yu Dishing quickly shook his head in refusal, pleading, I have a wife and child at home. Please let me go. Yu Dishing had no idea what had been done to this delivery, but he was certain it was not anything good. Right, you have a wife and child. Yi Fanmo nodded seriously, so you must help me with this. Yu Dishing was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. His phone then rang, showing a video call from his wife, and Yu Dishing hesitated to answer. Hurry up and answer. Don't let your family worry, Yi Fanmo said with a smile. Yu Dishing quickly pressed the call button, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock, Xiaoing, Zhuang Zhuang. On the screen, his wife and child were being held by several men in black who looked like they were cut from the same mold, with gleaming knives pressed against their necks. Husband, save us. Daddy, I'm scared. Yu Dishing's wife and child cried out in terror. Let them go, please let them go. Yu Dishing's heart ached as he pleaded with Yi Fanmo. I'll do whatever you want. Yi Fanmo hung up the video call and pointed to the delivery box. It's very simple, just like what you do every day. Just deliver this. Yi Fanmo paused, smiling as he reminded him, but remember to handle it gently. And don't let anything slip. Once it's done, I'll let your wife and child go. At the entrance of the Tian Tangko nightclub, the delivery vehicle pulled up and stopped. Yu Dishing, as usual, took down a few packages, placing the tampered one on top, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and walked toward the entrance. The few younger brothers from the Diao family guarding the door also stepped aside as usual, helping Yu Dishing open the door and greeting him warmly, "You're here." Yu Dishing smiled and nodded, carrying the packages into the hall, placing them on the front desk as usual. The top box wobbled slightly, almost falling, and Yu Dishing quickly steadied it, breaking into a cold sweat. "Ah Shang, you came pretty early today." Diao Chong walked over from the side. "Yeah, Brother Chong, early indeed." Yu Dishing hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave. "Wait a minute," Diao Chong called out. Yu Dishing stopped, nervously avoiding Diao Chang's gaze. Diao Chong said, "I just need to send a package. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." "Brother Chong, just hold on to it for now. I have an urgent delivery to make, and I'll come back to pick it up as soon as I'm done," Yu Dishing said hurriedly, rushing towards the exit. He walked so fast that he stumbled and nearly fell. Diao Chong stepped forward, reaching out to steady him, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Yu Dishing shook his head repeatedly, awkwardly smiling as he hurried away. Diao Chong looked at Yu Dishing with curiosity but didn't think much of it. He walked to the front desk, glanced at the packages, and noticed that the one on top was addressed to Huiyan. He picked it up and turned to go upstairs. In the large private room on the second floor, Huiyan sat alone on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The search bar displayed keywords like Sichuan, missing, death. Huiyan quickly skimmed through, trying different combinations of search terms, clicking on various web pages, short videos, and articles, attempting to find any clues about Zhao Fuqing's journey to Sichuan, but he closed them one by one. Suddenly, his scrolling hand stopped as he discovered an inconspicuous post on a local forum. The title read, "Shocking. Explosion in the deep mountains. The scene resembles a disaster movie." The gist was that there had been a serious series of explosions on the mountain in his hometown, where 4 tourists were blown to bits, and the police who arrived to handle the situation encountered a second wave of explosions, resulting in 2 dead and 6 injured. Below, a netizen replied, "Dude, you dare to spread such rumors? Be careful or you'll end up in jail." The original poster responded, "I'm not spreading rumors, this is absolutely true. It's just that the incident is too big, and they're suppressing the news." Another netizen replied, "Then you should be even more careful, this is worse than spreading rumors." Huiyan's expression changed, and just as he was about to scroll down for more details, Diao Chong pushed the door open, holding the package. "Brother Yen, here's a package for you from your sister." "Thanks," Huiyan said, putting down his phone and taking the package, placing it on the marble coffee table in front of him. Diao Chong handed him a paper cutter and plopped down beside him. Huiyan skillfully sliced open the tape sealing the box, his hand resting on the lid, just about to lift it. "Brother Yen, the package I was supposed to send to Wei Menkai hasn't been sent out yet. That kid Shang, I don't know what got into him today. He came to deliver a package and insisted on taking it with him, saying he'd come back for it later, and he left in such a hurry." Huiyan suddenly jolted, looking at the package in his hands, his mind racing with thoughts of explosion, 4 tourists, second wave, and so on. At that moment, the lid of the box was already lifted, and a barely audible sound, like fishing line or a violin string snapping, was heard. In a split second, Huiyan reacted without hesitation, throwing the package towards the half-open bathroom with lightning speed, then kicking the heavy marble coffee table aside. Diao Chong was left dumbfounded, not yet realizing what had happened, when Huiyan yanked him down, pulling him to crouch behind the marble coffee table. The explosion roared. The wooden door of the bathroom was shattered to pieces, wood splinters flying everywhere, the walls collapsed, bricks and stones bursting forth, pipes exploded, water spraying everywhere. The marble coffee table blocked most of the impact, but debris still struck both of them violently. The ceiling also caved in, with the suspended ceiling and bricks crashing down on Huiyan and Diao Chong. In the adjacent room, Gumei, Diao Feng, and others were shaken, stumbling out of their room and rushing towards the large private room and the corridor. The explosion ignited a fire, and thick smoke filled the corridor, making it hard to see, with debris continuously falling. Diao Chong and Gumei covered their mouths and noses with wet towels, shouting desperately, "Brother Yen, Brother Chong." The explosion site was eerily silent, with no response. Diao Chong and Gumei were frantic with worry. Yadong, Xiao, Ying, and the others rushed over, panicked and terrified, but unable to get close. Diao Chang's eyes were red, and he was about to charge into the thick smoke recklessly when Gumei grabbed him. "Look, someone is coming out." Through the smoke, a figure slowly and steadily emerged. As the figure drew closer, it was none other than Huiyan. He was covered in injuries, his face smeared with blood, and he was holding the unconscious Diao Chong in his arms. On the street outside, passers-by lay injured from flying stones and shattered glass. Various alarms blared incessantly, with police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances arriving one after another. In the house across from the nightclub, Yifanmao stood by the window, leisurely watching the chaos below, enjoying the immense turmoil he had caused, a satisfied smile on his face. Suddenly, his smile froze on his face. Huoyan, carrying Diao Chong, emerged from the nightclub's entrance, surrounded by Diao Feng, Gu Mei, and others, and approached the ambulance. Medical personnel hurriedly took Diao Chong and pushed him into the ambulance, with Yao Dong following along with two brothers. Other medical staff came to Huoyan's side, urging him to get on the ambulance for treatment. Huoyan waved his hand to refuse, indicating he was fine, and solemnly instructed Diao Feng, "Find that courier named Shang." Diao Feng nodded and quickly led a group of younger brothers to take action. At the window of the house, Yifanmao stared in shock at Huoyan for a long time, muttering to himself, "He can't be killed even like this. Interesting, so interesting." His disappointment was mixed with a peculiar excitement, as if a peerless swordsman had finally encountered an equally matched opponent. Yifanmao turned around, quickly packed his things, and pushed open the door to leave. The ambulance drove away with the injured, while the police set up a cordon to keep onlookers at a distance, and the fire truck quickly extinguished the fire on the second floor. Huoyan stood at the entrance of the nightclub, quietly watching everything, his eyes filled with an uncontainable fury. Gu Mei stood beside him, gently wiping the blood from Huoyan's face and tending to his wounds. Yifanmao, with his bag on his back and head lowered, passed through the outskirts of the crowd, unable to resist glancing back at Huoyan. Huoyan seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head to look. Yifanmao quickly shrank back, hiding behind a tall onlooker, his heart racing. Once Huoyan turned away, he hurriedly walked away, not daring to look back again. At the farmhouse where Yu Dixing had been previously detained, Zhao Fuqing looked at Yifanmao with a face full of frustration. "Amao, I didn't expect you to also make a mistake. This time, Huoyan will be even more alert, and it will be harder to strike again." "What's the rush? The game has just begun," Yifanmao replied calmly. "I promised Xiao Fangzi I would help her take revenge, and Huoyan will definitely die." He Cheng and several subordinates brought Yu Dixing in, forcing him down in front of Zhao Fuqing and Yifanmao. "I did as you said." Yu Dixing looked at Yifanmao eagerly. "You promised to let my wife and child go. What are you thinking? It must be that you exposed a flaw, allowing them to discover it, which is why you failed." Zhao Fuqing scolded angrily, raising his hand to strike Yu Dixing. Yifanmao blocked Zhao Fuqing. "I said that as long as he delivers the goods, I would let his wife and child go, regardless of the outcome. Call your men over there right now." Zhao Fuqing hesitated for a moment, looking at Yifanmao's serious expression, and nodded to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng picked up the phone and ordered, "Let them go." Yu Dixing let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, and gratefully said to Yifanmao, "Thank you." Yifanmao smiled. "I only said I would let your wife and child go, but I never said I would let you go." Yu Dixing was taken aback, then filled with terror. "I'm sorry, but I need to trouble you to continue helping me." Yifanmao's smile faded. "Hold him down, and rip open his clothes." Just a little over an hour after the explosion, Diao Feng called. He had found the delivery station where Yu Dixing worked, but no one knew where he had gone. However, he managed to get the address of Yu Dixing's rented place. Diao Mingyu, the captain of the criminal police team at the downtown branch, also sent a message, of course, at the insistence of Huoyan. The location of Yu Dixing's mobile phone matched the approximate location of the rented house that Diao Feng mentioned. This meant that Yu Dixing was currently in his rented house. Huoyan instructed Diao Feng to immediately go to Yu Dixing's rented house and keep an eye on the surroundings, but to be extremely cautious and wait for him and Gu Mei to meet up. Gu Mei had already started the car and was speeding away with Huoyan. After turning past a bustling commercial area filled with high-rise buildings, a chaotic and cramped urban village suddenly came into view. The roads were narrow, sewage flowed freely, garbage was everywhere, and the houses built by the villagers were crammed together, unevenly stacked. Next to it was a desolate, foul-smelling ditch, from which the stench occasionally wafted, making one feel nauseous. But due to the low rent, weak management, and convenient transportation, not only were there many people living here, but the density was extremely high, enduring the harsh environment and overwhelming stench just to make a living. Huoyan and Gu Mei passed through the crowded alley and walked by a school for migrant workers' children. Diao Feng approached, pointing to a four-story, clearly poorly constructed apartment built by villagers. "Room 408 on the 4th floor. Up!" Huoyan commanded in a low voice, stepping through the building's entrance first, with Diao Feng and Gu Mei closely following. In the distance, at the street corner, a food delivery electric bike was parked. The delivery rider, wearing a helmet and mask, had his back turned to them, seemingly taking a break, but in reality, he was monitoring through the rearview mirror. As soon as he saw Huoyan and the others enter the building, the writer hurriedly reported in a low voice into his earpiece. They went up. Huiyan, Diaofeng, and Gu Mei went up together. As he spoke, the writer started the delivery bike and sped away, almost colliding with an elderly person and a child on the road, completely indifferent. On the rooftop of a nearby towering office building, Zhao Fuqing was looking through binoculars towards the urban village, anxious yet hopeful. Yi Fanma sat at the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling in the air, swaying back and forth, looking calm and confident. Don't worry, they definitely won't escape this time. In the villager's self-built apartment, the stairs were dilapidated and uneven, the corridor was long and dark, cluttered with debris. Huiyan and the others arrived at the door of room 408. Gu Mei pulled out a hairpin, straightened it, and gently poked it into the keyhole, moving it back and forth a few times before unlocking it. Diaofeng pushed the door open. The room was small and cramped, with no windows, only enough space for a single bed, a wardrobe, a small table, and a small stool. Yu Dixing was lying on the bed, sound asleep, completely unresponsive to the arrival of the three. Damn it, you're still sleeping. What the hell have you done? Diaofeng was furious and moved to grab Yu Dixing. Wait! Huiyan shouted, stepping forward cautiously to slowly pull back the blanket. Yu Dixing's head emerged from under the blanket, his mouth taped shut, wanting to speak but unable to, his expression one of terror. Diaofeng anxiously ripped the tape off Yu Dixing's mouth. What the hell is going on? A bomb! You activated a timed bomb! Yu Dixing exclaimed, his expression growing more terrified. Diaofeng was taken aback, and Huiyan looked at the tape in his hand, which was surprisingly stuck to a thin, nearly undetectable severed fuse. Huiyan quickly pulled back the blanket. Everyone was stunned. Yu Dixing had a timed bomb strapped to his chest. There was also a severed thin fuse on the bomb, which had originally been connected to the tape sealing Yu Dixing's mouth. If the tape was removed, the fuse would be pulled, activating the bomb. The bright red numbers on the timer showed that there were only 15 seconds left, counting down. This was a meticulously designed mad trap. In such a short time and in this environment, it was impossible to disarm the bomb or escape. Not to mention Diaofeng and Gu Mei, even with Huiyan's speed, it would be very difficult to escape from this room on the 4th floor to downstairs. Even if one could make it downstairs, it would be useless. With the quality of this self-built house, the explosion would definitely cause a collapse, burying everyone under bricks and rubble, certain death. Not only Huiyan, Gu Mei, and Diaofeng, but all the other residents in this building, nearby residents, pedestrians on the street, and the teachers and children from the migrant workers' school next door, would all die in the explosion. The numbers on the timer were still counting down, now only 12 seconds left. The bright red digits seemed like the footsteps of death approaching. A sense of despair, knowing that death was imminent yet feeling utterly powerless, spread and surged. Gu Mei and Diaofeng looked helplessly at Huiyan. Yu Dixing struggled in fear, but his hands and feet were tightly bound. This was the most vicious aspect of Yi Fanmao. He made you activate it yourself, made you see the bomb, and even gave you 15 seconds. But you could do nothing to stop the explosion, only experience the fear of death approaching. Wait for me to come back. Huiyan suddenly shouted in a deep voice, breaking the almost solidified atmosphere of impending death. As he spoke, he swung his knife and cut the rope that secured the timed bomb, picked it up, and turned to rush out the door. 10 seconds left on the countdown. At the end of the corridor was a window, and Huiyan dashed towards it, leaping up, kicking the window open, and with a push from the windowsill, he leaped across the alley, landing on the roof of the 3-story teaching building of the nearby migrant workers' school. Gu Mei and Diaofeng rushed out, only to see Huiyan's figure disappear from the window. The two were dumbfounded, yet extremely anxious. Huiyan exerted all his strength, sprinting across the roof of the teaching building. On the playground, the elementary school students were doing their exercises, and someone let out a gasp, pointing at the rooftop. Look! The other students turned in the direction he pointed, all showing expressions of astonishment, stopping to watch Huiyan's figure sprinting on the rooftop. The building ahead was more than 3 meters away from the teaching building beneath Huiyan's feet. Huiyan accelerated, leaped into the air, soaring over, and landed steadily on the roof of the building ahead. Wow! That person can fly. Is he Superman? The elementary school students on the playground exclaimed in unison. Huiyan dodged the clotheslines and the sheets, blankets, and clothes hanging on the rooftop, continuing to run wildly. 6 seconds left on the countdown. On the rooftop of a nearby office building, the binoculars fell to the ground and shattered. Zhao Fuqing and Yi Fanmao stared in disbelief, watching Huiyan leap and run swiftly through the urban village, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, utterly shocked. 2 seconds left on the countdown. Huiyan rushed across the rooftop of the building at the edge of the urban village, urgently braking at the edge, and with a furious shout, he used all his strength to throw the timed bomb into the abandoned stinking ditch ahead. As soon as the bomb fell into the pitch-black stinking water, a dull explosion sounded. A column of water shot up high, splattering the foul water everywhere. Nearby pedestrians were drenched, looking quite disheveled, but no one died, not a single person. Only 2 or 3 people were startled by the explosion and fell, twisting their ankles. 4 or 5 people were made nauseous by the stinking water and bent over to vomit. 6 or 7 people panicked and collided with each other. 8 or 9 people were slightly injured by the shattered glass. Huiyen stood on the rooftop, scanning the surroundings to confirm that no one needed urgent assistance, then turned and went downstairs, passing through the back alley, heading back to Yu Dixing's rental house. The road was filled with nearby residents still shaken, unaware that the man who just brushed past them had saved everyone's life, including his own. The matter settled, he brushed off his clothes and left, deeply concealing his. On the rooftop of the nearby office building, Zhao Fucheng glared at Yi Fanmao with a face ashen with anger. You, why didn't you just make a bomb that explodes on contact? Why did you have to set a timer and leave 15 seconds, saying you wanted to play with him, to let him feel the despair of death? Look at this, who the hell is being played now? Who the hell is in despair? Why did you bother with all that? Yi Fanmao's expression was bitter as he nodded heavily. It's my fault. I didn't think I still underestimated him. Zhao Fucheng opened his mouth to scold him further, but after a moment's thought, he held back, unable to voice his anger, and sighed instead. He himself had also underestimated Huiyen time and again, leading to their current predicament. No, it couldn't be called underestimating. He had clearly used all his tricks. It was Huiyen who had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. He had no idea where Huiyen's limits were or how strong he could actually become. Watching Huiyen return as if nothing had happened, Diaofeng and Gu Mei finally felt their hearts settle. Diaofeng was about to step forward to embrace Huiyen when Gu Mei beat him to it, tightly hugging Huiyen, tears streaming down her face, a mix of joy and emotion from surviving a disaster. Huiyen gently patted Gu Mei, comforting her. It's okay, it's okay. Diaofeng watched the two, smiling while wiping away his own tears. Yu Dixing, upon seeing Huiyen, was first stunned into silence, then overwhelmed with tears. He never expected to survive. As soon as Diaofeng untied the ropes binding Yu Dixing's hands and feet, he plopped down to his knees, trembling as he spoke. I'm sorry, I had no choice. They captured my wife and children, forcing me to deliver that package. I didn't know it was a bomb inside. Later, they forcibly strapped a bomb to me, and I couldn't resist. Don't tell me that now, it's not important anymore. Huiyen interrupted sharply. Who are they? Yu Dixing shook his head. I don't know. There were many of them, they came suddenly and fiercely. I didn't recognize any of them. Huiyen held up his phone in front of Yu Dixing's eyes. He must be among them. Yu Dixing glanced at the phone and quickly nodded. The screen displayed a photo of Zhao Fucheng. Yes, it's him. But he came later. Huiyen pressed. Who was looking for you at first? Who tampered with the package? Who strapped the bomb to you? A man, probably in his 40s. How should I put it? He looked very ordinary, dressed very normally, nothing remarkable, no obvious features. Huiyen's expression shifted slightly as he pondered silently. But he seemed very powerful, very influential. He was the one who made the bomb, and everyone else listened to him. This person too. Yu Dixing pointed at the photo of Zhao Fucheng on Huiyen's phone. Diaofeng and Gu Mei were taken aback, both surprised. Gu Mei found it hard to believe. Even Zhao Fucheng listens to him? No, you're being so vague, saying he's just ordinary. How are we supposed to find this person? Diaofeng was dissatisfied, glaring at Yu Dixing. Yu Dixing was anxious but didn't know how to describe it clearly. I think I know who he is. Huiyen said solemnly, signaling Yu Dixing to stand up. Let's go confirm. Huiyen, Diaofeng, and Gu Mei took Yu Dixing and quickly returned to the Paradise Mouth nightclub. Although the second floor was severely damaged by the explosion, the first floor was mostly intact. Huiyen found the surveillance footage from 2 days ago of the Champions League Passion Night in the control room, quickly locating the moment after the game ended when he was video calling his sister Huamiao, freezing the frame of Yi Fanmao sneaking behind him to eavesdrop. Yu Dixing leaned in, took one look, and immediately shouted, Yes, it's him, that big bad guy. I could recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Gu Mei and Diaofeng came over to take a look at the situation. I have to say, this person looks quite ordinary at first glance. Gu Mei frowned. Bastard! Diaofeng cursed angrily, then curiously asked, Brother Yin, how did you figure it was him? I never mentioned the delivery that Miao Miao sent me. After thinking it over, I realized I had casually mentioned it that night. I should have thought of it sooner. This guy has some guts. Diaofeng stared at Yi Fanmao on the screen. He actually dared to come into our base and stick close to you, Brother Yin, to cause trouble. Gu Mei grew even more curious. Who exactly is he? How come Zhao Fucheng listens to him? I've never heard of this character either. Huiyen shook his head. but no matter who he is, he's the most dangerous opponent we've encountered so far. His destructive power is too great. Diao Feng and Gu Mei nodded in agreement, their expressions serious, feeling increasingly fearful. In just a few hours that day, this person had already orchestrated 2 explosions, both crazy and cunning. If it weren't for Huai Yan's extraordinary bravery, they would have been blown to bits long ago. I suspect he has a hideout nearby and has been watching us for some time. Huai Yan pointed at Ji Fanmao on the computer screen. Print out the photos and have the brothers check the nearby community, ask the security guards at the entrance, chat with the bored old men and women, and get the property management to review the surveillance footage. Find him for me. Got it. Diao Feng and Gu Mei agreed and left the control room to make arrangements. What should I do? Yu Dishing hesitated to ask, looking tense and timidly at Huai Yan. Huai Yan glanced at Yu Dishing. Leave the harbor. Don't let me see you again. Yu Dishing felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding repeatedly. Understood, thank you. I won't come back again. I'll stay with Xiaoing and Zhuang from now on, and never leave them. Huai Yan waved his hand, signaling Yu Dishing to leave quickly, his gaze fixed on Yi Fanmao on the computer screen, staring for a long time, his eyes cold and fierce. At the top-floor office of Fucheng Building, Yi Fanmao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the cityscape of the harbor. Ah Chang, no wonder at your age, you still insist on fighting with the young ones. Anyone who sees a view like this every day wouldn't want to give up their position and power. Zhao Fucheng snorted coldly. You still have the mind to enjoy the scenery? I'm afraid Huai Yan will soon discover your identity. It's not afraid, it's certain, Yi Fanmao smiled. With Huai Yan's abilities, we should prepare for the worst. Then how can you still smile? Zhao Fucheng said irritably, it'll be harder to act later. Yi Fanmao smiled even more vigorously, pointing at himself. What's there to panic about? I'm still alive. Yi Fanmao raised both hands, shaking them in front of Zhao Fucheng. Aren't these hands still here? If one explosion doesn't kill him, then we'll try again. If 2 explosions don't kill him, we'll go for a third, a fourth, until he dies, or I do. Zhao Fucheng was unconvinced, looking worried. You make it sound easy. Sound easy? Yi Fanmao snorted coldly. There's still a bomb waiting for him right now. Zhao Fucheng's expression changed immediately. A few hours later, news began to come in. Diao Chang's surgery was successful. Although he had not yet awakened, he had temporarily passed the danger period. Huai Yan instructed Yao Dong, who was staying at the hospital, to send more personnel over to strengthen security. Everything sent to the ward had to be thoroughly checked. Gu Mei had pinpointed Yi Fanmao's hiding place nearby. She took a grassroots approach, vividly playing the role of a heartbroken wife looking for her husband and his mistress, crying and acting so convincingly that it immediately stirred the sympathy and sense of justice among the aunties. Word spread quickly, and soon a group of enthusiastic aunties from nearby communities gathered to help her identify him. The power of the masses is great, and things are just so coincidental. One of them remembered having seen Yi Fanmao while walking her dog in the neighborhood. After a few phone calls, one of her square dance partners recognized that Yi Fanmao lived right downstairs from her. The aunties even wanted to help Gu Mei catch the mistress in the act and beat her up. Gu Mei had to use a lot of words to barely extricate herself and quickly report to Huai Yan. The peephole of the old iron door was gently unscrewed, and a small portable camera was extended through the round hole, slowly rotating and carefully probing. Outside the door, Huai Yan was intently watching the tablet screen that displayed the scene inside the room while cautiously operating the camera. Diao Feng and Gu Mei were nervously waiting in the hallway behind him. After a moment, Huai Yan's hand stopped. On the tablet screen, they could see that there was a taut wire connected to the doorknob, leading to a flower pot nearby. If the door was opened immediately, the wire would snap, and the bomb would explode. Huai Yan nodded to Diao Feng and Gu Mei, indicating that he had found the bomb's trace, and signaled them to step back. Diao Feng cursed angrily, this damn thing. It just won't end, it's impossible to guard against. Be careful, Yan Gu, Gu Mei reminded. Under Huai Yan's stern gaze, the two reluctantly stepped back. Huai Yan secured the camera, took out a pre-prepared bendable wire, and tied a pair of sharp scissors with a broken finger hole to the front end, extending it through the peephole. The scissors slowly approached the taut wire. Gu Mei and Diao Feng watched Huai Yan anxiously, their hands drenched in sweat. The scissors opened and cut down like lightning. The wire snapped and gently fell. Gu Mei and Diao Feng's hearts were in their throats. Huai Yan waited for 2 seconds. Nothing happened, then withdrew the wire, quickly poked open the lock, and gently pulled the door open. Gu Mei and Diao Feng let out a long sigh of relief. This is so damn thrilling. What a day. Diao Feng sighed to himself. Gu Mei said softly, it's not over yet. Huai Yan opened the door, tiptoed carefully into the room, followed the taut wire, gently brushed aside the loose soil of the flower pot, and carefully inserted his fingers inside. Moments later, he pulled out a rough, ugly but powerful homemade bomb. You can come in now, Huiyan shouted outside. Gumei and Diaofeng hurriedly stepped inside, and upon seeing the bomb in Huiyan's hands, they were both startled. Huiyan reminded, "Watch your step, don't touch anything." The three of them scanned the entire room. "Has the person already run away?" Diaofeng said disappointedly. Huiyan replied, "A cunning person like that wouldn't just sit here and wait. The homework is really detailed." Gumei pointed to the various photos and materials still stuck to the wall. "Not only crazy but also very professional." Huiyan nodded, looked at the various chemical traces left on the table, and slowly walked to the window, looking down at the Paradise Mouth nightclub across the street. For these days, they had been under Yi Fanmao's surveillance, and the bomb was made right in this room. A car drove up and stopped at the nightclub entrance. Hao Tianshi got out and walked toward the door. Two of Diao's younger brothers indifferently blocked his way. "I'm looking for Huiyan," Hao Tianshi said, displeased. The younger brothers remained expressionless. "I am Hao Tianshi, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Step aside." The younger brothers snorted coldly, unmoved, still blocking the entrance. "Just in time, I was just looking for you," Huiyan said with a serious face, walking over from the opposite side, holding something wrapped in a black garbage bag. The younger brothers finally stepped aside, allowing Hao Tianshi to enter. Huiyan didn't wait for Hao Tianshi to speak and directly slapped a photo of Yi Fanmao in front of him. "Who is he?" Hao Tianshi glanced at the photo and was immediately startled. I haven't seen him before. I don't have the mood to play games with you right now." Huiyan interrupted coldly, "You've been a police officer for over 30 years, and even when you were just a grassroots cop, you colluded with Zhao Fucheng. I don't believe you didn't know about such a powerful figure by his side." Hao Tianshi looked awkward. "I really can't say." Huiyan opened the black garbage bag, revealing the bomb from Yi Fanmao's house. "If you can't say, then I'll give this to you. Amao, Yi Fanmao." Hao Tianshi was startled and quickly answered the question. "He's very mysterious. I've only seen him once or twice. He was originally a brother working construction with Zhao Fucheng, specifically responsible for demolition. The big explosion at Typhoon Building in 2007 was done by him, helping Zhao Fucheng kill quite a few rivals. I really didn't know he was back in Haigang." Huiyan waved his hand. "All right, you can go." "No, I haven't finished speaking yet," Hao Tianshi said anxiously. "Spit it out quickly," Huiyan said bluntly. "I know you're very angry right now, but Mayor Bao Liang hopes you can stay calm and not rush into extreme retaliatory actions. Stability is the overall situation. Stability is key. Chaos benefits no one. You should be saying this to Zhao Fucheng, to Yi Fanmao. They fired the first shot and now they're using bombs. They're the ones trying to create chaos in Haigang. Yes, Zhao Fucheng is absolutely insane, and Yi Fanmao is a madman. Mayor Bao Liang will definitely communicate with them. But Huiyan, you're different. You're a smart person. Don't bullshit me. I don't care what you discuss with Zhao Fucheng or how you discuss it. My brother is still lying in the hospital." Huiyan stared at Hao Tianshi, gritting his teeth and speaking coldly. "They hurt my brother and endangered my life. There will be retribution." Hao Tianshi looked at Huiyan's icy expression and had no choice but to leave helplessly. The night was deep. This long day of consecutive explosions was finally nearing midnight, but it was far from over. In the hall of Tiango nightclub, Gumei and Diaofeng were ready, with more than a dozen elite subordinates poised, all looking at Huiyan. "Let's go!" Huiyan led everyone out of Tiango, splitting into several cars and speeding away into the night. At the top floor of Fucheng Building, in a large office, Zhao Fucheng and Yi Fanmao sat across from each other, drinking in silence. "Amao, Mao, the third bomb has gone off. What the hell are you doing?" Zhao Fucheng lamented. Yi Fanmao remained expressionless, continuing to drink. "Things don't happen more than 3 times. The next time will definitely succeed." As he spoke, He Qing entered from outside, walked over to the two, and placed down a clearly torn and somewhat tattered A4 printout that had been ripped from the wall. Yi Fanmao glanced at it and then froze. "Bounty notice? Me." The top of the A4 paper prominently displayed the words "Bounty notice," below which was a photo of Yi Fanmao, followed by a line of text. "This person is the main culprit of today's bombing case. A reward of 5 million will be given to anyone who can provide clues." He Qing said in a deep voice, "It was found downstairs. The entire building has been plastered with them." "Tear it down, tear them all down," Zhao Fucheng ordered. "It's useless, not just our building, but the nearby areas are also plastered with them." He Qing shook his head. "The whole Haigang is covered. Defei and Dinghua's people are all mobilized." Zhao Fucheng and Yi Fanmao were both taken aback. "It's all over the internet. It's already trending." He Qing glanced at Yi Fanmao and continued, "It says you're the murderer of today's 2 bombing cases, and it also claims you were behind the Typhoon Building explosion in 2007, as well as the bus explosion in 2001, the pharmaceutical factory explosion in 2004, the yacht explosion in 2009, and the tanker explosion in 2011. Wow, they're dumping all the blame on me. Yi Fanmao's expression darkened. This is going to turn me into a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat me. Huayan's move was both clever and ruthless, directly bringing Yi Fanmao, who was originally scheming in the shadows, into the open, while also adding thousands of eyes to watch him. Although it hadn't caused any direct damage yet, it would definitely make Yi Fanmao's subsequent actions very inconvenient. Zhao Fuqing snapped back to reality from his shock and quickly advised, Mao, don't go out these days, just stay here. You should be more worried about yourself, Chang. Yi Fanmao reminded him, didn't you hear what Yi Qing said? Those who are sticking this are from Defei and Dinghua. What about Huayan and his people? Zhao Fuqing's brows immediately furrowed. Do you think Huayan will just let it go? Will he only target me? He will definitely retaliate against you tonight, and it will be very severe. What can he do to me? Those who could be hit have already been beaten down by him, Zhao Fuqing said with a bitter smile. It shouldn't happen here. There are state-owned enterprises and multinational companies in the building. The impact would be too great. Could it be the factory? Or the construction site? Zhao Fuqing was calculating when he suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically. Shangshan residence? Shaofeng. In the western suburbs of Yuyuan Mountain, the winding mountain road revealed the outlines of several luxurious villas, looming like giant beasts in the night. Car lights cut through the darkness as a convoy approached, stopped by a sturdy barrier. The window of the lead car rolled down, and Gume smiled brightly at the several security guards in the booth. Hey, big brother, could you open the gate for us? The security team leader walked over. What are you doing? We're here to visit Boss Zhao Fuqing, Gume replied. The security team leader glanced at the ordinary car Gume was driving and chuckled. You think you can visit Boss Zhao in a car like this? Gume smiled and asked, what's wrong with the car? Do you know where this is? The most prestigious residential area in Haigang. Do you know how wealthy Boss Zhao is? The richest man in Haigang. The security team leader spoke as if guarding this place was a great honor, kicking Gume's car with disdain. Let me tell you, no car that comes here is worth less than $1 million. Does Boss Zhao have visitors like you poor folks? What a joke. The other security guards in the booth laughed along. Oh, I see. Gume suppressed her laughter and pointed to Huiyin in the passenger seat. But my brother Yin said we must get in today. I don't care who your brother Yin is. I make the rules here. The security team leader said boldly, turn around and leave quickly. Don't block the road. Go back where you came from. Before he could finish, Diao Feng from the back jumped out of the car and rushed over with a kick. Hey, what are you doing? The security team leader shouted in surprise. Damn, I didn't want to bother with you, but you have to look down on people. What does Zhao Fuqing's wealth have to do with you? Did he give you a dime to spend? What are you so proud of? Hit me. His little brothers surrounded him, throwing punches and kicks, and the security team leader screamed in agony. Gume smiled at the few security guards in the booth who were dumbfounded. Hey, big brother, could you open the gate for us? With a clatter, several security guards hurriedly opened the barrier and quickly retreated back into the booth. The convoy streamed in, arriving at the last and largest building of Shangshan residence. Immediately, the loud barking of Zhao Fuqing's large Akita dog, Wang Kai, echoed in the yard. Huiyan got out of the car, walked to the door, and pressed the doorbell hard. Moments later, footsteps could be heard from behind the door. Who is it? What do you want? Why are you ringing the bell at this late hour? A bodyguard, used to being overbearing, scolded while aggressively opening the door to check. As soon as the door opened a crack, Huiyan kicked it hard. The door bounced back, knocking the bodyguard down, making him see stars as he fell to the ground. Huiyan strode into the yard, followed closely by the others, all rushing in. Several bodyguards rushed in from the side room. The younger brothers stepped forward to intercept the bodyguards and gave them a thorough beating. Huiyan strode across the spacious courtyard towards the large villa, casually kicking a small stone. The stone flew up and struck the Akita tied next to the doghouse on its throat, silencing its bark instantly. Gume and Diao Feng followed closely behind Huiyan, one carrying the bomb discovered in Yi Fanma's rented room, and the other holding a large barrel of gasoline. In the living room of Shangshan residence, a massive crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, the pristine white marble floor shone like a mirror, and the high-end leather sofas were wide and comfortable, with valuable paintings and antiques visible everywhere. The air was thick with luxury. Just one item could likely equal the years of hard work of the corporate drones. Yet, the people living here were in an awkward and desperate situation. The bodyguards were all bruised and battered, filled with fear. The chef, servants, and gardener huddled together, trembling in terror. Several relatives of the Xiao family staying here hung their heads low, cursing their bad luck. Only the elderly butler, old Kai, with his white hair and stiff neck, glared at Huiyan and the others with anger and disdain. Most of the people in Shangshan residence were effectively trapped here, except for Su Feng, who was locked by Zhao Fucheng in a bedroom at the end of the second-floor corridor. Her frantic banging on the door and hysterical screams could be heard from afar. Hua Yan, how dare you come to my house? Open the door, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Hua Yan couldn't be bothered to respond and waved his hand at Gu Mei and Diao Feng. Gu Mei placed the bomb in the center of the living room. Diao Feng entered the kitchen and directly smashed the gas pipe. The hissing sound of gas leaking filled the air. The younger brothers scattered, splashing gasoline everywhere. What are you doing? Old Kai was furious, his beard bristling as he tried to stop them. Have you all gone mad? Such a nice house, such fine items, and you dare to ruin them. Do you know how much this sofa costs? Do you know whose authentic painting that is? Can you afford to pay for it? Diao Feng and the younger brothers laughed heartily, completely ignoring him. Hua Yan glanced at the bodyguards, chef, servants, gardener, and relatives, and said in a deep voice, "You have 1 minute. If you don't want to die, get out now." Before he finished speaking, the dozen or so people scrambled out like cats with their tails stepped on, rushing chaotically for the exit. Only old Kai remained still, looking around the living room with reluctance, cursing at the fleeing people. Heartless, all of you are heartless. Have you forgotten who pays your salaries and feeds you? How do the sir and madam usually treat you? Hua Yan laughed, kicking old Kai down and watching him lie on the ground like a dog. You really are a good dog, a born servant. Since you're so loyal to your master, fine, I'll allow you to stay here as a burial companion. The sir won't let you go, old Kai muttered, the sir won't let you go. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Feng had indeed broken down the door and rushed out. Barefoot and disheveled, wielding 2 cleavers, she looked like a madwoman, completely unlike the wealthy lady who had been terrified into submission by Hua Yan's gun earlier. Su Feng's eyes were filled with madness as she fixed her gaze on Hua Yan, leaping down the stairs and charging towards him, muttering incessantly, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to avenge Xiao Jie, I'm going to kill you." Diao Feng was about to step in, but Hua Yan raised his hand to stop him. "Let her come." Su Feng reached Hua Yan, raising her knives and swinging down with all her might. "I want to kill." Hua Yan calmly made his move, striking first with a punch to Su Feng's abdomen. Su Feng crashed heavily to the ground, curling up like a cooked shrimp, writhing in pain, still muttering to herself, "I want revenge, I want to kill you, I want to kill you." Hua Yan looked at her quietly, "Then you'll have to wait until your next life to see if there's a chance." At that moment, old Kai's phone rang. It was a video call from Zhao Fucheng, and he immediately became excited. "The boss is calling. I told you the boss wouldn't let you go." Hua Yan snatched the phone and pressed the answer button. Zhao Fucheng's face instantly appeared on the screen. Neither of them spoke, silently staring at each other through the phone screen. Zhao Fucheng's eyes were filled with a hatred that seemed ready to explode, wanting to swallow Hua Yan alive. Hua Yan, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, taking the upper hand. After a moment, Zhao Fucheng softened first, his face serious as he spoke. "Hua Yan, we all have to follow the rules in this business. Don't involve the wives and children. My son has already been killed by you. Don't touch Xiao Feng, let her go." Hua Yan burst into laughter. "Zhao Fucheng, you really crack me up. Follow the rules? Don't involve the wives and children? Haven't you risen to power all these years by breaking the rules? Aren't you the best at using other people's wives and children as leverage? Haven't you killed entire families before? Why is it that when it comes to you, we have to follow the rules? You're such a hypocrite. Today, there will definitely be consequences for the wives and children, but this disaster is of your own making." Zhao Fucheng's face turned ashen from Hua Yan's scathing words. Diao Feng and his little brothers deliberately applauded, jeering and cheering. The screen shook, and Yifan Mao's ordinary face appeared, having taken Zhao Fucheng's phone. Hua Yan sized up Yifan Mao, and the two exchanged another silent stare. "Hua Yan, your enemy is a Chang." "It's me, Yifan Mao said in a deep voice. "Xiao Feng is just an innocent woman. If you're still a man, let her go." "Of course I'm a man, but she's not innocent at all." Hua Yan interrupted coldly, grabbing Su Feng by the hair and pulling her up, pointing the phone's camera at her. Over the years, she has helped Zhao Fucheng kill people, helped him build connections, used his power to bully others, and has been arrogant, scratching faces and hitting people with high heels. Hundreds of people have had their faces ruined, heads broken, or were forced to leave the harbor because of her. She has spoiled Zhao Jie, allowing him to run rampant outside, only knowing to protect him no matter what trouble he causes, raising him to be a little tyrant in the harbor. "You can't insulting Jie." Su Feng finally reacted, mechanically mumbling, "I want to kill you, I want to kill you." Hua Yan let go of Su Feng, and she fell back to the ground. "This has nothing to do with gender. With someone like her, how is she innocent? She should have gone to hell a long time ago." Hua Yan looked at Yifan Mao and Zhao Fucheng on the screen. "She won't be lonely, Zhao Jie is already waiting for her down there. She won't have to wait long because you two will soon be joining her. Hua Yan, Zhao Fuqing and Yi Fanmao called out simultaneously, both angry and pleading. If you can bear to watch, I can live stream the whole thing for you. After Hua Yan finished speaking, he handed the phone to Diao Feng beside him. Hold it steady, and make sure to get a clear shot. Got it, Diao Feng replied, turning to the camera. Old bastard, watch closely. Hua Yan waved his hand, leaving Su Feng and Old Kai behind, and walked outside with Gumei, Diao Feng, and the other little brothers. Once outside Xingshan residence, Hua Yan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and without looking back, flicked his finger. The cigarette but traced an elegant and beautiful arc in the air. It flew into the living room of Shang Shanju, landing precisely on a puddle of gasoline. With a whoosh, flames quickly leapt up. Diao Feng was retreating while pointing his phone's camera at Shang Shanju, so Zhao Fuqing and Yi Fanmao could see more clearly. The two watched through the screen as the flames in the room grew higher and higher. Moments later, with a loud bang, the bomb made by Yi Fanmao was ignited and exploded. Then the gas exploded as well, producing a series of deafening blasts. Hua Yan, Gumei, Diao Feng, and the little brothers had retreated to a safe distance, quietly admiring the fire scene. Zhao Fuqing could only watch helplessly. He watched as his Shang Shanju, the Shang Shanju that no one dared approach, the renowned Shang Shanju, the Shang Shanju worth over 100 million, burned fiercely in the flames and collapsed with a violent explosion. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the fire, engulfed in flames, charging towards Hua Yan. Everyone was startled. Zhao Fuqing and Yi Fanmao on the other side of the screen widened their eyes in disbelief. The fiery figure came at an incredible speed, mumbling something like a broken record. As it got closer, they could finally hear clearly. I will kill you, I will kill you. It turned out the fiery person was Su Feng. Gumei and Diao Feng were taken aback, not expecting Su Feng to hold on until now and even charge out of the fire. They hurriedly tried to pull Hua Yan back to avoid her. Hua Yan waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Zhao Fuqing and Yi Fanmao leaned closer together, fixated on the screen, watching this shocking scene. The fiery figure was about 2 meters away from Hua Yan, the heat already hitting their faces. Yan Gu, Gumei couldn't help but call out. Hua Yan remained motionless, staring at Su Feng, coldly saying, I told you, you will never kill me. Su Feng's breath seemed to suddenly deflate, her strength exhausted, and she collapsed in front of Hua Yan with a thud. I. Su Feng couldn't even speak, her body ablaze, still trying to crawl towards Hua Yan, but after moving just a little, she stopped. Gumei, Diao Feng, and the others watched in stunned silence. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Fuqing was furious, the scar on his forehead twitching wildly. Yi Fanmao couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned away. Hua Yan didn't even blink throughout the entire ordeal. Su Feng's desperate desire for revenge and her tenacious will were terrifying enough, but she was facing an even more terrifying and powerful Hua Yan. In the top-floor office of Fuqing building, Zhao Fuqing let out a sharp howl, like a wounded lone wolf, and smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it. He Chang, get everyone who can still fight up here, everyone, and come with me immediately. Zhao Fuqing ordered sharply while striding towards the door. Chang, you can't just go like this, it won't work, Yi Fanmao said softly from behind. He remained seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly pouring the drink from his cup onto the ground, tears glistening in his eyes, as if mourning and paying tribute to Su Feng. Damn it, Zhao Fuqing roared, I'm going to fight him. Damn, this is too much. All the blood in Zhao Fuqing's body surged to his head, as if he had returned to the reckless days of his youth. Just as the door opened, Zhao Fuqing stopped in his tracks. A person stood right outside the door, blocking his way. It was Su Baoliang. Fuqing, don't be impulsive. Su Baoliang's voice was as calm and gentle as ever. Mayor Baoliang, you finally deigned to see me, Zhao Fuqing said angrily, but it's too late. Hua Yan burned down my house and killed Su Feng. I must fight him to the death tonight. Step aside. I know everything, Su Baoliang nodded, speaking patiently and earnestly. Fuqing, let me say a few words before I leave. You and he have been at it for more than a day or two. There's no need to rush this moment. Listening won't hurt. Zhao Fuqing assessed Su Baoliang, the blood slowly trickling down a bit, and he calmed down slightly. Finally, he turned and walked back to the office, sitting down on the sofa. Su Baoliang followed him in, nodding a greeting to Yi Fanmao by the floor-to-ceiling window. Yi Fanmao remained silent, drinking, and did not respond. Zhao Fuqing urged, speak up, quickly. Su Baoliang sat down opposite Zhao Fuqing and let out a heavy sigh. Sometimes I really can't understand people like you. Why must it always come to violence? Can't we all just get what we need, be amicable, and prosper together? If I hadn't been out there fighting all these years, would you be living such a good life? Zhao Fuqing replied impatiently, if you came to lecture me, you can leave. Fine, let's not talk about that. Su Baoliang waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning cold. You, and your brother here, take a few days off. Don't let the situation worsen. Zhao Fucheng snorted coldly, about to retort. Su Baliang raised his hand to signal him to stop interrupting and said in a deep voice, "Leave Huiyan to me." Yi Fanmao by the window turned his head to look at Su Baliang. "You?" Zhao Fucheng was taken aback at first, then laughed dismissively. "Don't think just because you're the mayor, you can deal with Huiyan? Humph. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Some things don't have to be resolved through violence," Su Baliang replied with a faint smile. "Some people don't have to be confronted head-on to be eliminated." Zhao Fucheng's expression shifted as he reassessed Su Baliang. "I have a piece on the board that has been idle for many years, thought I would never use it again." Su Baliang paused, seemingly a bit sentimental. "I didn't expect it to be just right for taking down Huiyan." On the dark seaside, only a cigarette but flickered with a faint light. A man sat on a rock facing the sea, silently smoking, quietly gazing at the water's surface. The waves crashed onto the shore and receded, repeating endlessly. Hao Tianchi slowly approached and stood behind the man. "Mayor Baliang means it's time for you to make your move." The man did not turn around, remaining silent. "And it needs to be quick. It's best to deal with Huiyan within 3 days." The man remained silent, as unyielding as the cold rock beneath him. "After this, we won't come looking for you again." The man chuckled lightly, his voice particularly bitter, finally speaking up. "You said the same thing back then. When have your words ever counted?" Hao Tianchi also laughed, cruelly and triumphantly. "You have no choice but to trust us and act." The man suddenly turned his face, the glowing cigarette illuminating his features. It was unexpectedly Wu Taifeng. Wu Taifeng turned his face, coldly staring at Hao Tianchi. "Do I really have no choice?" As he spoke, Wu Taifeng slowly raised his right hand, revealing a police-issued handgun, the dark muzzle aimed at Hao Tianchi's forehead. "What if I shoot you right now?" Hao Tianchi showed no fear, instead laughing lightly. "If you could pull that trigger, I would have died 10 years ago." "Yes, I regret it. I've regretted it for a full 10 years. Wu Taifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Perhaps today should be the end of it all. You can give it a try." Hao Tianchi stepped forward, pressing his forehead tightly against the gun's muzzle, provocatively looking at Wu Taifeng. In front of Huiyan, he was like a turtle, completely at a disadvantage. Yet in front of Wu Taifeng, he appeared utterly fearless. Being held by someone else's leverage and holding someone else's leverage can truly create two faces in the same person. Then the reputation you have painstakingly built your whole life will be completely destroyed. The captain of the criminal police team in the Hongwan District Branch, a second-level hero model in the public security system, a recipient of the third-class merit award, a beloved outstanding people's police officer. With a bang, it all vanished into thin air, gone. Hao Tianchi said ominously, and Wu Tiefeng's hand holding the gun drooped weakly. "That's more like it. Your gun should be aimed at Huiyan now. I don't want to make another mistake." Wu Taifeng said with a grim face, "That's Huiyan, Xiaoyan. How can you expect me to do it? Some mistakes can only be corrected with another mistake." Hao Tianchi snorted coldly, staring at Wu Taifeng without mercy. "If you don't act, Huiyan will soon learn the truth from 10 years ago, and by then, it will be you who is dead. Don't think that just because you are Huiyan's master, you can change anything. After all, it's an unresolvable vendetta for killing a father." Painful memories surged across Wu Tiefeng's face. "I remember your mother is over 70, right? A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. You are an only child, with no sons or daughters. What will that old lady do in the future?" Wu Taifeng closed his eyes heavily, seemingly unwilling to face this heavy deadlock. "Go ahead and do it." Hao Tianchi observed Wu Tiefeng's expression and continued to persuade him. "Mayor Baliang and I will protect you. Not only will you not be held accountable, but the next captain of the Hongwan branch will be you. Zhao Fucheng will also be grateful and offer you rewards. You can ask for as much as you want." "Shut up!" Wu Taifeng shouted angrily, interrupting. "I don't need that." "Right, I almost forgot. Our Captain Wu has never sought fame or profit, always clean and selfless, with 2 sleeves of clear wind. I must be the one with a small mindset." Hao Tianchi smiled at Wu Taifeng, full of sarcasm. "You should know that the current Huiyan is already another person, a madman, a criminal, a murderer with blood on his hands. Killing him is actually ridding the world of a menace." "Enough!" Wu Taifeng could no longer endure it. He kicked Hao Tianchi down. "You, Su Baliang, and Zhao Fucheng are the biggest scourge of the harbor." Wu Taifeng pounced on Hao Tianchi, straddling him and punching him fiercely. In the darkness, several of Hao Tianchi's subordinates rushed out, ready to intervene. "Don't come over, let him hit." Hao Tianchi raised his hand to stop them, looking up at Wu Taifeng with a bloodied face, grinning. "I know you're feeling aggrieved and have anger. It's fine, as long as you can kill Huiyan, feel free to hit." Instead, Wu Taifeng couldn't continue. He turned over and lay weakly on the beach. Hao Tianchi laughed like a victor, standing up. "Remember, you only have 3 days." Hao Tianchi laughed as he left, and Wu Taifeng lay still. The surging tide came rushing back, crashing against him. On the top floor of the luxurious office in Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng looked at Su Baoliang and chuckled. Interesting, having the person Huiyan respects the most kill him with his own hands. That's really damn interesting. Old Su, you're quite cunning. Why didn't you all make this move earlier? Yi Fanmao asked in a deep voice. Su Baoliang looked at Zhao Fucheng and Yi Fanmao, giving a cold smile. This is a good move, but also a risky one. If not handled well, it could backfire. I originally didn't want to use it, thinking you could solve the problem. It seems now that you are not capable. Zhao Fucheng's expression turned awkward. Yi Fanmao smiled. Then I wish you success. Alright, then I'll wait for you for 3 days. Zhao Fucheng added, if Huiyan is still alive after 3 days, then I'll go all out and break the net. The fire at Shangshan residence finally extinguished, leaving behind a massive pile of smoking ruins. Huiyan, Diaofeng, and Gu Mei had long since left with their gang. The firefighters and police who arrived at the scene received calls from their superiors, telling them not to rush and to investigate slowly. They looked at each other, but all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was Zhao Fucheng's villa. No one wanted to stir up trouble. 2 days later, in the evening, at the high-ranking patient ward of the City People's Hospital, the spacious and tidy suite was equipped with all kinds of necessities. If it weren't for the hospital bed, one might think it was the home of a wealthy person. Diao Chong had already awakened, his whole body wrapped in bandages, lying weakly on the bed. Huiyan, Gu Mei, and Diaofeng surrounded Diao Chong. I won't disturb you all any longer, Lai Tianhua said politely. Just let me know if you need anything. Thank you, President Lai. Diaofeng cupped his hands. I didn't expect my brother to enjoy the treatment of an old cadre. It's really damn corrupt. The director is an old classmate of mine. It's just a matter of a word. Don't be polite, as long as brother Diao is fine. Lai Tianhua waved his hand and retreated. Huiyan leaned closer to Diao Chong and said, I sent that delivery guy back to his hometown, but I've already found out who made the bomb, and I will never let him go. Diao Chong couldn't speak but nodded heavily. Diaofeng held Diao Chang's hand. Brother Yen has raised the bounty to 10 million. The photos are posted everywhere. That guy is now stuck and can't move, trapped in Fucheng building with Zhao Fucheng. A Xiao and A Ying have already sent people to keep an eye on that area, Gu Mei added. By the way, Brother Yen took us to burn down Zhao Fucheng's house last night. Diaofeng took out his phone to show Diao Chong. Look, brother, this fire was intense, right? Diao Chong watched the video on the phone and couldn't help but smile, but the movement pulled at his wounds, revealing a look of pain. Huiyan signaled Diaofeng to put the phone away and gently patted Diao Chong. Chong, take care of your injuries. Once you're out, we'll launch the final assault on Zhao Fucheng together. Diao Chong struggled to raise his hand and grasped Huiyan's hand, while Diaofeng and Gu Mei also reached out. The four hands tightly clasped together. In the top floor office of Fucheng building, Zhao Fucheng was restless, pacing back and forth. Yi Fanma sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of wine, expressionless, lost in thought. In the government office building, Su Baoliang was nonchalantly buried in paperwork. In the political and legal committee office, Hao Tianchi was anxious, picking up his phone to send a message. In a car by the roadside, Wu Taifeng sat silently, and his phone dinged, displaying a message from Hao Tianchi. One more day. Wu Taifeng sighed heavily and looked up at the hospital entrance, where Huiyan was walking out with Gu Mei and Diaofeng. At the hospital entrance, Huiyan stopped and looked at Gu Mei and Diaofeng. You guys go back first, I'll stop by to see Hao Tianchi. Is there something? Gu Mei asked with concern. Huiyan nodded. I want him to release Wei Menkai immediately. Diaofeng suddenly realized, oh right, wasn't Wei Shen's case said to be under re-investigation? Why is there still no news? It's very difficult to rectify a wrongful conviction. According to the usual process, it could take 1 or 2 years to resolve. I don't want to wait. I need him out quickly to help me with something. Gu Mei and Diaofeng nodded and left. Huiyan turned and walked towards the parking lot, found his car, and was about to open the door when he suddenly turned his head alertly, his muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Wu Taifeng walked out from behind a car, looking at Huiyan with a serious expression. Master. Huiyan relaxed his muscles, somewhat surprised. Wu Taifeng scrutinized Huiyan for a long time before finally speaking. Huolauda, do you have time now? Master, please don't. If you have time, come with me. After saying this, Wu Taifeng turned and walked away. Huiyan said nothing more and silently followed. Wu Tiefeng's home was in an old neighborhood. The room was very small, with only 2 cramped bedrooms, and the living room was also tight. Moreover, it was quite old, with the floors and walls having yellowed somewhat, and there was hardly any furniture. The cold simplicity made it hard to believe this was the home of a proper police captain. Huiyan followed Wu Taifeng into the house and looked around. Where's Grandma? In the nursing home. Huiyan was taken aback and was about to ask again. Sit. Wu Taifeng pointed to a seat at the dining table near the door. Hui Yan obediently sat down at the table, and Wu Taifeng turned and went into the kitchen. A moment later, he came out with a plate of braised beef, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of smashed cucumbers, and he brought a bottle of Finjiu, sitting down opposite Hui Yan. As before, Hui Yan stood up to grab the bottle and pour wine for Wu Taifeng. Wu Taifeng blocked Hui Yan's hand, opened the bottle himself, filled 2 cups, and heavily placed one in front of Hui Yan, still saying nothing, and downed his own cup in one go. Master! Hui Yan just started to speak when Wu Taifeng interrupted him directly. Don't call me master anymore. After this meal and this cup of farewell wine, our master-apprentice relationship ends here. Hui Yan looked at Wu Taifeng, raised his cup, toasted him, and downed it in one gulp. You can pretend I'm not your apprentice, but you will always be my master. I can't accept that. Wu Tiefeng's expression grew colder as he pulled out a yellowed old photo from his pocket, a picture of him and Huosin when they were young, and thrust it in front of Hui Yan. Today I want to ask you one thing. Do you still have the face to look at your dad? Hui Yan tilted his head, quietly staring at the photo of his father, Huosin, with a calm and composed expression. I think my dad would understand me. Understand what? Understand that you suddenly quit being a cop? Understand that you mixed with gangsters and became a big brother? Understand that you hung out with those thugs? Or understand that you broke the law? Understand that you killed and set fires? Hui Yan scrutinized Wu Taifeng, his expression slowly changing, and suddenly asked, Do you have any leverage in their hands? Wu Taifeng was taken aback. You. Hui Yan pressed on, Do they want you to kill me? Wu Taifeng blurted out, How do you? Hui Yan looked at Wu Taifeng, his expression pained and sorrowful. Since I can remember, I've known you for over 20 years, and for 3 of those years, I worked with you every day. You have some little habits that you might not even be aware of, but I know. For example, whenever you are extremely anxious and conflicted, you unconsciously press the second joint of your left hand's ring finger with your left thumb, and you press it quite hard. Wu Taifeng hurriedly looked at his left hand, and sure enough, as Hui Yan said, his thumb was pressing on the second joint of his ring finger, already turning white from the pressure. Duer and I used to joke privately that we were afraid you might accidentally break your own finger one day. Wu Tiefeng's expression became awkward, and Hui Yan pointed to a string of aged, polished Buddhist beads on the coffee table. Grandma believes in Buddhism and recites scriptures with those beads every morning and evening. You said you sent her to a nursing home. She couldn't possibly not take those beads with her. You just found an excuse to send her away, not wanting her to see, right? Wu Tiefeng's face grew even darker. Hui Yan continued, As for whether you have leverage or want to kill me, I only said that because I felt something was off with you. It was just a casual bluff, a common interrogation technique, right? Wu Taifeng stared at Hui Yan, silent. So how do you plan to kill me? You should know I'm quite capable now, and you wouldn't stoop to using poison. So I guess it would be with a gun, right? Hui Yan probed while observing Wu Tiefeng's expression and watching his gaze. You've glanced under the table 3 times since you sat down for just a little while. Is the gun hidden under the tabletop? Wu Tiefeng's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly reached under the dining table for the gun, only to find nothing but the tape that had held it. Hui Yan raised his right hand, holding the gun handle, and gently placed it in front of Wu Taifeng. I'm sorry, I was afraid it might go off, so I took it down first. Wu Taifeng stared at Hui Yan in shock, and after a moment, he let out a heavy sigh. You observe very carefully and ask very skillfully. It's all thanks to you for teaching me, Hui Yan replied. You were originally a good police officer. So, what exactly do you have on me? Wu Taifeng looked at the gun placed before him, his expression complex and silent. Hui Yan picked up an old photograph and stared intently at Wu Taifeng. I guess it must be related to my dad. Wu Tiefeng's body jolted, and he looked at Hui Yan in astonishment again. Because I really can't think of anything else that would make you point a gun at me. Hui Yan's expression suddenly turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, How did my dad die? What did you do? Hui Yan quietly looked at Wu Taifeng, waiting for his answer. Wu Taifeng lowered his head, seemingly unable to face Hui Yan, silently pouring himself another glass of wine and downing it in one gulp before finally mustering the courage to lift his head. It was a face twisted and deformed by regret, self-blame, pain, and sorrow. He seemed to age many years in that moment. In life, one will make many mistakes, Wu Taifeng said softly. Some mistakes, once made, can be noted for next time. But some mistakes, once made, are irretrievable. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Just get to the point. Hui Yan remained unmoved. Wu Taifeng sighed and began to recall. It was July 21, 2014. I will never forget that day. Hui Yan's face was as cold as water. I won't forget either. Wu Taifeng suddenly said, If you still remember your teacher's wife. Hui Yan interjected, Of course I remember. She took good care of me, but her health was always poor. She had been suffering from uremia for several years by then. Yes, Ayan's condition worsened, and dialysis alone couldn't sustain her anymore. She needed a kidney transplant urgently. But it was hard to find a matching kidney source, and I couldn't come up with that much money for medical expenses. Wu Taifeng paused, his expression bitter. It may sound cliché, but that's the reality. That day, Hao Tianshi suddenly found me. At the time, he was the deputy director in charge of criminal investigations at the municipal bureau. He said he could arrange a kidney source for me immediately, cover the surgery costs, and help save Ayun. Huayan coldly pressed, "The condition was to kill my dad? Then I would never agree." Wu Taifeng shook his head. "Hao Tianshi only asked me to give your dad false information. At that time, we were pursuing a violent robbery gang, and he wanted me to tell your dad that the main suspect was hiding in a certain building in a neighborhood." Huayan quietly watched Wu Taifeng, waiting for him to continue. I hesitated for a long time, smoked an entire half-pack of cigarettes, watching Ayun in bed, suffering and on the brink of death. In the end, I called your dad and told him the address Hao Tianshi mentioned. Huayan said in a deep voice, "You were my dad's most trusted partner, his best brother. If you said that, of course he would go. I thought Hao Tianshi just wanted to lure your dad away to let the robbery gang escape the harbor. I didn't expect it to be a trap, a setup. They had already ambushed there, and their intention was to take your dad's life." Huayan stared at Wu Taifeng, coldly shaking his head with a sneer. "You had already been a criminal police officer for over 10 years. I don't believe you never considered this possibility, even if just for a fleeting moment. You were just deceiving yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed over so quickly afterward." Wu Tiefeng's face flushed as Huayan pierced through the last bit of his disguise. "I regretted it at that moment, but it was already too late. By the time I arrived, your dad was covered in wounds, with dozens of knife cuts, blood everywhere, but he still had that main culprit tightly restrained." Wu Taifeng seemed to conjure the bloody and shocking scene from that time, trembling and unable to continue. Huayan felt a deep sadness and anger. "I still remember, when you came to inform me of my dad's death, the first thing you said to my mom, me, and my sister was 'I'm sorry.' I always thought you were blaming yourself for not protecting my dad, but it turns out you were the one who pushed him onto the path of death." Wu Tai poured himself a large glass of wine and downed it, feeling slightly calmer before continuing. "Later I found out, it was a meticulously designed trap. Your dad was investigating Zhao Fucheng alone at the time and had discovered and obtained evidence of Zhao Fucheng colluding with a high-ranking official." Huayan said in a low voice, "Su Baoliang, Su, Mayor Su." Wu Taifeng exclaimed in shock, "No wonder they wanted to kill your dad to silence him. But I knew it was already too late, all too late. A moment's misjudgment, and a grave mistake had been made." Wu Taifeng smiled bitterly, his expression desolate. "Do you know what's the most ridiculous part? Hao Tianshi really found a kidney source and even paid for the surgery. But Ayun had a rejection reaction, and less than half a year after the operation, she passed away, faster than if she hadn't had the surgery or the transplant at all." Wu Taifeng turned to look at the black and white memorial photo of Ayun on the wall. "I feel like this is heaven's punishment for me." Huayan glanced around the nearly empty room. "Over the years, many people have failed to understand you. Not remarrying, not planning to have children, pouring all your energy into the case, living a life that is both poor and bitter. A dignified criminal police captain, how could you suffer like this? It turns out you were torturing yourself, trying to atone for your sins. I just feel unworthy. Asen and Ayun are both dead. Why should I, this worthless person, still be able to live well?" Huayan studied Wu Taifeng and nodded. "Your heart hasn't completely died, your blood hasn't gone cold, so you can't become a villain. The mistakes you made 10 years ago can still torment you to the point of wishing for death. If you had pointed a gun at me the moment you saw me, even if I didn't die, I would be seriously injured. But unfortunately, you can't do that. You still want me to join you for this farewell meal and drink this cup of forgetfulness." Wu Taifeng gave a self-deprecating smile. Huayan stared at him, sighed heavily, and said slowly, "So what do you plan to do now?" Wu Taifeng looked at Huayan and suddenly grabbed the gun placed in front of him. Huayan remained calm, quietly watching Wu Taifeng. Wu Taifeng didn't point the gun at Huayan, instead, he turned the barrel towards his own temple, his finger directly on the trigger. But he couldn't pull the trigger. Huayan sprang forward, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Taifeng, inserting his finger beneath the trigger to prevent the gun from firing, and then snatched the gun away. Wu Taifeng was taken aback. Don't you think dying like this is too easy for you?" Huayan said coldly. Wu Taifeng laughed. "You want to do it yourself. That makes sense. Go ahead, take revenge for your dad." Wu Taifeng closed his eyes, calmly waiting for Huayan to pull the trigger. "After my dad passed away, you took great care of my family. You paid for my and Miamia's tuition. During the time my mom was seriously ill, you were the one who helped arrange everything. You even saved my life. Just 2 months after I joined the police force, I encountered a drug dealer right after he had finished a deal, and you took a knife for me." Wu Taifeng suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Huyen. "Stop it, that was what I should have done. Getting to this point is my own fault, just do it quickly, give me some relief." Huyen shook his head. "I won't kill you myself. Can you forgive me?" Wu Taifeng was stunned. Huyen shook his head coldly. "The hatred for killing my father cannot coexist under the same sky. You must die." Wu Taifeng was bewildered. "So what do you want me to do?" Wu Taifeng looked at Huyen in confusion, not knowing what he truly wanted. Huyen said in a deep voice, "Do what you need to do." Wu Taifeng's eyes flickered. "You want me to kill Hao Tianchi?" Huyen still shook his head. "His life is mine, I will take it myself." Wu Taifeng was even more puzzled. Huyen pointed to a nearby cabinet, which displayed various honor trophies Wu Taifeng had received over the years. "Whether for Duer and the others in the team or for the people outside, you have always been a steadfast and good police officer. There are not many good police officers left in the harbor now. Many newcomers look up to you, and many citizens still believe in the police because of you. I don't want their beautiful illusions to shatter. They don't need to know the truth. You can die as a righteous police officer." Wu Taifeng was stunned, staring blankly at Huyen. "Aren't you recently hunting down a group of fugitives involved in murder cases?" Huyen asked. "Yes." Wu Taifeng nodded. "A group of vicious habitual offenders. They have committed multiple murders across several provinces and recently fled to the harbor, committing another crime. The victims were two businessmen. They originally wanted to seek refuge with Xiao Fucheng, but recently Xiao Fucheng has been overwhelmed by me and can't take care of them at all." Wu Taifeng questioned, "How do you know this?" Huyen sneered, "Didn't you say it? I am now the big brother in the underworld. Mice have their ways, snakes have their paths. I can gather information just as well as you police can. I've been keeping an eye on them for some time." Huyen took a piece of paper, wrote down an address, and handed it to Wu Taifeng. "This is their hideout. I originally wanted to give you a gift, to let you achieve another great merit." Wu Taifeng looked at the address on the paper, suddenly filled with tears. He understood Huyen's meaning. Absolutely unforgivable. They must pay with their lives. But considering their past friendship, he could preserve his reputation and dignity, giving him a chance to bid farewell to this world as an upright police officer. Huyen placed the gun beside Wu Taifeng, took one last look at him. "Master, goodbye." After Huyen finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back. Wu Taifeng watched Huyen's figure disappear at the door, sitting still for a long time until the sudden ringing of his phone startled him. It was Hao Tianchi calling. Wu Taifeng snorted coldly and directly hung up. Then he walked into the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, took out his crisp police uniform. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror, put on his hat, adjusting it slowly, smoothed out his badge, equipped his handgun, puffed out his chest, and strode out. Half an hour later, Wu Taifeng stood in front of a residential building in the Shangrui Jiayuan community, picking up his phone. "Duer, bring people to Building 4, Room 402 in the Tianhan District Shangrui Jiayuan community right away." Diu on the other end of the line asked, "Master, what's going on?" "Duer, remember this. One must always uphold their bottom line, never make a mistake." "Master, what do you mean?" "Master, do you?" called out in confusion. Wu Taifeng said nothing more, hung up the phone, looked at the building door in front of him, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. In a daze, he thought about that day 10 years ago when Huasen probably walked into the enemy's trap like this. Wu Taifeng arrived outside room 402, took out a thin wire, inserted it into the keyhole, unlocked the door, pulled it open, and walked in. Inside, 6 fierce and burly men were gathered around, hot pot cooking and drinking heavily. Hearing the noise, they turned in surprise, and upon seeing Wu Taifeng in full police uniform, they were all taken aback. Wu Taifeng ignored them, turned around to lock the door, then used the wire to secure the doorknob, and walked over to push the nearby refrigerator. The murderers were baffled, staring at each other in confusion. The leader, Du Hongjun, stood up, pulled out a knife, and walked towards Wu Taifeng. The others also drew their sharp knives and followed him. Wu Taifeng pushed the refrigerator to the door, blocking it, and then turned to face the 6 men radiating murderous intent, speaking in a deep voice. "I am Wu Taifeng, the captain of the criminal police team at the Hongwan branch of Haigang City. I command you to drop your weapons and surrender immediately." Du Hongjun and the others burst into laughter. "You're looking for death." Du Hongjun shouted fiercely, "Brothers, send him on his way." The big men, red-faced and reeking of alcohol, rushed forward, lunging at Wu Taifeng. Wu Taifeng showed no fear, instead, he smiled with satisfaction. He drew his gun and shot down one of the big men, quickly moving the gun to shoot down a second. A third man lunged at him, desperately trying to grab the gun. Wu Taifeng fired again, the bullet passing through the man's abdomen, killing him. Taking advantage of the moment, Du Hongjun threw his knife, hitting Wu Taifeng's wrist, causing the gun to fall to the ground. The fourth big man had already rushed forward, grinning as he stabbed a knife into Wu Tiefeng's abdomen, but his smile quickly froze. Wu Taifeng grabbed his wrist and slammed his head into the man's chin. The big man was dazed, and Wu Taifeng seized the knife, stabbing it back into his abdomen, bringing him down. The fifth big man was stunned by the scene, unable to believe it, and instinctively ran towards the door. "None of you are getting away today," Wu Taifeng shouted coldly, disregarding his abdominal injury as he blocked the big man. The big man stabbed at Wu Taifeng, who did not dodge and stabbed back. They exchanged blows, each stabbing the other. The fifth big man was the first to falter, collapsing first. Du Hongjun watched in shock. Wu Taifeng, drenched in blood, his police uniform soaked, staggered towards him. Du Hongjun hurriedly bent down to pick up the gun, but Wu Taifeng threw his knife with all his might, hitting the handgun. The gun spun on the ground and slid under the distant sofa. Du Hongjun, with a cold face, grinned maliciously as he advanced, repeatedly stabbing at Wu Taifeng. Soon, Wu Taifeng had over a dozen stab wounds and finally slumped down. Du Hongjun released Wu Taifeng and turned to pick up the gun, but as he took a step, he found his right leg was caught. He looked down in a hurry. A pair of handcuffs was tightly locked around his ankle, the other end connected to Wu Tiefeng's wrist. "I told you, none of you are getting away today," Wu Taifeng gritted his teeth. Du Hongjun could no longer suppress his inner fear and cursed angrily. "Crazy man, you're fucking insane." Wu Taifeng lay on the ground, looking at the terrified Du Hongjun, and chuckled. Meanwhile, several police cars with sirens blaring sped towards them. At a hot spring conference center in the western suburbs, Wei Yan coldly gazed at a conference building. A red banner with white letters reading "Citywide Political and Legal System Cadre Study Meeting" hung at the entrance, and the passionate voice of Hao Tianchi could be faintly heard from inside. A few minutes later, the police cars screeched into the Shangrui Jiayuan community and came to a sudden stop. Du Yu and a team of criminal police jumped out of the car and rushed into Building 4, heading to the 4th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, they were hit by a strong smell of blood. Everyone was startled, their expressions changing dramatically. Du Yu quickly ran to the door of room 402, which was tightly locked and could not be pulled open. The others arrived, took out tools to break in, but still couldn't open it. Du Yu grabbed the doorknob, pulling with all his strength, while others joined in to help. The door was finally yanked open, revealing that the inside was bound with wire, and a refrigerator stood in front. Pushing aside the refrigerator, Du Yu and the other criminal police were completely stunned by the scene before them. The living room was scattered with the bodies of 5 fugitives. Wu Taifeng lay in a pool of blood, his neatly pressed police uniform soaked through. Handcuffs locked his wrists to Du Hongjun's. Du Hongjun wielded a knife, desperately hacking away, trying to sever Wu Tiefeng's hand, muttering curses under his breath. "Madman, you're just a madman." Du Yu rushed over and kicked Du Hongjun to the ground. The others snapped back to reality, quickly joining in to subdue Du Hongjun and unlock the handcuffs. Du Yu knelt down, hurriedly leaning over to check on Wu Tiefeng's condition. Master. Wu Taifeng was barely alive, bloodied and pale, yet wore a satisfied and relieved smile. With all his strength, he trembled as he uttered his last words. "Tell Hui Yan thank you." Then, Wu Tiefeng's head tilted, collapsing into Du Yu's arms. Du Yu cried out in tears, "Master." When the news of Wu Tiefeng's death reached Hao Tianchi, he had just finished speaking, sitting proudly on the podium, surveying the political and legal officials from various districts and counties of Haigang City below. Upon seeing the simple death notice, his face uncontrollably twitched. "Secretary Hao, are you all right?" A colleague beside him noticed Hao Tianchi's expression and asked curiously. "Oh, no." Hao Tianchi initially wanted to hide it, but before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly startled as if he had seen a ghost, dropping his phone to the ground. On the screen was a photo sent by Hui Yan, taken right at the entrance of the building where Hao Tianchi was currently holding the meeting. "Secretary Hao." The person speaking paused, thinking they had said something wrong, awkwardly inquiring. Everyone in the room turned to look at Hao Tianchi. Ignoring them, Hao Tianchi quickly picked up his phone, not saying a word, jumped off the podium, and hurriedly left, leaving the attendees dumbfounded. Hao Tianchi rushed down the stairs and burst out the door. Hui Yan leaned against a pillar, silently smoking, looking up at Hao Tianchi with a gaze full of murderous intent. Hao Tianchi shivered and ran towards his car, surprisingly fast for his round, plump body. Hui Yan leisurely took 2 more puffs of his cigarette, extinguished it, and then walked towards Hao Tianchi. Hao Tianchi quickly jumped into the car, locked the doors, and sped off. Just as the car started moving, the passenger door was pulled open. Hui Yan slipped in, coldly shaking the car lock disruptor in his hand. Hao Tianchi's face changed dramatically, wanting to escape the car. Hui Yan coldly said, Where do you think you can run to? Leave Hai Gang, escape the country, or fly off the planet? Hao Tianshi paused, obediently sitting back down, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Huayan, let me explain. Drive. Huayan interrupted him, fastening his seatbelt, signaling Hao Tianshi to leave the area. Where are we going? Huayan pointed ahead. Just keep driving. I won't say stop, so you just keep driving. Hao Tianshi, not understanding, had no choice but to drive away from the conference center and onto the main road. Along the way, Huayan maintained a serious expression, saying nothing. Hao Tianshi stole a few glances at Huayan's face, too afraid to speak. The atmosphere in the car was silent and oppressive. It wasn't until they drove onto the long cross-sea bridge leading to the city that Huayan finally spoke. I was going to let you stay for the new year, wait until I dealt with Zhao Fucheng before coming for you. But since you're so eager to die, I'll just have to fulfill that wish. No. It's Mayor Bao Liang. It's all Mayor Bao Liang's idea. Hao Tianshi quickly deflected the blame. It was his idea to set a trap to kill your father back then, and now to have Wu Taifeng kill you. It's also his idea. I'm just a messenger. Secretary Hao is being too modest. Huayan interrupted with a cold laugh. Su Baoliang, of course, I won't let him go. But you can just go die first. Huayan, think it through. Hao Tianshi was anxious. If you kill me, how will you end this? You won't be able to explain. I've killed many people, and I've never had to explain myself. Who do I need to account to? I'm different. Hao Tianshi roared. I'm an official. A high-ranking official, the secretary of the political and legal committee. Huayan laughed heartily. So what? Just because you're an official, does that mean you wear a golden shield or a suit of iron? Do you have a death exemption? To me, you're just another dead person. At this moment, the car was about to reach the center of the cross-sea bridge, the highest point above the sea. Hao Tianshi glared at Huayan, realizing that Huayan was determined to kill him and that he couldn't be swayed. He suddenly gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh, a look of a rogue who was ready to go all out today. So how are you going to kill me? Right now? Right here? Huayan nodded seriously. Yes, you got it right. Right now, right here. Then let's die together. Hao Tianshi suddenly raised both hands off the steering wheel, lifting them high, while his foot slammed down on the gas pedal. The car accelerated rapidly, veering wildly forward, crashing into a small car that was driving normally ahead, and continued on. Hao Tianshi no longer looked at the road conditions, turning his head to look at Huayan, grinning maliciously. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? If I die, I'm taking you down with me. The car sped up even more, heading straight for a bus full of passengers ahead. Huayan remained calm and indifferent. All right, then I'll accompany you to the gates of hell. Huayan reached out, grabbed the steering wheel, and suddenly yanked it to the right. Just before the car crashed into the bus, it veered off course, broke through the divider, crossed the non-motorized lane, and crashed into the outer guardrail of the cross-sea bridge. At the same time, Huayan unbuckled Hao Tianshi's seatbelt while he held onto the armrest tightly. Hao Tianshi was startled, realizing once again that Huayan was far crazier than he had imagined. He quickly eased off the gas, but it was too late. The car crashed through the guardrail, flew off the bridge, tracing a parabolic arc, and fell into the deep blue sea below. The car hurtled towards the ocean. In a series of impacts, Hao Tianshi had already left his seat, hitting the windshield, then the roof, and then being thrown back into his seat, battered and bruised. Huayan sat steadily in the passenger seat, coldly watching Hao Tianshi roll and crash inside the car. Hao Tianshi, ignoring the pain all over his body, looked in terror at the increasingly close surface of the sea. Secretary Hao, I'll accompany you this far. Huayan said with a smile, the bridge of size behind you, you can walk it yourself, enjoy the 18 layers of hell at your own pace. With a loud bang, the car hit the surface of the sea, sending up a spray of water several meters high. At the moment the car was about to submerge, Huayan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and like a fish, slipped out into the water. Hao Tianshi was knocked nearly unconscious by the tremendous impact. Huayan didn't rush to swim away. Instead, he swam to Hao Tianshi's side, continuing to watch him through the car window. The car continued to sink, seawater flooding in from all sides. Hao Tianshi struggled to stay conscious, frantically pressing various buttons, but there was no response. He desperately tried to open the car door, but the immense pressure of the water outside made it impossible. In a moment of panic, he banged his head against the car window, but it wouldn't budge. By now, the seawater had risen to Hao Tianshi's chest, and he was starting to struggle for breath, sinking into despair. Huayan held onto the car body, descending with the vehicle, quietly watching Hao Tianshi's frantic yet helpless breakdown. The seawater continued to fill the interior of the car, submerging Hao Tianshi's neck, then his chin, his mouth, his nose, until he was completely drowned. Huiyan waved his hand at Hao Tianshi and turned to swim vigorously towards the surface of the sea. The light above grew brighter and brighter, and Huiyan was getting closer to the surface when suddenly he stopped and looked down at his feet. A clump of seaweed had wrapped around his foot and was pulling him down. Huiyan kicked his legs hard, but couldn't shake it off, so he had to bend down to try to untangle it, but the seaweed was tangled and dense. On the surface of the sea, a speedboat was circling the area where the car had entered the water. Diafeng and Gume sat in the boat, anxiously scanning the surface of the sea, but there was no sign of Huiyan. Gume glanced at the time, unable to contain herself, and was about to leap into the sea to search. Diafeng grabbed her, signaling that he was a better swimmer and should go. As they were both anxious, a splash sounded not far away, and a figure surfaced. It was Huiyan. Gume and Diafeng were instantly overjoyed and quickly maneuvered the speedboat to Huiyan's side, reaching out to pull him up. Huiyan lay on his back, his face already flushed, gasping for air. Gume put an oxygen mask on Huiyan and glared at him coldly. "I beg you, there are many ways to kill Hao Tianshi. Let's not do such dangerous things in the future, okay? But I'm fine, right?" Huiyan managed to catch his breath and smiled. "You say that every time. What if something really happens? I know you're strong, but you're not Superman, and you're not invincible. Do you know how worried everyone is about you, including Afeng?" Diafeng grinned and waved his hands. Hey, mate, yeah, you can worry all you want, but don't drag me into this. I have always had confidence in Brother Yen." Gume's face flushed, and she turned her head away. "Anyway, you have to be more careful in the future." Just past 9 in the evening, Su Baliang accompanied his elderly partner for a walk and they returned home together. As soon as they turned on the light, Su Baliang's partner let out a startled scream. Huiyan was sitting on the sofa, quietly watching the two. Su Baliang's partner quickly shielded Su Baliang behind her and asked sharply, "Who are you? How did you get in? What do you want?" Huiyan ignored her and just looked at Su Baliang. You better get out now, I'm calling the police." Su Baliang's partner took out her phone to dial, but Su Baliang raised his hand to stop her. "Why don't you go downstairs for a few more laps?" His partner looked at Su Baliang, then at Huiyan, realizing the situation was not right, and said nothing more, retreating to close the door. Su Baliang sat down opposite Huiyan, took out tea leaves, boiled water, and brewed tea. "Please enjoy the tea." Huiyan sized up this old man, whose expression was calm and as deep as an ancient well. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you right now?" "Afraid, very afraid. I'm quite afraid of death and cherish my life. I quit smoking at 30, and quit drinking just over 40. I run 5 kilometers every morning and walk 10 laps in the community every evening. I just want to be healthy, live a long life, work for the country for more years, and make more contributions." Su Baliang remained composed, openly admitting this, and took a sip of tea. "But I think you won't take my old life just yet." Huiyan sneered. "You're quite confident, aren't you?" "No, I'm mainly confident in you," Su Baliang replied without changing his expression. "Oh, you don't know I'm crazy? You've killed quite a few people, but from what I've observed, you don't engage in indiscriminate killing. You seem very mad, but if you think carefully, every step you take is well thought out." Huiyan remained silent, waiting for Su Baliang to continue. "Killing me would only relieve your anger for a moment. That's the act of a reckless man, but you're not. I think I should still be of use to you, or rather, my identity still has some value. For example, I have already instructed the people below to unify their statements. Comrade Tianshi experienced sudden health issues while driving, which led to the loss of control of the vehicle and an accidental plunge into the sea, resulting in his death. This should help you avoid some trouble, right?" Huiyan looked at the old fox and stopped wasting words, directly giving orders. 2 things. First, give Wu Taifeng a grand burial, posthumously recognize him as a martyr, and organize the public security system to study his advanced deeds. Su Baliang nodded. "This is easy to handle. It should have been done this way." Second, release Wei Menkai from prison tomorrow. Su Baliang pondered for a moment and nodded again. "It can be arranged. Although it will require some procedures to rectify his wrongful case, that's fine. He can first be released for medical treatment, and the paperwork can be completed later." Huiyan stood up and walked towards the door, pausing briefly at the entrance. "Let me give you a reminder. If you really want to live a little longer, stop making small moves," Huiyan said coldly, deliberately mocking. "Although you still have some use, and you hold the title of mayor, I don't like disobedient dogs that bite." Su Baliang's expression showed no change, he merely nodded. He waited until Huiyan had completely exited and the door slammed shut before revealing a chilling, vengeful look. The next afternoon, at the second prison of Haigang City, the tall and heavy gate slowly opened, and Wei Menkai stepped out. Across the street, Huiyan, Diafeng, Gume, and Yao Dongzi welcomed him. Wei Mengkai was momentarily unaccustomed to the intense light outside, squinting his eyes, looking up at the blue sky, white clouds, and blazing sun, stretching out his hands to feel the gentle breeze, taking deep breaths and gasping for air. Beside him was Jin Bao, sturdy and silent like a mountain. Su Baolian kept his word, not only arranging for Wei Mengkai to be released for medical treatment but also releasing Jin Bao, who had a few months left on his sentence. He was clearly trying to curry favor with Hui Yan and demonstrate his influence, proving he was still useful and valuable. But Hui Yan felt no gratitude. Instead, he felt fear and disgust, further solidifying his intention to eliminate Su Baolian as soon as possible. The ability to casually release 2 prisoners indeed showed immense power. But what did that make of the prison? And what of the law? Welcome back to freedom. Hui Yan greeted Wei Mengkai and Jin Bao. Except for Hui Yan, the others had never met Wei Mengkai in person and curiously examined this legendary technical genius. Wei Mengkai deeply bowed to Hui Yan. Thank you. Hui Yan patted Wei Mengkai and smiled. No need to be polite, it wasn't for nothing that you were released, I still need your help. Wei Mengkai respectfully replied, just give the orders, as long as I can do it. Jin Bao had been silently observing Hui Yan and then stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. I remember you were the one who arrested me. Jin Bao, Diao Feng called out, worried he might hold a grudge and anger Hui Yan. Back then, you were a police officer, and I was a criminal, Jin Bao said in a deep voice. You arrested me, it was expected. Diao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I was inside, I heard some things about you. Since Cheng Gu and A Feng both respect you, from now on, you are my big brother. Yan Gu, Jin Bao said, preparing to bow to Hui Yan, but Hui Yan raised his hand to stop him. Alright, I acknowledge you as my brother. Diao Feng, Gu Mei, and Yao Dongzi laughed. Moreover, I have a task for you right now. Hui Yan pointed at Wei Mengkai, protect him well. Understood, Jin Bao replied solemnly, then returned to Wei Mengkai's side and stood silently. In a private room of a restaurant, Hui Yan and the others raised their glasses in celebration, welcoming Wei Mengkai and Jin Bao. At first, Wei Mengkai was a bit reserved, but he quickly got caught up in the atmosphere of everyone eating meat and drinking heavily, raising his glass to toast Hui Yan, only to cough from the strong drink. Jin Bao hurriedly patted his back to help him breathe, took the glass, and downed it in one go. After 3 rounds of drinks, both host and guests were in high spirits. Diao Feng called for the waiter to settle the bill. Someone has already paid for you, the waiter said. Diao Feng was taken aback. Who is so kind? It wouldn't be another deadbeat, would it? Why can't it be me? The door to the private room opened, and Li Wanyan walked over with a smile. Diao Feng and the others were surprised. Why is this girl here? We aren't even familiar with her. Hui Yan said calmly, then thank you, Miss Li. No need, I didn't invite you, I'm here for Wei Shen. Li Wanyan was not polite at all, pulling over a chair to sit next to Wei Mengkai, examining him from head to toe. Much more pleasant to look at than some people. Wei Mengkai felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and politely asked, do you need something? Do you know? That Hui guy messed up a marriage arrangement I had set up just for you, and ruined an investment I had negotiated. Li Wanyan shot Hui Yan a fierce glare, then turned back to Wei Mengkai with a sweet smile. But it's fine, I've already acquired Guodong Technology. That was originally your company, right? Come help me out. Miss Li, are you trying to poach me? Hui Yan laughed. Li Wanyan tilted her head provocatively. What's wrong with that? Then you have to be able to poach. Hui Yan replied indifferently. Li Wanyan ignored Hui Yan and leaned closer to Wei Mengkai. I can offer you a 10 million annual salary, plus 40% equity, and you can run the company however you like. In the future, I can also support you in starting your own business. Gume clicked her tongue. Miss Li is really willing to invest heavily, aiming to win for sure. Li Wanyan said proudly, sorry, I just have that kind of capital. So, what do you say, Wei Shen? Come to the hotel tomorrow to sign the contract. Wei Mengkai smiled slightly, then shook his head. Sorry, I only help Brother Hua. Li Wanyan was taken aback and grew anxious. Come on, do you know what he does? He's good at fighting and killing. What does he know about running a company or doing research? Following him is just wasting your talent. Whatever Brother Hua asks me to do, I will do. Wei Mengkai's expression turned cold. If he tells me to slap you right now, I would do it immediately. The silent Jin Bao stood up. I can do it for you. Li Wanyan froze in shock. Diao Feng and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. Li Wanyan shot a glare at Hui Yan, fuming as she left. As soon as she exited the room, Diao Feng and the others burst into laughter. What's up with this girl? We didn't provoke her, yet she holds a grudge like this? That's not a grudge, Gume chuckled. She's just deliberately looking for trouble, trying to attract Brother Yan's attention. Diao Feng was puzzled. What do you mean? Why would she want to attract Brother Yan's attention? You really don't understand women at all, Gume shook her head. I really don't get it, Diaofeng grinned. But I know, Sister May, you have a rival now. Gume's face instantly turned red, and she grabbed a paper ball, pretending to throw it at Diaofeng. Diaofeng playfully dodged. Let's not talk about that. Huayan remained calm, tapping the table and looking at Wei Menkai. Thank you for supporting me like this. Once this matter is settled, I will support you in starting your own business. So, Brother Hua, what do you need me to do? Wei Menkai asked. I can't wait any longer. Everyone turned to Huayan. Huayan put away his smile, looking at Wei Menkai, and said solemnly, I need you to keep a close watch on Yi Fanmao. In the large office on the top floor of Fuqing building, Yi Fanmao sat quietly in front of the window, dazed, sipping his drink absent-mindedly. Zhao Fuqing, unkempt with a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, paced around the room like a trapped beast. Wu Taifeng is dead, Hao Tianchi is dead, Su Baoliang won't answer my calls anymore. Damn it, we've been completely abandoned and are stuck in this broken building. Yi Fanmao remained silent, and Zhao Fuqing came over and pushed him. What the hell are you thinking? You've been sulking here for days, say something. Yi Fanmao suddenly asked as he put down his glass. When is Wu Tiefeng's funeral? How the hell would I know? What does it have to do with me? Zhao Fuqing replied impatiently. Find out for sure, Yi Fanmao said coldly. Zhao Fuqing was taken aback. What do you want to do? I guess Wei Yan will probably attend. Yi Fanmao's eyes were icy. He didn't expose Wu Taifeng and even gave him the chance for a glorious martyrdom. There's still a bond of master and disciple in his heart. Zhao Fuqing sized up Yi Fanmao, beginning to grasp his thoughts. It's not just Huayan. Su Baoliang will probably go too. I heard they declared Wu Taifeng a martyr, and the funeral will be quite grand. Many police officers will attend. A strange, sinister smile appeared on Yi Fanmao's face. What do you think would happen if the funeral suddenly blew up? Zhao Fuqing's expression shifted, grinning savagely. Many people would die, Huayan might die, Su Baoliang might die, and many police officers would die. Do you dare to do it? Yi Fanmao asked. Zhao Fuqing burst into laughter, making an explosion gesture. I'm already like this, what's there to be afraid of? If we're going to blow something up, let's make it big. If possible, blowing the harbor to smithereens would be thrilling. Yi Fanmao decisively said, then let's do it. Zhao Fuqing frowned and thought, the materials can be brought in, and you can make the bomb here. But how will you get out? Huayan's people are watching outside, there are eyes everywhere. Yi Fanmao laughed dismissively. This Fuqing building has 13 entrances and exits on the 59th floor alone, not counting the vehicle entrances in the basement. There are a total of 76 companies operating in the building, with over 10,000 people coming and going every day. Do you think Huayan's people can keep a close watch on all of that? Do you really think I can't find a way to slip out? I'm just waiting for the best opportunity. The people outside are even less of a concern. A simple disguise will do. In this day and age, how many people still dare to meddle in others' business? Zhao Fuqing was astonished. You understand this better than I do. You think I just sit around daydreaming every day? Yi Fanmao said coldly. Every second, I'm thinking about how to take revenge for Xiaofang, how to blow up Huayan. Zhao Fuqing was moved. Ameo, thank you. Get to work. Yi Fanmao said expressionlessly, waving his hand. Zhao Fuqing obediently retreated. At the Tian Tangko nightclub, a private room on the second floor was transformed into Wei Menkai's studio. A large screen hung on the wall, and a whole row of monitors was placed on a huge workbench. Wei Menkai leaned over the computer, focused, his fingers flying over the keyboard, typing rapidly as lines of code flashed on the screen. Huayan and Gume sat quietly on the sofa behind, waiting, while the usually hot-tempered Diaofeng also obediently stayed nearby. Wei Menkai hit the enter key heavily and turned to call out, done. Huayan, Gume, and Diaofeng quickly got up and walked over. The large screen displayed various surveillance feeds showing the public areas inside the Fuqing building, such as corridors, elevators, conference rooms, and so on. Wei Menkai introduced, there are a total of 423 cameras in the public areas of the Fuqing building, and I've cracked them all. Awesome! Diaofeng gave a thumbs up. Wei Menkai continued, I also implanted a piece of code that inputs the physical characteristics of Yi Fanmao that you mentioned, Brother Yen. As soon as the camera captures him, the system will automatically trigger an alert. Is it really that amazing? Diaofeng was skeptical. Just as Diaofeng finished speaking, the computer suddenly emitted a beep-beep alarm sound. Huayan, Gume, and Diaofeng hurriedly looked at the screen. One of the surveillance feeds was flashing a red box. It was from the camera in the corridor on the 49th floor of the Fuqing building. In the footage, a man was walking through the corridor. Wei Menkai froze the frame, zooming in on the man's face, which was none other than Yi Fanmao. Diaofeng couldn't help but gasp. In the footage, Yi Fanmao approached the private elevator, pressed the button, and the doors opened as he stepped inside. Immediately, the surveillance screen in the elevator flashed a red frame. In the footage, Yi Fanmao stood expressionless, picked his nose, and casually wiped it on the elevator wall. "No class, that's just disgusting," Diao Feng commented. The footage showed the elevator stopping at the 45th floor, and Yi Fanmao exited. The surveillance screen in the 45th floor corridor immediately began to flash red. In the footage, Yi Fanmao walked through the corridor and entered a room, finally disappearing from the surveillance. Huiyan, Gumei, and Diao Feng were left dumbfounded. "This is too amazing, like something out of a sci-fi movie," Gumei exclaimed. Wei Menkai adjusted his glasses and continued, "Give me 2 more days, and I can hack into the city's SkyEye system and implant this code. Even if Yi Fanmao leaves the Fuqing building, he won't be able to hide." Huiyan, Gumei, and Diao Feng exchanged glances, feeling both excited and terrified. In the future, if you need to find someone else, just change the physical characteristics to that person's, and you can track them down. As soon as Wei Menkai finished speaking, Diao Feng bowed deeply to him. "God, you are truly a god." Wei Menkai felt embarrassed by the praise and smiled shyly. "Thank you for your hard work." Huiyan patted Wei Menkai on the back. Diao Feng looked at the densely packed surveillance footage on the big screen and said fiercely, "Let's see where that bastard can escape to." "Escape?" Huiyan chuckled. "Let's observe his activity patterns for another 2 days. Once the master's funeral is over, we can go in and find him." In the evening, the streets were bustling with traffic and crowds. In the large office on the top floor of the Fuqing building, a freshly made bomb sat on the table. It was small in size but powerful, connected to an old-fashioned button phone for remote detonation. Zhao Fuqing admired the bomb from a distance. "Ah Mao, you haven't lost your touch after all these years in hiding." Yi Fanmao replied without hesitation, "I'm ready, what about you?" 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Hall 1 of the Qingshan funeral home. As Zhao Fuqing spoke, he laid out several internal photos of Hall 1 in front of Yi Fanmao, along with a structural blueprint. Yi Fanmao leaned in to examine them closely, pondering as he looked. "Is there a place to set the bomb?" Zhao Fuqing asked. "There are plenty of options, but the best spot is right here." Yi Fanmao pointed to the transparent glass coffin in the center of the hall in the photos. Zhao Fuqing's mind instantly conjured an image. Huiyan, Su Baoliang, and numerous police officers surrounded the transparent glass coffin to pay their respects to Wu Taifeng. Suddenly, with a bang, the glass coffin exploded, sending Huiyan and the others flying. Zhao Fuqing's face flushed with excitement, and the scar on his forehead throbbed wildly. Yi Fanmao instructed, "Arrange for a few people to take me out. I need to prepare in advance." "Aren't we waiting until tonight?" Zhao Fuqing was taken aback. "It's rush hour now, the building is full of people, and the roads are jammed." Yi Fanmao said solemnly, "The more people there are, the easier it is to get out." At the second-floor studio of the Tian Tangko nightclub, Wei Menkai was resting against the back of his chair. The alarm suddenly went off. Wei Menkai quickly opened his eyes and looked at the big screen, where the surveillance footage from the 49th floor corridor of the Fuqing building was flashing. In the footage, Yi Fanmao walked through the corridor, followed by 6 bodyguards, and they all entered the elevator. Wei Menkai picked up his phone. "Brother Yen, there's movement. Brother Yen, there's movement." The target has left Zhao Fuqing's office, and 6 bodyguard-looking people are following him. They just got on the elevator. It seems like they are heading out. Wei Menkai's voice came through the phone. "Keep an eye on them and report their movements at any time." Huiyan instructed while putting on his Bluetooth headset, turning to greet Gumei and Diao Feng, who were already poised for action. "The snake has emerged from its hole. Let's go." The 3 quickly set off. This was an office on one of the floors of a building near Fuqing Tower, where one could see the tower clearly from the window. It had originally been rented by Lai Tianhua for convenience in doing business with Zhao Fuqing, but after their falling out, it had been vacant for a long time. After discovering that Yi Fanmao was hiding in Fuqing Tower, Huiyan requisitioned this place as a temporary base, where previously a Xiao, Eng, Yao Dongzi, and more than a dozen brothers had been stationed, taking turns to monitor. It was only after Wei Menkai's surveillance system was set up that they were able to take a break. Huiyan, Gumei, and Diao Feng rushed to the parking lot, got into the car, and Huiyan took the wheel himself. "Target has arrived at the underground second-level garage," Wei Menkai reported again. "A black Benz has entered, license plate ending in 7022. Received." Huiyan started the car and drove out of the parking lot. "Wait," Wei Menkai called urgently, "there are 2 more identical black Benzes with the same license plate, don't move yet." Upon hearing this, Huiyan turned on the hazard lights and parked by the roadside, staring at the exit of the garage of Fuqing Tower, waiting quietly. After a moment, a black Benz with the license plate ending in 7022 emerged from the garage, blending into the flow of traffic as it turned left and drove away. "Don't move," Wei Menkai reminded. "Received." Huoyan continued to wait. 5 minutes later, another black Benz with the license plate ending in 7022 exited the garage, turning right as it left. Still don't move, Wei Menkai said again. After several more minutes, the third black Benz with the license plate ending in 7022 appeared. Wei Menkai confirmed, the target is in this car. Repeat, the target is in this car. Received. Thank you for your hard work. Huoyan remained calm, waiting until Yi Fanmao's car had driven a distance before slowly following. Diao Feng complained, damn, this guy has too many hiding places. Good thing brother Yin you brought Wei got out, Gumei sighed, otherwise, how could we keep an eye on him? Let's not follow too closely, Yi Fanmao is too dangerous. Huoyan said in a low voice, wait until we're out of the city and find a less crowded place to act. Understood. Gu Mei and Diao Feng nodded in agreement. Inside the black Benz, Yi Fanmao sat in the back seat, wearing a hat and covering his mouth with a mask, occasionally turning his head to look back, highly tense. In the front seat sat the sturdy driver Pai Zifeng and the lean thug Jia Haidong. Pai Zifeng was the best driver among Zhao Fuqing's remaining subordinates, having received professional racing training. Jia Haidong, on the other hand, came from a background of petty theft, specializing in breaking and entering. The two exchanged glances in the rearview mirror, finding Yi Fanmao's nervousness somewhat unwarranted. Mr. Yi, it's fine, Jia Haidong chuckled lightly, we've played this feint so meticulously, no one can keep an eye on us. Pai Zifeng said proudly, even if someone is watching, I can definitely shake them off. Yi Fanmao shot them a cold glance, his face serious, remaining silent as he gently stroked a tea gift box beside him, which contained the bomb he had just made. More than half an hour later, the car finally left the congested city and entered the relatively sparse outer ring road. Yi Fanmao turned his head again to observe the traffic behind. Pai Zifeng and Jia Haidong exchanged looks, both feeling that Yi Fanmao was being overly paranoid. The phone rang, and Jia Haidong answered, turning to Yi Fanmao to say, Xian and Xiao Song's 2 cars have already returned. Nothing happened. However, Yi Fanmao's brow furrowed again, confirming, nothing happened? Yeah, I told you it was fine, Jia Haidong said dismissively, just sit comfortably. Yi Fanmao's brow tightened further as he fell into silent contemplation. The road ahead forks, with a sign indicating that the left leads to the Jiang Bridge, heading towards Yup County. Continuing on the right leads to the Qingshan funeral home in the northern suburbs. Get on the bridge, Yi Fanmao suddenly ordered. Pai Zifeng was puzzled. Aren't we going to the funeral home? According to the original plan, the other 2 cars were supposed to act as decoys to divert any potential attention. Pai Zifeng was to drive this car directly to the vicinity of the Qingshan funeral home, and after dark, Jia Haidong would accompany Yi Fanmao to infiltrate the funeral home and plant the bomb. Get on the bridge, Yi Fanmao said in a low voice. Pai Zifeng didn't dare to say more, reluctantly changed lanes, and skillfully slipped between the 2 cars, driving onto the bridge. Behind them, about a dozen cars back, Huoyan calmly changed lanes, merging into the left lane, and followed onto the bridge. The bridge had a single lane, with heavy traffic moving slowly, while the opposite lane beyond the barrier was clear and unobstructed. Pai Zifeng drove the black Mercedes, inching forward slowly. Turn around, Yi Fanmao ordered again. Ha? Pai Zifeng looked confused. How? How do I turn around? If you don't want to die, don't make me repeat myself. Yi Fanmao's tone was cold and terrifying. Jia Haidong, about to speak, swallowed his words. Pai Zifeng shivered, closed his mouth, and suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The car turned, crashing through and over the barrier, driving onto the opposite lane, making a U-turn. Drive slowly, Yi Fanmao instructed. Pai Zifeng quickly slowed down. Nearby drivers were stunned by the scene, honking their horns in protest. Yi Fanmao ignored them, leaning closer to the window, looking at the cars that had originally lined up behind him, now forming a long queue. Huoyan's car was among that line. He noticed from a distance that Yi Fanmao's car suddenly crossed the barrier and turned around, realizing something was wrong, but stuck in the traffic. The distance between cars was too close to move. Yi Fanmao's car passed by Huoyan's, and Yi Fanmao looked at Huoyan. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Huoyan simply turned his face to look at Yi Fanmao as well. The 2 locked eyes, their gazes intersecting. Hurry up, Yi Fanmao shouted sharply. Pai Zifeng was startled again and quickly accelerated, the car speeding away. Hold on tight, Huoyan called to Gu Mei and Diao Feng, stepping on the gas to push through the cars ahead, sharply turning the steering wheel, also crossing the barrier and driving onto the opposite lane. Since we've been discovered, let's go hard, Huoyan said in a deep voice. Gu Mei looked shocked. This person is too alert. Diao Feng complained. What a lunatic, even pulling a U-turn on the bridge. Huoyan remained silent, focusing on Yi Fanmao's car, accelerating to catch up. Yi Fanmao looked back at Huoyan's car chasing after them and coldly instructed, shake him off. Got it. Pai Zifeng's face lit up with excitement, Finally it was his turn to show off. He quickly shifted gears, pressed the gas, and maneuvered through the traffic, weaving left and right, swiftly and nimbly, just making it through the intersection at the last second. Hua Yan's car closed in, but was blocked by the stopped traffic at the red light, watching Yi Fanmao's car disappear from sight. Damn, he's running pretty fast, Diao Feng said, frustrated and cursing. Gu Mei was also quite dejected. He can't escape. Hua Yan said calmly into his earpiece, Meng Kai, we are at the intersection of Baiguan West Road and Haotian Street. Find the target location as soon as possible. In the studio on the second floor of the Tiantanku nightclub, Wei Mengkai was typing rapidly on the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the large screen on the wall, which displayed rows of traffic surveillance footage. Jin Bao sat silently behind him, mouth agape, looking incredulous. One of the surveillance feeds showed the black Mercedes with the tail number 7022. Yangguan South Street, southbound direction, Wei Mengkai quickly reported. Received, keep an eye on it. Hua Yan quickly changed direction, turning right and driving into a small road. Diao Feng leaned closer to the headset and shouted, Wei Shin, I love you. I'll treat you to drinks later. On Sunshine South Street, Pai Zifeng slightly slowed down, glancing in the rearview mirror, but there was no sign of Hua Yan's car. Shook him off, I told you so, Pai Zifeng said, feeling pleased with himself. Jia Haidong also breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine now, it's fine. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Fanma, who had been looking around, suddenly changed his expression and cursed loudly. Shook off my ass. Hurry the hell up. Pai Zifeng and Jia Hailong were taken aback and followed Yi Fanma's gaze. Hua Yan's car came barreling out from the side road, heading straight for their car. Pai Zifeng hurriedly accelerated and swerved, barely avoiding Hua Yan's vehicle. The two cars sped past each other on the main road, weaving through traffic, chasing and being chased, with danger lurking at every turn, the situation extremely tense. Pai Zifeng used all his skills but still couldn't shake off Hua Yan, gradually becoming panicked, almost colliding with the car while overtaking. Jia Haidong's face turned pale, stared into a ball, gripping the handle tightly, and with the violent shaking of the car, he let out a loud ah and vomited all over himself. Yi Fanma, on the other hand, calmed down, expressionless, turned around to observe for a moment, then calmly rolled down the window and tossed out a handful of triangular spike strips. A large handful of spikes clattered onto the road. Bang bang bang, several cars behind them instantly had their tires punctured, losing control and crashing into each other, completely blocking the road. Hua Yan reacted quickly, managing to slam on the brakes. But the drivers behind him weren't as quick to react, and a series of rear-end collisions pushed Hua Yan's car forward violently. Hua Yan's car was wedged in the middle, surrounded by vehicles, unable to open the doors. Up ahead, Yi Fanma leaned out of the car, mockingly looking at Hua Yan and waving goodbye. Gu Mei and Diao Feng were buckled in, unharmed, but infuriated by Yi Fanma. Diao Feng gritted his teeth, bastard. You two stay here and see if anyone is injured. Call for an ambulance. Hua Yan's expression remained unchanged. Leave Yi Fanma to me. Hua Yan opened the sunroof and leaped out. A crowd had quickly gathered by the roadside, pointing and discussing the accident scene. Hua Yan walked briskly over to a motorcyclist. Let me borrow your bike. Hua Yan directly lifted the motorcyclist off, gently placing him on the roadside, then hopped on the motorcycle and quickly twisted the throttle. The motorcyclist was left dumbfounded, and by the time he reacted, he only saw the motorcycle weaving through traffic and speeding away. Hey, what's going on? Emergency. Sorry about that. Gu Mei arrived shortly after, repeatedly apologizing, pulling out her phone to display a payment code. How much is your bike? I'll double the compensation. The motorcyclist was taken aback, then started to grin. Hey, this is a good deal. I have several more at home. Do you have any more emergencies? The black Benz with the license plate ending in 7022 drove onto a secluded stretch of road. Pai Zifeng and Jia Haidong finally relaxed, their undershirts soaked with cold sweat. That high-speed chase had been too thrilling and dangerous. Yi Fanma's expression remained unchanged, but he felt relieved inside, raising the hand that had been holding the tea gift box. He had once considered using the bomb inside the gift box to blow Hua Yan up directly, but Hua Yan's relentless pursuit had left him no opportunity. Survival was the priority. The earlier scenes of Hua Yan counter-killing under the attack of two gunmen and discarding the timed bomb within 10 seconds had also made him doubt his ability to successfully detonate the bomb in a direct confrontation with Hua Yan. The dramatic and sensational idea of blowing up Hua Yan at Wu Tiefeng's funeral, along with a whole bunch of police officers, made his adrenaline surge just thinking about it. Yi Fanmao glanced at the time and instructed, hurry up, go to the Qingshan funeral home. Don't delay the important matter. Pai Zifeng responded and was about to speed away. Suddenly, a roar of an engine came from behind. Yi Fanmao, Pai Zifeng, and Jia Haidong were taken aback and quickly turned to look. A motorcycle was approaching from behind, and on it was none other than Huiyan. Pai Zifeng's mouth dropped in surprise. Damn, what the hell? The ghost won't leave us alone. Jia Haidong blurted out. Turn around, Yi Fanmao suddenly shouted. Ha, Pai Zifeng was confused. We can't shake him off, Yi Fanmao said coldly. Turn around, run him over. Pai Zifeng came to his senses, understanding Yi Fanmao's intention, and his mind started racing. I'm driving a big Benz, and you're on a broken motorcycle. I can't possibly not run you over. Right, run you over. Boss Xiao will definitely reward me heavily. Maybe I can achieve financial freedom with this one hit. Pai Zifeng no longer hesitated and quickly turned the steering wheel. The big Benz traced a half circle on the road. Just at the moment when the car was at its slowest, Yi Fanmao pushed open the car door, grabbed the tea gift box, and jumped out of the car, rolling a few times on the road before getting up and running through the green belt without looking back. What the hell is this? Jia Haidong was dumbfounded and then shivered. If such a badass person jumped out of the car to escape, what the hell am I waiting for? Jia Haidong fumbled to unbuckle his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and jumped out after him. But by this time, the big Benz had already turned around, and Pai Zifeng was accelerating. As soon as Jia Haidong's feet hit the ground, he was thrown off balance and fell, his head hitting the ground directly, rolling a few times before crashing into the curb, his eyes rolling back, and he was out. Pai Zifeng did not move, gritting his teeth, his eyes red, staring at Huiyan on the motorcycle. He slammed the accelerator and charged forward. Pai Zifeng floored the gas pedal. The black Benz charged straight at Huiyan. Huiyan, however, seemed oblivious to the impending danger, still urging the motorcycle forward. The Benz and the motorcycle were getting closer, about to collide. Pai Zifeng grinned savagely, determined to succeed, and in front of him, Huiyan first transformed into a bloody, mangled corpse, then into a stack of high, piled-up cash. As the two vehicles neared, Huiyan suddenly lifted the front of the motorcycle. The motorcycle soared onto the hood of the black Benz, climbing up the windshield. At the same time, Huiyan took off the helmet hanging from the handlebars and threw it. With a bang, the helmet smashed right onto the driver's side of the black Benz's windshield. The glass shattered, and Pai Zifeng's vision went blurry. Then, the helmet broke through the window and struck Pai Zifeng's face heavily, causing him to black out immediately. At this moment, Huiyan had maneuvered the motorcycle over the top of the Benz, crushing the trunk, and landed steadily. The Benz lost control, crashing at high speed into a roadside tree, and immediately caught fire. Huiyan didn't even glance back, riding the motorcycle onward, through the green belt, heading in the direction Yi Fanmao had fled. A loud explosion sounded behind him. The black Benz soared into the air and crashed heavily back to the ground. Ahead was an open-air farmer's market, the road narrow, with stalls densely packed on both sides and a bustling crowd in the middle. Huiyan rode the motorcycle slowly through the crowd, searching for Yi Fanmao. Up ahead, Yi Fanmao's figure suddenly flashed, already sprinting towards the end of the market. Excuse me, coming through, Huiyan shouted loudly, honking the horn, disregarding the angry complaints of the pedestrians, urging the motorcycle to chase after Yi Fanmao. Yi Fanmao glanced back at Huiyan and quickened his pace. Huiyan was getting closer and closer, while Yi Fanmao was slowing down. Beyond the end of the market was a wide crossroad, and at that moment, a school bus filled with kindergarten students was passing by. Yi Fanmao suddenly raised his hand and threw the tea gift box into the open window at the back of the school bus, then turned and gave Huiyan a cold smile before running off in the opposite direction. Huiyan saw this and quickly accelerated, racing to the intersection. To the left was Yi Fanmao, to the right was the school bus. Without hesitation, Huiyan turned right and chased after the bus. Stop! Hurry up and stop! Huiyan shouted at the bus driver while running. The bus driver either didn't hear or was too scared to stop. Instead, he drove faster. The children on the bus, seeing Huiyan chasing after them, turned their heads curiously to look at him. Seeing that his shouts went unanswered, Huiyan decided to speed up, riding parallel to the bus, and suddenly leaped off his motorcycle, grabbing the edge of the open window. Wow! The children exclaimed in surprise. The motorcycle toppled over by the roadside. Huiyan hung outside the bus, swaying with the vehicle, and struggled to climb inside through the window. The female teacher in the bus shielded the children behind her, looking at Huiyan in terror. What are you doing? I warn you, I've already called the police. Huiyan didn't have time to respond. He was searching for the tea gift box and found it under a seat, where a mischievous little boy was bending down, curiously about to open it. Don't touch that! Huiyan rushed over, pushing the little boy aside, and carefully reached for the tea gift box. As soon as he grabbed it, Huiyan was stunned and ripped the box open. The box was empty. Yi Fanmao had already taken the bomb out and hidden it on himself, throwing the empty box into the bus. He had judged that Huiyan would never ignore the lives of all these children, and he was right. Huiyan quickly ran to the back of the bus and looked through the glass, but Yi Fanma was nowhere to be seen. What do you want to do? The female teacher asked, increasingly confused. Huyen turned his head, wearing a gentle smile, and said to the children, I'm sorry, uncle made a mistake, sorry, it's all right, goodbye. After saying this, Huyen waved goodbye to the children and smoothly jumped out of the window. The children gasped in amazement. In the studio on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, we can only track him to here. Wei Menkai pointed to the surveillance footage of an intersection on the big screen, where Yi Fanmao could be seen hurrying past. He turned into the urban village from here, which is a blind spot for surveillance. I checked the nearby cameras, he hasn't appeared again and is likely still hiding in the urban village. Huyen nodded, thank you for your hard work. Gumei and Diao Feng looked at Huyen's serious expression. Brother Yen, it's okay, the enemy is just too cunning, Diao Feng comforted. Gumei added, he can't hide for long, his photos are posted everywhere on the streets, so there should be clues soon. I'll take people to search the urban village right away, Diao Feng said as he prepared to move out. Huyen shook his head, frowning tightly. There's no need. He must have changed clothes or hitched a ride to leave. He didn't come out this time to escape. He wants to cause another explosion. I just haven't figured out where he plans to strike next or how he intends to do it. Huyen leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. In a village in the northern suburbs, a garbage truck slowly approached and stopped by the roadside. The driver jumped out, ran to the side, and unzipped to urinate. The top cover of the garbage truck's cargo area was slowly pushed open, and Yi Fanmao stood up from a pile of trash, covered in scraps and leftovers, looking quite disheveled. He didn't bother to clean up, lightly jumped down, and quickly disappeared into the woods by the roadside. In the large office on the top floor of the Fuchang building, Zhao Fucheng looked gloomy and paced anxiously. He Qing hurried in. Speak, Zhao Fucheng urged impatiently. He Qing reported, the car is completely wrecked, Pai Zifeng died inside the car, and Jia Haidong was killed by the curb. What about Mao? I don't care whether they live or die. Zhao Fucheng interrupted anxiously, what about Mao? I just want to know how Mao is. Mr. Ye's body has not been found nearby. Someone saw him jump out of the car early and run into the nearby market. Whether he is dead or alive is still unconfirmed. It's fine, Mao won't die so easily. Zhao Fucheng shook his head and nodded, he must still be alive. He Qing lowered his head and remained silent. Send everyone out, find Mao for me, Zhao Fucheng commanded. He Qing did not move. Boss, there are only a little over 100 people available now. If we send them all out, no one will be left to guard here. Then go find more people, look from the outside, spend big money to find them. Zhao Fucheng roared, with great rewards, there will surely be brave men. He Qing still did not move, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Now no one dares to work for us. Even if we offer money, they won't dare to take it, saying it's a life to earn and no life to spend. Unless it's from the Zhuang family. Then go look for people from other places, from the provincial city. Zhao Fucheng interrupted, I don't believe there isn't anyone willing to risk their life. He Qing said nothing more and silently walked outside. After taking just 2 steps, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He Qing picked it up in confusion, listened for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed, handing the phone to Zhao Fucheng. It's Mr. Yi calling. Zhao Fucheng was taken aback for a moment, hurriedly took the phone, and quickly asked a series of questions. Mao, I knew you wouldn't be dead. Why didn't you call me? Whose number is this? Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. Just come back and talk. Shut up, let me speak. Yi Fanmao's cold voice reprimanded from the other end. Zhao Fucheng immediately obediently closed his mouth. I don't understand much, but I suspect there are very skilled computer experts helping Huyen. The cameras in your Fucheng building have been hacked. They know as soon as I move. Damn! Zhao Fucheng was startled and quickly instructed He Qing, quick, turn off all the surveillance. It doesn't matter whether you turn them off or not, they can also check the traffic cameras outside. No matter where I run, Huyen can follow. I had to work hard to shake him off. Zhao Fucheng was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a moment. Even your phone might be tapped. Zhao Fucheng was shocked again, quickly took out his phone, turned it off, and threw it aside. So, don't ask me where I am, and don't contact me again. I can only tell you that I am safe now, and I will continue to execute our plan. Zhao Fucheng was delighted. Mao, thank you for your hard work. Stop the damn nonsense. Yi Fanmao scolded from the other end, and one more thing. Find me a reliable black market surgeon in the northern suburbs. Zhao Fucheng was stunned. Are you injured? Is it serious? You don't need to worry about that, just find one quickly, and send me the address when you find it. Understood, no problem, Zhao Fucheng replied. There was a pause on the other end, and suddenly Yi Fanmao sighed heavily. This is my last gamble. If successful, your troubles will completely disappear, and we can see each other again. If not, I'll wait for you down there. Mao, Zhao Fucheng called out. Yi Fanmao had already hung up the phone on the other end. Zhao Fucheng stared blankly at his phone, suddenly feeling emotional, his expression sorrowful. After a moment, he handed the phone back to Yi Qing. "You all heard that, hurry up and do it." Yi Qing took the phone and silently stepped back. In the night, in a lonely village house's bathroom in Hushan village in the northern suburbs, Yi Fanmao, who had already changed into clean clothes, put down his phone, found a slender woman's hairpin on the sink, skillfully disassembled the phone, fiddled with it for a while, then reassembled it and turned to walk out of the bathroom. In the living room, a pair of male and female villagers had their hands bound with tape and their feet tied, looking at Yi Fanmao in terror. Yi Fanmao ignored them, sat down at the dining table, casually placed the phone aside, took off his mask, and grabbed a pancake, devouring it with the soybean paste. After finishing his meal, he stood up and walked in front of the pair of villagers, reaching into his pocket. The villagers shrank back in fear. What Yi Fanmao pulled out, however, was a stack of cash, which he stuffed into the man's pocket. "Thanks for lending me your phone, thanks for the food, thanks for the warm hospitality. Don't be afraid, as long as you don't shout or call the police, nothing will happen. Otherwise, someone will come looking for you." The villagers nodded repeatedly. Yi Fanmao put his mask back on, picked up a bag, turned, and left, even kindly closing the door behind him. Finally gone, the man sighed in relief. "That scared me to death." The woman said nothing, glancing at the phone that Yi Fanmao had deliberately left on the dining table, then listened intently. Once they could no longer hear any noise from outside, the woman nudged the man, who was trying to figure out how to get the tape off. "Quick, make a call," she urged. The man hesitated in fear, but he said not to call the police. "Let's not stir up trouble." "Not the police, a private call." "What do you mean?" The man was confused. "I just went to the city, and there were a lot of reward notices posted on the street." The woman said mysteriously, "I recognize him, it's that guy from just now." "Ha?" The man was startled. "A wanted criminal? Then we definitely shouldn't make a fuss. Just take a look, I peeled one off, it's in my pocket." The woman turned sideways, and the man reached back, struggling to pull out a piece of paper from her right pocket. The paper fell to the ground, and the man looked down. "Wow, it really is that guy. 10 million? The man was stunned, looking at the woman in disbelief. The woman nodded vigorously. 10 million, just for providing a clue. They silently stared at each other for a moment. The man's eyes began to shine, his gaze moved to the contact number at the bottom, repeating it in his mind to remember. "Damn it, let's go for it." The man struggled to get up, not bothering to think about how to get the tape off first, hopping over to the dining table, using his chin to light up the phone screen, leaning in to unlock it, and entering the dialing interface. The woman also leaned in to watch. After dialing the number, just as he pressed the call button, there was a loud bang, and the phone suddenly exploded. Their heads were right next to the phone, and in an instant, their faces were blown apart, collapsing to the ground, unconscious, unaware of their fate. In the mountains and forests outside, Yi Fanmao heard a faint explosion in the distance, smiled coldly, tightened his ill-fitting clothes, and quickly disappeared into the woods. The entrance to the Paradise nightclub was tightly closed, with Yaodong personally guarding the door with several younger brothers, and several hidden stakes nearby. With Yi Fanmao missing, security was tightened here. In the studio on the second floor, Wei Menkai sat in front of the computer, accessing traffic cameras, retrieving footage, and quickly searching for Yi Fanmao's whereabouts. Hui Yen held a harbor map, quietly accompanying him. "Brother Yen, still no sign. Should we continue to expand the search area?" "Yes, continue." Hui Yen pointed to the map, speaking heavily. "Start from this northern area." In the dead of night, at the Qingshan funeral home, a beam of flashlight cut through the pitch-black sky. The night shift veteran Jin Yangshin was patrolling, yawning, and secretly cursing. "It's all just formalism. Who would rob a place like a funeral home? Who's crazy enough to steal from the dead? And I have to patrol 3 times a night, or else my bonus gets deducted. It's just formalism." Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and he turned to shine the flashlight towards Hall No. 1. The main door was ajar. Jin Yangshin hurried over, gently pushed the door, and it opened. A shadow flickered in the hall. Jin Yangshin stared at the open door of Hall No. 1, stunned. What was going on? He remembered clearly that he had received a notification from his superiors yesterday, stating that a funeral for a heroic police officer who died in the line of duty would be held here, and Mayor Su Baoliang would personally attend. So he had meticulously cleaned both the inside and outside himself and had locked the door. Jin Yangshin hesitated for a moment, walked into the hall, found the switch behind the door, and pressed it. The hall instantly lit up like daylight, but it was empty. Jin Yangshin looked around the hall. A glass coffin was placed in the center, surrounded by draped curtains. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, yet a sudden inexplicable sense of fear surged within him. He was not a timid person, otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this job. But the fear at this moment was particularly chilling and terrifying, as if a venomous snake was staring at him. Jin Yongshin involuntarily retreated towards the door. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. I must be overthinking. It should be that new kid, who came in to grab something and forgot to lock the door. I'll have to have a good talk with him later. Jin Yongshin reassured himself, turned off the light, stepped back out, locked the door again, and continued his patrol, quickly walking away. Moments later, a shadow slipped out from behind the curtain in the corner, quickly moving to the glass coffin in the center of the hall, feeling around to lift the base. Immediately, a small flashlight covered with cloth lit up. In the dim light, it could be seen that the shadow was Yi Fanmao, and the remote-controlled bomb had already been placed in the base compartment. Yi Fanmao swiftly connected the remaining wires, completed the final procedure, restored the glass coffin to its original state, turned off the small flashlight, and slipped out of the hall. He did not leave the funeral home directly but crept along the wall to the duty room, peeking inside, and quietly pushed the door open. Jin Yongshin had not returned yet, and another duty staff member was lying on a makeshift army bed, sound asleep. Yi Fanmao found Jin Yongshin's coat, walked to the window, and pressed the unlock button for the parking lot outside. A small car's lights flashed, successfully unlocking. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Fanmao calmly placed the keys back in Jin Yongshin's coat, pushed the window open, climbed out, and closed it behind him, disappearing into the night. At 8 in the morning, the day shift staff arrived on time, and Jin Yongshin handed the shift report to one of his colleagues. "Everything okay?" the colleague casually asked. "All good," Jin Yongshin yawned. What could possibly happen? Jin Yongshin changed into his own coat, packed his removed funeral home uniform into a plastic bag to take home for washing, then left the duty room, went to the parking lot, and drove away from the funeral home. On the way, he stopped briefly to buy breakfast, also getting a roast chicken and a bottle of white wine. This had become his habit in recent years, treating himself to a good meal and a drink after the night shift, then enjoying a long sleep. His wife had passed away 2 years ago, and he had personally pushed her into the incinerator. His son was studying at a university in another city, busy with his love life, and aside from asking for living expenses, he hardly called even once a month. No one cared for him, life was quite leisurely. After more than 20 minutes, he returned to his community, parked the car in the basement, picked up his things, and was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the trunk. Jin Yongshin frowned and looked over. Another bang sounded, and he walked over in confusion to open the trunk. Inside lay a man. Before Jin Yongshin could shout, the man swung a car fire extinguisher and struck him on the forehead. Suddenly, everything went dark, and Jin Yongshin stumbled, falling headfirst into the trunk, dropping everything he was holding onto the ground. Yi Fanmao crawled out, shoved Jin Yongshin into the trunk, tossed in breakfast, roast chicken, and a white chicken, leaving only a plastic bag containing employee uniforms, then closed the trunk and hurried away. About an hour later, in a small clinic on the back street of Xinjiang in the northern suburbs, Dr. Han Fuming, who had just woken up, heard a knock on the door. "Who is it? So early?" Han Fuming opened the door and peeked outside, but there was no one there, and he was puzzled as he was about to close the door. A figure suddenly darted in from the side, wedging a foot in the door. Han Fuming was startled, grabbed a baseball bat from behind the door, and asked warily, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Zhao Fucheng sent me," Yi Fanmao replied in a muffled voice. Oh, a friend of Boss Xiao, please come in." Han Fuming stepped aside, warmly inviting Yi Fanmao into the room. "What do you need? Can you operate?" Yi Fanmao asked. Han Fuming smiled. This was big business coming in. "Follow me." Han Fuming led Yi Fanmao through the corridor to a back room and opened a hidden door. Inside was a surgery room, though not as good as a regular hospital. It had all the basic equipment and instruments. "What do you want to operate on?" Han Fuming asked, guessing that this person might not be able to go to a hospital, possibly due to a gunshot wound or something similar. Yi Fanmao surveyed the room. "Just do as I say." Han Fuming was taken aback, but Yi Fanmao had already walked over and lay down on the operating table. "Come here," Yi Fanmao ordered coldly. About 2 hours later, Yi Fanmao left the clinic. He looked pale, walking slowly, and when he accidentally stumbled down the steps, a look of pain crossed his face. But he didn't make a sound, dragging his feet and enduring the pain as he left. In the surgery room, Han Fuming lay on the ground, his neck slashed open with a long cut, blood pooling everywhere, a sharp scalpel lying beside him. The rest of the day passed without incident. Wei Menkai took a short break for a few hours before sitting back down at his workstation, continuing to search for Yi Fanmao's whereabouts. Jin Bao stood behind him, helping to massage his sore and stiff shoulders and neck. Huoyen returned home, pulling out a dark suit he hadn't worn in a long time from the wardrobe. A photo fluttered down, showing Huoyen on his first day in the police force with Wu Taifeng. At that time, Huiyan was youthful and sunny, and Wu Taifeng smiled happily, as if seeing his son grow up. Zhao Fuqing sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in the direction of the Qingshan funeral home, lost in thought, quietly waiting. The staff of the funeral home began to set up the memorial hall in Hall 1, and no one noticed the glass coffin. Even if they did, they wouldn't discover anything. The next morning, the parking lot of the Qingshan funeral home and the roads outside were filled with police cars. A large number of police officers from the Municipal Bureau, Hongwan branch, and other branches, as well as from the public security bureaus of the districts and counties below, had come to attend Wu Tiefeng's memorial service, along with some people who had previously been cared for by Wu Taifeng and had come upon hearing the news. Huiyan, dressed in a dark suit and wearing sunglasses, kept a distance from the police and walked into the funeral home with members of society. A convoy sped in, and the traffic police blew their whistles, directing people to clear the road. The convoy stopped in the reserved spot in the parking lot, and Su Baolian got out. The directors and political commissars from the Municipal Bureau and various branches surrounded him as they walked toward Hall 1. Television reporters followed them, filming all the way. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to them, a man dressed in a funeral home employee uniform, wearing a hat and covering his mouth with a mask, entered the funeral home through a side door and quickly disappeared around the corner. It was Yi Fanmao. His hand was buried in his pocket, tightly gripping a mobile phone. Qingshan Funeral Home, Hall No. 1. The mournful music was solemn and austere, with a banner hanging on the wall that read, "Deeply mourning heroic police officer Wu Taifeng," and a large black and white portrait of Wu Taifeng placed on the table. A circle of flower wreaths of various sizes was arranged against the wall, including those sent by various precincts and agencies, and Lai Tianhua had also sent a large wreath. Even Li Dinghao had sent one, signed with Li Wanyan's name. But the most eye-catching were the several wreaths sent in the names of the Diao brothers, De Fei, and Dinghua. A group of gangsters collectively sending wreaths for a deceased police officer was quite a spectacle. Huiyan stood in a corner at the back of the crowd, silently gazing at the body of Wu Taifeng, which had just been moved into the center of the hall in a glass coffin by the funeral home staff. The makeup artist had put in great effort, doing their utmost to conceal the scars on Wu Tiefeng's face. He looked peaceful, almost lifelike at first glance. So far, Huiyan had not spoken to anyone about the last time he met Wu Taifeng, nor did he plan to in the future. Let everything be carried away by the wind. Suddenly, a hand slapped Huiyan hard. He turned to see Diyu glaring at him. Diyu's expression was sorrowful, his face haggard. Wu Tiefeng's death was a tremendous blow and shock to him. "I checked, on the day Master had the accident, you went to his house?" Diyu asked. Huiyan nodded slightly. Diyu pressed on. "What did you say to Master?" "We had been chasing that group of fugitives for a long time without finding their hideout. Why did Master suddenly go alone?" "Did you tell him?" Huiyan remained non-committal, speaking to himself. "I've arranged the best nursing home for Grandma, with caregivers accompanying her 24 hours a day. Do you know? After Master went inside, he blocked the door." Diyu's eyes glistened with tears. He never intended to come out alive, he was seeking death. "You should visit Grandma more when you have time," Huiyan replied. Diyu moved closer to Huiyan. "Before Master died, he asked me to say thank you to you. What does that mean?" Huiyan paused, looking again at Wu Taifeng in the glass coffin. "Perhaps only he knows." Diyu stared intently at Huiyan, and after a moment, said solemnly, "Huiyan, I don't know why you've become like this. I don't know what happened between you and Master, but if I find out you are related to Master's death, I will never let you go." Huiyan did not look at Diyu, only pointed to the clock on the wall. "The memorial service is about to begin." At exactly 9 o'clock, the ceremony started on time. Su Baolian glanced at Huiyan from a distance, walked to the stage, picked up the microphone, and began his speech. "Today, with immense sorrow, we gather here to bid farewell to our good comrade, the people's good police officer, Comrade Wu Taifeng." The crowd in the hall bowed their heads in silence, their expressions mournful. Huiyan remained expressionless, watching quietly. Among them, some were genuinely moved, like Diyu with tears in his eyes, and those from the team, as well as some members of the public who were quietly sobbing. Some were merely feigning sadness, like the overly dramatic leaders of various ranks, and those like Gao Mingyu, who showed impatience in their expressions. Wu Tiefeng's life was one of loyalty and dedication. He was the nemesis of criminals, a close friend of the people. He remembered his mission, was unafraid of difficulties, and bravely took on responsibilities, burning out his life to maintain social stability and ensure the peace of the people. Su Baolian's voice echoed in the hall. Outside in the courtyard, Yi Fanmao, dressed in work clothes, huddled in a corner, glancing at the scene inside the hall. Today's memorial service was one of the rare significant events at Qingshan Funeral Home, attracting almost everyone's attention. The staff were either busy or watching the spectacle, and no one noticed the inconspicuous presence of Yi Fanmao. Su Baolian's lengthy and convoluted speech finally came to an end. and the leaders from the Municipal Bureau and the Hongwan branch took turns rambling on. The ceremony finally entered the phase of bidding farewell to the deceased, with a long line of guests forming 2 rows around the glass coffin containing Wu Tiefeng's body. Huiyan didn't want to draw attention, so he positioned himself towards the back of the line, moving slowly with the crowd. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Wei Menkai. "Yen Go, we haven't found the target's whereabouts yet, but I came across a case related to an explosion. Someone just reported it." "Go on." "A couple in Hushan village was blown up by their own phone. The man is dead, and the woman is still unconscious. I think a phone couldn't possibly have that much power. I wonder if it has anything to do with the target? Not sure if it's useful to you? Hushan village?" Huiyan silently repeated in his mind. He had been there when he was a police officer, rescuing a woman who had been trafficked, and he had nearly been overturned by the villagers. He had fired 2 shots into the air to forcefully take her away, and he had received a reprimand for misuse of police weapons. That place was not far from Qingshan Funeral Home, only about 10 kilometers away. At this thought, Huiyan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Qingshan Funeral Home. Suddenly, he remembered that the day Yi Fanmao's car suddenly changed lanes to go onto the Jiankou Bridge, the road it had originally taken led to Qingshan Funeral Home. That's right, he was originally headed to Qingshan Funeral Home. This was where he intended to set off the explosion. Taking advantage of Wu Tiefeng's memorial service, he planned to blow up Huiyan, blow up Su Baoliang, blow up all the police present. This terrifying madman. "Quick, Menkai, help me do something immediately, it has to be fast." Huiyan whispered instructions to Wei Menkai on the other end of the line while scanning his surroundings. Where could the bomb be hidden? Huiyan's gaze fell on the glass coffin in the center of the hall, surrounded by the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed through the people in front of him and rushed towards the glass coffin. Everyone looked at Huiyan in astonishment, and Su Baoliang, standing beside the glass coffin, furrowed his brow. Huiyan lifted the lid of the glass coffin and directly pulled off the sheet covering Wu Tiefeng's body. The entire venue was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Huiyan suddenly began to disturb and disrespect the deceased's body. "What are you doing, Huiyan?" Diyu shouted in anger, rushing forward and throwing a punch at Huiyan's face. Huiyan took the punch squarely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even grunt in response, too focused on searching Wu Tiefeng's body. The other police officers from the Hongwan criminal police team could no longer tolerate it and rushed forward, grabbing Huiyan with both hands and feet. Outside the funeral home, Yi Fanmao watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. When Huiyan pushed through the crowd, he had initially panicked, knowing that Huiyan must have discovered something. He didn't expect Huiyan not only to stay close but to try to find the bomb, only to be misunderstood and restrained by his own people. This was a death wish. The heavens were against you. Not even Jesus could save you now. Yi Fanmao leisurely took out his phone, pulled up a number he had prepared earlier, and got ready to detonate the bomb. "Get away from me!" Huiyan shouted angrily, simultaneously shaking his arms. The 7 or 8 Hongwan criminal police officers holding him down suddenly felt a tremendous force surge through them, and they were instantly thrown to the ground. At this moment, Huiyan had confirmed that the bomb was not in the coffin, nor on Wu Tiefeng's body. He grabbed the base of the glass coffin, preparing to flip it over entirely. Suddenly, a handgun was pressed against Huiyan's head. "Stop! You're going too far!" Diyu shouted, gripping his service weapon with his finger on the trigger, cursing angrily. Outside, Yi Fanmao watched this scene, laughing even more joyfully. He removed his thumb from the dial key and instead walked towards the entrance, leisurely enjoying the show, casually picking up a thick iron rod from the ground. The hall was silent, everyone staring in shock at Diyu and Huiyan, unable to comprehend how a solemn memorial could suddenly turn into this. Su Baoliang opened his mouth to speak but stopped, glancing at the gun in Duyu's hand, then at Huiyan, his expression complex. Meanwhile, in the studio on the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, Wei Menkai was furiously typing on the computer, sweat pouring down his forehead. Lines of code flashed rapidly across the screen. Dia Feng and Gu Mei stood behind him, unable to understand but too nervous to speak. "Duer, sorry about this," Huiyan suddenly said, then in a swift motion, he raised his hand and snatched the gun from Duyu's grasp. Diyu stared at his empty hand, astonished. The people nearby hadn't even seen Huiyan's movement, they only felt as if his hand had twitched, and suddenly Duyu's gun was gone? Huiyan grabbed the base of the glass coffin and forcefully flipped it over, causing Wu Taifeng's body to roll onto the floor. Damn it! The other police officers from the Hongwan criminal police team had red eyes, angrily drawing their guns, ready to aim at Huiyan. Bomb! Someone in the crowd suddenly screamed in terror. Everyone turned to look, and there it was, the bomb revealed in the compartment of the overturned coffin. Huiyan had already crouched down, examining the bomb, trying to detach it from the base. Like a drop of water splashing into a pot of oil, the entire hall erupted in chaos, everyone rushing towards the only exit. Most of them were police officers, and just one glance was enough to know the bomb's immense power. If it detonated, very few would survive in the hall. In the confusion, Su Baoliang was knocked to the ground by Gao Mingyu, his glasses falling off and immediately trampled by several feet. The secretary frantically tried to help Su Baoliang up, anxiously shouting, "Let the leader go first, let the leader go first." In a life-and-death moment, who could afford to care about that? The several district chiefs who had just been respectful to Su Baoliang now treated him as if he didn't exist, trampling over him as they fled. Su Baoliang was stomped on several times, crying out in pain. The first person to reach the door suddenly slammed to a stop. The main door had been closed at some point, a metal rod wedged across the outside door handle, making it impossible to pull open. Yi Fan Mao stood outside, looking through the glass, smiling at the panicked people inside. He was completely confident that Hui Yan could detach the bomb from the coffin base, but he absolutely could not remove the remote detonation device. Forcing it would only cause an immediate explosion. This was his most perfect creation, and everyone inside had to die. The people in the hall were trapped, unable to escape, creating chaos, pushing against each other, and cries of complaint filled the air. "Don't push! Stop pushing! Call the police! Aren't we the police? Where's the bomb disposal expert? Is there anyone who can defuse bombs? Hurry up! Hui Yan, don't move! Be careful not to set it off!" Before the words were even finished, Hui Yan stood up, holding the bomb he had detached from the coffin base. The people nearby gasped in shock, all stepping back in fear. "Yan Gu, do you?" called out nervously, feeling both guilty for misunderstanding Hui Yan earlier and worried. Hui Yan remained silent, holding the bomb, staring at Yi Fan Mao, and slowly walked towards the door. Yi Fan Mao looked back at Hui Yan, retreating to maintain a safe distance from the potential explosion, while raising his phone, slowly pressing the call button. Having had enough fun, it was time to say goodbye. The people trapped in Hall 1 could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it, with no way out, all sinking into despair. Yi Fan Mao pressed the call button, his eyes wide as he stared at Hall 1, waiting for the explosion to sound, waiting for Hui Yan to be blown to pieces, waiting for the building to collapse, waiting for the wails of the damned. However, nothing happened, no explosion, no flying flesh, no screams. Yi Fan Mao was stunned, quickly looking down at his phone, only to realize that he hadn't dialed out at all. What the hell is going on? Yi Fan Mao pressed the phone repeatedly, but all he got was a message saying the call could not be made. The phone had no signal, not a single bar. On the second-floor studio of the Paradise nightclub, Wei Mengkai had already left the computer, slumped in his chair, pale and exhausted, looking as if he might faint at any moment. Jin Bao handed a towel to Wei Mengkai to wipe his sweat, Gumei offered him water, and Diaofeng brought over fruit and energy bars. Wei Mengkai took a sip of water, feeling a bit better. Did it succeed? Is Brother Yen okay? Diaofeng and Gumei asked eagerly. Wei Mengkai nodded with difficulty. I hacked into the operator's server and forcibly shut down all the base stations within a 2-kilometer radius of the Qingshan funeral home, blocking all signals. Gumei was so excited that she hugged Wei Mengkai tightly. Diaofeng directly wrapped his arms around Wei Mengkai's head and gave him a hard kiss on the forehead. I love you so much. Jin Bao coughed, his expression serious, signaling Gumei and Diaofeng to be gentle and not to hurt the weak Wei Mengkai. Gumei and Diaofeng laughed and let go, urging Wei Mengkai to rest. In Hall 1 of the Qingshan funeral home, Hui Yan shook the bomb that couldn't be detonated, smiling at Yi Fan Mao with a mocking grin. Damn, 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 damn. Yi Fan Mao cursed dozens of times in his heart, threw down his phone, and turned to leave, his steps a bit unsteady. The people who had survived the ordeal looked at Hui Yan with gratitude and respect, erupting into cheers, followed by deafening applause. Hui Yan turned and handed the bomb to Diyu beside him. Quick, call someone to completely dismantle this thing. Just in case, don't leave any hidden dangers. Move aside. Hui Yan turned and ran toward the door. The people in front automatically parted, making way for him. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Hui Yan crashed into the door like a cannonball. The iron rod blocking the door was broken off, and the door swung open with a bang. Hui Yan burst out, and Yi Fan Mao's figure disappeared around the corner. Hui Yan chased to the corner, and before him was the backyard of the Qingshan funeral home. Yi Fan Mao's figure was already gone, and the back door leading outside was gently swaying, slowly closing, as if someone had just pushed it open to escape. Diyu and other police officers rushed over, and upon seeing the situation, they didn't hesitate to chase after the back door. Brother Yen, the bomb has been handed over to the bomb disposal experts. You should go take care of your wound. Diyu pointed to the cut on Hui Yan's body from when he broke through the door. He had no idea that this minor injury was nothing more than a scratch to Hui Yan now. Leave the rest to us to catch him. He won't get away. Diyu said as he chased after the back door. Hui Yan nodded, non-committal, and didn't follow. After Diyu and the others ran out the back door, he instead turned back into the yard, walking past one room after another. Finally, he stopped in front of a door that emanated a chilling cold, with a plaque that read morgue. Huayan reached out and pushed, and the door slid open gently. The room was chillingly cold, the light white and eerie, with a large stainless steel drawer against the wall, naturally containing the temporarily stored bodies. Huayan walked over, examining carefully. On the floor beneath the third large drawer, there was a small pile of dust, and on the handle of the third drawer, there was an inconspicuous stain. Someone had moved this drawer. Huayan smiled and casually picked up a thick iron rod from the corner. Sorry to disturb you all. Huayan swung the iron rod and slammed it heavily onto the drawer, a loud bang reverberating through the room. He then grabbed the handle and pulled the drawer open. Inside lay a person, covering his buzzing ears, glaring hatefully at Huayan. It was Yi Fanmao. Hello, Huayan smiled and asked, where can you escape to now? You found me too? Yi Fanmao said, annoyed and somewhat unconvinced. There are police outside, cameras on the roads. Where can you run to? Huayan looked at Yi Fanmao with a grin and said in a deep voice, a smart person like you wouldn't be foolish enough to walk into a trap. Hiding here is like being in the dark under a lamp. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Yi Fanmao's spirit sank, and after a moment of silence, he sighed. I'm too tired. I've never been this exhausted in my life. I admit defeat. I can't fight you. The winner takes all. Do as you please. Huayan raised his hand and seized Yi Fanmao by the neck. Yi Fanmao looked quietly at Huayan, a sense of relief in his eyes, mixed with a hint of excitement. However, Huayan did not tighten his grip on Yi Fanmao's throat. Instead, he effortlessly pulled him out of the drawer and set him on the ground. Am I going to kill you here? That wouldn't be appropriate. It doesn't suit such a bad person like you. Yi Fanmao was taken aback. What do you want to do? Huayan quickly and professionally searched Yi Fanmao, confirming he had no bombs. Then, he pulled a mask from his coat pocket and put it on him, followed by a hat, giving him a shove and pointing to the door. Let's go! Yi Fanmao led the way, with Huayan keeping a step behind him, closely following as they walked toward the funeral home parking lot. Outside, chaos still reigned, with ambulances wailing as they took away the unconscious Su Baoliang and other injured individuals. Police officers were coming and going, maintaining order, securing evidence at the scene, questioning funeral home staff, and conducting searches. Huayan and Yi Fanmao quickly navigated through the disordered crowd. A few police officers glanced at Huayan and Yi Fanmao, then quickly averted their eyes. Huayan had just saved everyone's lives. No one would suspect that he was now leaving with a bomber, thinking he was merely a funeral home staff member leading Huayan. Upon reaching the parking lot, Huayan opened the trunk, pushed Yi Fanmao inside, and bound his hands and feet with tape, sealing his mouth. Just as he closed the trunk, do you happen to walk over, looking awkward? We haven't caught the person yet, but we're expanding the search area, and the nearby roads are all blocked off. The police dog team is on the way. He definitely won't escape. Huayan nodded nonchalantly. Then I'll leave it to you. I have something to attend to. Alright, I'll notify the brothers blocking the road. Dieu said as he picked up his phone to inform his colleagues, allowing Huayan's car to pass. Huayan got in the car, started the engine, and quickly drove away. Brother Yen, I'm sorry, thank you. Dieu shouted at Huayan. Huayan waved goodbye. At the entrance, several police dogs had arrived, and the handlers were letting them sniff the phone Yi Fanmao had dropped earlier. Huayan's car passed by. One police dog suddenly barked at the trunk of Huayan's car. The handler looked over in confusion, but Huayan's car had already disappeared around the corner. At the foot of the mountain, a team of armed police officers was checking each passing vehicle. Huayan remained calm, waiting in the line of cars to be inspected. Finally, it was Huayan's turn. As several officers approached to check, the leading captain saw Huayan's license plate, waved his hand, signaling him to pass. After clearing the checkpoint, the car quickly entered the city, driving smoothly and swiftly. In the trunk, Yi Fanmao was unhurried, shifting his body to find a comfortable position, lying quietly with a strange smile on his face. Huayan put on his headphones and lowered his voice. Menkai, help me check something. 30 minutes later, Huayan dragged Yi Fanmao into the studio on the second floor. Diafeng, Gumei, Wei Menkai, and Jin Ba were all present, and Diafeng had even specially connected with Yaodong via video so that Diaochong in the hospital could see as well. Everyone looked at Yi Fanmao with curiosity, sizing up this recent troublemaker who had caused chaos and put lives at risk multiple times. Huayan threw Yi Fanmao onto the sofa and sat down next to him. Yi Fanmao glanced at the others, his gaze lingering on Wei Menkai for a while. Diafeng poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Yi Fanmao with a thud. To be honest, you bastard, you really are quite impressive. Thank you. Yi Fanmao smiled faintly, raised the glass, and downed it in one go, then turned to Huayan. Everyone's here, the road wine has been drunk. I assume you're not the kind of pervert who enjoys torturing people for fun, so can you give me a break? In such a hurry to die? Hua Yan chuckled. I still want to chat with you. Yi Fanmao replied coldly. You and I? What's there to talk about? Actually, you let me catch you on purpose, right? Hua Yan suddenly asked. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fanmao's eyes, then it vanished as he coldly stared at Hua Yan. Gumei, Diaofeng, and the others were equally puzzled. What do you mean? Hua Yan said in a deep voice. The dust on the floor of the morgue was deliberately scattered by you, and the stains on your hands were also intentionally left behind. Were you afraid I wouldn't find you? You really underestimate me. Why would I do that? Yi Fanmao laughed. Do I look like someone with a screw loose? Hua Yan pointed at himself, then at Gumei, Diaofeng, and the others. Because you still have a bomb on you, and you want to blow me up. Preferably all of us. As soon as Hua Yan mentioned the bomb, Gumei and Diaofeng were startled, and Jin Bao immediately shielded Wei Menkai behind him. Yi Fanmao burst into laughter. Didn't you search me already? Hua Yan ignored Yi Fanmao and nodded at Wei Menkai. Menkai, you explain. Wei Menkai cleared his throat and began. Half an hour ago, Brother Yan asked me to check if anything unusual had happened near the Qingshan funeral home. I found out that about 8 kilometers north, the police station in Xinjiang reported a murder. A doctor who ran a small clinic, named Han Fuming, was killed yesterday next to the operating table. So I reviewed the surveillance footage from that area, and then I saw you. Yi Fanmao's expression immediately darkened. Coincidentally, I happen to know this Han Fuming. Hua Yan took over the conversation and continued, a black market doctor, selling illegal drugs, trafficking organs, performing unspeakable surgeries, utterly immoral. Although you just wanted to silence him, killing him was indeed the right move, a service to the public. In his previous life, the girls imprisoned by Zhaolingjie would also fall ill, and occasionally even become unexpectedly pregnant. It was this Han Fuming who handled those cases. Some who were abused to death would also be handed over to Han Fuming for organ dissection and trafficking, or even for ghost marriages, etc. He was originally on Hua Yan's must-eliminate list, but Hua Yan hadn't gotten around to dealing with him yet. What drugs did you get from him? Hua Yan asked coldly, then shook his head. No, it must be more than that, otherwise, there would be no need to kill him to silence him. So what surgery did you have him perform? Yi Fanmao remained silent, coldly staring at Hua Yan. Hua Yan raised his hand and directly lifted Yi Fanmao's shirt. A piece of gauze was stuck to his side, stained with blood. Hua Yan unceremoniously ripped off the gauze, revealing a long incision that had just been stitched up about a day ago, still fresh, with the muscle on both sides of the incision turned outward, still oozing blood. Gumei, Diaofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao were all shocked. Hua Yan poked at the wound with force. You had him plant a bomb inside you, right? Yi Fanmao didn't cry out in pain, nor did he frown. The astonishment in his eyes was completely unmasked. Gumei, Diaofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao were tense, their hair standing on end. Yan Gu, Gumei called urgently. Hua Yan remained calm and collected, smiling like a cat playing with a mouse. I guess this bomb is connected to your heart. If you die, the bomb will explode. After all, this is a last resort. It takes a lot of courage for someone to blow themselves up. But you know, if I catch you, I will definitely kill you. I kill you, and you blow me up. That's your real final strike, a life for a life. Gumei, Diaofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao were already dumbfounded. Yi Fanmao looked at Hua Yan in disbelief. Why? Why did he guess it again? Why, after going this far, could I still not escape his eyes? What kind of person is he? A strong sense of powerlessness surged through Yi Fanmao's heart. Since I've discovered it, of course, I won't just kill you. Hua Yan stared intently at Yi Fanmao. Your only chance now is to commit suicide. Before Hua Yan finished speaking, Yi Fanmao slightly opened his mouth, ready to bite down while raising his right hand to his throat. But as soon as his muscles showed signs of movement, Hua Yan, who was watching him closely, struck. As swift as lightning, Hua Yan first dislocated his jaw, then broke his right arm, followed by his left arm, then his left leg, and finally his right leg. In just about a second, Yi Fanmao collapsed on the sofa like a useless person, completely unable to move, just like Liang before him. Gumei, Diaofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao let out a long breath, only then realizing they were drenched in cold sweat. Hua Yan pried open Yi Fanmao's mouth and fished out a small pill hidden in his gums. High-purity potassium cyanide prepared for you by Han Fuming. It can cause cardiac arrest in just a few seconds. Hua Yan then picked up a broken sharp scalpel from the ground, which had originally been hidden between Yi Fanmao's fingers but had slipped out after Hua Yan broke his arm. Slit your throat. You even added an extra layer of insurance. You were quite prepared. The immobile Yi Fanmao's face turned ashen. Damn! Diaofeng wanted to curse but found himself at a loss for words. You pervert, lunatic. Hua Yan raised his hand and closed Yi Fanmao's jaw again. It's a pity you were too slow to act. If you had immediately activated it the moment I caught you, we might have already been hand in hand heading to the afterlife. But you were unwilling. You wanted to play with me, you enjoy teasing your targets. You think you're smart enough, unwilling to accept that you would lose to me, wanting to blow up a few more people. In fact, you should have learned your lesson from the last time when I defused the timed bomb set for 15 seconds. But you can't change. This is your character, and it's also your fatal weakness. Yi Fanmao glared at Hui Yan with hatred. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. You're teasing me, and I'm teasing you, it's mutual. Hui Yan looked at Yi Fanmao and chuckled lightly. You think you're the cat and I'm the mouse. In fact, I'm the cat, and you are the mouse. Yi Fanmao closed his eyes heavily, a helpless sigh escaping his lips. Hui Yan called to Gumei, Daofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao. Turn around for a moment. Gumei, Daofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao were puzzled but obediently turned around. Hui Yan inserted his fingers into the wound on the side of Yi Fanmao's abdomen, directly tearing open the stitches, prying the wound apart, and reaching inside to probe. Yi Fanmao, who had not made a sound despite his severed limbs, finally couldn't hold on any longer and let out a heart-wrenching howl like a wolf. Hui Yan's face was cold, his expression blank, as he continued to search through Yi Fanmao's abdominal cavity. By the time Gumei, Daofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao turned their heads, Hui Yan had already extracted a bomb from Yi Fanmao's abdomen. Small and exquisite, covered in blood and grease, yet still intimidating. Brother Yen, how do we deal with this thing? Daofeng steadied himself and quickly asked. Put it away carefully. I went through a lot of trouble to bring him out from under the police's noses, not just to kill him myself, but also to get this bomb. Gumei, Daofeng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao were all taken aback. Yi Fanmao, who was so weak he could faint at any moment, even stirred slightly. Don't you think it would be interesting to use it on your good brother Zhao Fucheng? Hui Yan smiled at Yi Fanmao and said in a deep voice. And don't worry too much, it won't be so soon. I haven't tortured him enough yet. I haven't even figured out how to kill him in a way that's satisfying enough to vent my hatred. Yi Fanmao listened to Hui Yan's words, revealing a bitter smile of fate's unpredictability. Whether he lives or dies, how he dies, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Yi Fanmao trembled as he spoke. Can I have another drink? Hui Yan nodded. Daofeng immediately poured a glass of liquor, supporting Yi Fanmao as he drank it down. He also offered him a lit cigarette, stuffing it into his mouth. I was wrong. Under the stimulation of the smoke and alcohol, Yi Fanmao regained a bit of spirit and slowly said, I shouldn't have agreed to Chang from the very beginning. I shouldn't have come back with him. I've been out of the game for 10 years. Why should I wade through this muddy water again? He said there was someone so strong that he couldn't be killed. I was unconvinced. I wanted to see what kind of person you really are, and now I know. It's been 10 years, and I still haven't let go. I deserve this. After finishing, Yi Fanmao closed his eyes heavily, appearing resigned to being slaughtered and disposed of by Hui Yan. Hui Yan was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. From the day you stepped back into the harbor, your fate was sealed as death. But you deserve a death that befits you. I will fulfill that for you. Yi Fanmao suddenly opened his eyes again. A mountain that had already been blown up for the most part, exposing its deep layers, was a sight of devastation. At the foot of the mountain, large trucks were coming and going, carrying stones. This was a quarry in Shiping County, the hometown of Diao Chong and Diao Feng. The owner, Wang Shulu, had once been targeted by the little brother-in-law of the county's urban management bureau director, who insisted on buying it at a low price, essentially trying to seize it. In the end, it was Diao Chong and Diao Feng who stepped in, beat that guy up with burlap sacks, and had a chat with the bureau director to settle the matter. Only then did Wang Shulu manage to keep this place, and from then on, he was grateful to the Diao brothers. Watching Diao Feng carry the nearly lifeless Yi Fanmao off the truck, Wang Shulu was both surprised and puzzled. Are we still going to blow this person up? Isn't he almost dead? We are going to blow him up, Hui Yan said in a deep voice, and it has to be before he dies. Wang Shulu didn't ask further and quickly nodded. It's all arranged. We can do it right away. Diao Feng placed Yi Fanmao in a wheelchair, and Hui Yan took over. Let me send you on your last journey. Hui Yan pushed Yi Fanmao, crossing the warning line, passing through the protective net, stepping over the shock-absorbing ditch, and following a small path up the mountain, arriving at a cannon hole. The quarry regularly conducted blasting operations to break large rocks into smaller pieces for mining, processing, and transportation. At this moment, the cannon hole was already filled with explosives, the detonator in place, and the detonation line stretched down the mountain. Goodbye. Hui Yan placed Yi Fanmao next to the cannon hole and then turned to leave. Thank you, Yi Fanmao called out from behind. Hui Yan did not look back, ignoring him, and went straight down the mountain. Yi Fanmao looked at the explosives in the cannon hole and the exposed detonator, a complex and indescribable smile appearing on his face. Having played with explosives for a lifetime, causing the deaths of hundreds, it seems a fitting end that he himself was blown to bits by the very explosives he wielded. The sharp sound of a warning siren rang out. Huoyen nodded at the trusted demolition expert specially arranged by Wang Shulu. The demolition expert pressed the detonator. A few seconds later, a thunderous explosion echoed, and the ground trembled slightly. Rocks flew from the mountaintop, smoke billowed, filling the sky. Huoyen did not look any further and signaled for Diaofeng to leave with him. Yi Fanmo was reduced to ashes in the explosion. That afternoon, under the full efforts of the medical staff, Su Baoliang, who had a bruised face, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured hand, was out of danger. After being sent to another high-ranking official's ward next to Diao Chong, Su Baoliang gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Hold a meeting. Su Baoliang's face was ashen as he angrily berated all those under him without mercy, dealing with them all harshly. Diao Mingyu, who had knocked Su Baoliang down, was directly expelled from the police force. All officials who had stepped over Su Baoliang were reprimanded and suspended for investigation. The brave secretary who protected his boss received a reward, being transferred to the lucrative position of deputy district head of Tianhan district. After making these arrangements, Su Baoliang issued his final directive. No matter what dealings you had with Zhao Fuqing in the past, or what your relationship was, from now on, you must draw a clear line with him. Anyone who dares to collude with him is opposing me and is my enemy. The officials present were taken aback, having never seen the usually gentle and refined Su Baoliang speak so harshly, and they quickly nodded in agreement. All companies related to Zhao Fuqing, investigate them for me. Industry and commerce, taxation, construction and safety, human resources, food, investigate them all. If any problems are found, shut them down. Su Baoliang shouted in anger, leaving the officials secretly alarmed. With Su Baoliang's directives and demands, the execution power of various departments became unprecedentedly swift. By evening, several companies and enterprises under the Fuqing Group had been jointly sealed off by multiple departments, and calls were flooding in to Zhao Fuqing. At first, Zhao Fuqing answered a few, but soon he couldn't keep up and didn't want to answer anymore. It was all bad news, not a single good one. At this point, what the hell could he do? Trapped in the top-floor office of Fuqing Building, Zhao Fuqing thought angrily, raising his glass and downing it. The night view of the harbor outside was once so beautiful, breathtaking. Now, looking at it, it was particularly glaring, exuding a sense of desolation, as if mocking him. Zhao Fuqing poured himself another glass. He Ching stood silently beside him, expressionless. Just as the wine was about to reach his lips, there was a loud bang, and the door was violently slammed open, with 2 of Zhao Fuqing's subordinates crashing in and hitting the ground. Huoyen led the way, followed by Diaofeng, Gumei, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao. You, how did you get up here? Zhao Fuqing was shocked, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Fuqing Building had 59 floors above ground and 3 below. The first floor was for commercial storefronts, the second to 30th floors were rented out to various companies, and the 31st to 50th floors were for the Fuqing Group's own departments. From the 51st to the 59th floors was Zhao Fuqing's independent kingdom, housing people who could not be seen and dealing with businesses that could not be exposed. From that floor up, the stairwell was locked, and only 2 dedicated elevators could reach it, accessible only to those whose faces were recognized and recorded by the system. The 59th floor, where Zhao Fuqing was currently located, was even more heavily guarded. Besides Zhao Fuqing himself, only those authorized by him could access the elevator and enter. So, it was no wonder Zhao Fuqing was so shocked. Huoyen smiled and slowly walked towards Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing involuntarily stepped back, his expression filled with terror. Huoyen closed in, and Zhao Fuqing retreated in fear. Boss Xiao, we finally meet. He Chang stepped forward, wanting to protect Zhao Fuqing. Huoyen reached out, directly grabbing He Qing by the collarbone, effortlessly lifting him like a rag doll and slamming him to the ground. He Qing curled up in pain, but gritted his teeth and refused to make a sound. Huoyen kicked out again, sending He Qing flying like trash to the far corner of the wall. Huoyen continued to advance, while Zhao Fuqing kept retreating. Once upon a time, he was a formidable character, known for his fighting spirit, having single-handedly slaughtered opponents in rivers of blood. But now, facing Huoyen, he couldn't even clench his fists, devoid of any fighting spirit. Because he knew, in the face of Huoyen's absolute power, it was useless. Huoyen mocked, "Do you really think this is some impenetrable fortress? Or an unassailable stronghold?" Diaofeng chuckled lightly, with just a few finger movements from Wei Shen. Your so-called elevator facial recognition system and master authorization commands are all rendered useless. Zhao Fuqing glared hatefully at Wei Menkai. Wei Menkai was also looking at him, staring at the culprit who had framed him and sent him to prison for 6 years. Zhao Fuqing's back hit the floor-to-ceiling glass, with nowhere left to retreat. Huoyen suddenly threw a punch, and Zhao Fuqing had no time to dodge, instinctively closing his eyes. The fist stopped right in front of Zhao Fuqing's face, the wind from the punch lifting his hair. Huoyen transformed his fist into an open palm, playfully patting Zhao Fuqing's cheek. "Don't be afraid, I haven't decided to take your dog life today. I'm just here to tell you that your good brother Yi Fanmo is already dead." Although Zhao Fuqing had been mentally prepared, a hint of sorrow still flashed in his eyes. "Originally, I wanted to leave a piece of him for you as a memento." Huiyan spread his hands and made an explosion gesture, but unfortunately, with a bang, he turned to dust, leaving not a trace. Zhao Fuqing couldn't say anything, only filled with resentment. Huiyan stepped aside and nodded to Gumei. Gumei walked up, glaring at Zhao Fuqing with hatred. "When I agreed to work for you, it was because you said you would help me find the whereabouts of the red-clothed butcher Hua Ziying. You lied to me. Hua Ziying has been working for you, managing the Zayabela. Bastard!" Gumei scolded angrily, delivering a heavy slap to Zhao Fuqing, causing his right cheek to swell immediately. "Damn! You dared to hit my face. You filthy, stinking woman dared to slap my face? It's been years since anyone has hit my face." Zhao Fuqing's blood rushed to his head, anger erupting, and he instinctively raised his hand to hit back at Gumei. Huiyan snorted coldly, shaking his finger at Zhao Fuqing. "Dare to move, and I'll break your arm." Zhao Fuqing's hand froze in midair. Huiyan chuckled lightly. "I only said I wouldn't take your dog life today, but I never said I wouldn't hit you." Zhao Fuqing's face turned red, yet he felt helpless. "There's a saying that goes quite well. I wonder if you've heard it?" Huiyan continued, "If someone strikes your right cheek, turn your left cheek to him as well." Zhao Fuqing was stunned, his whole body stiffening, the scar on his forehead twitching like a worm. "Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation." Huiyan looked at him quietly, his gaze clear. "Yes, today is to humiliate you. Boss Xiao, are you deaf? Or are you pretending not to hear?" Huiyan said coldly, "Do I need to come over and pull your ear to say it louder?" Zhao Fuqing gritted his teeth, and after a long moment, he finally slowly turned his head, presenting his left cheek to Gumei. Gumei wasted no time, raising her hand for another slap, landing heavily on Zhao Fuqing's left cheek. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the large office. After delivering the slap, Gumei turned and walked away. Huiyan also turned his head, no longer paying attention to Zhao Fuqing. Wei Menkai walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, curiously gazing at the beautiful night view of the harbor, while Jin Bao silently stood behind him. Dia Feng directly pulled open a drawer, rummaged out a Cuban cigar, lit it, and took a deep drag. He then opened the liquor cabinet, yanked out a bottle of expensive liquor, bit off the cap, and started drinking straight from the bottle. "Hey, Yengu, this wine is good. You should have a bottle too, don't be shy," Dia Feng shouted to Huiyan, tossing him a bottle as well. The few of them leisurely explored the large office, sitting around, eating and drinking, as if they were at home, completely ignoring Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing stood frozen in place, watching with wide eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clattering together, making a clack-clack sound. That was the instinctive reaction of a person suffering extreme humiliation. It had been at least 10 years, in this territory of the harbor. Who wouldn't treat him with courtesy upon hearing his name? Who wouldn't show him utmost respect upon seeing him? Who wouldn't be astonished upon entering this office? To put it in old terms, if he sneezed, the harbor would tremble 3 times. But now, he had fallen to such a state. His last private domain, the place he thought was the most reliable for safety, was completely defenseless, allowing others to intrude, trample, toy with, and humiliate him. And he could only stand by like a fool, obediently watching. Huiyan glanced at Zhao Fuqing from a distance. "Boss Xiao, can't you handle this? Think about how you used to bully others. Maybe it'll balance your heart a little." Gumei smiled and said, "Yeah, this is just the beginning. Old Zhao, this place isn't bad, the view is nice, and the food and drink are decent. We'll be visiting often, popping in unannounced. Hey, you know a song, right?" Diao Feng joked, humming off key. "Your door is always open, welcoming me with open arms." Zhao Fuqing felt a wave of dizziness, leaning against the glass window just to stay upright. "Alright, let's call it a day." Huiyan stood up. "Don't really make Boss Xiao angry, or there'll be no fun left." Gumei, Diao Feng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao all walked towards the door. Diao Feng had just stepped out when he poked his head back in, waving at Zhao Fuqing. "Thanks for the hospitality, see you." Zhao Fuqing's strength instantly drained away, and he slid down along the glass window to the floor, tears welling up in his eyes, crying from anger. Ching got up quietly, poured a glass of liquor, and handed it to Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing tilted his head back and gulped it down. After a moment, he calmed down slightly and looked at Ching. "How many usable people do we have left?" Ching glanced at the 2 subordinates sprawled on the ground, revealing a bitter smile. "There are less than 100 now. I told you to recruit more people, to spend money to hire people, and you said it's hard to find anyone willing to work for money now?" Ching nodded. "The people on the street are afraid of Huiyan. They don't dare to earn this life risking money." Zhao Fuqing asked slowly, "You also said, unless we go find Zhuang Yi?" Ching didn't speak, just nodded again. When were you bought off by Zhuang Yi? Zhao Fuqing coldly stared at He Qing. Or were you a mole planted by Zhuang Yi beside me from the very beginning? He Qing's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. Boss, you've misunderstood. It's because you took me in that I could survive in the harbor. I have always been your person, and I will continue to be. Half a month ago, Dong Zhuang's when Zhou found me, asking me to find a chance to tell you that Zhuang Yi wants to talk to you. I didn't take a penny from him, nor did I ask for any benefits. I just felt that this might be the only and last way out. Zhao Fuqing pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Tell Wen Jiu that I can talk to Zhuang Yi. As soon as they stepped out of the Fuqing building, the mocking smile on Hua Yan's face faded away. Gu Mei and Diao Feng's expressions also darkened, completely losing the arrogance they had just displayed, returning to their usual demeanor. They were not the type to enjoy humiliating or mocking others for fun. They had only done it to deliberately annoy and embarrass Xiao Fuqing. Wei Menkai and Jin Bao watched curiously as the expressions of the three changed. Diao Feng chuckled. Hey, did I act enough like a jerk just now? Quite a jerk, very much so. Gu Mei replied with a smile. I even think I was pretty annoying myself, but it felt really good. Diao Feng laughed. Did you see Zhao Fuqing's face? It turned green, he almost fainted. It was so satisfying. Gu Mei glanced back at the Fuqing building. Exactly, if we do this a few more times, we might really scare Zhao Fuqing to death. Diao Feng looked at the silent Hua Yan. Brother Yan, I still don't understand why we don't just get rid of Zhao Fuqing directly. The timing seems right, he should be done. Revenge is a dish best served slow. It needs to be simmered gently to bring out the flavor, and savored slowly to be truly enjoyable. Hua Yan paused, then suddenly smiled. Besides, I want his money. Wei Menkai and Jin Bao's expressions remained unchanged. Gu Mei and Diao Feng were taken aback. They had spent enough time with Hua Yan to know he wasn't someone who cared much about money. Earlier, when Lai Tianhua offered him 50 million, he didn't even glance at it and had directly asked Lai Tianhua to give it to Diao Chong. Brother Yan, you must be joking, Diao Feng said incredulously. Ill-gotten gains, why not take them? Hua Yan said seriously, explaining to the two. Although Zhao Fuqing is already on his last legs, the assets of the Fuqing group are still considerable. Lai Tianhua estimated it to be no less than 3 billion. Wow, Diao Feng exclaimed. There are definitely no shortage of vultures and hyenas eyeing this piece of meat. Hua Yan's voice turned cold. Rather than letting some unknown person benefit, it's better to have it in our hands. Gu Mei and Diao Feng nodded in agreement. Hua Yan continued. I've already asked Lai Tianhua to handle this. Taking advantage of the current plummeting stock price of the Fuqing group, he's acquiring a large number of related shares, and Li Dinghao is also helping. If Zhao Fuqing suddenly dies now, the Fuqing group might collapse directly, and many procedures would become difficult to manage. Those vultures and hyenas would rush in and divide the spoils. Gu Mei nodded. Understood. For the sake of the money, let him live a little longer. He must live well, Diao Feng added, so he can watch his Fuqing group be taken away by Brother Yan. Hua Yan looked at everyone and smiled. By then, you'll all have a share. Everyone will be a shareholder. Gu Mei and Diao Feng were happy, and Wei Menkai and Jin Bao were also somewhat moved. Brother Yan, just take care of it, Diao Feng joked. You definitely won't treat us unfairly. Gu Mei looked at Hua Yan and asked seriously, what else? Brother Yan, you wouldn't just be in it for the money, right? Making money is just a side benefit. Hua Yan nodded. What I'm about to say is the key. It's what I really want to do. Hua Yan's expression turned serious, and Gu Mei and Diao Feng put away their smiles, while Wei Menkai and Jin Bao also turned their attention to Hua Yan. You all know about the tactic of surrounding the enemy to cut off their reinforcements, right? Hua Yan asked. Everyone nodded. Of course, it's a classic military tactic. Surround without attacking, lure in reinforcements, and then eliminate them. Diao Feng said, confused. What does this have to do with Zhao Fuqing? Hua Yan said solemnly, I plan to use Zhao Fuqing as bait to see what big fish we can catch. But haven't we already beaten up most of Zhao Fuqing's people? Gu Mei questioned. Diao Feng added, that Qi Fanma was also blown up by you. What reinforcements can Zhao Fuqing find? Hua Yan smiled and looked at the city in the night. This city has nearly 10 million people, vast and chaotic, intricate and complex. Beyond the powers that be, there may be even darker forces, and beneath the surface, there could be more hidden underground. Zhao Fuqing is on the verge of collapse. They cannot remain indifferent. Whether it's a matter of mutual destruction or taking advantage of the chaos, they should all take action. I want to take this opportunity to root them all out and clean them up. Gu Mei, Diao Feng, Wei Menkai, and Jin Bao exchanged glances, understanding Hua Yan's intentions. Hua Yan's target was not just Zhao Fuqing, but all the villains in Haigang. He aimed to cleanse the entire city and rebuild the order of the underground world. After a moment of silence, Diao Feng spread his arms near his mouth and shouted loudly, Tremble, villains! I'm with you, Gu Mei said in a deep voice. Wei Menkai raised his hand. Me too. Jin Bao nodded silently and decisively. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the night wind was biting and cold, but the few of them felt the blood in their bodies was hot. Huo Yan nodded gratefully. Menkai, you'll have to work hard on this one. Keep a close eye on the surveillance and see who Xiao Fucheng contacts recently or if anyone approaches him. Got it, Wei Menkai replied swiftly. At the top floor office of Fucheng building, Xiao Fucheng poured drink after drink into his stomach, trying to numb himself with alcohol and forget the humiliation he had just suffered. He Qing put down his phone and walked over. When Zhou said he would report to Master Zhuang and let us wait for news, Xiao Fucheng grunted in response, nodding despondently, indicating he understood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Huo Yan and his group returned to the Tian Tang Ko nightclub. The energetic Diafeng asked again, Brother Yan, since we're not killing Xiao Fucheng for now, what should we do? Can't sit still, alright. Huo Yan smiled. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but isn't it easy to find two-legged villains? I'll give you a task. Diafeng's eyes lit up, eager to try. The doctor who performed the surgery to plant the bomb on Yi Fanmao, Han fuming. Although he's dead, his organ trafficking line is still there. We need to uproot it. Diafeng readily accepted the order. Got it, these heartless bastards need to be dealt with. Just as everyone was about to disperse, the usually silent Jin Bao suddenly stepped forward and deeply bowed to Huo Yan. Brother Yan, I would like to ask you for a favor. Jin Bao's request was serious and solemn, surprising Diafeng, Gumei, and Wei Menkai. Huo Yan raised his hand to stop him. Jin Bao, don't be so polite, just speak. But Jin Bao insisted on finishing his bow before continuing. I want to find my family. Everyone was taken aback, even Huo Yan furrowed his brows. What do you mean, Jin Bao? Diafeng asked curiously, haven't you always been single, and didn't you say your family is long gone? Jin Bao looked at everyone and slowly lifted his shirt. His body was strong, but his chest and back were covered with shocking, ugly old scars. Feng, you asked me before how I got these injuries? Yes, you told me back then that you often got hurt from fighting. A painful and unbearable expression flashed across Jin Bao's face. Actually, it was my adoptive father. No, I should say, the family that bought me who beat me. Diafeng was shocked. You. Jin Bao nodded heavily. Yes, I was trafficked. Diafeng was stunned, and Gumei and Wei Menkai were equally astonished. They never expected that the robust and intimidating Jin Bao had experienced being trafficked and suffered inhumane and terrible abuse. Huo Yan calmly patted Jin Bao and pointed to a nearby booth. Sit down and talk. Take your time, drink while you talk. Moments later, Jin Bao drank the glass of alcohol Diafeng handed him and slowly began to speak again. I should have been 5 years old at that time. Many things I can no longer remember. But I will always remember, it was a woman who took me away. She seemed to live near my house and had a daughter about my age. She would occasionally come to borrow things from my home, and when we met on the road, she would greet me first. I always called her auntie. Even now, I don't know why she did that. Huo Yan interjected, she must have been a professional trafficker, renting nearby to become familiar, bringing a child to dispel suspicion, and maintaining a friendly interaction to gain trust. How wicked! Diafeng slammed the table in anger. Huo Yan poured another glass of wine for Jin Bao. Continue, he urged. Jin Bao nodded and began to speak, as if those memories were deeply etched in his mind. That day, she first said she would take me to buy candy, but I didn't like sweets, so I didn't go. Then she said she would take me to the amusement park, so I went with her. Later, I found out she took me to the train station. When the train left, I started to feel scared and cried to go home. She said my parents didn't want me anymore, and if I cried again, she would throw me off the train to be crushed by it. I didn't dare to make a sound, but the tears wouldn't stop, so I had to cover my mouth and cry. The train kept going, clattering, and swaying. I cried until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was in another place, a place I had never been to before, where the people spoke a dialect I couldn't understand. I was terrified. Jin Bao shivered involuntarily. Diafeng hugged him tightly, and Wei Menkai held Jin Bao's trembling hand. It's okay, I'm fine. We haven't reached the truly terrifying part yet. That woman gave me a bath, changed me into clean clothes, and then dragged me onto a bus. Later, we switched to a tricycle and traveled for a long time. When it was almost dark, we arrived at a village in the mountains, and she pulled me into a household. The family treated me like livestock. They stripped me of my clothes to check if I had any defects. They pried open my mouth to examine my teeth. After a long ordeal, they gave that woman 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan, just 8,000 yuan, and she sold me. Jin Bao spoke with indignation, feeling absurd and ridiculous, pulling out an ID card from his pocket and placing it on the table. They gave me a new name, Cheng Yenzong, hoping I would carry on their lineage. They were wrong. I always remembered my real parents called me Jin Bao, even though I have forgotten my surname. Jin Bao crushed the ID card, sneering with hatred. They thought I was only 5 years old, that I wouldn't remember, and that after a while, I would forget I was sold and think I was their own. They were wrong again. I always remembered my home was in the south, where I could see the sea, and the name of the city I lived in had a character for C in it. Gume, Diaofeng, and Wei Menkai listened, moved, surprised, and sympathetic. They thought I was just a little kid, that if they locked me up for a few days, starved me a bit, and slapped me a few times, I would obediently listen to them. They were still wrong. Whenever I had the chance, I would run. I crawled through dog holes, climbed out windows, scaled walls, and waited until they fell asleep at night to escape. But unfortunately, I could never get away. Each time, I was caught and brought back, and each time I was beaten. The more I ran, the harder they beat me. The harder they beat me, the more I ran. Hua Yan sighed heavily. As a former police officer, he understood that situation and could even imagine those scenes. In such a closed and ignorant village, most villagers were related, and regarding human trafficking, they were not only numb but also informed the traffickers, helped keep watch, and even captured those trying to escape. Many educated, intelligent, and healthy adult women couldn't escape, let alone a small child. Until I was 8, I finally stopped running. Jin Bao's eyes turned fierce and terrifying. It wasn't that they beat me into submission, I decided to stay. I want to kill them for revenge. At worst, we'll die together. Diaofeng, Gume, and Wei Menkai were startled. This family had bought the wrong child. Jin Bao was clearly different from the vast majority of abducted children. He had an excellent memory and was a rare stubborn one, exceptionally obstinate and persistent. But this was also their own doing. Without buyers, there would be no trafficking. Without trade, there would be no harm. It was easy to imagine what kind of despicable things they had done to make an 8-year-old child harbor such a vicious intent and resentment. What happened next? Diaofeng asked hesitantly. Later I had a moment of regret. Jin Bao revealed a faint, sorrowful smile. Another little girl was abducted in the village. They called her Huilan. She secretly told me her real name was Xiao. She was bought to be a child bride, and once she matured, they would force her to bear children. Suddenly, I wanted to live again. I wanted to take Xiao away from that hell. We agreed to live well first, to survive and see the outside world. Unfortunately, we didn't wait for that. Jin Bao sighed deeply, his eyes reddening. Xiao had just turned 14 when they couldn't wait any longer. Xiao fought desperately, but her family held her hands and covered her mouth, and just like that, they killed her. Damn! Diaofeng slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine bottles and glasses to jump. Gume said softly, if you want to cry, just let it out, sometimes it helps. My tears ran dry that night. Jin Bao shook his head, his eyes devoid of tears, instead burning red with hatred. I endured for 3 months, waiting for them to let their guard down, waiting for an opportunity when the whole village was busy with a funeral. When they were drunk, I set a fire and burned the entire village. Diaofeng patted Jin Bao. What you did was right, they all deserve to die. Gume and Wei Menkai nodded in agreement. After that, I kept searching for home. I followed the coast, looking for all the cities with C in their names. Finally, I arrived at the harbor, and the moment I set foot on this land, I knew this was my hometown. But this city has changed too much, and my childhood memories are so faint. I couldn't find home anymore, nor could I find my parents. Jin Bao finished these last few sentences in one breath, returning to his usual silence, only looking at Huiyan. The words he spoke that night might have been more than he had said in the past year, and they were about past events and secrets he had been unwilling to touch. Huiyan nodded seriously. I'll take care of this. Wait for my news. After saying that, Huiyan stood up, leaving Diaofeng, Gume, and Wei Menkai to continue accompanying Jin Bao, while he stepped aside to take out his phone and called Diyu. Huiyan and Diyu arranged to meet the next evening at a park near Diyu's home. Just after 6, Diyu hurried over after work and walked up to Huiyan, who was sitting on a bench. Huiyan handed him a gift box. Congratulations on your promotion. The notice had just been issued that morning. Diyu was replacing Wu Taifeng as the captain of the Hongwan branch's criminal police team, making him the youngest captain in the city. Su Balian personally called Huiyan to inform him, still trying to curry favor. Diyu had a cold expression, refusing to take the gift box or sit down. Huiyan opened the gift box to show Diyu. It was just a not very expensive fetal education machine. It's for the child. When is Xiaoshi's due date? Do you still refuse to take it, sit, or answer, instead directly asking that Yi Fanma was taken by you, right? Huiyan remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. I checked carefully. That day, only you had the chance to take him away right under the noses of so many of our police. Where is he now? Doer, there are some things you'd better not ask too much about. Huiyan said in a deep voice, you just need to know that falling into my hands is much worse than being caught by you. So, you've already killed him? Do you immediately pressed on? I can only say that he has received the punishment he deserves. Du Yu stared at Huayan for a long time, his expression complex, as if he were looking at someone both familiar and unfamiliar. After a moment, he coldly asked, "You want to replace Zhao Fuqing and become the underground emperor of the harbor?" Huayan laughed. "He is he, and I am I. I will never become someone like him. I hope you mean what you say. Otherwise, it might be hard for us to meet in the future." Du Yu's expression relaxed slightly. Huayan spoke up. "I have something to ask you for help with today." Du Yu frowned again. "Let me be clear, I will never help you do anything that violates police regulations." Huayan replied calmly, "It's not a bad thing, but a great merit. You go ahead. Help me check the old files and see if there was a report about a 5-year-old child named Jinbao missing about 22 years ago, probably in the autumn. Is that it?" Du Yu was surprised. Huayan nodded. Du Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I'll let you know if I find anything." After saying that, Du Yu turned and left, still not taking the gift box. Huayan smiled and tossed the gift box into the nearby trash can. On the top floor of Fucheng Building, a cleaner in a uniform and mask pushed a cart with cleaning tools out of the elevator, walked through the corridor, and arrived at Zhao Fucheng's large office door. He Ching opened the door from inside, and the cleaner pushed the cart in. Zhao Fucheng sat on the sofa, quietly watching the cleaner, gesturing for him to come and sit. The cleaner took off his mask, revealing that he was Wen Jiao, the boss of Dongzhuang. At this moment, he was completely different from his usual self, surrounded by beautiful women, looking dazed and lecherous. His expression was alert, and his eyes were sharp. Zhao Fucheng's expression was displeased. "Is it just you? You didn't think that the boss would come to see you, did you?" When Jiao laughed, "You should know, he's always elusive, even I rarely get to see him." Zhao Fucheng hesitated. "Can you represent him?" "Of course." When Jiao said bluntly, "You can just talk to me." Zhao Fucheng sized up Wen Jiao. "So, the boss wants to help me?" "Help you?" Wen Jiao laughed even louder. "The boss is very busy and doesn't have the leisure for that." "Then are you here to waste my time?" Zhao Fucheng's expression turned cold. Wen Jiao's smile faded, and he said in a serious tone, "You understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, right, Boss Zhao? Over the years, you and we have kept our distance. You do your big business, develop your real estate, run your company, and deal with your gray industries. We run our drug business. Although there are occasional conflicts, overall, we coexist peacefully." Zhao Fucheng grunted. "That's only because you can't do my business, and I disdain to touch drugs." When Jiao coldly mocked, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The cornered boss Zhao still has a big mouth, impressive." Zhao Fucheng's anger flickered on his face, but he forced himself to hold it back. When Jiao saw that it was time to stop and continued, "In short, we are not friends, but we are not enemies either. But Huayan is different. He has risen too quickly, acted too violently, and has too much ambition. Crossing the line is only a matter of time. The boss doesn't like such people, nor does he like such changes. He still hopes that the harbor will be managed by you, Boss Xiao." "He doesn't like it? I don't like it either." Zhao Fucheng sneered. "What right does he have to think he can handle Huayan?" When Jiao smiled lightly, "Boss Xiao, you are the underground emperor, but the boss is the underground of the underground. You are mingling in both the black and white worlds, but Master Zhuang is purely black. How many years have you lived in luxury? Master Zhuang is sharpening his weapons every day." Zhao Fucheng fell silent for a moment. "What are the conditions?" When Jiao Feng replied lightly, "Half of your assets." Zhao Fucheng's face turned angry. "And after you regain your footing and control the situation, all your businesses must provide convenience for us." After when Jiao Feng finished speaking, he quietly looked at Zhao Fucheng. After a long while, Zhao Fucheng finally spoke. "When do you plan to take action?" "You don't need to worry about that, Boss Xiao," when Jiao Feng said with a sinister smile. "Just try to stay alive and don't let Huayan kill you before we act." A few days after Huayan met with Du Yu, news came from Du Yu's side, leading directly to the Paradise nightclub. Du Yu had dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted, unable to suppress his yawns, clearly having stayed up all night searching for files and information. Although he appeared cold on the outside, he was actually quite concerned about Huayan's request for help. Jin Bao looked at Du Yu anxiously, both excited and nervous. Huayan, Daofeng, Gumei, and Wei Menkai accompanied him. Du Yu scrutinized Jin Bao for a moment, then pulled out a yellowed paper report from the thick file he brought and handed it to Jin Bao. On October 29, 2002, at 7:33 p.m., a young couple reported to the Changyang police station in Tianhan district. The man is named Yang Chuanbo, and the woman is named Dong Liyun. According to them, their 5-year-old son went out to play at around 5:20 p.m. that afternoon and has not returned. They searched everywhere. Jin Bao listened intently, his hands beginning to tremble slightly. "That child is named Yang Jinbao," Du Yu said solemnly. Jin Bao's body shook, and his eyes suddenly turned red. a heavy stone that had long been pressing on his heart finally fell away. They reported it immediately. They didn't abandon him, nor did they sell him. The woman who abducted him was lying. Yang Jinbao. Yang. So my surname is Yang, Jinbao murmured. Do you then pulled out several photos from the file and handed them to Jinbao? These are the photos they provided when they reported. Jinbao trembled as he took them, slowly flipping through one by one. The first was a solo photo of little Jinbao, some taken at an amusement park, some in a park, and some at the kindergarten gate. In every photo, little Jinbao was grinning widely, looking happy and joyful, completely different from the aura of the current Jinbao, but there were indeed some similarities in the eyes and brows. When he reached the middle photo, Jinbao stopped, his eyes widening. It was a family photo, ordinary yet warm. Young Chuanbua and Dong Liyun stood side by side, their eyes filled with love, with little Jinbao nestled in their arms. Jinbao looked at his parents in the photo and asked tremulously, Are they both okay? Where can I find them? Duyu's expression darkened instantly, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, according to the system's records, they are both gone. Huiyan, Gumei, Daofeng, and Wei Menkai all let out barely audible sighs in unison. Gone? Jinbao looked confused, as if he didn't understand Duyu's meaning. It means they have both passed away. Duyu had to say again? How could that be? Jinbao blurted out, they should still be young. How could they both have died? They have been gone for many years. A hint of pity flashed in Duyu's eyes as he pulled out a record sheet from the file and slowly read, Dong Liyun, passed away in 2004, at 32 years old. Yang Chuanbua, passed away in 2006, at 36 years old. Jinbao stood there in a daze, his blood running cold. In other words, 2 years after he was abducted, his mother passed away, and 2 years later, his father also died. The hope that had just been discovered suddenly shattered again. The spark that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. The home he had been searching for was long gone. Jinbao felt a wave of dizziness and nearly fell, but Huiyan quickly caught him. I haven't grasped the specific situation yet. Duyu paused. You can directly ask your brother. Brother? Jinbao was once again taken aback, frowning in thought, his expression blank, as if he remembered something but couldn't quite grasp it. Duyu flipped through a stack of photos in Jinbao's hand and pulled out one, a picture of little Jinbao with a boy about 2 years older than him, Yang Jinshua. According to the system records, he still lives in the harbor, right in your parents' old house. More than half an hour later, Duyu led Huiyan, Jinbao, Daofeng, Gumei, and Wei Menkai to the address found in the system. This was the old town within the old town, with no large residential complexes, mostly individual houses along the street. The location was excellent, indeed offering a distant view of the sea, but it had long been pulled down by the times, decayed and dilapidated. Along the way, they could often see the blood-red word demolish spray-painted on the walls by the roadside. Many houses had already been torn down, leaving a scene of rubble, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. Jinbao walked slowly, perhaps feeling more timid as he neared home. No one urged him, they just silently accompanied him, moving forward slowly. Duyu glanced at the map on his phone, just around the corner ahead. Jinbao took a deep breath and stepped forward, but as soon as he turned the corner, he frowned and stopped. A group of burly men surrounded a well-preserved house along the street, with a bulldozer parked nearby. The leading man was cursing at a man. Yang Jinshua, don't push your luck. I've already said everything I needed to say, and I've given you enough time. This whole street is going to be demolished. What the hell are you still holding on to this broken house for? Huiyan, Duyu, Daofeng, Gumei, and Wei Menkai followed and, upon hearing the commotion, all turned to look at the man being scolded, Yang Jinshua, and were taken aback. His hair was grizzled, his figure hunched. At first glance, he looked like a little old man, completely unlike the tall and strong Jinbao. But Yang Jinshua was only 2 years older than Yang Jinbao, and he was just 30 now. How could he look like this? Yet the big man was indeed calling him Yang Jinshua. Yang Jinshua stood at the door, arms outstretched to protect the house, facing the group of burly men with a determined expression. No, this place absolutely cannot be demolished. My brother will come back and won't be able to find his home. The leading man looked irritated. Damn, here you are again. Your brother has been missing for over 20 years. He probably died in some remote corner. Even if he's not dead, he must have forgotten all about this. Give it up. No, Yang Jinshua shook his head vigorously. Jinbao is definitely still alive. He will come back. He will definitely come back. Damn, can't you understand human language? The leading man waved his hand. I will definitely push this broken house down today. Drag him away. Several burly men rushed forward, grabbing Yang Jinshua and pulling him. Yang Jinshua did not struggle. He simply held onto the stone pillar in front of the door, refusing to let go. The men exerted all their strength but could not pull Yang Jinshua away. They had no idea where he got such strength. You really are a stubborn mule. The leading man, furious, puffed out his cheeks and pointed to the bulldozer nearby. Push both the man and the house down. The bulldozer immediately roared to life. The men holding Yang Jinshua quickly stepped aside. Yang Jinshua remained unmoved, still guarding the door of the old house. The bulldozer moved forward, closing in on Yang Jinshua. The bulldozer continued to advance. Jin Bao snapped back to reality from his shock at seeing Yang Jinshua, his eyes burning with anger, fists clenched, and he stepped forward, ready to charge. Diao Feng beside him could no longer hold back and was about to move. Huayan reached out and firmly pulled both of them back, shaking his head. With Jin Bao's pent-up anger at the moment and Diao Feng's usual violent demeanor, if they made a move, it would definitely lead to a fatality, especially since Diu was still nearby. At this moment, Diu had already walked over with big strides, sternly shouting, "What are you doing? Stop it right now!" The group of big men turned to look at him, and the bulldozer also temporarily halted. "What are you doing?" the leading man said angrily, "who left their pants unzipped to expose you? What the hell does this have to do with you?" Duyu's face was cold as he displayed his police badge. "Who allowed you to do this?" The leading man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Oh, police comrade. You misunderstood, we have legal demolition procedures. Look, it has the district's official seal." As he spoke, the leading man unfolded a piece of paper with the official seal and held it up in front of Duyu. Duyu glanced at it without really looking, raised his hand to open the paper, his expression growing colder. "That doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Violent demolition is illegal, don't you know? If someone gets killed, can you bear the responsibility? Violent? Who said we were violent? We're being polite. Look. Does this person have any injuries?" The leading man grinned, showing no sign of fear, and pointed at Yang Jinshua. "Police comrade, you're just in time. This person is a troublemaker, refusing to cooperate with the demolition work, deliberately delaying our district government's key investment project for his own selfish interests. Isn't that just causing trouble? Hurry up and detain him." The subordinates chimed in one after another. Yes, just a troublemaker. Hurry up and detain him. You have to help us uphold justice." This group of people was making a ruckus, surrounding Diyu instead. Huayan shook his head inside, stepping forward and coldly shouting, "You have some nerve, even daring to surround the captain of the criminal police team from Hongwan branch. Where are you from?" The leading man, clearly used to being arrogant, turned his head to curse. "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at Huayan, his face showing a look of terror, as if he had seen a ghost, involuntarily taking a step back. Huayan coldly asked, "Do you know me?" I know, Huayan Wang." No. The leading man nodded repeatedly, then raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. "Hello, brother Hua. I didn't recognize the mountain. I didn't know this officer is your friend. I'm sorry. Please don't take offense, police comrade." The other big men initially didn't know what was going on, but upon hearing the name Huayan Wang, they were all startled. "Get lost," Huayan shouted sharply. The group of big men, scolded by Huayan, felt as if they had been pardoned and ran off. The bulldozer driver didn't even care about the vehicle, jumping down and running away. "Tell your boss to come see me," Huayan shouted again. "Got it, understood," the leading man replied, not daring to look back as he ran. Diyu sized up Huayan and snorted. Huayan Wang, living Yan Wang, even a homophonic pun. "You really have a lot of power, much more effective than us police." Huayan smiled but didn't respond, turning to look. Jin Bao was stepping closer to Yang Jinshua. Yang Jinshua had already gotten up, still bewildered by the earlier scene, bowing to the crowd. "Thank you, you all." Suddenly, Yang Jinshua froze, staring intently at Jin Bao who was approaching him, his eyes widening, and his voice trembling. You are Jin Bao?" Jin Bao nodded heavily. "Brother?" Yang Jinshua pinched his arm hard, confirming this was not a dream, then suddenly lunged forward, hugging Jin Bao tightly and feeling him up and down. "You've come back, Jin Bao, you finally came back. I knew you would find your way home," Yang Jinshua said as he pulled Jin Bao quickly into the house. As soon as they entered, he knelt down in front of the black and white portraits of young Chuanbua and Dong Liyun displayed on the table. "Dad, Mom, Jin Bao is back. I waited for Jin Bao to return." Jin Bao stood there in a daze, looking around, as if he had crossed a time portal and returned to the beginning of the century. The room was filled with old-fashioned furniture, a calendar from 2002 hung on the wall, and a large, bulky television sat on the cabinet. It felt as if time had stood still in this house. Yang Jinshua spoke softly, "I tried to restore everything to how it was when you were taken away." Jin Bao nodded, and at that moment, dormant memories broke through like tender buds in early spring. He had laughed with his parents in this house, played with his brother, and shared happy moments as a family. "How did Dad and Mom pass away?" Jinbao's gaze finally settled on the two portraits. Yang Jinsua's expression turned sorrowful as he slowly spoke. After you were taken, Dad and Mom took me everywhere to look for you, spending over a year at the bus and train stations. Mom was very sad and exhausted, and soon her health deteriorated. We had no choice but to come back, and not long after, Mom passed away. Dad started drinking every day. He couldn't live soberly anymore, and when he drank too much, he would grab other children's hands and call your name. Later, he had a stomach bleed and passed away too. Jinbao listened quietly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Huiyan, Diu, Gumei, Daofeng, and Wei Menkai stood at the door, watching silently. Jinbao held back his tears and looked at Yang Jinsua. How did you end up like this? Yang Jinsua gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his hair graying, his back hunched, looking like a little old man, and he gave a bitter smile before suddenly kneeling in front of Jinbao with a thud. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not watching over you. That day, Dad and Mom asked me to take you out to play and reminded me to keep an eye on you. But I was too busy playing hide and seek with my friends and left you behind. It was my fault that you were taken, and it was also my fault that Mom and Dad died. Seeing Yang Jinsua kneeling on the ground, filled with self-blame and regret, Gumei's throat tightened. She understood this feeling all too well. She had experienced something similar. Back then, because she chatted a bit too long with her classmates and was a few minutes late to pick up her sister was abducted and killed by the butcher in red, Hua Ziying, which devastated their parents, leading to their deaths. She had lived in guilt and regret until she met Huiyan and finally avenged her enemies. Gumei stepped forward, reached out to help Yang Jinsua up, and spoke as if addressing her former self. It's not your fault, the blame lies with those bad guys. Yang Jinsua, who had been holding it together, instantly broke down in tears. Jinbao embraced Yang Jinsua, saying in a deep voice, she's right. Yang Jinsua leaned on Jinbao's shoulder, unable to speak through his sobs. Jinbao turned to Du, his gaze icy. Officer Du, I want to know, has the woman who abducted me been caught? After Jinbao asked, he stared intently at Du. Your case has not been solved, but from the method of operation, that woman is a professional and experienced trafficker. She definitely didn't just do this one case. Du looked into Jinbao's eyes and said solemnly, whether she has been caught for other cases or is still on the wanted list depends on whether you can recognize her. I can recognize her. Jinbao replied coldly, of course I can. Du said no more and pulled out a thick stack of photos from a large, heavy file bag, laying them out one by one in front of Jinbao. These are the female traffickers we've caught over the past 20 years. The women in the photos are mostly between 30 and 50 years old, with various appearances. Some clearly look unkind, while others seem incapable of committing such heinous acts. There are many, easily dozens of them. Jinbao stared at the photos, examining them one by one. Daofeng was astonished. There are so many just of women. Du grunted softly and glanced at Huiyan. You should understand this well. Talk to your good brother about it. Huiyan ignored Du's tone and began to explain. Last year, a total of 56 children went missing in the harbor, the vast majority of whom were abducted. In earlier years, there were even more, averaging over 100 a year. It wasn't until recent years, with increased surveillance coverage and heightened public awareness, that the numbers gradually decreased, but they haven't completely vanished. Daofeng looked at the women traffickers in the photos, shaking his head in silence. Jinbao was looking very quickly and soon raised his head to look at Du. No, she's not in here. Du put away the batch of photos and took out another stack, spreading it out again. This time there were far fewer, only about 10. These are the ones we have identified as suspects but have not yet apprehended. As soon as the photos were spread out, before Du could finish his sentence, Jinbao suddenly moved his gaze, grabbing a corner photo and exclaimed, it's her, it's her. Huiyan and the others turned to look. The photo showed a middle-aged woman around 30, tall and thin, looking very ordinary, yet there was an unsettling feeling about her. Are you sure? Don't you want to take a closer look? Du asked, somewhat doubtful. You were only 5 at the time, children's memories usually. It's her. Jinbao interrupted Du before he could finish, pointing at the woman's eyes and nodding firmly. I can't remember if she was tall or short, fat or thin, but I will always remember her eyes. I've had countless nightmares, and in those dreams, it's always those eyes. The woman in the photo was squinting at the camera. Huiyan and the others instantly understood where that uncomfortable feeling came from. The eyes. It was her eyes, a pair of sinister, cunning, cold, and fierce eyes. Yang Jinshua hurried over, looking at the woman in the photo, his expression shifting. Isn't this Anding, who was renting nearby at that time? Just go out and it's the second room on the right, the ancestral home of Grandpa Su. He was still unaware of the details of Jinbao's abduction, which is why he was so surprised. Jinbao stared at the woman in the photo for a long time, gritting his teeth. Aunt Ing? Yes, we used to call her Aunt Ing, I remember now. My parents never suspected it could be her. Yang Jinshua still looked incredulous, frowning as he tried to recall. Right, in the days right after you were abducted, she also disappeared. She only showed up more than a week later, saying she had gone out of town for business. I remember she even brought gifts to comfort my parents, saying you were so cute and had a good fortune, that you would definitely be fine. Gumei, Daofeng, and Wei Menkai all shivered at the thought of that scene. A woman who personally abducted and sold a child, bringing gifts, pretending to be sympathetic and heartbroken, shamelessly comforting the family by saying everything would be fine. So evil. So chilling. Diyu's expression grew serious as he stared at the woman in the photo for a moment before slowly speaking to Jin Bao. The person you encountered is the most cunning and vicious of all these traffickers. Gumei, Daofeng, and Wei Menkai were taken aback. Yu Huaying. Diyu pronounced the name heavily, then rubbed his temples, considering how to organize his words. She has hidden very deeply, never coming to the attention of the police, until an incident 8 years ago. On that day, on the K-123 train from the harbor to the capital, there was a female attendant in a sleeper car who had just returned from maternity leave. Out of maternal instinct, she paid extra attention to the children in her car. She noticed a little boy who had been sleeping since he boarded, without waking up to drink water or eat anything, while the middle-aged woman accompanying him seemed unconcerned. Out of concern, the female attendant approached to check on him, but was stopped by the middle-aged woman. Suspicious, she called for the train police. They soon discovered that the little boy had stopped breathing, he was dead. Yes, that middle-aged woman was Yu Huaying. She took advantage of the chaos to jump off the train and escape. The child was one she had just abducted from the harbor that day. According to later autopsy results, Yu Huaying had given the child a strong sedative before boarding, fearing that the child would cry and attract attention. However, she did not anticipate that the child had a severe drug allergy and died from organ failure while in a deep sleep. The crowd was stunned, their bodies cold. Even Huiyen found it hard to bear. Diyu paused to catch his breath before continuing? Because of this incident, the police began to take notice of Yu Huaying, and immediately launched a comprehensive investigation and outreach. They eventually discovered that Yu Huaying had a criminal history of child trafficking spanning nearly 20 years, having abducted over 20 children just in the harbor. Moreover, there might be even more cases that had not been uncovered. More than 20 families were destroyed by her. Gumei couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. More than 20 children were ruined for life by her. Daofeng complained incredulously, such a scum of the earth. You mean to say you've never caught her? Diyu's face turned shameful. Even though this was not a case he was responsible for, it had nothing to do with him. According to the case records, she was last spotted 6 years ago, right here in the harbor, and she came back. But once again, the attempt to capture her failed, and since then, she has vanished without a trace. Jin Bao stared at the photo of Yu Huaying, fixating on her cold eyes, and said with hatred, I want to find her. If she's dead, I want to grind her bones to dust. If she's still alive, I want to kill her myself. As soon as Jin Bao finished speaking, Huiyen nodded. Let's find her. We'll all help you look. Gumei and Wei Menkai nodded in agreement. Daofeng jumped up directly. And we have to kill her. Is there any justice if we don't? Just killing her once won't be enough. She deserves to be tortured to death. What are you all talking about? Diyu's face darkened. What's this about killing? As if I don't exist. Jin Bao and Daofeng exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward, and fell silent. Du, you've worked hard, sucking blood. Huiyen stood up and pulled Diyu up as well. You just became the captain, and I'm sure there are many things waiting for you to handle. You should head back. We'll take care of Yu Huaying. I'll treat you to a meal later. Wait, what do you mean? Diyu didn't budge. We've been looking for her for years, and you think you can find her? Huiyen smiled and said, let's give it a try. After all, you can't find her, so let us give it a shot. Even if you find her, you can't act recklessly. It has to be dealt with by the law. Diyu glared at Huiyen, emphasizing seriously. She has so many issues, and there are still many abducted children who haven't been found. We need to dig deep and expose her crimes to the public to serve as a warning. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Let's find her first. Huiyen said cheerfully while pushing Diyu toward the exit. Huiyen, I warn you, keep an eye on your brother. If you find anything, you must notify me. As soon as they stepped out, Diyu hadn't finished his sentence before he frowned. At the turn, a large group of burly men was hurrying over, including those who had previously bullied young Jinsua and wanted to forcefully demolish his home. Daofeng, Jin Bao, Gumei, and Wei Menkai heard the footsteps and stepped out. Young Jinsua looked at the crowd, feeling increasingly anxious. Jin Bao immediately shielded Wei Menkai behind him. Diyu shouted in a deep voice, What do you want? The crowd ignored Diyu and simply moved aside to clear a path, revealing a middle-aged man who was overweight and sweating profusely. Biaozi? Daofeng shouted, so it's you causing all this trouble. The middle-aged man was Hu Chengbiao, known as Biaozi. He was an old hand in the underworld, quite well known, famous for being smooth and adaptable, and was rather popular. Diao Feng had never had direct dealings with him but was somewhat familiar with him. "Oh, Brother Feng is here too," Hu Chengbiao said with a beaming smile. "Look at this mess. It's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple." Diao Feng's expression was cold. "Why did you bring so many people? Are you looking for a fight? You've misunderstood." Hu Chengbiao waved his hands repeatedly. "My brothers heard that Brother Hua, pardon my foul mouth, Lord Hui is here, and they all wanted to come and see Lord Hua's grandeur in person." As he spoke, he suddenly knelt down in front of Hui Yan with a loud thud. The dozens of burly men behind him immediately followed suit and knelt before Hui Yan. Yang Jinsua was momentarily stunned. "Lord Hua, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were visiting. I failed to welcome you properly." Hu Qingbiao clasped his hands in a bow, appearing extremely obsequious, and then turned to Yang Jinsua. "Brother Jinsua, I'm also sorry to you. I truly didn't know you had a connection with Lord Hua. If I offended you, please forgive me." Yang Jinsua was completely dumbfounded and looked back at Huiyan. He could sense that Huiyan was not an ordinary person, but he never expected that even the well-known Hu Chengbiao in this area would kneel down and apologize to him. Huiyan remained expressionless and ignored him, calling to "Do you, doer, let's go, and get in touch again." Du looked at the scene before him, sighed, and said nothing more as he turned to leave. Only then did Huiyan turn to Hu Chengbiao and coldly ask, "Do you still want to demolish this house?" "Not anymore, I don't want to at all," Hu Chengbiao said, panic written all over his face, waving his hands repeatedly. "Not only do I not want to demolish it, but I also want to protect it well. It has so much commemorative significance, it witnesses a genuine human connection, it's so touching, it must be preserved. Whoever dares to come and demolish it, I'll go after them." Diao Feng snorted, "Ha, you really know how to play the game." Hu Chengbiao, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I'm truly moved from the bottom of my heart." Jin Bao suddenly spoke up, "Let's just demolish it." Everyone was taken aback, looking at Jin Bao in surprise. Jin Bao turned to look at the old house, which still retained its former appearance, and sighed softly. "The person is gone, keeping the house is meaningless. Even if it still looks like it did back then, we can never go back, and it only makes people feel uncomfortable." "Jin Bao," Yang Jinsua called out, trembling. Jin Bao gently patted Yang Jinsua and said in his softest voice, "Brother, you've been trapped here for too long. It's time to start a new life, a life that belongs to you." Yang Jinsua was taken aback for a moment, then covered his face and wept. Huiyan nodded at Jin Bao. He had originally feared that Jin Bao wanted to keep the house as a memento, but unexpectedly, Jin Bao was clear-headed about it. Hu Chengbiao was watching intently, and upon seeing Huiyan nod, he immediately showed a look of joy, stood up, and gave Jin Bao a thumbs up. "So you must be Brother Jin Bao. What you said makes perfect sense, very insightful." Jin Bao ignored Hu Chengbiao and turned to Yang Jinsua. "I'll help you pack your things later, and we'll leave today. I'll find you a place to stay." No need to find," Hu Chengbiao quickly replied. "I have a vacant apartment not far from here. I'll give it to Brother Jin, you can stay there as you like. I'll accompany you to transfer the ownership later." Jin Bao turned his head and glared at Hu Chengbiao. "No need." "Understood." Hu Chengbiao didn't linger. "Then how about this? I'll give the demolition compensation to Brother Jin first." A younger brother immediately handed over a money box, opened it, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills. This is too much, right?" Yang Jinsua was startled. "The extra bit is just a small token of my appreciation," Hu Chengbiao explained. "After all, I've disturbed you quite a bit during this time, consider it a mental distress fee." Yang Jinsua didn't dare to take it, but Jin Bao snatched it and handed it to him. "This is what you deserve, take it. Don't worry, I will never let anyone bully you again." Hu Chengbiao looked at everyone. "Master Hua, brothers, and this beautiful lady. I won't disturb you any longer. If you have time another day, I'll treat everyone to a meal." Hu Chengbiao bowed and clasped his hands, quickly retreating with his subordinates. Huiyan watched Hu Chengbiao's back and said solemnly, "Keep an eye on this person, he's not simple." Diao Feng was puzzled. "Huh?" Gume nodded. "A person whose skin is this thick and can lower himself like this is usually not simple. Isn't he just afraid of Yengu?" Diao Feng scratched his head. Huiyan shook his head. "He looks nervous and respectful on the surface, but inside he's not afraid at all, and he's been observing us all along." As they turned a corner, Hu Chengbiao waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly dispersed. Hu Chengbiao's face quickly lost its oily and servile demeanor, becoming alert and cold, cautiously looking around before pulling out an old-fashioned button phone from his pocket. "Uncle Xiao, report to Master Zhuang that I met Huiyan today, along with his most important people. I happened to encounter something, perhaps it can be utilized." The sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. In a large farmhouse on the outskirts, various fruits and vegetables were planted outdoors, creating a peaceful pastoral scene. Some young parents were picking fruits outdoors with their children. In a corner of the strawberry planting area, Wenjiu held a plastic basket, picking bright red strawberries along the ridge, murmuring to himself. Diaozi means that he should have left a good impression on Huiyan. He can follow the line of Yang Jinsua and have more contact with Huiyan, looking for or creating opportunities to strike. Nearby, in a furrow, an old farmer wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, with a towel draped over his shoulder, bent over with a small rake, quietly weeding. Wenjiu stopped talking and continued picking strawberries like a tourist. After a moment, the old farmer straightened up, lifted the towel from his shoulder to wipe his sweat, without looking at Wenjiu, casually said, "Have him leave the harbor immediately. As long as Huiyan is alive, he cannot come back." His voice was soft, his tone flat, and his face showed no expression, but it carried an undeniable authority. Wenjiu was taken aback but didn't dare to look up and ask. The old farmer bent down to continue weeding, and Wenjiu resumed picking strawberries. "He's gotten addicted to acting, and it's getting more excessive lately. Fooling ordinary people is fine, but when he encounters smart ones, it easily raises suspicion. Does he still dare to have more contact with Huiyan? More contact is just asking for death." Wenjiu listened silently, picking strawberries while tentatively asking, "I've already arranged the manpower here, and the tools are ready, we can act at any time." The old farmer coldly replied, "Are you that eager to die?" Wenjiu was startled, and the strawberry he had just picked was crushed in his hand, the bright red juice flowing all over. The old farmer let out a heavy sigh, his voice cold and filled with irritation. "You all, at this point, still can't figure out what kind of person Huiyan is? A person who can turn the harbor upside down, who can drive Zhao Fuqing to desperation, who can force Su Baoliang to obey. Do you think you can just get rid of him? You think this is weeding?" Wenjiu lowered his head, trembling slightly, afraid to speak further. "Ah Jiu," the old farmer's tone softened a bit, "we've survived this long not because we're more ruthless than others, nor because we're more cunning, but because we're more cautious. Remember, only by being careful can one sail a ship for 10,000 years. "I understand, Zhuang Yi," Wenjiu replied weakly. "Zhao Fuqing has been urging me." The old farmer, referred to as Zhuang Yi, coldly interrupted Wenjiu. "Let him urge, no need to rush. Huiyan and the others are looking for that human trafficker, let them finish their business first." Zhuang Yi glanced at the nearby children happily picking fruits. "That's a human trafficker, worse than people like us, deserving of hell. Everyone should rise up against him." Wenjiu worried, "I'm afraid Zhao Fuqing can't hold out that long." "I asked you to meet Zhao Fuqing just to maximize the benefits," Zhuang Yi smiled. "Whether he lives or dies, we still have to deal with Huiyan." Wenjiu was taken aback again, lowering his head even further, realizing he had not guessed Zhuang Yi's true intentions. "You are the person I have placed on the table, just continue to play your role well," Zhuang Yi instructed in a deep voice. "Don't get involved in Huiyan's matters anymore. Before he dies, don't come here to find me, and don't contact me directly." Wenjiu nodded slightly, his expression somewhat dejected. "You won't have to wait too long, Ali has already set off from northern Cambodia." "Ali is coming back." Wenjiu suddenly showed a look of surprise, his demeanor calming down. "That's great." Zhuang Yi gathered the weeds he had pulled out. "Whether we enjoy our old age or meet a bad end depends on this time." As he spoke, a little girl came bouncing over to pick fruits. "Grandpa, can you please find me another basket? I want to pick some more." "Sure, just wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Zhuang Yi smiled and went to her, like an ordinary old farmer. On the second floor of the Paradise nightclub, in a studio, Wei Menkai was busy operating on the computer, with a photo of Yu Huaying beside him. Jin Bao sat next to him, eagerly watching the various interfaces flashing across the big screen. Huiyan and Gu Mei sat on the sofa, flipping through the copies of Yu Huaying's case files sent over by Du Yu. Although Du Yu questioned Huiyan verbally, he sent the materials back not long after, probably because he also hated Yu Huaying deeply, treating a dead horse as a living one. Diao Feng returned from outside, cheerfully plopping down between Huiyan and Gu Mei. Hu Chengbiu has left, flew straight to Hong Kong, and he left in quite a hurry. "Yan Ge, I told you you were overthinking it. That guy is just a coward, you scared him off." Huiyan immediately furrowed his brows. "Left so quickly." Gu Mei's expression also shifted, he must have been tipped off by someone. Diao Feng looked confused. "Huh?" Huiyan instructed, "Dig deeper into his background." "What do you mean?" Diao Feng asked, looking puzzled. Gu Mei teased, "Ah Feng, I'm afraid with your IQ, even if we tell you, you won't understand." Diao Feng chuckled, "Alright, I won't chat with you smart people anymore, I'll just follow orders, and I'll arrange it later." Diao Feng got up and walked over to Wei Menkai and Jin Bao, patting them. "So, have you found anything?" Wei Menkai shook his head dejectedly. "I input the information and facial features of Yu Huaying into the program, hacked into various databases for big data comparison, but so far there has been no matching feedback. Diao Feng scratched his head. I really don't understand this. It means we can't find her anywhere, Jinbo said in a deep voice. Damn, Diao Feng cursed. Could it really be like Officer Du said, that she has evaporated from the world? I guess she must have changed her identity a long time ago, and it's very likely she has altered her face as well, Huiyan, who had been sitting on the sofa, said as if he had anticipated this. Diao Feng became anxious. Then how are we supposed to find her? Huiyan waved his hand. Everyone come over here. Upon hearing his voice, everyone gathered around Huiyan. I think we might need to change our approach, Huiyan said solemnly. For example, let's start by looking for the people around her. People around her? Diao Feng was confused. Gumei, Wei Menkai, and Jinbao also looked puzzled, not understanding. Huiyan looked at Jinbao. I remember you said that when Yu Huaying was scouting near your home, she had a little girl with her? Right, what was her name? Little. Jinbao tapped his forehead in recollection. Little Yun. She's about my age and calls Yu Huaying mom. Zhang Xiaoyun. She is Yu Huaying's biological daughter, and the police have already verified this, Huiyan said as he flipped through a stack of Yu Huaying's case files and pulled out a photo to show everyone. The photo depicted a young girl around 20 years old with a beautiful face. Huiyan said solemnly, if we find her, we might discover Yu Huaying's whereabouts. Gumei, Diao Feng, Wei Menkai, and Jinbao looked at the photo of Zhang Xiaoyun. In the 21 cases that the police have discovered and confirmed to be committed by Yu Huaying, she was present in the first 17. This is part of Yu Huaying's fixed modus operandi. In the subsequent 4 cases, she was not present, which should mean she had grown up, and Yu Huaying could no longer take her along, so the frequency of the crimes significantly decreased. The year Yu Huaying's crimes were exposed on the train, she was 18 years old and studying at Haigang College of Arts and Sciences. The police had approached her and conducted multiple rounds of questioning, but she claimed that her relationship with Yu Huaying was poor, that they were not close, and that she was unaware of what Yu Huaying had done. The police had no evidence, and since she was a minor at the time, they ultimately had to let her go. Impossible. Diao Feng couldn't help but shout, shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely impossible. They spent over 10 years together, and later she was a grown woman. How could she not know anything? How is that possible? An old police officer named Tian Zhenhua didn't believe it either. He kept an eye on her for a long time and visited her multiple times for questioning. Huiyan took out the last piece of information from the case file, but less than a year later, after one of his visits to question her, Tian Zhenhua suddenly died of a heart attack. After that, there were no more records related to her. Upon hearing this, Wei Menkai directly picked up the photo of Zhang Xiaoyun, rushed to the workstation, and inserted it into the scanner, immediately starting to operate on the computer with a flurry of clicks. Huiyan, Gumei, Diao Feng, and Jinbao hurriedly gathered around. Got it. Soon, Wei Menkai shouted, pointing at the information that popped up on the screen. I found matches in the Civil Affairs Database, Medical Insurance Database, Business Registration Database, and Real Estate Center Database. She has changed her name. Now she is called Zhang Yanchen. She is married, has a 3-year-old son, and lives in Building 17, Room 303 of Huaxingli. She runs a clothing company called Liang Garment, and the factory is located in the high-tech industrial park. Wei Menkai quickly revealed Zhang Xiaoyun's personal information in one breath. Gumei and Diao Feng finally fixed her latest photo on the big screen. Let's go, let's talk to her. In the evening, at the high-tech industrial park, in front of the Liang Garment office building, as workers poured out after work, Zhang Xiaoyun, tall and with exquisite makeup, stood out in the crowd. Zhang Xiaoyun hurried to the parking lot and approached a car worth over $1 million. Just as she was about to open the door and get in, she suddenly stopped and warily glanced at a nearby vehicle. The door opened, and Huiyan, Gumei, Diao Feng, and Jinbao got out, walking towards Zhang Xiaoyun. What do you want? Zhang Xiaoyun was very alert. Seeing the looks on Huiyan's group, especially Diao Feng and Jinbao, she immediately pulled out her pepper spray and shouted loudly, Security! Security! Gumei stepped forward. Zhang Xiaoyun, do you want to discuss Yu Huaying's matter in front of your company employees? Hearing those two names, Zhang Xiaoyun was startled and instinctively took a step back. 2 security guards, hearing the commotion, rushed over and stopped abruptly, looking at Huiyan's group, not daring to approach, and asked from a distance, Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Xiaoyun hesitated. Gumei leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice and smiling. If that's the case, soon everyone who knows you will find out that your mother is a wanted human trafficker. You should know how much everyone hates traffickers, right? A flicker of fear crossed Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes as she turned to the 2 security guards. I'm fine. Do you want us to help you call the police? The guards asked, still uneasy. Zhang Xiaoyun snapped, I said I'm fine. The 2 guards left, puzzled and awkward. Zhang Xiaoyun assessed Huiyan, Gumei, Diao Feng, and Jinbao, pausing slightly on Jinbao's face before quickly shifting her gaze away. I don't care who you are or what you want to talk about. I can only tell you that I know nothing. Dia Feng glared. If you're going to be like this, then I'll call someone to come and listen. He turned to make a call. Zhang Xiaoyun quickly stopped him. Don't. Moments later, Zhang Xiaoyun led Huiyan, Gumei, Diao Feng, and Jin Bao to a secluded corner of the park. Let's talk, Zhang Xiaoyun said helplessly. Can we make it quick? I still need to go back and put my child to sleep. Gumei got straight to the point. Has Yu Huayin contacted you recently? Huiyan stared intently at Zhang Xiaoyun, observing her expression. This was the strategy they had devised before coming. Gumei was responsible for questioning, and Huiyan for observation. Zhang Xiaoyun grunted, of course not. She's a wanted criminal, how could she contact me? But do you know where Yu Huayin is? Gumei asked immediately. This was also the questioning method Huiyan had told Gumei to use, direct and clear questions that could be answered with yes or no. How could that be? Zhang Xiaoyun denied immediately, I haven't seen her since she went on the run. Gumei pressed on, can you help us provide some clues to find her? I can't, Zhang Xiaoyun shook her head, she might have already died somewhere, who knows? Have you never felt guilty over the years? Gumei pulled out a stack of photos and held them up to Zhang Xiaoyun. They were all children who had been trafficked by Yu Huayin, and to this day, most of them had still not been found. Zhang Xiaoyun turned her face away, unwilling to look. Don't push me, I really know nothing. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoyun brushed her hair aside to show Gumei a long scar on the back of her head. This is from her. I almost lost my life. I had a terrible relationship with her. Yes, many children trusted her because of me and were deceived. But at that time, I was just a child, a pawn used by her. I was also a victim. Having such a mother, I'm also very unfortunate. I'm also very miserable. Zhang Xiaoyun became emotional, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Gumei and pleaded, I finally managed to get out and establish a normal life. Please stop following me, okay? For a moment, the originally furious Diao Feng found himself speechless. Even Jin Bao wore a complex expression. Huiyan's face remained cold as he said in a deep voice, give me your phone. Zhang Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, looking at Huiyan's expression, and quickly took out her phone and handed it over. Huiyan pointed the camera at Zhang Xiaoyun's face, unlocked it, and swiftly browsed through the contacts, messages, WeChat, and other apps. After a moment, Huiyan found nothing unusual, pressed a few buttons on the phone, and returned it to Zhang Xiaoyun. If you have any news about Yu Huayin, please contact us, thank you. Zhang Xiaoyun forced a bitter smile and nodded, can I leave now? Go ahead. Huiyan replied. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately turned and walked away quickly. Watching her back, Diao Feng said dejectedly, Brother Yan, this path is a dead end. Huiyan smiled slightly, she's lying. Huiyan was certain that Zhang Xiaoyun was lying, and Diao Feng couldn't help scratching his head. Brother Yan, how can you be so sure? I think she looks quite pitiful, not like a liar. Gumei gently kicked Diao Feng, stop making trouble, listen to Brother Yan. The part about not having contacted Yu Huayin recently is hard to judge. The part about not knowing Yu Huayin's whereabouts is definitely false. Huiyan pointed to his lips and then raised his right hand. When she said that, her lips slightly pursed, and her right hand wanted to lift to touch her face but held back at the last moment, yet she still unconsciously rubbed her fingers. These are typical micro-expressions and small movements of a person lying. Diao Feng's eyes widened, speechless. The part about not knowing anything is also false. When she spoke, she avoided Mei's gaze, blinked twice, and leaned back a bit. Huiyan demonstrated to Diao Feng, Gumei, and Jin Bao as he spoke. The later part about selling her misery was half true and half false. The pity is real, there is guilt, but innocence is not guaranteed. Diao Feng looked at Huiyan in disbelief. Wait, Brother Yan, are we really looking at the same person at the same time? I was staring wide-eyed. How come I didn't see any of those expressions you mentioned? Hey, Jin Bao, did you see it? Jin Bao silently shook his head. Diao Feng felt somewhat comforted. That's better, I wasn't the only fool. Huiyan smiled lightly, there's no helping it, my eyes are just that sharp. You're amazing, a human lie detector, Diao Feng exclaimed. In fact, Huiyan hadn't said everything, fearing it would truly scare Diao Feng. In his eyes, every micro-expression of Zhang Xiaoyun was like a close-up, and every small movement was like being played in slow motion, clear and distinct. Now you know I'm impressive, right? Huiyan teased Diao Feng, don't try to play tricks on me in the future, I can see right through you. Diao Feng laughed heartily, you're flattering me. With me like this, how could I have any tricks? Huiyan and Diao Feng exchanged smiles. Diao Feng joked, the only one we need to be careful of here is you, Mei. Gumei shot Diao Feng a playful glare. By this time, the four had returned to the parking lot, arriving at their car, while Zhang Xiaoyun's car had long since disappeared. The silent Jin Bao finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Yan, since you've discovered that Zhang Xiaoyun is lying, why did you let her go? Huiyan replied in a deep voice, Let her take us to find Yu Huaying, the fastest and most convenient way. Jin Bao, Dao Feng, and Gume looked at Huiyan in unison. If she has maintained some contact with Yu Huaying over the years, our grand appearance will definitely prompt her to find a way to notify and warn Yu Huaying. Jin Bao became excited. As long as we keep an eye on her, we might find Yu Huaying. Dao Feng chuckled, like a monkey climbing a bamboo pole. We'll follow the clues. Her car is already being watched by Meng Kai. The voice of Wei Mengkai immediately came from the phone. No abnormalities at the moment. Just passed through the river tunnel. Looks like she's heading home. Received. Continue to monitor the target. Huiyan replied to Wei Mengkai, shaking his phone slightly. I just pretended to check, and I've already implanted a Trojan into Zhang Xiaoyun's phone. Now I can see all her information, all her calls. I can listen in on everything. Gume, Dao Feng, and Jin Bao were no longer surprised by what Huiyan had done. They got into the car with him and set off along the route Zhang Xiaoyun had taken. After a short while, Huiyan's phone vibrated. The monitoring software written by Wei Mengkai indicated that Zhang Xiaoyun was making an outgoing call. Huiyan pressed the speakerphone button and turned up the volume, and Zhang Xiaoyun's voice immediately filled the car. And how? Yu Cheng hasn't come home yet, right? I'm a bit delayed and will be home a little late. You can make dinner for now first, stir-fry some shrimp, and cook some meat. He likes to eat. A middle-aged woman on the other end responded, and Zhang Xiaoyun quickly hung up the phone. Gume, Dao Feng, and Jin Bao, who were listening intently, felt a bit disappointed. There was no useful information, just ordinary daily conversation. Yu Cheng referred to Han Yucheng, Zhang Xiaoyun's husband, a lobby manager at a rural commercial bank. Now was Zhang Xiaoyun and Han Yucheng's son, a sturdy 3-year-old boy, and Hao, whose full name was Hao Mingfang, had been the family's nanny for many years, an unassuming, chubby, and taciturn local woman. Wei Mengkai had already thoroughly checked Zhang Xiaoyun's family information. After that, nothing noteworthy happened. More than half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoyun returned home. Another 10 minutes later, Han Yucheng also arrived home, and the two of them had dinner with Now as usual. Hao Mingfang tidied up the kitchen, took a black garbage bag downstairs, passed by Huiyan's car parked at the entrance, and headed towards the garbage room. Zhang Xiaoyun began to play games and read picture books with Now. During this time, she received 3 phone calls and replied to a few messages, all work-related. As time passed, Dao Feng and Jin Bao began to lose patience. Brother Yan, it seems like there's nothing wrong with Zhang Xiaoyun. Jin Bao spoke first. Not only is there nothing wrong, but it seems like the matter we were looking for her about never happened at all. Dao Feng added, we aren't chasing the wrong lead, are we? Huiyan remained silent, frowning in thought. After a moment, his expression suddenly changed, as if he found it hard to believe what he was about to say. Could it be her? Who? Gume, Dao Feng, and Jin Bao asked in unison. Follow me, Huiyan said as he pushed open the car door and got out, quickly picking up his phone to call Wei Mengkai. Mengkai, check the possible location of Zhang Xiaoyun's aunt, Hao Mingfang. Huiyan rushed into the building. Gume, Dao Feng, and Jin Bao didn't understand what was happening but hurriedly followed him. Huiyan went upstairs and directly arrived at Zhang Xiaoyun's door, raising his hand to knock heavily. The door opened, and Zhang Xiaoyun peeked out, her expression changing instantly. She began to close the door while scolding. Why are you still following me home? This is too much. I'm going to call the police. Huiyan's face was cold as he yanked the door open and walked in, speaking in a deep voice. Where did Hao Mingfang go? Zhang Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly. What does it matter to you if she went out for a walk after finishing her work? Huiyan quietly observed Zhang Xiaoyun's expression and suddenly said, stir-frying meat is your code to warn her of danger and tell her to prepare to run, right? Zhang Xiaoyun was startled and involuntarily lowered her head, not daring to look Huiyan in the eye. This further confirmed Huiyan's speculation. Han Yucheng walked over. Who are you? What do you want? Dao Feng directly pushed him against the wall. Don't move, don't ask. Gume walked over to the curious and confused Now, blocking his line of sight, and said with a gentle smile, it's nothing, we're just playing a game with your mom and dad. How about I read you a picture book? Huiyan stared at Zhang Xiaoyun and suddenly asked coldly, Hao Mingfang is Yu Huaying, right? As soon as Huiyan said this, Zhang Xiaoyun's face changed dramatically, and Gume, Dao Feng, and Jin Bao beside her were all extremely surprised. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoyun came to her senses and shook her head repeatedly to deny it. What are you talking about? How could that be? You have too much imagination. No, who are you really? Huiyan interrupted Zhang Xiaoyun sharply. Yu Huaying not only had plastic surgery but also transformed herself from a thin person into a fat one, assuming the identity of the real Hao Mingfang. Yes, in this environment, it's not easy for a major wanted criminal to hide. The best way is to turn into another person. You never cut off contact with her. Instead, you have been complicit, coexisting, not only helping her hide her identity but also protecting her by keeping her close. Zhang Xiaoyun looked at Huiyan in disbelief, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Gu Mei, Diao Feng, and Jin Bao were all dumbfounded. Huiyan said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Where did you Huaying go?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Xiaoyun's face, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and remained silent. At that moment, Huiyan's phone rang. It was Wei Menkai calling. Huiyan answered and pressed the speakerphone button. North Station, her phone is located in the waiting hall at North Station. Wei Menkai reported directly. Zhang Xiaoyun's face immediately turned ashen. Huiyan shot her a cold glance. "After we catch her, I will settle the score with you. Amei, keep an eye on her. Feng, Jin Bao, come with me." Huiyan quickly left with Diao Feng and Jin Bao, speaking into the phone as they walked. "Menkai, have you found out which train you Huaying bought a ticket for?" Wei Menkai was still on the line, having heard Huiyan's earlier conversation with Zhang Xiaoyun, and without needing Huiyan's instructions, he was already checking. G999, it's already started checking tickets and entering the station. Huiyan glanced at the phone navigation. It would take at least 40 minutes to get to North Station from their current location, and there was no way they could make it in time. "Call the station police anonymously and say there's a bomb in Hao Mingfan's luggage," Huiyan instructed while quickly heading downstairs with Diao Feng and Jin Bao. At Zhang Xiaoyun's home, Han Yuqing was completely confused, looking at Zhang Xiaoyun with a face full of questions. "What's going on? Who are they? How did Aunt Hao become Yu Huaying? A wanted criminal? What the hell is this?" Zhang Xiaoyun ignored Han Yuqing and walked over to Gu Mei, who was reading a picture book to Now in the living room, and approached with a serious face. Gu Mei caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, smiled, and said to Now, how about we play hide and seek? You find a place to hide, and no matter what you hear later, if Auntie can't find you, you can't come out, okay? That sounds great. Now loves hide and seek the most. You definitely won't find me. Now happily nodded and ran into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Zhang Xiaoyun walked into the living room, completely disregarding the seemingly weak Gu Mei, and directly picked up her phone. Gu Mei shook her head with a smile. "I advise you to stay put, don't do anything, and don't move." Zhang Xiaoyun snorted coldly. "So what if I move? What can you do to me?" Gu Mei shrugged. "You can try." Zhang Xiaoyun had already opened Yu Huaying's phone number and was about to dial. With a loud smack, she suddenly received a heavy slap across the face, stars dancing in her eyes. Her phone was already in Gu Mei's hands. You dare to hit me?" Gu Mei put Zhang Xiaoyun's phone back in its place. "I told you, don't do anything. Don't move." Zhang Xiaoyun's face turned red with anger, and she raised her hand as if to hit back. The moment she moved, her wrist was grabbed by Gu Mei, and a wave of excruciating pain shot through her as Gu Mei broke her middle finger. Zhang Xiaoyun grimaced in pain and shouted at Han Yuqing, "Han Yuqing, you deadbeat, come help me." Han Yuqing took 2 steps toward them but then stopped, looking at Gu Mei, hesitating. Gu Mei still wore a smile. "I advise you not to try it. I don't want to scare the child any further." Zhang Xiaoyun urged sharply, "Hurry up." Her voice was abruptly cut off as Gu Mei stuffed a rag from the coffee table into her mouth, coldly commanding, "Shut up." Han Yuqing stood there, dumbfounded, not daring to move. "You might as well go soothe the child to sleep. It seems you'll have to take care of the trouble in the future." Han Yuqing quickly entered the bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. A high-speed train pulled into the station. It was late, and the passengers on board were sparse. Yu Huaying sat by the window, her face gloomy, glancing at her phone. There were still 4 minutes until departure. She couldn't quite tell if she felt happy or worried, or perhaps both. The worry was that she was about to embark on the path of escape again, even though Zhang Xiaoyun had only said to lay low for a while. But her keen instincts sensed that she had likely been exposed, and the identity of Hao Mingfan could no longer be used. What a pity! It had been such a perfect disguise and cover. The happiness was that, at least for now, she had managed to evade those people and successfully boarded the train. As long as the train started moving, as long as it left the harbor, she would surely be able to disappear again into the vast sea of people. What's going on? It had clearly been 4 minutes, past the scheduled departure time, yet the train hadn't left. Yu Huaying looked outside in confusion, her brows furrowing. A group of police officers hurriedly approached, seemingly heading straight for her carriage. Sure enough, several officers came over, surrounding Yu Huaying with caution. "Hao Mingfan, right? Please step down for a moment." Yu Huaying feigned confusion but complied, reaching for the black plastic bag tucked under her leg. The officers suddenly tensed up. "Don't move." Yu Huaying quickly froze, and the officers rushed in, pulling her off the train and evacuating the other passengers from the carriage. Officers in bomb disposal suits approached, carefully inspecting the black plastic bag. Yu Huaying was baffled. It contained her personal belongings and some cash, hastily packed after receiving a warning from Mo Xiaoyun. She had specifically put it in a black plastic bag, resembling a trash bag, to make it easier to pretend she was throwing out garbage and avoid drawing attention while leaving. After a while, the bomb disposal officers finally withdrew, and the lead officer came over. "Sorry, someone made a false report. It's all clear now, you can board the train again." Yu Huaying sighed in relief and reboarded with the other passengers. Just as she sat down, she suddenly felt a pair of eyes fixed intently on her, sending chills down her spine. She turned to look, and in the previously empty seat across the aisle sat a man, staring at her. "Yu Huaying," Jin Bao said through gritted teeth, "I finally found you." Jin Bao spat out Yu Huaying's name with venom. Yu Huaying showed no signs of surprise or fear on her face, she merely looked confused and bewildered. "Are you talking to me? Young man, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My surname is Hao, and my name is Hao Mingfang. Not you something." Jin Bao stared intently into Yu Huaying's eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. "My name is Yang Jinbao, living at No. 23, Lane 4, Yuhuali, Tianhan District. On October 29, 2002, you kidnapped me and sold me to Qingjia Village, Shuanghe Town, Shiyan City, in the Central South Province." Yu Huaying was increasingly bewildered, still confused. Jin Bao merely looked into Yu Huaying's eyes and broke into a cold grin. "It's been 22 years, and I've been looking for you. You can keep pretending, it doesn't matter. But you should regret not killing me back then, because now I'm coming back to kill you. I will personally send you to hell." Yu Huaying's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of resentment and malice finally flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. Yes, although it was fleeting, it was that look. Her face had changed, her figure had changed, even her voice seemed somewhat different, and her aura was entirely distinct. But that glimmer in her eyes still betrayed her, revealing the darkness and malice within her heart. Jin Bao laughed and nodded at Huiyan and Diaofeng, who were leaning against the front and back seats, surrounding Yu Huaying. Huiyan's expression was emotionless, coldly staring at Yu Huaying, quietly assessing her. Diaofeng cursed angrily. "All right then, come with us, and let's settle the new grudges and old debts together. You bastard, how can there be such a vicious woman in this world?" Yu Huaying's heart suddenly panicked. She had never felt this panic before. Even considering the incident 8 years ago when that female attendant discovered her, even during her forced escape, even when she had almost been caught by the police several times, she had never felt this panicked. She was a person with strong psychological resilience, quite insensitive to panic, which allowed her to commit crimes recklessly time and again. But at this moment, she was truly panicked, not because Jin Bao said he would kill her, nor because Diaofeng cursed her. It was because of Huiyan, who had not said a single word from the beginning. Just Huiyan's gaze had already put immense pressure on Yu Huaying, instilling deep fear. Who is this person? What does he want? At this moment, the delayed train was confirming the new departure time with the dispatch room, and the doors had not yet closed. The station police, who had been startled, were leaving, having reached the platform exit, but their figures could still be seen from afar. Yu Huaying suddenly sprang up, her survival instinct unleashed astonishing strength and speed, and like a fat rabbit, she bounced out, unexpectedly crashing into Diaofeng. In just a few steps, she reached the train door, leaped out, and ran wildly. But after just a few steps, she felt something fly through the air and hit her leg, and with a bang, she fell flat on her face. It turned out to be that black plastic bag. The bag had burst, scattering her personal belongings and the cash she had for escape all over the ground. Huiyan walked over, looking down at Yu Huaying from above, still silent, his gaze growing colder. Yu Huaying shivered and waved her hand, calling out to the police who were walking towards the exit stairs in the distance. "Help, police comrades." At this moment, she would rather fall into the hands of the police, would rather have her identity completely exposed, would rather stand trial in court, would rather be sentenced to death and shot, would rather be despised, would rather be infamous for eternity, than fall into Huiyan's hands. She had a premonition that once captured by Huiyan, a very cruel fate and judgment awaited her, likely more terrifying than death. But her cry had not fully escaped her lips before it abruptly stopped, clutching her throat, eek, eek, but no sound came out. Huiyan merely lifted his toe and gently kicked her throat. The station police did not notice and disappeared at the stairway. Yu Huaying collapsed to the ground in despair. Passengers in the carriage noticed the situation outside and pressed against the window to look. Huiyan waved his hand. Jin Bao and Diaofeng each helped Yu Huaying up, as if assisting a suddenly ill, mobility-impaired aunt, and left. They took the internal staff passage, just as they had when they came in. Diaofeng has a distant cousin who works at the station and had helped him out of some trouble before. On the way, he called to ask, and it just so happened that his cousin was on duty tonight. Diaofeng handed over a thick red envelope. His cousin didn't take it, shot Diaofeng a glare, and silently opened the door, letting Huiyan, Diaofeng, and Jinbo leave with their people, not sparing a glance at Yu Huaying the entire time. Soon, Huiyan and the others took Yu Huaying down to the parking lot on B2 level of the station. Moments later, Huiyan drove the car out of the parking lot exit. Just as he hit the main road, police lights suddenly flashed in front and behind, and 3 police cars blocked his vehicle in the middle. 8 or 9 police officers got out of the cars and surrounded Huiyan's vehicle. Huiyan looked through the window and recognized them. They were all former colleagues from the criminal investigation team at the Hongwan branch. The leader was Du Yu. Huiyan smiled, jumped out of the car, closed the door, and approached the serious and solemn Du Yu. Are you monitoring me? Or is this just a coincidence? Huiyan asked nonchalantly. Monitoring? Do you have any idea how many approval processes it takes to monitor someone? Am I the kind of person who breaks the rules? Besides, why the hell would I monitor you? Du Yu looked as if he had received a great insult, glaring angrily at Huiyan. We just happened to come to the train station to catch a fugitive and found you here too. But I can't say it's entirely a coincidence. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on what you've been doing these past few days. You went to find Zhang Xiaoyun in the afternoon, and suddenly came to the station at night, even taking her family's nanny with you. I guess it must be related to Yu Huaying, right? Is Hao Mingfang really Yu Huaying? Huiyan remained non-committal, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering them to the police officers as he used to when they were teammates, but no one accepted. Hand her over to me, Du Yu said in a deep voice. Huiyan smiled. What if I say no? Du Yu's face turned stern. Handing over a criminal suspect to the police is a matter of principle. Why can't you? What do you want to do? Vigilante justice? You think you're someone important? Stop with the nonsense. Huiyan interrupted. I just want to ask you, what will you do if I don't hand her over? Du Yu's expression grew increasingly serious, staring at Huiyan, speaking earnestly yet with a hint of warning. Don't push me. Huiyan met Du Yu's gaze, and the two locked eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, and the other officers felt a bit nervous, instinctively reaching for their sidearms. After a moment, Huiyan suddenly nodded, shrugged, and stepped aside. All right, very good. You really are still that serious and unsentimental, Du Yu. Du Yu was taken aback, not expecting Huiyan to cooperate so readily. He immediately moved in with the other officers to cautiously open the back door of Huiyan's car. Du Yu and the other officers opened the back door, only to be stunned. The car was empty. Yu Huaying was not there, nor were Diaofeng and Jin Bao. Du Yu's expression changed instantly, and he turned to glare at Huiyan. Where is she? Huiyan, unhurried, leisurely checked the time on his phone and casually replied, she left. Diaofeng called a ride to take her away. They'd been gone for a while. Du Yu panicked. Huiyan, not even willing to call me Yen Gu anymore? Huiyan's face suddenly darkened. Du Yu, if you're keeping such a close watch on me, do you think I wouldn't keep an eye on you? Du Yu felt a bit awkward? Come here, I want to talk to you alone. Huiyan waved at Du Yu and walked straight to the roadside. Du Yu hesitated for a moment but followed. I told you before, if you catch her, you must hand her over to me. Du Yu didn't directly call Huiyan anymore, but he didn't call in Yen Gu either, still insisting. Huiyan said solemnly, if I really handed her over to you, what would you do? What could you do? Is that even a question? You know the whole process just as well as I do. Du Yu was puzzled and frowned. First, confirm her identity, then dig deep into her crimes. After verifying the facts, hand it over to the prosecution and request public prosecution. Finally, wait for the court to make a judgment and give her the punishment she deserves. Huiyan looked at Du Yu's serious expression and felt a moment of heartache but then quickly cooled down. I used to be as naive as you, believing that the law could solve all problems. We just need to follow the procedures and do our jobs well. Huiyan paused and said solemnly, but now I no longer believe in that. Do you disagreed? How am I being naive? If you don't believe in the law, then what do you believe in? Huiyan smiled slightly. I can tell you what will happen next. First, it will be very difficult to confirm her identity. Yu Huaying will insist she is Hao Mingfang, denying everything and will never admit she is Yu Huaying. Du Yu grunted softly, about to speak, but Huiyan continued, I just saw that her 10 fingers have been soaked in caustic soda, the fingerprints have long been destroyed, and you won't be able to match them with the data of Yu Huaying in the system. Moreover, her psychological resilience is very strong. You won't be able to pry her mouth open with regular interrogation. Du Yu was about to speak again, but Huiyan had already guessed what he wanted to say and said directly, yes, you can investigate from the clue of Hao Mingfang. But I guess it will be very difficult. This is a carefully chosen disguise by Yu Huaying. The real Hao Mingfang should have died long ago, and probably has no relatives left. That's why Yu Huaying has been able to impersonate this identity for so long without being discovered. Perhaps you might eventually find a breakthrough, but how long do you think it will take? A month? 3 months? Or half a year? Do you wanted to say something? But Huyen didn't give him a chance to speak and continued, you don't have that much time. In fact, if you don't obtain solid evidence within 48 hours, you'll have to let her go. Yes, you can apply for an extension of the detention period to continue the investigation. But that requires a very troublesome approval process. Even if you get the application approved, it will still be very difficult to pry open Yu Huaying's mouth. And on Zhang Xiaoyun's side, she will quickly hire a top lawyer, she has money. Moreover, she will start to create public pressure through media, she has money. In the end, you will most likely still have to let her go. Huyen said all this in one breath, and Duyu's face turned ugly, but he still refused to accept it. You underestimate me and the police too much. Wrong, I'm not underestimating anyone. Huyen shook his head, it's just that this system operates this way, the system is designed this way, and the law cannot punish many bad people. Duyu opened his mouth but couldn't say anything? Huyen said coldly, don't be unconvinced, I can lay it out for you again. Even if you really find evidence, really pry open Yu Huaying's mouth, and miraculously make her admit to all her crimes, including those that were never discovered before, then the prosecution cooperates and doesn't send the case back, doesn't require additional investigation, and directly files for public prosecution. The court also hears the case as quickly as possible. How long do you think that will take? And will the judge definitely sentence her to death? No need to think about it. There was news recently about a trafficker who sold more than 10 children, and he was only sentenced to a suspended death penalty. Even if Heaven Has Eyes and the first trial really sentences her to death, she will definitely appeal on the spot, right? And then what? Wait for the second trial. She will definitely appeal again, right? Keep waiting. Wait for the final trial. Fine, even if the final trial still sentences her to death, you still have to wait for the Supreme Court's review. How long do you think this process will take? A year? 2 years? 3 years? If at any point during this process, Yu Huaying suddenly confesses to new crimes or implicates other criminals, well, then you can wait to start the investigation all over again. Do you think this long process and uncertain outcome is the punishment that Yu Huaying deserves? Do you think it can comfort those children she sold and the families she destroyed? After saying this, Huyen quietly looked at Duyu. Duyu pondered, wanting to say something but feeling powerless, and finally asked, so, you've made up your mind to deal with Yu Huaying yourself? Huyen nodded, once I decide something, no one can stop me, at least not you. But what you're doing is illegal. Before Duyu could finish his sentence, Huyen interrupted him. Duyu, I didn't need to hide anything. I could have walked past you with Yu Huaying without a care. Could you have stopped me? I didn't need to waste my breath on you. Just one phone call and someone would order you to withdraw in minutes. I'm telling you all this because we were once friends, and I respect your personal choices. At least you have your principles. But if you insist on sabotaging me, don't blame me for being rude. We have different paths and cannot work together. That's all I have to say, you should take care of yourself. After finishing, Huyen ignored the complex expression on Duyu's face, turned, and got into the car, starting the engine. The other police officers looked at Duyu, unsure of what to do. Duyu, through the car window, watched Huyen, feeling something inside him shatter, not just friendship, but seemingly faith as well. In the end, he weakly waved his hand. The police quickly moved the patrol car aside. Huyen drove away. More than 30 minutes later, Huyen returned to the Paradise Mouth nightclub. Diao Feng and Jin Bao had already come back. Yu Huaying was thrown in a corner, finally no longer pretending or hiding, looking at Huyen with resentment. Huyen ignored her and picked up his phone to call Gumei. The person has been caught, bring Zhang Xiaoyun back too. Upon hearing this, Yu Huaying's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth in a fit. What do you want with Xiaoyun? She has nothing to do with this. It was all me. If I've fallen into your hands, I'll admit it. It's just death. I've lived enough. Death? Huyen laughed. You're thinking too beautifully. Yu Huaying was taken aback. What do you want then? Huyen stared at Yu Huaying, his gaze cold and cruel. What's the rush? You have your enjoyment ahead.